In the vast, boundless cosmos, an object akin to a shooting star streaks through the firmament. Upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be a small, single-person spacecraft, within which sits a young boy endowed with a tail. Suddenly, the boy opens his eyes and instinctively surveys his surroundings, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. His lips move as if on the verge of uttering a classic expletive, yet he manages to restrain himself. "Damn," he exclaims. "I've really messed up this time. I never imagined I would actually traverse dimensions." Indeed, he is a traveler from another world. His journey began during a moment of boredom at home while browsing the internet, where he stumbled upon a site whimsically named Chuan Yuzhe Fu Li Wang Zhan. Despite the juvenile title, curiosity compelled him to click on it. Initially, he engaged with the site as a mere pastime, and after a week of uneventful exploration, he returned once more. This time, a system window popped up on the screen. "Do you wish to embark on a journey through dimensions? Destination, random." Beneath this message were options for yes or no. Perplexed, our protagonist, Laya, pondered the site's peculiarities. Is this a glitch? He thought, clicking the no option. Yet, to no avail. A flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his computer desk, only to reawaken in his current location. Is this really happening? This is far too arbitrary, he exclaimed, his frustration rendering him tongue-tied. Then, the pivotal moment arrived. Ding! A voice echoed, system initializing in 3, 2, 1. Initialization successful. Congratulations, host. You are the 100th traveler of this site. This system is at your service. Confusion clouded Laya's mind. What is this nonsense? The 100th traveler? And at your service? Am I conversing with customer support? System, could you provide an introduction? Laya, in his youthful voice, requested. After a brief pause, the system responded, "Ding, this system is the multiverse sign-in system, enabling you to sign in at various locations and receive rewards." After this declaration, the system fell silent. Laya, anticipating a lengthy exposition, realized after a few minutes that this emotionless entity had concluded its introduction. Taking several deep breaths to quell the sudden surge of frustration within him, he murmured, "In essence, this system is merely a sign-in tool. So today I can sign in." With this thought, he summoned the system once more. "Sign in immediately, ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving the first sign-in gift pack, which includes." Before the system could finish, he eagerly opened his inventory and clicked on the square box resting within. "Congratulations. You have acquired perfect Zizai, Kamehameha, a can of Senza beans, and the universal language." Wait. This gift pack is incredible. Right off the bat, I received perfect Zizai. He promptly learned the skill. Suddenly, a pressing question struck him, and he reopened the system. "System, which world am I currently in?" Ding. This world is the Dragon Ball universe. As a reminder, this universe incorporates the Super Dragon Ball cosmology, so please tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Laya's jaw dropped. "I am at a loss for words. System, please send me back. I do not want to stay here. It is far too perilous." At this moment, the system remained silent. Realizing that his pleas were futile, he sighed. Accepting his fate, he considered the silver lining. After all, he had obtained the remarkable perfect Zizai, a skill akin to a cheat. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he glanced at the display panel within the spacecraft, bewildered by the destination it indicated. 2 words summed it up: incomprehensible. "Mamma mia, where on earth are you taking me?" he exclaimed. Just then, the ship's intelligence announced the destination. Beep, beep, beep. The next destination, Bicolulate Star, will be reached in 3 hours. Please prepare for landing. Scratching his head, he wore a mischievous grin, one that could undoubtedly captivate many admirers back on Earth. After stretching and yawning, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a nebulous realm that transcends the cosmos, a palace inscribed with the character for all stood. Outside the palace, a being of ethereal grace and azure skin gazed pensively into the distance. That energy I felt earlier, It vanished, and so swiftly. Intriguing. With that, he turned and entered the palace, the grand doors closing slowly behind him. For him, as long as it did not threaten the safety of the Omni King, there was no need for him to intervene. Such matters were best left to those below. In the realm of the god of destruction, Whis halted his training session with Son Goku and Vegeta, causing the duo to collide. "Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing?" Vegeta retorted. "That wasn't my fault." Whis stopped first. Goku replied that this. They both turned to Whis, who had also awakened Beerus, known for his love of slumber. Whis, what was that energy earlier? Whis nodded. Did you sense its authenticity? Unclear. The aura flitted past too quickly to capture. Silence ensued, leaving Vegeta and Goku perplexed. Whis, what just transpired? Vegeta inquired, shaking his head. Whis responded, let's conclude today's training. You both should return and solidify your current state. There may yet be room for advancement. With that, he and Beerus turned to depart, leaving the two warriors bewildered. However, the carefree Goku paid little mind to the oddities, while Vegeta appeared deep in thought. Without further deliberation, he initiated an instant transmission back to Earth with Goku. Chapter 2. Resurrection in the verdant grounds of the Earth West City Universal Capsule Corporation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta made their appearance. Upon their arrival, Vegeta promptly withdrew his hand from resting on Kakarot's shoulder. Within mere moments of their arrival, Piccolo, Krillin, and Bulma emerged to greet them. Ah, Piccolo, Krillin. You two are here as well. Sun Wukong exclaimed cheerfully. Vegeta merely nodded in acknowledgement. It seems you both have returned to borrow the gravity chamber, Krillin commented. Scratching his head, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, admitting that since marrying and having children, he had scarcely trained. And this time he had whimsically decided to work on his fitness, prompting him to approach Piccolo, leading to their visit to the Capsule Corporation for the gravity chamber. Hey, Krillin, would you like me to join you in your training? Sun Wukong offered with a bright smile. Although Sun Wukong's grin was radiant, for reasons unknown, Krillin involuntarily shuddered. He quickly waved his hands, realizing that training alongside a scion was akin to courting danger. All right then, he said, turning to see Vegeta, who coldly snorted and headed towards his home, his intentions abundantly clear. Sun Wukong trailed behind him with a grin. Krillin and Piccolo shrugged, resigned to the fact that even the formidable Namekian could not keep pace with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, aboard a colossal spacecraft soaring through the cosmos, a diminutive alien addressed two towering extraterrestrials. During our visit to Earth, we must not alert the warriors residing there. The slender Magda inquired, Lord Solbay. Are they truly that formidable? The short Solbay seated himself in a slowly descending chair and replied, do not underestimate them. Despite lacking detectors, they possess the ability to sense powerful fighters. Therefore, it will be just you and me who venture forth. Magda nodded in understanding. At that moment, the spacecraft neared Earth. The hatch atop the vessel opened, and a small craft gracefully emerged, heading towards the planet. Unbeknownst to them, another small ship entered Earth from their blind spot. With a whoosh, an object resembling a shooting star streaked through the sky, crashing into a barren land and creating a significant crater. A peculiar mechanical sound reverberated from the dust, and a boy with a tail emerged. Well, thankfully, there aren't many people around. He surveyed his surroundings before gently levitating and flying in a specific direction. On another isolated island, Solbay and Magda observed 3 children. Hurry and summon the dragon, or I shall eliminate you, Solbay commanded in a low voice. What do you want from us? Pilaf stammered, his voice trembling. Although they had once been notorious villains, the trio had embraced their current lives and wished to avoid any actions that might endanger Earth. Ignoring Pilaf, Solbay glanced at Magda, who immediately understood the implication. He drew a gun and fired into the ground, creating a melting hole. Terrified, Pilaf and his companions hastily spilled the dragon balls onto the ground, striking a pose as they proclaimed, "Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish." Solbay looked on with confusion. As Pilaf stepped back, the dragon balls emitted a dazzling light, and the sky gradually darkened. A brilliant beam shot upwards, forming a green dragon. State your wish. I can grant any desire. Simultaneously, Vegeta in the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Piccolo at Gohan's residence sensed an unusual disturbance. Bring back King Frieza, Solbay commanded. However, the dragon did not respond, but instead exhaled a puff of breath. Are you attempting to command me? The dragon questioned, its expression shifting before it waved a hand. Please assist in reviving King Frieza. This time, the dragon nodded. With a flicker of its eyes, chunks of flesh materialized on the ground. Now, state your second wish. Just as Solbay was about to say he had none, Pilaf interjected, I want 10 million coins. The dragon's eyes flashed again, and a stack of coins appeared on the ground. The trio hurriedly collected the money and fled. Subsequently, the dragon vanished in a burst of light. scattering the Dragon Balls across the globe, and the sky returned to its usual state. Should we eliminate those three? Magda inquired. Solbay shook his head and opened a nearby box, methodically placing the fragments of Frieza's body inside. We must depart swiftly. I suspect those super warriors will arrive shortly. With that, he entered the spacecraft, followed by Magda, who surveyed their surroundings before conjuring a highly dense energy blast that obliterated the island. The deafening explosion generated towering waves, concealing their escape as they boarded the ship. In a small village in the west, at the home of an elderly couple, Reina's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems we have successfully resurrected him. In a few months, we shall witness Frieza once more. I wonder how the anime differs from reality. He then resumed devouring his meal, having already consumed his 8th large bowl, leaving the couple who took him in utterly astonished. Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the site of the incident, only to find a desolate ruin. Indeed, someone has used the Dragon Balls, Krillin remarked. I have an unsettling premonition. He added, Krillin is right. I too sense that something ominous may transpire, Piccolo mused, stroking his chin. The group exchanged glances, finding nothing of use, and ultimately decided to return. As they departed, Pilaf and his companions slowly resurfaced from the ocean. That was close. One exclaimed, Indeed. We are fortunate swimmers. Another added, That group was undoubtedly Sun Wukong's, wasn't it? The three floated on the surface, discussing their close encounter. In the depths of space, fragments of Frieza were undergoing rapid regeneration in a nutrient chamber. Time passed, and approximately half an hour later, the glass of the green nutrient pod shattered, spilling green liquid everywhere. The first form of Frieza emerged, his tail swaying as he assessed his newly revived body and the surrounding environment. What a delightful sensation. Was it you who resurrected me? Solbay promptly responded with utmost respect. Yes, King Frieza. As we could not locate the Namekian, we resorted to using the Dragon Balls on Earth to revive you. Frieza stretched his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks. It appears you lot cannot survive without my command, can you? He mused, observing the shameful demeanor of his subordinates, who once thrived under his reign. Never mind, never mind. This is the extent of your abilities. Find me a place. I wish to train diligently. Frieza gestured dismissively. My lord, can you continue to grow stronger? Solbay inquired cautiously. Frieza cast a fleeting glance at him. Why should I not? With a little effort, those wretched scions are no match for me. Very well, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Sorbet respectfully withdrew, followed by the others. Frieza stood by the window, gazing at the vast universe, muttering to himself. Just you wait. Once I unlock my full potential, whether it's scions or gods of destruction, I'll crush them all under my feet. Chapter 3, Fated Showdown and Reina's appearance. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the Supreme Kai's world, Goku and Vegeta sparred, their blue auras growing ever stronger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of intense explosions echoed through the realm of the gods. Whoosh, whoosh. Two blue figures flashed into existence. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Sparring with you, Vegeta, is truly exhilarating. I've even discovered many of my own shortcomings, Goku said to Vegeta with a grin. Vegeta pursed his lips. His thoughts were similar to Goku's. He could also sense the shortcomings in his own techniques from Goku's observation. Beep, 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 a series of urgent beeps sounded. Vegeta reached into his pocket and pulled out something that looked like a crystal ball. Inside, his wife Bulma appeared. Vegeta, Goku, something terrible has happened. Frieza has been resurrected. Bulma said anxiously. What happened? How did he come back to life? I'm not entirely sure. But Piccolo said it's probably related to the Dragon Ball incident 6 months ago. Come back quickly. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others have gone out. They probably won't be able to hold out much longer. Then the image disappeared. Vegeta, grab my hand. I'm going to use instant transmission. Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead. But Vegeta didn't grab his hand. Instead, he placed a hand on Goku's shoulder, and the two disappeared. Earth, North Capital ruins. Boom, boom, boom. A series of multicolored energy explosions flashed incessantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Master Roshi, after defeating nearly 700 or 800 people, were panting heavily. These guys are amazing. Sorbet swallowed hard, his voice trembling noticeably. Frieza smiled disdainfully. Ha ha ha. If his son wanted to, none of these people could be his match. But his son, like Goku, is a soft-hearted fool. Well, that should be about enough. Frieza slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger and pointing it at Gohan. Whoosh! A purple beam of light shot towards Gohan from the fingertip. Watch out, Gohan! Just as it was about to hit him, two figures appeared and deflected the attack. Oh my! I've been waiting so long. Goku, you finally appeared. Frieza, you're really persistent. You've been dead for so long. Why did you come back to life? Vegeta sneered. Oh, it's Vegeta. Looks like you've grown some guts, daring to speak to me like that. TCH. Vegeta curled his lip and leaped onto a nearby boulder. Huh. Vegeta, aren't you going to fight? It's yours. But if you can't handle it, I can take your place. Goku quickly waved his hand. No need. No need. I can handle it myself. Then his expression changed, and he looked at Frieza with sharp eyes. Frieza, if you weren't such a vicious person, you would definitely be a good opponent. I didn't expect that after all this time. You'd still be so naive. All right, I won't waste any more words. Now it's time for my revenge. He slowly left the flight capsule, landing on the ground. He instantly unleashed his power, a terrifying purple shockwave causing the earth to tremble violently. Huh! With a low shout from Frieza, the purple light grew even brighter. A few breaths later, Frieza, in his perfect form, appeared, his light exploding. This state is so comfortable. Frieza stretched his limbs, grinning wickedly. You've got some skills, buddy. Goku then unleashed his power. Whoosh. Pure white flames danced like fire. Frieza's face darkened. He flashed behind Goku and threw a punch. Goku reacted quickly, turning in an instant to catch the blow. With a bang, a shockwave swept out, causing the already ruined buildings to collapse. Goku, grabbing Frieza, performed a super spin. The speed increased rapidly, forming a small tornado. With a whoosh, a figure flew out at incredible speed, crashing into a mountain several kilometers away. Goku followed closely behind, disappearing from the spot. Immediately afterward, a series of violent impacts were heard. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder, abnormal phenomena caused by the powerful battle auras of the two. Fortunately, there were no drones or airplanes around, or they would have scared the ordinary people to death. The intense fighting continued for nearly half an hour. Vegeta, who was watching, finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. Kakarot, stop wasting your time. If you don't want to fight, get out of the way. Vegeta's sudden shout did indeed stop the fight. Don't be angry. Vegeta, I'm coming. He then looked at Frieza. Frieza, you'd better show me your true power, or this will never end. Hee hee. Looks like you're very confident you can defeat me again. Why don't you try and see? Heh. Goku let out a low, menacing shout. Pure white aura appeared. Buzzing sounds accompanied by flashes of lightning. Then his hair, no, his entire body, radiated a blue light. In a flash, the white aura transformed into a blue aura with granular blue particles. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others watching lost their ability to sense Goku's ki. Goku has become a god. But this is different from that red-haired guy. Although I can't sense his ki, I can feel that Goku's current state is even stronger than when he had red hair. Piccolo stared intently at Goku. This is a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan god. You can call it Saiyan Blue. Vegeta explained slowly. Krillin and the others nodded. This was truly impressive. Learning this transformation in such a short time, the potential of a purebred Saiyan was terrifying. Ho ho ho. Ho ho. Looks like my prediction was right. You've learned another new transformation. Since you've revealed your new form, then let me show you my full power. Frieza's purple aura soared into the sky, almost as powerful as Goku's earlier display. Boom. A dazzling golden legendary light flashed, and Frieza, now with golden skin, appeared. How about it? As you can see, this is my full power. You can call me Golden Frieza. Frieza was now immersed in his power. What kind of training did you do to reach such a level? What? Goku, are you scared? Goku shook his head, a wide, excited smile spreading across his face. He burst forth with blue energy and charged forward. His speed was beyond the reach of Piccolo and the others. Only Vegeta could keep up. Thump! A punch carrying a ferocious aura slammed out, which Frieza easily caught with a flick of his wrist. Although he blocked the punch, Goku quickly followed up with a knee strike. Frieza's back bulged, and he flew through the air like a missile. Goku followed closely behind, appearing above him and delivering a headbutt. With a thud, he smashed Frieza into the mountainside. A resounding boom echoed as the mountains erupted, unleashing an immense golden energy sphere that hurtled towards them. In response, Sun Wukong fearlessly released his own energy sphere to collide with it. The moment of impact generated a brilliant radiance that illuminated half the sky. while the terrifying force of the explosion caused tremors throughout the earth. Ordinary citizens, bewildered by news reports proclaiming the impending doom of their planet, found themselves in a state of panic and confusion. Meanwhile, the government unveiled a long-stored spaceship, igniting a flicker of hope among the populace, who then surged toward the government offices, resulting in significant traffic congestion. Returning to the scene, a crumbling building stood 100 meters away where Reina had somehow procured a chair. Perched there with his legs crossed, he munched on sunflower seeds while watching the battle unfold. With his current strength, he could clearly comprehend the clash between the two fighters. Indeed, the spectacle was awe-inspiring. Despite this, he scrutinized the battle closely. Though endowed with formidable power, his combat skills were lacking, leading him to learn from observing these warriors. Chapter 4. Does Golden Frieza care for his dignity? The explosive clashes resembled dazzling fireworks. A yellow and blue figure flickered incessantly, followed by a series of energy spheres detonating like firecrackers in the sky. This display only heightened the fear among the ordinary people below, with scientists dubbing the phenomenon a solar flare. In Satan City, Satan remained quietly seated, watching news reports filled with nonsensical chatter until he switched to another channel. Wukong, whether Earth can be saved rests on you. He prayed fervently, before tenderly touching a photo within a frame nearby. The clouds in the sky thickened ominously, with lightning intertwining to form colossal serpentine bolts that crackled through the darkness. Sun Wukong, now slightly panting and with numerous wounds adorning his body, caught Frieza's attention, who chuckled mockingly. Huh, what's this, Sun Wukong? Are you already faltering? I haven't even begun to unleash my true power. Sun Wukong smiled. Perhaps you are too eager, Frieza. Vegeta, you must have noticed his weakness. Why not take your turn? He called out to Vegeta, leaving Gohan and the others bewildered, unsure of the supposed weakness. However, Piccolo, being the intellectual stalwart of the series, began to piece together some clues. This is your battle. Resolve it yourself. Vegeta coldly replied. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head as he regained his stance. Humph, Sun Wukong, do you think such words can distract me? It appears you are at your wit's end. With that, Sun Wukong charged forward in a burst of energy. The two fighters collided once more, creating a tumultuous sea that surged like boiling water. During their fierce bout, Beerus and Whis made their entrance. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Beerus merely tapped his cheek with a finger. I came to see if there are any new delicacies. Bulma, wanting to voice her frustration, thought better of it upon recalling his status. Indeed, I had the chef prepare a super Christmas ice cream yesterday. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis' eyes lit up. Bring it here quickly. I wish to taste. But no buts. Hurry, or I shall wreak havoc upon you. All right, I'm going. Bulma hurried towards the spaceship. On the other side, Reina observed the scene with a shake of his head, bemused by the duo's fondness for Earth's cuisine. Coincidentally, Whis noticed Reina's reaction, his eyes gleaming with interest as he took a step back. Beerus, noticing Whis' movement, exchanged a knowing glance with him. Quite perceptive of you to notice me so swiftly. It seems it's my turn to make an appearance. He stood and stretched before vanishing into thin air. On the battlefield, Frieza landed a punch that sent Sun Wukong crashing into the sea. Just as he was about to taunt his opponent, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Vegeta, who was indulging in food with Beerus, causing Frieza to gasp in astonishment. Lord Beerus, what are you doing here? Are you here to thwart my revenge? Frieza exclaimed. Oh, are your eyes blind? Can't you see I'm enjoying my meal? I have no interest in your affairs. Continue fighting. Frieza felt a wave of relief wash over him. But before he could savor the moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to find a fist the size of a cooking pot hurtling toward him. With a resounding crash, Frieza was sent flying, crashing into the ocean, albeit deeper than Sun Wukong had fallen. This unexpected turn of events left Vegeta and the others watching in stunned silence. A massive splash erupted as both Sun Wukong and Frieza resurfaced simultaneously. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion, wondering who had intervened and what had just transpired. Who are you to interfere with my vengeance? Frieza spat. His face darkened with fury. He had not seen his assailant's movements clearly, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a fist. Well, Kakarot, you truly are a rare combat genius among our Scion lineage, Reina remarked, ignoring Frieza entirely and focusing on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was bewildered, questioning how this stranger knew his name despite never having met him. The youth appeared to be no more than a minor, yet his tone suggested otherwise. Are you A scion? Reyna nodded. Frieza, witnessing their exchange, felt his blood boil with rage. Damn it! You two dare to underestimate me? I am Frieza. With a ferocious roar, golden energy erupted from him, charging relentlessly toward Reyna. In his mind, he thought, I am Golden Frieza. I will not be disregarded. This is my domain. Had Reyna been privy to Frieza's thoughts, he might have retorted, what worth is your dignity here? Don't you know your true value? As Frieza approached, he altered his attack from a punch to a kick. Reyna shook his head, raising a hand and casually waving it. Seeking death, are we? This seemingly nonchalant gesture caused Sun Wukong's mouth to twitch in disbelief. Yet, the next moment left him utterly astonished. With a thunderous impact, Frieza was sent hurtling backward at 5 to 6 times his original speed. Sun Wukong followed Frieza's trajectory, realizing the youth had already positioned himself where Frieza was about to land. Such speed, such strength. If this person is indeed a scion, what is his current state? Though puzzled, Sun Wukong felt a thrill of excitement building within him. As Frieza plummeted towards the ground, Reyna seized his arm and hurled him skyward as effortlessly as one would dispose of refuse. Then, he assumed a stance that was all too familiar to Sun Wukong and the Z warriors. Super Kamehameha. A silver-blue beam surged skyward, striking Frieza with a forceful impact. Although the movements were somewhat elaborate, it all transpired within mere breaths, leaving Frieza no opportunity to react before being caught off guard. High above, screams and explosions reverberated through the air, but within moments, silence fell as the cacophony of destruction faded. Subsequently, Reyna clapped his hands and hummed a tune as he approached Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Frieza's remaining henchmen, seeing the chaos, fled at what they believed to be their fastest speed, wishing they had been born with several extra legs. Yet, they barely made it a short distance before being dispatched by a few energy blasts from Vegeta. Vegeta, Sun Wukong. It is delightful to see you both. I have long admired you too, but alas, we never had the chance to meet, Reyna remarked, genuinely. In his previous life, he had harbored a fondness for Sun Wukong, and although Vegeta had initially been rather irritating, he had become quite charismatic after his redemption. Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, to my knowledge, aside from myself, Kakarot, my brother, and 3 other pure-blooded scions, there are no others. So where do you hail from? Reyna smiled faintly, about to respond, when Beerus and Whis descended from the sky. He greeted them amiably with a nod, and they reciprocated the gesture, much to the astonishment of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It was known that the two had never faced each other since achieving their super blue forms, and more alarmingly, Whis could easily overpower both without using his hands. What was happening now? Chapter 5, A Friendly Spar. My friend, may I inquire if you have reached that level? Beerus spoke slowly. His words astonished Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as well as the remaining Z warriors. They incredulously checked their ears. Had they truly heard Beerus refer to someone as a friend? He had never spoken thus to anyone during his time on Earth. Now it seemed he had. Their minds were in disarray, perplexed as to what was transpiring. Was this a dream, or were they hallucinating from their earlier exertions in battle? Reyna simply smiled. Though unspoken, both gods understood the implications of their exchange. A mutual understanding passed between them as they recognized the stakes involved. I have investigated, and you are indeed a scion from this universe, Whis remarked, glancing at the crystal ball atop his staff. Reyna's eyes brightened, and he responded, your angelic abilities are truly remarkable. You even know I belong to the angelic lineage. Just then, Sun Wukong interrupted. What are you two discussing? I don't understand a word. Reyna chuckled. Oh, Sun Wukong, do not concern yourself with such details. However, I must say, your super blue forms are quite impressive. Had you truly been unable to defeat Frieza earlier, I trust you would have had a contingency plan. In that instant, Sun Wukong fell silent. Indeed, he had a backup plan, the Kaioken technique taught to him by the King Kai, but its limitations were daunting, and he feared that using it could cost him his life. My sincerest apologies. Should the opportunity arise, I shall teach you both some new techniques that may enhance your powers, Reyna offered. Really? That would be something to look forward to, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Although Reyna was still considered a minor among scions, by Earth standards, he was an adult, yet his voice retained a youthful quality. I have a small request for you both, Reyna said, addressing Beerus and Whis. Oh, what is your request? Whis inquired. Whis was inclined to entertain Reyna's request, as he preferred not to engage with this individual. Moreover, he was curious about his origins, though he had found no trace of his background. I wish to spar with Beerus. Yes, Just a friendly match. He declared. What? You want to fight me? Beerus replied, nodding slightly. He hesitated, aware that his role was to destroy and, like Whis, he was prohibited from engaging in combat. He glanced at Whis, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Subsequently, he nodded at Reyna. The two ascended into space, and Whis conjured a massive screen from his staff to facilitate the observation of the duel. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito gazed skyward, witnessing the cosmos. I never expected Lord Beerus would agree to a match with another. I wonder if the universe can withstand it. Kibito exclaimed. Why do you say that? The old Kaioshin retorted, promptly delivering a reprimanding glare. You ought to read more. Your ignorance is astounding. Kibito scratched his head, replying. Am I not the only one who survived back then? The old Kaioshin sighed and explained. The universe possesses a certain energy limit. If exceeded, it will face annihilation. Moreover, this young man, whose origins are unknown, likely possesses power not far beneath Lord Beerus's own, which is why I express concern. What? You truly believe that? It cannot be. Kibito gasped. This is merely my conjecture. The truth will reveal itself in time. In the cosmos, both contenders readied themselves, yet refrained from immediate engagement, remaining locked in a tense standoff. After several minutes, they simultaneously unleashed their attacks. Two differently colored orbs of energy erupted forth, colliding with explosive force, sending unique energy ripples throughout the universe. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, their visible energy waves radiating outward, obliterating nearby planets. Suddenly, Reyna teleported behind Beerus, delivering a powerful strike to his neck. A thunderous sound echoed as Beerus managed to block the attack. Reyna quickly vanished and unleashed an energy blast. Beerus's expression hardened as he raised his hand to counter, but upon contact, the blast erupted, illuminating the overcast earth with a brilliant light. What an astonishing battle! This exceeds all expectations. Sun Wukong exclaimed, both thrilled and astonished. Vegeta clenched his fists in silent acknowledgement of the Scion's prowess, realizing he may have gained yet another rival. As the brilliance faded, nearly 100 energy orbs appeared behind Beerus. With a gentle wave of his hand, they surged forth like shooting stars toward Reyna. Quick to respond, Reyna unleashed a super Kamehameha. The silver-blue beam clashed with a multitude of purple energy blasts, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin observed, perplexed as the earlier energy wave dissipated. What on earth is happening? He wondered aloud, prompting the old Kaioshin to feign a cough. Upon careful observation, one can discern the truth without my elaboration. Jebi Taishin scratched his head, realizing he had unwittingly invited criticism. In the vast cosmos, Reyna glanced at his hand and then at Beerus. Let us forego further probing and settle this with a decisive move, shall we? Beerus nodded in agreement. A deep purple aura materialized as a dragon, conjured from his energy, spiraled behind him. This resembles what I witnessed in my previous life, with little difference. At that moment, a silver-white aura illuminated Reyna, who also manifested a dragon from his energy, albeit one far more aesthetically pleasing than Beerus's. With a swift clash, the two dragons collided, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that ravaged the cosmos. Energy ripples surged anew, more intense than before. He exclaimed, raising his hand and pushing forward, causing the rippling energy to gradually subside. What is this? You can wield destruction? Beerus expressed his astonishment. Although he understood that Reyna had reached a level akin to Weisu, the ability to wield destruction was an exclusive skill of the destroyers. Reyna was puzzled. Wasn't the ability to use destruction merely a matter of reaching a certain level? In the manga from his previous life, Sun Wukong had employed such a technique, albeit at a great cost. Why then was Beerus so astonished? Unbeknownst to him, the art of destruction was a divine skill reserved for the destroyers, not easily accessible to others, and any attempts by outsiders would not equate to true destruction. This is rather intriguing, and it doesn't seem overly difficult, Reyna remarked, his eyes wide with excitement. All right, let us consider this a draw. He shrugged indifferently, and thus the two inexplicably ceased their confrontation. They instantly vanished back to Earth, where the ominous clouds dissipated and the sun illuminated the land, restoring the initial beauty. However, the panic among the Earthlings continued, shattering this pristine tranquility. Yawn. I'm tired, Weisu. Let us return. Not long after they reached the ground, Beerus let out a hearty yawn and rubbed his eyes, exhibiting a drowsy demeanor that Reyna found rather endearing. Weisu smiled and nodded at Reyna, and with a flick of his staff against the ground, a streak of light shot skyward, vanishing into the heavens. After Byrus and Weisu departed, Reyna glanced at the Z warriors, and as he opened his mouth to speak, his stomach audibly protested, leaving him somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Laughter erupted among the group. Since it has concluded, allow me to treat you all to a grand feast. At this moment, the affluent Bulma stepped forward, exuding generosity. Consequently, everyone took to the skies, with Bulma under the care of Vegeta. As for the city, it would be restored using the Dragon Balls in due time. Chapter 6. A culinary contest and exchange within the confines of the Wanning Jianan Company. A vast table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Sun Wukong and Vegeta voraciously stuffed their mouths with food, exhibiting a sense of grandeur in their culinary conquest. Of course, Reyna was not to be outdone. The scene transformed into a fierce competition of gluttony. Given that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fervent practitioners, their appetites were considerably larger than those of ordinary Saiyans, and with Reyna joining, the mountain of food quickly diminished. Bulma, exasperated, slapped her forehead in resignation. Fortunately, she had prepared well and retrieved her phone from her pocket to place a call. Before long, a dozen chefs wheeled in food carts. The three Saiyans' eyes gleamed with anticipation, and before the chefs could even set the food on the table, they began feasting from the carts. Bulma rolled her eyes, contemplating whether to chastise them, but ultimately refrained. Knowing that Wukong and Vegeta were manageable, but Reyna was an unknown variable. Since when have Wukong and Vegeta become such voracious eaters? Their previous appetites were incomparable to now. Chi-Chi remarked as she served a large piece of meat to Goten, puzzled. Little did she know that since Sun Wukong and Vegeta had achieved the Super Blue form, their appetites had surged several-fold due to the immense energy expenditure. Thus, the hour passed in a whirlwind of consumption. The three Saiyans lay on the ground, their bellies distended. Burp. The sound of their satiated belches reverberated, causing even the capsule company to tremble. Sun Wukong turned to Bulma with a grin. Thank you, Bulma. This meal was incredibly satisfying. Bulma shot him a bemused look, finding his demeanor somewhat disconcerting. Ever since their encounter at Baozi Mountain, she had regarded Sun Wukong as a younger brother, and despite the passage of over a decade, he remained unchanged. After enjoying the feast and exchanging pleasantries, the group dispersed, leaving only the three Saiyans lounging on the floor. In the expansive domain of the destroyers, a flash of light descended from the heavens. Upon returning home, Byrus was instantly invigorated, shedding any traces of the drowsiness he had exhibited on Earth. What are your thoughts, Lord Byrus? He mused. It is evident that he has indeed reached that level, yet I find it curious that he seems to be contemplating the application of this power. Oh, Weisu chuckled. Having observed their battle from the screen on Earth, he had gleaned some insights. Suddenly, he teased, Lord Byrus. What do you think of the destruction technique he displayed earlier? Byrus's expression shifted several times before he merely snorted in response. In truth, he was puzzled. As the two conversed, a streak of light suddenly streaked across the sky, plummeting into the distant forest and raising a cloud of dust. They exchanged glances, knowing who had arrived. Emerging from the dust-laden forest were two figures, one rotund and resembling Byrus, and the other slender with a high ponytail, reminiscent of Weisu. Ugh. I say, Badots, couldn't you find a more suitable landing spot? Xiangpa complained. Oh dear, wasn't it you who said to land anywhere? Badots retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, Fatso, what brings you here? As they bantered, Byrus interrupted with a commanding voice. Xiangpa looked up to see Byrus standing with his arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. I say, you lanky twig, who are you calling fat? I'm not fat. Fatso. Say that again and see what happens. The argument escalated, their foreheads almost touching as they confronted each other. In no time, their auras flared with a purple hue. The overwhelming energy caused the very fabric of the destroyer realm to tremble, awakening the sleeping prophecy fish. As their energies surged to a critical point, they unleashed their powers. Bang, bang, bang. Their hands sliced through the air, leaving trails of afterimages as waves of terrifying energy erupted, instantly obliterating several nearby planets. Enough. Just as they were about to strike each other's faces, two divine staffs intervened. All right, Lord Xiangpa, calm down. After all, Lord Beerus has a point. You have indeed gained some weight recently, Bardos remarked. Her words instantly elicited a chuckle from Beerus. Even Whis couldn't suppress a laugh. Xiangpa pointed at his master and attendant, at a loss for words, wondering how he could side with an outsider. Ahem. Enough, enough. You fatso, what brings you here? Surely, you did not come specifically to pick a fight with me. If that's the case, I would be more than willing to oblige, he retorted, curling his lip. I suppose you want me to say something here. TSK, what a hassle. With that, Beerus flew towards his palace, followed closely by the others. Inside the palace, at a long stone table, Xiangpa retrieved an oval device from Bardas's staff space. After pressing a button in the center, the device emitted a sound, followed by a wave of cold air that wafted out. It then released 2 eggs the size of large pots. Xiangpa gestured to Beerus, urging him to eat. Beerus picked up an egg and gently tapped it with his finger. The shell completely fell away, and he began to chew. Xiangpa looked at him with a smug expression. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? I must tell you, this is my latest culinary discovery. I can barely bring myself to eat it. Beerus's expression remained rather indifferent. Well, it's just okay, nothing extraordinary. He then signaled to Whis, who immediately understood and fetched several buckets of instant noodles, some sausages, and hot water. He then proceeded to prepare the noodles, leaving Xiangpa and Bardas in stunned silence. After the preparations were complete, an awkward silence ensued for several minutes. Once he felt it was ready, Beerus picked up the noodles and began to eat. Xiangpa watched in disbelief as Beerus savored the meal, swallowing hard. He also reached for a bucket of noodles. A few minutes later, having finished, he unconsciously licked his lips, clearly relishing the taste. Beerus noticed his expression and chuckled. What? Still not satisfied? I told you, I'm quite tired of such things. You. Xiangpa was at a loss for words and could only cast a glance at Bardas. This is indeed quite tasty and convenient. What is this, Whis? This is instant noodles from Earth. Whis replied. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa interjected, hee hee. Whatever you have in your universe, we have in mine too. Quick, Bardas, see if we have Earth on our side. She then began to use her staff to search, while Whis offered guidance. It wasn't long before they found it, but compared to the 7th universe, it was nothing but a desolate planet. Ha ha ha. This is what you call Earth? Oh dear. Beerus erupted into laughter, nearly losing his breath. How could this be? Bardas shrugged. Dejected, he slumped back into his chair. However, it wasn't long before his eyes sparkled with inspiration as he stood up and addressed Beerus. Beerus, how about we make a wager? Oh, a wager? What could you possibly bet? I have several orbs that can grant wishes. Once collected, any wish can be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. You must be referring to those orbs containing stars, right? Ah, since you know, it should be easy. So what do you say? TSK, as if I don't have those. Xiangpa, those are called Dragon Balls, a product of the Namekians. Xiangpa scratched his head, puzzled. What are you talking about? I meant the ones our gods can use. Massive as planets. Intrigued, Beerus leaned in. All right, tell me the terms of your wager. After some contemplation, Xiangpa had a brilliant idea. Here is the plan. Beerus, each universe will send 5 contestants to engage in a best-of-3 battle. The victorious side will hand over their respective items to the other. Beerus nodded in agreement. That sounds acceptable, but what do you want from my side? I certainly don't possess any Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa revealed a mischievous smile. Hee hee, I only want Earth. After he said this, Beerus fell silent. At this moment, Whis lightly nudged him and gave him a knowing look. This glance made him snap back to reality, nodding at Xiangpa. All right, that is settled. When do we start? Haha, splendid. Let us hold the match on an unnamed planet a week from now. He nodded, and then Xiangpa tidied his belongings and left with Bardas. Whis, you don't mean to let that guy participate, do you? Whis nodded. Seeing this, Beerus felt a moment of silence for the individuals of the 6th universe. Chapter 7, Father and Son Battle, Part 1. In a villa in West Capital on Earth, as sunlight poured in, Reina opened his eyes. System, initiate sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Gift package has been issued. Reina chuckled and opened the gift package in his system backpack. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the 6 paths of earth-shattering stars, Rinnegan. Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger, Super Serum, and a set of 30th century smart leisure wear. He recognized the first 4 items, but the leisure wear puzzled him. Upon checking, he discovered it was a smart leisure outfit that could style itself according to the wearer's preferences and came with protective and navigation features. Is this even useful for me? With my current strength, do I really need protection and navigation? After some thought, he decided to store it in the system space, utilizing the 2 skills and 1 item while the remaining item stayed in the system space. A beam of light enveloped Reina, and he opened his eyes to view his attributes. Host, Eddie Reina Race, Scion Combat Power. Skills, Super Kamehameha, 6 Paths of Earth-Shattering Stars. Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger, Rinnegan. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel when suddenly, a ringing sound interrupted him. He moved his pillow aside to find a flashing phone. The caller ID showed Bulma. She had given him the phone and Villa keys the night before. What does Sister Bulma want? He called her that out of some reluctance, as she had insisted on it last night. After all, who could resist his charming voice? Lord Beerus and the others have arrived, saying they want to see you. Goku and Vegeta are also here. Nanny, why do they want to see me? With Whis' ability, they could have found me easily without needing to call. He pondered for a moment, but decided it was best to just go see what was happening. After hanging up, he washed up and stepped onto the balcony. Observing the bustling scene below, which was nothing like the apocalyptic atmosphere of the previous night, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Last night was worth it. I just flew away." Sun Wukong looked at Beerus and Whis with great excitement, while Vegeta maintained his usual indifferent expression. "Lord Beerus, is everything you said true? Why don't you believe me?" he exclaimed. No, it's just a bit hard to believe. I never imagined there are actually 11 other universes besides ours. However, the thought of battling warriors from those other universes excites me." At that moment, Vegeta admonished him, "Humph. You ought to mature a bit. You don't even know who your opponents are or what their strength is, yet you're only thinking about fighting skilled fighters." "Oh, come on, Vegeta. Surely you feel the same way about wanting to spar with strong opponents," Sun Wukong countered. Vegeta snorted and turned his head away. "This time, aside from the 2 of you, there will be another Scion, and we just need to find 2 more fighters. The battle is scheduled for 1 week from now," Beerus stated. "Nanny." Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. He wanted that fellow, Reina, to participate, although they were unaware of Reina's strength. Their instincts told them that even both of them together could not match him, akin to facing Whis. "No way, Lord Beerus. If Reina participates, what chance do we have?" Sun Wukong protested. "I won't let him go first. He will be the final contestant, as the grand finale." Just then, Reina's voice chimed in. "What are you talking about? The grand finale? The last one to appear?" He then flew in from the distance. "Ah, Reina, you're here. I have good news for you," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. Reina glanced at the eager expression on Sun Wukong's face and then at the others, seemingly guessing something. "What is it? What's the good news?" "We will be battling warriors from other universes. Don't you think that's good news?" Sun Wukong shared. Suddenly, Reina recalled a part of the storyline, but felt it was progressing too quickly. Could his arrival have caused some sort of butterfly effect? Moreover, aside from their universe, there were indeed 11 other universes. After he finished speaking, he observed Reina's expression change, but it remained quite neutral. Whis, who was watching Reina intently, remarked, "It seems you take this as a matter of course. Did you foresee that such events would unfold?" Reina felt a jolt in his heart, but quickly regained his composure. He shook his head and said, "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. With both deities appearing before me, such events occurring is not surprising at all." Upon hearing this, Whis smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Truly, one must not let their guard down. Fortunately, this time they managed to navigate through it. But what will happen next? Sighing internally, he quickly shook off the thought, joking to himself that with a system by his side, he had nothing to fear. Beerus then recounted the details of the situation, and Reina nodded, inwardly lamenting that the plot had indeed advanced ahead of schedule. While they discussed the remaining 2 participants, 2 figures entered the room, Piccolo and Gohan. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up upon seeing them, and before he could speak, Piccolo interjected, "No need to say anything. I've heard enough about the situation." "Piccolo, are you joining too?" Sun Wukong asked, to which Piccolo nodded affirmatively. Then, Sun Wukong turned to his son, Gohan. Gohan scratched his head and said solemnly, "I want to participate too, so I came to ask you, Dad, to spar with me." "But Gohan, aren't you supposed to be preparing for your academic exams?" Sun Wukong questioned. Gohan nodded and replied, "I will attend the academic exams, but not right now. After the Frieza incident, I realized that even if I become a scholar, without strength, I cannot protect Earth. Therefore, I wish to be both a scholar and a protector of Earth. So, please, Dad, support my decision." After which, he bowed deeply to Sun Wukong. Reina, observing Gohan, recalled his potential unleashed form, which was distinct from the Super Saiyan transformations and consumed minimal energy, making it a unique transformation. He speculated that if it continued to develop, it might reach another level altogether. After some contemplation, Sun Wukong nodded at Gohan. In truth, he was eager to test his strength against his son. Back during the Cell Saga, he had wanted to spar at full power as Super Saiyan 1, but tragically met his end. Then, during the Meijin Saga, he witnessed Gohan's mysterious new form, yet he was unable to return to Earth, leaving that desire unfulfilled. Now, that long-held wish was finally within reach. Albeit not in the form of Super Saiyan 1, but rather Super Saiyan Blue. If you two wish to fight, then let us head to the hyperbolic time chamber, Reina suggested. Both Sun Wukong and Gohan nodded in agreement. The others had no objections either. Even the two deities were quite curious to observe how this father-son battle would unfold. With everyone in agreement, they stood beside Sun Wukong, placing a hand on his shoulder. And in an instant, they arrived at the temple. Upon reaching the temple, they explained the situation, and without hesitation, Tin instructed Bobo to open the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the vastness and emptiness remained unchanged. So this is the hyperbolic time chamber? It truly is an endless expanse of white, just as depicted in the animations. Reina mused. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, Master, this space is constructed from fragments of shattered worlds. System, what do you mean by world fragments? Can you explain it more clearly? Reina inquired. Master, you will understand in due time. Well, I don't appreciate being kept in the dark. At this point, Sun Wukong and Gohan stood at the center. Please, teach me, Dad. They bowed to each other and assumed their stances. Whoosh, whoosh. They collided in their base forms. Bang. Their fists clashed, creating a violent gust of wind that shook the enormous hourglass. Then, both fighters vanished simultaneously, with fierce sounds of battle echoing from above. Rinnegan, activate. Reina quietly activated his Rinnegan, recording each move in the father-son duel. The aerial melee continued. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists meeting flesh reverberated throughout the space. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared behind Gohan, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this, Gohan entered Super Saiyan 2 mode. The energy they unleashed intensified the tremors in the entire chamber. Whis glanced around, tapped his staff, and a ripple spread, restoring calm to the space. Indeed, the abilities of the angel race are quite abundant. Reina thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. Both released energy blasts of different colors that collided, resulting in a series of explosive bursts resembling fireworks. Amidst the dazzling light, Sun Wukong used the visual distraction to maneuver behind Gohan. With a swift kick, Gohan reacted quickly, blocking the attack with his arm, sending him flying. As he was propelled backward, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Sun Wukong grinned widely, waved his hand, causing the blasts to explode in midair, and then teleported above Gohan, delivering another kick. On this occasion, his son had learned to capture his father's essence, turning around to deliver a punch. The resounding sound exploded with a deafening crack. Laya involuntarily shuddered. How exhilarating. If their attacks were unleashed in the cosmos, they could obliterate entire stars. Well done, Wu Fan, but you have yet to unleash your full potential. Exert yourself further, Sun Wukong exclaimed. With a sharp intake of breath, Wu Fan entered a state of heightened energy, his fighting spirit gradually intensifying, pushing Sun Wukong back ever so slightly. Of course, Sun Wukong also released his Azure Aura, resulting in a stalemate of yellow and blue energies. Keep it up, Wu Fan. I believe in you, Piccolo encouraged, watching Wu Fan with unwavering support. Suddenly, Laya raised an eyebrow, silently exclaiming, Here it comes. In midair, Wu Fan, locked in a struggle with Wukong, felt his hair gradually revert to its natural black. His energy shifting. With a mighty roar, the golden aura transformed into a fierce silver hue. Not bad at all. Wu Fan, is this your true strength? You genuinely excite me. Sun Wukong also summoned his blue aura. This time, they resumed their stances as if nothing had transpired before. With swift movements, they unleashed a barrage of powerful energy blasts from their hands. The explosive waves, akin to divine forces capable of annihilating everything, reverberated throughout the space. With a resounding clang, Whis tapped his staff once more, enveloping the spectators in a protective energy shield, shielding them from the raging forces. Laya glanced at him in surprise, to which Whis merely responded with a smile. In an instant, Wu Fan unleashed a torrential downpour of energy blasts. Attempting to replicate his earlier strategy? It won't be so simple. Sun Wukong executed a series of instantaneous movements, evading most of the blasts, yet still endured a few impacts. Amidst the swirling smoke, a blue beam pierced through, heralding the authentic Super Kamehameha. Simultaneously, Wu Fan launched his own genuine Kamehameha. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves, fracturing the space reinforced by Weiss. This demonstrated the immense power of their Kamehameha waves. A fierce gale swept through the area, causing even the temple to tremble, leaving Tian Tian and Bo Bo in a state of awe. In a flash, Sun Wukong closed the distance, delivering a punch to Wu Fan's abdomen. Wu Fan doubled over, expelling a mouthful of bile, retreating while clutching his stomach. Wu Fan, do not become complacent during the fight. Wu Fan wiped his mouth and nodded. In an instant, he vanished, prompting Sun Wukong to focus his energy for perception. Before he could gauge Wu Fan's position, Wu Fan reappeared, retaliating with a swift strike. Sun Wukong crossed his palms to block, but the overwhelming force penetrated through, inflicting significant damage. TCH, is Kakarot teaching his son how to fight anew? Vegeta scoffed. Laya nodded in agreement. This battle was inevitable, especially with the upcoming tournament between two universes and the events that would unfold in the future. It was crucial for Wu Fan to further unlock his potential. Panting heavily, Wu Fan proposed, "Father, let us settle this with one final move. I will unleash all my energy. You must give it your all as well, or I shall be left unsatisfied." Sun Wukong nodded, taking a deep breath, clenching his fists. His muscles bulging, as blue energy enveloped him, only for a layer of red energy to gradually manifest atop the blue. Kaioken times 10. In an instant, his entire being was engulfed by the red aura, the terrifying pressure further widening the fissures created earlier. How infuriating. So it's Kaioken. Has Kakarot lost his mind? Vegeta said coldly. What do you mean by that, Vegeta? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Although there was a slight increase in power, it did not seem significant to him. Vegeta promptly explained the effects of Kaioken. After listening, Beerus appeared unconcerned. Even with enhanced combat prowess, it did not make them his match. Both father and son adopted their Kamehameha stances, unleashing beams of blue and red energy. The tremendous force erupted in an unparalleled explosion, releasing a colossal surge of energy that shattered the fragmented space, plunging it into chaos. Fortunately, Weiss reacted swiftly, forming a protective shield with his staff, ensuring their safety. In the void, as the two unleashed their final attack, Wu Fan reverted to his normal state, while Sun Wukong returned to his Super Saiyan form. Father, you are truly formidable, but I shall strive to surpass you, Wu Fan murmured before plummeting rapidly. Sun Wukong caught him with a flash, gently landing on the ground. Observing Wu Fan's sleeping face, a smile graced his lips, infused with myriad emotions. At that moment, Laya approached, retrieving a Senzu bean from the system space, his hand resting in his pocket. After handing it to Sun Wukong, he patted his shoulder, transferring a surge of energy into him. He then glanced at Weiss, who immediately comprehended, raising his staff once more, causing a soft glow akin to fireflies to envelop the area, visibly restoring everything at an astonishing pace. Thank you, Weiss. Weiss smiled nonchalantly, as such matters were not against the rules of the Destroyer race, so it was no significant issue. Chapter 9. The battle on the Nameless Star begins. After consuming the Senzu bean, Wu Fan awoke shortly thereafter. Father, you have already performed admirably. Keep pushing forward. Wu Fan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Vegeta approached, his expression icy as he glared at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you have once again surpassed me. It is truly infuriating. Vegeta huffed. Just you wait. It won't be long before I surpass you. With that, he turned and began his solitary training. Beerus and Weiss departed from the hyperbolic time chamber, but before leaving, Laya instructed Weiss to create several sets of extremely heavy gravity suits. Wear those gravity suits and begin your training. Sun Wukong and Wu Fan nodded, but Piccolo interjected. I shall refrain. I prefer to train in my own way, which is incomparable to yours. Laya shrugged, nodding in acceptance, before stepping aside to train. When Sun Wukong and Wu Fan approached the heavy suits, they were taken aback, as neither could lift them with a single hand. Laya, how heavy are these suits? I have no idea. I asked Weiss to create them. How heavy do they feel to you? After exchanging glances, the father and son donned the suits, immediately feeling labored in their breathing and slow in their movements. Laya chuckled. You can transform. It will aid in your physical conditioning and energy control. Upon hearing this, they immediately transformed into their mysterious and super blue forms. Yet even in transformation, they still felt an overwhelming heaviness. The commotion between the two individuals caught the attention of Vegeta from a distance, prompting him to pause. "Hurry over and put on that weighted clothing," he called out. However, he did not rush towards them immediately. Instead, he stood still, contemplating before approaching. He examined the weighted attire and, upon lifting it, felt its considerable heft. After hearing Sun Wukong mention that wearing it would transform him into super blue, he remarked, "Hey, Reina, aren't you going to wear this too?" "Of course I will," Reina replied, squatting beside the weighted clothing and effortlessly picking it up, exhibiting an ease that left Sun Wukong and the others utterly astonished. If their eyes did not deceive them, she had lifted it with one hand and appeared remarkably unfazed. "Don't look at me like that. To be honest, this doesn't offer me much assistance, but it might help condition my body a little." After exchanging greetings with them, she moved to a slightly distant spot and sat cross-legged. Rather than meditating, she began to ponder various matters, as they were to remain here for 7 years, and the extent of their progress would depend on their diligence. In the 6th universe, on a technologically advanced planet, Beerus and Kampa appeared in a certain valley. "Bardos, I asked you to help me find contestants. What are we doing here?" Kampa inquired. Bardos pointed ahead, stating, "I am currently in the process of eliminating a target." "Eliminating?" "That individual is a professional assassin, and his success rate is an impressive 100. His strength should not be underestimated," Kampa acknowledged, nodding. He intended to say more, but Bardos vanished only to reappear shortly after. "Lord Kampa, it's done. He has agreed to compete." "That was quick. What did you say to him?" Kampa asked, curious. Bardos merely smiled and did not respond, and so the two left to find the remaining 4 participants. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Only 4 scions remained in the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo had exited on the 5th day, admitting he could no longer endure the monotony. Without Reina's assistance in their training, they would likely have left sooner, as the experience was rather tedious and the food was unappetizing. "Oh, it's about time. We can go now," Reina said, stretching and causing her joints to crack. Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. They approached the door, pressed the doorbell, and it opened, allowing them to step outside. Those waiting outside were nearly overwhelmed by the odor emanating from the group. Quickly, Bobo prepared a bathing area for them. After removing their weighted clothing, the moment it hit the ground, the temple trembled slightly. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they followed Bobo to the bathing area. A little over 10 minutes later, they emerged, refreshed. Sun Wukong then instantaneously transported himself to the Capsule Corporation, where Whis had long awaited their arrival, standing atop a transparent, square glass enclosure. Inside, more than 20 familiar faces from the original story were already present. "You finally made it. If you had delayed any longer, I would have set off without you," Whis exclaimed. "Ah, my apologies." Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly as the group entered. With a wave of his staff, Whis summoned a beam of light that shot into the sky, and they vanished. At the boundary between the 2 universes, on a massive gray-brown planet, Kampa and his group arrived first, instructing Bardos to arrange the venue. "Hee. This time I will ensure that Beerus concedes with grace," Kampa declared, an expression of mischief on his face, which Bardos found somewhat distasteful. Before he could ponder further, a flash of light illuminated the ground, and Whis and his group appeared. "You fat fool, I saw that expression on your face just now. It was quite unsavory," Beerus remarked. "Humph, don't get too cocky. This time it will be you who loses," Kampa retorted, and the two turned their heads away from one another. At that moment, a group approached from a distance, comprising the Kaioshin of the 7th and 6th universes. Sun Wukong flew forward to greet them, and after exchanging pleasantries, the group orderly took their places in the viewing and contestant seats. "Why are these seats so stiff? That fat fool Kampa really knows nothing about comfort," Kampa complained. Whis, understanding the situation, waved his staff, and all the seats transformed into plush cushions. This left Kampa feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to glance at Bardos. "Wasn't it you who said these things could be adjusted casually?" he muttered. "I never suggested you be so careless," Bardos countered, observing Kampa's discomfort. Beerus couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Just then, a referee with green skin appeared on the expansive arena, microphone in hand. "Welcome everyone. This competition is quite simple. It will follow a best-of-5 format. Before we begin, Allow me to explain the rules. First, no underhanded tactics will be tolerated. Any violators will be disqualified. Second, falling outside the ring also counts as disqualification. Third, the use of weapons or recovery items is prohibited. Violators will be eliminated. After coughing a few times, he continued, "Now, let us invite Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus to draw lots for their respective universe contestants." With that, he produced a black box from seemingly nowhere. And the two approached the stage, each taking turns to draw lots until they had arranged their participants. Humph. They both scoffed at one another before returning to the viewing seats. Once the referee received the finalized list, he announced, "Now, let me reveal the first match. From Universe 7, contestant Vegeta will face off against Universe 6 Magetta. Please, both contestants, step onto the stage." After stepping back a few paces, the referee declared, "Let the match begin. Go, Dad. You can do it." Bulma and her son Trunks cheered from the audience. Vegeta, having warmed up, leaped onto the stage, followed by the robot Magetta from Universe 6. As the referee raised his hand and then brought it down, announcing the start of the match, Vegeta took his fighting stance, while Magetta glanced around, seemingly dismissive. Does this guy truly look down on me? Vegeta thought, as Magetta began to pound his metallic chest, producing a loud clanging sound. After a dozen strikes, flames emanated from his chest, transforming into magma before he finally settled into a fighting stance. With a focused gaze, Vegeta dashed forward. However, rather than attacking, he vanished, reappearing above Magetta, ready to strike down upon him. Yet, Magetta seemed oblivious, showing no intention to dodge. Just as Vegeta's fist was mere millimeters away, Magetta suddenly lifted his head and spewed forth a torrent of magma. Vegeta swiftly evaded the magma attack mid-air, while the molten substance struck the ground, melting it instantly. A testament to its extreme heat. This guy's strength is quite impressive, Sun Wukong commented from the contestant area. On the arena, Vegeta furrowed his brow and soared into the air, abruptly transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. A tempestuous golden aura erupted forth, forcing Magetta to stagger back several steps. "Though your strength is commendable, I lack the time to engage in a drawn-out battle with you. Allow me to dispose of you in one fell swoop." With that, he assumed a fighting stance, gradually concentrating his golden energy into his hands, causing them to emit a series of twisting, laser-like yellow bolts. Magetta, meanwhile, was enveloped in steam, with the magma in his chest churning relentlessly. Ultimate flash at maximum power. With a powerful shout, the energy he had gathered was unleashed. Magetta was not to be outdone. He spewed forth magma once more, akin to an incessantly erupting volcano. A deafening crash resonated as the brilliant lights flickered, with yellow energy clashing against red magma, creating a stalemate. Debris from their attacks exploded on the arena, forming numerous craters as both fighters exerted their utmost strength. As time passed, Magaida's magma assault began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta intensified his ultimate flash. Magaida was forced to retreat continuously, nearly reaching the edge of the arena, when steam erupted from his head and his mechanical joints sank, anchoring him in place, impervious to Vegeta's energy onslaught. This guy. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he noticed Magaida's subtle maneuver and promptly halted his energy wave attack. With a burst of energy akin to a meteor, he charged at Magaida, delivering a punch imbued with golden energy. Before Magaida could react, he absorbed the blow. The mechanical joints emitted a cracking sound as he involuntarily stumbled back, his heels teetering on the edge of the arena. Observing this, Vegeta unleashed his energy once more, causing the arena's edge to explode, sending Magaida tumbling outside amid a shower of debris. Vegeta exhaled deeply as he landed back on the arena, at which point the referee stepped forward, assessing both sides before announcing, "Magaida is disqualified. This match is won by Vegeta of Universe 7. Oh yeah, Daddy won. Daddy is amazing." Trunks cheered from the audience. Vegeta merely scoffed, returning to the contestants' area, sipping some water before re-entering the arena. The referee produced an iPad, projecting the contents into the air, revealing their battle rankings. Magaida's avatar appeared darkened. Next, we invite the contestant Bottomo from Universe 6. As soon as he finished speaking, a large yellow bear clad in a red vest leapt onto the arena, flashing a rather arrogant expression at Vegeta and making a gesture of disdain. Vegeta remained silent, but his icy glare hinted at his growing anger. The contestants, including Sun Wukong and Bike, exchanged glances, sensing the impending disaster. All right, both contestants, please prepare. The match begins. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged directly at Bottomo, delivering a punch akin to their previous match, but this time the outcome was markedly different. Bam! The punch struck. Yet the hefty opponent merely smiled back at Vegeta. After a series of futile punches, Vegeta swiftly retreated. Is that all your attacks can muster? They barely faze me. Bottomo boasted confidently. You seem quite confident in your resilience. How ordinary. Oh, very well, then receive this. With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, instantly appearing before Bottomo to deliver another punch. This time, Bottomo did not attempt to absorb the blow. Instead, he swiftly dodged, releasing a barrage of green energy blasts from his mouth. Yet, such an attack proved ineffectual against Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta's fist landed with a thunderous roar, unleashing a fearsome force that shattered the repaired arena once more. Wow! The overwhelming energy knocked Bottomo off balance, causing him to vomit and collapse onto the ground, clutching his stomach. Umph, is this your so-called resilience? Hardly impressive, Vegeta remarked in a tone devoid of emotion, his eyes filled with contempt. However, moments later, Bottomo rose to his feet, brushing off the dust while patting his dented belly. Taking a deep breath, his stomach returned to its normal state. That punch was quite strong. Anyone else would have fallen, but for me, it was negligible. Let me show you my true power. With that proclamation, a pale yellow aura erupted from him. And after loosening his limbs, he taunted Vegeta with a provocative gesture. Vegeta's expression hardened. From the contestants' area, Wukong quirked an eyebrow, slapping his forehead. Oh dear, this is bad. Before he could finish, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous roar, his aura surging dramatically. In an instant, his power coalesced, his hair lengthening and eyebrows vanishing, followed by a brilliant flash. The cold-faced Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta emerged. All of you dare to underestimate me. I am truly angered. He immediately assumed an offensive stance, releasing his ultimate flash without further ado. This iteration of Ultimate Flash was even more potent than the last. ZZZ. Bottomo, akin to a foolish bear, opened his mouth wide to unleash a ki blast. A clash of yellow and green energy erupted, but soon, Bottomo's attack faltered, and amidst a violent explosion, he fell from the arena with a cry. As the dissipating smoke cleared, the referee ascended the now ruined arena, surveying the situation before declaring, Bottomo is disqualified. Once again, the match is won by Vegeta of Universe 7. Damn it, why are these fools so foolish? Xiangpa from Universe 6 seethed with frustration. Remaining contestants included Jiabe, Fuyuasite, and Zite, but among them, only Zite remained calm, while Fuyuasite ignored Xiangpa's grievances. Jiabe, the simplest of the trio, merely gulped nervously. Bajuosi smiled knowingly, glancing at the referee's iPad and then at Zite, as the next match would be between the two of them. Chapter 11. Defeat. Suin Wukong takes the stage. Haha. It seems Xiangpa is thoroughly infuriated. What a delight. Vegeta performed admirably today, Bylus proclaimed, unabashedly raising his voice to ensure Xiangpa could hear. Damn Bylus. Though he gritted his teeth in annoyance, seeing Zite in the arena reassured him. Let you bask in your moment. Soon, you'll face the consequences. He concluded with a rather sly grin. Now, we invite the third contestant from Universe 6, Zite, to the arena. With his hands in his pockets, Zite approached the arena, casually standing there. The referee, feigning seriousness, coughed a few times before announcing the start of the match and stepping aside. At this moment, Vegeta gazed intently at his opponent, a serious expression adorning his face. It appeared that this individual was indeed the strongest among them. Although he had expertly concealed his aura, the palpable intensity emanating from him could not be entirely suppressed. Let me see what you are truly capable of. With this thought in mind, he immediately transformed into his super blue form. Meanwhile, in the sixth universe, the god of destruction marveled. This energy is comparable to that of a deity. Are all the Saiyans in the seventh universe this formidable? The old god of destruction from the seventh universe simply replied, it's not too shabby. Hearing this, the god of destruction from the sixth universe couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. In his super blue form, Vegeta once again scrutinized his opponent, only to find him still standing there without even adopting a combat stance. Vegeta chose not to speak further and prepared for a standoff. After nearly a minute of tension, sweat began to bead on Vegeta's forehead. This opponent showed no signs of vulnerability. Enough of this. With a swift motion, he dashed towards Hit, Just as he was about to launch an attack, a fleeting shadow passed by, and Vegeta found himself sent flying. He spun midair before landing on the ground. What just happened? He turned to Hit, only to see him adopting an exceptionally narrow attack stance. At that moment, Hit spoke. Yield. You are no match for me. Yield. That word does not exist in my vocabulary. I was merely caught off guard. However, before he could act, Hit vanished in an instant, moving so swiftly that Vegeta barely had time to react. The sound of successive heavy impacts echoed as Vegeta's body seemed to sway like a leaf in the wind. In the audience, Bulma exclaimed in confusion, "What is Vegeta doing? Why is he falling to the side?" At that moment, Sun Wukong teleported to the audience and explained to Bulma, "Vegeta isn't falling on his own. He's being attacked by his opponent. But that guy hasn't even made a move. What's going on?" Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. From the spectator's perspective, they could not see Hit's attacks at all. They could only observe Vegeta twisting and turning. He then turned to the keen-eyed Jekka and asked, "Can you see anything?" Jekka shook his head. "I didn't see it." But it seemed like his attacks vanished midway. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, in the competitors' area, Reina took on the role of commentator. That technique is called time skip, a form of temporal manipulation. Theoretically, he can skip 0.1 seconds, but for a top-tier assassin like him, that is more than enough to finish off his opponent. How marvelous. Such a remarkable technique. I'm getting excited. Sun Wukong expressed his eagerness as he returned to the competitors' area. "Oh, Reina, you certainly know your stuff." Vriss glanced at Reina, who simply smiled in response. Back on the arena, after sustaining multiple strikes to vital areas, Vegeta lay on the ground. Hit stood still, looking at the referee, who quickly understood and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Just as he reached 5, Vegeta slowly rose to his feet. "Oh, he can still stand. You certainly have a good deal of endurance," Hit remarked. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Damn it, being able to time skip explains why I couldn't see his attack patterns." After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had no solid plan, but he could never simply concede. "I admit your attacks are impressive, yet you still possess a flaw." However, Hit merely shook his head in response. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta summoned a surge of blue energy. The entire nameless planet trembled under the intensity. But after just a few seconds, the energy dissipated, as if he had reined it in. "Come on." He then resumed his stance. In this completed super blue form, he was employing this technique. Indeed, he was much like Sun Wukong, prone to reckless actions. However, it was a pity that there was no opportunity. Reina pondered silently. During their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had mastered this form under Reina's guidance, but he had previously warned against using it unless absolutely necessary, as this form significantly drained physical and even life force. Once Vegeta completed his transformation, Hit casually placed his hands back in his pockets. In the next instant, he vanished, moving with such speed that Vegeta was left momentarily stunned. Bang! A powerful and heavy punch struck his abdomen. PFF. Vegeta immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Staring incredulously at Hit, he could not utter a single word before clutching his belly and collapsing to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the competitors, audience, and referee in shock. Hit looked toward the referee once more. The referee gulped and began the countdown again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting down, he still saw no sign of Vegeta awakening and declared, "The winner of this match is Hit from the 6th universe." After announcing the results, Hit casually strolled off the stage with his hands in his pockets. In the audience, Krillin voiced the question that everyone was pondering. What just happened? Everyone shook their heads in confusion, unsure of what had transpired, but they all knew one thing: Vegeta had lost. "Vegeta, Dad." Trunks leaped onto the stage and turned his father over, noticing the blood trickling from his mouth. He gently wiped it away with a tissue, just as Krillin arrived with a Senzu bean to place in Vegeta's mouth. In the competitors' area, it was now Kampa's turn to laugh heartily, even making a face at Beerus, which irked the latter. "I can't believe that fat fool pulled one over on me. What if we lose?" Beerus muttered, feeling a bit downcast. "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, you still have Reina, so why worry about losing?" Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes brightened, and he nearly smacked his forehead. How could he forget about Reina? Just thinking of Reina's strength revitalized him. Meanwhile, Vriss smiled at the sight and glanced at the meditative Reina and Sun Wukong. a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Perhaps one of these two could be chosen. Back in the arena, Vegeta, filled with rage, slammed his fist into the ground. Rising to his feet, he wiped his face with a towel, took a sip of water, and strode toward the competitors' area, just as Sun Wukong ascended the stage. The two brushed past each other, and Sun Wukong asked, "What should we do?" Vegeta ignored him entirely, prompting Sun Wukong to scratch his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Chapter 12. Sun Wukong's defeat, standing on the arena. Sun Wukong first politely bowed to hit, and then assumed a fighting stance as the referee announced the start of the match. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to transform?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "Transforming consumes too much energy, and I'm still figuring out my strategy." "A strategy? Are you devising a way to defeat me?" "Huh. You really are young." Sun Wukong merely smiled and said nothing in response. With a swift movement, he vanished, appearing behind Hit and launching a sweeping kick. At that moment, Hit also made his move. The space around him suddenly froze as he relentlessly struck at Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was sent flying over 10 meters before regaining his footing. "That hurts. That really hurts," he exclaimed, wincing as he rubbed his leg. After a brief moment, he shook off the pain, stretched his limbs, and charged forward once more. This time, however, he opted for a frontal assault. As he closed in, Zeit activated his time skip ability once again. Yet, in that very instant, the space around him began to collapse, and Sun Wukong's fist came hurtling towards him. In a moment of serendipity, Zeit shifted slightly to the right, barely evading Sun Wukong's punch. What just happened? On the spectators' bench of the 6th universe, Xiangpa gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment. It wasn't just him. The other students and onlookers were equally shocked, although some voiced their opinions. "It must be a coincidence," remarked the Kaioshin of the 6th universe. "Coincidence? You underestimate Sun Wukong," countered the old Kaioshin of the 7th universe, shaking his head with pride. How about that? I've cracked your time skip." Sun Wukong laughed. Zeit frowned. "That was merely luck." "Fine, let us see you try again," he retorted, charging forward once more. This time, Zeit engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The arena trembled with the force of their fierce clashes. At that moment, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form and unleashed a swift punch aimed at Zeit's face. Buzz. Crack. Zeit employed his time skip ability. The space at the point of impact froze momentarily before shattering, and with a resounding boom, both fighters were propelled backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. They came to a halt just shy of the edge of the arena. "My time skip was genuinely countered by you. How is that possible?" Zeit, now forced to accept the reality, mused. I must admit, your skills are impressive, but I anticipated your movements, allowing me to counter your time skip." "Oh, so that is how it is. But is it really wise to reveal that?" Sun Wukong responded as he stretched. "It's all right, even if I reveal it. Your attack patterns and habits remain unchanged, and that's sufficient." Buzz. Whoosh. Sun Wukong unleashed a torrent of blue energy blasts. Just as Zeit prepared to nullify these attacks, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared before him, driving his knee into Zeit's abdomen. With a thud, in a flash, Zeit's right arm shot down in defense, producing a sound akin to a bell tolling. He then grasped Sun Wukong's knee, attempting to sap his momentum, but miscalculated the Scion's physical strength. Buzz. Sun Wukong's leg muscles flexed, shaking off Zeit's grip, and he quickly delivered a powerful right hook. Bam! This punch connected solidly with Zeit's face. Yet the latter did not budge, while Sun Wukong found himself slowly kneeling on the ground. A wave of shock swept over the arena once more, save for a few who understood the implications. Has Kakaluot become complacent? No, could it be that he has evolved? Vegeta pondered, observing Sun Wukong on the ground. He had noticed a brief pause in Kakaluot's movements, indicating that while the strike had landed, it had not inflicted any significant damage. "You, Sun Wukong of the 7th universe, are indeed formidable. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone like you. Moreover, I never anticipated my own growth." Zeit's usually impassive face revealed a rare smile. This fleeting smile left the Kaioshin of the 6th universe bewildered, as they were well aware of Zeit's reputation in their own universe. "Zeit, swiftly eliminate him from the arena," Xiangpa shouted. However, Zeit remained unfazed, focusing instead on the prostrate Sun Wukong. "What is this, Sun Wukong? Are you trying to buy time?" As he spoke, Sun Wukong gradually rose to his feet, a pained smile on his face. That last move was quite heavy. It seems you have indeed evolved. In that moment, my time skip has evolved to 3 seconds. Haha, you are indeed impressive. I am thoroughly exhilarated. Therefore, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, Suin Wukong assumed a horse stance, unleashing a surge of blue energy, which was soon enveloped by a crimson aura. 15 times Kaioken. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged through the space. Tempestuous winds howled, and lightning crackled. What ferocious energy! Is this your ultimate technique? Indeed, this is the ultimate technique bestowed upon me by the KO. Suin Wukong nodded affirmatively. As he did, deep purple energy erupted from Zeit. Since you have revealed your ultimate technique, I too shall amplify my own. A fierce aura akin to a miniature whirlwind clashed with Suin Wukong's raging energy. Before long, the energy gusts dissipated. Whoosh. Zoom. Both combatants launched themselves forward, their forms becoming indistinguishable on the arena. So fast, Vegeta and his companions struggled to perceive their movements, their energy signatures eluding detection. Crack. Suddenly, the space between them ruptured, unleashing a powerful suction that drew debris from the arena, even pulling the referee into it. After a few breaths, the referee emerged, landing clumsily on the ground. Boom. The fractured space erupted violently, giving rise to a massive mushroom cloud. Whoosh bang. The two figures collided upon the ground, perilously close to the edge of the arena. Not bad, during that last clash. I managed to further evolve my time skip to 10 seconds, Reina remarked, squinting at the two fighters sprawled on the arena floor. In truth, as the two had vanished, the space had been frozen by Zeit's time skip. However, Suin Wukong's 15 times Kaioken unleashed a power not to be underestimated, shattering the frozen space. This led to the rupture witnessed earlier, wherein both exchanged dozens of blows without a clear victor. Consequently, Suin Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, while Zeit activated his time skip. And at that moment of collision, his attack evolved to 10 seconds. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Both fighters struggled to rise. Heh. Did you expect that during that instant my attack evolved again? This time, you have lost. Indeed, I have lost. You are truly remarkable. With that, he collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Father, Kakaluot. The voices of the crowd reached Suin Wukong, but he could no longer hear them, having succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the referee, disheveled and dusty, made his entrance. Swallowing hard, he glanced around before commencing the countdown. Upon finishing, and with no sign of Suin Wukong awakening, he declared, "This match is won by Zeit of the 6th universe." As he made the announcement, Gohan and Goten rushed to the arena, assisting Suin Wukong back to the contestants' bench. Ha ha ha. Although you have defied my command, since you have triumphed in this contest, I shall spare you. After proclaiming this, he cast a smug glance towards Bylus. However, Bylus paid him no mind, instead focusing on Lena. Lena yawned before rising gracefully, taking a light step onto the arena. Bados observed Lena with a hint of surprise. Ah, it seems my sister has made some discoveries. Weiss remarked with a smile directed at Bylus. It matters not, whether she discovers it or not. The outcome of the next match is already a foregone conclusion, Bylus shrugged. On the arena, Lena retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to Zeit, signaling him to consume it. Without hesitation, Zeit chewed and swallowed it, instantly restoring all his vitality, which caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. I do not wish to take advantage of your predicament. I, too, wish to experience your techniques. Lena expressed these words with a hint of embarrassment, yet he could not suppress his urge, especially after witnessing the exhilarating battle between Suin Wukong and his opponent. Chapter 13. Unexpected developments. Zeit nodded and assumed an attacking stance, while Lena pretended to adopt a similar posture, for the ritual of preparation was paramount. Moreover, they were not mortal enemies nor cunning adversaries. However, this pretense sufficed for the moment. In the blink of an eye, Zeit appeared before him, and the air around them solidified as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Lena made no attempt to evade, as he was intent on absorbing the essence of Zeit's attack. With a series of resounding impacts echoing in the stillness of time, the space returned to normal, followed by a fierce gust of wind sweeping through, raising clouds of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Lena stood there unscathed. You are unharmed. Lena's lips curled into a slow smile. Well, I cannot say it was entirely ineffective. Your techniques do possess some merit. You appear to be the strongest among them. Indeed, the warriors of the seventh universe are formidable. Are you suggesting that you might concede? Zite's lips twitched involuntarily. I have no such intentions. I am still capable of growth. With a surge of energy, he erupted once more, his aura transforming into a deep violet hue, which he then sealed within himself. Oh, intriguing. Allow me to witness. Lena observed Zite's every action with composure. Yet his eyes activated the Rinnegan to scrutinize Zite's method of sealing his energy. After several moments, Zite had entirely contained his energy within and swung a punch to the right. Hey, Zite, are you planning to go easy on him? If you dare, I shall dismantle you right now. Xiangpa could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this, rising to express his disapproval, extending his hand as he gathered a surge of purple energy directed at Zite. However, before the energy could fully coalesce, a ripple emerged beside Lena's right hand, the space undulating as if it were a serene surface, and his fist materialized. This technique bore resemblance to the dimensional shift of the evil containment wave. With a thunderous sound, a powerful wind erupted from his body, yet Lena remained unfazed. No effect? No, he withstood it. It seems your physique is quite resilient. Let us see how many more you can endure. He mumbled to himself, then launched both hands simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of strikes at a speed that rendered them mere phantoms. With a series of rapid-fire assaults akin to bullets, the impacts upon Lena's body ignited sparks akin to iron being struck. This continued for several breaths until smoke began to rise, and he finally ceased his onslaught. Even if your flesh is formidable, it cannot withstand my relentless barrage, he thought, yet reality proved otherwise. As the smoke cleared, Lena stood there, seemingly unbothered. Is this your assassination technique? To me, it is rather underwhelming. What has become of your body? Zite exclaimed, but before he finished, Lena took a step forward and vanished from sight, as if he had traversed through the fabric of space, leaving no trace behind. The spectators in the contestant area, including Baluos, observed this scene, their eyes widening with astonishment. This contestant from the seventh universe has attained such a level. How is this possible? He is merely human. Could the legends from the divine realm truly be accurate? As she pondered this, the dynamics on the arena shifted dramatically. In an instant, Lena appeared before Zite, lightly tapping his chest with an effortless hand. This seemingly gentle touch caused Zite to spew blood, his eyes widening in shock as he slowly toppled backward. The arena fell into a profound silence. No one had witnessed what had just transpired. Regardless of their awareness, the referee approached Zite and began the countdown. Damn it, Zite. That useless fool. How could he have been defeated so easily? This is a tremendous embarrassment, Xiangpa remarked, his gaze fixated on Zite, ready to unleash his wrath the moment Zite faltered. His frustration stemmed not merely from the loss of the Dragon Balls, but primarily from a sense of humiliation. The ultimate victor of this match is Lena of the seventh universe, the referee announced, and upon reaching the final count, Zite remained unconscious, prompting the declaration of the results. Oh yes, wonderful, we have won. Haha, I knew we would. The audience erupted in cheers, yet the competitors bore a different expression. What level of power had Lena truly attained to be so formidable? Although Vegeta voiced his thoughts, his hands clenched tightly, reflecting his dissatisfaction. Indeed, I never expected such a powerful individual to exist beyond Lord Bylus and Weiss. Even if we were to fuse, we might not stand a chance against him. Sun Wukong's situation was not much better than Vegeta's. While he was indifferent to the hierarchy of power, he had utilized the Kaioken during his battle with Zite, believing he could defeat numerous foes. Yet, in the face of Lena, he felt utterly defeated. I sense an ethereal aura and a lofty demeanor emanating from him, Pike pondered, stroking his chin. As the most astute warrior, he possessed a fragment of divine essence, allowing him to perceive the disparity in dimensions, a reflection of the gap in realms. Lena glanced towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, just as he was about to depart, when a sudden gust of wind surged toward him. Watch out, the contestants and audience warned. Lena merely shifted slightly to evade it, yet he furrowed his brow, for within that attack, he sensed an exceedingly unpleasant aura. He turned to see Zite had risen. Now enveloped in a black and purple energy, the malevolent aura radiating from him was profoundly unsettling. Ding! Energy from alternate dimensions detected. The system issued a timely alert. Alternate dimensions. So it has begun. How intriguing. Lena mused, observing Zite. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say the corrupted Zite. Zeit, you have truly tarnished my reputation. Xiangpa remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within Zeit, engrossed in his own thoughts. Xiangpa, you should take a closer look at what has transpired with Zeit. Bados interjected, alerting him to the situation. Upon her reminder, he finally fell silent and turned his gaze towards Zeit. This is demonic energy. How is that possible? Has the demon clan appeared? Bados shook his head. I conducted a thorough investigation earlier and found nothing. There must be another explanation. A deafening roar erupted, and the violent sound waves surged forth like a tsunami. With a crack, the glass in the entire arena shattered, sending shards flying in all directions. In no time, it was all gone. It was Vis who used his staff to eliminate all the glass fragments. Having a buff certainly makes a difference. One becomes rather arrogant. Reyna said this with an air of indifference. Whoosh. Zeit seemed to comprehend his words, as he moved his hands in rapid succession, launching a barrage of black-purple energy spheres. Chapter 14. Unfolding Events. Reyna let out a cold snort, flicking his fingers to send forth miniature energy spheres that pierced through the black-purple projectiles effortlessly. Pop, pop, pop. Zeit's body rippled like a lake, forced backward by the impact. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his fighting spirit, deflecting the miniature energy spheres. In a flash, the ferocious Zeit appeared before Reyna, instinctively employing a time-skip technique. Crack! The void was instantly frozen. However, unlike previous instances, time did not halt, but rather continued to expand. This fellow is actually draining his life force to forcibly augment his power. Reyna observed the blood trickling from Zeit's mouth, manipulated by the demonic energy, and could not help but shake his head. Yet, he chose not to stand idly by. In the frozen space, Reyna raised his hand and swiftly flicked Zeit on the forehead. Boom! The sound echoed like a bell, and the frozen space returned to normal. Zeit clutched his forehead and slowly collapsed to the ground, convulsing slightly as the demonic energy around him gradually dissipated. Divine energy is quite effective. That flick was no ordinary act. He had infused a trace of divine energy into Zeit's body, dispelling the encroaching demonic energy within. After a few breaths, all the demonic energy vanished from Zeit. With a wave of his hand, the divine energy that had been circulating around Zeit emerged from his forehead and returned to him. At that moment, the angels and deities from the two universes arrived at the arena. You have won this match, but this matter must be reported immediately. Bados spoke with a heavy tone. Beerus, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, luck may not favor you. Compa scoffed disdainfully at Beerus. Beerus merely rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with him, for the victors are the true winners. Subsequently, Bados handed over the 6 Super Dragon Balls to them, with one remaining elusive. It was now Reyna's turn to speak. Bring everyone into the air. I know where the last one is. The two angels nodded, and with a wave of the staff, everyone was lifted into the air by a protective barrier, leaving only Reyna standing on the nameless planet. Boom! He struck the nameless planet with his fist, causing the planet to tremble and crack, the fissures rapidly spreading until they vanished, revealing its true form, a Dragon Ball. Remarkable. How did Reyna know? Beerus glanced at Vis with confusion, who merely shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Upon returning to the protective barrier, Reyna smiled at everyone. Vis exited the barrier, standing in front of the 7 planet-sized Super Dragon Balls, appearing minuscule. Soon, he began to utter a series of cryptic phrases. Is this the language of the gods? It differs from the universal tongue. Reyna pondered, having initially intended to learn this divine language, but found it utterly beyond his grasp. The Super Dragon Balls shimmered incessantly, and then a magnificent golden Shinran emerged, encompassing numerous universes. Subsequently, Beerus expressed his wish to Vis. Although Vis felt a bit constrained, he related to Shinran. Shinran's eyes glimmered, signifying that the wish had been granted, after which he transformed into a stream of light, dispersing across the two universes. Meanwhile, Compa seethed with resentment from a distance, as this wish could have been his own. Displeased, he ordered Bados to take him away. Concurrently, in a future timeline, the West Capital, now a fiery wasteland, housed the time machine emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo, which powered on. Inside the machine, Trunks sat with a face full of reluctance, anger, and sorrow. Boom! The ground erupted with a massive hole as a shadow rushed in. At that moment, Trunks pressed a button, and a flash of light enveloped him, while the approaching shadow roared, unleashing a torrent of explosive energy. Energy blasts erupted from it, obliterating the entire Capsule Corporation. After wreaking havoc, it vanished in fury. On a mountain purchased by the Capsule Corporation, Son Goten and Trunks were playing when a brilliant light flashed before them, revealing a gigantic machine. "Trunks, what is this?" Son Goten inquired, puzzled. Trunks shook his head. However, being a few months older, he had the courage to investigate. He discovered that the machine bore his family's insignia and contained an unconscious person. Without delay, he rushed home to inform his mother, who hurriedly made her way to the rear mountain, discovering the unconscious future Trunks. Skillfully, she opened the machine and carried Trunks out. She then rushed back to the Capsule Corporation, arranging for Trunks' care before retrieving a crystal ball to make a notification. This left young Trunks and Goten bewildered, but they paid little heed, returning to their play. Just after making his wish and returning to the God of Destruction realm, Son Goku and the others had barely settled when they received a notification from Bulma. They used instant transmission to return to Earth. The group, including the God of Destruction and the angels, gazed at the unconscious Trunks, exchanging knowing glances, their eyes glinting with insight. Goodness, it seems this matter is unfolding rapidly. Reina instantly comprehended the situation. One cannot deny that the universe of superheroes is truly remarkable. Such events occur in rapid succession, first with the invasion of demonic energy, followed by this future world calamity. Sigh, Reina knew precisely what to say. Though he thought this, he was not idle. He pulled a Senzu bean from his pocket and tossed it to Bulma. After she fed it to Trunks, he slowly awakened. But upon opening his eyes and seeing the surroundings, especially Son Goku, he instinctively threw a punch. Boom. The powerful force generated a gust of wind that uprooted the grass in the vicinity. "Ah, some things never change," Reina mused. "Hey, Trunks, what are you doing?" Vegeta scolded coldly. His voice startled the two young boys. Young Trunks and Goten exchanged bewildered glances, unsure if they had heard correctly. This person was also Trunks. "Dad, Mom. Is he?" Young Trunks stammered, inquiring. Bulma knelt beside him, gently patting his head. He is you, grown up. Grown up me." Young Trunks stared at his future self with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Upon hearing the surrounding remarks, the future Trunks regained his composure and glanced around the hall. Realizing he had returned to the past, he let out a long sigh and sat down on the bed, feeling somewhat dejected. "What on earth happened? Trunks, how did you end up like this?" Bulma, observing her son's despondent demeanor, asked with great concern. "Mom, I feel utterly useless," Trunks exclaimed as he rushed into Bulma's arms, weeping. After a while, he wiped his tears and remarked, "I never expected to truly return. This is wonderful. But what exactly transpired? Please, tell me." After pondering for a moment, Trunks recounted the events. "What? Say that again." Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes blazing with fury upon hearing Trunks' words. "Yes, Mom was killed before I arrived. It was that accursed Black Goku. How infuriating." Initially, he had been seething from losing to Hit in the tournament, but this news only intensified his anger. He glanced at Son Goku with a cold snort and strode towards the gravity chamber, leaving Goku somewhat awkward. "I can't believe such a thing could happen. How could you create something so perilous?" Beerus commented as he stood by the time machine, scratching his forehead. Reina also approached the time machine and remarked, "Indeed, human ingenuity is boundless. I believe you understand that is not my intent." He nodded and smiled. "But what does that matter? Just because you cannot act does not mean I cannot, right?" Whis and Beerus nodded in agreement. "However, one must be cautious not to create other parallel timelines." "That is difficult to ascertain," he replied. "The nature of parallel timelines is indeed complex, especially considering that in Super Dragon Ball Heroes, there are numerous parallel and dimensional timelines." Chapter 15. Back to the future. In a modest dwelling on the mountainside of the future timeline, Black Goku and Zama's sat face to face, savoring the tea they had brewed. "With our strength, we could easily obliterate Earth. Why complicate matters?" Zama's queried. "While we possess the power, doing so would deprive humanity of any suffering or fear, which is not part of my plan." They exchanged a knowing smile. In the main timeline, within Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber, the red lights illuminated as numerous electronic machines hovered in midair, targeting Vegeta with beams of laser. Under the pressure of 400 times normal gravity, Vegeta struggled in his base form. "Damn it, how could the future world end up like this? Black Goku, whether you are Kakarot or not, just wait. I will make you regret it," Vegeta thought as he dodged the lasers. At that moment, a laser struck his arm, abruptly breaking his concentration. In retaliation, he unleashed a moderately powerful energy blast, obliterating all the machines in the chamber. Beep, beep, beep. A cacophony erupted as all activities in the gravity chamber ceased. Upon exiting, he spotted future Trunks waiting at the door. "Father," Trunks called out. But Vegeta merely grunted and continued walking ahead. Trunks, glancing at Vegeta's back, pursed his lips and followed suit. Meanwhile, in the spirit time room of the temple, Son Goku was panting heavily. "Goku, this is not acceptable. Although you can amplify your power with a 30-fold Kaioken, it's still 1T allow you to reach a higher realm." Son Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. "A higher realm? Is it like the one you are in?" Reina? Reina nodded. "Your battles rely on sensing each other's energy. Such an approach only diminishes your body's instincts and confines you. If you genuinely wish to learn, you must first calm your mind and relax your neural pathways. Once you can master these two elements, you will have merely touched the threshold of that realm." Goku, troubled by Reina's words, pondered deeply. Observing his distress, Reina added, "After resolving the issues in the future, you can reflect on this. For now, focus on your training." With Reina's encouragement, Goku released his worries, realizing the urgency of addressing the future crisis. At the highest point of the universe, before the Grand King's palace, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados stood silently at the entrance. Surprisingly, the two gods of destruction refrained from their usual banter. As they approached to knock on the door simultaneously, it swung open automatically, revealing the Grand Priest. Upon seeing him, the four bowed respectfully. After their greeting, when Whis attempted to speak, the Grand Priest interrupted him. "I am aware of your intentions. Indeed, there is a malevolent energy, and I have traced its source, but it abruptly ceases at a certain point in the future." Again, the future? What is happening there? Beerus pondered silently. Seemingly reading his thoughts, the Grand Priest spoke slowly. "In the future world, the gods have vanished." "What?" Both gods of destruction were taken aback, bewildered by the situation. The Grand Priest did not elaborate further, but shifted the topic. "Since someone from the future has arrived, let him proceed." Whis and Beerus exchanged glances and nodded at the Grand Priest, while Kampa and Vados remained perplexed. "All right, you may all return. This matter will be resolved." With a wave of his hand, he sent the four away. "That timeline is beyond salvation. Let us hope he can erase that timeline." His profound gaze extended far into the distance, as if he could see through layers of the universe to Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, it was already the following evening. In Bulma's laboratory at Capsule Corporation, Bulma and her father, Dr. Briefs, gazed with satisfaction at the time machine, now fully restored before them. "Finally, it's fixed." "Indeed. We owe it all to that child. Reina, I never expected him to possess such knowledge. I must seek his counsel next time," Dr. Briefs remarked, puffing on a cigarette. After 2 days and nights of repairs, coupled with Reina's assistance from the knowledge he had gleaned from the original story, they had finally restored the machine. "I never imagined that this brother Reina I know would be so formidable. I will go inform them to prepare." After telling her father, she hurriedly departed. Dr. Briefs watched his daughter leave and shook his head, thinking, she is a mother now, yet still with such a personality. More than half an hour later, on the back mountain, Trunks, having regained his composure after Vegeta's unique brand of encouragement, learned of Bulma's message, prompting both to return. After about 10 minutes, father and son encountered Reina and Son Goku. Trunks nodded at both, while Vegeta merely acknowledged them with a grunt. At that moment, Bulma emerged, taking a space capsule from her pocket and tossing it to the ground, resulting in a loud bang as the time machine appeared. Trunks approached, examining it with admiration. "Mom, you really are impressive. With such modern technology, you managed to repair it." "Of course, I am your mother, a genius." She uttered those words. Yet her eyes were directed towards Lena, conveying a glance of gratitude. Lena merely smiled, for this was a trivial matter. What truly mattered was the opportunity to glimpse the future. Subsequently, Trunks lifted the glass cover, and the four of them leapt inside. Thankfully, during the restoration, modifications were made, allowing for the addition of space and positions, albeit limited to 10 individuals. Thus, the four of them comfortably settled within. Trunks activated the machine, peering through the glass cover at Bulma and his younger self, addressing the latter. "You, in your youth, must grow strong enough to protect your mother, do you understand?" Young Trunks thumped his chest in affirmation. "I know that without you saying it. I will safeguard Mom." Following this, he made a face at future Trunks, which lightened the mood considerably. Thank you. Future Trunks silently expressed his gratitude as the lights within the machine flickered, and in an instant, they vanished. Just as they disappeared, Beerus and Whis materialized. It seems my timing is rather unfortunate. Lord Beerus, who told you to oversleep again? Trunks remarked. Beerus felt a slight embarrassment at the comment. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Bulma inquired, looking at the two with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Beerus pretended to cough a few times. I initially came to bid you farewell, but it appears you departed before I could. Thus, I decided to come for a meal instead. Bulma was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she rummaged through her coat pocket and produced several sausages, distributing them among the two and her son, who promptly began to eat. Thus, the four of them stood there, enjoying their sausages. Meanwhile, in the future world, amidst the ruins of Shidu, a brilliant light flickered as the time machine appeared. The glass cover opened, and the group emerged. I'm back, Trunks murmured to himself. Chapter 16. Suppression and Fusion. Damn it. How could this scoundrel reduce this world to such a state? Sun Wukong exclaimed in fury. However, as he spoke, Trunks felt an unusual sensation. He quickly dismissed it, as the one responsible for this devastation resembled Uncle Wukong. Let us proceed, Uncle Wukong, Father, and Lena. I shall lead you to the stronghold of the human survivors, he declared, heading southeast on foot rather than flying. Why not fly? Wouldn't that be quicker? Sun Wukong questioned. Trunks shook his head. No, if we fly, the Dark Ones will detect us. This way is better. It saves us the trouble of searching for him. Sun Wukong began to respond, but upon seeing his father's expression, he quickly fell silent. Consequently, the group unleashed their energy and soared into the sky. At the same time, the two individuals still sipping tea and deliberating on how to eradicate humanity ceased their activities. Black Wukong sported a devious smile. That human named Trunks has finally made his appearance. This time, I shall eradicate him completely. No one is permitted to defy me in this plan. Subsequently, the two ascended slowly, with Black Wukong leading the charge towards Trunks, while future Zamasu followed closely behind, albeit at a slightly slower pace. As for Trunks and his companions, they did not head to the human stronghold, but rather arrived at a desolate ruin, hovering there in anticipation of their adversaries. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds, a pink energy sphere approached. Here they come, Trunks announced. Is that the energy of that individual? Why does it feel so peculiar? Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, who nodded in agreement. The two sensed an extraordinarily strange energy emanating from that individual, an inexplicable oddity, as if it were mixed with something else. With a hum, the energy sphere vanished, revealing the form of Black Wukong. Human, I never anticipated you would have the audacity to return. The Dark One regarded Trunks with utmost disdain, then noticed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as well as Lena. Though he did not recognize Lena, it did not diminish his contempt. Where have you been? Ah, you returned to the past to summon reinforcements. Perfect. I shall eliminate you all in one fell swoop. Oh my, you truly look identical to me. Sun Wukong scratched his head, filled with a strange sensation upon seeing someone who resembled him so closely. However, Black Wukong was displeased, snorting disdainfully. Sun Wukong, you overestimate yourself. I absolutely loathe this appearance. But it is necessary to annihilate all of humanity. Ah, how benevolent of me. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt nauseated, and Lena shared a similar sentiment. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted with energy, transforming into his super blue form and charged forward. Damn it! How can a mere human possess divine energy? Unforgivable. You are desecrating the divine. The Dark One's expression twisted grotesquely. Simultaneously, he too erupted with energy, transforming into his pink form. Raising his hand, he intercepted Vegeta's punch, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. The ground collapsed into a massive pit. Hee. Vegeta, since you chose to seek death, I shall grant you your wish. The Dark One raised his left hand, forming an energy blade aimed at Vegeta's neck. However, Vegeta was no pushover. His other hand enveloped in blue energy, he swiftly blocked the attack. With a smirk, he unleashed his full energy, propelling the Dark One backward like a bulldozer, leaving him utterly astonished. He was being suppressed, and under such immense energy, the disbelief was palpable. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through several dilapidated structures, the Dark One was pinned to the ground. I thought you were formidable, yet you are nothing more than this. Compared to the original, you are vastly inferior. Black Wukong, being held down, grinned wickedly. causing a sudden sense of foreboding to wash over Vegeta as he heard the sound of wind rushing behind him. Boom! A massive energy blast erupted, engulfing both individuals. "Father!" Trunks shouted anxiously. As soon as he called out, Vegeta reappeared, albeit slightly disheveled. "TCH, this is such a despicable tactic, ambushing like that." He glared at the sudden intruder with disdain. "Humph. Human, mind your tone. I am a one-of-a-kind god. Uft. With your level, you are far from Lord Beerus. A destroyer. You say? How preposterous. There are no other deities in this world. I am the sole god." "Ha ha." Zamasu laughed maniacally. "Now, let us completely eradicate them, my companion." Zamasu nodded, and to their shock, both produced Patera earrings. Their actions instantly rendered Sun Wukong and Vegeta grave. "We cannot allow them to fuse," Sun Wukong shouted, entering the Kaioken blue form and charging at the Dark One, while Vegeta rushed towards Zamasu in his deep blue form. In a flash, the two donned the earrings, and an overwhelming force drew them together, accompanied by a blinding light that erupted, followed by a whirlwind that sent Sun Wukong and Vegeta hurtling backward. "Ha ha. Rejoice. Submit. The strongest god has been born. Ha ha." The absolute god laughed wildly. The audacity of them, to seize the initiative. The energy they unleashed moments ago is truly formidable. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the towering absolute god, his expression gravely serious. "Perish." The absolute god extended his hand, summoning a massive energy sphere of immense density that hurtled towards them. Kamehameha and Gallic Gun. Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The blue and purple beams merged into a singular assault that collided with the colossal energy sphere. A harsh, crackling sound echoed throughout the desolate landscape. The radiance from the explosive energies obliterated every structure within 100 miles, reducing them to mere dust. The terrifying force caused the earth to tremble violently, with bizarre phenomena manifesting in various locations. Sun Wukong and Vegeta roared as they exerted their strength, pushing back the absolute god's energy gradually. The absolute god displayed a look of disdain and countered, pushing forward once more. "This is intolerable. I am running out of strength." Just as Sun Wukong uttered these words, both warriors reverted to their ordinary forms, yet the energy sphere showed no signs of slowing down. As it approached menacingly, Trunks emerged, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and unleashed his Gallic Gun. However, his attack proved futile, as the energy sphere consumed it and accelerated further. In an instant, he fell into despair and reverted from his Super Saiyan form, gazing hopelessly at the approaching energy sphere. "You are the only warrior in this timeline. How can you succumb to despair? Consider this. The humans of Earth still need your protection." A series of light-hearted words resonated in his ears, jolting him into awareness. He lifted his gaze to the source of the voice. "Reina, you." Reina smiled gently, crouching to pat his shoulder. His encouragement stemmed from a profound impression of Trunks during his previous life, especially during the Android saga, where Trunks made a striking entrance. Thus, he was eager to lend his support. "Be careful." As the energy sphere drew nearer, Trunks warned. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. Reina, without even glancing at it, unleashed a silver-glowing energy blast towards the sphere. A deafening explosion resonated, enveloping half the sky in a thick cloud of smoke. "Trunks, strive forward. One day you will possess such strength." At these words, Trunks nodded solemnly, rising once more with newfound determination in his eyes. The absolute god squinted at Reina. "You are unlike these humans. You possess a unique aura. Who are you, and why do you assist these foolish mortals?" "Foolish mortals? How charming of you to say so. Yet, why do you rely on the bodies of these foolish humans? This vessel is essential, for it harbors immense power. I require this strength." Reina laughed heartily. "In the end, you are merely a fool." Chapter 17. Unleashing Perfect Zaiji. "You dare to call me a magnificent deity, a fool? Such audacity." The absolute god declared, "I shall obliterate you." Divine retribution descends. With that, he spread his arms wide, forming a cross shape, and a white divine halo manifested behind him. A barrage of attacks, resembling a downpour of lightning, rained down indiscriminately. Reina waved his hand, conjuring a barrier that shielded their immediate vicinity, but elsewhere. The blast transformed the landscape into a sea of flames. "Impressive, you managed to withstand my attacks." The absolute god hissed, summoning 3 immense energy spheres behind him, directing them at Reina. So you wish to play tricks? Reina's gaze sharpened as a powerful aura erupted from him. In an instant, the energy spheres halted mid-flight, leaving the absolute god momentarily stunned. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. That is precisely why you are foolish. Instead of being a proper deity, you seek to annihilate humanity. You possess power that surpasses that of a god. No, I refuse to believe it. Humans cannot surpass divine beings. The divine is the singular existence. As he spoke, he slowly raised his left hand towards the heavens. Dark clouds began to gather above him, and soon the entire area was shrouded in shadow, with purple lightning flashing ominously. What is happening to him? His aura is becoming chaotic. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Ah, now I understand. Vegeta suddenly exclaimed. Vegeta, what have you realized? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Humph, that fellow is merely reaping what he sows. With half a human body and half a divine one, is it any wonder his aura is in turmoil? So that's how it is. I suspected his aura was peculiar. Vegeta, do you think Reina will prevail? Vegeta offered no reply. Seeing this, Sun Wukong sighed. Ah, I should have brought some Senzu beans. I long to battle that fellow. Meanwhile, a violent explosion resonated in the air, shrouding the area in smoke, as a tempest swept through, stirring up clouds of dust while the ground continued to tremble. Boom, boom. Amidst the smoke, thunder struck the absolute god as he proclaimed, a being that cannot eradicate evil does not deserve the title of deity. Thunder, assist me in vanquishing these vile creatures. As the thunder rumbled, his form began to change. Oh, has the time come so swiftly? I shall see what power you possess in this state. In truth, he had been anticipating the absolute god's transformation, for his ordinary form had proven inadequate. As they were essentially the same being, the combined energy had already approached the threshold of a destroyer god, yet even that was insufficient before him. However, things were different now. With the power of the universe augmenting him, he had reached the realm of a pseudo-angel, perfectly suited to serve as his training tool. In the blink of an eye, the half-destroyed absolute god reappeared. Oh, Reina mused, sensing something peculiar about him, as the absolute god mistook Reina's expression for fear. Ha, human, now you know fear. It is too late. With that, he dashed toward Reina with blinding speed, delivering a kick that resonated like thunder. Very well. You are beginning to show some promise. Keep it up, Reina teased. In that instant, veins throbbed on the absolute god's forehead. Boom. His entire body erupted with energy like a raging inferno. At that moment, the void behind him cracked ominously, akin to shattered glass, and a rift gradually widened. What is this? Upon seeing the rift, he felt an intense sense of revulsion, quickly replaced by a fleeting sense of unease. Yet he firmly believed in that momentary feeling. Streams of dark pink energy seeped from the rift, enveloping the absolute god. In that instant, his aura transformed, resembling that of Hit. This energy is simply magnificent. No one can thwart me now. I have attained the most formidable power. I am the sovereign of the universe. More demonic energy? What is happening? Even the future world is infused with demonic energy. This energy surpasses that which possessed Hit. How intriguing. This is becoming more and more interesting. Reina was now positively radiant. His eyes slowly transformed, revealing the ruined Hui Yin, while at the same time, he unleashed an aura of fighting spirit. Unlike the fighting spirit emanating from Zama's, his was imbued with a sacred and noble essence, and his hair shifted to a silvery hue. In an instant, the divine aura dispersed the oppressive atmosphere created by the demonic energy. On the ground, a sense of wonder enveloped him. What is this sensation? It feels extraordinary. I sense my body stirring with energy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both astonished by the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. They simultaneously closed their eyes to absorb the moment, only to open them abruptly and gaze upwards. I cannot sense it. I cannot detect his aura at all. Yet, the one who claims to be the absolute god, why does his energy transformation resemble that of Zeit? Indeed, what is happening? Both were utterly perplexed. Nearby, Trunks stood in a daze, entirely oblivious to the conversation between his father and Uncle Wukong. You cannot be real. That is merely a legend, utterly impossible. The absolute god roared in fury, channeling his fighting spirit into a colossal claw aimed at Reina. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the claw formed from energy shattered instantaneously. Whoosh! Reyna appeared before him as if employing a spell to shrink space, delivering a powerful strike to his head. In an instant, he was sent crashing into the depths of the earth like a shooting star. Moments later, the absolute god re-emerged, albeit in a disheveled state. His hair was unkempt, his garments tattered, and his divine halo had vanished. No, no, no. I am a god, and I possess immortality. I cannot be defeated by an insignificant insect. It is absolutely impossible. The absolute god, in a frenzied state, gathered an extraordinarily unique energy in his hands and relentlessly bombarded Reyna. The thunderous sound of an apocalyptic explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. If this energy were unleashed upon the universe, it would be annihilated in an instant. As for why the earth remained intact, do not ask. The answer eludes comprehension. Alas, it is a pity that without reaching this realm, one cannot truly grasp the essence of power. Reyna's sigh, amidst the cacophony of explosions, seemed diminutive, yet inexplicably, all heard it. Crack! A silvery beam shot forth from the smoke, vanishing as it passed by the absolute god. Instantly, his body began to deflate like a punctured balloon, demonic energy surging forth. Ah, the pain. What have you done to me? Why is this suffering so intense? His expression twisted uncontrollably, his body quaking and convulsing, until finally, his features contorted beyond recognition. As his face became unidentifiable, his body ceased its trembling. To think that this demonic energy could be so perilous, in retrospect. The demonic energy that Zeit possessed now seems rather benign. Earlier, he had infused a trace of divine energy into the absolute god, expecting results akin to those experienced by Zeit, yet none anticipated such a dire outcome. Chapter 18. The Grand Priest's Conditions, Destroying the Future. The absolute god had now transformed into a faceless monster. TSK, TSK, TSK. I did not foresee this outcome, yet this appearance oddly suits you, Reyna remarked. Meanwhile, the absolute god flailed his disproportionately sized arms in a futile manner. You look truly ghastly now. It is time to end this. Reyna slowly approached him, fingers poised like a blade. Zing! A visible spark of electricity flickered momentarily. This demonic energy seems to possess its own consciousness. It has grown. Reyna muttered to himself as he observed the energy consuming his own. Initially, he intended to finish him in one strike, but unexpectedly, the demonic energy clinging to him had solidified significantly. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back to the absolute god, who was now beginning to regain his features. Ah, you wretched human, I will repay you for everything you have done 100-fold. The voice of the absolute god was raspy and laden with rage. Boom. His black fighting spirit coalesced behind him into a halo resembling an eye. Then, like a specter, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Reyna, delivering a powerful punch. In response to the fierce blow, Reyna retaliated with equal force. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. In an instant, both vanished from sight. A series of violent sonic booms echoed, yet no figures were visible. Remarkable. I cannot track their movements. The one who claims to be the absolute god seems to have enhanced his power. I hope Reyna is alright. Vegeta and Sun Wukong discussed amongst themselves. Meanwhile, their own strength had somewhat recovered, yet they still found themselves incapable of fighting, which left them feeling quite uneasy. Trunks, observing the direction of the explosive sounds in the sky, slowly drew his sword, gazing at his reflection in the blade and recalling past events. In midair, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, when suddenly a sharp sound sliced through the air. A black flash darted by, tearing a hole in Reyna's clothing, leaving a white scar upon his chest. Your skin is remarkably tough. You truly are a repugnant creature, Reyna observed as a black scythe gradually materialized in his hand, the demonic energy swirling around it. With a couple of swift motions, he created ripples in the air, as if parting a lake's surface. Reyna furrowed his brow, contemplating. This world is on the brink of collapse. I must quickly eliminate him to prevent its destruction. Die, human! The absolute god swung his scythe, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that carved deep, abyss-like fissures into the void. Clang, clang, clang. He even breached the dimensional barrier, blocking the blows while pondering. It was akin to when Majin Buu had created a hole in the dimension out of sheer frustration while trapped in the time chamber. Whoosh! Reyna instantly appeared beside him, extending a finger toward the sky. With a resonant hum, the dark clouds parted, revealing a massive finger that descended upon the absolute God, embodying an overwhelming force. What is this? The absolute God swung his scythe to intercept, but it shattered like a twig against a boulder. As he struggled against the onslaught, the colossal finger pressed him into the ground. A crisp cracking sound echoed, followed by an excruciating pain that tore through his entire being, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. No, 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 I am immortal. I cannot. Before he could finish, an explosion erupted, reducing him to a pool of blood. Incredible. I can no longer sense his aura. Has he been utterly obliterated? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Not yet. It is not over. Vegeta declared solemnly. The three turned their attention to Reina, who slowly raised a hand. And a highly dense silver energy sphere materialized, which he hurled into the depths of space. Trunks, prepare the time machine. I am going to annihilate this world completely. Reina shouted. Upon hearing this, Trunks' expression darkened immediately. No, we cannot destroy the world. There are still humans living here. I understand, but there is no other option. This world cannot endure any longer. Just look at those fissures. Upon hearing this, the three scions gazed into the cracks, noticing faint silhouettes wandering within. What are these fissures? They are, in fact, the result of a breach in the dimensional barrier. We remain unaware of what lies beyond that barrier. Should those beings from the other side decide to cross over, it is conceivable that not only Earth but the entire universe may be at risk. Thus, I find myself in this predicament with no viable solution. Upon hearing this from Lena, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma as he surveyed the devastated landscape. Tears welled in his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away and resolutely declared, No, I cannot allow the destruction of Earth. After all, there are those I cherish and my dear friends among humanity. All of them represent life. Lena, upon hearing his words, too was drawn into a state of conflict. On one hand, if time were not of the essence, the repercussions in the past could be unpredictable, yet on the other, he had no desire to annihilate humanity. That cursed individual has placed me in this quandary. If only I had acquired spatial abilities, this would not be so troublesome. Just as he was ruminating on a solution while lamenting, a divine, multicolored light descended from the heavens. When the resplendent light faded, a magnificent high priest adorned with a celestial halo appeared. Oh, it is you, the high priest of this realm. Lena exclaimed. I see now. It originates from the past world. Who would have thought a mere human could attain such a level? Truly remarkable, the high priest remarked, for he had sensed a familiar aura while in the palace of the Omni King, prompting his arrival here. He glanced at the ruined scene before turning to Lena, saying, Do you wish to obliterate this universe and eradicate these extraterrestrial beings? Yet, this planet is home to life, making your decision all the more challenging, is it not? Lena nodded, though he was profoundly astonished that the high priest could grasp the situation with such clarity after merely a glance. However, the next words from the high priest left him speechless. Very well, human, I can assist you in relocating them to a planet suitable for their habitation. But you must perform a task for me. After a moment of hesitation, Lena responded, High priest, do not jest. If you cannot accomplish this, how could I? The high priest merely smiled gently. Fear not, it is not a difficult task. I simply require you to convey a message to my past self. Lena faltered, questioning whether the matter could indeed be so simple. Choose wisely. After much contemplation, he clenched his teeth and thought, What do I have to fear? I shall proceed. Very well, I accept. What is your request, high priest? The high priest nodded, his eyes shimmering with light. Deliver this message to my past self. Urge him to make the right choice. Lena nodded, committing the phrase to memory. The high priest waved his hand, releasing a unique wave of energy that spread across the entirety of Earth. The survivors hidden underground were instantly transformed into bursts of light and vanished. What is happening? All of humanity has disappeared. Trunks exclaimed in alarm, as Goku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Do not worry. That individual must have intervened. The three of them gazed at the figure, not particularly tall, but exuding an aura akin to Lena's, a feeling both Goku and Vegeta found awe-inspiring. It further solidified their determination to pursue strength. All right, it is time to act. With that, he vanished. The humans have been relocated. Prepare the time machine. Trunks nodded and hurriedly set to work. Moments later, the time machine emitted a series of sounds, indicating it had successfully powered up. Goku and Vegeta took their seats inside. Noticing their readiness, Lena called out, Now? An energy sphere coalescing in space blossomed like a lotus, radiating brilliant light. Seizing the moment, he dashed into the time machine. And as Trunks pressed the activation button, Earth was enveloped in a radiant glow. With a thunderous roar, the time machine vanished. Meanwhile, back in the palace of the Omni King, the High Priest gazed at the universe that had already been lost. I hope my past self does not make the same choice I did. Gradually, his form began to fade away. Chapter 19. Clarification and Decision in the Present World. The time machine materialized. A grand dining table adorned the lawn, where several individuals were savoring a feast. Back so soon, Beerus mumbled with a mouthful of chicken leg. Yet, considering Lena's presence, it was not entirely surprising. At that moment, the glass dome opened, and Goku and his companions soared out. Upon seeing the abundance of delicacies, Goku and Vegeta eagerly dove into the feast. Hey, leave some for me, Beerus exclaimed, quickly joining in. At that juncture, Lena and Trunks emerged. Trunks, what is the situation? Has it been resolved? Bulma inquired. It has, all thanks to Lena. Trunks affirmed with a nod. Bulma sighed in relief. As the mother and son conversed, Whis approached and glanced at Trunks. The universe of your future has been obliterated. Do you intend to remain in this timeline? Trunks shook his head. No, I will return to live a better life with the remaining humans. Oh, so, you saved those humans? Not us. It was Before Trunks could finish, Lena interjected. It was the High Priest of the future who saved the remaining humans and transported them to a habitable planet. I see. However, this inadvertently creates unnecessary timelines. A spark of insight flashed in Lena's eyes as he noted this statement. Whis, take me to the Kaioshin realm. I must speak with the High Priest regarding this matter. Whis nodded, refraining from inquiring further, simply fulfilling his duties. Hey, Lena, are you not going to eat? Goku asked. Not now. I will join you once I finish my tasks. With that, Whis waved his staff, enveloping the two in a beam of light before they disappeared. In the realm of the Kaioshin, beneath a grand tree, the old Kaioshin and East Kaioshin were engaged in a game of chess, while Jebbit served tea. Since the last competition with the Sixth Universe, Shin and Jebbit had wished to separate using the Dragon Balls, as they felt peculiar when fused. Haha, Shin, you lost again. The old Kaioshin chuckled. Shin scratched his head in confusion. Really? You've beaten me 200 times. Did you not just learn this recently? Ah, Shin, you are mistaken. Such matters are simple. One only needs to grasp the rules with sincerity. The old Kaioshin replied with a grin. Yes, I understand. Shin responded weakly. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the heavens, capturing everyone's attention. Oh, Lena, what brings you and Whis here? They had become acquainted during the battle with the Sixth Universe, though not as intimately as Goku and the others. East Kaioshin, please escort me to the palace of the Omni King. Huh, you wish to see Lord Omni King? Lena nodded, perplexed. Is there a problem? No, I shall take you there immediately. With that, he stood beside Lena, placing a hand on his back, uttering a phrase. And in an instant, the two vanished. Please accompany me for a game of chess, to alleviate my boredom. The old Kaioshin beckoned to Whis. With a gentle smile, Whis took a seat opposite him, commencing their match. At the entrance of the palace of the Omni King, Lena and another individual made their appearance. Is this truly the palace of the supreme ruler of the universe, the Omni King? It is indeed magnificent, exuding an aura of sanctity that cannot be compared to that depicted in anime. Only by witnessing it in person can one truly appreciate its grandeur. Lena mused. As he approached the door, it swung open automatically, revealing the Grand Priest. The two bowed in respect. You are the human who has attained the divine realm. Are you not? Lena nodded. What brings you here? The Grand Priest glanced at the East Kaioshin, who, in a fleeting moment of understanding, blinked and vanished. Speak, he commanded. Subsequently, Lena recounted the events transpiring in the future world, along with the words of the future Grand Priest. I see. Since it is a message from my future self, something must have occurred. I have made a decision. The Grand Priest briefly furrowed his brow, but the expression quickly faded, as the decision had been resolute in his heart from the outset. Since he entrusted you with a message for me, it signifies his trust in you. Therefore, I shall convey my decision to you. However, I surmise you have other queries, do you not? Lena awkwardly scratched his head, acknowledging that he indeed had several uncertainties. Please voice your questions. I shall provide the answers. Lena nodded and inquired. I wish to understand the concept of parallel timelines. The notion of parallel timelines is akin to that of a human from the future altering events upon their arrival in this world. Consequently, an alternate timeline will emerge in their original world, albeit one that is similar yet distinct in its development. It resembles the human experience of dreaming, wherein one may dream of events that have not transpired, yet feel intimately familiar with them. However, at some point in the future, when you engage in a particular action, it may evoke the sensation of having done something similar before. This is the essence of a timeline. Lena pondered for a moment before nodding, suggesting he grasped a portion of the concept. Soon after, he posed a second question. I wish to comprehend the relationship between the time ring and the time scroll. Ah, you are aware of the time scroll. The Grand Priest chuckled. These two items complement each other. While they lack a direct connection, they are nonetheless interrelated. The time ring allows one to traverse both the past and future, albeit not to just any arbitrary point in time. It can only select a relatively close point, such as 1,000 years prior or 1,000 years hence. Each time a new timeline is created, a time ring will emerge. The time scroll, on the other hand, contains the timelines of numerous dimensional worlds and is safeguarded by the Kaioshin of time. Both possess the ability to traverse the past and future. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the time scroll permits entry to any chosen point in time, albeit one cannot alter anything within that timeline. Any changes would result in temporal chaos. To clarify, the time ring and parallel timelines can be likened to a father-son relationship, flourishing or faltering together, while the time scroll holds a superior subordinate relationship. For instance, if you alter something within the time scroll, causing a timeline to spiral into chaos, the time scroll itself remains unscathed, unless external forces intrude upon it. Lena nodded, feeling he had gleaned some understanding. Grand Priest, I have no further doubts. Since your uncertainties have been addressed, I shall share my decision. Lena perked up, attentively listening. I intend to host a martial arts tournament among the 12 universes to select a new destroyer god to confront future crises. He was astounded. The news was overwhelmingly sensational. Such a monumental undertaking? If the Grand Priest truly wishes to proceed with this, then the previous tournament organized by the Omni King pales in comparison, given the difference in participants. Why must this be done? I recall each universe has candidates for Destroyer God. Indeed, there are candidates. However, time is of the essence, and the quality of these candidates varies significantly. Hence, I wish to hold this martial arts tournament. Lena fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. As the Grand Priest had made his choice, I will send you back now. I shall also discuss this matter with the Omni King. When the time is right, I will ensure all universes are notified. With a wave of his hand, he transported Lena back to the Kaioshin realm, startling the old Kaioshin and Sheen. Lena smiled at them and glanced at Weiss. Weiss rose and waved his staff, causing the two to vanish in a flash of light. Chapter 20. The Royal Tournament. Wow. Lena, you're back so soon. Come, let us eat together. Sun Wukong exclaimed cheerfully. Lena felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a light smack to his head. When he had left, the table had been laden with food, but now it was mostly leftovers. Yet, it wasn't entirely devoid of sustenance. There was still something to eat. Suddenly, Bulma playfully smacked Wukong on the head, rolling her eyes as she said, "You've eaten everything. What is he supposed to eat? I'll have the chef prepare something fresh for him." Oh, Sun Wukong rubbed his head, sounding slightly aggrieved. Lena found the scene quite amusing. After a brief exchange, they departed. But Lena remained behind. The reason being Bulma insisted, "I'll have the chef prepare a meal for you. You can't just leave without eating." Thus, he had no choice but to stay. In the palace of the Omni King, the adorable Omni King sat playing with the celestial globe on the table, utterly delighted. At that moment, the Grand Priest approached, his eyes filled with affection for the Omni King, though he quickly masked it. "Ah, Grand Priest, where have you been? Come play with me." The Omni King chirped in a high-pitched voice, comparable to Lena's youthful tone. The Grand Priest smiled. "Your Majesty, I have a proposal that is quite entertaining." "What is it?" The Grand Priest, without speaking, waved his hand, causing a screen to materialize in the void, displaying scenes of the battle between the contestants of the 6th and 7th universes, featuring Sun Wukong and Hit. Wow, how fascinating. The Omni King was instantly captivated by the dazzling combat effects. The celestial globe on the table toppled, scattering across the floor. "Is this what you meant, Grand Priest? It looks incredibly fun." "Indeed, Your Majesty, and my proposal is related to this." The Omni King watched the battle intently, nodding in agreement. My proposal is to host a martial arts tournament involving all 12 universes. Wow. Yes, yes. Let us do it. It sounds fun. The Omni King clapped joyfully. Since it's a competition, we must establish rules, right? He inquired. Indeed. That sounds so troublesome. Grand Priest, you handle it. However, the universe that loses will be obliterated, as 12 universes are simply too many for me to manage. The Omni King pouted. The Grand Priest smiled and nodded, stating that as long as the 12 strongest individuals were selected, the obliterated universes could be restored with the Super Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the battle on the screen had reached its most exhilarating moment. Wow, wow, wow. The Great Priest finds this human quite intriguing, gesturing towards Suin Wukong as he speaks. Suddenly, he proposes, how about we have some competitors engage in a preliminary contest before the Grand King? What do you think? That sounds splendid. However, the interesting human I just mentioned must also make an appearance. The Great Priest nodded before turning to depart, leaving the Grand King, the egg-like figure, engrossed in the combat scenes displayed on the screen, accompanied by 2 guards. A night has passed on Earth. As sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Laya's face, he slowly opened his eyes, shaking off the lingering drowsiness. He pondered, what on earth were Vegeta and his son up to? A flicker of annoyance washed over him as memories of the previous night surfaced. He recalled indulging in strong spirits with Vegeta, only to be joined by Trunks, which ultimately led him to succumb to intoxication. It was Trunks who had escorted him back home, leaving him still somewhat dazed. After a brief moment, he addressed the system. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Subsequently, he opened his backpack, revealing a treasure trove. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Rulai Divine Palm, a Cybertronian intelligent robot, a super-functional beverage, and a deluxe family meal recipe. Laya found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Aside from the first item being somewhat beneficial, what use did the others serve? He questioned the lackluster nature of his recent rewards, wondering if his streak of luck had run dry. Despite the randomness of the items, this randomness felt excessively arbitrary. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and proceeded to wash up before leaving the villa. Strolling down the street, he casually entered a breakfast shop, relishing a meal before heading to the Capsule Corporation to find Vegeta. Today marked Trunks' departure, and he was there to bid farewell. Upon arrival, he noticed that everyone else had already gathered. Looks like I'm the last one here, he mused. Not too late, it's just perfect timing. Bulma chimed in cheerfully. He nodded and approached Trunks, who stood before the time machine. Cherish your current life and strive for strength. He patted Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks solemnly nodded, bidding farewell to everyone before boarding the time machine. With a flash, the machine vanished, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Not long after, a brilliant light emerged from the void. A foot stepped forth, revealing the Great Priest. Great Priest, Laya greeted with a respectful bow. The others, unfamiliar with his identity, remained still, but the Great Priest paid them no mind. Do you recall the decision we discussed? He inquired. Laya nodded. The Grand King has consented, though it differs slightly from my initial thoughts. I am here to inform you and 3 other universes to select 5 individuals to present themselves before the Grand King for a contest one day hence. Laya felt a chill run down his spine. How closely this mirrored the anime he had once watched. Understood. Thank you, Great Priest, he replied, and with that, the Great Priest vanished. Once he disappeared, Suin Wukong, perplexed, asked, Laya, who was that? He seemed quite formidable. Laya chuckled and recounted the events. What? We can battle against beings from other universes? Really? Vegeta, did you hear? We can engage with warriors from other realms. Vegeta, slightly annoyed, rubbed his ear, responding, yes. I heard. I'm not deaf. Suin Wukong scratched his head, surprised that the individual they encountered was one of the top 5 strongest in the universe. No wonder he emanated an aura that felt utterly untouchable, right, Vegeta? Vegeta nodded gravely. I know what you're implying, but rest assured, they are the guardians of universal order and will not pose any threat. While the trio conversed, the other 3 universes received notifications as well, namely Universe 9, Universe 11, and Universe 5. In the realm of destruction, Whis exclaimed, oh dear, this is troublesome. As he processed the information relayed by his staff, his words jolted Beerus, who had nearly dozed off while fishing, prompting him to rush over and inquire, what's wrong? Is there something delicious happening on Earth? Whis pointed his staff, revealing the recently transmitted information, and upon reading it, Beerus nearly lost his composure. What in the world is happening? A contest before the Grand King tomorrow. In a universal tournament in a week? The losing universe will be eradicated by the Grand King? This is too much. Take me to Earth quickly. I need something delicious to calm down. Whis stifled a smile, fully aware of Beerus's mindset, and indeed took him to Earth. In Capsule Corporation, Lena and Vegeta engaged in conversation. What kind of opponents do you think we will face this time? Vegeta replied, how should I know? Regardless of who we encounter, I must win and surpass you. The two continued their banter, while Lena found himself in the gravity chamber. He wanted to test the limits of his endurance, knowing that although the system granted him mastery over the perfect state of Zizai, physical training was still essential. On a desolate grass field, a flash of light erupted. Turning around, they beheld Beerus and Whis. They greeted the duo, while Beerus surveyed the surroundings. Where's Lena? He inquired. He seems to have gone to the gravity chamber. Claiming he wanted to test his limits, came the response. Beerus scoffed. Humans are utterly useless. They might as well let Whis create the gravity. Suin Wukong chuckled. Hey, Vegeta. Quickly prepare something to eat. Right away. Vegeta dashed off, earning Beerus's approval for his promptness. Inside the gravity chamber, Lena struggled, panting heavily. Damn. My body can only withstand about 600 times gravity. If Vegeta and Suin Wukong heard him, they would surely chastise him, as they could endure around 500 times gravity. Thanks to the extremely heavy gravity suit Whis had fashioned, he could manage this level. I must strengthen myself further. Jiren from Universe 11 is no trivial opponent. The mere thought of Jiren's formidable presence, whose power surpassed that of a destroyer god, compelled him to intensify his training. Meanwhile, on a scorching planet in Universe 9, Kaioshin Lo and destroyer god Sidra observed the trio known as the Dangerous Wolf Pack battling a horde of malevolent beings. Sidra, these three possess considerable strength. We should recruit them into our ranks. That would complete our 5. Sidra replied, that might be feasible, but the other universes are equally formidable. Do not worry. These individuals have their ways to overcome those challengers. We must showcase our abilities before the Grand King. Perhaps our universe can avoid destruction. I have heard some rumors suggesting that Yalak intends to send individuals to launch an attack on the beings of the 7th universe. After all, who could forget the audacious actions of Beerus during that incident? Indeed, Zidala nodded, acknowledging the profound impact that event had on them. Should we consider dispatching some personnel to intervene? Luo inquired with a hint of cunning in his tone. That might not be wise. What if we are discovered? If we execute our plans discreetly, who would ever know? After all, Yalak is involved as well. Very well then, you take charge of the arrangements. With a sigh, he conceded. At this moment, the battle below was drawing to a close. After the three brothers unleashed their ultimate techniques to vanquish the malevolent foes, they were summoned by their leader. Upon hearing the words of the Kaioshin, the trio readily agreed, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to showcase their prowess. On a technologically advanced planet in the 11th universe, atop a grand edifice, Jiren, clad in a black and red uniform, surveyed the vibrant metropolis illuminated by neon lights under the night sky. Just then, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Topa, what brings you here? Aren't you on a mission? Jiren spoke in a calm manner. I have received directives from the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction. Topa replied. Jiren remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. We are to assemble 5 individuals to the Xeno Palace for a preliminary contest in one day. This is merely an appetizer, as the tournament of power among the 12 universes will occur in a week. Jiren nodded. So, I came to inquire if you wish to participate. Jiren silently shook his head. Jiren, I believe you should join. Topa insisted. Provide a compelling reason. The God of Destruction stated that the universe defeated in the tournament will face annihilation at the hands of Lord Xeno. Furthermore, the victorious universe is rumored to receive special rewards from Lord Xeno. After stating this, Topa fixed his gaze on Jiren. After a long pause, Jiren finally spoke. I will agree to participate, but I shall forego the preliminary contest. Topa nodded and leaped off the building. Special rewards, you say? I shall have that. Jiren murmured as he gazed at the starry sky. In the realm of the Kaioshin of the 5th universe, the God of Destruction Yalak looked with satisfaction at the dozen figures clad in black robes and unique masks that concealed their auras. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a purple sphere and handed it to the leader of the group, saying, This is destructive energy. Simply casting it will cause devastation. I trust you will not disappoint me. The leader nodded, and though his expression was obscured, His demeanor radiated seriousness. Subsequently, the group departed. I wonder if entrusting them with destructive energy will lead to any complications. Aguma expressed his concerns. Fear not. This destructive energy does not belong to me, but to Culinary, who arrived here a few days ago. Ah, so it belongs to him. That explains the unease I felt. Since Culinary and Beerus have always been at odds, I took this opportunity to offer him some assistance. Aguma's expression shifted to one of realization. This strategy was indeed clever. Even if discovered, the destructive energy would be attributed to Culinary, not Yalak. On Earth in the 7th universe, as Beerus was enjoying his meal, he suddenly sneezed, spraying food everywhere. Oh dear. Lord Beerus, please be mindful of your image. Whis exclaimed as he offered a napkin. Beerus pretended to cough, wiped his mouth, and casually moved to another seat. Make sure someone cleans this up. Do not disturb my meal. He then resumed eating, as if nothing had occurred. Vegeta couldn't help but smirk. He genuinely questioned whether Beerus was still the same cold and proud god of destruction he once knew. At that moment, a distant explosion reverberated, shaking the ground. They turned to see Reina emerging from the billowing smoke, his upper body exposed. Oh, you're all here. Apologies. You finally emerged. Quickly, tell me what transpired to cause this situation. Beerus asked eagerly, grabbing Reina's hand. Upon seeing Beerus' urgency, Reina was suddenly struck with an unsettling thought and quickly pulled away. Wait a moment. Let me gather my thoughts first. With that, he dashed off to the bathing area. After a little over half an hour, Reina emerged, invigorated. During his bath, Vegeta had arranged for the table to be cleared. They sat across from each other. Reina surveyed the room, then recounted the words of the Grand Minister, weaving in elements from his previous life's anime. So that is how it is, Beerus said, his expression one of realization, though he caught an unusual glance from Reina. After clearing his throat, Beerus adopted a serious demeanor. Now that the situation has unfolded, you must secure victory. By the way, aside from the three of you, who are the other two? Reina smiled and replied, I have already asked Bulma to notify them. They should be arriving shortly. At that moment, at the boundary of the 7th universe, a group of over 10 individuals materialized amidst flickering lights. Is this truly the 7th universe? One of the cloaked figures inquired. The leader nodded. According to the instructions, we have indeed arrived at the 7th universe, which contains numerous low-level planets. With so many low-level planets, should we not destroy a few? Another suggested. The leader waved his hand. Let us not complicate matters. We shall complete our task and return to report. Understood. The 16 individuals responded in unison. The leader produced a device resembling a wristwatch, fiddled with it until the screen illuminated, projecting an image and coordinates of Earth. Let us proceed to this planet. The group flew through the cosmos in unison. At the Capsule Corporation, Bulma announced, Reina's companions have arrived at the entrance. As she rode over on a hovercraft, Reina thanked her with a smile. Bulma waved her hand dismissively and turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, you promised your son you would take him out to play. When do you intend to fulfill that promise? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes widened. He had forgotten about it. Ahem. Once this matter is settled, I shall take him out. Vegeta replied, maintaining his composure. Just remember, my son has asked me several times about it. With that, she rode off. Not long after her departure, 3 figures approached the entrance. Oh, Dayton, Boo, and Gohan, what brings you here? Son Goku greeted. The bespectacled Gohan scratched his head and smiled. The rotund Boo, however, ignored him and turned to Dayton. Dayton, can I eat all the food on that table? Dayton glanced around, particularly at the god of destruction, and swallowed nervously, recalling past events. Go ahead and eat. Boo joyfully approached the table and began feasting. Are these the 2 you were searching for? Vegeta asked. Reina nodded. Lunch was indeed a possibility, yet Boo and Vegeta refrained from elaborating further. However, Reina was well aware of Bu's current state, as he only heeded the words of Satan. The prospect of coaxing Bu into battle rested solely on Satan's shoulders, which prompted their partnership. Nevertheless, Reina was inclined to test whether he could persuade Bu himself. Intriguingly, Bu's prowess was formidable, particularly during his arc, where he exhibited abilities akin to a flaw in the narrative, unfortunately curtailed by the storyline. He approached Bu, patting him on the shoulder, but received no response. Yet, upon releasing a hint of divine energy, Bu suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Do you have something to say? Reina whispered in his ear. Listen to me, and I shall resurrect you. Bu pondered for a moment, nodding slightly before resuming his feast. This utterance was not directed at Bu, but rather at the Daijia Wangshin residing within him. The divine power within Bu remained abundant, and upon a brief scan, Reina discovered that some of this divine energy retained consciousness, indicating that the Daijia Wang was not entirely assimilated. At that moment, aside from Bu and Satan, others began to gaze skyward. Several individuals dressed in black hovered in the air, their presence devoid of any discernible aura. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired, removing his glasses. "Hee. We simply heard that Earthlings are quite formidable, so we came to challenge you," the leader of the black-clad figures replied. However, his words elicited little concern from the others. "Vegeta, shall you strike first, or shall I?" Sun Wukong asked. "Humph. I find these insignificant creatures unworthy of my attention." "Then I shall not hold back," he declared, soaring into the air, launching himself towards the group of black figures. Swish, swish, swish. The black-clad figures dispersed in an orderly fashion, forming a formation and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Sun Wukong. The ki blasts fell like raindrops. "These feeble attacks are ineffective against me," he proclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. The sheer force of his aura caused the incoming energy blasts to explode mid-flight. The resounding explosions echoed throughout Shidu, drawing the attention of passers-by and police alike. "What's going on? Is Capsule Corporation hosting an event?" Several officers speculated. "This fellow is no ordinary opponent. What should we do?" A black-clad individual exclaimed to the leader. Acknowledging their powerlessness against the foe, the leader retrieved a purple sphere from his pocket and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Engrossed in battle, Sun Wukong disregarded it and released his energy blasts to collide with the destructive energy, only for his attacks to vanish instantaneously. "What was that?" Sun Wukong questioned. "That was destructive energy, and I find it quite distasteful," Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow. As the destructive energy struck Sun Wukong directly, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, obliterating everything in its vicinity. This provoked Bu, who was enraged mid-meal, but Satan restrained him with the promise of more delicious food to come. "Hee. Enjoy yourself thoroughly, quickly. We must depart." He pressed a few buttons on a device, and suddenly, a vortex materialized in the void. "Attempting to flee? Did you consult me first?" In an instant, Reina appeared at the vortex's mouth, delivering a powerful strike that obliterated it with a resounding crash. How could this be? This was personally set by that esteemed individual. It cannot be so easily destroyed. The leader began to panic. "You fools have truly courted death by coming here." Without further ado, Reina waved his hand, summoning a tempest that caused the black-clad figures to burst apart, yet the scene was devoid of any gory splatter. He turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, who remained engulfed in destructive energy, and frowned. As he reached out to make contact, Beerus appeared before the destructive energy, flicking his finger, which caused the energy to dissipate instantly. "Phew, I was careless and did not evade." Sun Wukong gasped for breath. Beerus regarded him and said, "If you had transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue, this predicament would not have been so troublesome. Isn't it rather uncomfortable?" Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Beerus chuckled at Sun Wukong's predicament, though his smile faded within moments, replaced by a solemn expression. "That rat, Katra, dares to orchestrate such actions. I shall remember this. And you shall pay dearly." Although he was indifferent to the fate of Sun Wukong and the others, this affront was a personal slight that he could not let go. Meanwhile, Reina's expression was equally grim. For the first time, he felt a surge of anger. Such events truly unfolded at the hands of the individuals from the Ninth Universe? No, their attire was different. Which universe were they from? I must not discover whose idea this was, for even if the Grand Minister intervenes, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Suppressing his fury, he glanced at the time and realized it was nearly 5 o'clock, prompting him to bid farewell and return home. Sun Wukong and his son departed as well, followed by Satan and Bu, leaving only Beerus and Whis behind. "Whis." Beerus called, and Whis nodded, waving his staff to dispel the protective barrier. This barrier had been conjured the moment the leader unleashed the destructive energy sphere. Without it, Shidu would have surely met its end. With the barrier withdrawn, the two departed. As everyone left, only Vegeta remained, clenching his fists as he soared towards the heavenly temple, determined to devote the remaining time to honing his skills. Yet, he was not alone in this ambition. Chapter 23. Stronger than you. Time flowed like water, and a new day dawned. Sun Wukong and his son, along with Bu and Satan, arrived early at Bulma's residence. Reina has yet to arrive. Did he oversleep? Sun Wukong remarked, glancing around. Does he possess no sense of time? Beerus furrowed his brow, reluctant to voice his thoughts, given their evident disparity in strength. At that moment, Reina was enjoying breakfast at a local eatery. Boss, this breakfast is truly delightful. Reina complimented a plump middle-aged man. The man wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. As long as you enjoy it, my establishment has been in operation for over a decade, ensuring quality. After consuming 6 substantial breakfasts, he patted his slightly full belly, paid, and departed. After a brief interval, he finally arrived at Capsule Corporation. What brings you all here so early? Bulma rolled her eyes. Just look at the time. You lot arrived shortly after dawn. Can you blame me for not keeping pace? He was at a loss for words, having long abandoned the habit of rising early. Well, since everyone is here, let us set forth, Beerus declared. Nods of agreement followed, and at that moment, Whis waved his staff, enveloping everyone except Bulma in a massive light circle, shooting skyward before vanishing. Good luck, everyone. Bulma cheered silently in her heart. In the 5th universe, the Kaioshin reflected. Those fools have been eradicated. They were utterly useless. Regardless, I never expected them to pose any trouble for Beerus. Arak scoffed, brushing off the dust that had turned to powder on his hands. Will this be discovered by Beerus and the others? Aguma voiced his concerns. Rest assured, those individuals are deceased, and the destructive energy is not mine. If anyone is to be sought after, it should be Quitella. Time is of the essence. It is time for us to depart. The two exchanged glances, summoned the selected participants, and then departed from the Kaioshin realm. In a vast and empty expanse, Zeno sat high above, flanked by 2 attendants. To his left and right, there were platforms spaced 10 meters apart, totaling 12 in number. Suddenly, several platforms illuminated with radiant light. The gods of destruction and angels had arrived. They bowed before Zeno, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Lord Zeno." Zeno waved his hand, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. More flashes of light appeared, and the remaining participants had nearly all arrived. Lord Zeno, all are present, the Grand Priest announced. Zeno nodded, his gaze sweeping the assembly once more. Upon spotting a particular figure, his eyes sparkled with youthful enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Let the proceedings commence." The Grand Priest nodded and turned, conjuring a massive arena with a sweeping gesture. He then proclaimed, "This tournament will consist of 3 rounds, with the victor determined by 2 wins. No one is permitted to harm another's life. Simply incapacitating your opponent will suffice. Showcase your abilities." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's declaration, the participants began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, from Universe 5, an extraterrestrial being clad in a gray cloak, with pointed ears and a tan complexion, leaped onto the arena, pointing towards Universe 7. "I seek a formidable opponent from Universe 7. May I have the honor?" In Universe 7, Sun Wukong and his companions exchanged glances, sensing no energy emanating from this individual. "Dad, let me take the lead," Gohan suggested. Just as Sun Wukong was about to encourage his son with a supportive pat on the shoulder, Bu leapt onto the arena. "Bu!" Satan exclaimed, astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed Bu take such initiative. Reina smirked inwardly, as it was his suggestion that prompted Bu to step forward. "Now, begin your battle." The Grand Priest's words transformed the atmosphere of the space into a solemn one. On the arena, the extraterrestrial raised an eyebrow, lifting his hand in a provocative gesture. However, when more than 10 seconds passed without any reaction from Bu, he taunted, "Is Universe 7 feeling intimidated? Are you afraid to strike?" "Ha ha." Yet, Bu remained unperturbed, igniting the extraterrestrial's ire. "Very well, underestimate me, and you shall learn the consequences." With a fierce shout, the extraterrestrial vanished, appearing before Bu at blinding speed, swiftly forming an energy sphere in his hand and striking Bu's abdomen, causing an instant explosion. As the explosion erupted, the extraterrestrial dodged away at incredible speed. This cannot be the end. The contestants chosen by Beerus are far too weak. But this is for the best. It will demonstrate to Lord Zeno that our Universe 5 surpasses Universe 7. Arak mused internally. Amidst the billowing smoke, a sound echoed as Bu emerged, darting towards the extraterrestrial and delivering a powerful palm strike to his head. "Do you think this is child's play?" The extraterrestrial smirked, leaping backward to evade the attack. However, Bu anticipated his movement, extending his arm to ensnare the opponent's leg and swinging him back and forth. A series of thunderous collisions reverberated through the space. "Damn it! The extraterrestrial roared, breaking free from Bu's grasp and launching both hands skyward. A surge of energy coalesced in his hands, releasing a barrage of crimson energy spheres that rained down upon Bu like a machine gun. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, accompanied by deafening explosions. Bu. On the side of Universe 7, Satan covered his ears and shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the cacophony. Amidst the smoke, Bu assessed the hole in his abdomen, wrinkled his nose, exhaled a puff of air, and instantaneously restored his form. He then moved his hands and gazed toward the extraterrestrial beyond the haze, vanishing in an instant. With a snap, the extraterrestrial halted his assault, feeling a pair of hands pressing against his back. "Impossible. How did you appear here?" he exclaimed, bewildered. He had distinctly sensed Bu lingering in the smoke, yet he had suddenly materialized behind him. Bu offered no explanation, confidently declaring, "You are indeed strong. However, I am stronger." With that, Bu unleashed a wave of pink energy, engulfing the extraterrestrial. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the energy burst in the air, generating a scorching wind that swayed the surrounding pillars, whether for decoration or utility. A figure plummeted from the smoke onto the arena. "Wow, what an exhilarating display!" Zeno exclaimed with great delight. The Grand Priest smiled, poised to announce the victor of the match, but paused, glancing at the arena. Not only he, but the gods of destruction and angels from other universes were also gazing intently at the arena. "Well done, Boza, showcase your true strength for all to witness," Arak boldly proclaimed. "Yes, Lord Arak." Boza, the extraterrestrial, spoke, his voice growing hoarse. Suddenly, his energy surged explosively, transforming his tin skin to a grayish white, and his demeanor sharpened. "The real battle begins now." As he spoke, he vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared before Bu, executing a high kick that sent Bu hurtling sideways like a projectile. "This is bad." On the Universe 7 platform, Beerus's expression changed. Losing the first match would be a blow to his pride. However, his countenance soon returned to normal as Bu executed a 360-degree spin in midair, coming to a halt at the edge of the arena, albeit with one side of his body indented. "Impressive. You managed to devise a method to mitigate my force. Yet, unfortunately for you, victory is unattainable," Boza remarked. During this exchange, Bu was not idle. A thick mist enveloped him. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, his previously indented body returned to its original form. In a swift motion, Bu vanished, creating no disturbance. Boza scanned his surroundings, suddenly pivoting to deliver a powerful punch. A resounding thud reverberated, causing Bu's arm to shatter. This scene left Satan watching from the platform utterly alarmed. "Dad, don't worry, Bu will be fine," Gohan reassured him. Satan nodded, reflecting on Bu's past, which brought him some comfort. The being named Boza was indeed formidable, but Bu was no slouch either, and he had yet to reveal his true potential. Sun Wukong stroked his chin, glancing at Reina, who merely smiled in response without uttering a word. Upon the arena, Bu glanced at the hand that had completely vanished, furrowing his brow for the first time. He then lightly murmured, and his pink skin began to undulate as his arm restored itself. He declared, "I have comprehended your strength. Indeed, it has significantly improved since our last encounter. However, I have yet to unleash my true power. Allow me to demonstrate my genuine capabilities." With that, his entire body began to flow like liquid, transforming into a mass resembling dough. "Let me see what tricks you can conjure." Boza did not deter him, brimming with confidence. "Boza's old habits are resurfacing," Arak lamented, slapping his forehead in exasperation. In the 7th universe, since their last confrontation, Sun Wukong sensed that Bu possessed even greater strength yet to be revealed. And now he was finally witnessing it. Wukong expressed his excitement, his gaze fixed on Bu, recalling the time he battled him during the destruction of Earth. In the arena, Bu's dough-like body appeared to be kneaded by unseen hands, constantly shifting. After approximately a minute, he finally ceased, and a peculiar sound echoed as a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Suddenly, a bubbling noise interrupted the silence, and as the mist dissipated, a slender Bu with pale pink skin emerged. "Wow, is this Bu's new form? I can definitely sense a marked increase in strength," Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. "Kakarot, who do you think is stronger, him or the little Bu?" Vegeta suddenly posed this question. Sun Wukong fell silent, contemplating for a moment. "It's hard to say. That guy's strength isn't particularly formidable, but his irrational destruction and boundless stamina are quite troublesome. However, Mr. Bu is different. His current state is indeed powerful. The true extent of his strength can only be gauged through direct confrontation. Vegeta nodded, glancing between the lithe Bu and the lethargic Reina, already formulating an answer in his mind. From the moment Bu entered the fray, he had harbored suspicions that were now confirmed. In the arena, Boza looked at the transformed Bu and chuckled. I expected you to have some tricks up your sleeve. Turns out, it's just this. Haha, not necessarily. The slender Bu smiled, stepping forward and headbutting Boza. A jarring sound pierced the air as Boza staggered back from the impact, which was followed by a flurry of punches and kicks from Bu. Each blow struck Boza, forcing him to retreat, while the sheer force of the attacks created craters on the arena floor. Humph. Boza grunted, suddenly unleashing a burst of energy to repel Bu's strikes. Swiftly landing on the uneven ground. Breathing slightly heavier, he assessed his condition, a frown crossing his face as thoughts raced through his mind. What is happening? His strength has increased so dramatically, yet his energy remains the same. No matter, I must secure victory in this first match. It's time to employ that technique. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. Resolute, he clenched his fists, and like volatile explosives, his fighting spirit simmered down, while his physique grew several centimeters taller. Strange patterns began to emerge on his body as his grayish-white skin transformed to purple, enveloped by a faint energy shield. What is this? In the 7th universe. Beerus squinted his eyes, glancing at Arak, who was also looking in his direction, their gazes colliding with intense sparks. Arak has actually deployed a candidate for the god of destruction. Beerus felt an inexplicable ache in his teeth. His statement drew the attention of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were on the brink of inquiring about the term candidate when Beerus interrupted them. I'll explain after this match concludes. Meanwhile, in the 5th universe, it was evident that this contestant possessed some skill to warrant such a technique. Yet, it remained unclear how proficient he was. Other gods of destruction and Kaioshin observed Boza's transformation, murmuring among themselves. Goodness, Arak truly pulled out all the stops by sending a candidate for god of destruction into the arena. I wonder what he was thinking. Who knows? But isn't it better this way? Watching Beerus face a setback would be delightful. Although they spoke softly, the audience understood the implications. And thus Beerus's expression was as grim as ever. In the position of the Omni King above, Grand Minister, what are they discussing? I can't comprehend. The innocent and curious Omni King inquired. It seems they are deliberating on a rather impressive matter. Just continue watching, Your Majesty, the Grand Minister replied with a smile. Oblivious to the intricacies, the innocent Omni King nodded and resumed watching. In the arena, Bu scowled. Your energy is quite unpleasant. He swiftly moved in front of Boza and unleashed a powerful punch. However, Boza merely took a step back. With a resounding boom, Bu's punch, laden with immense power, struck the air, creating a vacuum that unleashed a tempestuous gale. The arena could not withstand such overwhelming force and shattered into fragments. Yet Bu did not relent. His arms elongated, and a faint glow appeared on his pale pink skin. As his hands made contact with Boza's skin, a sound akin to a cutting machine resonated. Oh, quite impressive. Is this white magic? So that's how it is. Humph, let me see whose magic is more potent, yours or my destructive energy. Boza grinned, having deciphered the energy enveloping Bu's hands. He had long pondered why no energy fluctuations occurred when Bu vanished, but now it was clear. It was because Bu wielded magic. Defeat is inevitable, but that is acceptable, as long as Bu can grow from this. In the 7th universe, the drowsy Reina barely lifted his eyelids, already aware of Bu's impending loss. Apart from him, Whis and Beerus understood as well, but could not voice their thoughts due to their positions. Nevertheless, Beerus was no longer stoic. He had come to terms with the situation. The clash of energies persisted for several seconds until abruptly, Bu's hands exploded. Boza appeared before him, launching an energy blast that formed and detonated against his chest. Both were engulfed in the explosive energy cloud. Bravo! Arak exclaimed, disregarding all decorum. As the smoke cleared, Bu had transformed into a puddle of mud outside the arena, yet he still yearned for restoration. Unfortunately, the destructive energy within him thwarted his efforts. At this moment, the Grand Minister stepped forward to announce, in the first match, the victory goes to Boza of the 5th universe. Upon the Grand Minister's declaration, Boza bowed toward the Omni King before returning to his universe's platform. Yalaki smiled at him, then cast a provocative glance towards Beerus. That insufferable fellow. Beerus, with an impassive expression, clenched his fist. In a flash, Sun Wukong and his son leaped onto the arena, retrieving the pitiful Boo. "Boo, what has happened? Please don't scare me," Satan exclaimed, his face filled with concern as he pieced together Boo with his hands. He then crawled to Beerus' side, pleading, "Lord Beerus, I implore you to save Boo." It was evident that Satan had completely accepted Boo as family, as evidenced by his desperate actions. However, Beerus, due to his position, paid him no mind and turned his gaze to Weiss. Yet, upon seeing Weiss's indifferent face, he fell silent again. Reyna, who had been drowsy, stood up and approached, squatting beside him. With a wave of his hand, the destructive force that had hindered Boo was dispelled by his divine power, and Boo began to slowly recover. In no time, he returned to his slender form, albeit exceedingly weak, murmuring, "I feel so sleepy. I want to sleep." No sooner had he spoken than he lowered his head and fell into a deep slumber. Satan stood up and anxiously asked Reyna, "Is Boo going to be all right?" "Rest assured, he just needs to recuperate," Reyna replied, then turned his attention to the contestants on the stage. He recognized one from his previous life watching anime, the leader of the dangerous trio from Universe 9, Bayer Gamo. His power was considerable, comparable to a Super Saiyan level on Earth, provided he refrained from utilizing his ability to transfer others' powers. In the anime, Sun Wukong had sought to test the limits of his strength, hence the use of the blue transformation. Otherwise, it would have been unnecessary. Bayer Gamo scanned the arena, observing the warriors from Universe 11 and Universe 5, before finally fixing his gaze on Universe 7. "I imagine you did not fully exert yourselves in that last battle, so this time, I wish to choose someone from Universe 7. Are you willing?" he said with a friendly demeanor. On the platform, Beerus's eyes flickered with a concealed light. He understood that this was a direct challenge from the other three universes, specifically aimed at him. These petty individuals still harbored grievances from the past. Seizing this opportunity to retaliate against him, they intended to humiliate him before Lord Zeno, and while their scheme seemed well thought out, they likely did not anticipate that he still held a trump card. As he contemplated, he cast a sidelong glance at Reyna. At that moment, Sun Wukong leaped onto the stage. "I have come to test your skills," he declared politely, catching Bayer Gamo off guard. "Very well, let me see what you can do." With that, both combatants assumed their stances, and simultaneously, the Grand Priest announced the commencement of the second match. In an instant, Bayer Gamo vanished at an extraordinary speed, reappearing before Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his abdomen, the force slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Quick on the uptake, Sun Wukong retaliated with a kick of his own. The two strikes collided with an explosive resonance, sending them both tumbling from the arena into the air. They darted about, occasionally intertwining and erupting into a cacophony of sounds. "Enough of the warm-up from Universe 7. Show me your true prowess." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, sensing that the moment was ripe. Having gauged Bayer Gamo's basic strength from the previous skirmish, he unleashed a surge of sharp, silver energy, swiftly appearing behind him and locking him in place, akin to a wrestler throwing him downward. With a thunderous crash, the arena shattered once more, a cloud of smoke enveloping the scene, leaving behind a massive crater. Alas, the arena had borne more than it should have. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the smoke, Sun Wukong, maintaining an offensive stance, his gaze unwaveringly sharp as he stared into the mist. "Come out. I know that blow did not harm you." Meanwhile, Bayer Gamo, lying in the crater, gradually rose to his feet, nonchalantly stepping out from the smoke. 2 meters away from Sun Wukong. "You from Universe 7 are quite formidable. I shall not retaliate now. Unleash your attacks," he declared, leaving himself wide open and standing still. On the Universe 7 platform, Sun Wukong watched Bayer Gamo curiously. "Vegeta, what kind of trick do you think he will employ?" Vegeta merely scoffed, rolling his eyes, ignoring him. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head. Back on the arena, Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, refraining from rushing into action. He first observed and sensed Bayer Gamo's aura, repeating the process several times without detecting anything unusual, before finally deciding to strike. On the Universe 9 platform, the second member of the dangerous trio, Levantha, wore a sinister smile. To compel the leader to use that move indicates the opposing side possesses some strength. The third member, Bazel, nodded in agreement. "Oh, so Bayer Gamo has even more formidable techniques hidden away? I shall certainly witness them." The Kaioshin, Laura, watched with keen interest, convinced that the second match would undoubtedly result in victory for Universe 9. Given the performances in the first match and the words of the two brothers, he felt increasingly confident that they would prevail. With a resounding impact, Sun Wufan struck Bayer Gamo's chest with a punch, yet it failed to inflict any damage. Bayer Gamo remained unfazed. Raising an eyebrow, Bayer Gamo scoffed, "Is that all your strength? Nothing impressive, really. Such a feeble attack is utterly ineffective." Sun Wufan remained silent, gradually intensifying his strikes. The sounds of pounding reverberated as his fists left numerous varying impressions upon Bayer Gamo's chest and abdomen. At that moment, Bayer Gamo grinned, and the marks on his body glowed faintly red before vanishing, his physique visibly expanding to twice its size. As he grew, he swung a punch at Sun Wufan. Caught off guard, Sun Wufan took the blow head-on, staggering backward with each step, leaving an imprint on the ground. His arms felt numb, a testament to the formidable strength behind Bayer Gamo's punch. "Haha, how does it feel to realize your own attack lacks power?" Bayer Gamo laughed, his mirth escalating until Laura cleared his throat lightly, prompting him to compose himself. Sun Wufan steadied his stance, shaking off the slight numbness in his arm. "So this is your ability. However, it is not particularly rare." Bayer Gamo's forehead throbbed with veins. He despised having his skills belittled. "I will make you unable to retaliate." With that, he charged forward like a raging bull. Chapter 26. A win and a loss. Lord Zeno's decision. Approaching Sun Wufan, he swung a punch downward. Sun Wufan slightly sidestepped to evade, quickly retaliating with a sweeping kick aimed at Bayer Gamo's lower body. Yet, Bayer Gamo's stance remained unyielding, as if carved from stone. Suddenly, Bayer Gamo's tail lashed out, striking Sun Wufan back to his original position. In that fleeting moment, Bayer Gamo delivered a left hook, in a spectacular display of agility. Sun Wufan was propelled into the air, closely followed by his opponent, who leaped higher and executed a 180-degree spinning high kick. The heel of this formidable kick, imbued with tremendous force, struck Sun Wufan squarely in the abdomen. With a swift motion akin to a falling meteor, a resounding crash ensued, creating a massive crater even larger than before. "How does that feel?" "This is what I call returning the favor in kind," Bayer Gamo declared with a triumphant grin. Slowly, Sun Wufan emerged from the depths of the crater, landing gracefully on the pristine arena, wiping the blood from his lips and gazing at his adversary with renewed vigor. "Your ability to perfectly convert another's power into your own and return it is indeed remarkable, but I shall not concede so easily. Since you can convert power, I will ensure you convert enough," he declared, tightening his fists as his fighting spirit surged like a tempest. With a hum, he crossed his arms, channeling his energy to the surface of his skin. This technique bore similarities to the perfect form of Super Saiyan Blue. As he prepared, narrowing his eyes, he darted forward like lightning, appearing before Bayer Gamo in mere fractions of a second. What incredible speed! Bayer Gamo's expression shifted, though he remained confident in his abilities. Not making a move. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, Kai turned to a figure cloaked in black. "What is your perspective?" The cloaked individual responded. "Though this individual from Universe 7 is young, his strength is formidable, already half of my own level. As for the competitor from Universe 9, I can only describe their power as mediocre, relying on underhanded tactics." "Your praise for a mortal from Universe 7 is quite unexpected," Kai remarked, surprised. "It's not so much praise as it is mere observation," the figure replied. In the arena, Sun Wufan's punches resonated with tremendous force against Bayer Gamo. Each strike was absorbed, causing Bayer Gamo's physique to grow gradually. As his form expanded to approximately 10 zhong, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sun Wufan's eyes. In an instant, he leaped back, hands forming a lotus shape, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. A brilliant azure beam erupted from him, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion accompanied by cries of shock. Amidst the chaos, a crackling sound echoed through the smoke. Moments later, a figure stumbled out, half kneeling on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. "What have you done to me? Why is this happening?" In contrast, Sun Wufan exhaled deeply. "My new technique has finally succeeded," he said with satisfaction, then turned to Bayer Gamo. "Your abilities are indeed impressive, but I sense you may be overly reliant on this move. With every strike, I leave a trace of energy within you, and once it reaches a certain threshold, I trigger an explosion, resulting in your current state. Curse you. You possess quite the skill. Beer Gamo exclaimed before convulsing and gradually collapsing. After a tense silence of over 10 seconds, the Grand Priest announced Suan Wufan as the victor of this match. As the announcement concluded, the two brothers from Universe 9 rushed to carry their elder brother away. After bowing to the audience, Suan Wufan returned to the stands, while the Grand Priest waved his hand, restoring the arena to its original condition. "Well done, Wufan," Suan Wukong praised, patting him on the shoulder. Suan Wufan smiled shyly in response. In the shadows, Bylus gave him an approving nod. This victory had redeemed some honor. The score now stood at 1 win and 1 loss, leaving the audience curious about who would challenge next. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as the deities of destruction and the Kaiashins understood the unspoken dynamics of the previous matches. Amidst this charged atmosphere, the Omni King spoke. "Hey, I want to choose someone. Is a Suan Wukong present?" The moment these words were uttered, the tension escalated. The Omni King personally selecting a challenger was unprecedented. Who could this Suan Wukong be? As the gods murmured among themselves, a loud voice interrupted. "Huh, me?" Suan Wukong, taken aback, pointed at himself. The other deities and competitors turned their gaze towards Universe 7. "Yes, you. Hurry, I want to see your battle." The Omni King clapped enthusiastically. Bylus, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement, bowed to the Omni King, then gave Suan Wukong a firm pat on the back, urging him to ascend the arena. Suan Wukong nodded, still somewhat dazed, and took his place on the stage. The Grand Priest regarded him thoughtfully. "Since the Omni King has chosen you, there must be something extraordinary about you. Now, who wishes to challenge Suan Wukong?" No sooner had the Grand Priest finished speaking than the cloaked figure from Universe 11 leaped forward. "I shall give it a try." He shed his cloak to reveal a black and red uniform, introducing himself as Tuopo, the proud captain of the Pride Troopers. "My name is Tuopo. Impressive. I can sense your strength," Suan Wukong exclaimed, his cells vibrating with excitement as he felt Tuopo's power the moment he stepped forward. From Universe 7. "Let me see what makes you worthy of the Omni King's attention." In a flash, Tuopo disappeared, reappearing behind Suan Wukong. With remarkable reflexes, Suan Wukong countered with a punch. But Tuopo skillfully caught his fist and executed a high leap, dislocating Suan Wukong's arm. "Ah!" Suan Wukong cried out in pain, swiftly performing a roll and delivering a kick aimed at Tuopo's abdomen. Remarkably, Tuopo did not evade but absorbed the blow with his midsection. "What?" Suan Wukong was momentarily taken aback. The force of his kick was substantial. With a surge of energy, he transformed into Super Saiyan, breaking free from Tuopo's grasp and landing a distance away. He placed his left hand on his dislocated right arm, maneuvering it back into place and testing its mobility. "You possess impressive agility. It seems you excel in joint techniques. This only adds to my excitement, Tuopo." With that, Suan Wukong shouted as he transitioned into Super Saiyan 2, crackling with electric energy. He launched himself towards Tuopo at blinding speed, initiating a fierce melee. The combatants engaged in a whirlwind of strikes, their movements fast enough to bewilder the onlookers. With a loud clash, they found themselves locked in a battle of strength, their energies manifesting as red and yellow auras. The point of conflict between their energies crackled with bolts of red and yellow lightning, wreaking havoc upon the arena, spreading outward as if seeking to consume all in their path. As the lightning struck the god's platform, it rebounded with ferocity. In an instant, the two fighters vanished, reappearing in rapid succession until Suan Wukong seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent Tuopo flying. As Tuopo swiftly stabilized his form and teleported before him, the two engaged in a fierce battle, their collisions resonating with powerful sonic booms. "This guy Kakarot has fallen into his old habits again." Vegeta couldn't help but comment. "Uncle Vegeta, what about my father?" Sun Wukong inquired in confusion. Vegeta scoffed. "Every time Kakarot encounters a formidable opponent, he always tests the waters before revealing his true strength." Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. The two warriors continued their intense exchange, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupting around them. "This mortal named Sun Wukong possesses some skill. He can actually hold his own against Tuopo?" Kai expressed his astonishment at Sun Wukong's performance. "Humph. His strength is nothing remarkable. Tuopo hasn't even unleashed half of his power." The god of destruction Wei Mei remarked dismissively. Kai nodded in agreement. If Vegeta could overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly reiterate his previous comments. In the midst of the combat, Tuapo attempted to execute a joint technique once more, but Sun Wukong evaded it with a swift, instant transmission. Simultaneously, he unleashed a formidable energy wave. Boom! The energy exploded, enveloping the area in smoke. A moment that adhered to the law of smoke without injury. Impressive. He actually endured my attack without a scratch. Sun Wukong grinned, with a wave of his hand. Tuapo dispersed the smoke, and, looking thoughtfully at Sun Wukong, said, "Are you planning to continue concealing your strength? If you don't reveal your true abilities, you won't stand a chance against me. Aren't you also holding back?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "Oh, very well. Let us go all out from here on." With that, a majestic red aura enveloped Tuapo. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, entering his super blue form. The energy he emitted instantly awing the other gods. Such energy is comparable to that of a deity. This mortal actually possesses such prowess. The two resumed their fierce combat, a series of thunderous sounds resonating as they clashed. Seizing an opportunity, Sun Wukong teleported directly in front of Tuapo, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. He then instantly transported himself to the point where Tuapo was about to land and accurately struck him in the abdomen. Wow! Tuapo spat out a mouthful of bile, soaring sideways. However, after traveling a short distance, he stabilized himself with his ki. Not bad. This time it feels like a real fight. Tuapo wiped the saliva from his mouth. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon something, and his expression darkened. His imposing aura intensified, the pressure it generated causing Sun Wukong, in his super blue form, to feel sharp pangs on his skin. "You dare to tarnish my proud team uniform? I will not let you off easily." As he spoke, his energy surged once more. "Your strength is truly formidable. In that case, I shall not hold back." Sun Wukong unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken. Although he could amplify it further, he still recalled what Reina had said. Just as their auras reached a peak, ready for a decisive clash, a voice interrupted them. "This match is hereby concluded." The speaker was none other than the Grand Priest. As soon as he finished speaking, the tension between the two dissipated. "I was just getting warmed up. Is it already over?" Sun Wukong expressed his disappointment. The Grand Priest provided a rational explanation. "Sun Wukong, you can wait until the tournament to settle the score." He glanced towards Zeno, who had surprisingly fallen asleep. Sun Wukong nodded and was about to return to his universe when Tuapo called out to him, engaging in a brief conversation. The gist was that if Sun Wukong could only match him, he should consider conceding, as there was someone even stronger in his team. Sun Wukong's response was direct and resolute, affirming, "I will not lose," before returning to the platform. Tuapo snorted in disdain, muttering about his stubbornness as he too returned to the platform. At that moment, the Grand Priest announced, "This preliminary match is now concluded. I hope you all prepare well for the upcoming chaos." With that, he, along with Zeno and two attendants, vanished. The gods bowed in the direction of their departure. And after a moment of silence, the various gods of destruction instructed their angel attendants to escort them away. On the expansive lawn of the Capsule Corporation on Earth, a streak of light descended from the sky. Sun Wukong and his companions had returned. Upon arrival, Beerus immediately urged Vegeta to have someone fetch food, not for any reason other than to vent his frustrations. After more than half an hour, a grand feast appeared, and Beerus, disregarding all decorum, began to devour the food ravenously. "A week from now at the tournament, show them your true abilities," Beerus mumbled through bites. Apart from Reina, Sun Wukong and the others nodded vigorously. After half an hour, everyone had their fill, and Wufan, along with Satan, took Bu home. While Beerus returned to the realm of destruction, only the three pure-blooded scions remained. "Reina, aside from you, Vegeta, my son Wufan, and Bu, how do we find the others?" Sun Wukong inquired. Reina pretended to ponder, stroking his chin. "I think Bu might not be able to participate." "Huh? What happened? Isn't Bu just sleeping? We can wake him up." "It's no use. He will remain asleep for a long time. As for the personnel, I have already devised a plan. Though one individual is a bit troublesome, and you will need to seek them out." "So soon? Wow. Reina, you are quite clever," Sun Wukong exclaimed, causing Reina's lips to twitch in embarrassment, as he was referring to a lineup identical to the original, except for replacing Frieza with himself. After he outlined the plan, Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. "I believe 17 is the brother of 18. She should know his whereabouts. However, Krillin and 18 have a daughter, which complicates things." Just then, Vegeta, as if he had anticipated this, suggested, "That's simple. We can have Goten and Trunks play with her. It shouldn't take long, right? His last statement carried a hint of uncertainty. All right, I will go find them now. With that, he vanished in an instant. Only the two of them remained. Vegeta glanced at Reina, appearing hesitant. Reina stood up and said, "Come, let me train with you and teach you something valuable." Vegeta nodded and followed Reina out. Chapter 28. The Great Chaos of the Void begins. The two arrived at the gravity chamber, setting the gravity to approximately 650 times Earth's normal gravity, a level within Vegeta's capacity to endure. However, he found himself bent over, supporting himself with his palms on the ground. Reina, instead of commenting or intervening, patiently waited until Vegeta adapted slightly. Once he was no longer bracing himself, Reina began to explain how to skillfully utilize power and ki. In addition to imparting this knowledge, he also planned to give Vegeta a vial of super serum from his system backpack, believing it would enhance Vegeta's abilities. At this moment, Sun Wukong arrived at the island where Master Roshi resided. Unfortunately, Krillin lacked the funds to build a house, thus he had to stay at Master Roshi's home. Fortunately, there were ample rooms. Otherwise, they would not have fit. Krillin, are you there?" After calling out a few times without a response, Sun Wukong was about to enter when the door swung open. A small head peeked out. It was Krillin's daughter, Marin. "Oh, it's Uncle Wukong," she exclaimed, rushing out and reaching for a hug. Sun Wukong obliged, lifting her up and playfully making her giggle. "Where's your father?" he inquired again. Marin replied in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy seems to be in the bathroom." Sun Wukong nodded, and at that moment, Android 18 emerged. "Ah, 18, you're here too. That makes it easier." Just as 18 was pondering this, Sun Wukong recounted the events that led him there. "I never expected such a situation to arise. My husband and I will participate. But honestly, I have no idea where Android 17 is." After a brief moment of contemplation, 18 agreed, realizing it was also for her daughter's sake, and undoubtedly, Krillin would concur. Sun Wukong nodded, gently placing Marin back on the ground. "Very well, thank you, 18. I will search for Tian shortly to see if she knows where 17 might be." With that, he waved goodbye to 18 and took off into the sky. Watching Sun Wukong depart, 18 led Marin back inside. Thus, a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. On that day, Sun Wukong, along with his son and Vegeta, returned from the Kaioshin realm, leaving behind a world in disarray and a despondent Kaioshin. On the lawn of Capsule Corporation, Beerus, Whis, and 6 contestants had been waiting for quite some time. This time, aside from the 2 deities and 10 contestants, there were no spectators. "Hey, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It's you two again? What is going on? You're always late." Beerus scolded sternly. Sun Wukong scratched his face and glanced at Reina. They couldn't really be blamed as Reina had taken a bathroom break. "Since everyone is here, let us depart, Whis." Whis smiled gently, tapping his staff on the ground, enveloping them in light and propelling them toward the heavens, a sight invisible to the ordinary eye. Within the vast void, in a unique space, a colossal arena, akin to a floating mountain, was being assembled by the Grand Priest, who was busy completing the unfinished sections. Surrounding the arena were rows of seats, all connected. Suddenly, several streaks of light flashed, and many figures appeared in those seats, consisting of contestants and deities from their respective universes. "Is this the Null Realm? The air here feels so dense." Gabiru from Universe 6 exclaimed. "Hey, Gabiru, where are those scions from Universe 7? You're not deceiving me, are you? Be careful. I might just take you down." A girl with spiky hair and a rebellious outfit threatened Gabiru. "Calm down, Caulifla. They should be arriving soon." Gabiru explained. "I hope so. Otherwise, you'll regret it," she retorted, shooting him a fierce glare. As the two conversed, more streaks of light appeared, indicating the arrival of other universes. "Hey, Gabiru Hit. It's good to see you again." Sun Wukong's voice called out, and Hit merely nodded in acknowledgement. "That's Sun Wukong from Universe 7. Gabiru pointed toward him. "And me." Before Gabiru could finish, Caulifla strutted up to Sun Wukong, speaking with an air of arrogance. "I've heard you claim to be the strongest scion. You seem quite confident in your abilities. Through this match, I will show you that the title of the strongest scion belongs to me." With that, she huffed and turned away, leaving Sun Wukong somewhat bewildered. "Hee, Wukong, it seems you have quite the charm," Krillin teased as he approached. Suddenly, a commanding and formidable aura enveloped the arena, drawing the attention of warriors from various universes toward its source. "Is that the Pride Troopers from Universe 11? The presence was overwhelmingly powerful, indicating that this individual had hidden depths. The deities exchanged glances. "Hey, Topo." Sun Wukong greeted. Topo scoffed. "What a stubborn individual. I didn't expect you to show up. This battle will surely lead to the demise of your universe." "How amusing. How can you know the outcome without trying?" he replied, glancing at the bald man beside him. "You must be Jiren, as Topo mentioned. Indeed, you are formidable." Jiren, however, ignored him entirely, his gaze fixed on Reina, sensing her strength with a mere glance before dismissing it. Sun Wukong remained silent, merely squinting before returning to his team. Reina patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, and he nodded in understanding. "Now that everyone is here, I shall explain the rules of the competition." The Grand Priest's melodious voice resonated throughout the arena, instantly silencing the bustling crowd. The competition will last for 200 taka, which translates to 96 minutes in mortal time. The stone pillar in the center of the arena serves as the timer. For every segment it descends, 3 minutes will be deducted. Additionally, flying skills are prohibited on the arena, except for those with wings. Recovery items are also not allowed, nor can weapons outside of techniques be used. And any contestant who falls out of the arena will be disqualified. During the Grand Priest's explanation, some participants tested their flying abilities, confirming that they could not take flight. "This will be a fierce battle, but that's even better. I shall strive to surpass my limits in this fight." Sun Wukong pondered. Vegeta clenched his fists with determination, vowing, "I will survive this battle and reach a new realm," showcasing the terror of the Saiyans. Of course, aside from Universe 7, many of the mortals present shared similar thoughts, all wishing to survive or grow during this competition, with a few exceptions. Now that I have covered the rules, I invite Lord Zeno to address us. The Zeno, seated in the highest position, stood up, gleefully spinning around and flashing a radiant smile. "Have fun, everyone," he exclaimed before sitting back down with his divine iPad. Thus, the martial arts tournament was officially underway. Chapter 29. A dazzling display. As soon as the Zeno concluded, a cacophony erupted from the colossal arena. The gods returned to the audience seats, leaving only the mortal contestants on the stage. The participants from Universe 2 exchanged glances, dispersing to select their opponents for battle. In an instant, vibrant colors and deafening sounds erupted across the arena. "Wow, this is truly spectacular. I'm getting excited. Let us all cheer each other on." With that, Sun Wukong dashed into the crowd, disappearing amidst the explosions. "Daddy," he shouted, but alas, his voice was lost in the chaos. Vegeta stretched his limbs, adopting a haughty expression. "Take care of yourselves. Just don't get eliminated." Of course, he did not include Reina in that warning. With a flash, he too charged into the throng. "Uncle Vegeta," Sun Wukong's lips twitched, uncertain of how to respond. Realizing that his words as captain had gone unheard, he had explained the battle strategy upon their arrival, yet it seemed futile. Piccolo stepped forward, patting Wukong's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Do not take it to heart, Wukong. After all, your father and Vegeta are both rather combative. But there remains one who has not yet departed." The words of his adoptive father brought a slight sense of balance to his heart as he turned to face Reina. Reina shrugged, remarking, "No offense, Wukong, but those tactics you devise seem rather ineffective to me. It is impossible to conserve energy in this battle. Moreover, strength is the ultimate strategy, is it not?" Just then, a crimson flash hurtled toward them. "Indeed, you speak the truth. Strength is the best strategy, yet you lack such strength." A sharp and audacious voice rang out. They beheld a blue-skinned avian figure soaring above them, unleashing a fiery energy sphere that swiftly multiplied into numerous projectiles aimed at them. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave as he raised his hand, releasing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! The sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. However, a few projectiles managed to slip through, but fortunately, a long arm intervened, deflecting the attack. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Wukong expressed his gratitude. Piccolo nodded, leaping forth with an outstretched arm to seize the flying avian. "What manner of creature is this?" the avian exclaimed while evading Piccolo's strike. As it dodged, a whooshing sound erupted behind it, and a massive foot landed squarely on its face. With the force of a cannonball, it was sent hurtling away, almost exiting the arena. Yet it managed to stabilize itself by flapping its wings. "What an impressive fellow, to halt oneself like that," Krillin remarked, rubbing his bald head, feeling somewhat disheartened. The force of that kick was formidable, yet it failed to eject the avian from the arena. "My dear, what are you doing? Focus on the match." Do not dwell too much. Our daughter awaits us. The voice of number 18 jolted Krillin back to reality, instantly revitalizing him. Yes, my daughter is waiting for me. I cannot give up now. That would tarnish my image in her eyes. With renewed determination, Krillin charged toward the avian's position. However, just within a few meters, he was intercepted by a shadowy figure that attacked him without hesitation. Is this another of that creature's allies? Krillin mused, glancing between the circling avian and the disheveled figure before him, not discerning if it was male or female. Gritting his teeth, he engaged in battle with this opponent. Laya, you are quite the busybody. I could handle this bald fellow without you. The avian grumbled. The figure battling Krillin, Laya, scoffed. Do not boast, Sally. You should focus on dealing with that long-armed creature. The skirmish intensified on both fronts. Laya, Sally, you have no shame, bullying the weaker contestants without including us. How inconsiderate. At that moment, a voice emerged as a group of 8 individuals emerged from the smoke, completing the 10-person team with the previous 2. Now that you have arrived, let us annihilate them together. First, we shall eliminate the 7th universe. The 8 nodded, surrounding the remaining 6. With a booming voice, the leader, a light blue-skinned one-eyed alien, launched an attack on Sun Wukong. The others had chosen their opponents as well. Number 18 faced a 6-eyed alien with pink skin. Master Roshi battled a frail, freckled extraterrestrial. Number 17 confronted a robust being with 2 mouths, and Tianjin faced an opponent shorter than him, but with extraordinarily strong arms. Thus, each had their adversary, leaving only Reina to face 2 aliens in a standoff. In the audience, the destroyer god of the 12th universe observed with a smile, reveling in the downfall of the 7th universe's fighters, wishing for them to feel despair, helplessness, and futility. The Kaishin, a Go, could scarcely tolerate Jin's remarks and gently patted his shoulder, only to be met with a dismissive glare. Among the many destroyer gods, he and Beerus had never been particularly fond of each other. Moreover, he still harbored resentment over past events that could have elevated the overall strength of his universe. Hey, you from the 7th universe, you appear quite youthful. Is there no one else in your universe that they sent out a child like you? One of the aliens taunted, resembling a duck with webbed feet. This kid, doesn't he even show any facial expressions? Is he too scared to react? Another alien mocked, just as they laughed. A blinding light expanded in their pupils and vanished instantaneously as Reina appeared behind them. Before they could comprehend the situation, a series of crackling sounds erupted as the 2 aliens convulsed and collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events startled the contestants from the 12th universe engaged in battle. The most astonished was the one-eyed alien fighting Sun Wukong. As they say, an amateur watches the spectacle, while the expert observes the details. Although not among the most elite, he possessed a keen eye, and in that fleeting moment, he had captured Reina's swift actions. Each alien's shoulder pinched, resulting in their convulsions. What just transpired? What have you done? The avian, entangled with Piccolo, suddenly accelerated, breaking free from Piccolo's grasp to appear less than 2 meters from Reina. With a swift motion, it unleashed a powerful energy blast. Reina did not even glance back. With a deft motion, he redirected the energy blast, and due to its velocity and unexpectedness, the avian could not evade in time, resulting in its own energy blast knocking it out of the arena, returning it to the audience. The Grand Priest, holding an iPad, crossed out the name of the eliminated contestant, exclaiming with delight, "Wow, more and more are disappearing. How impressive." The Grand Minister chuckled as well, though his gaze bore a deeper meaning as he observed Reina, Sun Wukong, and Jiren. Was Reina the hidden ace of Beerus? That fleeting moment of speed was indeed captivating. Moreover, he emanated a familiar aura. Reina's recent display had successfully captured the attention of numerous deities, many of whom sensed a familiar energy emanating from him, compelling them to take notice. Even the typically aloof angels caught wind of Reina's energy, casting glances toward Vados and Beerus from the 7th universe. While the 2 feigned ignorance of the unfolding events, this left the angels perplexed. Chapter 30. The first universe to be eliminated. You may speculate at your leisure. Rest assured, Reina will deliver a surprise. Beerus mused contentedly. The course of this battle remained uncertain. Let us hope no unforeseen developments arise. Vados pondered thoughtfully. Let us divide our discussions. In the 11th universe's battle team, only Tua Pe, Ji Lian, and TC Per remain from the once proud squad of 10. TC Pe, what are your thoughts? Tua Pe inquired. The speed is indeed impressive, but it pales in comparison to mine. TC responded with unwavering confidence. If Lena were to learn of this, he would certainly understand the true essence of speed. And what of you, Ji Lian? Tuapa turned to Ji Lian for his opinion. Ji Lian merely nodded in tacit agreement with TC Po's assertion, exuding an air of aloofness. However, Tuapa felt an inexplicable oddity, an intangible sensation he could not quite articulate. Dismissing it, he glanced at Ji Lian, firmly believing no one present could surpass him. The arena reverberated with a cacophony of explosions and a dazzling display of special effects. Suddenly, the one-eyed extraterrestrial engaged with Sun Wu Fan seized an opportunity, darting into his blind spot and gathering energy into a vibrant orange sphere before hurling it at Sun Wu Fan. In the instant of releasing the energy blast, he swiftly moved towards Lena. Yet, he had barely traversed a few meters before Sun Wu Fan intercepted him, astonished. How is this possible? Your previous tactics are ineffective against me. Reveal your true prowess. The one-eyed alien glanced at the immobile Lei Na in the distance, and then at the young fighter blocking his path. Gritting his teeth, his aura shifted dramatically, a searing heat emanating from him. With a low growl, a tuft of fiery red hair sprouted from his previously bald head. His limbs shrank slightly, and his eyes became bloodshot. He exhaled a torrent of scorching air. You must possess exceptional abilities to have restrained me, little brat. His hoarse voice and tone were entirely transformed from before. Does he possess a dual personality? It seems he has awakened some dormant power. Indeed, he is a formidable opponent. Although Wu Fan contemplated this, he did not remain idle. He instantly entered a mysterious form. The two fighters clashed, delivering powerful blows to one another. Meanwhile, on Piccolo's front, he had finally captured the flailing Birdman after several attempts. As the creature struggled, he dispatched it from the arena with a well-placed energy blast. Turning to assist Wu Fan, he found his path obstructed by other combatants from different universes. Uncle Piccolo, do not worry, I can handle this. Focus on the enemy before you. Hearing Wu Fan's words, Piccolo felt reassured and concentrated on his current adversary. Elsewhere, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had long departed from their team, engaging with competitors from the third and fourth universes. The colossal arena displayed various depressions and elevations from the ongoing battles. Taiyangquan, Krillin executed the solar flare, temporarily blinding the disheveled opponent before swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful knee strike to their abdomen, the force penetrating their body. Yet, as the alien expelled a mouthful of bile, their vision returned just in time for Krillin to leap back and unleash the Kamehameha wave. A brilliant blue beam engulfed the alien, who had no chance to defend themselves before being blasted from the arena. Upon landing, Krillin sat down, slightly breathless, as the entirety of that exchange had occurred in a mere instant. Not bad. You've made some progress. Lena internally commended, feeling somewhat awkward. Lena had been left alone after eliminating two opponents, with no one daring to approach him. He too desired a challenge, yet each time he made eye contact, his potential adversaries hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Ji Lian remained seated in meditation, flanked by two skilled protectors warding off other fighters. As for the female scion from the sixth universe, capable of transforming into a transcendent form, Lena had little interest, preferring to leave that confrontation to Sun Wukong. Thus, he remained idle, though observant of the evolving battlefield. From his perceptions, it became evident that the competitors from the fourth and third universes were facing the most eliminations, with 5 from one and 3 from the other, rendering them nearly equal in struggle. Should I first target the third universe or the fourth? Lena pondered, stroking his chin. After a brief contemplation of about 10 seconds, a smile crept across his face. Noticing his own universe's fighters were still holding their ground, he vanished, ready to act. Finally, he is moving. I wonder who his target will be, the great priest mused internally. Hey, great priest, who was that person just now? They were incredible, Zeno inquired, pointing at Lei Na with his divine iPad. The great priest responded, that individual is named Lei Na, a scion like Sun Wukong. Oh, another scion? Are they all this fascinating? Zeno exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, before returning to his iPad. The great priest smiled subtly, thinking to himself that perhaps only the scion named Lei Na was truly captivating. On the arena, Lei Na, having executed several swift movements, entered the territory of the fourth universe. I shall eliminate you first, as your numbers are fewer. As he whispered to himself, he infiltrated the enemy ranks. Everyone, be on alert. Someone is approaching. The blind warrior, Maji La, sniffed the air, cautioning his comrades. Just as he alerted them, he was sent flying without warning, landing outside the arena before he could comprehend what had transpired. In the terrified gaze of the remaining warriors from the fourth universe, Laya's form glided effortlessly among them, sending the remaining fighters scattering like deflated balloons, all landing outside the arena. Witnessing all his universe's contestants being eliminated left the god of destruction of the fourth universe both astonished and frustrated. He was shocked to learn the assailant was from the seventh universe, and his frustration stemmed from having been distracted during a conversation, leading to this dismal outcome. How could he not feel vexed, especially when facing someone he despised, like Beerus? Damn it, damn it, damn it. I do not wish to be eliminated. Keitra clenched his fists, seething with anger, ready to plead for mercy from Zeno. However, Zeno merely cast a disinterested glance at him, causing Keitra to swallow his words. Then, Zeno raised a small hand and gently clenched it. In an instant, the representatives of the fourth universe, including the god of destruction and the Kaioshin, were obliterated. The atmosphere in the arena turned somber and silent. The stone pillar in the center of the arena had only descended by 3 segments when the first universe vanished. The subsequent disappearances of universes would surely be even more numerous, a sentiment echoed by many. Even Julien, who had been in deep meditation, opened his eyes to gaze at the rows of spectators, and the determination in his gaze intensified. Was this the power of the supreme ruler of the universe to erase existence? It indeed resembled the function of an eraser, Rena mused. Imagining the possibilities if he could acquire such an ability, he could eliminate anything he deemed unsatisfactory with a mere flick, making it utterly disappear. However, he quickly shook his head, recognizing the impracticality of such thoughts. He patted the non-existent dust from his attire and leisurely returned to his designated universe. As he moved, the previously silent arena erupted with noise once more, returning to its original state. Chapter 31. Eliminating one. As Rena walked, he hummed an unknown tune, unimpeded by anyone along the way. Upon returning to the area belonging to his universe, he sat cross-legged and began to rest his mind. Truly, Rena was formidable, managing to eliminate several opponents in an instant. Sun Wukong exclaimed while standing atop a large rock. As he voiced his admiration, a sudden sound sliced through the air, prompting him to swiftly turn and throw a punch, sending an assailant flying several meters before coming to a stop. Hit, are you here to challenge me? Indeed. The intruder was none other than Hit, the most lethal assassin of the sixth universe. Last time we fought, we didn't determine a victor. This time, let's settle it. You will see just how much stronger I have become. All right, let us do this. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form and charged at Hit. Meanwhile, Vegeta was emerging from a pile of rubble, looking somewhat disheveled. TCH. That Rena eliminated them all in an instant, not even considering my presence. Vegeta muttered in frustration. As he grumbled, his eyes caught sight of a figure emerging from the smoke ahead. He recognized this person from the energy signature. The familiar figure stepped forward, revealing himself to be Topo, the captain of the Pride Troopers from the 11th universe. You are from the 7th universe, a scion named Vegeta, right? Oh, you actually recognize me. I thought your eyes only had room for Kakarot. Vegeta's words dripped with a hint of resentment. Topo snorted dismissively and began to walk away, seemingly uninterested in engaging with Vegeta. However, Vegeta had other ideas. He unleashed his energy, entering his Super Saiyan Blue form, and hurled a punch at Topo. Topo retaliated with a punch of his own. A deafening explosion followed, causing the ground to buckle beneath them. Vegeta sought to prove his own strength. The scene shifted to the fourth universe. Paparoni, a scientist from the third universe with white hair and purple skin, scanned the surroundings before fixing his eyes on Rena. He lightly touched his staff and murmured, Kekitsukai, Ponxia, Bolarita, combine. The 3 robots swiftly merged upon receiving his command. In a burst of light, they transformed into a new warrior named Kikiki Alarita, amalgamating the strengths of the 3 and significantly enhancing their power. Paparoni nodded in satisfaction and gestured toward Rena, instructing Kikiki Alarita to utilize high-speed movement to vanish. Meanwhile, the dangerous trio from the 9th universe, along with the remaining members of Shisua and Olgon, disregarded their surroundings and charged towards Rena. In the audience, Beerus noticed the unfolding situation, a slight smile threatening to break his stern demeanor, though he restrained himself, thinking, Moscow. Sidera, you are in for a rough time. Rena opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile as he slowly rose. So, they have come to confront me. Alas, it seems they have yet to recognize the disparity in our strengths. If that is the case, I cannot be blamed. He awaited their arrival calmly. And after what felt like a significant pause, Kikiki Alarieta appeared before him, swinging its massive fist. Rena merely sidestepped, evading the rapid blow, and delivered a kick in response. The opponent reacted swiftly, managing to block the kick, but still being pushed back several meters, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Activate calculation mode. Kikiki Alarieta's eyes glowed with peculiar light as it charged forward once more, just as the trio of danger arrived, surrounding both Rena and Kikiki Alarieta in a triangular formation. You from the third universe will keep the seventh universe company. Lavanda grinned ominously. In the following moment, a streak of light flashed past them, appearing before the two latecomers from the third universe. Rena flashed a grin at them, and in their fearful gaze, his hand seemed to expand in their sight. His palm grasped their faces, and with a swift motion, he threw them skyward before delivering two precise kicks to their abdomens, sending them plummeting from the arena in an elegantly executed manner. What just happened? The trio was bewildered. Their encirclement had seemed flawless, yet the opponent had escaped. Not good. Split up. The elder brother, Belgiumer, shouted, quickly darting aside, which dissolved the dangerous triangle formation. The other two brothers followed suit, albeit a moment too late. Kikiki Alarieta spun towards them at whirlwind speed, delivering a series of impacts that sent the three brothers flying over Tenjong away. As it propelled itself back towards its own universe, the trio exchanged glances, realizing they too wished to remain in the fight. Oh, do you think it's too late to leave now? Rena's voice echoed with a hint of amusement, lingering in the ears of the three brothers. They halted, then, back to back, unleashed their energy in a frenzied spin, launching energy blasts in all directions. A dazzling display of energy accompanied by violent explosions illuminated the arena. In the audience, the Kaioshin and God of Destruction from the ninth universe were sweating profusely. You must hold on, no matter what. Kaioshin low gritted his teeth. Though his voice was barely audible, yet the trio heard him clearly. Belgiumer felt a strong urge to roll his eyes. Of course, they wanted to endure. But they couldn't even catch a glimpse of their opponent. How could they hold on? Big brother, what now? Bazel inquired. What else can we do? We will unleash our strongest combined attack. I refuse to believe he can dodge indefinitely. Upon hearing their elder's words, the other two brothers exchanged glances, placing their hands on their brother's shoulders, and together shouted, Super Death Triangle Beam. A massive beam of energy coalesced from their combined might, erupting outward. The ensuing roar of destruction obliterated everything in its path. As they swept through the area, their energy diminished, causing the beam to weaken. After a few breaths, Laya suddenly appeared behind the three of them. With a wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind swept them up, interrupting the last remnants of their energy. As they were lifted into the air, Laya gathered energy in his palm, and a white energy sphere, as large as a basketball, shot forth. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling white light illuminated the surroundings, and the three brothers were hurled off the stage by Laya's two moves. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Ku Ichi, Aleda, and the others in stunned silence. However, he quickly regained his composure. For with Dr. Paparoni's earlier reminder, he might have remained dazed. Damn it, we actually became the first universe to be erased. This is utterly infuriating. I will remember this. Universe 7. Luo Air seethed with anger in his thoughts, yet he could only contemplate, as there was little else he could do. The Grand Minister cast a glance at Universe 9 and announced, all contestants from Universe 9 are eliminated. Just as he finished speaking, the Omni King raised his small hand and clenched it. Once again, the infamous scene of erasure unfolded. What in the world is happening? I felt nothing amiss. Why could they consecutively eliminate two universes? This is baffling. TC from Universe 11 wore a puzzled expression. Even the usually proud Jiren couldn't help but glance at Laya with newfound respect. Next, it is your turn, Universe 3. Laya smiled slightly, directing his gaze toward Universe 3, where he happened to lock eyes with Dr. Paparoni. Startled, the doctor quickly grasped his staff, glanced at the switch embedded at the top, gritted his teeth, and pressed it down. Chapter 32, a mediocre chapter, the rampaging Kyer buzz, buzz, buzz. The instant he pressed it, a burst of light enveloped him, charging directly toward Ku Ichi, Aleda. After a flash of light, A colossal figure nearly 10 zhang tall emerged from the brilliance. Roar! His powerful sound waves instantly sent nearby stones flying. This is the Oniraza that Dr. Paparoni spoke of. Indeed, a formidable warrior. The Kaioshin AI heir adjusted his glasses, grinning as he spoke. Hearing AI heir's remark, the god of destruction mosque emitted a strange sound, which was subsequently translated by an angel. Indeed, it seems the unfortunate fate of Universe 7's little brat is next. Oniraza's gaze turned toward Laya. He threw a punch into the air, but the fist inexplicably vanished. In its place, a mirror-like portal appeared before Laya, and his fist burst through from within. Unperturbed, Laya retaliated with a punch. Bang! The deafening sound of their collision resonated throughout the arena. He forcefully returned Oniraza's punch. Oniraza staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Undeterred, he unleashed several more punches, each twisting the space around them, making their trajectories unpredictable. Laya shook his head slightly, narrowing his eyes. With a simple burst of energy, a thin layer of energy shield emerged within a 5-meter radius around him. Bang, bang, bang. Oniraza's barrage of punches, more than a dozen in total, was effortlessly blocked by the shield, failing to even create a ripple, demonstrating the shield's formidable strength. How is this possible? Oniraza murmured in disbelief. Though incredulous, he had no intention of conceding. He opened his mouth wide, gathering immense energy within. Whoosh! A massive red energy beam shot forth. Bang! Crack! At the moment of impact against the protective shield, it shattered, striking him directly. A deafening roar accompanied the blinding light, illuminating the entire arena as it trembled violently. Have I been eliminated so easily? I thought I was formidable. It seems those previous actions were merely a fluke. Oniraza sprouted wings from his back and took to the sky, scanning the ground until he spotted Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were about to dive toward him. But a voice interrupted. Are you leaving already? I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Is this all you've got? He turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Laya standing unscathed amidst the dissipating smoke, with only the sunken ground proving that a massive explosion had indeed occurred. Did my attack miss? Impossible. What did you just do? Oniraza demanded. Laya raised an eyebrow and smiled. In a flash, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, moving even faster than that. In an instant, he positioned himself beneath Oniraza, glancing up at his airborne opponent, instantly entering a state of explosive energy. With one hand raised, he concentrated his energy into a massive transparent hand that grasped Oniraza's leg and pulled downward, while his other hand quickly formed another transparent hand that gripped Oniraza's wing and yanked backward. With a tearing sound, accompanied by a scream of agony and a spurt of unknown purple liquid, Oniraza's wings were ripped from his body. After the wings were torn away, Laya's transparent hand transformed into a fist, which he slammed down, driving Oniraza into the ground. His transparent fist then rained down like a deluge. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated, truly heartbreaking for any listener. Buzz! Suddenly, a beam of light shone in the distance, and an immensely powerful aura erupted, creating ripples in the air. Bang, bang, bang! A figure barreled through, demolishing numerous large stones while eliminating several contestants from different universes. Roar! Kill! 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 The figure shouted while unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. This is bad. Kair has gone berserk. Gabe slapped his forehead, feeling helpless yet worried. What has happened to Kair? Zide inquired. Gabe shook his head. I have no idea how Kair's transformation works, but once she transforms, she enters a rampaging state that is challenging to control. No, I'm not talking about that. I mean she can't kill. Upon Zite's reminder, Gabe recalled that there was indeed such a rule in the tournament, and began calling out Kair's name. However, at that moment, Kair was facing off against Sun Wukong. Wow! Your transformation exudes such fierce and impressive energy, Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. From a distance, Vegeta's voice rang out. Kakarot, be careful. That transformation of hers may very well be the legendary Super Saiyan that appears only once in a millennium, unlike our own forms. Don't worry. Kair roared and charged forward with the force of a rampaging bull. How dare you rush at me like that? Sun Wukong exclaimed, entering his Super Saiyan blue form. Bang! Bang! The two collided instantly, but unfortunately for Sun Wukong, he was sent flying, crashing through several massive stones before finally halting. With a buzz, a flash of light shattered the stone into dust. Sun Wukong, his clothes in tatters, emerged. Shaking his numbed arm, He wore an astonished expression. You are truly strong. I'm already feeling excited. At the same time, he unleashed a boiling blue energy, swiftly retracting it into his body, achieving a perfect Super Saiyan blue form as he charged forward. Bang! At the moment of their collision, fierce electric sparks erupted, their powerful energies clashing, causing the very fabric of space to slightly warp. This scene left the Grand Minister somewhat astonished. This space has undeniably been traversed by him. Otherwise, how could it withstand such fierce battles among so many formidable individuals? Yet, these two have managed to reach such a level, indicating the strength of their attacks. On the other hand, one could argue that it was a one-sided domination, as Analaza was being thoroughly crushed by Reina, who had retracted his transparent fists. Gazing at Analaza with a rather amused expression, it was rather uninteresting. Your power, when compared to those I previously eliminated, is merely a slight notch above, quite mediocre indeed. This statement was delivered with the utmost nonchalance, accompanied by a dismissive gesture. Analaza, observing this, was filled with a mix of rage and helplessness. He was already immobilized and, had he the ability to move, he would have unleashed all his energy. After offering a faint smile, he extended a finger, concentrating a highly dense energy point, roughly the size of a glass marble, and flicked it towards the pit. The moment the energy point landed in the pit, it detonated with the force of an atomic bomb, shaking the entire arena once more, causing several fragile sections to collapse anew, and significantly reducing the size of the arena. Reina did not even glance back, turning to leave amidst the explosion. This was an act he had long wished to perform. A true man never looks back at explosions. In the wake of the explosion, Analaza was instantly disintegrated, propelled away by a powerful gust, while his remaining two companions attempted to rescue him, only to be swept off the arena themselves by the overwhelming force. When they returned to their seats, they were unconscious. How could the people of the seventh universe be so powerful? Who on earth is he? The angel translated the words of the destroyer god Mosca, while also feeling a wave of perplexity within. His gaze shifted towards the seventh universe, where Vados appeared calm and composed, betraying no hint of concern, which seemed rather unusual. There was a growing familiarity in the aura emanating from the seventh universe that he could not quite place, a sensation that felt almost within reach, yet continually eluded him. It was not just him. Angels from other universes also shared this sense of something being just out of grasp. At that moment, Jiren, who had resumed his meditative state, opened his eyes and rose, making his way towards Reina. Chapter 33, A Clash of Titans, Part 1. Simultaneously, the destroyer god Vermaud communicated telepathically with Jiren. Jiren, do not act rashly. You have yet to ascertain his true identity. If a confrontation is necessary, you must first eliminate Sun Wukong and that oily-haired fellow. However, Jiren paid him no heed, resolutely advancing towards Reina. Vermaud, witnessing Jiren's indifference, sighed but chose not to intervene further. If Jiren wished to proceed, so be it. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, engaged in a heated battle with Caulifla, abruptly halted, his attention drawn to Jiren moving in the distance, a glimmer of recognition crossing his eyes. Yet he did not approach, as he still had to contend with the formidable opponent before him. With an intensity akin to raindrops, energy blasts erupted from her, and Sun Wukong evaded while searching for a weakness. However, after numerous dodges, he had yet to discern any vulnerabilities. At that moment, Caulifla, as an elder sister, leaped forward, positioning herself in front of the rampaging Kale, grasping her hand with urgency. Wake up, Kale! Look closely. I am your sister. Kale. As Caulifla's desperate calls echoed, there was a shift in Kale's aura. Sun Wukong focused intently on the changing energy around Kale, and suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Kale's previously volatile energy subsided in an instant, her massive form reverting to its normal state, her hair transitioning from yellow-green to a lighter shade of green, and her aura distinctly enhanced compared to her earlier ferocity. Sister, Kale whispered, tears welling in her eyes, fearing she might not revert. Caulifla tightened her grip on Kale's hand, speaking earnestly. Well done, Kale. You have learned to control your power. Together, we shall form the mightiest duo in the universe. Caulifla exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, sister. We shall pursue the path to becoming the strongest, and regardless of who stands against us, we will strive to defeat them with all our might. Kale responded earnestly. The two sisters exchanged a knowing smile before turning their gaze towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, We sisters will defeat you and claim the title of the strongest scion. Sun Wukong remained taciturn, having no interest in such titles. His sole desire was to engage in battle with the strong. In a single leap, he charged towards the sisters, who met him with equal fervor. Thus, the three became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien were consecutively eliminated, though the losses were not too grievous, as there remained 8 participants, the highest number aside from the 11th universe. On another front, Jiren had now confronted Reina. What is this? Jiren, have you rested enough? I thought you would seek out either Sun Wukong or Vegeta first, yet you chose to approach me. Reina remarked with a broad smile. You seem to know quite a bit. Jiren's expression remained impassive, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. As a being whose power surpasses that of the destroyers, you partake in this competition merely to use the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect your master? However, as Reina spoke these words, a flicker of change crossed his otherwise expressionless face. Who are you? How do you know about this? The tone of his voice lost its earlier neutrality. I am merely a scion, slightly stronger than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Now, Jiren, let us dispense with idle chatter and truly witness your strength. Upon hearing this, Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the entire void to tremble. This surge of power captured the attention and astonishment of numerous warriors. In the audience, apart from Vermaud, the remaining 9 destroyer gods displayed expressions of shock. Is this fellow truly immortal? His aura surpasses even ours. Could it be that the legends circulating among the universes are true? That there exist mortals stronger than the gods? Over in the 11th universe, Vermaud watched the poised Jiren, murmuring, "Let the gods witness your prowess and fulfill your own desires." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the 2 sisters temporarily ceased their skirmish, yet none had gained the upper hand. Although Sun Wukong had yet to employ the Kaioken, he sensed a slight progression in his abilities. Is this truly the existence that Top spoke of, one even stronger than him? Such power is incomprehensible. How did he cultivate such strength? I wonder if Reina stands a chance against him. As Sun Wukong marveled at Jiren's prowess, he pondered Reina's potential for victory. In another part of the battlefield, Toppo, empowered by the divine energy, faced off against Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, and they too took a momentary pause in their conflict. So, this is your companion? Quite the monster. Watch your words, Scion. Jiren's strength is far beyond what you see. Rest assured, the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be Jiren. That remains to be seen. Vegeta remarked, his gaze directed towards Reina, a fact that did not escape Toppo's notice. Reina remained completely unmoved by this aura, casually dusting himself off. All flashy and frivolous, but I like it, so I'll be flashy too. Whoosh. He also unleashed an invisible aura to counter it. The friction and collision of their auras caused the entire void realm to rumble like thunder. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two vanished almost simultaneously. In the instant of their clash, a devastating energy erupted. Crackling sounds filled the void realm's spatial barriers, shattering them like glass, and the powerful impact created a vacuum. The two leaped into the air and engaged in a series of intense battles. As their attacks grew stronger, the entire void realm shook violently. That guy can actually fight Jiren like this? Is he also a mortal beyond gods? Kay was extremely surprised. Many years had passed since they first met Jiren, and no one had ever fought him so fiercely, not even Lord Vim. Vim's face was grim as a possibility suddenly occurred to him, and he looked towards Beerus. He slowly uttered a statement that shocked all the gods. Except for Beerus himself, this mortal has reached the stage of Ultra Instinct. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a level even gods struggle to reach. How could a mere mortal possibly achieve it? Indeed, it was utterly unbelievable. The remaining gods murmured amongst themselves, while the angels wore expressions of sudden realization. Now they understood why the other man had given them such a familiar feeling. He, too, had reached this level. Although the gods found it unbelievable, Beerus's next words proved Vim right. Reina had indeed reached the level of Ultra Instinct and mastered this state. The gods were instantly speechless. What could they say? However, one thing greatly intrigued them. In the universe of Veggie, they could understand the appearance of someone with combat power exceeding that of a god of destruction, given the abundant resources of his universe in the past. However, Beerus's power level was low, so why did such a figure appear? I see. So you've reached a level that even they, the gods, find difficult to achieve. But no matter what level you've reached, you can't defeat me. You should surrender. Jilin said arrogantly after a friendly exchange with Reina. Reina stretched, somewhat contentedly. Hey, how can you be so unfair? We only exchanged blows. We haven't even used our true abilities yet. If you think you can make me surrender like this, you're underestimating me too much. I'll be angry. As he spoke, his previously relaxed expression turned solemn, and the aura that had just vanished from his body reappeared, even stronger than before. Very well, since you've chosen your own death. Then I'll grant your wish. Whoosh. As he spoke, a fiery red energy sphere materialized in his hand. Chapter 34 Clash of Titans, Part 2. He launched the energy sphere, which gradually grew into a massive energy ball about 10 zhong, approximately 33 meters, in size as it flew. When the energy ball was only centimeters from his face, Reina chopped it down with a hand chop, instantly splitting the energy ball in two and causing it to explode in a cloud of smoke. From within the smoke, Reina released an energy laser beam towards him, but this beam, upon reaching him, automatically split in two, shattering the two mountains behind him. Whoosh. Reina unleashed a burst of energy, his powerful aura instantly igniting the surrounding ground, and Jiren did the same, except his energy was exceptionally scorching hot. The immense pressure generated by the collision of their powerful auras caused tiny cracks to appear in the audience seating area. Then, both launched simultaneous attacks. The violent collision of their energies caused the previously subsided boundless realm to change again. At that moment, half of the arena collapsed, leaving only the other half standing. Some careless fighters fell off the stage. As a result, fewer than 60 fighters remained on the stage. The two exchanged several punches in quick succession. The explosive energy generated by their collisions would be enough to destroy a universe in the real world, but here it only caused the arena to collapse, creating a massive crater. Unable to determine a winner in close combat, they separated and began ranged attacks. A dazzling burst of energy blasts collided, activating the prince's fighting technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, the two were still in a probing phase, so the prince's fighting technique was ineffective. Whoosh. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, and Reina quickly assumed a defensive stance. Bang! Jillian's powerful punch sent Reina staggering back several steps, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Was that enough? Reina instantly appeared before him, returning the punch in kind. Thud! A powerful burst of energy shot out, but it didn't cause much damage. Whoosh! In a flash, Reina unleashed a move similar to the afterimage fist, leaving a tangible afterimage in front of Jiren, while he himself circled behind him and threw another punch. This punch didn't generate any energy fluctuations, but Jilin seemed to have eyes in his back, quickly shifting to the left, just avoiding the attack. But Reina's attack didn't end there. He pulled back a short distance, raised one hand, and muttered a phrase. Great wilderness imprisoning heaven finger. 5 fingers move heaven and earth. Buzz. A massive surge of energy emanated from the shattered void, followed by 5 enormous fingers slowly grinding down. Even the god of destruction, no, even the grand priest, was somewhat shocked by this sight. What the hell was that? Despite this, Jiren's red aura materialized, forming a red shield that expanded outwards. Uft. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The 5 fingers collided with the scorching red shield, creating visible shockwaves. Crack, crack. But it didn't last long. The red shield shattered, and the fingers crashed down, the sound echoing throughout the universe, creating towering plumes of smoke. However, Reina glanced at the smoke and couldn't help but curl his lip, a hint of displeasure on his face. As expected of one of the strongest warriors among mortals, they don't even take my attack seriously. Looks like I'll have to show them my true power. Reina stretched and moved, his aura shifting. His once pure black hair gradually took on a silver sheen, though not immediately. This change instantly widened the eyes of the gods of destruction. It truly was Ultra Instinct. Only now did these gods of destruction dare to truly acknowledge it. From within the smoke, Jiren glared, instantly dispersing the smoke with his aura. A glint flashed in his eyes as he watched the transformed Reina. He didn't attack, for his pride wouldn't allow it. This was evident in the anime. When Goku condensed the spirit bomb, Jiren could have attacked, but he didn't. Besides wanting Goku to unleash even greater power and be crushed, his pride wouldn't allow it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A pillar of energy, entirely condensed from his aura, shot into the sky, traversing the heavens. As Jiren's gaze sharpened, a flash of light appeared, and Reina, now with completely silver hair, materialized. As the remaining destroyers in the audience rose to their feet, it served as a tribute to the form they had yet to attain. No matter how many times one gazes upon this form, it radiates an aura of the divine. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been deeply intrigued by this form during his time in the future world. Yet, beneath this exhilaration lay a sense of frustration. For with the enhancement of his powers, he could clearly sense that this form was beyond his reach. Despite his dissatisfaction, he remained undeterred, believing that one day he too would achieve it. Therefore, he resolved to survive this battle. He then turned his gaze towards a new warrior born from the fusion of the two sisters, empowered by the terrifying aura released during Reina's five-finger attack. Open up. Fula. Reina had finally unleashed her true prowess. He wondered what means Jiren would employ. In truth, Vegeta's mindset was not much better than Sun Wukong's. As the Prince of the Scions, he already felt the weight of Sun Wukong's presence, and now Reina had entered the fray, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. However, perhaps it was a common trait among Scions that the stronger the rivals they wished to surpass, the greater their motivation became. Tropo, show your true strength. For I believe you possess more than what you have displayed thus far. Likewise, I shall unleash my full potential to defeat you. Tropo, with narrowed eyes, did not respond but chose to act directly. What an intriguing little fellow. I never expected him to reach such heights at this level. What the Grand Priest observed was not as simple as what the destroyers perceived on the surface. As a primordial being who had always existed in this realm, he understood the immense difficulty in attaining such a level. Throughout history, the number of individuals who could reach this level was fewer than the fingers on one hand. Yet now there was one more, which brought him solace. Come on, Jiren. Do not hide your strength any longer. I trust you would not wish to hear any unsavory words from me to provoke your spirit. Reina's voice carried a distinctly sacred quality, although her words seemed somewhat discordant and rather trivial. Very well, since you insist I reveal my true abilities, I shall oblige. Jiren let out a low growl, clenching his fists as his aura surged. His fiery red energy instantly enveloped him, the pressure radiating from him overwhelming the arena. Boom, boom. The stage could no longer withstand such violent energy, resulting in multiple explosions, flames engulfing the area. Amidst this conflagration, several competitors were eliminated, and the eliminations were evenly distributed, preventing any universe from being entirely erased this time. A similar effect to that generated by Reina flashed, revealing Jiren in his battle-damaged state. At last, you have unleashed your full strength. Let us engage in a spirited battle. The crimson and silver streaks clashed, shattering the spatial barrier of the Void Realm. A vortex of energy emerging from the breach, creating a powerful suction that devoured everything nearby. Fortunately, the Grand Priest acted swiftly, mending the fractured barrier with divine power and reinforcing it. Otherwise, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Chapter 35, Clash of Titans, Part 2. What was that just now? Krillin in the audience spoke with a lingering fear. After all, the sensation they had just experienced was profoundly terrifying. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement. In fact, aside from the two of them, 4 competitors had been eliminated, including Master Roshi and Piccolo. As for how Piccolo was eliminated, he had sacrificed himself to shield Gohan from Jiren's explosive energy shockwave, which knocked him down while he himself was swept off the stage. If Reina were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly give a thumbs up, praising him as a true mentor. That was a spatial barrier. If it had expanded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Beerus remarked gravely. Although they were unfamiliar with the term spatial barrier, Beerus's expression alone indicated the severity of the situation. As the saying goes, flowers bloom on both ends, each showcasing its own beauty. At this moment, Reina and Jiren had taken the battlefield to the skies. They were not flying. Instead, they were suspended mid-air due to their own energy's levitation ability. Whoosh! Reina unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. Though the attack appeared understated, its power was formidable. Jiren responded with his own barrage of assaults. Boom, boom. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of energy blasts, the violent winds generated by their clashes swirling around them. Suddenly, Jiren's foot moved, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Reina, delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch. Crack! Reina met the blow with an open palm, the ferocious shockwave radiating outward, obliterating the nearby stones. Seizing Jiren's hand, Reina yanked him toward her and swung a punch at his face. Bang! Her fist landed squarely on his right cheek, sending him crashing onto a portion of the arena while simultaneously releasing a potent Kamehameha wave. generating a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the arena. However, Reina frowned as she swiftly dodged. Just as she did, a fiery energy sphere detonated at her previous position. In the chaos, a shadow darted through the explosion. Bang! Bang! The two found themselves back at the starting point of their fierce struggle. On the remaining section of the stage, two battlefields emerged, one featuring Sun Wukong and Fu La, while the other displayed the deep blue Vegeta facing off against Tropo, who had now entered his destroyer mode. In truth, on this limited space, there were still a few competitors engaged in battle, while others had been eliminated by their opponents. Consequently, several universes had been erased by the Omni King, leaving only Universe 11, Universe 7, Universe 2, and Universe 8 still in contention. Universe 7 retained Sun Wukong, Gohan, and number 17, totaling 5 fighters. Universe 2 and Universe 8 each had one remaining contestant, while Universe 11 had one surviving speedster, Dispo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fu La launched several pale green energy blasts. With his stamina rapidly depleting, Sun Wukong, now in his super blue form, took a few breaths to gather his energy in his arms, deflecting the energy blasts with a wave of his hand. He chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. I have never recognized the concept of surrender in my life. And moreover, I have yet to unleash my true power. Oh, then let us see if you can. At this moment, I can surpass any form you possess. As she spoke, she erupted in a brilliant surge of ultra-green energy. Sun Wukong grinned, his muscles taut, as he unleashed his blue energy, declaring, 30 times Kaioken. The tempestuous red-blue energy clashed with Fu La's ultra-green aura. At this stage of the match, Sun Wukong had finally employed the 30-fold Kaioken, having previously relied solely on his perfected super blue form. The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle, the intensity rivaling that of the conflict on Reina's side. Meanwhile, Vegeta, in his deep blue enhanced form, looked mockingly at Tropo in his destroyer mode. I never anticipated you were hiding such depths. You are indeed a candidate for the role of destroyer. Yet, how amusing that you, a paragon of justice, would aspire to become a destroyer candidate. The deep blue reinforced form was cultivated by him and Lena within that gravity chamber, all thanks to the vial of serum provided by Lena. Humph, Vegeta, I believe you are mistaken. A candidate for destruction? Huh. Do not conflate me with those half-hearted individuals. I am the rightful heir to the god of destruction. Topo sneered. TCH. It hardly matters. Vegeta scoffed. Topo narrowed his eyes and unleashed a destructive energy sphere. Vegeta showed no intention of evading, his blue aura enveloping his fist, as he struck the energy sphere with a powerful punch. Bang! The energy sphere trembled before exploding, engulfing Vegeta in a cloud of thick smoke. Dad, Uncle Vegeta and Lena are fighting formidable foes. I cannot afford to lose. Sun Wufan and number 17 faced the formidable Sonic warrior Tice without a hint of relaxation. As Sun Wufan released his power, his gaze fixed ahead, he could barely catch a glimpse of Tice's silhouette, whispering to number 17. I will find a way to hold him off, and then you can use your most powerful attack to eliminate both him and me. Number 17 nodded in agreement. A glint of determination flashed in Sun Wufan's eyes. Focused, he finally detected Tice's movements and surged forward. In midair, Lena and Jiren both sustained varying degrees of injury. Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally showcased their true capabilities. May they discover the opportunity to transcend their limits in this battle. Lena contemplated. What? Even at this juncture? You wish to concern yourself with others? Jiren's voice held a hint of irritation. Lena shook his head. I was merely reflecting that this battle has reached a critical point. It is nearly time to conclude. By your logic, you still possess abilities yet to be revealed. Are you jesting? At the highest point, the Grand Zeno's eyes widened like brass bells. Say, Daishinkan, who do you think will emerge victorious? The Daishinkan stroked his chin and spoke in riddles. These two have transcended the realm of mortals. It now depends on who can endure longer. As he spoke, a flicker of discomfort stirred within him, as if something were amiss, but the feeling was fleeting. The Grand Zeno nodded, albeit somewhat confused, his fingers ceaselessly swiping across the divine iPad, examining the remaining contenders. Unbeknownst to these deities, a fissure had opened deep within the void realm. Should anyone peer through this gap, they would glimpse a visage exhaling a faint essence, taking root within. This essence, akin to a seed buried deep within the earth, absorbed the various energies generated during their battles in the void realm. You lofty deities, savor your dwindling moments. This world shall ultimately be reset by us. Ha ha. A faint, obscure language emanated from the fissure. Chapter 36. Victory returning to the arena floor. Vegeta closed in and seized Topo's hand, executing a whirlwind toss that sent him flying, while he himself propelled forward to intercept Topo's descent. He struck Topo's back, sending him reeling once more, and this time, Vegeta positioned himself ahead, delivering a punch to Topo's abdomen. Boom! Topo's back arched, spewing forth bile as he staggered backward in disbelief, gazing incredulously at Vegeta. How is this possible? You! He could scarcely believe his eyes. He was being suppressed by his opponent. What a ludicrous jest! Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable. His disbelief was not unwarranted. He had yet to comprehend the Scion's unique trait, their ability to grow stronger through battle, coupled with the potion administered by Laya, which had revitalized his body. His physical prowess was now vastly superior to before. This form rivaled Sun Wukong's Kaioken times 30. Now, with the Kaioken times 30, Sun Wukong could contend with Super Saiyan 2 Kefura, showcasing the immense power at play. Although Kefura lacked the divine energy enhancement, she possessed the bloodline of Kair and could unleash her strength without falling short of Topo's God of Destruction form. Nothing is impossible, Topo. This match is yours to lose. As he spoke, Vegeta's hands converged, gathering a tremendous amount of energy. Sensing this, Topo raised one hand cautiously, focusing his destructive energy. Ultimate explosion flash. Destruction. Whoosh. Whoosh. At the moment the two colored energies collided, a powerful energy storm erupted, obliterating all organic matter in the vicinity. The two remaining contestants from the 2nd and 8th universes, as well as Sun Wufan and number 17 against Tice, could not withstand the might of the energy storm and were consequently eliminated. Thus, in this dramatic turn of events, the 2nd and 8th universes were erased by the Grand Zeno. The arena was left with only the 11th and 7th universes. As the two warriors unleashed their fervent cries, their energies clashed continuously. Suddenly, at the epicenter of this energy collision, the forces abruptly contracted before bursting forth in a beam of light that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Yet, this light came and went in an instant. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's attack ultimately triumphed over Topo's destruction. Amidst the explosion, his figure was enveloped in the aftermath, marking the loss of yet another contender from the 11th universe. At that moment, Vegeta reverted to his normal state, exhaling a deep breath as he collapsed in an X shape upon the ground, utterly drained. Well done, Vegeta. Beerus praised him loudly, a rare occurrence. Vegeta smiled, slowly closing his eyes as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Vegeta has grown stronger. I too must strive harder. My stamina cannot last much longer. Kefura, let us conclude this with a decisive move. Kefura nodded. As you wish. Both retreated a distance, channeling their energy, as the arena was once again enveloped in unrest. Their terrifying auras surged like crashing waves. The two simultaneously gathered energy, powerful forces flowing into their hands. I must hold on, Sun Wukong murmured, contemplating further amplification, yet uncertain if his body could withstand it. For Laya once told him that his physical limit was only to 30 times. Wukong is truly reckless. In the audience, Krillin wore a grave expression. Dad, Sun Wufan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, but he refrained from crying. Even though he sensed something was amiss with his father, tears would not aid him. He clenched his fists in frustration. Intense energy continued to accumulate, causing the entire arena to tremble and fracture. 40 times Kamehameha. Huh. The colossal azure energy wave collided with the red and green energy wave, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The void realm shook violently as the arena shattered into countless fragments. Sun Wukong and Kefura stood upon the last remaining piece of falling ground, continuously unleashing their energies. As time passed, Sun Wukong's hands became drenched in blood, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With a mighty roar, he summoned all his strength, amplifying it fivefold within his heart. Yet, with a sharp crack, the joints of Sun Wukong's hands shattered, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot from the pain. However, he did not cry out. Instead, he continued to channel his energy. The overwhelming force of energy surged forth, gradually pushing back the energy waves of Kai Fu La. But, infuriatingly, she too let out a fierce roar. In that moment, her energy aura abruptly weakened and split, engulfed by the colossal energy wave. The earth shook with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a planet's explosion, reverberating throughout the realm of Wujijia. Even celestial bodies beyond the realm felt the impact, revealing the sheer magnitude of the explosion's energy. This fluctuation, however, allowed a breath of energy deep within Wujijia to feast to its heart's content. Due to the earlier explosion, Sun Wukong was severely injured and rendered immobile, unable to reach a normal-sized arena. Likewise, the unconscious Vegeta shared this fate, and the two plummeted beyond the arena's confines, landing back in the audience. Krillin, upon witnessing the state of Wukong and Vegeta, hurriedly presented a senzu bean for them to consume. Now, only Jiren and Reina remained. As for the sixth universe, it had already been erased by the Omni King during the descent of Wukong and Vegeta. Look, weren't they doing splendidly? Right, Jiren? What do you wish to say? It seems we should settle this with a single decisive move. Humph. I have discerned your power. It is utterly impossible for you to overcome my full force. Therefore, the notion of a single decisive strike is nothing but a farce. Upon hearing this, Reina smiled radiantly. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the true strength of Zizai Ji. As soon as he uttered these words, the sacred and inviolable aura surrounding him dissipated completely. The Grand Priest now comprehended the nature of the earlier sensation. The essence of this lay within the energy Reina had unleashed. The Grand Priest, a being of innate divinity who had attained the realm of Zizai Ji through extensive cultivation over countless years, recognized that Reina had reached an equivalent level of mastery. Hence, his earlier statement was not contradictory. He had been deceived by Reina's outward appearance from the beginning. From the moment Reina displayed the perfect form of Zizai Ji, alongside his emanating divine aura, the deception had begun. This little fellow is indeed fascinating. At this point, the Grand Priest could foresee the ultimate outcome of this contest. Once the divine aura faded, aside from retaining his silver-white hair, there were no other changes. He appeared utterly harmless. He began to utter a single word, only to be met by a massive fist striking his face with astonishing speed. In a flash, Jiren found himself in the distance, and as he halted, he felt a warm sensation on his back. He swiftly turned, launching a punch, yet it struck nothing but air. Jiren scanned his surroundings, but he could not detect the opponent's presence. "Are you searching for me?" A voice echoed, prompting him to swiftly turn around. In that moment, Reina delivered a precise strike to his forehead, sending him hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Reina conjured a pure silver energy orb and hurled it towards Jiren, who was still in mid-flight without any deceleration. "This attack is futile against me." Jiren bellowed in anger, his aura swelling as he gathered energy into his hands, forming a colossal energy sphere to counter. However, this was of no avail. Upon contact, his energy sphere dissipated against the pure silver orb. No. With a cry of frustration, an explosion of light akin to daylight erupted. Yet this time there was no explosion or energy fluctuation, only the brilliance flickering. Thus, Jiren was eliminated. Back in the audience, Jiren wore a despondent expression, utterly bewildered by his defeat. He could not comprehend how he had lost, believing his power to be among the strongest in the multiverse. Was it the result of the opponent's ability, that so-called Zizai Ji? He found himself lost in thought, utterly perplexed. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Yet upon looking around, he realized no one else had heard it. After absorbing the words, he smiled, his laughter innocent like that of a child. As the 11th universe faded from existence, "I hope you can find your way forward," Reina sighed inwardly. The Grand Priest then stepped forward to announce, "The 7th universe emerges victorious in this tournament." However, upon the Grand Priest's declaration, no one celebrated. "Can the Grand Priest utilize the Super Dragon Balls now?" The Grand Priest nodded, gesturing, and enormous Super Dragon Balls, comparable to the size of planets, materialized in the void. "What wish do you intend to make?" At that moment, the Omni King and his two attendants approached. "Restore all the universes that just vanished." The Omni King nodded, looking towards the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest's lips moved as he uttered a series of divine words. All the Super Dragon Balls radiated intense light, followed by a spectacle of brilliance as a colossal Super Shenlong emerged, enveloping numerous universes. Finally, the Grand Priest articulated the wish in the language of the gods, and the dragon's eyes, as large as planets, gleamed with crimson light. Once the wish was granted, the dragon transformed into a streak of light and vanished, while the 7 Dragon Balls scattered anew across the 2 universes. Now that the universes have been fully restored, what are your plans? Inquired the Grand Priest. I intend to continue striving towards higher realms. The Grand Priest smiled knowingly, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from the depths of Wu Zhijia, resembling thunder from a clear sky. The Grand Priest exchanged glances with Reina. Send them back to recuperate. The Grand Priest instructed Vados, who nodded, as if anticipating the unfolding events, and with a wave of his staff, enveloped them in light before they vanished. The Omni King had already departed during the Grand Priest's wishing. I never expected to see you here. Despite the passage of time, you remain undeterred. The Grand Priest spoke as if to himself. Reina furrowed his brow, sensing that the Grand Priest's words were not mere musings but directed at another. At that moment, a raspy and intermittent voice echoed from the depths of Wu Zhijia. Grand Priest, after all these countless years, you have not changed at all. The Grand Priest's eyes narrowed as if recalling something. After a few breaths, he exclaimed, so it is you. No wonder your voice sounds so familiar. Oh, you lot always enjoy engaging in little schemes. It is precisely because of your kind that order remains unbalanced. This time, the indistinct voice did not respond, but a series of explosive sounds erupted from the depths once more. Following this, a pitch-black energy drifted like smoke toward them, floating within 2 meters of their position. This energy then expanded, forming a curtain. With a tearing sound, the curtain shattered, revealing a figure. Upon seeing this person, Reina instinctively blurted out a name. Evil Thought Wave. Indeed, the individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the Evil Thought Wave. Is this the name you bestowed upon me? Ah, it suits me quite well. I like it. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, a sudden surge of malevolence erupted from him, akin to the explosive sound of ignited gunpowder. Laya raised an eyebrow. This individual was not merely a manifestation of wicked thoughts from the underworld, but perhaps hailing from another dimension. The energy you possess is delectable. Surrender it to me. He charged forward without hesitation. However, Laya furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The malevolent wave, having advanced less than half a meter, suddenly halted, its form swelling rapidly before erupting with a thunderous blast. Although the explosion was potent, it caused little harm to the 2 of them. You can unleash such a feeble attack? You truly are growing weaker. I am well aware that you regard this assault with disdain. But what if I were to summon more? As the voice echoed, a multitude of malevolent waves emerged from the void. Go forth, my warriors. This horde of malevolence surged towards them. The High Priest merely waved his hand, conjuring a barrier. With a resounding roar, the barrier shook violently amid fierce explosions. At that moment, the energy generated from the blasts was inexplicably absorbed by other malevolent waves. Those absorbed waves surged forth again, each explosion growing in intensity. My lord, this cannot continue. We must locate him. I understand. The High Priest dispelled the barrier and vanished, prompting the malevolent waves to grow even more frenzied. Laya took a step forward, charging towards the enemy, his hands sweeping as energy orbs shot forth like bullets. Yet, they inflicted minimal damage. For the adversaries absorbed the explosive energy to enhance themselves. What on earth is going on? Why does it feel increasingly wrong? Laya's sense of unease intensified. As he divided his focus, a colossal rift opened in the void, its black hole-like pulse swiftly drawing in the malevolent waves. At that moment, the system issued a warning. Alert! Alert! Temporal rift detected. Please evacuate immediately. Although he was unfamiliar with the term temporal rift, the urgency in the warning was clear. It was a matter of survival. In an instant, he propelled himself away, yet regrettably, he underestimated the potency of the so-called temporal rift. Virum. The gravitational pull abruptly intensified, drawing him in. How is this possible? Laya was taken aback. He had just unleashed his full speed. Ha ha ha. You are a nuisance. Vanish into the endless void. A distorted voice echoed in his ears. Damn it, who are you? The voice offered no response, only a fit of maniacal laughter. Beep beep beep. Warning. The system has one opportunity for random teleportation. Do you wish to use it? Yes, use it. Ding. Teleportation successful. Commencing transfer. Whoosh. In the fleeting moments before Laya was consumed by the temporal rift, a radiant light enveloped him, and he vanished without a soul noticing. Ha ha ha. That bothersome little brat has disappeared. Although I do not know who he is, the presence of another divine being would hinder my plans. Eyes and a mouth appeared beside the rift. The mouth moved, and the previously tumultuous temporal rift gradually calmed and began to heal. Await me, Kai Wang Shun of the temporal realm. It will not be long before I return with my masterpiece. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, tranquility returned as if nothing had transpired, yet the residual energy fluctuations in the void attested to the recent events. After a dizzying spin, Laya abruptly opened his eyes. Breathing heavily, it took a minute or two for his breath to steady, and upon lowering his gaze to check his limbs, he let out a sigh of relief. System, explain to me what transpired earlier. Ding. What you encountered was a temporal rift, a manifestation of the power of rules. You currently lack the capacity to contend with it. Not even when utilizing the complete form of Zizai Ji. Ding. It is necessary to remind the host that Zizai Ji is a divine skill exclusive to deities. Akin to a martial arts technique, it is not omnipotent. In an instant, Laya fell silent for about 30 seconds before inquiring again. So, where did the teleportation take me? During his moment of silence, he sensed the peculiarities of this world. Ding. Locating position, please hold. Laya's mouth twitched. Ding. Location confirmed. You are in an alternate parallel universe. Please explore the specifics yourself. No way, system, you can do this? That is quite inconsiderate. This time, the system offered no response. You must at least tell me how to return. Yet, the system remained silent. With a hint of resignation, Laya shook his head and retrieved a set of clothing from his system backpack to change into. Once dressed, he sensed the presence of others and flew toward that direction. Chapter 38. The enchanted hero. He glided slowly for over an hour before finally spotting a city. Initially intending to fly at full speed, he reconsidered, mindful of the sonic boom it would create. He needed to avoid drawing attention until he understood the circumstances of this world. If that situation were to arise again, it would be disastrous. He gently descended into a dimly lit alley, emerging into the bustling street. As he walked among the throngs of people, he felt a sense of dislocation, as if he had stepped into another era. Progressing towards the central square, he beheld a statue and smiled. So this is Satan City. Indeed. The immense statue depicted his father-in-law, Satan. While gazing at the statue, a cacophony of noise reached his ears as a crowd surged toward it, accompanied by the wailing of police sirens. He turned to the source of the commotion and exclaimed upon seeing an elderly man atop a towering structure. An alien elder whom he found oddly familiar. Laya squeezed through the crowd, listening to the gossip around him. I heard that this old man is buried in debt. And apparently, the child isn't even his own, which is why he is contemplating jumping. Truly tragic. No way. I heard it's because he has a gambling addiction. And his wife couldn't take it anymore. He sold everything in the house, and in a fit of rage, she revealed that the child isn't his, which drove him over the edge. Laya's lips twitched. What a calamity to befall one person. Without a doubt, this was the old man's doing, deliberately spreading such rumors. Although he still did not know the identity of the person in question, it was evident that trouble was brewing. Some individuals, skeptical that anyone would jump, began to encourage him, with others even whipping out their phones to record the event. Laya could not help but shake his head. Such is human nature. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and saw two figures soaring from the distance. It's Saya Superman number 1 and number 2. The old man is saved. A young girl clapped her hands. The scene with Saya Superman number 1 and number 2 feels increasingly familiar. My goodness. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. He recognized which parallel world he was in. To think this parallel world truly exists. How fascinating, truly fascinating. As he spoke, he distanced himself from the crowd and settled onto a nearby bench, quietly observing. Above, after a series of maneuvers, the old man leapt down, only to be caught and whisked away into the distance, while Laya vanished from the bench. Saya Superman no. One placed the old man near a fountain and was about to say something when the old man, glancing furtively around, produced a box from his pocket. With a mysterious air, he inquired, Are you aware of the valiant Tapio who saved the southern galaxy? Valiant? Could you elaborate, old man? Gohan's interest was piqued instantly. This was precisely what the old man desired. Clearing his throat, he gazed at the music box in his hand and remarked, The valiant Tapio, for reasons unknown, has been sealed within this music box. I too am eager to uncover the mystery. Come, let us see if it can be opened. The old man handed the music box to Gohan, who, despite his efforts, was unable to unlock it. Just as he scratched his head in confusion, Laya approached. May I take a look? The trio turned to see a young man speaking. Gohan hesitated, considering that it wasn't his possession, but the old man seemed indifferent. Thus, he relinquished the music box to Lena, completely unperturbed by the possibility of the young man being a nefarious figure. The moment Lena grasped it, he felt a sinister energy pulsating within. Quietly, he released a fragment of his divine power, and instantaneously, the music box trembled violently before halting abruptly. Indeed, it bore the essence of the demonic clan. It repelled my divine energy with such force. It appears to possess considerable power. Were it not for the constraints of the narrative, it could potentially obliterate this universe. Contemplating this, he returned the music box while stating, I have a notion. I once read in an ancient tome about a wish-granting orb. Perhaps we could locate it to wish open this box. Gohan regarded Lena with surprise. You mean the Dragon Balls? Yes, we can enlist Shinran's help. Gohan exclaimed, snapping his fingers in realization. He then turned to Saiya Superman number 2, pulling her aside for a hushed conversation, after which she reluctantly took to the skies. Grandfather, I shall take you to find the Dragon Balls, he declared, glancing awkwardly at Lena and scratching his head. Would you like to join us? If so, I cannot accommodate 2 at once. No worries, I can fly. Lena revealed a hint of his flying prowess, leaving Gohan somewhat astonished. Subsequently, Gohan escorted the old man, with Lena trailing behind, to Capsule Corporation, where they requested the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Despite the differences in this world from the original, Bulma's age remained remarkably unchanged. Indeed, a woman's age is a mystery. After a long afternoon of searching, they finally amassed all 7 Dragon Balls. This event caught the attention of Son Goku and his companions, who were quite intrigued to learn about the valiant figure. Notably, Gohan noticed that in this world, Goku's group had evolved toward a purely physical form of strength. After exchanging pleasantries, Goku approached and stated, You are also a Scion, aren't you? Oh, a Scion? Yes, because you emanate a remarkably familiar aura, akin to Vegeta. Perhaps it's just a trait of Scions. I can sense your strength. The two shared a knowing smile, understanding each other without the need for words. Shortly after, Gohan summoned Shinran, who appeared amidst the familiar dark and ominous effects. State your wish. Gohan promptly articulated his desire, and Shinran's eyes gleamed with a bright light. The music box on the ground emitted a series of clicks and clatters. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shinran soared into the sky, transforming into 7 luminous orbs that scattered. At that moment, the alien elder picked up the music box, wounded a few times, and heard it click open. A wisp of smoke wafted from the box, causing them to cough, yet nothing else transpired, leaving them perplexed, except for the old man and Lena, who exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Grandfather, nothing happened, Gohan expressed, his tone tinged with disappointment. The old man feigned innocence, wearing an awkward expression. At that moment, Goku glanced into the distance, where a shadow materialized. Why have you released me? The figure spoke, brandishing a sword at the group. For a millennium, I have been confined within this music box. Do you not find it burdensome? You are the one who set me free. Quickly, return me to my prison. Tapio exclaimed, his visage a mix of urgency and anxiety. The old man shook his head, gesturing towards the now-defunct music box. Cursed fate. Tapio sheathed his sword and declared, You shall come to regret your actions. With a powerful leap, he vanished, followed closely by Lena. The warriors exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation logically. One would expect joy upon liberation, yet his demeanor was one of rage. As Tapio walked away, he gazed at the enchanted flute in his hand, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Chapter 39. Be my pet, could you show me that sword you carry, valiant Tapio? A voice interrupted his melancholy. He turned to see a young man grinning at him. Instinctively, he pointed his sword towards the intruder. Do not approach me. In a swift motion, he checked his hands and discovered his weapon had vanished. A fine weapon, yet alas, time has diminished its power. You there? He regarded the newcomer with utmost caution. Having entirely missed the display of skill moments prior, uncertain if the stranger was friend or foe. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intent. Yet I find the entity within you quite intriguing. Lena spoke as though he could perceive Tapio's thoughts. Instinctively, Tapio stepped back. Enough of your trepidation. I shall accompany you. As he tossed the sword back to Tapio, he attempted a friendly gesture, but the cautious warrior rebuffed him. Lena shrugged and continued on his way. After a moment of hesitation, Tapio decided to follow. As night descended, the city's nightlife began to stir. Pedestrians flowed through the streets. At a crossroads, a traffic jam ensued. And as drivers honked to clear the congestion, a sudden explosion erupted in the distance, sending plumes of smoke skyward. Some frightened individuals fled, while the boulder approached the source of the chaos. At that moment, a colossal foot descended from the sky, crushing numerous structures. The brave souls were left terrified. Amidst the chaos of the city's explosions, Saya's Superman number 1 and number 2 arrived at the scene. Witnessing the building's collapse, they exchanged glances. "What is that? Buriti, did you see anything?" Buriti shook her head, and just then, a massive tail swept through, knocking both warriors aside, leaving Buriti unconscious. "What is happening?" Gohan fumed. Entering Super Saiyan mode, charging towards the creature that was only a lower half. He executed the royal technique, yet it proved ineffective in this scenario. The monstrous creature relentlessly absorbed numerous energy attacks from Wuhan Fan, yet it seemed to suffer little consequential damage. With a fierce flick of its tail, it sent Wuhan Fan hurtling through the air. The tail swept across the landscape, obliterating a significant portion of the city. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot in from afar, striking its tail and temporarily halting its movements. "Wuhan Fan, are you all right? What is that creature?" "Dad, I'm fine, but I have no idea what it is." It appeared out of nowhere and began attacking the city, causing countless casualties. Wuhan Fan emerged from the rubble as Wukong prepared to launch another attack. A melodious flute melody resonated through the air. This haunting tune caused the creature, only half of its body remaining, to retreat a few steps, as if it were frightened. The father and son turned toward the source of the melody and saw Tapio emerge from the smoke, alongside Lena. As the flute's melody intensified, the creature's remaining half transformed into a wisp and entered Tapio's body. Instantly, Tapio's face contorted in pain as he knelt on one knee, but he soon gathered himself, suppressing the agony. Just as he stood up, a wave of energy struck him, forcing him back a few paces. "Tapio, you cannot seal it. You must release it. It will spare you the suffering." An elderly man draped in a cloak called from a high vantage point. "Who are you?" They recognized him as the old man who had initially been rescued. "I am the Dark Sorcerer, Hei." "Impossible." The Dark Sorcerer was vanquished by the High Priest. "Indeed, he was vanquished, but I am the last of the Dark Sorcerers, and this time, you shall not seal Hildegang." As he spoke, he made an unusual gesture. Suddenly, Tapio collapsed, energy surging from him as wisps of black smoke separated from his form. In anguish, he drew the sword from his back and handed it to Lena. His face contorted in torment. "Hurry, kill me. We cannot allow Hildegang to emerge. Otherwise, this galaxy will face annihilation." Lena shook his head and whispered, "There is no time." Just then, a colossal figure emerged from the ruins. Upon its entrance, it let out a deafening roar, and the powerful sound waves demolished nearby structures, resulting in heavy casualties. At that moment, Wu Tian and Trunks flew in. They attacked the giant creature several times, but to no avail. "Wu Tian, let us fuse," Trunks proposed. Wu Tian nodded, and together they executed the fusion dance in midair, a burst of light enveloping them as Wushins appeared in Super Saiyan 3 form. A fierce energy unleashed a whirlwind. "Take this, fiend." Just as Wushins prepared to charge, a figure blocked his path. "What are you doing? That creature is destroying the city. Step aside." Lena ignored him and slowly ascended closer to Hildegang, uttering words that left everyone speechless. "Hey, big guy, be my pet." Did they hear correctly? This young man was calling the monster his pet. Had he lost his mind, or was he simply delusional? Such an absurd statement could only stem from madness. Ha! Though I do not know who you are, to dare utter such words, do you truly believe Hildegang is a mere plaything? Kill him. Hey, he laughed arrogantly. Hildegang roared, gathering energy in its mouth. Alas, you have squandered your opportunity. If you do not cherish it, I can do nothing. In a flash, he appeared before Hildegang and delivered a kick that forced its mouth shut. Boom. The energy it had amassed within erupted, sending it staggering back several paces. Nanny. The warriors were astounded. Even Vegeta, who had just arrived, was taken aback. Wushins rubbed his eyes. He had not witnessed the opponent's attack. Wuhan Fan. Did you see how he struck? Wuhan Fan shook his head in disbelief. This fellow is indeed formidable. Sun Wukong mused. Vegeta flew over, his expression grave as he regarded Sun Wukong. What manner of creature is this? And who is that person? Sun Wukong explained the situation. Such a thing exists? You two truly are identical. Vegeta scolded Sun Wukong and Wuanfan before continuing. To my knowledge, apart from us and my brother, there are no other pure-blooded Saiyans. Oh, let us set that aside for now. If he can indeed defeat this creature, that would be quite beneficial. Vegeta sighed. Roar. Hildergang steadied itself, its tail sweeping toward them. Bang. It simply extended a hand to block the attack effortlessly, the immense force failing to budge it even slightly. This left even the dark sorcerer Hei in disbelief. Impossible. Hildergang is invincible. However, as soon as he uttered those words, a massive foot squashed him flat. Such a death is too lenient for you. Hildergang then addressed Lena. You must sense the vast gulf between us. Will you choose to submit to me, or will you vanish from existence? Its bell-like eyes scanned Lena. And after a minute or two, it gradually shrank, landing on Lena's shoulder, appearing adorably cute. This situation was utterly unbelievable. After exchanging a few blows and uttering a few words, it had become a pet. How incredibly unexpected. As the valiant Tapio watched, he was bewildered, knowing all too well how formidable the illusion demon was. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed himself to seal it. See, was that not a simple solution? No need for such complications. As for restoring this city, I shall leave that to the Shenlong. With that, he helped Tapio away, while Sun Wukong and his sons, along with the unconscious Biraidi and Vegeta, followed suit. Chapter 40. Time Patrol Wujida. In the night, Sun Wukong and his companions followed Lena to an abandoned factory. He set Tapio down and addressed them. I overheard your earlier conversation. I am a Scion, but not from your timeline. The theory of parallel worlds truly exists. Vegeta was taken aback. Lena glanced at him, causing Vegeta to feel a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and explained, Bulma often tells me strange knowledge. So I picked up a few things. Sun Wukong had little interest in this and asked, in your timeline, who is stronger, me or Vegeta? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent. Overall, you both have your strengths. At least you are significantly stronger than your current selves. Is that so? I would love to meet them and compare. Lena smiled. Truly, no matter the timeline, Sun Wukong remained unchanged. What are your plans now? Vegeta inquired. Lena, while playfully petting Hildergang on his shoulder, replied, well, I plan to find your wife, Bulma, and ask her to build me a spaceship. As dawn broke, the first light of day began to illuminate the horizon, marking the end of a night that had passed unbeknownst to them. On the shoulder of Lena, Shier Daegong appeared to be in quite a dire situation. Had he not been outmatched by his opponent, he would have certainly been inclined to take a bite out of him. Tapio gradually regained his senses, struggling to support himself against the wall as he rose to his feet and approached Lena, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you. Lena patted his shoulder. The group then made their way to the Capsule Corporation, where Sun Wukong recounted the events to Bulma. She glanced at Vegeta, who nodded in affirmation. I never anticipated such a series of events. Yet, I was indeed correct. Parallel universes truly exist. Bulma beamed with pride when she initially shared this with her father. He had dismissed her claims, but now, with a witness, she felt reassured. Leave the spaceship and time machine to me. Although I haven't built one in ages, rest assured, I will complete it swiftly. With that, she hurried into her laboratory. Seated in her chair, she communicated with the system in her mind to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining a spaceship pilot's license, a time-related item known as the Resurgence Crystal, a non-side effect Kaioken, the 8 gates of Duanjia formation, and the laws of space. Wow, these items are quite impressive. Aside from the pilot's license, the other items were certainly beneficial to him. While Lena was busy learning 3 skills, a brilliant light flickered atop a remote mountain in the Arctic on the other side of Earth. A figure emerged from the shimmering light. With long red hair and dark crimson fur, he wore a short vest, and a tail swayed behind him. Is this the timeline where issues have arisen? This power. Suddenly, he sensed an extraordinarily potent energy. Both he and Lena could feel it. Lena slowly stood and remarked that he was going for a stroll before departing. The moment he stepped outside the Capsule Corporation, he vanished in an instant. What incredible speed. I do not know who this is, but such velocity is certainly not characteristic of anyone from this timeline. As he spoke, he instantaneously disappeared from the mountaintop. In a desolate highland area, Lena came to a halt. Since I am here, you might as well reveal yourself. With a whoosh, a figure appeared. You are Wujida, Lena said, somewhat surprised. You know me? That shouldn't be the case. Wujida replied. It seems you are not from this timeline. Hearing this, Lena began to grasp the identity of his counterpart. I never expected you to become a time patrol officer. How intriguing. Upon hearing this, Wijida's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Lena, asking once again, who exactly are you? Rest assured, I am not your enemy. In fact, we are quite the friends. However, I am curious about how you arrived here. Wujida furrowed his brow, realizing that Lena did not seem to harbor any ill intentions. I was informed by the Kaioshin of time that a historical trajectory had gone awry, and thus I arrived here. In that case, you must be the one responsible for the disruption in history. Since you are aware that I am part of the Time Patrol, you should understand how significant alterations to history can be. So what exactly have you done? Lena shrugged, pointing to Sheer Dae Gong on his shoulder. This fellow is the Calamity of Death, who was originally destined to be defeated by Suin Wukong, but has now been subdued by me. Lena paused, yet Wujida comprehended the implications. In that case, I must ask you to hand him over to me. I intend to restore the original historical trajectory of this timeline. Lena shook his head, observing this. Wujida narrowed his eyes slightly, preparing to launch an attack when a woman's voice suddenly resonated in the air. Wujida, I have just reviewed the subsequent historical trajectory of this timeline, and there are no significant issues. Since this gentleman desires him, allow him to have him. Furthermore, you and this gentleman should accompany me to the Kaioshin of time. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. He then raised his hand, revealing an object resembling a wristwatch, and pressed it, causing a light orb to appear. Let us proceed. Wujida gestured invitingly, but Lena remained unmoved, stating, wait for me a moment, before vanishing. Approximately 15 minutes later, he reappeared and directly walked in, leaving Wujida momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, and followed suit as the light orb vanished. Within the realm of the Kaioshin of time, the Kaioshin Korinoya murmured as she observed the fading scene. This individual emanates an aura that is both divine and peculiar. I wonder from whence he hails, and he appears to be quite familiar with the Time Patrol. Alas, the demon clan is stirring, and now such an individual has appeared. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. As she spoke, a burst of light materialized nearby, and Lena and Wujida emerged. Lena surveyed the surroundings and found them strikingly similar to what he had seen in previous games. Greetings. Welcome to the Kaioshin of time. Korinoya smiled gently at Lena. I have heard about the Great Priest before, and I have long wished to see what this place is truly like. You are acquainted with the Great Priest? Lena chuckled lightly. I see. You hail from another dimension. No wonder your aura is so peculiar. Her earlier concerns had now dissipated. How did you arrive here? Lena sighed. Due to certain insurmountable factors, I found myself in this world. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired excitedly. Do you have any means to help me return to my world? Regrettably, at present, I am facing some issues here, and I am unable to assist. The Kaioshin of time wore an expression of remorse. Chapter 41 GT World. What has transpired? The Kaioshin of time did not provide an answer. Instead, Wujida spoke up. The Tishi and its egg have gone missing. You mean the Tishi bird, which is extremely important to the entire multiverse, and the egg containing numerous timelines. Indeed, I have dispatched several individuals to search for it. But so far, no news has returned. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as the situation was indeed dire. After all, they did not even know who had stolen the Tishi bird and the egg. Suddenly, a red-haired Trunks emerged from the light. Trunks, you're back. Any discoveries? I found some clues, but he paused upon noticing an unfamiliar face. I am Lena. Yes, he is Lena. He is one of us. Affirmed the Kaioshin of time. Trunks nodded. I have discovered a lead. Both the Tishi bird and the egg are in the possession of Mila. They were not unfamiliar with that name. In fact, it was one they knew all too well. If he had indeed stolen them, then it was certain that Tuwa was orchestrating from the shadows. Lena knew that Tuwa was the sister of the demon realm king Dapula, and Mila was an ultimate artificial human developed by Tuwa. Yet, why would they want to steal the Tishi bird and its egg? Could it be that the plot was reminiscent of the previous game storyline? Regardless of Tuwa's ulterior motives, the Tishi bird must be reclaimed, otherwise, the entire multiverse would be in jeopardy. Trunks, where are they now? Wujida inquired. Trunks produced a scroll from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal an image. The scene depicted Suin Wukong and Vegeta baby battling. What is this? Lena questioned. This is the 18th timeline. According to historical trends, Uncle Wukong is destined to triumph over his adversary. However, The interference from Tawa and her companions indicates their involvement in this matter. Mr. Reina nodded, and at that moment, the Kaioshin of Time spoke up. Mr. Reina, I have a favor to ask of you. Reina waved his hand dismissively, causing the Kaioshin to feel a tinge of disappointment, which quickly vanished. I understand. I shall accompany you. Kuranoya expressed her gratitude, and with a wave of her hand, the time scroll began to float gently. A brilliant light emerged, forming a portal. Trunks stepped through first, followed by Gogeta. Just as Reina was about to enter, Kuranoya handed him a ring, to which he smiled slightly as he accepted it. He comprehended the significance of this ring, noting that both Trunks and Gogeta wore one, indicating that he was now a part of the Time Patrol. As he stepped into the portal, it vanished. I hope nothing unexpected occurs. For some reason, she felt an ominous sense that something significant was about to unfold. Boom. Explosive energy resonated as dazzling lights obliterated the entire city. Haha. Vegeta, baby, gasped heavily, numerous wounds marring his body. Cursed. How do you still possess such power? Baby glared at Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku with a grim expression. Baby, just concede. You cannot defeat me. Son Goku replied coolly, his voice devoid of emotion. You want me to surrender? Impossible. All you Saiyans deserve to perish. He shouted, just as a laser struck him from a distance. Buzzing sounds filled the air as purple energy enveloped him. Ha ha ha. Since you can transform into a Super Saiyan, I can too. In a radiant glow, he gradually transformed into a giant ape. Meanwhile, Reina and his two companions found themselves in a dilapidated hallway. Mr. Gogeta, Mr. Reina, do either of you wish to join me in searching for Tawa? I'll accompany you. An extra pair of hands adds security. Gogeta replied. Reina shook his head, stating, I'll take a stroll around here. The two had no objections and soon took flight. Reina leaped to a higher vantage point, observing the clash between Son Goku and Baby. Revenge Death Ball. Tenfold Kamehameha. Dark energy spheres clashed with red energy waves, creating earth-shattering waves of power that reverberated through the planet. As time passed, Son Goku's energy wave began to overwhelm his opponent. This raw primal energy, it embodies the innate strength of the Saiyan race. Fascinating. The energy dynamics of this world starkly contrasted with those of his own, reminiscent of the purely physical realm he had encountered upon his arrival. With a thunderous noise, his energy sphere detonated. Baby was severely injured by the combined force of his own energy ball and Son Goku's Kamehameha. Cursed, Baby struggled fiercely, but his injuries were too grave for him to rise. Son Goku approached, poised to sever Baby's tail, when suddenly a wave of dark energy erupted, repelling him. Reina smirked slightly from a distance. As expected, his reason for remaining was not only to witness their battle, but also to anticipate this very moment. Having played the game before, he understood the general trajectory, and while initially uncertain, he now felt confident in his assumptions. Roar! Baby rose, unleashing a furious shout as he swung his arm. The swift Son Goku barely reacted before being thrust underground. Simultaneously, Baby concentrated energy in his mouth and unleashed several energy blasts. At the edge of a canyon, Tawa and Mira observed the frenzied Baby. The experiment has commenced. They have arrived, Mira remarked. Excellent. This experiment must not allow for any errors. We must hatch the time bird's egg from the collected energy. Once the egg hatches, those noises will cease, and this world will be under our control. Tawa replied calmly, her demeanor serene, yet a gentle glimmer shone in her eyes. Emerging from the rubble, Son Goku assessed his injuries from the recent explosions. What is happening? How has his energy surged so dramatically? And why does this energy feel so malevolent? As his thoughts raced, a voice reached his ears. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. You cannot find me. I am merely a passerby. And only you are aware of this. Son Goku nodded. A golden aura enveloped him, scorching energy surging forth. He concentrated all his energy into his hands, unleashing his most powerful Kamehameha wave. In response, the destructive Baby turned, uttering, "You're seeking death." He released a fiery energy wave. Chapter 42, Interference. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion resonated through the heavens and the earth. What is happening? This diverges from the historical timeline. Tawa furrowed her brow, astonished by the unforeseen developments. Should I intervene? Mira inquired. Tawa waved her hand dismissively, conjuring a small orb that she tossed to the ground. With a buzz, a radiant seedling took root. What is this? This is a spirit tree, a tree that grows by absorbing the essence of the planet. Mortals who consume its fruit can enhance their combat prowess, while gods or demons gain strength in their divine or demonic powers. From a distance, Reina's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The spirit tree. This is becoming increasingly interesting. He recalled that this fruit was often consumed by Dareth, allowing him to evolve into the evil scion, whose strength rivaled that of Super Scion Blue. Let me see how you will proceed, Tawa. Boom. Explosive energy radiated as the two retreated, neither gaining the upper hand. My entire energy can only match his. How is this possible? Son Goku's expression grew grave, astonished by the emergence of such anomalies. The Kaioshin realm, where the old Kaioshin and Jebet watched the scene unfold in the crystal ball, revealed their grim visages. What has happened to Son Goku? Wasn't he already defeated? You are too superficial in your observations. The old Kaioshin's eyes glimmered with insight, sensing something amiss. He scrutinized every detail within the crystal ball, suddenly pointing to a specific location. Do you see anything unusual in that area? The old Kaioshin gestured toward a canyon within the crystal ball. However, Jebet scratched his head awkwardly, having seen nothing. The old Kaioshin could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting Jebet's youthfulness. Go investigate what transpired. I have an unsettling feeling. The old Kaioshin stated solemnly. Jebet nodded and promptly vanished in a flash. On the planet Zephyr, Son Goku's mind raced as he sought a solution to the predicament before him. Suddenly, he sensed Gohan, Goten, Fong, and Trunks nearby, and an idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly moved before Baby, placing his hands on his forehead and employing Tianjin Hands technique, the solar flare. In an instant, his eyes were dazzled by a blinding light, causing him to shield his face and stagger. Seizing this opportunity, he instantaneously moved to Wu Tian and his companions, proclaiming, "Hurry, concentrate your energy onto me. I must use this to break through to the Super Saiyan 4 stage. Only then can we vanquish the adversary before us." Wu Fan and the others understood his intent. They transformed into their Super Saiyan forms, though Fong merely emitted a burst of energy. Just as they prepared, a sweeping tail struck out. What? They were taken aback. But there was no time for defense. They were forcefully slammed into the ground, raising a colossal cloud of dust. Son Goku, do you think I am so easily deceived? As he spoke, energy surged forth in waves, manifesting small mushroom clouds. At that moment, an almost imperceptible entity entered his mouth, unnoticed by him, and it completely melded into his being. Tawa nodded. Let us depart. This planet can no longer endure. Its core has been drained by the spirit tree and is on the verge of destruction. Just then, the ground trembled. The two gazed into the distance, witnessing an intense black energy spreading. This feeling is simply exquisite. Son Goku, this time you are doomed. Despite the violent energy surging within him, his mind remained remarkably clear. Baby raised his hands, channeling strands of black and red energy that swiftly coalesced into a sphere around 2 meters in diameter. Perish. Absolute death ball. The massive energy orb descended with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Son Goku's group, gravely injured, was unable to mount any defense. As they felt the fierce wind rushing toward them, a singular thought remained: all was lost. At that moment, a buzzing sound erupted, and the attack vanished without a trace. This sudden occurrence left Baby bewildered, as well as Son Goku's group, and even the newly arrived Jebet God, who appeared equally stunned, having just witnessed the energy ball's disappearance. Vegeta, as the Prince of the Scions, how could you allow yourself to be possessed by such a creature? What have you done with the pride of the Scion race? The voice drew closer. They saw a young man. Although they did not recognize Rina, Son Goku recognized his voice. Who are you? Baby's expression darkened. Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you quickly vacate Vegeta's body. Regardless of who you are, anyone who obstructs me shall perish. He charged toward Rina. Tawa, observing from a distance, grew solemn. We must leave. This individual is formidable. Just as she prepared to use her teleportation magic, Rina suddenly appeared before them. What? How could this be? The two were taken aback. He had just been far away. Where do you two intend to go? Is the destruction not sufficient? I am fully aware of your intentions, to create multiple timelines from the Egg of Time, extracting vast energies and data to forge Fura. Such a plan is truly audacious. The others were perplexed by Rina's words, but Tawa was deeply shaken. Tawa, you first. Mira attempted to speak, but was abruptly thrown back, spitting blood. The group was stunned. Even the old Kaioshin in the Kaioshin realm wore a grave expression as he regarded this ambiguous newcomer. Even from afar, he could sense a power emanating from Rina, one that even Super Saiyan 4's Son Goku could not rival. Yet within that energy was a familiar aura. I did not permit you to act. Let us first deal with him. Rina raised his hand, darkening the already gloomy sky further, and a colossal hand materialized, descending upon Baby. What is this? Baby gazed in horror at the enormous hand bearing down on him, feeling an overwhelming dread akin to facing an omnipotent deity. No, I cannot perish here. In the form of a great ape, Baby trembled, and then the markings on his face vanished. A silver lump leaped from Vegeta's shoulder, transforming into a humanoid figure that fled into the distance. Yet, how could he escape the inevitable fate? The hand in the sky rapidly condensed into a smaller palm, striking with explosive speed. At the moment of impact, the space seemed to fall silent, followed by a small light point that suddenly expanded into a colossal fireball, accompanied by a deafening explosion that reverberated across half the planet. A towering mushroom cloud erupted, and ferocious winds swept away everything in their path. Simultaneously, the planet began to undergo cataclysmic changes. Magma erupted from the ground, rivers flowed backward, and violent winds raged. This is bad. This planet is doomed. Son Goku, without a second thought, instructed Wufan and the others to grasp him tightly, teleporting to Vegeta's side. Trunks, carrying Vegeta, held Wu Tian's hand. And then he teleported to Rina's vicinity. You all go ahead, don't worry. Jebit God, take them to the Kaioshin realm. He first addressed Son Goku, and then spoke to Jebit God, whose expression was one of shock. Jebit God swallowed hard and vanished with Son Goku's group. Just moments after their departure, Vegeta and Trunks arrived via teleportation. What has transpired? How did this planet end up like this? Rina did not respond to Trunks. Instead, he pointed toward Tawa. Tawa. Trunks seethed. So it was the time patrol. I have obtained the results I desired. You cannot stop me. Suddenly, Mira appeared before her. He glanced at Tawa, who understood and revealed a crystalline object in her hand. In the blink of an eye, Mira seized the crystal and swallowed it. Chapter 43. Insufficient power, Super Saiyan 4 Broly. A surge of wild energy erupted from him in an instant. On this planet, which was on the brink of annihilation, his unleashed energy accelerated the countdown to destruction. Tawa, you have even stolen the water of time. Trunks spoke with an unsteady tone, but soon he sensed something was amiss. Wait, what exactly is that? What it is none of your concern, and as I mentioned earlier, no one is leaving here alive today. A streak of black light flashed, and Mira transformed, her hair and skin changing colors. With white hair and matching fur, two moon-like symbols appeared on her chest. Vegeta stretched and stood ready. Let us have some fun. In a flash, the two ascended into the sky to engage in battle. Trunks drew his sword, pointing it at Tao, while Rina merely gazed upward at the tumultuous sky. Kaioshin realm. I believe I have unraveled it. So, this is how it is. The old Kaioshin wore a smile, albeit one lined with wrinkles. He had heard the account from Jebit God and then again from Son Goku, piecing together their identities. Ancestor. Who are they? Jebit God inquired, and even Son Goku's group looked at the old Kaioshin with curiosity. They then recounted the origins of the old Kaioshin. Upon hearing the words of the old Kaioshin, Sun Wukong and his companions were truly enlightened. However, the god Jebite appeared somewhat puzzled. Old ancestor. Why have I never heard of the god of time before? Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia, yet he refrained from elaborating further. Seeing that his ancestor was reluctant to say more, Jebite chose not to press the matter and turned his gaze toward the crystal ball. Although it was said that they would not disintegrate, continuing this way was indeed rather detrimental. Reino wore a look of exasperation, as he was well aware of how much time remained for this planet. To be honest, while Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is immensely powerful, his temperament leaves much to be desired. Among the opponents I have faced, your strength is indeed among the top tier. Vegeta wore a look of enjoyment, relishing the thrill of battle. Super Mira remained silent, leaping several times into the distance before striking a pose and unleashing a wave of black-red energy. Vegeta, undeterred, released a super exploding wave. The clash of these formidable energy waves caused the void to crack. Tawa, observing the fissure in the void, slowly raised the corners of her mouth and transformed into her demon form, wielding a crooked wand. With a flick of her wand and a murmured incantation, Demon Prison, The wand emitted a surge of demonic energy, enveloping both Reina and Trunks, while some of the dark energy drifted toward the rift in the void. Enveloped by the demonic energy, Trunks swung his sword to fend it off, while Reina remained calm, scratching his cheek as he glanced at the emerging Hildegarn on his shoulder. "It's up to you." Hildegarn affectionately nuzzled Reina's cheek, opening wide to voraciously consume the demonic energy. Trunks, feeling the diminishing energy, turned to see Hildegarn devouring it and Reina's indifferent expression. "Don't look at me. Tao's strength isn't that impressive. She can only rely on these external forces. So I must depend on external aid as well." Hearing this, Trunks twitched his lips. "You claim Tao's strength is lacking? Please, I am in a divine state. Yet I might not even match this demonic energy." Reina, seemingly aware of his thoughts, smiled gently. "In my timeline, your divine state is merely the beginning. Individuals like your father Vegeta and son Wukong have surpassed the divine realm. Surpassed the divine realm. Indeed, in that timeline, they are referred to as Super Saiyan Blue, fully known as Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan." Trunks nodded, astonished by the Saiyan's potential, yet he turned to Reina with curiosity. "So what realm do you occupy?" Buzzing sounds filled the air as Tao frowned. "What is happening?" Though uncertain, she exhibited no signs of worry. Instead, she seemed eager for something to emerge from the void. "Hick!" Hildegarn burped, its belly now round. Reina stroked it, observing the dwindling demonic energy. With a flick of his finger, a streak of light shot forth, striking the demonic energy with a resounding crack. The demonic barrier shattered. "Nanny!" The scene left Trunks wide-eyed. Did it really just take a snap of your fingers to destroy the barrier? Though the energy was already sparse, even with my full strength, I doubt I could achieve such a feat. A powerful gust arose from the shattered barrier, sending Tao flying several miles, demonstrating the ferocity of the wind. "What on earth have you two done?" Yet neither answered. At that moment, a wildly turbulent energy surged from the void. Vegeta and Mira halted their battle, gazing into the rift, while Tao chuckled, for the force she had summoned had finally arrived. "Huh!" A furious voice echoed, and the void's rift shattered as a figure burst forth, landing blows on Mira and Vegeta, sending them crashing into the earth. "What?" Trunks was taken aback, wondering what had just transpired. "Kakarot, Vegeta." He repeated those names in a fit of rage. The figure, a scion with a muscular upper body and green hair, was none other than Broly, the original first-generation Broly. He erupted with green flames and charged at Vegeta. Meanwhile, Mira, following Tao's command, appeared before her, while Trunks and Reina did not intervene, leaving Tao somewhat puzzled. "I know what you're thinking, but you can try to see if you can escape." As she spoke, Reina radiated an extremely sharp and terrifying aura. In an instant, both of their bodies stiffened, a primal instinct triggered by imminent danger. It was perilous, exceedingly so. Reina scoffed, quickly blocking Broly's path, beckoning him with a finger. Broly, veins bulging on his forehead, let out a roar and charged with chaotic fury. But how could such frenzied attacks hit Reina? He effortlessly evaded them. Roaring with rage, a tempest of energy coalesced around him, arcs of lightning crackling. Soon, red fur sprouted from his body, his hair gradually darkening. A fierce wind wall surged outward. Is this a response to pressure? The inherited Super Saiyan bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Reina smiled slightly, contemplating that perhaps this bloodline could elevate his power even further. In a flash, he closed the distance and delivered a ferocious punch. Boom! A powerful gust erupted, creating a deep ravine in the ground. Just then, magma surged from the chasm, separating the two. "Can't hold on any longer?" he murmured, turning to Vegeta and Trunks. Vegeta paused for a moment, then understood Reina's intent. After adjusting his wristwatch, a protective barrier enveloped them, along with Mira and Tao, before they vanished in an instant. Reina erupted with energy, soaring into the cosmos, closely followed by Broly. Chapter 44, The Backup Plan. Investigating the bloodline at the moment the two departed the planet, it shrank with a deafening roar, erupting with a blinding light akin to a divine arrival. Yet it emitted no sound and simply disintegrated. In the realm of the Kaioshin of time, Vegeta and Trunks appeared with Tao and Mira, who were confined within a temporal barrier. This barrier, invented by the former Kaioshin of time, could isolate all energy and even seal it, although it could not be used frequently due to its significant cost. Vegeta and Trunks entrusted the two to the Kaioshin of time before departing, needing to return to assist Reina. Though uncertain of their opponent's strength, they knew he was their comrade. Tao, Quickly hand over the time birds and the time eggs. Kuranoya implored anxiously. Tawa, witnessing her distress, felt a surge of delight. You're begging me, haha? Kuranoya's expression darkened. What do you truly desire? Tawa displayed a sinister smile, pretentiously pondering for a moment. I want the genes of the one who came to assist you. Dream on. Kuranoya, without hesitation, declined the proposal. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Take a moment to contemplate thoroughly, for I cannot guarantee what actions I may take. A threat, an unabashed threat. Yet, what recourse does she possess in the face of such intimidation? Although Tua was unaware of the identity of the individual who aided the Shurji Wangshan, she believed that obtaining his genes would undoubtedly empower Mila to a greater extent. Just as she found herself in a quandary, a radiant light appeared. What is this? Faced with a dilemma, an aged voice resonated. Greetings, old Shurji Wangshan. After exchanging pleasantries, she nodded. Indeed, the figure that had just materialized was none other than the old Shurji Wangshan. Their dialogue revealed a palpable familiarity between them. She nodded, albeit with a hint of resignation. Tell me what transpired. I am here to assist you. The Shurji Wangshan acknowledged her with a nod and recounted the events. So that is what happened. No wonder the previous situation arose. Although he had heard from Suin Wukong and Jaibite that the individual was associated with the Shurji Wangshan, he remained oblivious to the enemy's identity, hence his personal visit. Do you have any knowledge of that individual's origins? I sense a strange, yet familiar aura emanating from him. She took the old Shurji Wangshan away from the vicinity. Once they had distanced themselves, Tuo's wand shimmered, and a fist-sized egg materialized in her hand. In dire circumstances, I must rely on you. She gazed at the egg and then at Mila, who lay unconscious due to the energy seal from her previous use of the crystal. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. On a dimly lit planet, earth-shattering explosions reverberated, causing numerous beings to vanish amidst the chaos. The turbulent energy swept through like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. For Broly, dodging or blocking the onslaught of Reina's strikes was an effortless endeavor. Kill. He conjured a dense, green energy sphere and hurled it forth. Reina nonchalantly waved it aside, swiftly appearing before him to deliver a stunning blow to his forehead. It was as if Broly had sustained a grievous injury, sent flying over 10 miles, crashing into a mountain, which crumbled under the impact. Roar. Blood trickled from Broly's mouth, intensifying his fury, and the explosive aura shattered the surrounding debris. Oh dear. Oh dear. This will not do. In a flash, he appeared before Reina and delivered a simple punch to his abdomen. Wow. Broly expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. He gazed at this individual in disbelief. Despite his mind being consumed by a frenzy of slaughter, he instinctively recognized the formidable nature of the one before him. Who are you? He spoke slowly, as if learning to articulate. Ah, you still possess your consciousness. This saves me the trouble of probing later. Reina placed a hand on his shoulder, divine energy coursing into his veins. Initially, Broly feebly resisted, but gradually he succumbed, although his expression remained grotesquely fierce. Meanwhile, in the Shurji realm, the old Shurji Wangshan leisurely savored tea in a gazebo. So that is the situation. What do you intend to do? The Shurji Wangshan responded with unwavering determination, stating, naturally, I shall not acquiesce to her demands. However, the old Shurji Wangshan's next words shattered her resolve. Do you have any alternative solutions? This, indeed, presents a conundrum. She currently has no viable options. I have returned. The Shurji Wangshan furrowed her brow in confusion. Did you not go to assist Reina? Why are you back so soon? Trank shook his head. I sensed no energy from him, hence I could not locate him. Oh, did Vegeta also not return? Just as he finished speaking, Cao Cao arrived. Like you, I could not find him. It felt as though he had vanished entirely, and I could not even sense Broly's energy. Vegeta expressed his own sense of helplessness. In that case, let us not dwell on him for now. His strength should suffice. Our primary concern is devising a plan to persuade Tua to relinquish the item. Subsequently, the four gathered in the gazebo to deliberate. On Reina's side, he had entered Broly's bloodline with divine energy and glimpsed fragmented visions. How intriguing. The power of the divine has such capabilities. This maneuver had not occurred to him. He merely sought to investigate any peculiarities within Broly's Super Saiyan lineage. Suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from Broly, as if resisting Reina's influence. I did not foresee this function. The Super Saiyan lineage is indeed fascinating. Reina intensified the output of divine power, swiftly suppressing the lineage's resistance, while simultaneously, the bloodline factors of the Super Saiyan lineage emitted an intriguing message. I had no idea this was the origin of the Super Saiyan lineage. Imoyashi, your other side, is indeed a clever schemer. Even if he were to perish, he would never suspect that the Super Saiyan lineage concealed such secrets. The Super Saiyan transformation had merely been a ruse, an energy prepared for the resurrection of his other self. Suddenly, Broly shouted, springing to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and unleashed an energy blast. Reina raised an eyebrow, effortlessly dispersing the energy blast with a palm strike. In that instant, Broly was upon him, delivering a kick to his abdomen with remarkable speed, creating a sonic boom in the air. Trouble, this is truly troublesome. I detest complications. As he spoke, he condensed a silver energy sphere and hurled it at Broly. In a fierce explosion, Broly cried out in agony and was propelled away. At that moment, a rift opened in the distance, swallowing Broly whole. Although it was brief, he indeed glimpsed a dragon. Chapter 45, Cooperation? The mysterious masked figure. It should not be mistaken. Has it arrived prematurely? He saw a dragon shrouded in black smoke. A being that fit that description perfectly. It appears that the trajectory of this timeline has irrevocably diverged from its original course. Is this the outcome that Tua desired? Reina narrowed his eyes in contemplation. In a distant, dark expanse, the dark dragon puffed on a cigarette, observing the unconscious Broly before him, its black eyes glowing with a crimson hue. You are an invaluable asset. You must not perish. Your energy must continue to amplify. As he spoke, the black smoke enveloped Broly, who then emitted a sound akin to a heartbeat. But who was that figure? Though he had only glimpsed him briefly, an unfathomable power emanated from him. Regardless of your identity, as long as you do not disrupt the plan, all will be well. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a wisp of smoke, enveloping Broly and vanishing. In the Shurji realm, Trank lamented, this is an exasperating dilemma. They had deliberated for over 2 hours, yet no satisfactory resolution emerged, given that the item remained in another's possession. What are you all fretting about? Reina approached them from a distance. You have returned. Where's Broly? Wichita inquired. Reina merely shrugged, offering no response. We are discussing the item that Tua desires. The Shurji Wangshan then recounted the nature of the desired object. Come, take me to see her. I wish to speak with her. Reina spoke with a smile, particularly emphasizing the latter 2 words with a heavy enunciation. A group departed from the pavilion, only to discover upon reaching the temporary holding place of Tawa that she had mysteriously vanished. What could have happened? The absence of a person was alarming. The Kaioshin of time furrowed his brow, pondering what transpired during their discussion. A massive black circle marred the ground, as if scorched by some malevolent force. This matter is undeniably complex. It seems others have intervened, and they must be identified. Search. How do you propose to search? Without any information, your quest is futile. In my view, maintaining the current situation is not so bad after all. Enough of this. I feel somewhat fatigued. Could you lead me to a place to rest? As Reina uttered these words, he feigned a hearty laugh, showcasing a demeanor of wanting to sleep. Very well, Trunks, you and he may accompany him to rest. I shall contemplate further strategies. Kuranoya frowned and departed with the old Kaioshin. In the relaxation room, seated upon the bed, Hildegan inquired, Are you certain you did not misperceive earlier? She rubbed against Reina's cheek, affirming her certainty. It appears these individuals are quite restless. Upon witnessing the black circle, Hildegan had remarked that it was the handiwork of a dark sorcerer. The dark sorcerer is distinct from the dark mage, although summoned by the latter. It was crafted by the former. He did not dwell on this further, lying down on the bed and closing his eyes to sleep. In a shadowy realm, 2 pairs of eyes emerged. Where's this? Tawa, you are awake. Following the voice, Tawa beheld a figure emerging from the darkness, illuminating the space like a moon in the night. Who are you? How is it that you do not recognize me after such a brief time? When Tawa discerned his face, her pupils constricted. Jipe, you are still alive. Haha, are you surprised? I was so close to death back then. As he spoke, his eyes bore into Tawa's with a fierce hatred, his aura brimming with malevolence. We cannot be blamed, after all. It was your audacity that led you to challenge my brother. Although initially taken aback, she quickly regained her composure. Suddenly, Jipe applauded, and the hatred in his eyes dissipated, his malevolence fading. Excellent, Tawa. You remain unchanged, just as before. This is splendid. What do you truly desire? He chuckled ominously. Tawa, are you interested in a partnership with me? At this, Tawa fell silent, her bright eyes scrutinizing the man before her, her thoughts racing. What sort of collaboration do you propose? Within mere seconds, she made a decision. Very well. A keen observer knows when to act wisely. You assist me in ascending to the throne of the demon realm, and I shall help you fulfill your desires. What do you think? This partnership is quite advantageous. Is it not? Advantageous? What nonsense! Tawa suddenly exclaimed a curse, regretting her loss of composure. However, she could not contain her frustration. You expect me to betray? You are deluded. This is not betrayal. It is merely a wise choice for survival. Consider it well. After all, time is still on our side. As he spoke, he laughed, gradually dissipating from view. Infuriating. Tawa ground her teeth, having anticipated that her savior would be an ally, only to find it was this scoundrel. Tawa he is. When he vied for the throne of the demon realm alongside my brother, he resorted to underhanded tactics, and my brother, having seen through him, eliminated him. I cannot believe he survived. What will you do now? Tawa shook her head, uncertain of her next steps. In an open area within this space, Jipe regarded a figure clad in a black mask, adorned with a red, exuding a dark crimson aura, just as you envisioned. Jipe affirmed. That is excellent. The time bird and its egg are both in her possession. Jipe nodded. We must devise a plan to have that one, named Mira, consume the time egg. Why is that? Jipe questioned, puzzled. There is no reason. Simply follow my instructions, and additionally, locate Broly for me. Understood. Jipe turned and departed. Everything is unfolding according to my design. Once successful, this timeline will vanish completely, bringing my resurrection within reach. Meanwhile, Reina awoke from a brief slumber. You have awakened already. Will you not sleep a little longer? Trunks' voice resonated. What has transpired here? Trunks shook his head. Nothing of great consequence. I merely sought your assistance in examining something. I discovered some information regarding Dubra while searching the archive. Reina's eyes sparkled. Dubra is Tao's brother, is he not? Trunks unfurled a scroll, revealing a scene. The imagery depicted the demon realm, where a grotesque assortment of beings surrounded two individuals, one of whom Reina recognized as Dubra, while the other remained unknown. It appeared they were engaged in a fierce battle over something significant. According to hints from the scroll, Dubra and this individual were contending for the position of the Demon King. Reina nodded, understanding the situation. As the scene progressed, the combatants neared a climax. The adversary of Dubra, realizing he could not prevail, resorted to foul play. Fortunately, Dubra detected this and turned the tables, ultimately slaying his foe. However, keen-eyed Reina noticed that the adversary did not perish entirely. After Dubra claimed the throne of the demon realm, he ordered the disposal of the body in a place akin to a mass grave, and then the scene faded. Observing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Reina's eyes. What do you think? Have you made any discoveries? Reina shook his head. Sighing, Trunks remarked. I cannot shake the feeling that if we do not retrieve the time bird soon, something catastrophic may occur. Reina placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Sometimes, it is best not to worry excessively. Such anxiety may lead to adverse outcomes. He understood this principle, yet what could be done? To claim that he was unconcerned would be a falsehood, as the safety of the entire dimension was at stake. Suddenly, Reina's watch emitted a beeping sound. You must hurry to Earth. A grave situation has emerged. Additionally, Trunks is with you, so send him to the 14th timeline. There are historical discrepancies that require attention. The voice of the Kaioshin of time was urgent. Very well, I shall make haste. Trunks glanced at Reina before turning to leave. On Earth, a colossal vortex of ominous clouds swirled in the sky. From this vortex surged a horde of bizarre creatures, wreaking havoc upon the ground. Gohan, Goten, and Krillin mobilized their warriors to exterminate these beings. The gates of hell have been opened by someone. Tian, gazing at the vortex above, spoke with a grave expression. Once again, I must call upon you, Mr. Son Goku. You need not be so formal, Tian. Safeguarding Earth is our collective duty. With that, he powered up, charging toward the vortex. Within the depths of hell, Dr. Liao and Dr. Goro stood upon a massive rock, observing the vortex below, when a voice echoed. You two have done remarkably well, utilizing science to bridge the gap between the two realms. The two doctors displayed little surprise at the sudden voice. G-Pei, you previously mentioned that as long as Dr. Galuo and I could open the portal, you would send someone to assist us. I wonder if that promise holds true. Dr. Liao inquired. Naturally, it does. Ji-Pei replied with a faint smile, waving his hand as magical energy surged forth, conjuring a black curtain. From behind the curtain emerged a man with hollow eyes. This individual possessed grayish-white skin and hair, and his lower body was clad in tight-fitting blue attire akin to leggings, perfectly accentuating his slender physique. The two doctors employed their investigative techniques to observe this man. After several minutes of scrutiny, they found no trace of energy fluctuations emanating from him, which inevitably sparked their doubts. "Are you certain he can assist us?" Ji-Pei nodded affirmatively. After exchanging glances, the two doctors, along with the hollow-eyed man, leapt into the vortex, watching the trio plunge into the swirling mass. Ji-Pei's lips curled into a slow smile as he muttered, "Do your best. Do not disappoint me." He then vanished into the shadows. In a certain city, Laya appeared atop a skyscraper. Gazing at the swirling dark clouds above, he couldn't help but smile. When he had received the notification from the Time Kaishin, he had a vague inkling, but he had not anticipated it would indeed come to pass. Observing the vortex closely, he noticed three figures emerging, distinctly standing out from the rest. That's Mila. He vanished in an instant. Near the coast, Sun Wufan had just dispatched a horde of minions. Just as he was about to seek out his companions, a key blast hurtled towards him from a distance. Sun Wufan waved his hand to deflect the blast. But before he could ascertain the identity of the attacker, his pupils trembled violently, and he fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen, collapsing to the ground unconscious with a thud. "I have no interest in you. I am here for Sun Wukong." With that parting remark, the assailant vanished swiftly. Simultaneously, other warriors experienced a similar fate, all rendered unconscious by a single individual. "Has Super 17 not yet located Sun Wukong?" Super 17 shook his head. Indeed, the one who had incapacitated the warriors was none other than Super 17 himself. Behind him stood Dr. Liao and Mila. As for Dr. Galua, well, he was still preoccupied in the depths of hell. "I'll entertain you for a while." A sudden voice interrupted them. A young man appeared less than 2 meters in front of them. "You say Sun Wukong is in hell. Who are you, and how do you know this?" "My identity is of little consequence. I request the individual behind you to engage with me. Your creation, Super 17, is not worthy." Laya smiled. "Doctor." Liao furrowed his brow and commanded sternly, "Super 17, eliminate him." In a flash, Super 17 vanished, reappearing behind Laya, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Laya did not even glance back. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade the attack, countering with a swift slap that sent Super 17 flying hundreds of meters away. "What?" Dr. Liao was astounded. How could a mere slap have such an effect on Super 17? However, he quickly regained his composure, for Super 17 had yet to unleash his true power. Ascending to great heights, Super 17 disengaged his arm joints, gathering energy to unleash a super energy beam that swept through the surroundings. "I've already said I'm not interested in you. Don't compel me to take action." Laya merely stepped forward and vanished. A dull thud echoed, followed by a splatter of liquid. Laya's hand had pierced through Super 17. Dr. Liao's heart trembled. Could it be that his Super 17 was defeated in a mere encounter? Yet, even with his body penetrated, Super 17 did not perish. Instead, he grasped Laya's hand, channeling a surge of energy within him. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that formed a nearly 2-meter-high semicircular energy shield. "Well done, Super 17. I shall revive you later." Dr. Liao felt a surge of elation. Although initially shocked by Laya's display, ultimately, his weapon had triumphed. He then turned to Mila, whose eyes remained vacant, and scoffed. He regarded Mila as merely a decorative entity, having not intervened throughout their ordeal. "I told you to let your companion engage with me, yet you refused, and now look, you've squandered a weapon." Just as Dr. Liao was about to depart, Laya's teasing voice emerged from the smoke. "Impossible. The self-destruct mechanism of Super 17 can obliterate a planet. How could you possibly be unscathed?" "Doctor." Liao stepped back nervously until he bumped into Mila. His eyes lit up as he pointed towards the smoke. "Go, eliminate that person." However, Mila remained unmoved. "Did you not hear my command? Go and kill that person." Dr. Liao shouted at Mila suddenly. Mila raised his hand and lightly waved it towards Dr. Liao. With a crisp snap, Dr. Liao's head fell, emitting a series of electrical sparks. "How dare you treat me this way?" Dr. Liao's head, now on the ground, uttered fragmented sounds before his systems ceased functioning. He had officially gone offline. "Oh my, Mila, Your treatment of friends is rather ruthless. Yet Mi-La remained silent, fixated on Laya, still attempting to maintain an aloof demeanor. Let me see how formidable the alternate version of you truly is. Chapter 47. Perfect Freedom versus. The power of time. In the instant the words left his lips, both combatants vanished simultaneously, not a fraction of a second off. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists colliding resonated through the city, echoing the terrifying sonic booms. Some onlookers, intrigued by the source of the battle, paused to investigate but were obliterated by the shockwaves generated by the clash. Meanwhile, in hell, Sun Wukong had resolved his two old adversaries and, with the assistance of Piccolo and Tian, returned to the mortal realm. Upon his arrival, he received a message from Tian. Mr. Sun Wukong, allow me to recount the recent events. Following this, Tian relayed the occurrences that had transpired, having witnessed everything from the temple. Sun Wukong nodded, prepared to respond when a sound of something slicing through the air resonated from above him, less than 100 meters away. He looked up to see the young man who had previously assisted him engaged in combat with another individual. Laya and Mi-La were engulfed in a fierce exchange, their ki flaring as they clashed, generating intense sparks of energy. The ferocious waves of power swept everything in their vicinity, forcing Sun Wukong to retreat several hundred meters. Remarkable. Both of these individuals are incredibly strong. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intensity as his combative spirit ignited. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the two shifted their stances, preparing to unleash their full might. Mi-La momentarily faltered, then stepped back before launching another punch, to which Laya responded with a matching strike. Boom. The explosive force of their fists created a vacuum in the air. In an instant, Mi-La was propelled nearly 1,000 meters backward before regaining his balance. At that very moment, Laya appeared before him, gripping his neck tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he applied pressure. Despite this, Mi-La's gaze remained as vacant as ever. Buzz! Mi-La suddenly erupted with a unique power, forming a faint protective shield to fend off Laya's grasp. What is this? As Laya released his grip and leapt backward, a surge of potent energy erupted from Mi-La, causing the very heavens to tremble. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of energy spread forth, manifesting several tornadoes that swept across the land. With a primal roar, he cried out. An intricate clock-like patterns materialized upon his body. As these patterns formed, a tremendous force was unleashed, indiscriminately attacking in all directions. The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly, and soon the earth lay in ruins. You're done for, Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the apocalyptic scene. His forehead veins bulging as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged towards Mi-La unfazed. Mi-La merely waved his hand, causing Sun Wukong to suddenly halt, only to be propelled away like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, he struck the ground, creating a massive crater, a testament to the sheer might of Mi-La's casual gesture. Emerging from the crater, Sun Wukong attempted to re-engage, but was halted by Laya. You are no match for him. Quickly save the others while you are still unscathed. At these words, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, glanced at Laya and the mysterious foe, and reluctantly nodded before departing. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underworld, Ji Pei watched the unfolding scene with a sinister grin. Already wielding the power of time, it seems this realm is on the brink of destruction. With a flick of his hand, the vision vanished as he leapt into the darkness. Ah, how intriguing. So this is the so-called power of time. Indeed, a remarkable force. Laya smiled broadly, gradually closing the distance to Mi-La. Suddenly, a divine aura, starkly contrasting Mi-La's, erupted from him, soaring skyward. Mi-La was pushed back several meters by this holy presence, and the vacant look in his eyes finally showed a flicker of response. Simultaneously, those in the Kaioshin realm sensed this exceptionally sacred energy, their astonishment palpable. Laya's dark hair transformed into shimmering silver, and the divine aura dissipated, rendering him seemingly harmless. Stretching his limbs, he provocatively gestured towards Mi-La. In an instant, Mi-La appeared before him, delivering a swift hand strike. With a sharp sound, sparks ignited as powerful energy erupted, creating a crescent-shaped wave that cleaved downward. The intensity of this energy caused fissures to appear in the Earth's core. Remarkably, Laya blocked Mi-La's attack with a single finger. His other hand pressed against Mi-La's abdomen, releasing a surge of energy that pierced through his body. Yet, Mi-La was no pushover. He seized Lei Na's hand and retaliated with a knee strike. The impact was absorbed by Lei Na, unleashing a violent gust of wind that sent tremors through the earth. Such formidable strength. Sun Wukong, amidst the ruins, supported his son Gohan, gazing at the celestial battle with a glint of determination in his eyes, pondering the vastness of their power. Even if I fused with Vegeta to become Gogeta, could we match such might? These warriors are truly extraordinary. Despite his frustration, he realized there was little he could do. They had to rely on Lei Na now. To elevate one's physical form to this extent is impressive. Lei Na smirked, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Mi-La flying while hurling a silver energy sphere. However, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The energy sphere halted mid-flight. A clock-like disc appeared behind Mi-La. Click. Click. A peculiar sound resonated as Mi-La felt himself enveloped by an energy that began to siphon his strength. This is, Lei Na squinted, his body trembling as he unleashed his own energy to dispel the consuming force. Impressive. To reach such a level truly excites me, Mi-La. With a sudden rush, Lei Na vanished, a thunderous explosion echoing in his wake. Yet, this time he did not strike immediately, for a protective barrier formed before Mi-La, albeit fracturing at a visible rate. As the disc's pointer moved slightly, the barrier surprisingly began to mend. Huh! Lei Na shouted, amplifying his energy output. The collision of their powers erupted into a dazzling display of silver lightning. As time progressed, Lei Na discerned a minor flaw in the device behind Mi-La. So that's it. This power is not entirely under your control. After all, you are merely a puppet, and they would not grant you such mastery, would they? It seemed Lei Na was conversing with himself. His divine energy surged once more, forming a sacred shield that enveloped them both. The aura emanating from him taking the shape of a towering giant. With a resounding crash, this nearly materialized giant grasped the disc, pulling it apart. Mi-La's vacant gaze flickered back to life for a moment, as he weakly uttered, "Save Tuatha," before his eyes returned to their hollow state. "Oh, you truly are a loyal hound, even now concerned for your master, perhaps seeing her as a mother figure," Lei Na remarked, possibly in response to Mi-La's plight. In the ensuing chaos, the disc fractured, and Mi-La bled from all 7 orifices, convulsing violently. "Break!" With that command, the disc split as though it were mere fabric. "Thank you." Mi-La's form shattered into 2, a peculiar liquid raining down from the heavens. Yet, Lei Na did not relent, for the power of time surged into his being, wreaking havoc within him as Mi-La's form disintegrated. Blood spilled from his lips as he sealed his divine energy, confining the chaotic force within. The uncontrolled power of time proved astonishingly fierce and wild. He could distinctly feel its overwhelming energy, wiping the blood from his mouth. The divine power coursed through him, clashing with the time energy. A cacophony of cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of bones fracturing, and soon sweat poured from him like rain. After about half a minute, he coughed up blood and knelt on one knee. TCH. To be bested by mere energy is somewhat embarrassing. He sat cross-legged, commanding his divine power to encircle the time energy, which rampaged within, searching for an escape. As time passed, Lei Na's furrowed brow began to relax slightly. Having noticed intermittent fluctuations in the time energy, now that I've identified it, let it become a part of my strength. He engaged in a war of attrition with the divine energy. In the shadowy realm imprisoning Tuatha, Ji-Pei suddenly spat out a stream of dark liquid, his eyes wide with astonishment. What is happening? Has someone vanquished Mi-La? Could it be those gods? No, that seems unlikely. They wouldn't act so readily. He pondered for a mere 10 seconds before casting the thought aside. Although it was somewhat regrettable to have lost the power of time, he could always seek out that masked individual later. The power of time that Mira possessed originated from the enigmatic figure who had provided him with the mask. Initially, the masked man intended for him to acquire the time eggs, but due to the obstinacy of Tua, he had no choice but to request time power from the masked man. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and adjusting his attire, he arrived at the place where Tua was imprisoned. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance, he greeted her with a smile. Before he could utter a word, Tua spoke first. "What have you done to Mira?" Ji-Pei, observing Tua's anxious demeanor, shrugged his shoulders. "He is dead." Though it was a simple statement of 3 words, they reverberated like thunder in Tua's ears. "Do not look at me with such eyes. It was not my doing. Besides, even if I were responsible, what could you do about it? Enough with the chit-chat. Tell me, will you comply or not?" My patience is wearing thin, do you understand? Tua fixed her gaze on Ji-Pei and gritted her teeth as she uttered 3 words. Impossible. All right, that's your answer. Splendid. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of malice surged forth, enveloping Tua. Suddenly, the dark space began to tremble. A crack appeared, from which a terrifying darkness emanated, instantly putting Ji-Pei on high alert. From the fissure emerged a figure, sporting a mane of voluminous red hair, pallid skin, and clad in blue garments, wielding a staff resembling a bone in his left hand. Upon seeing this figure, Tua involuntarily exclaimed, "Demigula, how did you end up here?" Indeed, this individual was the super demon Demigula, sealed within the rift of time and space by the Time Realm King. Even Ji-Pei, standing nearby, instinctively took a couple of steps back upon hearing the name, illustrating the sheer power of its intimidation. Demigula regarded Tua with a hint of curiosity before his eyes brightened. "Ah, time has flown by. So it is you, Tua?" "Indeed, it has been quite some time. But what are you up to?" These two had previously served under the Demon King, Mechikabura. "How did you escape from the rift of time and space?" Tua inquired, puzzled. Demigula grinned malevolently, and his smile instantly chilled the atmosphere. "This is all thanks to you, Tua. Your frequent alterations of time and space have allowed me to escape, although I encountered a minor inconvenience along the way." He then turned his gaze towards Ji-Pei, narrowing his eyes. Haha. I did not expect my luck to be so fortuitous, encountering such a delectable prey. The dark energy within you shall be mine." As he spoke, he tapped his staff, and a wave of malevolent energy radiated from the gem atop the staff, enveloping the entire space. Ji-Pei, who had intended to flee, found himself bound by this energy, feeling his own strength rapidly dissipate. "I cannot allow myself to turn to dust." As Demigula absorbed Ji-Pei's dark power, he wore a look of sheer ecstasy. "It has been ages since I have feasted upon such pure dark energy, truly delightful." "What have you just done?" Tua asked, her expression grave as she scrutinized Demigula, certain that he had not employed magical energy. "Your perception remains as sharp as ever." "Indeed, I am not using magical energy. You may refer to it as the power of the evil god. Therefore, do not call me a demon god. Address me as the evil god." With a wave of his staff, he dismantled Tua's confinement. "Evil god, huh?" she murmured, sensing the aura emanating from him. "Hey, Tua, I have stumbled upon something quite intriguing. I did not expect this individual to be concealing yet another person," Demigula remarked, stroking his chin with a smile. "Who is it?" Tua pressed for an answer, but Demigula merely waved his staff, enveloping both of them in darkness before they vanished. On Earth, Reyna suddenly opened his eyes, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupting from him. In an instant, this energy caused the entire planet to halt its rotation. Everything came to a standstill. But this lasted only 10 seconds before normalcy resumed, during which Reyna coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Ah, I have finally mastered it. Although it was only for 10 seconds, I will continue to strengthen this ability. One day, I shall be able to halt the entirety of time and space." He extended his hand, conjuring a silver energy sphere, within which a roulette-like object was faintly discernible. Dispelling the energy, he stood up and brushed off the dust from his garments, his spirits soaring. While abilities like this could be acquired through signing in, the issue lay in the randomness of what one could receive and the uncertainty of when it would happen. Thus, when opportunities arise, it is far better to take matters into one's own hands. In high spirits, Reyna departed, heading towards the Capsule Corporation. Previously, when he merged with the power of the stone, he had noticed many warriors gathering at the Capsule Corporation. "Ah, this instantaneous movement is quite handy," he mused as he flew, contemplating when he would sign in to earn a similar ability to that of the Kaioshin, which did not require sensing energy. Chapter 49. The first encounter on the open terrace of the Capsule Corporation, the warriors, with the exception of Piccolo, who was in the underworld, sat together, eating and discussing recent events. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a series of urgent phone rings interrupted them. Bulma flashed a smile at everyone, stepped away from the table, and answered her phone. "Hello, is this Miss Bulma?" "Yes." "Who is this?" Bulma responded, puzzled, as the voice was unfamiliar to her. "I am Gak, a Galactic Patrol officer. May I inquire about the matter?" After she posed the question, there was a brief silence on the other end before the voice continued. "It is concerning your sister, Tai Si. She has been captured by a galactic prisoner." "What?" Bulma exclaimed, her voice rising, prompting Vegeta and the others to glance over in confusion. Vegeta placed down his food and approached slowly. What is happening? Explain yourself clearly. What has happened to my sister? Bulma asked urgently. What is going on? Vegeta inquired. Upon seeing her husband approach, Bulma switched to speaker mode. Recently, a powerful energy interfered severely with the galactic prison's energy, resulting in chaos. At that moment, your sister was conducting an interview at the galactic prison, and some prisoners seized the opportunity to take her hostage and escape. Our galactic patrol has dispatched personnel to pursue them, and we believe news will arrive shortly. Additionally, if you receive any calls from the prisoners or your sister, you must inform us. Bulma nodded repeatedly, and the call ended. Vegeta, observing Bulma's worried expression, asked, What did he just say? I felt like I was in the clouds. After putting away her phone, the two returned to the table. Bulma turned to her husband and Goku, her voice serious. The person who just called is from the Galactic Patrol. He said my sister Tai Si has been abducted by galactic prisoners. Sister? Vegeta pondered before recalling her. Having met her when Trunks was just a baby. Those villains in the universe. Haha, let us set off to rescue your sister. Sun Wukong immediately set aside the food in his hands, his face alight with excitement. Vegeta shot him a glare and asked, How will you survive in the universe? Sun Wukong grinned and scratched his head. What is wrong with you all? Hearing a familiar voice, he turned to see the young man who had once helped him, descending slowly. I still don't know your name. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Thank you for your assistance earlier. The young man smiled and introduced himself. Vegeta briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, the young man couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Just when one problem is resolved, another arises. The situation was far from over, yet another complication had emerged. However, the galactic patrol of this timeline was not like that of the primary timeline. It was a private organization, with all members acting voluntarily. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Leave this matter to me. After all, you and Vegeta cannot operate in space. So you should gather the Dragon Balls and restore the city to its original state. With the blessing of divine energy, he could survive in the vacuum of space for a while. The others exchanged glances. It wasn't that they doubted him, but this seemed overly accommodating. I know what you're thinking. I merely wish to understand the situation. Bulma remarked, looking at the young man. Since my counterpart in another timeline has given you her phone number, it indicates her trust in you, and so I shall trust you as well. With Bulma's endorsement, the others agreed. The young man nodded, then vanished in an instant. As for whether he recognized her sister, it was a jest. He had the photograph in hand, and using divine power to locate someone was remarkably effective. In the vastness of the universe, a moderately sized elliptical spaceship sped through space. Inside were 4 aliens clad in prison uniforms and a woman with flowing golden hair, wearing a dress and gold-rimmed glasses. You've all escaped, so why take me along? I'm just a burden to you. The golden-haired woman spoke with a melodious voice, akin to a lark. She was none other than Bulma's sister, Tais. Be quiet, growled an alien with half a horn protruding from his forehead. Where are you taking us, Lias? Asked another alien with scaly skin resembling that of a crocodile. The pilot of the spaceship, Lias, smirked. I heard from others in the galactic prison that there are wish-granting orbs on Namek, so we're heading there. Oh, how intriguing. What wishes should we make? Inquired a cat-like being seated beside Tais. We'll decide that later. Lias replied, but a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds erupted, followed by red lights flashing. The entire spaceship began to shake violently. Hey, Lias, can you drive? Steady it, shouted the crocodile-headed alien. Just as he finished speaking, everything inside the spaceship froze momentarily before returning to normal. However, the calm was short-lived. With a thunderous explosion, the spaceship erupted in flames. On a brownish planet, a man and a woman appeared. I expected formidable opponents, but it turns out to be mere trivialities. The young man remarked, unimpressed. Hey, can you let go of me now? A sweet voice chimed in his ear. He released her, feeling awkward and scratching his head, having been lost in thought. After freeing her, he couldn't help but take in Tais' appearance. Her beauty and figure would surely make her a star on Earth. Who are you? He asked with a slight smile. I'm from Earth, a friend of Bulma. Tais adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, indicating her understanding. This action left the young man momentarily speechless, and an awkward silence enveloped them. However, being a man, he cleared his throat and said, Let us go. I'll take you back to Earth. But Tais shook her head. I want to go back. Earth is too dull, and my interview isn't complete yet. Once I finish it, I will write my novel. And I believe it will sell exceptionally well. The young man twitched at the corners of his mouth. So you plan to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, where things aren't very peaceful right now. She nodded, her gaze fixed on him, causing a slight flush to appear on his cheeks. Clearing his throat, he pretended to cough to mask his embarrassment. All right, since I am Bulma's friend and you are her sister, I will take you back. No one will dare to harm you. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing divine energy to envelop her, and in a burst of power, they soared towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the central region of the universe stood a sharply pointed structure resembling a rocket, vast in size and area. Outside the headquarters, Gak was adjusting the route for the upcoming search mission from within his spaceship. He had already dispatched 6 teams, totaling 60 personnel. But there had been no news thus far, prompting him to prepare to set out with another team. Ties, we will find you. You must be safe, Gak murmured. Soon. He completed his adjustments and powered up the spaceship, but before he could launch, alarms blared throughout the base. What now? He exclaimed, glancing at the flashing red lights. The series of unforeseen events was overwhelming him. He exited the spaceship and surveyed the surroundings, stopping abruptly when he spotted a man and a woman at the entrance. The woman was none other than Ties. He rushed over, excitement and confusion evident on his face. You actually returned. How did you manage that? Ties pointed to the young man beside her. It was my sister's friend who rescued me. And you are? Gak finally turned to the young man, having forgotten in his excitement. The young man before him seemed slightly more mature than the last time they had met. I'm Reina. Your Galactic Patrol could use some reinforcement. Gak felt a bit embarrassed, given the unexpected turn of events. I will report to the captain. He replied. Well then, my task is complete. Farewell. With that, he turned and leaped away. Watching Reina depart, Ties was inspired with a new creative idea. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation on Earth, they had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls. The orbs radiated a soft glow as Sun Wukong stood before them, proclaiming, Come forth, Shenron. The Dragon Balls flickered a few times, but showed no signs of responding. Hey, what is going on? Are the Dragon Balls broken? Just as the warriors were filled with doubt, the Dragon Balls cracked softly, though the sound was so faint that they did not hear it. Tendrils of black smoke emerged, coalescing into a black Shenron, who exhaled a puff of smoke. You summoned me. What wish do you desire? I can grant any wish. The black Shenron exhaled another smoke ring. The crowd exchanged glances, questioning whether this was truly the dragon. It appeared different from before, unfazed by their thoughts. The black Shenron released another puff of smoke. Unless you make a wish, I shall take my leave. Bulma was the first to react, hastily declaring, Please resurrect all those who have died in the past 2 days. The black Shenlong nodded solemnly, took a deep puff from a pipe, and then exhaled a massive smoke ring. Your wish has been granted. Very well, I must take my leave now. With that, the colossal form of the black Shenlong split into 7 portions of black smoke that dispersed across the globe, leaving behind only the dull Dragon Balls. Vegeta, did you notice that Shenlong seemed to cast a glance at us before departing? Bulma inquired. Vegeta, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement. He too had perceived it and, drawing upon his prior experiences as a villain, sensed the malevolence in that gaze. Kakarot, perhaps we are faced with an enemy once again. Goku looked at Vegeta. Confusion etched on his face, unable to comprehend his assertion. Just as he was about to question him, a thunderous explosion echoed in the distance, and a gigantic mushroom cloud billowed into the sky. It seems my instincts were not mistaken. That dragon was no benevolent being, but rather an evil one. Vegeta exclaimed. What on earth has transpired? I feel utterly bewildered. Vegeta gazed at Kakarot in silence before recounting his past experiences as a villain. Surely, this explosion cannot be unrelated to the evil dragon. At that moment, Krillin interjected, It is undoubtedly so. A frantic voice then pierced the air. This is terrible. Everyone. Similar explosions have erupted worldwide, causing catastrophic casualties. Damn it, Vegeta. Goku shot a glance at Vegeta, who merely scoffed in response. Do not command me. Just as the two were about to take flight, the anxious voice returned. I have more distressing news to share. We can no longer summon Shenlong. My incantation has ceased to work, so this situation may. He trailed off, but everyone understood the implication. No worries, thank you for the heads up. This time, I shall swiftly conclude our battle with Vegeta, Goku assured, and the two soared into the sky, followed by Krillin, Gohan, and the other warriors. Though their powers paled in comparison, They were determined to assist in any way they could. In the temple, the Grand Elder had previously warned that frequent use of the Dragon Balls could lead to unpredictable consequences, a truth now manifesting before their eyes. Tian wore a troubled expression. Initially skeptical, he was now compelled to accept the reality of the situation. Do not worry, my lord. I believe Goku and the others will be able to resolve this crisis, Bobo comforted. Tian nodded at Bobo, uttering a hopeful wish. On an island several hundred kilometers away, the entire land had been razed to the ground. A creature resembling a pig with a bead on its forehead, containing 7 stars, observed its handiwork with a sinister grin. The music of the earthquake is truly delightful. Just as he reveled in his self-indulgence, a voice interrupted, I say, you must be the 7-star dragon. I never expected such an ugly appearance. Instantly, the 7-star dragon's expression darkened. He despised being called ugly. He turned to the source of the voice, spotting a young man standing there nonchalantly. How dare you call me ugly? Do you know how much I loathe that remark? He retorted, plunging his hands into the ground. A rumbling shockwave surged forth, causing the ground beneath Rina to collapse. And the shockwave felt as if an invisible hand was pulling him down. Oh, such courage. I thought you would possess more finesse. Yet, this little trick does not affect me. Rina, shaking off the tremors, summoned a tremendous force that shattered the shockwave. The 7-star dragon was taken aback, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind as he scanned the surroundings. Seizing the moment when Rina's gaze wandered, he burrowed into the earth. No matter who you are, as long as I remain underground, you shall not find me. However, for insulting me, prepare for my vengeance. The 7-star dragon chuckled darkly. Oh, is that so? Unfortunately, you will not have that opportunity. The young man's voice echoed once more, sending a shiver down his spine as he felt an immense force pulling him from behind. He struggled desperately, but with a resounding crash, he was yanked out, the earth upheaving as if a gopher had tunneled through it. Who are you? He exclaimed, both astonished and perplexed. Was there another being this powerful besides Goku? Yet Rina did not respond. He placed one hand upon the 7-star dragon's forehead and, with a surge of strength, forced out the black 7 Dragon Ball. The 7-star dragon let out a painful wail as his body began to dissipate. Is it over so soon? I expected it to last a bit longer. Rina shook his head in disappointment. As he prepared to store the black Dragon Ball in the system space, a notification chimed. Ding! System optimization complete. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden mission. Eliminate or seal the incoming demon god. What is this? Optimization complete? Hidden mission? Hey, system, explain this to me. Ding. The system has been in optimization mode. It is now complete and has unlocked the following functions. A panel appeared, displaying the newly available features such as tasks, a shop, and a lottery, along with options for selling and recycling. System, is this a case of getting on the bus before buying a ticket? He had always found it odd that his system differed from those in the novels he had read, which were typically more interactive, and now he understood the reason why. The system, however, paid him no mind, leaving him with no choice but to shrug and examine the hidden mission. Eliminate or seal the incoming demon god. Completing this mission grants an upgrade to Zizai Ge, 3 lottery chances, and 5,000 shop points. Rina's eyes gleamed at the sight of the rewards. Please. This is an upgrade to Zizai Ge and a chance for a lottery. Who could resist? Certainly not me. Chapter 51. The arrival of the corrupted Ishing Dragon, a demon god. However, the system's mention of elimination or sealing indicated that this demon god would not be easily dealt with. Though Rina pondered this, he did not dwell on it for long. Having merged with the power of time, he had yet to engage in true combat, and with the 8 gates of Duanjia skill still unused, this would serve as an excellent opportunity for practice. In a desolate region, plumes of smoke rose into the air as 2 figures plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, they created a massive crater. Goku, you are quite impressive, remarked the 5-star dragon, who bore a resemblance to a penguin, with a 5-pointed star embedded in his chest. Goku, scratching his nose with a grin, replied, 5-star dragon, you have yet to unleash your true power, haven't you? Very well, Goku. Allow me to show you my true strength. As he spoke, his body melted like wax and seeped into the ground, rapidly drawing energy from a power plant several kilometers away. In mere moments, the molten substance coalesced into his previously frail form, causing him to swell with power. His combat prowess soaring as a tempest of violent electrical energy engulfed him, scorching the ground beneath. Wow, Is this your true strength? Quite formidable. Goku, undeterred, transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form. The moment his golden aura erupted, it dispersed the electrical energy. However, at that instant, the five-star dragon unleashed a wave of electrical energy. The crackling fury of thunderous energy coalesced into a laser that shot forth, striking Suin Wukong and unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Humph. Now you comprehend my might, do you not? The legendary Suin Wukong is not as formidable as rumored. Instead, behold my masterpiece. Before he could turn away, an unexpected voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Kamehameha. A blue energy wave pierced the haze, directly penetrating Wu Xinglong. What? Wu Xinglong stared blankly at the gaping hole in his abdomen, but with a mere smile, the solution coating his body swiftly mended the wound. Your attacks are futile. Wherever there is electricity, I can continuously regenerate. Suin Wukong refrained from further words, channeling all his energy into his palm and unleashing the most potent Kamehameha. The colossal energy wave shattered him into fragments. Immediately afterward, Suin Wukong utilized instant transmission to seize the Wuxing Dragon Ball, thus concluding this battle. Meanwhile, the encounter with Vegeta followed a similar trajectory, albeit with a more violent flare. On a high mountain, Yi Xinglong sensed his brethren disappearing one by one, his expression darkening. These useless fellows, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving charred earth in his wake. As time progressed, Suin Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions had gathered 5 black Dragon Balls, leaving only 3 remaining. Excluding the one in Laya's possession, there were actually only 2 left. In a deserted city, Yi Xinglong found himself encircled by warriors. Though surrounded, only Suin Wukong and Vegeta stood at the forefront, while the others observed from a distance. Faced with the Super Saiyan 4 forms of Suin Wukong and Vegeta, Yi Xinglong maintained an air of indifference. You lot possess some power. It's impressive how swiftly you dispatched my brothers. Humph. Yi Xinglong, spare me your bravado. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 is beyond your imagination. I advise you to surrender and avoid unnecessary suffering. Vegeta retorted with a scoff, arms crossed. Ha ha. Yi Xinglong laughed loudly, the sound grating on the ears. Your power is utterly insignificant in my eyes. With a wave of his hand, a fierce wind swept through, stirring clouds of dust. How about that? Do you now recognize my prowess? Such posturing. Vegeta unleashed his prince's technique, a flurry of energy blasts erupting from his hands. The explosions filled the city with smoke and chaos. Despite the relentless bombardment, Yi Xinglong remained largely unscathed, shielded by a thin protective barrier that deflected the energy waves. Vegeta, are you courting death? Yi Xinglong vanished in an instant, eluding both Suin Wukong and Vegeta. A dull, thunderous sound erupted as Suin Wukong and Vegeta staggered back, while rising in their throats. Suin Wukong and Vegeta, your so-called Super Saiyan 4 forms are nothing to me. Return my brothers, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Bah! Vegeta spat on the ground, wiping his mouth with his hand, clenching his fists and unleashing golden fighting spirit, charging forward. Yet, midway through his assault, a resounding crash echoed as a thick black beam descended from the heavens. The two were knocked back several steps by the impact. Such a dense aura of darkness. Who is this? Yi Xinglong furrowed his brow, regarding the beam. Though he possessed considerable dark energy, it paled in comparison to the looming presence of the light. Oh, I did not expect such dark energy to exist on this planet. Demigula emerged slowly from the black beam, his wand pointed at Yi Xinglong. You seek death. Despite the overwhelming dark energy he had just sensed, Yi Xinglong felt no aura from this individual. Furthermore, the demeanor and tone of voice exuded an annoyance that compelled him to charge recklessly. He concentrated a highly dense black energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Demigula's face. With a mere squint, Demigula rendered the energy sphere in Yi Xinglong's hand non-existent, as if it had never appeared at all. What? Yi Xinglong, Suin Wukong, and Vegeta were all astonished by the unfolding events. Could it be that a mere glance had obliterated the energy? This is quite disobedient. In that case, I shall put you to use. With a wave of his wand, Yi Xinglong became instantaneously immobilized, enveloped by a formidable crimson energy. Not good. We must stop him. Suin Wukong exclaimed, teleporting in front of Yi Xinglong and launching a punch infused with immense power. The impact resonated like thunder, creating a powerful ripple. Yet Yi Xinglong remained unmoved. What? Suin Wukong's eyes widened in shock. This punch contained the full extent of his strength. Yet he had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. Ah! Yixinglong roared, erupting with a wave of blood-red energy that sent Suin Wukong and Bei Jita flying over 1,000 meters. Not bad, you possess some talent. Demigula smiled faintly. But suddenly his expression turned serious as he gazed into the distance. A young man was seen soaring towards Suin Wukong and Bei Jita. This aura? Recognizing Lena's energy, he furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. The three landed, and Suin Wukong nodded in gratitude towards Lena. Lena merely waved his hand dismissively before turning to Demigula with a smile. Demigula, it must have been unpleasant to be sealed by the Kaioshin of time for over 75 million years. Kid, though I know not who you are, you have fortuitously enraged me. I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. With a flick of his wand, Yixinglong charged directly at Lena. Lena smiled slightly, extending his hand to unleash the divine power imbued with the forces of time. In an instant, Yixinglong was immobilized. This is the power of time. You are an accomplice of that wretched Culinary. As he spoke, Lena could distinctly sense Yixinglong's intense anger. Lena, however, was not one for lengthy explanations. After immobilizing Yixinglong, he tossed the 7-star Dragon Ball he held to Suin Wukong, declaring, I leave Yixinglong to you, while he eagerly charged towards Demigula. Chapter 52, Divine Power versus Evil Enhancement. In the realm of time, he has escaped. How is that possible? The Kaioshin of time gazed at the scene unfolding upon the scroll, furrowing her brow in contemplation. According to the sealing energy she had released, it should have confined Demigula for 1 billion years, yet recent events had been tumultuous, leaving her uncertain of the ultimate outcome. She needed to locate Shirshir without delay. Alas, so much time had passed without any news regarding Shirshir Niao. I hope you can seal him. She held no illusions that Lena could vanquish Demigula. While Lena possessed considerable strength, Demigula was no fool, thus she could only hope for the possibility of resealing him. Thunderous roars echoed as silver and black streaks of light clashed in the sky. The resounding impacts reverberated throughout the heavens. In an instant, Lena vanished behind Demigula, detonating an energy blast at close range. Boom! In the flickering light, they emerged from the dust cloud, each bearing minor injuries. Demigula glanced at his shattered wand, then tossed it aside with a cold snort. Your business is flourishing. I shall offer you a chance. Become my servant, and I shall spare you. Lena narrowed his eyes and smiled. I choose the second option. The second option? It appears you truly seek death. With a wave of his hand, energy surged forth. The entire earth has been shrouded in darkness, as piercing, frigid winds howl, and thunder flashes ominously within the stormy clouds, accompanied by a resounding roar. Insect, witness the might of my power. He commanded the lightning to coalesce into a colossal serpent that plummeted with thunderous force. With a crack, a terrifying tempest erupted, obliterating everything in its path with relentless fury, while a gigantic mushroom cloud ascended, illuminating half the globe with its brilliant glow. Nearly 100 miles of land was reduced to scorched earth, crackling with arcs of electricity. Is this what they call magic? Quite intriguing. From the swirling smoke, Lena's curious voice emerged. You possess quite a skill, managing to withstand such an attack. The strike he unleashed could pierce the earth. Yet the fact that his opponent endured it indeed garnered his respect. Demigula, cease these petty tricks. If this is your true power, it is profoundly disappointing. He laughed heartily. How amusing, truly amusing. As he spoke, a surge of energy emanated from him, a malevolent crimson aura bursting forth, enveloping the earth beneath the storm clouds. Under the influence of this sinister energy, the flora and fauna that had managed to hold on began to perish, their life force consumed by the blood-red energy, which also instigated cosmic disturbances. With a sudden rush, his essence transformed. His stature gradually diminished, a tail sprouting behind him, his gray skin shifting to a dark crimson hue, a red gem appearing upon his chest, and his visage appearing significantly younger than before. He flexed his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans. With a mere grasp, a fierce aura surged forth, creating a vast area of calm amidst the tempest. Seeing this, Lena's eyes brightened. He sensed that Demigula's energy now rivaled that of an angel and could even rank among them. Insect, you are the first to witness my current form, but you shall also be the last. Demigula spoke with an air of arrogance, a testament to his confidence in his own strength. Ha ha! This is what I awaited, Demigula. Let us engage in a battle without reservation, he exclaimed. As he spoke, a crimson energy surged around him, though upon closer inspection, one could discern flecks of white starlight intermingled within the red. 8 Gates technique, open. Boom. The immense crimson energy resonated with the earth, dissipating much of the malevolent energy. This elicited a glimmer of surprise in Demigula's eyes. Impressive. These two are remarkably powerful, Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded silently, his heart brimming with reluctance. Although both sensed their formidable strengths, neither was harmed by the energies of Laya and Demigula. Meanwhile, a peculiar noise emanated from the imprisoned Yixing Long. This is bad. Vegeta, let us fuse. Only then can we hope to overcome this adversary, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Vegeta's expression hardened slightly at the thought of the fusion. Yet recalling the two distant figures, he suppressed his reluctance and nodded in agreement. The two then began the fusion dance. A whirlwind erupted, golden light illuminating the entire city. As golden energy surged forth, creating rippling waves that penetrated the heavens. As they completed their fusion, the temporal power sealing Yixing Long dissipated. The enhanced Yixing Long let out a furious roar and charged at Vegeta, still enveloped in golden energy. A flash of crimson light flickered, and energy coalesced behind him, forming a fearsome dragon, his hair and eyes turning a deep red. Was this the 8 Gates technique empowered by divine strength? Originally an extraordinarily potent martial skill, it had now undergone a qualitative transformation under divine influence, perfectly eliminating the drawback of blood evaporation. Such a strange energy. Just as Demigula pondered this odd energy, Laya wasted no time. In a fraction of a second, he propelled himself forward with pure physical might, creating a subtle distortion in the air as he moved. Demigula's pupils narrowed as he swiftly raised his hand and struck with a punch. Boom. In an instant, the energy wave generated from the impact swept across the land, inundating 100 miles and even shaking the battlefield where Vegeta stood. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of light, colliding fiercely in the sky. Meanwhile, in a laboratory within the demon realm, Tawa manipulated a machine resembling a biological pod, contemplating, where has that Demigula gone? He promised to assist me. Could he truly renege on his word? While operating the machine, she pondered in silence. After the previous incident, she had returned to the demon realm for some time. Demigula had initially taken her to meet the mastermind, but upon arrival, that so-called mastermind had vanished, leading to her being sent back while he remained absent. I hope you keep your promise, otherwise. Although she believed she could not defeat Demigula even in her transformed state, she still possessed the time bird. With that trump card in hand, she could confidently assert that she feared no one. Beep, beep. The machine emitted a series of sounds. Tao's eyes brightened. Mira, remember the new life I have granted you. With a click, the biological pod opened, releasing a plume of white smoke, and a naked man emerged. Thank you. Mira nodded at Tao. Since he had stored all data and memories before his demise, there was no confusion upon awakening. After dressing, he approached a mirror and noticed his features had changed. He appeared somewhat slimmer and felt a surge of power within him, several times stronger than before. The two sat facing each other, and Tao said, "Tell me precisely what transpired in my absence." Mira pondered for a moment before recounting the events of his abduction. Upon hearing Mira's account, Tao pressed her forehead in contemplation, falling silent for a time. Finally, she remarked, "It seems this matter involves many characters. What exactly is going on?" Now, she was beginning to lose track of the events. It was said to revolve around the time bird, yet the current situation remained perplexing. Unable to make sense of it, she decided not to dwell further, reassuring herself that as long as the time bird was in her possession, she would be fine. Let us rest for a while before taking action. Mira nodded silently in agreement. The Kaioshin of time watched the scroll as the image began to blur. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This energy is too potent. Even I am affected. She strained to stabilize the image, but her abilities fell short. Crack. The scroll split in two, and she staggered back several steps to regain her balance. Kaioshin of time, are you all right? Vegeta inquired. She shook her head, wiping the sweat from her brow. Their energy is overwhelmingly powerful. I can no longer perceive it. Vegeta and Trunks exchanged a glance. Although they found themselves in the realm of time, they could still perceive the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from Earth. Supporting the Time Realm King, who sat nearby, they engaged in light conversation. Mr. Vegeta, You must have been born at this moment, right? Wujida nodded with a smile. Indeed, I came into existence the instant we fused. Mr. Wujida, who do you think would triumph in a battle between the newly fused you and the enhanced Yixing He chuckled. Without a doubt, I will emerge victorious. Though I saw Yixing was strengthened in the earlier footage, I still believe in my victory. Despite Trunks having ascended to the divine realm, he remained unable to discern the true extent of Wujida's power, which prompted his inquiry. He patted Trunks on the shoulder, gazing at him with immense pride. Though he originated from another timeline, one must not forget that he was also a father. Meanwhile, in the cold expanse of Antarctica, Reina and Demigula had shifted their battlefield. With rapid movements, the two clashed, the fierce energies creating sparks that illuminated the air. Suddenly, Reina appeared before Demigula, launching a powerful punch that distorted space itself. Demigula narrowly dodged the attack, but could not evade the follow-up strike. A searing energy laser pierced through his arm. He frowned but quickly relaxed, letting out a cold snort. You are quite suited for battle, Reina teased, shaking his head. It is not that I am suited for battle, but rather that you have grown old, Demigula. Demigula squinted, extending his hands to summon two long spears of energy, which he hurled forward. The energy spears sliced through the air, trailing fiery tails as they raced toward Reina. Yet, rather than evade, Reina crouched into a starting position and charged forward just as the attack was launched. The Night Kai of the Eight Gates unleashed a powerful flying kick that shattered the energy spears. With quick reflexes, Demigula raised his hands to create an energy wall for defense. The collision of spear and shield produced a piercing sonic boom, followed by a thunderous explosion that sent dust swirling and unleashed a wave of energy that surged across the landscape. The violent energy shockwave echoed in the heavens, harmonizing with the thunder in the stormy clouds. You cannot break through. But before Reina could finish, he breached Demigula's defenses, delivering a forceful kick to his face, sending him flying like an arrow. He crashed through several ice layers, creating colossal waves. Seizing the opportunity, Reina swiftly positioned himself above Demigula's landing spot and unleashed the Night Kai once more. This time, two crimson dragons appeared behind him. Let me show you the maximum power of the Night Kai. He charged downward in a moment of narrowed focus. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, evaporating vast stretches of seawater. As the ground dried, Reina's foot embedded itself firmly into Demigula's abdomen. Ah! Demigula cried out in pain, spewing a mouthful of blood. Damn you, filthy insect! He roared in fury, channeling his energy into a concentrated sphere. Reina's expression hardened as he swiftly evaded, just as the energy sphere detonated, casting a brilliant light that enveloped the land, creating a massive crater. Filthy insect! I will eradicate you. Demigula's voice emerged from the explosion, his malevolent crimson aura radiating ominously. He pressed his palms together, condensing all his energy, and unleashed an oval shockwave that rapidly expanded. Have I truly pushed you to this point? It seems the prolonged seal has made you forget how to fight. I expected more amusement, but it appears I must seal you away again. Facing this terrifying shockwave, he remained calm, muttering to himself as he summoned the power of time. Suddenly, the entire earth fell into a state of suspension, though it lasted only 10 seconds. It was ample time for him to gather divine energy and slice through the void. Just then, Reina felt a surge of danger, prompting him to leap away as a tremendous explosion erupted where he had just stood. The earth resumed its rotation, but Reina's brow furrowed. He had unexpectedly broken through the seal of time. How could this be? He gazed at Demigula, who wore a smile, feeling perplexed by the situation. I had sealed it off completely. Filthy insect, I once vied for the position of Time Realm King. That time was merely an accident. Do you really think I would be easily sealed again? Ah, I see. This was my oversight, Reina remarked with a hint of self-mockery. It was understandable, given that while he had seen introductions about Demigula, he had not considered the implications fully, leading to the current predicament. However, he was not overly concerned, as he had yet to unleash his full potential. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Demigula, what if I lend my assistance? The Time Realm King Kuranoya materialized. Kuranoya, you accursed wretch, you finally decided to show yourself. Demigula spat, his teeth clenched. It was your own deceitful heart that led to your sealing. I only sought to make you reflect and repent, yet you have become this way. The Time Realm King sighed. Do not waste your breath on me. Even if you are here, what difference does it make? I told you that last time was merely my carelessness. This time, I will kill you. As he spoke, he unleashed a barrage of densely packed energy spheres. With a swift motion, Reyna stood before the Time Realm King, deflecting each energy sphere with precise strikes. The detonations transformed the Antarctic landscape dramatically. Demigula, for the sake of our past acquaintance, I urge you to relent. Ha. Relent? Do you think that is possible? Time has passed, and you remain as naive as ever. Truly hopeless. She sighed, glancing at Reyna. You cover for me. Reyna shook his head. Time Realm King, I believe it is best for you to provide support while I see what he is truly capable of. She hesitated, not due to distrust in Reyna, but because he was the one she had sealed. Thus, it seemed fitting for her to seal him once more. After considering Reyna's serious demeanor, she nodded and retreated to the rear. Filthy insect. I admit your previous attacks were indeed formidable, but you are still too inexperienced to seal me. Reyna casually flicked his ear, exuding an air of indifference, as if he did not regard Demigula as a threat. Demigula remained silent, instead creating a rift in the fabric of space with a wave of his hand, retrieving a blood-red wand. Heavenly weight. As he brandished the wand, he slowly uttered those words. A peculiar energy surged forth, spreading rapidly and expanding over a vast distance in mere moments. However, Laya felt no particular distinction in this surge of energy. It was the Kaioshin of Time, standing behind and assisting, who perceived a glimmer of recognition in her eyes, as if she had encountered this move before. The Demigra raised his magic staff horizontally and solemnly uttered 2 words, heavy prison. In an instant, the spreading energy coalesced into a marsh-like gravity, causing both Laya and the Kaioshin of Time to sink rapidly. Yet at that moment, a colossal tail swept towards Demigra. With a splash, the immense Hildra appeared, opening its mouth to unleash a barrage of gigantic flames. Boom! Under this sudden onslaught, the gathered gravity vanished, swiftly retracting as if it had teleported back to Laya's shoulder, where it nuzzled his cheek joyfully. Laya chuckled as he patted its little head, saying, Did I not tell you to play by yourself? How did you end up back here? Previously, when he dealt with the 7-star dragon, he had allowed Hildra to play on its own, never expecting its return at this moment. Hildra seemed to misunderstand, thinking that Laya disapproved of its actions, and drooped its head. All right, enough of this. Since you are here, go lend a hand to Wujita. Treat the dark energy from the 1-star dragon as your snack. At these words, Hildra's eyes sparkled, and after nuzzling Laya's cheek once more, it sprouted a pair of wings and vanished in a flash. Suddenly, the Kaioshin of Time spoke. I never expected you to have mastered the laws of gravity. The law of smoke and no harm was invoked, and Demigra's voice echoed. Kuronuya, it seems you have fallen as well. How amusing that you are collaborating with someone who raises dark creatures. He laughed, though the sound was rather unpleasant. Just as the Kaioshin of Time prepared to speak, Laya interjected, Could you please be quiet? Do you not realize how grating your laughter is? As for these dark creatures, they are merely my pet, nothing more. Demigra's expression darkened instantly. Buzz. Swish. A powerful surge of evil energy erupted and then abruptly dissipated, while the quick-witted Laya once again employed the 8 gates of Duanjia, vanishing in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two engaged in close combat once more. The Kaioshin of Time observed the 2 streaks of light colliding in the sky, seemingly recalling something, and her form flickered as she returned to the realm of time. Upon seeing Kuronuya's return, Trunks hurriedly inquired, My Lord Kaioshin of Time, has it been resolved? She shook her head. I have returned to retrieve something. With that, she dashed towards the sacred vault. Trunks stood there in a daze, scratching his head, having never seen the Kaioshin of Time so frantic before. After about a quarter of an hour, she emerged from the sacred vault, somewhat disheveled, holding an item in her hand, but before Trunks could scrutinize it, she vanished. Trunks was left speechless, having intended to converse with her to understand the current situation. But she had come and gone in a whirlwind. On Earth, Laya employed the same tactic once more, yet this time, he was surprisingly thwarted. You fool. Did you really think I would fall for the same trick again? Laya grinned, and seeing his smile, Demigra was suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. Not necessarily. The crimson energy dissipated, replaced by an overwhelmingly sacred energy that erupted, sending him hurtling back hundreds of meters. What? The divine and searing aura rapidly evaporated the surrounding seawater. Demigra stared in shock at a Laya who was entirely transformed from before, and his sense of foreboding intensified. Even the Kaioshin of Time, who had just returned to Earth, looked on in astonishment at Laya radiating a sacred aura. Although she had sensed such divine energy in the realm of time, experiencing it up close made her feel incredibly small. How sacred and majestic this was. What level of existence could it be? She was certain that this was beyond mere divine realms. Although she wielded the power of time and could unleash it to enhance herself, and was aware of the existence of the Grand Minister, she was unfortunately not part of the Kaishin's class, existing in a separate system, thus lacking knowledge of more advanced divine realms. Perhaps you truly conceal him, eliminate him. While she believed in Laya, she felt it necessary to take precautions. As she spoke, she extended her hand, revealing an object resembling a key, her lips moving as if reciting an incantation. As her mutterings hastened, the key-like object began to tremble, its frequency quickening, followed by a burst of radiance. Buzz! The object in her hand transformed into a sword emanating a blue glow. At that moment, Demigra, sensing the disturbance, glanced over and suddenly narrowed his eyes, uttering, "The key sword." Even Laya, who had entered the realm of ultimate mastery, cast a glance towards the sword. The key sword. Laya fell into contemplation as he gazed at the blade, and just then, Demigra seized the opportunity, flashing before him and swinging his staff imbued with immense magical power. As success seemed imminent, Demigra prepared to smile, but with a slight movement, Laya evaded the attack. Demigra was bewildered, asking himself why Laya could still evade despite being deep in thought. Chapter 55. Mission accomplished. The mysterious figure appears. Ambushes are not good. Though he was merely in a state of foreboding, evading attacks was no issue. He spoke with an air of calmness, yet for some reason, Demigra felt an aura of sanctity that was unassailable. Divine power? No, it cannot be. It was as if he grasped something, only to dismiss it swiftly. He had encountered divine power before, yet this situation was unprecedented. While he pondered, the Kaishin of time threw the key sword to Laya, who was quick enough to catch it, or he would have been in trouble. Upon grasping the sword, he felt his inner power of time being drawn upon by this weapon, and it was gradually increasing. The more he examined the weapon, the more familiar it seemed, though he could not quite place it. Thus, he instructed the system to check the weapon. Key sword, a weapon blessed by past Kaishin of time, containing the energy of time and space, the power of an entire universe, enhancing the holder's power of time. Now I understand. This is the weapon that slayed Mechi Capra. After reading the description, he recalled that this indeed was the artifact, though he had not anticipated that it would be blessed by the past Kaishin of time. He casually swung it a few times, creating a flurry of sword blossoms, grinning widely. Come, the final battle has arrived. Observing Laya's playful demeanor, Demigra's forehead twitched with anger. Once upon a time, when he roamed the universe, this fellow had been oblivious to his existence. And now he found himself unable to contend with him. Such a profound humiliation. Laya looked at Demigra's furious expression and felt a twinge of pity. Though it was true that the pitiable were often also detestable. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, suddenly appearing before him, swinging down with his sword. Clang! The clash of metal produced intense sparks. Clang! 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 The chaotic slashes increased in force with each strike, coupled with the divine power radiating a sacred aura, gradually weakening the evil energy enveloping Demigra, forcing him into a defensive stance. Damn it! If this continues, I will surely be sealed. No, I absolutely cannot be sealed. Upon the thought of being sealed once more in that pitch-black abyss, a tempestuous aura surged within him, resisting the divine presence. Demigula, it appears you have exhausted your tricks. His countenance darkened like the depths of a shadowy lake, yet he soon bore a sinister smile. If you wish to seal me, then prepare to be sealed alongside me. You wretched insects. The already tumultuous, malevolent energy surged to its zenith. With a crackling sound, the oppressive dark energy split the void, creating fissures. This is bad. He intends to shatter the spatial barrier of Earth, dragging it into oblivion with him. The deity of the time realm felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly unleashed the power of time, transforming into another form. The rings of time manifested behind her, and an extraordinarily radiant light erupted from her being. In an instant, the entire Earth was ensnared in stillness. Unlike Reina's power, she allowed others to move freely. His energy was accelerating, breaking through my blockade. We must seal him quickly. Reina nodded and flashed before him, wielding the key sword and slicing through the void, creating a rift with a sharp sound. This rift, unlike the others, opened in eerie tranquility, devoid of any energy, yet it resembled an abyss. Formed by the key sword's temporal breach. The rift of time and the rift of space are distinct. The former embodies eternal void, while the latter is composed of a turbulent energy flow capable of annihilating the universe. Reyna silently gathered divine power in his hand, striking his shoulder with a firm palm, then thrusting him into the rift, infusing the key sword with the power of time and swinging it towards the void repeatedly. Waves of intangible sword energy mended the rift, and as he increased his pace, these ethereal blades enveloped the earth in a peculiar manner, repairing all fissures. After several breaths, Reyna halted, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In the frenzy of his swings, he had sensed his inner reservoir of time power nearly depleted. Yet, as he ceased, that power returned, even with a slight enhancement. On the other hand, the time realm's deity withdrew her time power, reverting to her original form, her complexion paling. Though she governs time, it is a double-edged sword. She had exhibited signs of exhaustion after merely a few seconds of exertion. I still couldn't achieve complete success. She sighed softly, her eyes flickering with a hint of nostalgia. At that moment, Reyna appeared from afar, presenting her with a magical bean from his pocket. She graciously accepted it, consuming it, and her color returned to normal almost instantly. I owe you one, Reyna. Had I been alone, I might not have been able to seal him again. The deity of the time realm expressed her gratitude with a touch of self-deprecation. Reyna merely smiled, returning the key sword to her. While it was indeed a fine weapon, it belonged to another. He could only hope for the rewards to come after their task, pondering what treasures he might acquire. As fate would have it, a notification chimed. Task completed. Congratulations on obtaining 3 lottery chances, 5,000 mall points, and the upgrade of Zizai G in progress. 3, 2, 1, upgrade complete. Congratulations on achieving the realm of the Omni King. What is this? The realm of the Omni King? What other realms could the Omni King possess? He quickly accessed the system for further details. Host, Reyna race, pure blood scion skills, Dahuang Qiu Tianji, Rulai Xinjiang, Ba Min Dunjia, Luan Hui Yin, Gui Pai Qi Gong, Wu Fu Zwing Jia Wang Quan, Space Laws, Realm of the Omni King. Lottery, 3 chances points, 5,000 items, Cybertronian intelligent robot, super functional beverage, ultra-luxurious family meal recipe, spacecraft pilot pass, rewind crystal, 30th century intelligent leisure wear. He then examined the description of the realm of the Omni King. Realm of the Omni King, the supreme ruler of the universe, possessing the authority to create or annihilate the cosmos, and even destroy alternate timelines. Note, to create or destroy a universe, the holder's strength must be sufficient to support it. Usage entails risks and requires caution. Accompanying skill, Omni King's divine might. Imposing an 80 suppression on enemies or those weaker than this realm. Erasure, the ability to obliterate the causal relationships of individuals at will. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. It was utterly astounding. Though the suppression was merely 80, the erasure skill was undeniably formidable. While his heart brimmed with elation, he maintained a stoic facade, as everything transpired in mere moments, eluding the notice of the deity of the time realm. Do you have any plans moving forward? Reyna inquired with a languid stretch and a cheerful demeanor. Though I intended to rest for a while before seeking Shishir Niao and the egg, alas, the heavens do not favor my wishes. The deity of the time realm furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss in his words. Suddenly, Reyna inexplicably remarked, his gaze shifting towards a particular direction. Oh, having observed for so long, are you not yet prepared to reveal yourself? A sudden jolt of alarm surged through her, prompting her to scan her surroundings. At that moment, a raspy voice, tinged with surprise, emerged. I did not anticipate your perception to be so acute, capable of detecting my presence. Quite impressive. Following this, a figure emanating a black-red aura, adorned with a mask featuring a central red, materialized. At the sight of this individual, the deity of the time realm felt every hair on her body stand on end. Danger, extreme peril. However, Reyna reacted differently. Upon seeing the figure, a glimmer of recognition flashed in his eyes, perhaps understanding the identity of this being. My lady of the time realm, you should return to the time realm. After a moment of silence, she nodded and vanished. Chapter 56. The Masked Scion, Chaos Unleashed. You truly understand the value of cherishing beauty. The raspy voice resonated. However, I am curious, as a scion, how did you come to intertwine with the divine? That is of no concern to you, Amos. As he spoke, Reyna carefully sensed his emotions and aura fluctuations. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he smiled inwardly, having caught on. Though the other's aura was stable, and emotional fluctuations remained steady, perhaps due to his recent upgrade of Zizai Ji, his perception had become extraordinarily keen, allowing him to capture the nuances. Are you addressing me? His raspy tone remained remarkably flat. Reyna offered a slight smile. Haha, it appears I mistook you for someone else. My apologies. What brings you here? I admire your performance, particularly your display of such formidable energy against Demigula. Therefore, I invite you to become my servant. As my servant, all that you desire shall be yours. Hearing this, Reyna's lips twitched. If he agreed, he would merely be destined for a role as cannon fodder later on. Amidst their conversation at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, in the leader's office, tap, tap, tap. Jack knocked a few times before entering. Hello, leader. The leader nodded, signaling for him to take a seat, then handed him a document. Jack accepted the file and began to peruse it, his pupils constricting further with each page turned. Upon completion, he let out a long sigh, his voice laden with gravity. Leader, is this true? Has the situation escalated to such a dire extent? The leader sighed, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Perhaps the situation is even more dire than previously stated. According to intelligence gathered by the clandestine unit I dispatched, numerous regions have already succumbed, with some of our own members even turning into minions. Why have you summoned me, my leader? Upon hearing this, the leader's expression shifted, and he gazed earnestly at Jaka. I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to the Yuzhou Xuanjing. Hence I implore you to lead a small team to safety at a critical moment, so that the Yuzhou Xuanjing does not vanish entirely. Jaka was taken aback for a moment, but quickly shook his head. No, my leader, I am merely an elite member. I lack the authority to do so, and surely the situation cannot be as grave as you suggest. Matters are not as simple as you believe. I have a foreboding feeling that the Yuzhou Xuanjing may face total annihilation. Therefore, I cannot bear to see the organization I painstakingly established fade away. I entrust this task to you. Jaka hesitated, for while he was loyal to the Inha Xuanjing, he was even more devoted to his own life. Such perilous undertakings are indeed daunting. You need not rush to respond. Take your time to ponder this matter. Jaka nodded and was about to rise to leave when the leader spoke again. By the way, has the girl who was abducted by the Inha prisoners been rescued? Yes. She has been saved. That is sufficient. You must ensure her safe departure, especially given the current tense circumstances. Certainly, my leader. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. After saluting, he exited. The leader sighed deeply, muttering to himself, storm clouds gather. The wind fills the tower. Under the jurisdiction of Shi Jiawang, the Western Galaxy is also governed by the Inha Xuanjing. Several habitable planets have descended into lifelessness, and some are even on the brink of collapse. Inside an elliptical spaceship reminiscent of the Frieza army, a figure clad in black battle attire, adorned with a red cloak and possessing a tail, stood silently by the window, gazing out into the boundless cosmos. At that moment, an alien entered and knelt on one knee, reporting, the mission has been successfully completed. All life on the planets has been eradicated. After delivering the report, he kept his head bowed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, afraid to meet the gaze of the man before him. Having previously served under Frieza, he could at least steal glances at him. But the presence before him instilled a fear that rendered him unable to even look. Well done. I commend you. Now, direct them towards the southern galaxy. Yes. The alien nodded and hastily departed. Humph. Once I absorb enough energy in this timeline, Beerus, I shall make you my loyal hound. Beneath the mask, the face would be instantly recognizable to Vegeta. It was none other than his father, King Vegeta. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his black and red eyes. In the demon realm, within the temporal courtyard. What did you say? It has fled. Tao's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she looked at the trembling old man before her. Explain to me what transpired and where it has flown off to. The old man swallowed hard and explained, I miscalculated its dark energy levels, causing it to rampage across various timelines. Useless fool, you have only exacerbated matters. Now leave. The old man nodded in fear and actually scurried away. Tao, what are you planning to do? Mira asked calmly from the side. She shrugged helplessly. I can only resort to the most rudimentary approach. Send people to search across different timelines. With a wave of her hand, her wand appeared, and she used the magical crystal atop it to notify the Dark Legion under her command. Have you yet made contact with Demigra? Mira shook her head. Truly unreliable. It seems I must rely on myself. Let us go. After all this time, that fellow should have completed his work. She stood and walked toward the laboratory, with Mira closely following. Simultaneously, a tremendous upheaval erupted within the Time God Realm's archive. Waves of dark energy surged forth, infecting everything around. What on earth is happening? Why is there so much dark energy? The Time King attempted to contain the dark energy with the power of time, but it was simply too abundant, overflowing beyond control. Having returned from Earth less than 15 minutes prior, she was already weakened. At that moment, Trunks and Gogeta rushed out of the archive, clutching a pile of scrolls. Lord Time King, the history contained in these scrolls has been completely altered. Some timelines even exhibit signs of collapse. Gogeta reported urgently. This is intolerable. What has transpired? Trunks slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. The Time King fell silent for a moment, retracting their power of time. The dark energy rapidly spread, and in mere moments, the Time God realm was shrouded in darkness, affecting even the Kaioshin realm. No, all timelines were experiencing this phenomenon. What on earth has happened? At that moment, the old Kaioshin arrived. She pointed to the scrolls on the ground, shaking her head. I currently only know that the timelines have been infected by dark energy. What is your strategy now? We must summon everyone back, assigning them to investigate. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. The Time King bowed to the old Kaioshin. Thank you, old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin graciously accepted the bow. Watching her, the old Kaioshin's eyes glimmered with a hint of tenderness. It had been many years, hadn't it? Time truly flies. By the way, where has Reina gone? At that moment, Gogeta inquired. The Time King shook her head. I am uncertain whether Reina is still on Earth. I have a feeling he knows something. From the moment I first saw him, I sensed his mystery. Trunks recalled. Enough with the wild guesses. While he may be enigmatic, remember that he is our ally. The old Kaioshin interjected to ease the tension. Seeing this, the two ceased their speculations. I have already sent word. They will arrive shortly. You two should head to the third timeline to assess the situation. While speaking, the Time King retrieved the scroll for the third timeline. Unfolding it, the image revealed a battle between Son Goku and Dales. Trunks and Gogeta stood before the scroll, which emanated a radiant light, enveloping them. As the light dissipated, they vanished. Moments later, Son Goku Xeno, Vegeta Xeno, and Son Gohan Xeno appeared. They have already departed? Son Goku Xeno asked. All right, you should set off as well. The longer we delay, the more troublesome it becomes. They nodded in agreement, pairing up or acting solo with the scrolls, engulfed by the light of the scroll. They too disappeared. Once everyone had left, only the old Kaioshin remained. She immediately coughed up blood. Why must you always push yourself? The old Kaioshin sighed, offering her a handkerchief, then supported her to a side. I am fine. Do not insist that you are fine. I can sense the imbalance of power within you. You must rest immediately. The old Kaioshin spoke sternly. Seeing the old Kaioshin's serious expression, she nodded. Observing this, the old Kaioshin sighed and turned to leave, preparing to cook. Despite being a figure of little authority, he had taken to perusing culinary books during this time. Now was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. Earth, how are you? Have you made up your mind? Lena grinned widely. Oh, do not speak like that. I cherish my freedom above all else. It appears you have made a rather imprudent choice. He shrugged his shoulders. Haha, it has been a long time since I encountered a scion like you, powerful, bold, and quite remarkable. However, it is unfortunate that you have already caught the attention of that fellow. In this struggle, you cannot escape. Lena raised an eyebrow, catching two critical phrases from his words. This struggle, that fellow. You cannot be attempting to provoke me with such verbal tricks, can you? I suggest you save your breath. Yet, this time, the masked man did not respond. Instead, he waved his hand and vanished. What on earth does he intend to do? Although the nature of his scheme remained unclear, it appeared that it had yet to unfold. What concerned Lena was the meaning behind the so-called struggle and that fellow. As he pondered, a wave of dark energy surged forth from all directions, spreading rapidly like a swarm of locusts. What is happening? What kind of game is this? Did we not just resolve the issue with Demigula? Could this be the struggle he spoke of? With no time to contemplate further, he vanished in an instant. On the other side of the earth, with the assistance of Shi Er De Gang, Sun Wukong, and Bei Jita successfully defeated the evil one-star dragon. and she Air de Gang absorbed the energy from the Black Dragon Ball, restoring the 7 Dragon Balls to their original form. After satisfying his hunger, she Air de Gang let out a burp and, upon receiving Lei Na's message, waved his wings and disappeared. It was fortunate to have the help of this unknown entity. Otherwise, we would indeed be in trouble, Sun Wukong said, still feeling uneasy. Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly scoffed. It is not my fault you did not mention the time constraint beforehand. Otherwise, we would have resolved this sooner. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head and picked up the 7 Dragon Balls, just as the urgent voice of the North Kai echoed in. Sun Wukong. Vegeta, there is a grave situation. What has happened, Lord Kai? An unidentified individual is controlling the remnants of Frieza's forces to wreak havoc everywhere. He has already destroyed the West Galaxy and South Galaxy, and is now heading towards the North Galaxy. Lord Kai, could you provide directions? I need to use instant transmission to take Vegeta along. The North Kai replied affirmatively, and 2 antenna-like projections on his head emitted a buzzing sound. Upon receiving the signal transmitted by the North Kai, he vanished in an instant. In a desolate forest, Lei Na sat cross-legged, summoning the system. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Immediately, a massive roulette appeared on the system interface, displaying question marks. System, what is this? Are you trying to deceive me? Look at other systems. They have tier classifications or color codes, yet you present me with a mere question mark. Lei Na felt quite disheartened and attempted to reason with the system, but it completely ignored him. Fine, you are impressive. I shall not hold it against you. He took a few deep breaths and pretended to rub his hands together. Do you wish to proceed with the lottery? A prompt appeared, and without hesitation, he clicked yes. Whirring, whirring. A peculiar sound of spinning wheels echoed. Moments later, the pointer came to a halt, followed by the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Judgment Magic. Judgment Light. What is this? He hurriedly checked the introduction. Judgment Magic, Judgment Light. Used to judge all evils and darkness in the world. The greater the evil or darkness, the more formidable the resulting power. While this may not be extraordinarily impressive, it is acceptable. At that moment, she Air de Gang returned, immediately curling up in his clothing to sleep. Not bad, another improvement. He then stretched his limbs, rubbed his hands together again, muttering the names of various deities. He clicked for the second lottery. After a round of spinning, it came to a stop, and the system's notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Ancient Super Saiyan Bloodline. Lei Na frowned and checked the description. Ancient Super Saiyan Bloodline. Preserved by a Super Saiyan who achieved an exceptionally high level of the Super Saiyan form in ancient times. Capable of suppressing the bloodlines of other Saiyans. After merging into one's own bloodline, there is a certain chance of acquiring a unique Super Saiyan transformation. Not bad. Quite commendable. Although he verbally expressed that it was merely acceptable, he felt quite pleased within. He then proceeded to the third lottery. After another round of spinning, it stopped. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Spore of the Day of Destruction. There is no need to check the description. He understood the nature of this item. Since I have drawn this, while it is indeed a remarkable item, utilizing it is a double-edged sword. In his previous life, he had learned about the tremendous power of this spore, particularly its ability to continually evolve and overcome weaknesses, which is exceedingly terrifying. Ding. All items have been stored in your backpack. Please check. He opened his backpack and saw the 3 items acquired from the lottery, then took out the third item, which resembled a sphere. The moment he held it, it felt heavy, and he sensed that the sphere seemed to breathe with life. System, how do I use this? The host simply needs to take a bite. Lei Na swallowed hard, cleared his throat, closed his eyes, and bit down. The moment he bit into it, the sphere appeared to come alive, swiftly burrowing into his mouth, leaving him momentarily dazed, but he soon regained his senses. A relentless itch spread throughout his body, accompanied by excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, even breaking a few in the process. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat poured down, his body trembled, his complexion turned pale, and he transitioned from trembling to convulsions, collapsing to the ground shortly thereafter. She Air de Gang, who had been sleeping on his chest, was awakened by the commotion. Just as he was about to reason with Lei Na, he saw Lei Na's agonized expression and became anxious. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and after a few minutes, the convulsions ceased. In the midst of endless darkness, he moved slowly, unaware of how long he had been moving until he spotted a glimmer of light and desperately ran toward it. Buzz! A surge of energy erupted. instantly obliterating everything within 100 meters, even sending Shi Er de Gang flying in fright. When everything settled, he abruptly sprang up from the ground, gasping for breath with a rapid heartbeat. That scared me to death. I thought I was done for. After stabilizing his heartbeat and breathing, he patted his chest. In Chapter 58, The Dragon Ball of the Demon Realm and Its Secrets, he explored himself, and, upon realizing that nothing had changed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to transform into some kind of monster. However, it would not be accurate to say nothing had changed. His hair had grown a little longer, and he had gained some height, rising from 165 meters to 170 meters. Thankfully, the changes were not too drastic. But what concerned him was whether his strength had been enhanced. A tender and intermittent voice resonated in his mind. "Master, are you all right?" Laya looked at Shi Er de Gang in surprise and tentatively asked, "Was that you speaking just now?" Shi Er de Gang nodded its head and flew into Laya's embrace, seeking comfort. "I did not expect such rapid evolution. I want to sleep." It then burrowed into his clothing. He smiled and opened the system to check Shi Er de Gang's attributes. Pet. Shi Er de Gang, Stage 3. Age. 1,000,000 years. The more dark energy absorbed, the faster the aging. Loyalty. 100 skills. Phantom clone, dark absorption, forced evolution, void transfer, super flame energy cannon, and so forth. It is surprising that it has already evolved to the 3rd stage, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Beep, beep, beep. The time-space ring on his finger began to chime. He touched the ring, and a radiant light enveloped him, causing him to vanish. "Have you not contacted Laya yet?" the old Kaishin inquired. The time Kaishin shook her head, stating that she had reached out numerous times, but received no response. "Is it possible that the worst-case scenario we dreaded has indeed occurred?" the old Kaishin uttered in a tone laden with foreboding. "If that is the case, we are facing more than just..." But before she could complete her sentence, a voice interrupted. "What are you discussing? Why does the atmosphere feel so heavy? What has transpired?" Laya appeared in a flash. The old Kaishin and the time Kaishin exchanged glances, while Laya quickly perceived their silent communication. However, he found it perplexing. When had his eyes become so perceptive that he could notice even the slightest movements? "This is the situation," the old Kaishin recounted the events. Laya furrowed his brow. The familiarity of the scenario and the process felt eerily recognizable, yet he could not recall the specifics. Observing his contemplative demeanor, the old Kaishin noticed a flicker of insight in his eyes and mused internally. It seemed he must know something. What could be his true origins? Although he harbored doubts about the other, there was a saying, "Trust those who use you, but do not suspect them." So far, has the Time Patrol uncovered anything? The Time Kaishin sighed, prepared to speak when a sudden flash of light interrupted, revealing 2 figures. Suan Wutian, Xiaofeng. "What has happened to you two?" the old Kaishin exclaimed, while Laya swiftly moved to assist them. Coughing up blood, Suan Wutian weakly replied, "The enemy we faced exceeded our expectations. Trunks and I, even when fused, could not defeat them. Currently, my father and Uncle Beijita are holding them back." Laya raised an eyebrow and tossed 2 senza beans to them. Recognizing the beans, Suan Wutian and Xiaofeng expressed their gratitude before consuming them. Once revitalized, Laya inquired, "Who is the adversary you confronted? Does he possess something in his chest?" Before Suan Wutian could respond, Xiaofeng eagerly interjected. "We were up against Sha Lu, and indeed, he has something in his chest, resembling a dragon ball. That confirms it," he murmured softly, yet everyone present heard. "Laya, what do you know? Please elaborate." The time Kaishin's tone grew increasingly grave. "If my assumptions are correct, the Demon Realm has developed the Demon Realm Dragon Balls to resurrect the Demon Kai, Shinmeichi Kapula." What? Both the old Kaishin and the time Kaishin were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Impossible. He was sealed by me and the great Kaishin. How could he possibly return?" The time Kaishin asserted firmly. "You are mistaken. Consider the recent events. They have already caused a disruption in time-space energy, granting him a glimmer of an escape opportunity. If I am not mistaken, Tawawa must have received instructions from Meichi Kapula, leading the scientists to create the Dark Demon Realm Dragon Balls. However, the power of the Dragon Balls may have caused a backlash or something similar. That is the extent of my knowledge." Laya's revelations echoed plots he had encountered in comics during his previous life. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Cough, cough. He pretended to clear his throat. From another perspective, this may not be entirely negative, right? The old Kaishin, ever astute, quickly grasped the implication and scrutinized Lena. You cannot be suggesting. Lena nodded, prompting the old Kai-Shin to exclaim, the thoughts of the youth are indeed formidable. He chuckled, swiftly retrieving the patera earrings from the old Kai-Shun and handing them to Suan Wutian. Return these to Suan Gong and Bei Jita. Without hesitation, Suan Wutian nodded vigorously, producing a scroll, and with a grasp, he and Xiao Fong vanished. Well, it is time for me to depart as well. He casually rummaged through the remaining scrolls, selecting one labeled as the 56th time-space line. Without even glancing at it, he grasped it and disappeared. It seems I was mistaken. He is not an enemy to us. The old Kai-Shin expressed a sense of relief. The time Kai-Shin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Taisi sat by the window, gazing into the boundless void, a glint of light flickering in her eyes. Alas, could such an event truly transpire? If so, would you be the one to save the universe? She mused, recalling a figure and absent-mindedly touching a peculiar triangular mark with a circle at its center that had emerged on her hand. This mark was obtained during her quest for inspiration at an ancient ruin, where she endured trials before acquiring it. Since then, she had noticed her age no longer advancing. In fact, she appeared several years younger. Moreover, she had gained a unique ability, foresight. However, this power did not activate frequently. It only manifested during extreme peril or threats to her life. Throughout the duration of possessing this ability, she had only experienced it twice. The first time occurred amid a nefarious band of cosmic pirates, during which she met Jiaka, a galactic patrol officer. The second instance was during her abduction by galactic prisoners, where she foresaw someone rescuing her, and indeed, that person appeared. Now, a third premonition had emerged, one of grave consequence for the universe's safety, wherein she vaguely perceived an individual destined to save it. Though she could not discern the person's identity, there was a sense of familiarity, accompanied by a fluttering sensation in her heart. As her thoughts swirled, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 59. The original demon nature come in. The door creaked open as Jiaka entered. Taisi, I have matters to discuss with you. She gestured for him to sit. What is it? Speak freely, she encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, Jiaka replied. The leader has mentioned that the situation is unstable and wishes for me to escort you to safety. Taisi nodded, seemingly unfazed. Do you have a destination in mind? I can take you there. Then please take me to Earth. I wish to visit my sister and brother-in-law. Very well. Do you have the coordinates for Earth? I need to determine the travel time, Jiaka inquired. Taisi provided the coordinates, and Jiaka retrieved a palm-sized device to input them. After a brief moment, he announced, Earth is quite distant. It will take 3 days to arrive. Then prepare yourself, she replied. Jiaka stood up, uttered a brief remark, and departed. Taisi surveyed the room before rising to commence her tidying. In the 56th timeline of the space continuum, the realm of the Kaiashins was engulfed in an incessant cacophony of explosions, with dust swirling throughout the atmosphere. Suddenly, a pink energy sphere hurtled towards a woman with silvery long hair, catching her off guard and leaving her unable to defend herself. At that moment, a tall man appeared and struck the energy sphere, sending it soaring away. Are you all right, Shi Jiawangshan? The woman, who was indeed Shi Jiawangshan, shook her head in response. What manner of creature is this? The South Kaiashin glared at a bizarre being in the distance, characterized by pink skin, a bare upper body, white trousers, and black shoes. His teeth clenched in frustration. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kaiashins, are you not formidable? Are you not exalted? Do you not intend to thwart my dominion over the universe? Come at me. A diminutive figure resembling a hunchbacked toad cackled with glee. Are you the infamous Bibidi, who wreaks havoc across the cosmos? Inquired an elderly man with a slight paunch and a tuft of white beard, the Bei Jia Wang Shun, furrowing his brow. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, I am Bibidi. You have dispatched galactic patrols to hinder me repeatedly, but this time, you shall not succeed. Majin Bu, eliminate them all. With a shrill cry, Xiao Buo lunged forward, appearing before the South Kaiashin and delivering a powerful kick. The impact resonated like a thunderous bell tolling. As the South Kaiashin crossed his arms to block the strike, the sheer force of the blow sending shockwaves through the ground. At that instant, Xiao Buo unleashed another kick, which the South Kaiashin failed to evade, striking him squarely on the head and sending him crashing into the earth below. I shall engage you. The Bei Jia Wang Shun brandished a sword and charged at Xiao Buo. In an astonishing display of agility, Xiao Buo retreated while simultaneously countering the North Kaishin's assault, dismissing him entirely. You underestimate me. The North Kaishin growled, channeling divine energy into his sword, which immediately emanated a fierce aura that pushed Xiao Buo back. With a resounding whoosh, a razor-sharp beam of light cleaved through the ground, advancing ominously. Faced with this intimidating onslaught, Xiao Buo remained unperturbed. Just as the attack was about to connect, the Di Jia Wangshen shouted, "Get away from there!" With a resounding explosion, a brilliant pink energy wave erupted from Xiao Buo, forming an elliptical energy shield that extended over a dozen kilometers. The ground convulsed as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil sea, erupting into towering waves, while the earth quaked and shattered under the intense energy. After the dust settled, the scene was left in ruins. How terrifying! The Shi Jia Wangshen swallowed hard, her eyes wide with shock and dread. Had it not been for the swift warning from Di Jia Wangshen, we might not have escaped unscathed. The South Kaishin remarked, still shaken. You see, fellow Kaishins, this is the terror of my Majin Bu. Do you still dare to obstruct me? TSK, TSK, TSK. Bibidi laughed maniacally, as if the entire universe lay within his grasp. Suddenly, as Bibidi reveled in his triumph, Xiao Buo began to roll on the ground, clutching his head and emitting fierce howls. Seizing the opportunity, Di Jia Wangshen swiftly approached Bibidi, delivering a powerful palm strike. With a resounding impact, the attack struck a barrier, sending Bibidi staggering backward. Fortunately, I was prepared, or else, he gasped, glancing at the writhing Xiao Buo, who had come to a halt as Bibidi began to chant a peculiar incantation. A surge of magical energy radiated from him, and just as Bibidi believed he had succeeded, Xiao Buo erupted with an overwhelming surge of dark energy. This energy soared into the heavens, fracturing the very fabric of the Kaishin realm, threatening to shatter at the slightest touch. This is bad. Di Jia Wangshen swiftly maneuvered to the Bei Jia Wangshen, seizing his sword and channeling divine energy towards the now-altered Xiao Buo. As he reached Xiao Buo, a wave of energy erupted, propelling him away, causing Di Jia Wangshen to spew blood mid-flight. The sight left the four Kaishins in shock. While they considered rushing to his aid, they too were grievously wounded. Just as Di Jia Wangshen was about to crash into the ground, a man appeared and caught him. Who goes there? All eyes turned to the sudden arrival. Crack! The sound of cracking bones echoed from Xiao Buo as his violent energy coalesced into a black orb at his chest, adorned with 3 stars and radiating crimson fissures. That must be the dark dragon ball of the demon realm, indeed wicked enough to awaken the primal evil of Majin Bu. Reina mused, observing the orb. Thank you. Di Jia Wangshen expressed his gratitude. Reina smiled gently, dismissing the need for thanks, and turned to Bibidi, saying, I advise you to cease your actions, or you may meet your demise. Bibidi sneered at Reina. Another fool seeking death. Majin Bu, eliminate him. Yet, Majin Bu remained motionless. Frowning, Bibidi hastened his incantation. Suddenly, Majin Bu stirred, but instead of approaching Reina, he advanced towards Bibidi, leaving him astonished as he hastily altered his spell for defense. With a shattering sound, Bibidi's protective barrier crumbled like glass. One of Xiao Buo's hands pierced through his chest. Bibidi's eyes widened in horror, and before he could utter a word, Xiao Buo casually wiped the blood from his hand, and he collapsed without closing his eyes. Alas, ignoring good advice leads to death at your doorstep. Reina shrugged. The four Kaishins and Di Jia Wangshen were left astounded by Xiao Buo's actions. What are you four waiting for? Quickly, take Di Jia Wangshen and flee. Reina suddenly shouted. The four were momentarily stunned before rushing to Di Jia Wangshen's side. Before he could utter a word, they swiftly carried him away. Come, let me witness your prowess. Reina taunted, making a provocative gesture. With a shrill cry, Xiao Buo vanished like a wraith. Reina stood motionless, seemingly caught off guard, as Xiao Buo reappeared, clawing for his throat from mere millimeters away. Reina slightly tilted his body, evading the attack while delivering a swift strike to Xiao Buo's neck, causing him to stumble and roll multiple times. Xiao Buo's forehead throbbed with veins, and dark energy enveloped his left hand, forming a blade as he charged at Reina with overwhelming force. Reina extended a single finger, mimicking the moment when Sun Wukong first encountered Trunks, but without utilizing any energy. In an instant, Xiao Buo was upon him, swinging his enchanted blade relentlessly. A series of dull, iron-like clangs resonated, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Laya remained motionless, while the ground beneath him was violently upheaved, revealing a deep pit. It appeared that after utilizing the Day of Destruction spores, his physical capabilities had undergone a remarkable enhancement, enabling him to confront such adversaries in his ordinary form. He mused to himself, contemplating the prospect of further absorbing a few more spores for an even more exhilarating experience. After successfully parrying several terrifying slashes, he seized his opponent by the throat, his right hand pressed against the chest, divine energy surging forth as he yanked the dark dragon ball outward. A painful roar erupted from the small beau, thrashing in agony as the dark energy swirled around him, unleashing an intensely cold and ominous force against Laya. Yet, Laya dismissed this malevolent energy with a cold snort, emanating a formidable aura that dissipated the dark force. With a resounding crack, he forcibly extracted the dark dragon ball, causing small beau to expel a liquid and his once pink skin to fade to a pale hue, his essence withering, resembling discarded refuse. Gazing at the three-star ball, his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, allowing him to perceive the flowing dark energy and malevolent factors within. Judging by such quality, or perhaps even greater, it was plausible that a complete resurrection could indeed be achieved. Laya stroked his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, a streak of light shot toward him. A smile graced Laya's lips as he casually swatted it away, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the distance. "Ah, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I thought you intended to hide and watch the show," Laya remarked cheerfully, feigning innocence. In a flash of light, three figures materialized: Moshin Pudding, Moshin Gilebi, and Moshin Zayulam. "You truly are as formidable as Tua said. Who are you?" Moshin Pudding inquired, his expression grave. "Haha, thank you for the compliment. As for who I am, well, how shall I put it? I am merely a well-meaning young man who cannot turn a blind eye to injustice." The expressions of the three grew increasingly grim. Although they did not comprehend the term well-meaning young man, they were certain Laya was toying with them. "Allow me to test you." Gilebi, resembling a catfish, leaped before him and swiftly unleashed a fierce punch. Before his fist could connect, Laya's foot struck his face, sending him crashing into the ground. With a deafening rumble, Gilebi unleashed a burst of energy, shattering the earth as he charged at Laya, launching a torrential assault. Even without resorting to the full power of the king, Laya found it effortless to evade, thanks to the enhancements from the Day of Destruction spores that had significantly elevated his physical strength and perception. Now, he could distinctly sense the shifts in airflow generated by his opponent's punches and respond accordingly. Everything his adversary did appeared to him as if in slow motion. "Do you require my assistance?" Zayulam asked, licking his lips with a smile. "Get lost. I have yet to exert my true strength, and do not need your weakling assistance." In an instant, he vanished to a distance, clenching his fists tightly, unleashing a chilling aura. His appearance transformed, peculiar patterns emerged on his forehead, his attire turned pitch black, and white hair sprouted from his previously bald head. With a whoosh, he tapped into the power of the demon god and charged toward Laya once more. On Earth, beyond the temporal veil, Thais successfully returned, bidding farewell to Jiaka as she headed towards the Capsule Corporation. However, having been away for an extended period, she struggled to recall the path and thus inquired of several passers-by before locating the Capsule Corporation. Standing at the entrance, she pressed the doorbell, and a youthful voice emanated from the intercom. "Who is it?" Thais paused, taken aback by the sound of a child. Suddenly, realization struck her. She smacked her forehead, having momentarily forgotten. "I am your Aunt Thais." "Imposter. I have no aunt," came the reply, followed by silence. Moments later, another female voice chimed in. "Sister, you're back? Why didn't you notify me of your return?" The door swung open automatically, and as she entered, she was suddenly embraced by Bulma, who clung to her like a koala. Thais smiled knowingly, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "You're still just like when you were a child. Come down quickly. Sister, it's been so long since we last met. You didn't even send me a message or an email. I missed you terribly." She hopped down from Thais, her eyes suddenly widening as she beheld her sister's face, gasping in awe. "Wow. Sister, what kind of cosmetics have you used? You look several years younger than before." Thais smiled faintly, choosing not to divulge anything that might worry her sister or parents. "By the way, that child's voice earlier, could it be your son, Trunks?" Bulma nodded and called out for little Trunks. Following him was Sun Wukong's son, Sun Goten. "Sister, this is my son, Little Trunks, and this is my friend's son. Son Goten. Little Trunks tugged at Bulma's sleeve. Mom, is this sister really my aunt? Indeed. No doubt about it. Upon hearing this, Little Trunks scrutinized the faces of both his mother and Thais, muttering, why do they look so different? Bulma's expression darkened, realizing it might be a veiled jab at her age. All right, enough. You can go play with Goten after I teach you a lesson. Little Trunks nodded vigorously, grabbing Goten's hand as they left, suddenly aware of his earlier faux pas. Bulma led her sister to her room, a space adorned in a delightful pink theme, preserved for her sister. After placing her luggage down, Thais stretched, revealing her graceful figure. Bulma eagerly pulled her onto the bed, inquiring, now? Tell me about what has transpired in your life recently. Seeing the eager look in Bulma's eyes, Thais smiled, noting that some things never changed. She proceeded to share the events of the past 7 or 8 years, summarizing her tale over the course of 2 hours, deliberately omitting details regarding her newfound foresight abilities. Hee. Sister, tell me, do you like him? Bulma suddenly nudged Thais with her shoulder, a mischievous grin on her face. What? Like him? Thais responded. Confusion etched on her features. Oh, come now. You think I'm still a child? I could clearly sense a shift in your tone when you spoke of how he saved you. Perhaps you misinterpreted, Thais retorted, though Bulma remained unconvinced. Her gaze fixed intently on her sister. After a moment of contemplation, Thais conceded, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I'm not sure if it's truly liking him, but there is certainly a hint of a feeling. Hee. Sister, let me tell you, Lena is a remarkable young man, and he's genuinely sincere. Bulma beamed, exuding an air reminiscent of a cunning wolf. All right. This matter hasn't fully developed yet. There's no need to rush. Thais reassured, feeling overwhelmed. Sister, one must not speak in such a manner. Look at me, your younger sister, who has been married for many years and has children of considerable age. While you remain solitary, have you never contemplated this? It is truly amusing. Observing the melancholic expression on Bulma's face, I felt a warmth within. All right, I understand. You seem more loquacious than even mother. Thais gently patted her head. Humph. Sister, are you implying that I am aging? Prepare yourself. With that, she began to frolic with her sister. No matter how much time passes, sisters will always remain sisters. In the 56th space-time continuum, when the demon Gyulabi approached Reina, he swiftly unleashed a wave of energy. Reina raised his hand, catching the positive energy wave, but the wave detonated, propelling him backward. Seizing the opportunity, Gyulabi grasped Reina's hand and executed a 360-degree spin, flinging him away. As Reina collided with the ground, Gyulabi exerted force with his legs, causing the earth to split open, and Reina was kicked to the opposite end of the planet. Buzz. Gyulabi concentrated energy waves and fired repeatedly at the fissure. The thunderous explosions echoed through the heavens, causing the Kaioshin star to tremble. After executing a seamless series of energy waves, Gyulabi gazed at the smoke-emitting fissure, bursting into maniacal laughter. Hey, weren't you quite formidable just now? How have you suddenly wilted? He jeered, his laughter resonating as the Kaioshin star began to fracture. Cease your laughter, it is utterly unappealing. Akin to the croak of a duck, a voice, neither warm nor cold, resounded in his ears. Gyulabi turned in shock, unleashing another energy wave, but it extinguished before fully materializing. Reina pressed his palm against Gyulabi's, akin to magnets drawn together. A smirk graced Reina's lips. In an instant, a chilling sensation coursed through him as he attempted to break free, but the grip was too tight. Bang! With a dull thud, Gyulabi was sent flying. In a flash, Reina reached the spot where Gyulabi was about to fall, seizing him by the neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. The earth caved in as Gyulabi spat out blood, gazing incredulously at Reina. How is this possible? Just moments ago, yet Reina had no time for explanations. The energy converged in his hand erupted instantaneously, a blinding light flashing as the ground shattered. TCH. Gyulabi underestimated his opponent too much. Xiao Lu sneered. Indeed, he had underestimated Reina, but it was also true that Torva had not lied. Moreover, before our arrival, she had entrusted us with that item, which is now quite fortuitous, albeit unexpected in this context. While speaking, he swung his wand towards the void. A stream of light flashed, and a black-purple bird materialized. Chirp, chirp. It flapped its wings and emitted a peculiar energy wave. Reina raised an eyebrow. The Kiki bird. I did not expect you to bring such a thing. It seems you have gone to great lengths to deal with me. Humph, mere mortals overestimate themselves. This is not intended for you. Puting scoffed. Reina shrugged nonchalantly. Nevertheless, the bird's abilities were akin to those of the Shirshir bird, both essential for the creation of the universe. Kiki bird, it is up to you. Chirp, chirp. It cried repeatedly, flapping its wings as the special energy wave rapidly expanded. In an instant, Reina found himself immobile, feeling his energy depleting at an alarming rate, while this peculiar energy began to consume his life force. However, the remnants of the Destruction Day spores within him were not to be trifled with. They unleashed a devouring force, counteracting the special energy. How intriguing. Let us see which force prevails. Reina stood still, quietly observing the clash of energies within him. Let us first rescue Gyulabi. As for that fellow, he is incapacitated for now. We shall acquire the Dragon Ball from him and then eliminate him, Puting stated leisurely, turning to check on Gyulabi, only to discover he was missing. Suddenly, a burst of blood erupted as a blade pierced through her chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to the man behind her. Even Xiao Lu Mu appeared momentarily stunned. What are you doing, Gyulabi? In response to Puting's inquiry, Gyulabi offered no reply, merely chuckling before kicking her away and then directing his gaze at Xiao Lu Mu. Ah, I had forgotten. You possess that ability. Indeed, he was an ancient demon, and it was astonishing that despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he could still consume Gyulabi. What a formidable being. Majin Bu, or rather, now he should be referred to as Majin Gyulabi Bu. Chirp. Majin Gyulabi Bu remained silent, suddenly focusing on the Kiki bird, then beckoning a mass of flesh to detach and approach it. Xiao Lu Mu inwardly cursed, but he underestimated the Kiki bird. As it continuously flapped its wings, the mass of flesh disintegrated midair, subsequently drifting to Xiao Lu Mu's side. Xiao Lu Mu summoned a scythe, slicing through the void, causing the Kiki bird to enter. Chirp. Majin Gyulabi Bu's forehead pulsed with veins. A malevolent and terrifying aura erupted from him, and the Kaioshin realm was swiftly engulfed in darkness, the void collapsing in layers. Even Xiao Lu Mu recoiled in the face of this overwhelming presence. Majin Gyulabi Bu glared viciously at Xiao Lu Mu, continuously swinging his blade, advancing with terrifying energy. Damn it, do you truly consider me a mere plaything? Faced with the aggressive Majin Gyulabi Bu, Xiao Lu Mu could no longer contain himself and unleashed his demonic power. However, in terms of the force of the eruption, he was already outmatched. Just then, a somewhat irate voice resonated. Do not disturb me while I watch the show. A vast aura surged forth, akin to a waterfall, sweeping away the influence exerted by Majin Gyulabi Bu. Instantly, he materialized before Majin Gyulabi Bu and sent a palm crashing forth. Majin Gyulabi Bu attempted to block, but the speed was too great, with a resounding thud. His head was obliterated, and propelled by the recoil, he flew away like a marionette with severed strings. With a thud, he struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Humph, how audacious to interrupt my viewing. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed the full force of the modified Destruction Day spores, obliterating Majin Gyulabi Bu's head, or rather, the cause of his revival. Moreover, he had not fully digested Gyulabi, hence he would be incapacitated for a while. Gulp. Xiao Lu Mu swallowed hard, his lips parched. What had he just witnessed? Merely a single slap had reduced such a terrifying creature to this state. He now wished to slap himself to ascertain whether he was dreaming. What? Are you not planning to take your companion and leave? Do you wish to stay and have tea with me? Reina coldly remarked, causing Xiao Lu Mu to startle and nod fervently, rushing to assist Puting, waving his weapon to tear open a rift before vanishing. This time, Reina did not impede their departure. He sought a larger catch. He approached Majin Gyulabi Bu, who was convulsing, extending his hand to envelop him within a divine power protective shield. Shortly thereafter, an unusual sound resonated. When he withdrew the divine shield, Majin Gyulabi Bu had vanished. Chapter 62. I want to be killed by all of you or to kill all of you. That feeling is quite pleasant. He murmured to himself as he felt the overwhelming power surging within him. Just moments ago, he had devoured Gyulabi using the ability of Destruction Day. While this ability was indeed effective, it was best reserved for occasional use, for he was a scion, a warrior race. With matters here reaching a temporary conclusion, he thought it best to return and check on their situation. Gently touching the ring on his hand, a flash of light ensued, and he vanished. A little over a minute later, Dongnan, Shibei, and the great Kaioshin appeared. The four of them brought the great Kaioshin to the lower realm. Yet, even in the lower realm, they could feel the energy radiating from the Kaioshin realm. They only returned once they sensed that there were no fluctuations in energy. What could this possibly mean? Who was the one who aided us? They were filled with confusion, yet regrettably, no one was there to provide answers. In the Time God realm, within a pavilion, the Time Kaioshin and the old Kaioshin were sipping tea and discussing something. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Reina emerged, plopping down onto a stone bench. Without hesitation, he poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. "How did you return so quickly?" the old Kaioshin remarked. "Well, given your strength, it's only natural for you to return so swiftly." Reina found the old Kaioshin's words somewhat peculiar. He then retrieved the dark 3-star Dragon Ball from his pocket and placed it on the table. Instantly, the dark 3-star Dragon Ball emitted an aura of malevolence, sending small waves of energy radiating outward. "I never expected that these beings from the demon realm could create such an evil artifact using mere science," the Time Kaioshin said solemnly. "Based on this energy, once they gather 7 of these, the wish-granting power of the dragon they summon may be exceedingly formidable." The old Kaioshin analyzed. Listening to the two deities, Reina merely smiled, refraining from interjecting. Even without the demon realm's Dragon Balls, he was confident that Micah Capula would undoubtedly be resurrected, for she was the true embodiment of destruction across all parallel universes. Reina stood up, stretching his limbs. "How many scrolls are left?" The Time Kaioshin frowned, sensing the unusual implication in his words. "Approximately 15 scrolls." "Huh. Then I beseech you to consolidate these timelines into a single one," Reina said with a narrowed-eyed smile. The sight of Reina's grinning face reminded her of an old fox. "Very well. Since you have such thoughts, I shall indulge you in a grand game." The Time Kaioshin approached the remaining scrolls, unleashing her temporal power and transforming into a form that could be described as a mature lady. She waved her hands, conjuring chains of temporal energy that ensnared the scrolls, while the temporal force surged into them. Meanwhile, Reina paid little heed to the spectacle, for the system's voice had just sounded. "Ding. Would you like to sign in?" "Can I sign in again? Has a day already passed?" "Indeed." Reina nodded inwardly and proceeded with the sign-in. "Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Vector Control, Heavenly Obstruction Star. Fairy Law, 10,000 mall points, and Imperial Flame. Wow. This sign-in is rather splendid, yielding 10,000 mall points." He stored the items in the system's backpack and opened the mall interface. It resembled a typical online game shop, filled with numerous compartments displaying various items alongside their prices. He flipped through the pages and saw items like the Heart of the Ancient Giant, Pegasus Meteor Fist, Phoenix Egg, and Life Law among others. However, the prices were quite staggering. After flipping through a few more pages, he abruptly halted, intrigued by a particular item, the Shattered Dimensional Gate. Nevertheless, the price was steep. At 80,000 points, one could only imagine how many points a complete dimensional gate would require. Upon reading the description, Shattered Dimensional Gate. Collect all fragments to forge a complete dimensional gate, allowing traversal to any world. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. However, when he searched for the complete version, the price was beyond his reach, an astonishing one. 2 billion points. It was only reasonable, for the ability to traverse other worlds could not come cheaply. Even the Heart of the Giant he had seen earlier cost around 800 to 900 million. Just as he was about to continue perusing, a faint voice interrupted him. "It's ready." Snapping back to attention, Reina looked towards the Time Kaioshin, noticing her pale complexion. He promptly tossed her a senza bean and expressed his gratitude. He then approached the only remaining floating scroll, number 20. Gazing at it, he felt waves of energy pulsing from it, significantly stronger than the previous scrolls. As he reached out to grasp it, the scroll emitted a force that repelled his hand, leaving a faint white mark. "Oh, it appears to be resisting me. It seems that after merging numerous timelines, you've developed a degree of consciousness. Impressive." He jested, attempting to seize it once more, only to be met with a sizzling sound akin to hot oil frying. With a cold snort, he unleashed a torrent of power that swiftly subdued the scroll, which only struggled feebly before its energy dissipated. "Is that all?" Reina scoffed, before vanishing in a flash of light. "Alas, I can only hope that time will not become enraged and will restore all of history." The Time Kaioshin lamented. "Enough of such thoughts. It would be wiser to contemplate how to further enhance your mastery over temporal power." The old Kaioshin encouraged, patting her shoulder. The time Kaishin nodded, her expression darkening. In the time hell of Scroll 20, a multitude of individuals had gathered. No, rather, they were the villains drawn from various parallel timelines. What has transpired? Weren't we just in another timeline? How did we suddenly end up here? A voice filled with discomfort inquired. Isn't it obvious? Tequil. This is most likely the doing of that woman, the time Kaishin. A rough voice responded, regardless of whether it was her doing or her intentions. Bringing us all together is beneficial, isn't it, everyone? The demon god Tawa proclaimed from the center stage. Flanking her were several individuals, including Mira, the fighter from another timeline, and a dark-skinned figure with a purple face, along with the two who had just spoken. Tawa, how many Dragon Balls have you gathered? A demoness with short azure hair asked. Tawa glanced at her indifferently. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice interrupted. Oh, I never expected that there would be so many of you in the demon realm. Your prolonged concealment and secretive development have indeed borne fruit. With a smile, Reina emerged slowly from the void. WW, what are you doing here? The demon god Shulu stammered, fear evident on his face at the sight of him. He was not alone. The demon god Puting exhibited a similar reaction. Despite her injuries, she was very much aware of what had transpired. I came here to. He paused, allowing a sly smile to form before completing his sentence. Be killed by all of you, or to kill all of you. Among the demon gods. Apart from Tawa, Mira, and the two others familiar with Reina's prowess, the remaining demon gods and minions erupted into laughter. Chapter 63, The Interweaving of Malice, Vitality, Severely Wounded. After a bout of laughter, someone spoke, yet their words prompted Reina to rub his ears, a feeling of familiarity washing over him. Young man, though I do not know who you are, I admire your courage. Join my ranks, and you shall attain a position above all others. Thus spoke a creature with a pair of wings sprouting from its back and a face marred by countless spots. Tawa glanced at the speaker from the corner of her eye, a silent scoff escaping her lips. Humph, Baralu. It seems you have lingered in the demon realm for too long, rendering you foolish and inviting trouble upon yourself. Nonetheless, it may work to my advantage. It would be best to eradicate your entire lineage. Baralu was not of her faction. He belonged to another creator in the demon realm. The relationship between their factions was strained, reflected even in their subordinates. Reina extracted a filthy object from his ear and flicked it away, shaking his head. Upon witnessing Reina's refusal, Baralu narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold malice flashing within. There had been others who had rejected him, but they all met their demise. This one would not be an exception. With a wave of his hand, he commanded 100 minions to charge forward with a cacophony of shouts. Sighing deeply, Reina pondered why this group could not learn from Tawa and her companions to be more discerning. With a whoosh, the first wave of attackers met their end as Reina's hand swept through them, scattering their forms into pieces. Yet, these ruthless brigands were undeterred by such carnage, pressing on in relentless waves. With each successive motion of his arm, Reina conjured a tempest akin to a cataclysmic storm, enveloping them in a deadly embrace. You useless wretches. You too take care of this. At that moment, Reina's voice echoed in his ear. You should come personally. These two are hardly enough for me to entertain. In an instant, he witnessed his two capable subordinates being flung away, exploding into a mist of blood in midair. Alarmed, Baralu swiftly retreated, but alas, his speed proved insufficient. With a resounding thud, Reina's hand pierced Baralu's abdomen, and with an eruption of energy, Baralu was sent flying, clutching his gaping wound as he hurtled through the air, crashing into several hill-like formations with a series of thunderous impacts. At that moment, four figures materialized, their chests adorned with dark dragon orbs. These four were Frieza, Gula, Sheru, and Dales. We thought you would take longer to emerge, but how delightful it is to see you so soon. They shouted in unison as they charged towards Reina. This display of power caught Tawa's attention, prompting her to signal the others, who understood her intent and began to gather their strength in secrecy. In a narrow crevice, a figure with chestnut hair, slightly pointed ears adorned with golden earrings, and an X-shaped scar on his chest emerged. Indeed, this was Has. Fight on, the fiercer your struggle, the more energy I shall acquire. Has observed with a smile as images flickered on a crystal screen. Has, how goes the plan? The masked figure, whom Reina had encountered before, made his entrance. Has cast a sidelong glance, his tone icy. You, who usually shirks responsibilities, have chosen a rare occasion to grace us with your presence. The masked man, seemingly unfazed by Haz's demeanor, chuckled lightly. Oh, come now. We are all in this together. Are we not? Do not underestimate him within that screen. He gestured towards Reyna with a nod of his chin. Humph. Whoever stands in my way shall be annihilated. Liberating all of humanity is an urgent matter. He emphasized the words whoever stands in my way, ensuring the masked figure understood his resolve. The masked man shrugged, turning to leave. Watching him vanish has narrowed his eyes. His mind-reading abilities proved ineffective against the masked individual. He donned the goggles hanging around his neck, muttering to himself, "Though I know not your true intentions, do not impede my progress." His gaze returned to the crystal screen, only to find it obscured by static. In the temporal line of number 20, faced with the storm of 4 relentless attackers, Reyna effortlessly evaded their assaults. Hey, you lot over there, if you're going to attack, do it swiftly. These fellows lack any real strength. Reyna called out while dodging. Tawa, let us combine our powers and channel it to one of them. The voice of the demon Takuir, transformed into a feminine form, resonated. Tawa pondered for a moment before nodding, discreetly signaling Mira and the dark-skinned humanoid. The 5 demons brandished their wands or blades, chanting incantations as they stacked their weapons together, pooling their energy. They then unleashed their combined might toward Frieza. With a furious roar, Frieza's malevolence surged, the destructive energy radiating from him, reshaping the very earth beneath them, causing mountains to crumble and the ground to quake. Lava began to bubble up from below. Oh, not bad at all. If that is the case, I shall take this a tad more seriously, Frieza proclaimed. The 8 Gates formation. A crimson aura clashed with the overwhelming dark energy, generating terrifying currents. The demons and the Dragon Ball-empowered foes were hurled away by the force of the 2 beings' immense power, while the minions could not withstand the eruption of energy and perished in droves. In a clash of titans, the 2 engaged in brutal combat. Each exchange sending shockwaves that tore through the surroundings. Even the depths of hell could not endure the ferocity of their battle, as rifts in space began to manifest. After a flurry of exchanges, Reyna seized an opportunity, appearing before Frieza and delivering a crushing left hook that dislocated his jaw. Frieza, now devoid of rationality, clawed at his jaw, resetting it with a furious roar. Grr! An evil and terrifying aura surged dramatically, and in a heartbeat, energy coalesced at his chest and was unleashed in a powerful barrage. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Reyna merely shook his head in resignation. He had no desire to evade such an attack. With a low growl, he concentrated his power into his left hand, glaring as he launched a punch toward the energy beam. Boom! A deafening clash resonated, followed by a cataclysmic explosion of power. In that very moment, the fabric of hell itself shattered. A formidable pull emerged from behind Frieza, and with remarkable speed, Reyna seized the dark dragon orb embedded in Frieza's chest, unleashing divine force that expelled the orb from him. Frieza was then engulfed by the vortex, reduced to mere pulp. In that instant, Reyna swiftly teleported before the other 3 villains, replicating the same technique to extract the remaining dragon orbs and draw them into the swirling void. He then shifted to harness temporal energy, gesturing toward the fractured void, restoring it with radiant light. With a gentle exhale, Reyna observed the dragon orbs resting in his palms, akin to large walnuts. He then tucked these 4 orbs into his pocket, effectively storing them within the system's space. His gaze drifted to the distant, disheveled group. TSK, TSK, TSK. You all truly are in a state of utter exhaustion. Reyna chuckled, stroking his chin. You will pay for this. We shall meet again, and when we do, it will be your end. Tawa cast a fierce glare at Reyna. If looks could kill, Reyna would have perished billions of times over. However, as Reyna accurately pointed out, she was indeed severely weakened this time. The already dwindling demon army had suffered tremendous losses in this battle, with only a handful remaining. Apart from the few demon gods who had not arrived, only Tawa and her companions survived. With a flick of his Takiru magic wand, the magical light enveloping them dissipated. This time, he did not intervene. That fellow should be making an appearance soon. After all, I possess 5 Dragon Balls. Reyna grinned and vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Chapter 64, Spore Clones. A promise of affection, the vanished Reyna did not materialize in the realm of the God of Time, but rather utilized the ability of the patrol team Ring to transport himself to a desolate planet in the cosmos. After finding a suitable spot to sit, he quietly awaited the arrival of his adversary. Meanwhile, In a large shopping mall on Earth, Taisai was laden with bags as she approached the checkout counter. She had initially intended to bring her sister along, but her sister was unavailable, leaving her to navigate this shopping excursion alone. It seems I may have overindulged, she thought to herself with a wry smile as she surveyed the numerous bags, most of which were filled with snacks apart from some clothing and toiletries. Standing by the roadside, she summoned a taxi with her phone. After several minutes of waiting, a cab pulled up, and the driver opened the trunk to stow her purchases before she climbed into the vehicle. As the driver started the car, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of the vehicle, seizing the hood and smashing it with a punch, rendering the car inoperable. The driver, terrified, hastily exited the car and fled, leaving only Taisai inside. The robed figure violently pried open the car door, grasped Taisai by her collar, and vanished. Several onlookers, witnessing the alarming scene, opted to call the authorities, horrified that such an abduction could occur in broad daylight. I say, could you perhaps be a bit more innovative in your entrance? Reina remarked with his eyes closed. I have suppressed all my energy and exercised utmost caution, yet you still managed to detect me? It appears you have made some progress. A masked figure emerged from the void. Reina opened his eyes and shot him a disdainful look. Even if you conceal yourself, that aura surrounding you is utterly inescapable. The masked figure remained silent, extending his hand instead. Initially, I only had my suspicions, but I never expected you truly sought the Dark Dragon Balls from me. Oh, I thought you had come to your senses. Waiting here for me was to surrender your spoils. Even if I offered them to you, would you dare accept? As he spoke, a vast and terrifying aura emanated from him. In response to Reina's overwhelming energy, the mysterious figure strangely diverted the conversation. In recent days, I conducted some inquiries about you and discovered that you saved a girl not long ago. I believe she is doing quite well now. Upon hearing this, Reina narrowed his eyes, his menacing aura still intact. I have no idea what you are talking about. No matter, you will soon find out. That girl, I believe her name is, Taisai, a novelist, if I recall correctly. Reina raised an eyebrow, contemplating the veracity of this statement. The masked figure seemed to sense his contemplation and summoned a screen from the void, displaying footage of Taisai being captured on Earth. Even if she has been captured, it matters not. Sun Wukong and Vegeta will come to her rescue, so I need not worry. No. Those two are currently entangled with other matters. I know you might mention that the Time Patrol would come to her aid, but they too are preoccupied. The only one capable of saving her now is you. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I shall instruct my subordinates to release her. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my underlings will treat such a beautiful girl with kindness. Reina reined in his aura and regarded the masked figure with a calm tone. To resort to such underhanded tactics, you have truly fallen. If you wish to obtain them, that is not impossible, but you must inform me of her whereabouts. The masked figure did not respond immediately, merely observing him quietly. Seeing this, Reina produced 4 Dragon Balls. Only 4? What about the 5th? The masked figure questioned. The last one is with the God of Time. Fetch it immediately, he commanded Reina. Reina shrugged. Very well. I shall tell you. She remains on Earth. As for her exact location, you will have to find that out for yourself. Reina nodded, a cold smirk forming in his heart. This is of your own making. He tossed the Dragon Balls into the air, and as the masked figure reached out to catch them, Reina suddenly appeared before him, gripping his throat. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged from Reina, akin to a ferocious beast intent on devouring everything in existence, directed solely at the masked figure. You must think carefully. She is still in my grasp. In your hands? Why not take a look for yourself? As he spoke, the masked figure loosened his grip slightly, yet the terrifying aura remained unwavering. With a wave of his hand, a screen appeared, revealing Taisai bound to a chair, surrounded by 5 robed figures. Observing that nothing untoward had occurred, the masked figure exhaled, preparing to speak when the image suddenly distorted and a figure burst onto the scene. With a deafening crash, the screen was engulfed in static. Impossible. What trickery is this? The masked figure exclaimed in disbelief, for the intruder was none other than Reina. Alas, I had intended to let you live a while longer to uncover your schemes. But why do you insist on courting death? The masked figure suddenly laughed at Reina with an audacious mirth. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. At this, Reina burst into laughter, shaking his head. Oh, how amusing. Must there be no innovation at all? After a moment of laughter, his aura shifted dramatically, a divine energy exploding from him and radiating outward, akin to a deity descending. Under the influence of this sacred and vast energy, distant planets began to gravitate toward him. As if drawn by a magnet, Reyna raised his left hand, a holy white light gathering in his palm. He smiled at the masked figure and brought his hand down. A blinding radiance erupted, momentarily stinging Reyna's eyes, followed by a scream as the masked figure disintegrated into specks of starlight. Heaving a sigh of relief, Reyna fell to the ground, feeling somewhat drained. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a dilapidated coastal area, Reyna engaged in a brief skirmish with the five figures, effortlessly erasing them from existence. To dare capture my friend, you truly do not know the meaning of death. He spat, then approached Taisai, freeing her from her bonds. As soon as she was untied, Taisai attempted to rise but stumbled, her legs numb from prolonged sitting, and fell into Reyna's embrace. In that instant, her face flushed crimson. Thump, thump. Uncertain of the reason, the sound of her racing heart echoed as Reyna slowly leaned in, lowering his head. Taisai closed her eyes, her heartbeat quickening. Gradually, their warm lips met, sending a shiver through her body. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, Taisai resting quietly in Reyna's arms. Reyna gently caressed her flowing hair and softly uttered, "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With a flick of her hand, she conjured an energy shield that enveloped her before vanishing. Unexpectedly, the reclusive individual I once was in my previous life encountered love. A smile of triumphant delight graced Reyna's face. Yet, the sensations relayed by the spore clone were truly profound. Indeed, the Reyna who vanished on Earth moments ago was a manifestation created from the Destruction Day spores. This ability emerged after he consumed the ancient creature known as Goulet by Buo. Following the ingestion of a magical being, he soared towards Earth in a furious rush. Chapter 65. Farewell. After traversing the cosmos at high speed for a little over 10 minutes, he finally approached Earth and paused just before entering its atmosphere. Turning back to gaze into the distance, he sensed a malevolent aura that, although fleeting, was unmistakable. Activating his reincarnation eye and infusing divine power into his gaze, the range of his vision expanded instantaneously. He observed a group of individuals on an exceedingly distant planet. "Father, why do you persist in this?" Vegeta, with a quavering voice, confronted King Vegeta. "Why? Huh, my son, have you forgotten how those people once treated us Scions? Have you lost sight of your pride?" King Vegeta declared with an air of superiority. Witnessing his father's demeanor, Vegeta realized that King Vegeta had completely succumbed to madness. "Father, I have always upheld the pride of the Scions, yet the times have changed. We cannot dwell on the past. We must look ahead." King Vegeta shook his head. "It seems you are determined to thwart me. Let me witness your strength." A suffocating aura of darkness and death erupted from King Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, sighed, and suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. "Kakarot, this time, you shall merely observe." Goku remained silent, uncertain of what to say. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their fists colliding with relentless force, shaking the very ground beneath them. They continuously repositioned, seeking the perfect opportunity. At last, Vegeta seized a moment, appearing behind his father, wrapping his arms around his waist and executing a powerful suplex. With a resounding crash, dust erupted, and a deep, dark chasm opened in the earth. Vegeta swiftly materialized at the edge of the chasm, unleashing a densely packed energy sphere. The moment it struck, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, causing the ground to collapse dramatically. Suspended in midair, Vegeta surveyed the chaos. "Father, cease your evasion. I will always find you." Suddenly, several dark energy blasts emerged from the dust. Vegeta deftly deflected them with a wave of his hand. Just as he shielded his vision, King Vegeta appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The overwhelming force pierced through him, causing Vegeta to arch his back in agony. However, King Vegeta was far from finished. He seized Vegeta's head, delivering several brutal headbutts that left Vegeta dazed before casting him aside and unleashing a barrage of energy waves upon him. The cacophony of explosions echoed, akin to the detonation of TNT. Meanwhile, in the Demon Realm's temporal courtyard, Taoa fumed, hurling objects in a frenzy. "How could this happen? After losing so many men, we only acquired 2 Dragon Balls." She seethed. "I will not let you escape, I swear." Mira and the violet-cheeked ultimate experiment, Finn, exchanged glances at a loss for words. They were indeed speechless, for that individual was truly terrifying. Even in his new ultimate form, he was not to be underestimated. After venting her frustration, Tawa turned to Mira and Finn. We are severely weakened. To prevent the Time Patrol from descending upon us, you two must quickly recruit more allies. They nodded in agreement and departed. Tawa sank into a chair, exhaling deeply. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in her mind. Are matters not proceeding smoothly? It seems you have encountered significant trouble. Tawa, astonished, replied, My lord, you have awakened? No, not yet. I am merely momentarily conscious and cannot sustain this for long. Now, tell me, what has transpired? The elderly voice continued to inquire. Nodding, Tawa recounted the recent events. After 7 or 8 minutes, she concluded her tale. Yet the ancient voice fell silent, as if it had vanished. Just as she was about to speak again, it returned. I am astonished that such a being has emerged after my long slumber. How intriguing. It is no wonder you struggled. I suspect his power rivals my own. Tawa fell silent, taken aback by the high regard the Lord held for that individual. Very well, without the Dragon Balls, we must pursue an alternative path, albeit a more troublesome one. Continue your efforts to disrupt the timeline. With that, the voice faded away. Tawa tentatively called out, yet received no response. Nevertheless, having direction was better than floundering aimlessly. Returning to the other side, a thunderous rumble echoed. Within the enveloping mist, Vegeta plummeted from the sky like a mere scrap of metal. Is this the end, son? Observing the motionless Vegeta, King Vegeta furrowed his brow and advanced a few steps. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes and vanished in a flash. King Vegeta thought to himself, this is bad, and turned to defend himself. But it was too late. A knee strike sent him crashing into the ground, followed by Vegeta twisting his arms, accompanied by a sickening crack. A scream pierced the air as King Vegeta's arms broke. Father, surrender. I do not wish to commit an unforgivable act. Vegeta ultimately could not bring himself to strike the final blow. Surrender? Huh. Do you truly believe you have won, my son? King Vegeta's laughter echoed ominously. As Vegeta hesitated, he abruptly gathered energy. Get back, Vegeta. Goku shouted urgently. Vegeta, realizing the danger, did not retreat. His eyes filled with reluctance as he whispered, Farewell, Father. In a brilliant eruption of golden energy, the planet trembled beneath its weight. A sharp crack resonated as the ground fissured, and with a thunderous roar, the entire planet split in two. With tears held at bay, Vegeta raised his foot, gazing at King Vegeta, who now lay as a mere shadow of his former self. Father, your bones lie shattered, and your power is extinguished. You shall live the remainder of your days as a mere husk. In the depths below, King Vegeta stirred weakly, coughing softly. Son, you have grown naive. His voice, frail and barely audible, was a whisper only Vegeta and Goku could catch. Sighing, Vegeta turned to depart, but halted. Glancing back at King Vegeta, the tears he had fought to contain finally fell. This time, the proud prince of the Saiyans wept. A man may shed tears, but only when truly heartbroken. His father's last flicker of life had just vanished. Observing the state of Vegeta, Sun Wukong felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He yearned to utter some words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Turning away, he departed to tend to lesser matters, leaving Vegeta to grieve in solitude, for this was his second bout of tears. In Chapter 66, the mission re-emerges. Reina, who had witnessed everything, could not help but sigh. Perhaps this was the destiny of the Saiyans. However, he believed that after this incident, Vegeta in this timeline would undoubtedly experience new growth. With this thought, Reina soared towards Earth. In the realm of the Time God, Vegeta, Telenkizi, and other members of the Time Patrol had returned. Although they had returned, not all were unscathed. Several bore injuries to varying degrees. Well, did you achieve anything? The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The adversaries they encountered in their timeline did not possess the Dark Dragon Balls, yet their strength was formidable, resulting in their injuries. Did you see Reina? The old Kai asked. The group once again shook their heads. It was understandable that Vegeta and Telenkizi would not have seen him, having previously met. But why did Sun Wukong and Zeno shake their heads? They had never encountered him. This could be comprehended. Imagine a stranger appearing to assist you. A rational person might recall if anyone had mentioned a name, allowing a connection to form. Yet, one must discern whether this person is genuinely sincere in their assistance. Clearly, they were not. Although Wu Tian and Xiaofang had seen Reina, they did not know his name, hence their ignorance. Alas, the old Kai sighed. Although they had acquired a dark Dragon Ball, an inexplicable unease lingered. On another front, back on Earth, Reina returned to where Tai Si was. Are you all right? Just as Tai Si was idly drawing circles, her eyes brightened upon hearing that familiar voice. She quickly stood, scanning her surroundings when suddenly, a pair of hands covered her eyes. With a sweet smile, she turned and embraced him. Reina gently patted her head and planted a kiss on her cheek. I'll take you back to the Capsule Corporation. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll spend quality time with you. Tai Si nodded. I understand. Go save the universe. Good luck, she said, bestowing a sweet kiss upon him. Reina held her close and leaped away. Within a certain interstice of time, has addressed the individuals before him. Everyone, it is now our turn to act. With a snap of his fingers, he transported the others away, and a crystal screen materialized before him. Unleash destruction and engage in battle. Collect ample energy for me. Back in the Time God realm. As the others were recuperating, Vegeta suddenly rose, bellowing, Who goes there? Show yourself. His thunderous voice prompted the others to stand and scan their surroundings. I crave battle. As his furious shout echoed, a torrent of dark red energy surged forth, saturating the skies of the Time God realm with a crimson hue. What manner of scion is this? Such malevolent energy. Vegeta's brow furrowed. This power rivaled his own, far beyond that of an ordinary individual. A man with long black hair, clad in armor and wearing a mask, approached from the distance. I sense your strength. Let us fight. His eyes, filled with malice, locked onto Vegeta. With a whoosh, dark energy orbs erupted from him, resonating throughout the Time God realm. Huh, come on. Vegeta charged at Kamba. As he broke free from his restraints, he raised his hand and struck downwards, causing the ground to shatter with a resounding boom. Not bad, but not enough. Kamba flashed in front of him, delivering a straightforward punch to Vegeta's face. Vegeta retaliated with equal vigor. Boom. A fierce gust of wind erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. I admire your spirit. Kamba laughed maniacally as dark energy coalesced behind him into two massive claws, lunging for Vegeta. Boom. The dark claws sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta, that fellow Super Saiyan 4 Suin Wukong Zeno, furrowed his brow. Vegeta Zeno understood Kakarot's implication and nodded. Indeed, he is formidable. Able to match Vegeta even in his base form, perhaps even pressuring him. Who would have thought such a scion existed? Just as he finished speaking, another voice chimed in. That fiend is the evil scion Kamba, who once ruled over the scions, just like your father. At that moment, Reina made his entrance. The others, unfamiliar with him, scrutinized Reina, yet none perceived anything remarkable about him, except for Suin Wukong and Vegeta. As Super Saions 4, they sensed his extraordinary essence. An evil scion. Indeed worthy of the title. Vegeta Zeno pondered. Reina, with a slight smile, found a spot to sit, crossing his legs, and began to observe the unfolding drama. His nonchalance left the old Kai speechless. Was this not the moment to lend support? On the battlefield, a wave of energy erupted, propelling Vegeta from the ruins. He wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted, Kaioken. A fierce aura expanded like a gale as he charged forth. This caught Kamba's attention, igniting his scion instinct for battle and prompting his evil energy to resurge. The two engaged once more in fierce combat, the violent clashes causing the very fabric of the Time God realm to fracture. Witnessing this, Reina couldn't help but reflect. With the Kaioken, Vegeta's power could rival that of a mid-tier god of destruction. Yet, the fact that Kamba could achieve such strength through malevolent energy was astonishing. Was his dark energy innate, akin to Broly, who possessed an impressive battle power from birth? While pondering these thoughts, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Mission issued. Seize or destroy the cosmic seed. Subdue a powerful being to become your subordinate. Rewards: 5 lottery opportunities, authority over spatial laws, a fusion book, and 10,000 shop points. Upon hearing the mission, Reina's eyes gleamed, particularly at the mention of spatial law authority. He had possessed this ability for quite some time, but had never managed to utilize it effectively. In this timeline, he occasionally attempted to see if it could return him home, but to no avail, which is why he had joined the Time Patrol in search of the Time Bird. One thing intrigued him. Individuals like Has, Fu, and Tua could traverse different timelines without the spatial laws. How did they accomplish this? Though curiosity lingered, the task at hand remained paramount. His focus was solely on the authority over spatial laws, relegating the other rewards to the periphery of his thoughts. Certainly, Even after completing this task and obtaining the rights of usage, he would still seek out Shi Niao, as this matter is intricately linked to the primary timeline. The system's prompt echoed once more, inquiring whether to accept this task. What a jest! How could one possibly decline? Yes. Ding. Task accepted successfully. Please endeavor to complete this task promptly, as the sooner it is accomplished, the greater the chance of triggering hidden rewards. Reiner's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. This aspect was indeed enticing. Chapter 67. The Malevolent Demon Kurd. Although he accepted the task, he did not rush into action. This was their domain, and he preferred to remain uninvolved, especially since others were bound to appear. Haha, quite impressive. It has been a long time since I encountered someone as formidable as you. Kamba stretched his numb arm, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. With a single hand raised, a massive orb of dark energy coalesced in his palm and was hurled towards Vegeta. Vegeta's expression sharpened as he joined his palms, murmuring a phrase. Ultimate Big Bang Attack. Huh. Boom. The two energy waves clashed, causing the void to tremble at a super high frequency beneath their immense power. Such an assault, if unleashed in the cosmos, would have obliterated it long ago. Even in the Kaioshin realm, it might pose a risk of annihilation. Fortunately, they were in the unique realm of the Time God. Both combatants roared as they unleashed their might. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the energies clashed, and time progressed. The void, engulfed by the two forces, suddenly ceased its tremors, followed by a fleeting flash of brilliance. In the wake of this brilliance, their energies instantaneously contracted before erupting with the ferocity akin to a star's explosion. Accompanying the energy wave was a tempest capable of devastating the very heavens. Leaving desolation in its wake, the ground upheaved layer upon layer. The scene was nothing short of catastrophic. Both fighters were propelled by the explosive force, carving a deep chasm in the earth before coming to a halt. Regaining his composure, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this fellow is truly a monster, Vegeta remarked gravely, glancing at his slightly trembling arm. The previous energy wave had nearly drained him of his power. On the other hand, Kamba, undeterred, had shattered all debris with his energy and floated upwards, laughing triumphantly. I am pleased. You must still have some strength left. Come, reveal your true power to further delight me. Ha! In Reiner's eyes, this unfolded like a scene from a tale of a grand demon, embodying the notion that fate is determined by oneself rather than by the heavens, alongside a hint of the belief that one must go mad to truly live. Vegeta, let us fuse, he proclaimed, producing the Patera earrings, which were previously gifted to him during the Misty timeline. They had used them before to confront foes, and now they would employ them once more. Vegeta snorted, but donned the earrings nonetheless. Reiner's eyes lit up at this, recognizing the arrival of B-Wong. Buzz. The brilliance flashed as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta materialized, his formidable aura enveloping the realm of the Time God. This drew the attention of Kamba and Vegeta, with the latter's eyes gleaming at the sight of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Reiner tossed a Senza beam to him, and as Vegeta caught it, he instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side, handing him the beam. Rest now, I shall face him. With that, he soared towards Kamba, and the two stood in confrontation. Not bad. The energy produced from the fusion through the earrings already reached a moderate level of Destruction God. If combined with the Kaioken, it would elevate to the upper echelon of Destruction Gods, nearing the higher tiers. Reiner mused to himself. Although there was considerable debate surrounding these two characters in the previous life, and the official stance claimed they were of equal strength, he held a different opinion. Upon reflection, one was a fused warrior created through a mortal's technique, while the other was a warrior forged through divine artifacts. This difference in their fusion methods justified his assessment. After his evaluation, he pondered another matter. What if he were to master transformation and merge it with his own realm? What kind of power would that yield? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he hurriedly accessed the system to check the rewards associated with the task. Upon seeing the fusion tome listed among the rewards, he retrieved the unused ancient Scion bloodline from his system backpack, and a bold idea took root in his mind. Of course, this remained a daring thought. Only upon the task's completion could he ascertain its feasibility. Vegeta made a provocative gesture towards Kamba. Kamba's forehead twitched as he transitioned into Super Saiyan 3. Like the powerful winds generated by an atomic explosion, his dark energy formed a storm that engulfed the arena. Quick to react, Reiner waved his hand to counter the tempest. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. As Kamba prepared to strike, a sinister voice interrupted his actions. What will you do about this, Kamba? A figure nearing 2 meters in height, possessing 4 arms and resembling Frieza, appeared. However, Kamba dismissed him outright, simply uttering a single word, scram. The newcomer did not respond, but instead turned to Vegeta with a smile. You are Frieza? Vegeta inquired with a furrowed brow. He shook his head. I am Kurd, Frieza's father. I was drawn here by your spectacular battle. Allow me to intervene. As he spoke, a different aura from Kamba's dark crimson energy erupted, accompanied by an extreme cold and an ominous presence. I told you to leave. Kamba suddenly launched an evil claw attack at Kurd, but the latter evaded effortlessly. Do not resort to violence. Kamba, after consecutive battles, you need rest, do you not? Kurd stated calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the previous exchange. Just as Kamba prepared to retaliate, a voice resonated within his mind. Your task here is complete. Proceed to the next timeline. As the voice faded, he vanished. Observing Kamba's sudden disappearance, everyone furrowed their brows, while Reiner maintained an expression of amusement. Now, let us engage in a noble and grand battle, warrior, Kurd declared, his arms wide open, buzzing, flickering with platinum energy. Kurd swiftly appeared before Vegeta, revealing a chilling smile. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, producing rhythmic waves akin to the sound of drums. The potential of this frost demon race is truly remarkable. They are not far behind the Scions, perhaps even superior in some aspects. What a peculiar species. Reiner's impression of Kurd remained rooted in the realm of fan comics, yet he was astonished to find such a being truly existed across these timelines. Moreover, Kurd's transformation differed markedly from Frieza's golden form, venturing into uncharted territory. You Scions have been eradicated by me countless times. Yet I am surprised to find survivors from other timelines. Kurd spoke in a tone as indifferent as water. Surprised? There is more that will astonish you. Vegeta's fury surged, pushing Kurd back as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. This foe was no ordinary adversary, and he wished to avoid prolonging the confrontation. Chapter 68. You can be you, or you can be not desiring a decisive blow against me. I too harbor the same intention. How remarkable it is that our thoughts align. Kurda raised his hand, a sphere of energy gradually coalescing at his fingertips. Truly a father and son duo. Must your techniques remain devoid of novelty? Vegeta quipped. Kurda did not retort, merely gazing at his opponent with an expression of cold indifference. The immense and searing energy sphere took shape, and with a subtle flick of his finger, it hurtled toward Vegeto. In response, Vegeto unleashed a technique reminiscent of that used by Vegeta. Ultimate Flash Kamehameha. Whoosh. Unlike the earlier clash of energies between Vegeta and Kanba, this encounter produced a wave of explosive energy of tremendous intensity. Compared to previous battles, it exceeded them in ferocity, the sole distinction being Kurda's unwaveringly apathetic demeanor. Vegeto furrowed his brow. The tranquility exhibited by this foe was rather unsettling. In the midst of his swirling thoughts, his body suddenly stiffened. A silent exclamation of alarm crossed his mind, but it was too late. Kurda swiftly retracted his energy, causing Vegeto's energy wave to detonate in the void. In a flash, Kurda appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Bang! A heavy thud reverberated through the air, and Vegeto's back slightly arched from the force of the strike. Bang, bang, bang. A series of punches followed, and Vegeto's expression shifted dramatically. You Scions are precisely the type to be slowly tormented to death by me. Kurda murmured softly in his ear. Vegeto's pupils constricted sharply, trembling not from severe injury but from fury. I rather enjoy that look in your eyes. As he grasped Vegeto's hand, preparing to snap it, a sudden surge of ferocious energy erupted as if a dormant volcano had violently awakened. Vegeto kicked out, but Kurda reacted swiftly, evading the blow. The force of Vegeto's kick struck the ground, creating a deep and sizable imprint. Not bad. You managed to break free from my telekinesis. It seems you surpassed the average Scion. Kurda remarked with a hint of delight. Vegeto's eyes flashed with contempt and rage. He had never despised anyone as much as he did in this moment, not even the previous Majin Buu. Vegeto swung his hand, forming an energy blade that surged toward Kurda. With a detached expression, Kurda lashed out with his tail, the two striking like two beams of light crossing paths. Sizzle! Kurda's tail split in two, while Vegeto's energy blade remained unscathed. I say, are you a bit daft? Vegetto taunted. Kurita offered no reply, instead spreading his limbs wide to form a star shape. A torrent of platinum energy erupted forth, accompanied by a rumbling that caused the ground to tremble. Slowly drawing closer to Kurita, Vegetto felt himself being pulled toward him at an agonizingly slow pace. Is this also a form of telekinesis? Numerous clumps of earth and stone gradually converged, forming several massive spheres towering over 100 feet. With a wave of his hands, Kurita commanded the spheres to move towards Vegetto. Childish tricks. Vegetto executed an instantaneous movement, appearing before Kurita, sword drawn. The sound of metal clashing rang out, but his strike was thwarted by a protective barrier. Suddenly, Kurita smirked darkly. With lightning speed, he reached out with another hand to seize Vegetto, but Vegetto evaded. After creating some distance, Vegetto noticed a glint of malice in Kurita's eyes. He swung his sword forward, and explosions erupted on either side. Oh dear, you noticed, did you? I thought I was being rather careful. Do you really think I wouldn't see through such a transparent ploy? Moreover, it is but a child's game. Kurita shrugged. Shedding his previously indifferent demeanor, he retracted his telekinesis, causing the massive stone spheres to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. It seems these tactics hold little value against you. Very well, I shall unleash my true power. In an instant, his expression, gaze, and aura transformed entirely. Akin to a cat poised to pounce, morphing into a ferocious tiger. In the realm of Demon World, Towa looked at Mira and Fundao standing before him. How many have you recruited? Only a little over a dozen, Mira replied with a hint of exasperation. My situation is quite similar, Fan added. Towa, I find something quite peculiar. Initially, there were hundreds of candidates for recruitment, yet the numbers dwindled drastically, leaving only this meager handful. Mira recounted her observations. Towa frowned. This was highly suspicious. Such a coincidence seemed improbable. As she pondered the situation, a ripple of energy manifested in the void, and a hunched, gray-haired elder emerged from the ether. Long time no see, little one. His aged voice echoed. Greetings, Lord Lysike. Towa bowed respectfully, while the two androids remained unresponsive, seemingly indifferent to the elder's presence. Little one, do you not feel you have overstepped your bounds? I do not care what that half-dead fellow, Meichi Capula, has told you. You must understand that it is not he who controls the demon world now. The elder did not wait for Towa to respond, launching into a lecture. I understand. Towa replied, lowering her head. Understand? I see you comprehend little. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. While the others may be indifferent, I am not. Should you continue down this path, everything you possess could be yours or not. Understand? Towa raised her head, her gaze earnest as she nodded solemnly. In truth, I hold you in high regard, so do not feign ignorance. Do you understand? Yes. The elder scrutinized Towa for a moment before shaking his head and stepping forward, disappearing from sight. Towa, who was that? Mira inquired hastily. Although he was created by Towa, he had yet to encounter any demon world ruler in their time together. Towa replied in a somber tone, his name is Lysike, one of the rulers of demon world. This old fellow has come to warn me, advising me to keep my ambitions in check. What shall we do next? Towa shook her head. I can only assume that those old geezers are equally astute. Thus, we must refrain from any reckless actions. Let them monitor us for a time, and once that period has passed, we will act swiftly. Mira and Fin nodded in agreement. Chapter 69. You can reform in a dimly lit location, a series of voices echoed. Lysike truly cannot contain himself. You know well his temperament. This time he has warned that little one. But what if he is not truly incapacitated? Who knows if he can be revived? Even if he is resurrected, do we need to fear him? Based on his energy upon revival, he would be no match for us. Indeed, and from what I know, the Dark Dragon Balls have only been gathered in pairs. The remaining 5 appear to be in the realm of the Time God. However, we must not underestimate that little one. After all, she was chosen by Meichi Capula. The voices continued to converse for some time before falling silent. Let us return to the time realm. Beijite, with his sword of air dissipated, clenched his fists tightly. In a sudden flash, he vanished and circled behind Kurd. Before Kurd could react, Beijite seized his tail and executed a magnificent 360-degree spin, flinging him away. With a focused gaze, he pinpointed the exact spot where Kurd would descend and, in a swift motion, appeared at that very location. As Beijite observed the silhouette still soaring through the air, he joined his palms to unleash an energy wave. In the blink of an eye, Kurd, sensing the danger, unleashed his own energy wave just as he spun around. The collision produced a resounding roar, illuminating the entire space as everything in the vicinity was obliterated. In a heartbeat, both figures vanished amidst the brilliance. The space quaked violently, as a torrent of energy surged tumultuously, with crimson glimmers scattered throughout. Kurd was bleeding. It seemed that Lena, who was merely watching, had caught on to something. A sudden spark of realization crossed his mind. So, he is drawing upon his own life force to gain immense power. How ruthless he is to himself. Suddenly, his gaze flickered downward, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, and his fingers moved almost imperceptibly. At this moment, the two combatants stood apart, both panting slightly. Scion, to have battled with me for so long, you are indeed remarkable. I, too, am weary. Now let me truly annihilate you. Kurd declared, icy energy emanating from him. Buzz. Suddenly, Bajite felt the space around him becoming thick and sticky. Bajite's expression hardened, and with a fierce shout, his golden aura erupted. He leaped into the air, positioning himself above Kurd, and unleashed his signature move, the super explosive turtle attack. Whoosh! A massive energy wave surged forth. Kurd snorted coldly and charged directly at the energy wave. Crackling sounds erupted like firecrackers. The energy instantly transformed into a whirlwind, causing the space to fracture like glass. King Kai's fist, tenfold. The energy wave surged dramatically, suppressing Kurd. What? At that moment, as his pupils dilated in shock, he was pinned to the ground. Crack. Impossible. The energy surrounding him shattered, engulfed by the wave. The thunderous energy detonated, causing the space to collapse inward. This demonstrated the sheer might of this energy wave. Blood mist sprayed forth, and Kurd's limbs were severed. Just then, Bajite split in two. Damn it, I'm out of energy. Both warriors exclaimed in unison, turning their gazes toward Kurd. Despite his limbs being severed, Kurd was not yet dead. Blood poured from his mouth as he glared fiercely at Sun Wukong and Bajita. He could never have imagined that after traversing multiple timelines and eliminating many Scions, he would meet his demise here. In a fit of rage, he opened his mouth to roar, radiating a burst of light from his body. Not good. As the two shouted in unison and attempted to intervene, the void around them instantaneously froze. A hand descended from above, striking him, and with a soft splat, he disintegrated into blood mist. Though you two have become powerful after your transformations, your arrogance is your downfall. Lena's voice echoed suddenly, followed by the toss of two senzu beans to the pair. Sun Wukong and Bajita caught the beans, nodding in tacit agreement as they flew back. As they descended, the sky darkened ominously, drawing everyone's attention. Lena smiled slightly. At last, you have arrived. Oh, you knew I would come? Who are you? Has appeared, his brow furrowed. I can surmise a bit. After all, you still need to gather energy. Do you not? Has fixed his gaze on Lena, studying him for a considerable time before retracting his focus. He was unable to read Lena's thoughts. Has. I know your mind-reading skills are formidable, but they won't work on me. Why don't we find a suitable place to have a proper discussion? After deliberation, Has raised an eyebrow and nodded, his figure vanishing, and Lena simultaneously disappeared. The others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the turn of events. In the interstice of time, Lena and has reappeared. Speak. What do you wish to discuss? What I want to say is rather cliched. I advise you not to mislead yourself. Even if you possess the seed of the universe, Zeno is not someone you can defeat. It appears you know quite a lot. In response to Haz's altered tone, Lena, seemingly oblivious, continued, in truth, you are not inherently malevolent. You have simply strayed from the right path. If you were to turn over a new leaf, perhaps you would discover a brighter future. Haz, with a relaxed demeanor, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Turn over a new leaf? After all these years, who would have thought someone would tell me I strayed from the path and urge me to change? How utterly amusing. Though I do not know who you are, I advise you to mind your own business, or else Lena, observing Haz's unwavering conviction, sighed, realizing that his eloquence was futile. Very well. I initially held some admiration for you. Since you wish to court death, then so be it. Lena's words stemmed from his perception that Haz's nature was not inherently evil. He was merely misguided. Additionally, he hoped to persuade Haz to willingly relinquish the seed of the universe. It was not that he was unwilling to employ forceful measures. He could achieve a decisive victory. However, considering the circumstances, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. and he did not trust that Haz would not resort to desperate measures. Moreover, if Haz used the seed of the universe prematurely and caused Lena's mission to fail, he would have no one to blame. With a flash, Lena vanished, leaving Haz with a perplexed expression. This fellow Haz did not grasp the significance of Lena's words, as they rang hollow in his ears. However, he soon shook his head, dismissing the nonsense as inconsequential. With a wave of his hand, the resplendent seed of the universe manifested. His eyes, filled with ambition, gazed at the glimmering seed of the universe as he murmured to himself. Just a little more to go. It seems he is beginning to take action. Wait for it. Zeno, your demise is imminent. He referred to the masked, mysterious figure, unaware that this figure had already been dispatched by Lena. Chapter 70. Ultra Instinct. Broly. Upon returning to the realm of time, Lena discovered that everyone had departed, leaving only the two Kaioshians. He sank into a chair, resting his forehead in contemplation. My thoughts are still not clear enough. I cannot even outsmart others. This was not entirely his fault, as he had been a reclusive individual in his past life, with few friendships, resulting in a somewhat narrow mindset. Furthermore, he had relied on the comics and animations he had seen in his previous life for insights and guidance, perhaps subconsciously not perceiving himself as a genuine part of this world. Sigh. Whatever, one step at a time. With more experiences, one will inevitably grow. Lena began to self-soothe. At that moment, the old Kaioshin approached and sat opposite him, having sensed Lena's fluctuating breath. Is something troubling you? Lena shook his head, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. The old Kaioshin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Though I do not know what has transpired, I wish to tell you to follow your heart. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Lena suddenly recalled a saying, follow your heart, and you shall find freedom and ease. He rose and bowed to the old Kaioshin, then with a wave of his hand, produced 4 dark Dragon Balls. With this, we now possess 5. The remaining 2 should be in the demon realm. Very well. You have worked hard during this period. You should return and rest. Here, I will collaborate with the Kaioshin of Time to study these demon realm Dragon Balls and see if there is a method to purify them. Reina nodded and vanished in a flash. The old Kaioshin then approached the Kaioshin of Time and peered at her, whose brows were tightly knitted. Why can't I sense Time Bird yet? The Kaioshin of Time sighed. There has been no response at all. During this time, she had not been idle, continuously refining her time power to connect with Time Bird, but alas, there was no reaction. It has been so long. I am worried, she said anxiously. You are overthinking. Remember, it has lived longer than we have and will be fine. This comforting statement held some truth. Well, it can only be this way. The Kaioshin of Time replied helplessly. On Earth's northern continent, a biting cold wind howled through a glacier, swirling crystalline snowflakes into the air. Suddenly, a series of thumping sounds echoed. Boom. The glacier erupted, sending shards flying and creating massive waves. A towering figure, bare-chested, slowly emerged. Kakarot. Vegeta. The powerful voice reverberated across the land. As he shouted this, a surge of green energy erupted from him, instantly obliterating a portion of the northern glacier. His eyes, devoid of pupils, focused in one direction, where an energy blast sped towards him. At the West City Capsule Corporation, Tai Si, who had been painting on the balcony, suddenly set down her brush, a smile illuminating her face as she beheld the man who had just appeared. You're back. Have you finished your business? Not yet. I'm back to rest, he said, stepping forward to embrace her roughly yet tenderly. Tai Si blushed, but nestled quietly in Reina's arms. You. Reina playfully flicked her petite nose. Reina, will you accompany me shopping later? Certainly. Without a second thought, Reina agreed. Hee. She giggled, displaying her mischievous charm. Tai Si, it's time for dinner. A middle-aged voice called out. At the sound of that familiar voice, she sprang from Reina's embrace like a startled rabbit, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before exhaling a sigh of relief. Observing her adorable demeanor, he smiled warmly, intending to pat her head when suddenly his expression shifted, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes but quickly vanishing. Smiling at Tai Si, he encouraged. You should go eat. Don't keep them waiting. And you? Aren't you coming with me? Next time, I'll go buy some things first. I'll give you my phone number, and when you're done eating, call me. After exchanging numbers, Reina departed. In a flash, he arrived at a desolate wilderness. With a low hum, Reina unleashed a burst of energy that lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. Before long, a thunderous sound emanated from the clouds, and a figure enveloped in green energy surged forth, descending slowly. I didn't expect it to be you. Since the last time, I haven't heard from you. Broly, Reina exclaimed in surprise. Earlier at the Capsule Corporation, he had sensed a powerful presence approaching, prompting him to come here and release his energy as a beacon, only to find it was Broly. I know you. I will kill you. Broly rasped, then howled with rage as green energy erupted like a waterfall. This is absurd. How can the two versions be so drastically different? Reina sighed, not wishing to fight. Although he was reluctant, Broly was eager for battle. Broly charged at Reina and threw a punch. Reina merely shifted slightly to evade it. The punch struck the ground, causing an explosion, and amidst the rising dust, he appeared behind Broly, delivering a kick to the back of his head, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing into several hills before finally halting. Broly gnashed his teeth like a rabid dog. Kill! Kill! I will kill you! His violent energy erupted once more, yet this time he did not charge at Reina. With his furious shout, green energy exploded outward like the quills of a porcupine, while dark clouds gathered and thunder roamed within them. With a thunderous declaration and a brilliant flash of light, he ascended into the Super Saiyan 4 stage, yet this was not the end. The radiance intensified until lightning struck down from the clouds. Ding! A figure emerged from the lightning, adorned with white fur and long white hair, surrounded by crackling electricity. The overwhelming energy caused tremors across the earth, yet people merely assumed it was an ordinary earthquake. Even the power resonated throughout the universe, reaching even the Kai planet and the realm of the Kaishin. This is Super Saiyan 5. Such a transformation truly exists. Is it the result of extreme anger that led to this evolution? Yet he lacks a tail. This energy has reached the level of a high-level destroyer. If he masters the divine realm, he will undoubtedly be among the elite gods. As Reina contemplated, Broly closed in, with a punch imbued with immense power. He tore through the air, creating a vacuum effect. Bam! Reina caught the punch with one hand, and in an instant, a colossal energy storm erupted around them, raising swirling dust and causing the ground to collapse into a massive pit. Chapter 71. Should I return? Crack! The sound of dislocated bones emanated from Reina's arm, causing him to be astonished. The strength of his physique had indeed increased several notches. Reina murmured. Broly's explosive power pushed Reina backward like a bulldozer. Buzz! Reina's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the full energy of his destruction cells. Crackling booms filled the air as dark clouds gathered, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Within the heavy rain, two energies clashed, intertwining into two distinct colors of lightning. Swish! Swish! Broly's forehead pulsed with veins. His expression twisted in rage as he stared at Reina, as if he were intent on devouring him whole. However, Reina remained unfazed, feeling a stirring within him, as if something was about to be unleashed. Is this the Scion's combative gene awakening? This sensation is quite exhilarating. Let me cast aside my boundaries and engage you in battle, Broly. With fists clenched, he maximized the energy of his destruction cells, then activated the 8 gates and the 100-fold Kaioken. Under the influence of these 3 energies, a distinctly unique power emerged. Buzz! The energy enveloped his body, and suddenly, he underwent a transformation unlike any he had experienced in the King's realm. His hair and skin gradually shifted to a fantastical hue, a captivating blue-violet. Upon completing the transformation, an intense surge of energy pierced the heavens, dispersing the clouds that cloaked the earth. Reina privately assessed his transformation. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It is said that the colors available to the Scions are dwindling. So have I inadvertently created a new dye? Though this statement carries a hint of jest, he genuinely feels it is quite remarkable. This is entirely different from the divine techniques, or rather, in a distinct state. He beckoned to Broly. Broly once again roared, his aura intensifying with remarkable ferocity. In a flash, the two engaged in a fierce clash of fists. The tremendous force radiating outward, causing the ground to collapse and molten lava to seep through. The sheer magnitude of energy unleashed by their confrontation was awe-inspiring. Just as the moment passed, Broly's other hand suddenly flashed before Reina's eyes, forcefully pressing his head down and grinding it into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Reina kicked off the ground, propelling Broly into a mountain. Shortly thereafter, the mountain crumbled, enveloped in thick smoke. A barrage of energy waves surged through the haze. Reina retaliated with a volley of energy blasts, transforming the close-quarters combat into a distant war of attrition. On Bei Jiawangxing, after resolving the matter involving King Vegeta, Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed solemnly at the North Kai. North Kai, from where did that energy emanate? Indeed, that energy was astonishing. It felt as though it was right beside us. Wouldn't you agree, Kakarot? Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the two wires atop North Kai's head trembled. A surge of electricity coursing through them. I've located it. See for yourselves. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, placing their hands on North Kai's shoulder, closing their eyes to observe. After a few minutes, they suddenly opened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. It turned out that the source of that energy was Broly, who had grown immensely powerful. In comparison, Kakarot, I believe that individual who has assisted us numerous times is even stronger. Though I cannot ascertain the nature of that energy, it is certainly no weaker than Broly's. I even feel it might surpass it. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback, surprised that the usually proud Vegeta would indirectly acknowledge another's strength. Kakarot, from these two, I see that we Saiyans still possess boundless potential for evolution. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with determination. Sun Wukong nodded. He, too, had been striving for greater strength. All right, you two, are you going to continue watching? Or shall I go have some tea? Upon hearing North Kai's words, they closed their eyes, resuming their observation of the battle, eager to glean inspiration from the two warriors. In truth, they could have returned to Earth to observe, but it was merely a momentary lapse in memory. The fierce and radiant light illuminated half of the Earth. Boom, boom. Both warriors struck each other with energy blasts, yet neither sustained any significant damage. Previously, I only thought of defeating with a single blow. I never anticipated the thrill of a counterattack. Reina laughed heartily amidst the smoke. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed from the haze, appearing before Broly in just a few breaths, delivering a punch that connected with Broly's cheek. Expecting to send him flying, Broly surprisingly withstood the blow. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, a voice echoed in his mind, causing a momentary pause in his assault. Seizing the opportunity, Broly retaliated with a punch, sending Reina hurtling away, following closely behind. With a thunderous crash, Reina broke through layers of earth, plunging into an underground river. Lying in the darkness, he murmured in confusion. Great Priest? The voice resonated once more. It is I. I am currently enlisting the aid of the Super Shenron to facilitate our communication. Reina had momentarily forgotten about the existence of the Super Shenron. I know you are in another dimension. Do you wish to return? Reina did not respond immediately, instead taking a moment of silence before replying. At present, I do not wish to return, as I have unresolved matters here, and even if I were to return, I would not need the Super Shenron's assistance. Understood. You wish to find a time bird to escort you back, which is indeed feasible. However, I must caution you. The Great Priest paused before continuing. You must return swiftly. The Demon King Mechikabura, who once devoured you through the time rift, is on the verge of revival. As we angels have our own stance, we cannot intervene. How can this be? However, there is no movement from the Demon King here. You will have to explore on your own. Well, I can only say so much. After all, it is beginning to grow impatient. Reina was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly responding. Understood, but there was no further exchange. Their entire dialogue transpired within mere breaths. Reina stood up, just as the rocky terrain erupted with a roar, and Broly charged down. Observing Broly's relentless pursuit, he scratched his head and sighed. Though battling is exhilarating, I still have to go shopping with my girlfriend. In that case, I shall have to confine you. With a flick of his hand and a slight curl of his fingers, the power of time emanated forth, instantly appearing before Broly and striking his chest with a palm. Broly winced in pain but felt no further discomfort. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he suddenly found his body immobilized. Witnessing this, Reina conjured a time prison, ensnaring Broly within, then swiftly struck the air with a hand, creating a rift, through which he cast Broly. You shall remain here. Perhaps when I think of you again, I may release you. He then utilized the power of time to seal the rift and vanished in a flash. He possessed the capability to eliminate Broly effortlessly. His reluctance stemmed from two reasons. First, to savor the joy of battling against a Saiyan, and second, to believe that if Broly could regain his rationality and control the energy within him, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable asset, perhaps even a worthy servant. Chapter 72. The resurgence of Ash's Reina returned to the surface, sensing the energy of Tai Si still within the Capsule Corporation, prompting a sigh of relief. He then swiftly soared towards the Capsule Corporation. After flying at high speed for about 5 to 6 minutes, he arrived near West City, shifting to a slower pace as he gently descended into a secluded, dimly lit alley. After adjusting his attire, he stepped out, blending into the throngs of bustling people. Walking a few hundred meters towards the Capsule Corporation, he passed by a relatively large supermarket, entered to purchase a few items, and emerged carrying his purchases as he continued on his way. At this moment, dusk was approaching, according to Reina's deliberately slowed pace. It took him over 20 minutes to reach the Capsule Corporation. Standing at the entrance, he took out his phone and dialed the number. After a few rings, it was quickly answered. "Darling, I'm at the front door. How prepared are you?" "So soon? I'm almost ready. Just wait a moment." With that, the call ended. Reina chuckled. Did it really take that much effort for a girl to prepare? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the doors of the Capsule Corporation swung open, and Tai Si finally emerged. Upon seeing her, Reina's eyes lit up. Originally a beauty, Tai Si looked even more stunning after a touch of makeup. Furthermore, she wore a form-fitting dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, truly captivating Reina's attention. Tai Si was very pleased with Reina's reaction. This was a meticulously chosen outfit, along with her makeup. "Oh, you bought so many things." Seeing Reina carrying so many bags, Tai quickly took them and placed them on the ground. She took Reina's arm, kissed him on the cheek, and said with a grin, "Come on, let's go shopping. We can leave these things here. No one's going to take them." Reina nodded without any objection. Tai leaned on Reina's shoulder, and the two left the capsule company. They strolled under the neon lights. And indeed, walking with someone he liked gave Reina a very relaxed and carefree feeling. "Reina, there's a food street over there. Let's go eat something delicious." He pointed to a street across the road, a brightly lit and bustling street. "Honey, we just ate. Can your little tummy still hold anything?" Reina looked at her flat stomach with some doubt. Tai said with her hands on her hips in a very proud manner, "Don't underestimate me." Saying this, she grabbed him and pulled him across the street. Meanwhile, on an island somewhere on Earth, in the basement of a luxurious villa with an area of over 600 square meters, a group of people in white coats were busily working, their tasks unclear. A bald, one-eyed, buck-toothed middle-aged man standing on a platform took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. He took a deep drag and turned to look at a huge screen. The screen displayed an oval glass dome, within which a cloud of dark gas flowed slowly. The man touched his blind left eye, a fierce glint flashing in his right. "This time I will succeed. Only you are our hope for revenge." He clenched his fist, thinking, then pulled out a walkie-talkie and asked, "How's the preparation on your end?" The walkie-talkie beeped a few times before a voice came through. "Everything's all set up here." "Okay, let's begin." "Okay." Neither he nor the other person hung up the walkie-talkie. A series of gunshots rang out from the other end. "All taken care of." "Very good. Thank you for your hard work." The man then hung up the phone, his eyes returning to the screen. The slowly flowing gas gradually accelerated, faster and faster, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Almost there. About 10 seconds after he said that, a series of beeping alarms sounded, accompanied by a large red exclamation mark appearing on the screen. "Ha! Success. This time it really worked." His voice echoed in the basement. But the staff acted as if they hadn't heard him, continuing their work as if nothing had happened. "It wasn't for nothing that I waited so long. With you, the Red Ribbon Legion will rise again." That's right. This group of people were remnants of the Red Ribbon Legion, and this man was Dr. Gallo's junior apprentice. When Dr. Gallo died, it took him a long time to find the old Red Ribbon Legion members and join them. After several years of development, they had grown to a considerable size. He straightened his collar, left the podium, and walked towards a door. He pressed a button on the door, and with a few rumbles, the door opened. It was an elevator. He stepped inside, pressed another button, and the elevator slowly ascended. After going up 3 floors, the elevator stopped. He stepped out, opened a door, and arrived in front of the container on the screen. Standing beside the container was a man completely black. He looked the black-clad man up and down, then suddenly laughed. "From now on, you're a warrior of resentment." At that moment, the door opened, and several more people entered. Leading them was a short, stout man with slicked-back hair. "Is it finished?" "Dr. Gate." He spoke, a cigar dangling from his mouth. "Good heavens, one's Gallo, the other's Gate. Truly brothers indeed. This is our ultimate weapon, the resentment warrior." Gate nodded, pointing to the dark-skinned man standing beside him. "Excellent. Now we can finally exact our revenge on those people." The slick-haired man spoke in an extremely chilling tone. Yes, finally we can take our revenge, especially on those warriors. We must tear them to pieces. Oh, no, I'll torture them until they wish they were dead. In that case, let 'em move. Dr. Gate nodded, went to the machine, and operated it for a while. Then, the dark-skinned man slowly opened his eyes. His emotionless eyes scanned the area, then he vanished in a flash. After he disappeared, Dr. Gate operated the machine again. A screen slowly descended, displaying an extremely blurry image. Leader. He's moving at high speed, so the image isn't very clear. The slick-haired man, the leader, nodded. He was actually the posthumous son of the former leader of the Red Ribbon Legion. After all, it's quite normal for wealthy and powerful people to have several wives. Don't let his short stature fool you. He's incredibly ruthless. He used a series of cruel methods to defeat his siblings and seize the leadership position. And if he weren't so ruthless, could he have held this position for so long? Obviously not. Fortunately, although he's ruthless, he treats his subordinates well. So many are willing to follow him. Chapter 73, I'll be the boss in the food street. Tiz and Reina sat in a barbecue stall. Their table piled high with grilled food as they fed each other. This barbecue is pretty good. Reina mumbled between bites. Tiz nodded in agreement. It is good, especially the takoyaki. It's amazing. Yes, it's amazing. Reina smiled slightly, picking out the few remaining takoyaki and separating them from the other grilled items. Those are yours, these are mine. Tiz giggled. Just then, a commotion arose from nearby. A man was charging through the crowd towards them, pursued by a group of people. Reina lifted his head and pulled Tiz into his arms. The man running towards them didn't change direction, continuing his run as if he had chosen them. Reina frowned, flicking his finger lightly. A burst of energy instantly pierced the running man's knee. With a cry of pain, the man collapsed to the ground, clutching his knee. His pursuers quickly subdued him and addressed the surrounding pedestrians. We're police officers. This is a vicious criminal suspect, but he's been subdued. Don't be afraid. After handcuffing him, the plainclothes officers tried to get him to stand, but he kept crying out that his leg hurt and was broken. This made the officers exchange puzzled. They suspected he was trying to distract them, but his expression didn't seem to suggest it, which further puzzled the veterans. At this moment, one of the veterans knelt down and touched the suspect's leg. After a few touches, the suspect cried out in pain and stood up, saying, "A few of you. Help him walk. His leg is broken." Several plainclothes officers then helped him away. The veteran officer, who looked like a captain, looked around, then his gaze settled on Reina, and he walked towards him. "Excuse me, were you the one who broke that suspect's leg?" Before Reina could answer, Tiz spoke first. "Officer, how can you make false accusations? My boyfriend and I have been here all this time, and indeed, we have not moved an inch." The middle-aged police officer hurriedly waved his hands. "Miss, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of slandering you. I merely find it impressive to encounter a genuine master of Qigong here. Honestly, I feel quite honored. My name is Fei. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Sir?" He extended his hand towards Laya. Laya was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and shook his hand. This officer was rather intriguing. "I am Eddie Laya. Then I shall call you Laya." He felt no particular discomfort, but was genuinely curious, asking, "How did you know it was my hand that moved?" And Fei took a seat on a nearby stool. "When I touched that suspect's leg earlier, I sensed a potent energy flowing through him. Moreover, after I finished, I looked around and noticed that only your expression remained utterly calm, which led me to conclude it was you who acted." Laya found it amusing. He had not anticipated that his calm demeanor would betray him. If you can perceive energy, then you must have practiced martial arts. And Fei sighed, shaking his head, then nodded. "Once, I was saved by an old man who carried a turtle shell. I thought he was remarkable, so I followed him for a while. He taught me a breathing technique, and then he vanished. I have since relied on that technique to become somewhat proficient." Upon hearing this, a name flashed through Laya's mind: Gu Xianrun, the turtle hermit. Indeed, and Fei's next words confirmed his thoughts. Later, I discovered he was the legendary martial arts master, Gu Xianrun. I am an ardent fan of martial arts, but after that encounter, I never saw him again. Yet, unexpectedly, I have the fortune of meeting you, a master of Qigong, while capturing a criminal. Meanwhile, Tiz listened, somewhat bewildered, observing his girlfriend's adorable expression. Laya reached out to tousle her hair, nearly turning it into a nest. As Tiz attempted to swat his hand away, he quickly withdrew and said, "Well then, what brings you to me?" And Fei nodded and asked for a glass of water from the proprietor before continuing. "You see, I would like your assistance. Recently, while practicing the breathing technique, I feel as though it has lost its efficacy. Laya nodded and invited him to extend his hand. Although he was not well versed in martial arts, he believed in the saying that mastery of one technique leads to understanding of all. Given his superior level, he placed one hand on Enfei's and used his energy to investigate, discovering that his meridians were quite narrow. He then slightly widened them. Enfei felt a sharp pain that quickly dissipated, leaving him with no further sensations. All right, upon returning, try breathing a few times and see if there is any change. Well, I must take my girlfriend home now. He took Tai Si's hand, paid the bill, and left, leaving Enfei looking somewhat dazed. As they walked home, having covered a distance of several dozen meters, Tai Si suddenly stopped and leaped into Laya's embrace, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Hey, Laya, I have a secret to share, she exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves and waving them in front of him. Laya looked at her with a hint of bewilderment, wondering if she had lost her mind. However, his brow furrowed suddenly as he grasped Tai Si's arm. Activating his Sharingan, he scrutinized her closely, sensing a familiar aura emanating from her. What is this? She then revealed to him how she had acquired this ability. Laya nodded, releasing her hand and gently kissing her cheek, speaking softly. The energy is running low, which is why it manifests in moments of life-threatening danger. However, I can supply you with energy when needed. I never anticipated such a phenomenon existed in this world. I don't understand. What is this on my hand? Tai Si asked, her tone somewhat playful. Well, this is a divine power. Ah, Tai Si gasped, her expression one of shock. In truth, Laya had not disclosed the true name of this power. It was not merely divine power, but rather the power of an angel. Wow. So does that mean you are a god? Just as Laya was about to deny it, Tai Si interjected, regardless of whether you are a god, you are still the one I cherish. However, if any other women express interest in you, you must bring them to me. I wish to be the primary partner. Hearing this, Laya regarded her with a peculiar expression, reaching out to touch her forehead, confirming she had no fever, wondering why she was speaking such nonsense. Hey, I'm being serious. I know I cannot keep you to myself alone, and furthermore, her voice trailed off, her face reddening. My sister Bulma says that scions are quite strong in that regard. Laya twitched at the corners of his mouth, pondering the absurdity of the situation. However, he was genuinely moved. Honestly, what kind of girl can be so accommodating as to share her man with others? Rest assured, I shall always love and protect you, never allowing you to suffer any grievances, he declared earnestly, cradling her face and kissing her deeply. That kiss lingered, as if they were both breathless when they finally parted. Chapter 74. Unable to escape the plot's arrangement, their kiss was so intense that it felt as though they might suffocate before separating. Tai Si glared at him with mock indignation, turning her head with a haughty demeanor and striding ahead. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast, darling. Tai Si turned back and made a face at him. Thus, they playfully returned to the Capsule Corporation. Upon arriving at the entrance, they spotted her sister and parents, all beaming with smiles. This caused Tai Si's face to flush. I knew it. Sister, where have you been at this hour? Turns out you were on a date. Tai Si stomped her foot and approached Bulma, linking arms and insistently pulling her away while saying, It's time for bed. Look at the hour. After the sisters departed, Laya smiled at Dr. Brief and his wife. Uncle and aunt, you both should rest early. I shall visit again soon. The Briefs nodded with warm smiles and turned to leave. As night enveloped the sky, Laya soared into the air, stabilizing his position while gazing towards the northwest. While enjoying barbecue earlier, he had sensed an ominous energy beginning to spread. Initially, he dismissed it, but now it had intensified significantly. This world, Earth, is indeed fraught with calamity. The strength of individuals like Piccolo and Krillin is insufficient to counteract this malevolent force. It seems I must take action. Through his perception, he sensed Piccolo and Krillin engaged in battle with the source of this evil energy. In an instant, he vanished into the night. In a dense forest to the northwest, trees collapsed and flames erupted. What on earth is this creature? Piccolo inquired, gazing at the dark figure exuding malevolent energy. As he gritted his teeth and regrew his severed arm, Chi Yuan slash. Krillin darted behind the creature, unleashing several circular discs that pierced its form. Monster! He hastily flew to Piccolo's side, pulling out a senza bean from his pocket and tossing it to him. I can't believe you carry senza beans with you. Krillin scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. I picked up a couple while passing by Korin Tower. Then he shifted the conversation. This isn't working. We can't even locate its physical form. Piccolo, do you have any ideas? Piccolo shook his head. Even the resourceful Piccolo couldn't think of a solution. After so many exchanges, he knew his opponent's body was entirely formed of a smoke-like substance, making him impossible to grasp. Whoosh! The resentment warrior appeared before them in an instant. Not good. Pico stretched out his arm and shoved his opponent away, but it was too late. A deafening boom followed, and an energy wave swept out, blasting the two thousands of meters away, destroying a large area of trees. You people have powerful energy. I need it. His hoarse, piercing voice rang out. Dense black mist billowed from his body, sweeping towards the two. Huh. Kamehameha. Whoosh. The energy wave burst forth. Splash. Upon contact, the mist engulfed the energy wave. Split up. Pico shouted, and the two exploded with energy, flying in different directions. The instant the two separated, a figure flashed and dispersed the black mist. You two, you're too careless. Even without Goku and Vegeta, you need to strengthen yourselves. The two turned around and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Reina. Krillin, in particular, was overjoyed. He believed that with Reina present, the monster before him wasn't a monster anymore, but a cat. So that's how it is, formed from resentment. The resentment is so dense. Who on earth created you? Reina flicked his wrist, and a beam of energy shot out, piercing the opponent's forehead. The powerful recoil sent him flying. Wow, so powerful. Even a single move has such might. Goku and Vegeta might not be a match for him. Krillin swallowed hard, utterly shocked by Reina's strength. Piccolo silently watched Reina. He sensed a sacred nobility emanating from Reina, a feeling akin to facing a supreme Kai. After all, he was half Kami. Your energy is purer than theirs. I need it. I desperately need it. Whoosh black mist emanated from his body, spreading into tornadoes that converged and surrounded him. Boom Reina effortlessly withstood the attacks. A gust of wind swept through, billowing smoke rising. Then, the resentful warrior turned his gaze to Piccolo and Krillin. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. He whirled around, and a massive fist slammed into his face. Bang! A chilling explosion of energy erupted from the powerful punch and rapidly spread, the earth shattering into a deep abyss under the force. His resentment lessened considerably. Reno wanted to use the power of the Omni King to eradicate it completely. But then he remembered that resentment is something everyone possesses, arising from unfulfilled desires, and it can never be completely eliminated, so he refrained from using it. So lively. Let me join in, okay? A voice, neither male nor female, rang out, followed by a tall, slender figure with red and blue attire, Kaminoran, emerging from a burst of light. Just then, taking advantage of the moment when attention was drawn, the resentment warrior swiftly rushed into the newly appeared Kaminoran's body. With a whoosh, a dazzling black light flashed. In just a few breaths, the black light dissipated, and Kaminoran, radiating an aura of resentment, reappeared. Although he didn't know what kind of power this was, it was truly amazing. Enjoying the energy he had just gained, he then looked at Reina with a grin. You're the Reina that has mentioned, right? He said you killed Kurd. I'll see if you're as powerful as he claims. Whoosh. As if time had shifted, he was imprinted in Reina's pupils in a fraction of a second. Bang. Reina kicked him away, sending him flying as fast as he came. He crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Kamen quickly flew out, energy surging from his hands. Reina glared, an invisible vortex of energy dispersing the oncoming energy wave. In that fraction of a second, he took a step forward and was in front of him, slapping him across the face. Caught off guard, he took the slap, his face contorted, several teeth knocked out. Looks like it was true, with this kind of power. Kurd really is dead at your hands. But this is too good for me. Whoosh. He transformed into specks of starlight and swiftly entered his body. Reina found this somewhat amusing. Of all the times, he had to burrow into my body. A solemn gaze and divine power erupted from within, instantly blasting him away. The moment he appeared, the divine power grabbed his neck and shoved him aside. Sonic booms echoed along the way, destroying countless objects, as he was propelled tens of thousands of meters before finally stopping. Kaminoran was covered in wounds, but he showed no fear. Instead, he laughed with unusual excitement. Indeed powerful. But I am the strongest. I am Kaminoran. In the blink of an eye, he produced something and stuffed it into his mouth. A burst of energy instantly repelled Reina. Reina, regaining his footing, frowned. Though only for a moment, he recognized the object he had consumed as the seed of the universe. As expected, I can't escape the plot's arrangement. A burst of seven-colored light illuminated a vast expanse of the sky. Whoosh, 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 the Earth's space emitted a wailing sound, like the sound of boiling water. Chapter 75: The True Identity of Has. The seven-colored light grew increasingly dazzling, and the air, illuminated by the energy, began to scorch. You two, get out of here right now. Bick and Krillin exchanged a glance, knowing they were no match for him. They told him to take care and flew away. Looking at the seven-colored light, Reina's lips curled into a smile. Buzzing the atmosphere trembled. When the dazzling seven-colored light faded, the gigantic, monstrous Kaminoran appeared. Roar! He roared with extreme excitement. His massive arm slammed towards Reina, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent him flying like a meteor. He crashed into the ground with a deafening boom, causing a tremendous explosion. When Kaminoran looked up, he felt a sudden, heavy blow to his stomach. His massive body staggered back several steps, creating several craters. Buzz! Instantly, a chilling, blade-like aura surged from Reina, followed by a burst of blue-purple flames. His body crackling with lightning, a dazzling display. No matter what you become, you're no match for me. I am the god Kaminoran. Kaminoran roared, his two giant hands reaching for Reina simultaneously. Reina swiftly dodged the two giant hands, launching a rapid attack. Bang! 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 A series of attacks forced him to retreat repeatedly. Whoosh! Suddenly, he whipped his tail. A burst of air created a vacuum, and Reina blocked the tail attack with one hand. With a loud shout, the resentment emanating from his body transformed into a curtain, enveloping Reina. In that instant, energy blasts erupted from his mouth like a machine gun. A deafening roar. The surging energy waves from the explosions swept across an area of tens of thousands of miles. Whoosh! The howling winds dispersed the thick smoke and dust, revealing a massive, bottomless crater. Then, he leaped like a toad, landing at the edge of the crater. His mouth opened, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Hey, where are you attacking? A voice came from behind him. His mouth immediately stopped attacking, and his tail swept out horizontally. Snap! Reina grasped the creature by its tail and, with a thunderous roar, flung its several-ton weight away, sending it crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Such a display of power was hardly impressive. How dare it claim divinity with such meager abilities? Reina crossed his arms, mocking the creature. Kaminoran managed to regain his footing and glared at Reina with fury. You are merely a human. I shall see you dead. He bellowed, radiating a vibrant, multicolored energy that surged skyward. Instantly, his form diminished to half its size. And with a swift motion, he appeared before Reina, delivering a kick infused with colossal strength that sliced through the air with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Come at me. Reina countered, retaliating with a kick of his own. The impact resounded with a deafening boom, sending shockwaves in a spiraling tempest around them, raising clouds of thick smoke. The ground trembled, and molten lava began to surge forth. The earth quaked under their fierce confrontation, manifesting strange phenomena everywhere. With a crack, it became evident that Kaminoran was but a flawed imitation, his energy nowhere near Reina's, and his leg was shattered by the force of the blow. He let out a wail, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting into the molten depths. Suddenly, a chilling shriek echoed as vibrant light flickered around Kaminoran. He began to ascend slowly, the essence of the cosmos separating from him, enveloped in a dazzling glow. His body twitched violently before gradually shrinking until he vanished from sight. A peculiar sound emerged, and the multicolored energy dissipated. A glimmer flashed in Reina's eyes as he swiftly reached out for the cosmic essence. But just as his hand was about to make contact, an overwhelming force repelled him, sending him flying backward. The cosmic essence trembled rapidly, and once more, the vibrant light erupted, enveloping the entire Earth. Under this radiant shroud, the flora and fauna gradually lost their vitality, a palpable aura of death permeating the air, accompanied by continuous explosive sounds. Reina furrowed his brow. Is this the essence of the cosmos? Such peculiar energy, no wonder even deities cannot intervene. Only the super-divine dragon could. He now understood why the system had issued this task. This enigmatic energy could very well lead to his demise. A triumphant laughter echoed. At last, my cosmic essence is complete. No one can stop me now. Has and his subordinates appeared, beckoning the cosmic essence to him, which rushed into his grasp like a child to its mother. He turned to Reina, observing the bewildered expression on his face. Indeed, you are quite astute. It seems you have deduced a fraction of the truth. Reina scoffed. No wonder you can control the cosmic essence. Your concealment is remarkable. After all, who would suspect that the energy of the cosmic essence mirrors your own? You are partially correct, Has replied, a teasing glint in his eyes. Reina raised an eyebrow, his mind racing, a sudden possibility flashing through him, but he quickly dismissed it. If true, it would be truly fantastical. Are you perhaps the manifestation of the cosmic essence as well? He ventured uncertainly. Has laughed heartily indeed. You guessed my true identity in mere seconds. I find you quite intriguing, and I wish to learn more about your origins. With a flourish of his fingers, a terrifying gravitational pull emanated from his hand. Reina clenched his fists, a surge of power coursing through him, his blue-purple aura igniting like flames fed by fresh fuel. Even the surrounding space began to ignite. The terrifying pull vanished in an instant. Suddenly, the flames coalesced into a massive serpent, evaporating the air as it surged toward Has. In that fleeting moment, Reina raised his hand and declared, "Judgment magic, light of judgment." A brilliant beam, radiant as daylight, descended from the heavens. The explosion echoed as the white light clashed with the blue-purple flame serpent, creating a spectacular visual spectacle. A hurricane laden with the scent of destruction swept across half the planet. Amidst the tumultuous energy, lightning flickered, and columns of lava erupted like mushrooms after a rain. As mountains crumbled and seas reversed, an array of chaotic phenomena unfolded. Damn it, the earth cannot withstand this. Reina cursed under his breath, but just then, a colossal, multicolored cube plummeted from the sky. The ground shook with an explosive roar, accompanied by a fierce, knife-like wind that stirred thick clouds of smoke. This strike carved out a chasm that seemed to reach the depths of hell. "How are you still alive?" A voice called from behind. As Reina turned, a fist came flying toward him, only to be halted by a multicolored energy wall, sending Haz's subordinates tumbling in chaos. "Impressive. You managed to evade my previous lethal strike." Reina scoffed, unimpressed. "Is this your best? Your strength is rather underwhelming." "Humph. You are no better." The two exchanged blows, their fists colliding repeatedly. "Futile. You cannot shatter it." But before he could finish, a crack echoed as the energy wall splintered with numerous fissures. A surge of energy erupted, and both combatants were launched nearly a kilometer back before they regained their footing. With a stretch, Has adjusted his brown glasses. Golden aura manifesting as he shot forth like a spear, trailing flames toward Reina. The latter charged forward as well, and they engaged in a fierce battle. The sounds of explosions reverberating above the soon-to-be destroyed earth. Each landed a punch on the other's face before parting ways. "Has, you possess the cosmic essence. Yet this is all the strength you can muster? You do not even reach half my level. Enough with the banter. I noticed during our exchange that your unique energy is waning. Even diminished, it is enough to overpower you." Their exchange served as a brief interlude. Suddenly, two sinister claws struck Reina with blinding speed. "Let us continue our previous battle," Kamba shouted. In response, a blue-purple energy orb emerged. Roar! A dark red aura surged as he formed a massive energy ball, pushing it forward with great speed. Suddenly, the blue-purple orb accelerated, colliding with it in a flash of intense electricity, piercing through the dark energy sphere and engulfing Kamba in shock. However, instead of an explosion, the blue-purple orb was ensnared within a square energy shield. Has clenched his hand, compressing the shield and nullifying the attack. "You seem quite concerned for your subordinates." Reina chuckled. "Of course, they are crucial to my plans. I cannot afford to lose them. Now, I shall not waste any more time with you. Farewell." Reina swiftly moved to their side. With a snap of his fingers, they vanished. Too slow. Reina shook his head. Suddenly, thunder crashed from the sky, and Reina frowned, surveying his surroundings. "Is it too late? My dear, I shall use the Dragon Balls to revive you." He touched the ring on his hand and disappeared. He had just vanished when the planet erupted in a cascade of resplendent light. In an instant, the Earth transformed into a mere horizon, disappearing from the cosmos. In the realm of the time god, Laya immediately sought out the old Kaioshin and inquired, "Do you know the current whereabouts of Namek? I need to borrow the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Earth." The old Kaioshin nodded, closed his eyes to probe the energies, and after a brief pause, revealed the location of Namek. Laya nodded and vanished once more, for this matter was of utmost urgency. Simultaneously, on Beijiwang's star, Vegeta roared in frustration, his fist crashing down violently, causing half of the planet to collapse. The North Kaioshin silently mourned for his world. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's expression turned grim. But suddenly an idea struck him. I can go to Namek and borrow their Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's sorrow dissipated, and he slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at Kakarot, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, placing 2 fingers on his forehead to sense the energy of the Namekians. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he vanished. In a dimension unlike this temporal realm, a gray and shadowy place lay before him. A man, bare-chested and draped in a cloak obscuring half his face, abruptly opened his eyes. Has the seed of the universe been completed so swiftly? Even faster than I anticipated. It seems you possess some skill, Has. He stood slowly, dust cascading from his body. The ancient entity of that dimension has been revived. I must approach other nearby parallel dimensions. Yet, those deities remain surprisingly patient. No one has acted thus far. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this long-planned conflict? I am most eager to find out. As he spoke, he disintegrated into particles. In the darkened depths of the demon realm, various voices arose once more. Can you feel it? You all. Of course, with such immense energy, how could anyone remain unaware? Who could it be that has successfully nurtured the seed of the universe? Since the seed has emerged, I propose we cease our hiding. Indeed, I have grown weary of this existence. Yes, it is time for us to act. Then let us seize the opportunity amidst the chaos brought by the seed of the universe to invade the time god realm and assert the might of our demon realm. Once these voices reached an agreement, silence enveloped them. Within the time courtyard, Tova, who was meditating to cultivate her control over demonic energy, opened her beautiful eyes. Lord Mikakapura, is what you say truly the case? She murmured. Indeed, if we seize the seed of the universe, I can fully resurrect, and I shall no longer need to absorb the energies of the ravaged timelines. But, my lord, if you are aware, then what about those ancient ones? Tova expressed her concerns. They will likely focus their attention on the time god realm. After all, they are quite nostalgic and would refrain from intervening. However, should they encounter members of their faction, let us ensure they receive a taste of inadequacy. Understood, Tova. The aged voice faded from her mind, and she summoned Mira and Fawn, and the 3 departed the time courtyard. At the same time, within the palace of the main timeline, the Grand Minister's calm gaze flickered with an unusual hue. Is that the seed of the universe, nourished by the cosmos? I never expected it to manifest in other parallel timelines. It appears some individuals are genuinely seeking to recreate order. As this thought crossed his mind, he momentarily shook his head. I truly cannot fathom where you have all gone. In a moment of clarity, a smile briefly graced his lips, only to vanish swiftly. I hope that little one can resolve this crisis, and I also hope that you do not disrupt all timelines. With this thought, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. Once more shaking his head, he whisked away his sleeves and returned to the palace. On a verdant planet within the universe, the Namekians toiled diligently in well-tended fields when a sudden flash of a figure startled them, causing them to collapse in shock. Laya surveyed his surroundings and discovered a dozen Namekians. Weren't Namekians supposed to have generally low battle power? Upon a brief assessment, he found that their powers ranged from thousands to tens of thousands. It seemed that, with the passage of time, these Namekians had indeed grown stronger. While Laya was lost in thought, an elderly Namekian, his skin creased with age, approached and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "I am from Earth." The elder furrowed his brow, a contemplative look crossing his face before he exclaimed, that is the very planet where 1010 resides." Laya nodded. "So, what brings you here?" He then explained his purpose. "I see. No wonder a tremendous energy surged previously. Very well, I shall take you to see the elder." The elder stated before turning to lead the way, with Laya closely following. As they walked a short distance, another figure materialized. "Sun Wukong, what brings you here?" Indeed, the newcomer was Sun Wukong. "Oh, Laya, you're here too. Are you here for the Dragon Balls?" "Haha, it seems we share the same intention. Let us go." With that, he placed a hand on Laya's shoulder and followed the elder toward the residence of the Grand Elder. In the Time God Realm's repository, the Time Kaioshin suddenly opened his eyes. The repository trembled violently, causing scrolls on the shelves to tumble. What is happening? He had merely sensed a slight disturbance. Yet it escalated into such chaos. What has transpired? The old Kaioshin rushed in, alarmed. The Time Kaioshin shook his head, equally puzzled. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds erupted, intensifying the tremors. The two quickly exited, witnessing a radiant glow emanating from the protective energy shield surrounding the time realm. Simultaneously, a woman's voice echoed. It has been quite some time since we last met, Time Kaishin. I did not expect your barrier to be significantly sturdier than before. What? Are you so fearful of us? They turned toward the source of the voice, revealing an elderly woman gradually materializing. They exchanged glances. AI Luo, you were still alive. I thought you had perished long ago. The woman named AI Luo coldly scoffed. Why waste words with her? Let us not forget how we arrived here a millennium ago. This time, we come in full force to seize the time realm. A bald man with a long scar beneath his neck appeared. Without further comment, the woman slowly raised her hand, unleashing a bolt of red lightning that surged forth. Crack! The lightning struck the barrier, causing it to tremble and develop fine cracks. Ziz! Ziz! The Time Kaishin raised both hands, channeling the power of time to instantaneously restore the shield. The woman summoned a gnarled wand that appeared in her grasp, the crystal atop it buzzing ominously. From the crystal emerged a dark cloud, which coalesced into a peculiar magical array. A dazzling array of colors erupted, as energy rapidly descended from the magical formation. Boom, boom. A series of terrifying explosive energies reverberated throughout the space. Bang, bang. The barrier shook violently, fissures multiplying rapidly and becoming irreparable. The interference with my temporal powers. What kind of sorcery is this? You need not know. Yet, as her words fell, a barrage of energy orbs came hurtling towards her. With a mere wave of his hand, the middle-aged man caused all the energy blasts to vanish into thin air. My lord, the Supreme Kai of Time, are you unscathed? Trunks suddenly appeared. The Supreme Kai of Time retracted his hand and shook his head, indicating he was fine. TCH. Another fool rushing to their doom. The middle-aged man scoffed, swiftly thrusting both fists forward. A whirlwind of force erupted, crashing against the protective barrier, which shattered upon impact. In an instant, he lunged forward, with Trunks, now transformed into his divine state, following suit, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. My lord, the Elder Kai, you should find a place to take cover to avoid any accidental harm. The Elder Kai, fully aware of his vulnerabilities, nodded and vanished. With a firm command, the Supreme Kai of Time released a burst of light, and a halo appeared behind him, transforming him into his elegant form. In a flash, the two warriors were entangled in combat. On planet Namek, the elderly Namekian led the two newcomers to the residence of the Grand Elder. Afterward, the aged Namekian withdrew. Inside the dwelling, the Grand Elder was a stout figure, his face lined with wrinkles. Rina sensed an aura of profound compassion and warmth emanating from him. I have heard from Carlo of your purpose here. I possess 2 Dragon Balls. The rest you must seek on your own. The Grand Elder rose and opened a cabinet, retrieving 2 basketball-sized Dragon Balls to hand to Rina. Thank you, Grand Elder. Rina expressed gratefully. No need for thanks, esteemed sir. You are far more noble than I. The Grand Elder insisted. Surprised, Rina merely smiled before departing with Sun Wukong. Approximately an hour and a half later, through their combined efforts, they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Near the Grand Elder's abode, they summoned the Eternal Dragon, Purunga. Brave souls who have gathered the Dragon Balls, declare your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant it. Without hesitation, Rina proclaimed, revive the earth. The Grand Elder's lips moved slightly as he conveyed Rina's wish. A flash of crimson light flickered in Purunga's eyes, and he gestured an OK sign. In the cosmos, the location where Earth had vanished reappeared, and its inhabitants felt as though awakening from a surreal dream. You still have 2 wishes. After a moment's contemplation, Rina glanced at Sun Wukong and suddenly had an epiphany. Enhance the potential of myself, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. The Grand Elder nodded and voiced Rina's wish. Purunga nodded, his eyes flashing red. Yet mere moments later, the dragon spoke. I apologize, esteemed sir. Due to your excessive energy, I cannot augment your potential, but I can enhance the latent abilities of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Rina acknowledged this with a nod, signaling that it was acceptable. The dragon then proceeded with its task. As crimson light pulsed from its eyes, energy surged from Sun Wukong, who was taken aback by the sensation. Wow, this feels incredible. I can feel every cell in my body awakening. Is this energy truly mine? Remarkable. Sun Wukong marveled at the energy within him. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Vegeta experienced a similar surge, albeit bewildered by the sudden increase in his power. Your wish has been fulfilled. Now state your final desire. Rina inhaled deeply and declared his third wish. May those I love and who love me be blessed with health, free from illness and misfortune. After the Grand Elder articulated Rina's final wish, Purunga's eyes flashed red once more, but this time the duration was longer. Approximately 10 seconds later, the dragon completed the wish. The wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered. The resurrection of Earth was accomplished, and to express his gratitude, Rina produced a Sinza bean and offered it to the Grand Elder. The Elder gazed at the small green bean with astonished eyes. This bean, nurture it well. It may prove valuable in the future. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Grand Elder. With that, Sun Wukong executed an instant transmission, and they vanished. Chapter 78. Total annihilation in an instant. They appeared on North Kai's planet. Sun Wukong, how did you return so swiftly? Sensing Sun Wukong's energy, North Kai turned to see him accompanied by another. Upon recognizing Rina, he was taken aback and quickly bowed. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed sir. Rina chuckled lightly. No need for such formalities. I am not your superior. North Kai nodded apprehensively, sensing the immense power radiating from Rina. Just as Rina was about to speak, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Would you like to check in? Rina pondered for a moment. Check-in successful. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Liquid Robot T-1000, Super Recovery Stone, Dormammu All-Skill Card, 30th Century Spacecraft, and Supercomputer Magic Sphere. He sighed internally. None of these items aligned with his aspirations. Yet having something was preferable to nothing. All were stored in his bag as he inquired of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Would you be interested in visiting the Kaishin realm? The training efficiency there surpasses this place by dozens of times. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. North Kai, puzzled, had never heard of the Kaishin realm but refrained from asking further, acknowledging his own limitations. With both warriors placing their hands on his shoulders, they bid farewell to North Kai and vanished. Meanwhile, the battle in the Kaishin realm raged fiercely. Clang, clash. Trunks continuously struck from various angles. Yet the middle-aged man effortlessly blocked each blow. With a sweeping motion, he summoned a storm of sand that engulfed the battlefield. Buzz. Trunks swiftly retracted his sword, conjuring several small energy orbs that he hurled forward. Boom. Smoke billowed, and the resounding blasts reverberated throughout the Time Realm. Is this all the Time Realm has to offer? Relying solely on a mere child to uphold its prestige? The middle-aged man scoffed. But before he could utter more taunts, whoosh, bang, a foot connected with his face, sending him flying and creating a massive crater upon impact. Mr. Vegeta. Vegeta nodded at Trunks and erupted with energy. The middle-aged man unleashed an overwhelming force of dark energy, generating shockwaves that shattered the surrounding ground. In a flash, he charged at his adversary. Elsewhere, the Supreme Kai of Time wielded his energy sword, striking towards the old crone like a drill. Zzz. Intense energy crackled around them, resembling a tempest of lightning. With a thunderous crash, a malevolent aura erupted from the crone's staff, obliterating the Supreme Kai of Time's sword and sending him reeling. How does it feel? Not so pleasant, is it? If not for others' assistance, do you think you could have sealed us so easily? The Supreme Kai of Time gasped for breath. Indeed, I do not deny that. However, I have grown considerably during this time. Prepare to witness my power. The divine halo that had previously vanished reappeared behind him. However, the old crone did not grant her the opportunity to unleash her powers. With a wave of her wand, 2 bolts of pitch-black thunder descended from the heavens. At that moment, 2 energy blasts surged forth, shattering the thunder and sending forth dense clouds of smoke. Who dares? As the thick smoke dissipated, the figures of Reyna and her companions emerged. A dangerous foe. The old crone's gaze sharpened, and ominous magical energy radiated from her wand, coalescing into an immense energy sphere in an instant. Die! A low growl accompanied the rapid launch of the energy sphere. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into their Super Saiyan 4 forms. Kamehameha. 2 golden waves of energy intertwined, forming a colossal beam that collided with the black energy sphere. Boom. A tumultuous wave of energy erupted, sending ripples through the air. Time Kaishin, you go heal. We will handle this. After a moment's hesitation, Time Kaishin nodded and vanished in an instant. Damn it, you all will perish. The old crone's eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity as she consumed the magical crystal from her wand. In an instant, a torrent of dark energy erupted like a volcano, forcing Sun Wukong and Vegeta back several hundred meters, while Reina stood unscathed. Their primary objective was to eliminate Time Kaishin to seize control of the realm of time. Now that she had escaped, even if they captured the realm, the survival of Time Kaishin would make control difficult. Not good. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and charged forward, but they were a moment too late, as a massive wave of dark energy sent them flying. Then, a woman with an exquisite appearance and a slender figure emerged from the dark energy. You are fortunate indeed. Few can compel me to reveal this form. You are among them, and those who have witnessed my true form have all perished. Today, you shall not be the exception. Buzz. The surging dark energy erupted, creating ripples that shook the very fabric of the realm of time. It appears I have encountered formidable opponents. They have forced AI Luo to unleash her full strength. The middle-aged man thought to himself, losing focus in battle is never wise. Suddenly, a heel struck his head with tremendous force. Whoosh! He plummeted to the ground like a missile, producing a sound that reverberated through the air. Boom! A gust of energy propelled the middle-aged man out, leaving him disheveled. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The repetition of this phrase underscored his fury. I shall not be called Culinary if I do not torment you to death. Buzzing. The veins on his forehead throbbed as dark energy surged from him, rivaling that of the old crone. The dark glow erupted, only to vanish moments later. As his skin turned black, a horn sprouted from his forehead, and his eyes glowed crimson, radiating an aura of dread. Observing the battle, Reina raised an eyebrow. Interesting. This is the true demon god. This energy is on par with that of a destroyer god, indeed not to be underestimated. With this thought, he smiled faintly. Buzz. A divine and vast aura suddenly surged from him, instantly dispelling the dark energy. In that moment, everyone turned to look, and the sheer terror of the energy was palpable. Unlike Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the expressions of the two founders of the demon realm shifted dramatically. How could such an outrageous event occur? How could a mere human possess such energy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Culinary shouted in disbelief, condensing all his energy into an enormous battle blade, which he swung down fiercely at Reina. He was compelled to act, sensing the threat of death. Reina did not even glance at it, merely flicking his finger. The colossal blade vanished into nothingness, and in the next instant, Culinary found himself before Reina, desperately unleashing his magical energy, yet unable to halt his momentum. Oh, weren't you quite formidable just now? What happened? Now you falter. How utterly dull. As he spoke, Reina placed a hand on Cunar's head, activating the devouring ability of the spores of destruction. Amidst his agonized wails, Cunar was reduced to nothingness, having his energy forcibly extracted. How could one not scream in pain? The agony was far worse than having one's bones scraped. Flee. We must escape. The singular thought consumed AI Luo's mind. She murmured something beneath her breath before retreating into the distance. A mere trivial technique. Reina scoffed, extending his hand forward, releasing a surge of energy. With a crack, a void shattered, and one figure fell out, while another fleeing figure vanished. How is this possible? She gazed in terror at Reina, who appeared as a divine being. I merely stated it was a trivial technique. A vortex formed above AI Luo's head, and like Cunar, she was siphoned of all her energy. Once her energy was absorbed, he returned to his original state, exhaling a deep breath. He felt as if he had just enjoyed a hearty meal. With this energy, I could potentially create another spore clone. Indeed, he intended to create another clone. As for the remaining denizens of the demon realm, they all perished under the oppressive aura emanating from Reina. Thus, the forces of the demon realm were utterly annihilated. Chapter 79. The Great Uprising in the Demon Realm. Resurrection of the Demon Realm King. Thank you, Reina. I never anticipated your true strength to be so formidable. Vegeta flew over, clasping his fists in gratitude, followed closely by Trunks. Huh, Trunks, how did you end up here? And what is this form of yours? I cannot sense your energy. Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Kakarot. He is not from our timeline. He hails from another dimension. Vegeta remarked with a stern expression. Trunks nodded. Uncle Wukong. Father, I indeed come from another timeline. And my form is known as the Divine Realm, specifically Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, and even Vegeta's gaze flickered with interest. Trunks, noticing their reaction, scratched his head and proceeded to explain what Super Saiyan God entailed. The two understood but still preferred their transformed states over mere realms. Vegeta joined the conversation. Shortly thereafter, Time Kaioshin and Old Kaioshin returned. Once again, we owe it to you. Old Kaioshin approached and patted Reina on the shoulder. Why are you being so polite? Reina chuckled. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his smile grew even brighter, leaving Old Kaioshin puzzled. What could be so amusing? Unbeknownst to him, Reina's radiant smile stemmed from the fact that his previously released Spore clone and Hildergang had just arrived in the demon realm. With a thunderous roar, dust and debris filled the air. What is happening? Is someone fighting? Many residents of the demon realm rushed out, only to witness a colossal creature spewing flames and wreaking havoc. What is that thing? A monster. It's a monster. Run. In an instant, cries of alarm echoed as everyone fled in a frenzy. These fleeing individuals were ordinary citizens, unaccustomed to such creatures. Roar. Hildergang roared, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy into the sky, creating a rain of flames that erupted in a series of explosions. Whoosh. Energy blasts suddenly struck Hildergang, forcing him back a few steps. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Be gone. A lizard-like creature shouted vehemently. Pate, there is no need for hesitation. I sense an immense reservoir of magical energy within this creature. Shall we absorb it together? Upon a brief moment of contemplation, Pate's eyes lit up, confirming the presence of formidable magical power as he had suggested. Very well, as you propose, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, those individuals shall arrive shortly. Another nodded in agreement. The two took their positions. With a clap of their palms, a surge of dark energy emanated from them, forming a swirling vortex. The two vortices quickly advanced toward Zirdagang. In response, Zirdagang unleashed a mighty roar, opening his mouth wide as dark energy congregated within, releasing a wave of energy akin to a falling meteor. Bang! It resonated like a thunderclap in spring, a shockwave sweeping through the air, causing the ground to collapse in layers. A blinding explosion ensued, forcing both parties to retreat. Such power is remarkable. I no longer wish to merely absorb its energy, but rather to claim it as my pet. The lizard man licked his lips, a sinister smile adorning his face. Another man scoffed in response. Even if you desired that, you would have no opportunity. Those individuals have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than 5 figures appeared. Their heights and builds varied significantly. I had thought you two would have resolved this by now. Are you waiting for us to handle it together? A voluptuous woman teased. The lizard man cast her a sidelong glance. We intend to subdue it, not annihilate it. Do you not perceive the vast energy contained within this being? Upon hearing Zalanzi's words, the others sensed the truth in them. At that moment, a masked man clad in a white coat, his eyes shrouded in gloom, spoke up. I recognize this creature. I never expected it to appear in this realm, which I believed had vanished. The others turned to him in curiosity. Could it be yet another of your experimental subjects? The man in white nodded. Just then, a wave of fiery energy descended from the heavens. The lizard man waved his hand, dissipating the energy into nothingness. Roar! Zirdagang bellowed, charging forward. Enough, enough. You are no match for these individuals. Retreat. A dispassionate voice interjected. The crowd turned in surprise, only to behold a young man with a beaming smile gazing at them. When did he arrive? A sense of danger surged within their hearts as they beheld the smiling youth. Who are you? The lizard man inquired, his expression stern and foreboding. Reina shrugged. I am but an insignificant pawn. Whoosh. A short, stout old man was the first to strike, launching an energy projectile. Reina casually waved, and the energy vanished into oblivion. To think the founder of the demon realm would resort to a sneak attack. How shameless. The others narrowed their eyes, recognizing their identities. Their backgrounds must be extraordinary. This is not a sneak attack. As they spoke, all parties engaged, surrounding Reina in an assault. You are far too eager, remember. Haste makes waste. Buzz. Reina unleashed the majestic aura of the sovereign realm, propelling all of them several thousand meters away, causing the demon realm to tremble in response. The tremors continued, mountains crumbled, and the ground began to collapse. This is bad. Everyone, unite to stop him. If this continues, the demon realm will be obliterated. In unison, they transformed into their demon god forms, pooling their energies together. They understood that individual prowess alone would not suffice to suppress him. Thus, this was their only recourse. Hum hum hum. Instantly, a colossal energy sphere, towering 1,000 meters high, formed. Together, they propelled the energy sphere forward, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Wherever this behemoth passed, all life perished, and the land was shattered. Quite impressive. Such immense energy could effortlessly annihilate multiple universes. However, it is of no use to me. With a single hand, he grasped at the void, energy surging forth, colliding with the gargantuan energy sphere in an attempt to shatter it at its core. Suddenly, dark red storm clouds gathered in the sky, forming a vortex, and a beam of light descended upon the massive energy sphere, yet no explosion occurred. Instead, the beam drew it into the vortex. Plop, plop, plop. A series of eerie sounds reminiscent of a heartbeat echoed. Zirdagang, feeling restless, began to roar, his body agitated. Reina gestured, and Zirdagang rapidly shrank back into his hands, nestling into his embrace. Reina gazed at the vortex with a slightly grave expression. He sensed that the energy within those clouds surpassed that of these demon gods by several folds, comparable to that of an angel. Could it be the demon realm's king god, Mycocapula? Crack! Boom! Bolts of black lightning continuously struck from the vortex. I never expected him to choose this moment to resurrect. Indeed, it seems we must devise a new plan. The group communicated telepathically. A chilling wind swept through, and then a figure slowly descended from the vortex. It has been ages since I have felt such immense energy. A voice as steady as a mountain reverberated throughout the demon realm. Chapter 80. Among the deities. There are those who have fallen. Mycocapula. He turned toward the voice. Could it be his former ally? He snorted. Once I am finished here, I shall settle accounts with you traitorous lot. You. The demon gods glared at him with fury. Nonetheless, they refrained from attacking. To think you could find your way here. It appears you have trained that pet well. You know? The demon realm's king god cast him a sidelong glance. Reina smiled faintly, drifting like a dragonfly alighting on water to stand before him. The two faced each other, their auras clashing and igniting sparks. They remained in a stalemate for several minutes. Buzz. In an instant, a cosmic wave surged forth, dispersing the dark red clouds overhead. Excellent. As expected of one who hails from another dimension, your strength exceeds my expectations. Quite impressive indeed. No sooner had he spoken than he struck, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Reina's face. Thud. Crack. The force from his strike shattered the space around them, a plume of white smoke billowing from Reina's arm as he was propelled backward. Upon regaining his balance, he vanished like a whirlwind, launching a relentless flurry of ferocious attacks upon the demon realm's king god. Bang bang bang. After unleashing his barrage, Reina found he had inflicted little substantial damage. He retreated a few steps to stretch his limbs. You are like a tortoise in its shell? Reina snapped his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding demonic energy dissipated as if purified by an air purifier. Whoosh, whoosh. The two became streaks of black and white light, colliding with one another. So shall we engage? Not yet. It is better to wait until both are at their limits before striking. Indeed, that ancient one has yet to reveal his trump card. The group once again conferred on how to eliminate the two. Bang, bang. Striking explosions echoed, shaking the entire demon realm into chaos. Ha! Excellent, truly excellent. You are the third individual I have encountered in my long years who can contend with me to this extent. The demon realm's king god laughed heartily. Reina absent-mindedly dug at his ear, his expression slightly impatient. If we are to fight, then let us do so without the superfluous chatter. Moreover, once you witness my true strength, it will no longer be amusing. Oh, is that so? Then do show me. With a flourish, demonic energy surged forth from him like a spring, black lightning flickering as he gathered energy into a colossal hand descending upon Reina. Reina remained unfazed, observing the approaching behemoth. Buzz. As his palm came to a halt merely a few millimeters away, Meichi Kapu tilted his head in mild bewilderment. With that slight motion, the enormous hand vanished from his sight, only to be replaced by an overwhelming aura that forcefully pushed him back several hundred meters. I have sensed this kind of energy many times. It is indeed formidable, but this is my domain, the Demon Realm King declared with an air of arrogance. A low hum resonated as a violet-black flame surged forth, drawing the magical energy of the entire demon realm into his being. He let out a fierce shout, unleashing a torrent of dark power, which also contained the essence of time itself. Sensing the aura emanating from his opponent, Lena felt a tinge of astonishment. The energy he now possessed had reached the level of a high priest. Truly, he was a man who had consumed the entirety of history, possessing remarkable prowess. Not to mention, he had even attained immortality. Yet, It was indeed ironic that such an individual still fell victim to a scripted fate in the animation. A testament to how even the greatest of heroes cannot escape the clutches of destiny. Nonetheless, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. As Lena pondered this, the system interjected. Ding. The system has detected that the opponent is a clone. You cannot be mistaken. Can you, system? Ding. Please do not question my authority. Additionally, I would like to remind you that the detection indicates the opponent's clone may exist in other parallel dimensions. As the mental exchange concluded, both Lena and the Demon Realm King took a simultaneous step forward. The space within the Demon Realm quaked violently, causing them to retreat repeatedly, feeling as though they were still being stifled, gasping for breath. How has this old fool's strength increased so rapidly? The man in white gritted his teeth, while the others wore solemn expressions. As fellow creators of the Demon Realm, they could not fathom the vast disparity in their powers. What do you think we should do? The group fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, the lizard man smirked slyly. I believe we should lend a helping hand. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances before swiftly reaching a consensus. Let us proceed as you suggest. The lizard man nodded and then cried out to the battlefield. We shall assist you. Meichi Kapu. The group flashed forward, intending to join the fray. There is no place for you here. I shall handle this. A roar erupted as Xierdang, who had been concealed within Lena's chest, swiftly emerged, growing in size and stomping down. With a thunderous boom, clouds of dust were sent soaring. Do you think such a feeble creature can stop us? They transformed into their demon forms and launched an assault on Xierdang. Explosions of light erupted around him, inflicting pain as he howled in distress. You wretched fiends, I shall have my vengeance. With a series of poof sounds, black fireballs erupted forth. A voluptuous woman waved her hand, conjuring an energy net that ensnared all the fireballs, which vanished in a flash of light. Meanwhile, you are rather presumptuous. Presumptuous? I appreciate your compliment. My arrogance stems from my prowess. A divine radiance akin to the holy daylight illuminated him, casting light into every corner of the demon realm, reducing the demonic beings to ashes. Even Meichi Kapu squinted slightly in the presence of this brilliance. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he felt himself being drawn toward Lena, as if by some unseen force. Not only that, but the surrounding sands and stones also gravitated toward him. A dark aura erupted from his being. Darkness embrace. At that moment, a potent wave of dark energy radiated outward, accompanied by an intense flash of electricity. However, despite activating his defensive skill, he could not halt his movement. What is happening? What have you done to me? Meichi Kapu was taken aback. Lena shrugged, indicating that he had done nothing. In truth, he had merely unleashed his full aura. Though he was but a clone, he retained all the powers of his original self. By unleashing his aura, he altered the elements within the air of the demon realm, creating an extraordinarily unique magnetic field. He could manipulate this magnetic field at will, and it was impervious to any countermeasures. Thus, Meichi Kapu found himself drawn closer to Lena. This is bad. The other demon gods, witnessing the battle escalate in such a manner, exchanged glances and promptly retreated, fully aware of their own limitations. Xierdang roared and flapped his wings, attempting to pursue. But Lena held him back, leaving him to watch helplessly as the other demon gods escaped. Lena regarded them with a sly smile, resembling a cunning villain hiding a dagger behind his back. Why did my attack fail? What on earth is going on? Meichi Kapu was seething with rage. Lena shook his head, casting a look of disdain upon him. Though you are merely a clone, I wonder if your intellect has dulled from idleness. His words were so soft that only the two could hear. You. Meichi Kapu's expression darkened. Let me see what you are concealing. Placing a hand upon his head, Meichi Kapu struggled, but to no avail. You shall meet a gruesome fate. My original self will not spare you. Lena's devouring power surged forth, drowning out Meichi Kapu's voice, shrinking his form until he vanished entirely. He exhaled deeply as a sudden rush of memories flooded his mind. Lena closed his eyes, absorbing these recollections. He remained suspended in the air for nearly half an hour before finally reopening his eyes, during which Xierdang stood vigil beside him. To his astonishment, the schemes of these individuals extended far beyond his expectations. From the memories, he learned that since ancient times, the demon race had been plotting to overthrow the dominion of all deities, aspiring to create a world of their own within the demon realm. Some deities had even been tainted by dark energy and transformed into demon gods, acting as insiders among the divine beings, though the exact number remained unclear within the memories. Furthermore, he glimpsed the technique of temporal fracture. If they wish to overthrow the gods, then I cannot allow you to achieve your desires. Laya sneered. Chapter 81. Somewhat baffling after digesting these memories and preparing to depart, a rift in the void opened, releasing two birds, one yellow and one purple. Shirshir Niao and Kiki Niao. How could these two appear simultaneously? Just as he pondered this, the two birds circled above his head, emanating a radiant glow that merged into one. The fused light resembled a vortex, continuously expanding until it reached a diameter of approximately 4 or 5 yards before halting. The two birds chirped for a moment before a buzzing sound resonated from the vortex, culminating in an odd, dark object falling into Laya's shoulder. Observing this peculiar item resting upon him, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as a singular phrase flashed through his mind. It cannot be. It cannot be. Shaking his head in disbelief, he deemed it improbable. The chirping continued as Shirshir Niao and Kiki Niao's beaks collided. A voice echoed within Laya's mind. Traveler from another world, please safeguard this seed of the universe. He widened his eyes, staring at the two birds. There is no need for astonishment. This is indeed the seed of the universe, a product of Kiki and myself. What astonished him was not merely the seed, but the fact that it was aware of his origins from another world. Shirshir Niao seemed to sense his thoughts and elucidated, just now. Kiki and I combined our efforts to probe your information, but we were thwarted by a formidable energy. Initially, we presumed that energy harbored malicious intent towards us, but unexpectedly, it divulged certain information regarding you. Laya nodded. Understanding the situation, it was undoubtedly the system at work. However, he soon found himself perplexed again. The cosmic seed was supposedly the result of two birds. Who would believe such a tale if they had not witnessed it firsthand? Regardless, he believed it now. As a traveler from another world, you possess immense power and a pure heart. May you wield your strength to avert the impending calamity. Laya's expression turned solemn as he nodded gravely, but then his demeanor shifted, his gaze flitting between the two birds. Who are you and Kiki? He inquired. He is my master, replied Kiki, surprising Laya, who thought they didn't appear to fit that description. The Shirshir bird remained silent. The beaks of the two birds clashed briefly, and Kiki took flight. Watching Kiki disappear into the distance, Laya turned to the still hovering Shirshir bird. Aren't you coming along? The Shirshir bird flapped its wings. He has his affairs, and I have mine. With a flick of its wings, it vanished. Laya waved goodbye, and Hilda quickly shrank and nestled into his embrace before he too disappeared. At the Capsule Corporation on Earth, after finishing his workout with Tai Si, Laya took a shower. As he stepped out of the bathroom, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Task completed. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Distribution successful. Congratulations, you have received 5 lottery chances. The authority to use the space law, 1 fusion book, and 10,000 mall points. His face was a canvas of confusion. What is going on? The task is completed? He exclaimed. Hey. System, you must be mistaken. How could I have completed the task? Previously, during his workout with Tai Si, he had lost contact with his clone and was unaware of what had transpired. Ding. The system does not misjudge tasks. The host has indeed completed the task. Laya scratched his head, poured himself a glass of water, and after drinking, he re-established contact with his clone. A sudden influx of vivid memories surged back to him. Sitting on the bed, he exhaled deeply. It turned out to be quite an eventful experience. It felt like missing several episodes of a drama. However, the reach of the demon realm's inhabitants was unexpectedly extensive. He needed to resolve the issues promptly and return to the primary timeline. Muttering to himself, another thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked, System, I remember there was a task to recruit a powerful individual as a servant, yet I did not do so. What gives? Ding. Please check on Broly. The system's reminder ignited a spark in his mind. He glanced at the sleeping Tai Si on the bed, planted a kiss on her forehead, and in a flash, he appeared on the back mountain. Surveying the surroundings and seeing no one, he waved his hand through the air, creating a rift, and soon came upon Broly, who now seemed to be on the verge of collapse. His mouth twitched. What is going on? System, what happened to him? Ding. Broly was injured by his own energy, resulting in this condition. A screen appeared, displaying the scene of Broly being harmed by his own power. After watching, Laya could not help but laugh. chuckling for a while before wiping away the tears of laughter. I see. But how can I claim him as my subordinate if I haven't subdued him? Ding. This is a choice made by the system. If the host is unsatisfied, the task and rewards can be retracted. Upon hearing the system's cold threat, he quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I'm satisfied, very satisfied. Wait. A thought struck him again, and he inquired, System, if I utilize the space law, can I traverse to other worlds? The system, seemingly aware of Reina's thoughts, coldly responded, Ding. The host can travel alone, but cannot take others with them. Reina fell silent, and the system remained quiet as well. After several seconds, the system broke the silence. Ding. Please do not remain silent or feel disheartened. Just because it is not possible now does not mean it will be impossible in the future. Reina smacked his forehead. How had he overlooked that? Was this what they meant by being too clever for one's own good? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, with the sign-in feature, he might acquire something valuable later. He took out a senzu bean and fed it to Broly, who instantly regained his vigor. Upon seeing Reina, he promptly bowed and exclaimed, Master. Reina patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Call me bro, not master. It feels strange being called master by a man. All right, master. Call me bro. All right, master. Despite Reina's repeated requests, the title remained unchanged, igniting a sudden impulse to reprimand him. He shook his head, waved his hand, and summoned a feast of food, placing it into the space, then turned to Broly. Stay in there and manage your emotions and energy well. Also, save some of this food. Broly's eyes gleamed as he nodded eagerly. Reina kicked him inside and waved his hand to close the rift. Shaking his head, he left, feeling that everything that had transpired today was exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 82. The birth of the ancient Scion deity returning to his room, Reina nestled under the covers. And Tai Si snuggled closer, adjusting her graceful form into his embrace. He planted a kiss on her forehead and closed his eyes to check his status panel. Host, Reina Race, Pure Blood Scion Skills, Great Desolate Prison Sky Finger, Buddha Palm, 8 Gates Duinjia, Reincarnation Eye, Kamehameha, No Side Effects King Fist, Space Law, Omni King, S Realm. Judgment Magic Judgment Light, Destruction Day Spore, Special Transformation, Blue Purple. Lottery Chances, 5 points, 20,000 items, Cybertron Intelligent Robot, Super Functional Drink, Ultra Luxurious Family Meal Formula, Spaceship Pilot Permit. Time Rewind Crystal, 30th Century Intelligent Leisure Wear, Ancient Super Scion Bloodline. Fusion Book, 30th Century Cosmic Battleship, Super Recovery Stone, Liquid Robot T-1000, Dormammu Skill Card, Supercomputer Magic Sphere. There were indeed numerous items. However, at this stage, few were particularly useful. After pondering for a moment, perhaps out of boredom, he reviewed all the items in the inventory. He isolated 3 items: the Super Recovery Stone, the Super Functional Drink, and the Ultra Luxurious Family Meal. He intended to give the functional drink to Bulma for her to research, as its description indicated that it was only slightly inferior to the senzu bean and had a 5 chance of curing certain ailments. The other 2 items he would hand over to Tai Si. He then extracted the Cybertron Intelligent Robot, intending for it to protect her in his absence. Once he had sorted everything, he felt satisfied. Ding! Suddenly, the system task panel popped up. Task issued. Eliminate the Devourer has. Task reward. All right. Let me rest first before tackling that. I am quite exhausted these past few days. Besides that, after resting, he planned to attempt something daring. He promptly closed the system and fell into a deep slumber. In the primary timeline of the Dark Demon Realm, within the chaotic darkness, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. The clone had vanished. Who could have destroyed my clone? Has someone detected my plans? It seems waiting is no longer an option. Now that the cosmic seed has emerged, I wonder if that purple little creature can be seized and nurtured into the cosmic tree. If successful, I can finally act. This time, I absolutely cannot fail, absolutely. The final sentence was uttered with utmost resolve. The eyes slowly closed, and the chaos returned to its original state. As the flowers bloom in pairs, each representing a branch, the evening twilight approaches, and Lena awakens. He opens his eyes and glances across the room, only to find the enchanting figure no longer present. With a chuckle, he slowly sits up, stretches lazily, dresses, and just as he finishes, Thais enters, carrying a meal. Darling, it's time to eat, she exclaims. All right, he replies. After freshening up, he sits down to the meal. The food is quite simple, lacking extravagant delicacies. yet it presents a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables. After finishing dinner, he wipes his mouth, and with a wave of his hand, 3 objects materialize on the table: a blueprint, a stone, and a minuscule robot. Thais gazes at Lena in confusion, and he explains the purpose of the 3 items. Embracing him, Thais giggles, hee hee. When the time comes, I'll cook according to this family package for you to taste. Lena nods and kisses her gently on the cheek, saying, My dear, I must get back to work soon. I know, you are out there saving the world while I support you from behind. She replies playfully, winking at him. After a tender moment, Lena departs. The scene shifts to a solitary island on Earth, where Lena appears. He surveys his surroundings and with a flourish of his hand, raises a massive cloud of dust, revealing a vast clearing beneath. He sits cross-legged and opens his system backpack to retrieve the fusion book. Fusion book, capable of merging 2 unrelated energies or objects completely. Taking a deep breath, Lena produces a vial containing the bloodline of the ancient Scions. He opens the vial and swallows a drop of blood, feeling a searing surge of power rapidly expand throughout his body. Sweat beads on his forehead as the pain intensifies, akin to 1,000 ants biting him. Enduring the agony, he retrieves the fusion book again, allowing a similar drop of blood to fall onto its pages, followed by infusing energy from the Xeno realm. Upon completing this, he closes the book. A low hum resonates as the fusion book levitates, emanating a series of peculiar characters that swirl around Lena. With a series of crackling sounds, he is enveloped in a cocoon-like shroud. At that moment, all creatures on the island tremble and cower. Even the plants seem to sense a disturbance, rustling with unease. In the realm of time, 2 deities engaged in conversation suddenly rise, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Did you feel that? A god is being born. The Time Realm King nods. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. I never expected another deity to emerge. Wait, this is not a typical god's birth. As he speaks, his gaze pierces through the cosmos, returning only after a considerable time. Did you see anything? No. The Time Realm King shakes his head, just like the old king. He perceives nothing, or rather, is obstructed by an unknown force. Intriguing, quite intriguing, yet thankfully it is not a bad omen. Indeed, fortunately, it is from our side. The 2 gods share a knowing smile and resume their previous discussion. Not only did these 2 deities sense the occurrence, but even the gods within the main timeline felt it, including Mechi Capula from the demon realm. In the Grand Palace of Xeno, the sudden appearance of the Grand Minister gazes into the distance, muttering, What an ancient aura! Your kind has always been so fascinating. He smiles faintly and vanishes. The cocoon begins to crack, and as time passes, the fissures widen until with a loud crack, it splits in 2, unleashing a ripple of energy that spreads widely. The flora and fauna touched by this energy ripple remain unaffected. Instead, they seem to revel in its embrace. And then, nothing more occurs, as if nothing had ever happened, save for the creatures still huddled on the ground. Lena appears, bare from the waist up, his visage and physique transformed, exhibiting a newfound maturity. He stretches his limbs, feeling the surging power within him. His gaze wanders to the horizon, revealing sights he had never encountered before, while his ears pick up sounds previously unheard. Everything is so wondrously mysterious. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed evolution and birthed the ancient Ultra Scion Divine Persona. Upon hearing the system's notification, he closes his eyes, envisioning a minuscule cubic object in his mind. Is this the Divine Persona? Why is it so small? Ding! As this is the host's first Divine Persona, it requires diligent cultivation to grow. Nodding to himself, he opens his eyes, which radiate a tangible light. Aside from feeling a surge in strength and the presence of a divine persona, he notices no other changes. Even his hair remains unchanged. Inspecting himself, he finds no significant alterations. Ding! As the host has birthed a divine persona, the Xeno realm transformation has transitioned into a new colorless transformation. The system prompts him, What do you mean by that? Ding! The host may now transform into the ancient Ultra Scion divine form with Xeno realm capabilities. Note that this transformation will not alter hairstyle or color. Reassured by the system's explanation, he declares, Well, since I have achieved what I desired, it is time to undertake my tasks. With that, he subtly shifts his stance and disappears. Chapter 83, The Aroma of Truth. Meanwhile, in the dark demon realm, chaos reigns as the populace revolts. Who could have imagined that their deity, The creator of the demon realm, Mechi Capula, had perished. In the time and space courtyard, a lizard man speaks with trepidation. Who is this individual capable of defeating Mechi Capula? He fears the adversary may seek them out next. When did you become so timid? If they could vanquish him, they must have paid a hefty price. Another, resembling an elf, ponders aloud. The others turn their gazes towards him. Recognizing him as the group's strategist, though he seldom speaks, his words are always insightful. What seems peculiar? The white-clad demon inquires. After a moment of contemplation, the elf articulates his thoughts. There are two oddities. Firstly, why did he choose that precise moment to resurrect? Secondly, something feels amiss. Upon hearing his words, the others exchange glances, contemplating the unusual nature of his observations. What is your interpretation? The elf slowly utters, a doppelganger. Are you suggesting that this resurrection is merely a manifestation of a doppelganger? They are at a loss for words. This is merely my conjecture. Yet I feel it is highly plausible. Enough of this for now. With him eliminated, his followers have begun to riot. We must suppress them and conscript them to bolster the demon realm's strength. A voluptuous woman declares. After a brief discussion, the demon lords depart. Shortly after their exit, the time and space courtyard erupts in a violent explosion. In a palace nestled within a temporal rift. In the grand palace, Hayes radiated a golden aura, while behind him loomed the cosmic seed. This golden light transformed into strands that entered the bodies of his 6 subordinates before him. Time passed, and only when expressions of agony appeared on their faces did he cease the energy transfer. I have fully unlocked your potential. Now it is up to you to demonstrate your worth. Go forth and wreak havoc across countless timelines. I possess even more energy. Yes. The 6 responded in unison before vanishing into thin air. Among them, only Kamba and the girl from the Glass Clan were his seasoned subordinates. The others were gathered from various timelines. The newly recruited 4 included Super 21, Hachiak, Baby, and Metal Cooler, each a notorious villain of their era. Yet all had succumbed to the protagonist's radiance and were ultimately extracted from their respective timelines by Hayes. Turning to the cosmic seed behind him, he noted its size had diminished significantly and it exhibited signs of budding. After placing his hand upon it to absorb some energy, the budding signs vanished. This energy is insufficient. I require more to vanquish the Omni King. His eyes gleamed with ferocity. Oh, I thought you had already set out to attack. I did not expect you to still be gathering energy. You are rather cautious in your endeavors. Hayes smirked. I possess great confidence. Yet caution is the mother of safety. This holds true, he replied. I did not anticipate your arrival here. What? Are you here to thwart me again? I trust it will not be like last time when I escaped unscathed. Reyna remained silent, his expression impassive. At that moment, the cosmic seed seemed to sense something. Rapidly releasing energy. With a loud bang, Hayes was sent flying, skidding for an indeterminate distance before regaining his footing, spraying a copious amount of blood. Before he could utter a word, he was thrown out once more, this time without the cosmic seed's protection. Blood splattered repeatedly as he struggled to stabilize himself. After a fierce explosion of energy, he regained his composure and swiftly waved his hand, causing the cosmic seed to vanish, while changes began to manifest in his own body. A dazzling display of effects enveloped him, and he appeared as though gilded, radiating a brilliant golden light. Shortly thereafter, spikes sprouted from his back, with 12 dark green orbs floating alongside. The Dragon Ball version of the 6-path Sage mode had emerged. You have thoroughly enraged me. I shall tear you to shreds. Hayes was now consumed by fury. With a flick of his wrist, a colossal orb of multicolored energy descended from above, striking its target. A violent explosion rippled across the land, engulfing the area in thick smoke. So, do you now acknowledge my might? He exclaimed, his rage dominating his emotions. Indeed, quite impressive. Though the smoke is excessive, do take note next time, Reyna remarked with a hint of amusement. Very well. This shall only enhance my pleasure in tormenting you. As he spoke, a torrent of vibrant energy converged above his adversary, spiraling into a vortex. A massive meteor, radiating golden legendary light, plummeted within the vortex. A terrifying gravity cascading down like a waterfall at a billion-fold velocity. Reyna observed calmly, glancing at the frenzied Hayes cackling in the distance. With a mere flick of his wrist, the gravity waterfall dissipated into nothingness, while the descending meteor disintegrated into dust. This unexpected turn caught Hayes off guard. Yet, by the time he comprehended the situation, Reyna had already materialized before him. The 12 orbs instinctively surged forward to assault Reyna. "Ah, so this is your tactic? Quite delightful," he quipped, then declared, "I see through your efforts." With a surge of energy, he swiftly shattered the 12 orbs. At that moment, Hayes appeared to be struck by a violent shock, his body beginning to convulse. "I had intended to see what other tricks you possessed, but alas, it ends here. My apologies, consider this your release." With a swift motion, he struck downwards. In disbelief, Hayes was cleaved in two, golden energy scattering forth. He could never have imagined that moments ago he was empowering his subordinates, only to find himself in this predicament. "You truly are formidable. May you use this power to aid many," he managed to utter, revealing a sincere, radiant half-smile before vanishing completely. Reyna sighed as Hayes disappeared. "Alas, I did not wish for this outcome, as I held a measure of admiration for him. However, it was a necessary task assigned by the system." Ding. "Congratulations on task completion. Rewards are being dispensed." What a delightful surprise. Ding. "Congratulations on receiving the Space Law Upgrade Book, Necromancy, Apocalyptic Character Summoning Card. 10 million Marketplace Points, and the Time Emperor." Upon hearing the rewards, Reyna's expression darkened. "Is this it?" Ding. "Warning. Host must refrain from disparaging remarks. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties. Furthermore, the rewards from this system have yet to conclude." Upon hearing this, Reyna promptly silenced himself, covering his mouth tightly with both hands. Ding. "Congratulations on receiving the hidden rewards, Dimension Gate, Heaven-Splitting Axe, and Pegasus Meteor Fist." Reyna's eyes widened. These rewards were exceedingly enticing, particularly the Dimension Gate, which had long been his heart's desire. Chapter 84. I have returned. System. Hear me. Thank you. I adore you. If the system could manifest, Reyna would have embraced it with affection. Yet, the system paid him no mind. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his demeanor and surveyed the surroundings. Finding nothing amiss before sitting cross-legged to access the system and retrieving the Space Law Upgrade Book. Upon opening it, a radiant light shone forth. Ding. "Congratulations on the successful upgrade of Space Law." Ding. "The upgraded Space Law allows for time travel." Oh yeah. Reyna was elated, but before he could revel in his joy, the system doused him with cold water. Ding. "Host should not celebrate prematurely. The ability to traverse time is only applicable within the Dragon Ball universe. To achieve functionality akin to the Dimension Gate, further upgrades are necessary." Ugh, Reyna was rendered speechless. Was the difficulty level truly this high? This was a law, after all. The system seemed aware of his thoughts and added, "Ding. It is imperative to inform the host that due to the Dragon Ball Heroes universe being a fusion of multiple dimensional timelines, the stability of space is exceptionally strong, thereby severely weakening the Space Law. Unless the host's power surpasses all timelines, it cannot be freely utilized. Why did you not mention this sooner, system?" Ding. "Over-explanation may hinder the host's growth." Reyna took a deep breath to quell his frustration. Fine. A wise man does not argue with the system. He angrily closed the system interface, muttering to himself, "If the plot unfolds as anticipated, perhaps we shall meet again. As for my subordinates, I suspect they may appear alongside me. Even if they do not, surely the time patrol is a viable option." With a flash, he vanished. On Earth, night had fallen. With countless lights aglow, Reyna materialized in Taiza's room, where she was presently bathing. Stealthily, he slipped into the bathroom, nearly startling her into a scream. Fortunately, she recognized his face, and thus they enjoyed a shared bath, the details of which remain a secret to outsiders. After nearly 2 hours in the bath, I emerged, cradling the weak and delicate Taisai and placing her gently on the bed. "It's all your fault. You've drained me of all my strength. How annoying." Taisai pouted playfully at him. At that moment, Reyna appeared rather foolish, scratching his head in an endearing manner. Seeing her beloved in such a state, Taisai revealed a charming smile. Reyna slipped under the covers, embracing the woman he adored, whispering softly to her, "My dear, I am preparing to return to my own world. Would you care to accompany me?" Without a hint of hesitation, Taisai responded, "Of course, I will go with you." Reyna placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "The trajectory of everything in my world is entirely different from here. Although your sister and your parents will be there, you must brace yourself. They may not even recognize you. Oh dear, don't forget, my husband, that I am a genius girl too. I am well aware of that. All right. You are my little genius." He pinched her delicate nose playfully, and after discussing their farewell plans for the following day, they drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, before the alarm could ring, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewards being distributed. Stop. Reina mumbled, as if still in a dream. Rewards halted. As time passed, when the clock struck 8, a sudden alarm rang out, prompting Reina to groggily open his eyes. After drowsily silencing the alarm and rubbing his eyes, he caught sight of the still slumbering Taisai. A blissful smile spread across his face as he quietly got out of bed. Once he finished washing up, Taisai also awoke. After freshening up and applying a light touch of makeup, the two descended to have breakfast. At the dining table, the arrival of Reina garnered little surprise from the Briefs couple, nor from Bulma. Only Little Trunks found it somewhat peculiar, though he did not dwell on it. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast for about half an hour, once the servants cleared the dishes, Reina stood and bowed to Mr. and Mrs. Brief. Dad, Mom, I am preparing to take Taisai back to my timeline. As he uttered those words, his emotions were quite complex, especially when he referred to them as Dad and Mom. It was the first time he had done so since arriving in this timeline, evoking a myriad of feelings. The Briefs exchanged glances and smiled at one another. It's all right, my child. You must take good care of my precious daughter. If she becomes sad, this father will not spare you. Though spoken lightly, the underlying emotion was palpable. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I will take good care of her, Reina assured them. Taisai turned her head, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Farewells were always sorrowful. Reina, you must take good care of my sister. If I find out you haven't, I will have Vegeta come and deal with you. She raised her tiny fist in determination. Reina nodded. After bidding their farewells, he and Taisai vanished. Meanwhile, in the realm of time, Reina and Taisai arrived. As soon as they appeared, they were noticed by two deities. You have returned, exclaimed the old Kaishin. He then glanced curiously at the woman beside Reina. This is my wife. I am preparing to return to my timeline. Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin nodded, refraining from further commentary, while the time Kaishin stepped forward. Very well, just in time. The time bird has also returned. Let him escort you home. As he spoke, the frail time bird emerged, glancing at Reina before its wings shimmered with light, transforming into another form. Reina and the time bird exchanged glances, and it flapped its wings, generating a gust of golden wind. Taisai found everything before her to be utterly enchanting and reached out to touch it. Fortunately, this wind bore no harm. The wind enveloped them, and with a brilliant flash, they disappeared within it. Truly, a remarkable and formidable being. I hope to see you again in the future. The two deities exchanged smiles. Before the palace of the Omni King in the main timeline, the Grand Minister appeared abruptly. Not long after his arrival, a golden whirlwind materialized. And once it dissipated, Reina and Taisai emerged. I'm back, Reina exclaimed joyfully. Taisai curiously surveyed her surroundings, noticing someone scream. Upon turning, Reina saw it was the Grand Minister and greeted him. The Grand Minister offered a slight smile. It seems you have grown quite well during this time. His eyes scanned Reina before he spoke with a smile. Grand Minister, please don't tease me. Reina chuckled, playfully draping an arm over his shoulder. This gesture momentarily surprised the Grand Minister, though he bore no ill will. Reina then introduced his wife to the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister found nothing unusual about Taisai, while she covered her mouth in astonishment, realizing that her husband was acquainted with such a powerful figure. All right, enough reminiscing. I have learned of your recent endeavors through the Super Dragon, but the situation remains dire. The usually calm Grand Minister spoke in a grave tone, indicating that something truly troubling had occurred. Reina nodded, following the Grand Minister into the Omni King's palace. Chapter 85. The helper of Fu, the Grand Minister led them before the Omni King and bowed respectfully. The Omni King nodded but said nothing, his attention focused on his divine iPad. Subsequently, the Grand Minister guided them to a chamber with a stone table, and with a wave of his hand, soft seats appeared, allowing them to sit. A finger touched the table, and a divine iPad manifested. Those who gazed at the divine iPad saw the images shift. Time passed until the visuals faded, and Reina let out a long sigh. I never expected so many events to unfold today. His expression turned serious. From the images, he saw that two universes had vanished. The god of destruction had perished, and the angels had fallen into slumber. Beyond this, he encountered strange individuals resembling angels yet imbued with a sinister aura. He glanced at the Grand Minister, who maintained a calm demeanor. You have noticed, haven't you? Reina nodded. Indeed, those individuals are my children. Angels from universes previously eradicated by the Omni King. Reina fell silent, while Taisai appeared perplexed, utterly unaware of their discussion. Grand Minister, what is the current situation on Earth? The Grand Minister snapped his fingers, and a massive screen appeared in the void, displaying the situation on Earth. On the Earth of the Seventh Universe, the Z fighters confronted several villains. Among them were familiar faces, such as Golden Frieza, Golden Cooler, the evil Scion Dallas, and Super 17, alongside others who had received enhancements from Haze Energy. Well, long time no see, Kakarot. Dallas greeted with a shadowed expression. How did you all come back to life? Son Goku inquired, bewildered. You don't need to know. As soon as the words left his mouth, the villains charged forth in unison. Whoosh. Dallas unleashed a malevolent gray aura before him. A punch the size of a cauldron came hurtling towards Son Goku. Bang! Goku retaliated with a punch, the resulting shockwave dispersing the surrounding clouds. Kakarot, I heard you've learned a new transformation. Why not show it to me? As he uttered these words, he inexplicably produced a fruit from the Tree of Might and began to gnaw on it, causing the gray malevolence surrounding him to intensify further. You are still reliant on such external forces. External forces? Ha ha ha. Kakaroto, the power bestowed upon me by the Tree of Might is beyond your imagination. Sun Wukong shook his head, convinced that this individual was utterly beyond redemption. Although I once despised you, my disdain has only amplified since then. Following this, a surge of energy propelled him into the Super Saiyan Blue form, which exhibited an even greater strength than before. His hair became denser, and an electric blue aura crackled around him. In the palace of Zeno, Reina's eyes lit up. This state bore some resemblance to Super Saiyan 2. The scene depicted Sun Wukong unleashing a powerful kick, catching Dales off guard, but he quickly reacted to defend himself. With a resounding crash, he shot forth like a rocket, covering thousands of miles in an instant. He crashed into an ocean with a tremendous splash, sending waves surging high into the air. As the sea had yet to settle, it erupted violently, evaporating rapidly. Subsequently, he consumed several more fruits, amplifying his energy once again. Ha ha ha. Kakaroto, I must admit, I never anticipated your growth to reach such heights. It seems he was right. My initial invasion of Earth was a failure. But now, it is different. I am Dales, the malevolent scion. A massive surge of gray malevolence swirled around him, halting the other fighters in their tracks. With a crack, Dale's clothing tore apart, revealing his muscular physique. This power is simply magnificent. Kakaroto, do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Dales grinned wickedly. In an instant, he vanished, while Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen, causing him to fly backwards in a horizontal position. He crashed through several mountains in quick succession. The Z fighters were left in shock, and even the antagonists were slightly taken aback. Dales then unleashed a barrage of densely packed energy blasts, each bursting forth with a dazzling display akin to fireworks. The moment he ceased his onslaught, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear behind him and swiftly executed the Super Kamehameha. A thunderous explosion ensued, accompanied by a brilliant blue light effect and dense smoke. Emerging from the haze, Dales looked at Sun Wukong with a derisive grin. Feudal Kakaroto, your attacks cannot harm me. Observing Dale's arrogance, Sun Wukong said nothing. Just as he prepared to launch another assault, a figure materialized from the void, clapping his hands. Impressive. You all have managed to grow so much in such a short time. I must say, your race is quite peculiar. The figure with lavender skin and grayish-purple hair was Fu. Fu, mind your own business. I still have scores to settle with him. Dales retorted at Fu. Oh, come now. I did rescue you, so you should be grateful. Fu replied with a nonchalant demeanor. What exactly is your agenda, Fu? Vegeta inquired. Agenda? You all are quite aware of my intentions to create 12 brand new universes. To make these universes intriguing, I seek out formidable individuals across various timelines. Do you comprehend? Vegeta? Shall I elucidate further? Fu's words dripped with sarcasm. Vegeta recognized the mockery and retorted. Does your strength truly match such lofty ambitions? Without the necessary skill, do not attempt to handle matters beyond your grasp. Fu smirked and clapped his hands. I cannot manage this alone, so I have summoned some assistance. A resonating hum filled the air as a dimensional vortex appeared. Two individuals stepped forth, each adorned with a black circular collar and clad in dark robes. Fu, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. One of the strikingly handsome figures, marked by a peculiar pattern on his forehead, complained. The other shot him a glance, silencing him instantly. We will need your help once again. aside from those I have rescued. You may play with the others as you wish, just do not kill them." Fu clapped his hands and vanished. "Brother, did you hear that? He said we can play freely. This time you won't protest, will you?" The man referred to as brother nodded coolly and uttered a single word, "Go." Meanwhile, within Zeno's palace, the Grand Priest observed the two men on the screen, his expression altering slightly. "So this is the corrupted angel? How sinister." There was an unsettling aura about them. "These two are my children, twins. The more vivacious one is named Jairus, and his brother is Jirson." Reyna looked at the Grand Priest, puzzled by his sudden revelations. Their gazes met, and perhaps due to their divine nature, Reyna discerned a myriad of emotions hidden within his eyes, though they were well concealed. "I must ask you for assistance. They have succumbed too deeply to darkness. If possible, eliminate them." As he spoke, the Grand Priest performed a gesture that astounded Reyna, a deep bow. In that bow, Reyna felt a multitude of sentiments, though he struggled to articulate them. He patted the Grand Priest's shoulder and glanced at Tai Si. "Rest assured, she will be safe here." "Yes, dear, hurry along. The sooner you finish, the better." Reyna smiled and planted a kiss on her cheek before vanishing from sight. Chapter 86. The twin fusion of the Dark Angel Jairus stepped forward, appearing before Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye, followed by the other Z fighters who swiftly followed suit. "This is exceedingly dull. I didn't even need to use a single move. With such meager skills, do you truly require our involvement?" Jairus remarked, utterly unimpressed. To him, this was far too weak. He hadn't even exerted himself fully, merely toying around before being sent flying. Vegeta steadied himself first, unleashing his energy to transform into the deep blue form. In an instant, he appeared before Jairus, delivering a powerful punch. Jairus inhaled sharply and flicked his hand. A resounding crack, akin to metal striking metal, echoed as Vegeta was propelled away at an even greater speed, the tremendous backlash obliterating half a city. "Vegeta!" Sun Wukong shouted, his expression grave as he regarded Jairus. Clenching his fists tightly, blue energy engulfed him like flames. He then shouted, invoking the 40x Kaioken. The explosive energy created ripples that radiated outward. He appeared before his foe like a shooting star, simultaneously unleashing his signature technique, the Super Kamehameha. The azure wave erupted forth, engulfing his opponent. However, to Sun Wukong's astonishment, Jairus emerged unscathed from the energy wave, even his attire remaining intact. Before Sun Wukong could react, Jairus flicked his forehead, and in that moment, he experienced an immense force that uncontrollably sent him flying. He hurtled backward for thousands of meters, shattering several mountains and stirring up clouds of dust. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this all you have?" Jairus shook his head in disappointment, and as he turned, a wave of heat rushed towards him. He turned around, and his eyes lit up, for the person he had just sent flying appeared not far away, entering a state of complete ease and tranquility. With a playful smile, he exclaimed, "Oh, the divine technique of gods. Quite impressive indeed. Come, let us continue our game." Just as he was about to launch an attack, he was intercepted by his elder brother. "Brother, I was just getting to the fun part. Why are you stopping me?" Gillis complained, but fell silent upon witnessing his brother's icy glare. "Since you are here, why not step forward for a proper introduction?" Gillis looked around, seeing nothing amiss. "Oh dear, I was hoping for a sneak attack." The voice caused Sun Wukong and the other Z warriors to brighten with joy, for they recognized the individual. Reyna appeared unexpectedly within their midst, greeting his old friends before turning his attention to the two corrupted angels. "I believe you two have lost sight of your essence. Why forsake your noble roles as angels to serve as mere pawns? What a pity." Reyna's words dripped with sarcasm. Gillis felt little concern, but his younger brother, Gillis, was seething with rage. "Who do you think you are to speak so boldly before us? Die?" He suddenly appeared before Reyna, claws aimed at his chest. As he prepared to strike, Gillis displayed a contemptuous smile, believing victory was assured. Yet, in that instant, a shadow flickered by, and with a crack, his arm fell limp. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself mirroring Sun Wukong's backward flight, albeit in a more brutal fashion. As he soared backward, his other arm was severed, and the excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream, a strange liquid raining down. Gillis, who had remained inactive, stepped forward and returned his brother to his side. "How many times must I remind you not to underestimate anyone, nor to indulge in reckless play? Now look where it has led you," Gillis admonished sternly. Gillis lowered his head, and in that very moment, his hand miraculously healed. I understand now, brother. Thank you, he said weakly. It is good that you understand. Observe closely. This opponent is far from simple. Gillis complied, standing by to watch. Truly, the bond of brotherhood is profound. As he uttered this sentiment, he felt as though he were a villain himself. Gillis gazed coldly at Reyna. I presume you are also a deity. As such, why would you heed the whims of that childish fool? Reyna nodded and replied, since you comprehend this, why not join me and create a world devoid of that brat? Upon hearing this, Reyna laughed, a bright and innocent smile. Though he may be a child, do you not find him endearing? I see now. As he spoke, he extended his hand, which passed through the fabric of space, gathering a wave of energy that surged toward him. Reyna wasted no time in countering. With a flick of his hand, the energy wave dissipated, while his hand descended like a sword. However, a protective shield materialized around Gillis, deflecting the blow with a crackling sound. I have witnessed that move before. It will not work on me. Reyna smirked and flicked his finger. A streak of light sliced through the air with a sharp crack. A gaping wound appeared on Gillis' shoulder, and in pain, he withdrew his hand, staring incredulously at Reyna. As he clutched the wound, a surge of energy enveloped it, causing the injury to vanish. Excellent. You have piqued my interest. Gillis licked his lips ominously. Watching from the sidelines, Gillis grinned, knowing his brother was truly angry. Gillis pressed his palms together, and the magical ring around his neck transformed into luminous particles that merged with him. Soon, a strange rune appeared on his neck. Distinct yet similar to the one on his brother's forehead, complex in design and glowing faintly with black light. His physique began to change, limbs elongating slightly, antler-like horns sprouting from his forehead, and his face morphing into a more monstrous visage with dense, sharp teeth. Die, you shall all perish. His voice was shrill and hoarse. In an instant, he vanished like the wind, reappearing before Reyna, claws poised to strike. Reyna remained calm, evading the attack by mere millimeters, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to Gillis' abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. As he steadied himself to act, a sudden wave of intense pain coursed through him, and upon looking down, he discovered a gaping hole in his abdomen. Brother, he rasped. Gillis nodded and mirrored his brother's transformation, adopting a similar form. Approaching him, he grasped his brother's hand, and gradually, his body began to fade as if losing its color. When Gillis completely vanished, Gillis underwent further transformation. An overwhelming dark aura surged forth, elongating his torso even more, while two additional eyes and mouths emerged on his face. Such energy. He has now reached the strength of a high priest, one of the top 5 in the universe. Despite this, Reyna remained unfazed, while the surrounding warriors and villains struggled to endure the immense aura, collapsing to the ground. As the dark energy erupted, the very fabric of space twisted. Once the contorted space stabilized, Gillis' transformation was complete, fully becoming a monster. Observing this, Reyna also shifted, transforming into the ancient Super Saiyan form. Chapter 87. Eliminate the escape of the demon. With a swift motion, both figures vanished simultaneously. The sounds of violent collisions reverberated throughout the earth. The shockwaves from their fierce exchanges rippled across the galaxy. Gillis slashed through the air with his claws, producing sonic booms as they sliced through the atmosphere. Reyna countered with swift movements, blocking the onslaught of claws. The immense force radiated outward, creating a massive crater beneath them. What is the matter? Is this all the strength you possess? Reyna taunted dismissively. Enough of your grandstanding. The dark energy surged explosively. Caught off guard, Reyna was forced to retreat several hundred meters. The entire planet trembled under the chilling aura, temperatures plummeting, plunging the world into a frozen state. Frigid winds howled, causing flora and fauna to perish, while even the buildings crumbled like fragile structures. Humanity fell in droves beneath the icy gale. Sun Wukong, use your instant transmission to take everyone off this planet. Hurry, Reyna bellowed. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong activated his instant transmission, gathering his friends and loved ones, around 30 individuals, before vanishing in a single breath. It was fortunate that he utilized instant transmission while in a state of complete ease, or the villains might have seized the opportunity. The remaining individuals are merely a handful of antagonists, namely Reyna and that peculiar creature. As for the inhabitants of Earth, they can simply be resurrected using the Dragon Balls at the appropriate time. With a swift motion, the two clashed once more. unleashing an invisible wave of energy that enveloped the surrounding twisted space, causing it to collapse. They plunged into an alternate dimension for battle. Had Sun Wukong been present, he would have been astonished to witness a scene reminiscent of the clash between Vegeta and Broly. Indeed, the atmosphere was strikingly similar, albeit the environment within was uncomfortably hot, akin to being submerged in lava. His chilling aura evaporated here, transforming into a significant amount of steam. With a hum, the dense, frigid energy compressed, instantly nullifying the heat's influence. In stark contrast, Reina remained entirely unaffected. Possessing the spores of Destruction Day, he had already acclimated to this environment the moment he entered. With an expression of indifference, Reina beckoned him with a finger. The mutated Jilson could hardly withstand such provocation. His sinister energy flared up, and he unleashed a flurry of erratic kicks. The space trembled violently, yet he effortlessly countered the onslaught. Without hesitation, Reina struck out with a palm. The crisp sound of his slap echoed through the dimension, followed by a cracking noise as his skin fissured like parched earth. Are you employing the brat's erasure technique? This is impossible. His skills are ineffective against our angelic race. He gazed at his opponent in disbelief. Oh, do you still consider yourself an angel? Reina inquired with curiosity. Suddenly, a dazed expression washed over him, his features contorting grotesquely as if he were a master of disguise, continuously shifting. What a pitiable child. Allow me to grant you peace, to relieve you of your suffering. He glided towards him lightly, gathering the energy of erasure in his hand, and gently tapped it on his shoulder. In an instant, his body stiffened, and he murmured a solitary word of gratitude before dissipating into specks of light. Reina sighed deeply, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He was uncertain of the origin and nature of this feeling. Glancing around to ensure nothing remained, he released his divine essence. A small crystal emerged, gleaming as it absorbed the recently dissipated energy, ceasing its absorption after several seconds. He swiftly departed this dimension, heading towards Namek. Within the palace of Zeno, the Grand Minister's eyes flickered with a chilling light, which he quickly concealed. Contemplating the predicament of the neutral faction, he could only sigh in resignation. The ultimate outcome of this battle would depend on your performance. The Grand Minister pondered silently. Initially, he had not anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. He merely suspected that the demon clan had infiltrated their ranks with spies. However, given the current circumstances, he did not need to think twice. The deities across the cosmos would undoubtedly harbor mutual suspicion. Meanwhile, in the central region of the seventh universe, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol had finally stabilized after a violent tremor. Inside, the intern Angel Melis exhaled a sigh of relief. If the situation had not calmed, he would have been compelled to act, but recalling his father's admonitions, he relinquished that notion, fortunate that tranquility had returned. What could have possibly caused such a surge of malevolent energy? Why did it evoke a sense of familiarity? He was filled with queries. Yet he could not wield his angelic powers. At that moment, in the deepest recesses of the Galactic Patrol prison, within a cell sealed by a peculiar energy barrier, a seemingly decrepit prisoner slowly lifted his goat-like head. He opened his mouth, revealing his tongue as he inhaled certain energies from the air. Delicious, truly exquisite energy. Though I know not who has unleashed such power, I thank you. Once I escape, I shall feast upon you. Moro licked his lips with a sinister grin. As he absorbed the energy, his body began to swell like a balloon, albeit only slightly. Was this truly the extent of my power? Ah well, it is sufficient to facilitate my escape. Wait for me, for I shall return for revenge. As the words left his lips, a minuscule amount of accumulated dark energy erupted from his being. With a resounding explosion, the headquarters trembled. Not again. As Melis sensed that the ordeal was far from over, a shrill alarm blared, causing him to toss aside his documents and rush out. He arrived at the scene with utmost haste, only to find it deserted. His magical powers had long been sealed. How had he managed to escape? He scrutinized his surroundings and suddenly detected errant energies nearby, identical to those that had previously erupted. Damn it, he possesses such abilities. Relying solely on these scattered energies will not suffice. I cannot allow him to wreak havoc. Just as he was about to employ his angelic powers to search, a voice resonated from deep within him. Child, do you wish to vanish from this realm? Melis's expression shifted dramatically as he ultimately decided against using his angelic powers. Just then, his communicator beeped from his shoulder, prompting him to hurriedly return to await further instructions. In the vast plaza of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, numerous officers stood at attention, clad in their uniforms. The Galactic King, with a grave expression, addressed them through the microphone. "We have just received word that the lifelong imprisoned Moro has escaped." Instantly, the crowd erupted in commotion, for they all understood the terror that Moro embodied. "Silence, please. Although he has fled, I have already contacted Lord Kaioshin, who will assist us in recapturing Moro. I hope everyone will work together." "Yes," they responded in unison, their voices resonant. Only Melis internally scoffed. "No amount of manpower will suffice. Only true experts will do." On a distant planet within the universe, Moro lay sprawled on a stone, reverting to the same state he had been in while imprisoned. How long had it been since he had breathed such fresh air? He pondered for a moment, unable to ascertain how much time had passed, before slowly rising to his feet. He raised his hand, opening and closing his palm as a faint energy radiated forth, causing a gentle breeze to swirl around him. As the breeze caressed his face, he displayed an expression of pure enjoyment. As time passed, the environment around him gradually transformed. The ground cracked and eroded, and countless unknown flora and fauna swiftly withered and died. From the perspective of the cosmos, this planet appeared to be shrinking rapidly, after an indeterminate amount of time. Until the planet vanished entirely, Moro withdrew his hand. He shook his head. This was but a fraction of his magical energy. Fixing his gaze on the nearby planets, he beckoned them towards him with a wave of his hand. Though his magical energy had only partially restored, it was sufficient to draw in and consume the planets. As his energy replenished, the rate at which he devoured the life of the planets accelerated. In the universe, time was non-existent. If one were to measure it by Earth's clock, approximately an hour had elapsed. Once those planets vanished, he finally felt a semblance of comfort. If one were to quantify his magical energy in milliliters, it would amount to merely 1 milliliter restored, a painfully slow recovery. For the energy on these planets is utterly insufficient. Nevertheless, he cast his gaze towards distant celestial bodies, yearning to consume more, beyond merely replenishing his magic. The act of devouring was a source of delight for him. In truth, to some extent, the capabilities of Maluo were extraordinarily overpowered. By consuming the life of planetary beings, he could perpetually augment his own strength. As he absorbed the energies of other planets, he suddenly paused. What was that faint current he just sensed? Such a peculiar sensation. He had just detected a subtle life current, which he initially deemed inconsequential. Yet within this delicate life current, he sensed a remarkable energy. Intuitively, he felt that this faint life current held significant importance for him. While absorbing the life energy, he simultaneously unleashed his magical perception to trace the origin of the life current. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, he directed his gaze toward a certain direction, hastening his absorption of life energy. Soon, those planets vanished, and he advanced toward the direction from which he had captured the life current. Upon Namek, Reino once more stood before the Purunga, this time in the main timeline, accompanied by the current Grand Elder. In a previous timeline, he had attempted to comprehend the language spoken by the Namekians when summoning the dragon, but found it utterly beyond his grasp. As if it were a dialect not encompassed by the universal language he had mastered, he nodded respectfully to the Grand Elder and articulated his 3 wishes. The first, of course, was to resurrect Earth. The second was to fortify the planet, and the third was to learn the language used to summon the dragon. In due course, all 3 wishes were granted, and the Dragon Balls scattered into the ether. Just as he was about to depart, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn and inquire, "Grand Elder, you must possess a wealth of ancient texts. Might I be permitted to peruse them? I seek information regarding our Scion lineage." This was merely a pretext. His true intention was to uncover the secret behind the Namekians' ability to create the Dragon Balls. Could it truly be that the Dragon Balls were fragments shed by the Eternal Dragon? Surely, it could not be that simple. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder acquiesced, leading Reina in a particular direction. Within a rift of time and space, a demonized angel held aloft a sphere emanating an otherworldly glow. Its surface grotesquely distorted. "Why is it so warped?" Fu asked, perplexed. "At this juncture, this is the best I can achieve, considering the protracted duration of its absence." The demon angel replied, a frigid demeanor upon his face. "Surely, there must be an alternative. The universe I envision is nothing like this." The demon angel shook his head. "Given the current circumstances, this manifestation is quite commendable, especially without the aid of the cosmic seed. Indeed, The object he cradled was a nascent universe. Very well, very well. If one can be birthed, surely a second and third may follow. I hope for them to be even more perfect. Fu's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. By the way, which universe is this? Universe 15. Its relatively low overall level allowed for its replication. I see. I have learned much. Fu chuckled. The demon angel waved his hand, and the distorted universe vanished. He then inquired, what of Jieris and Jessen? What has become of them? Fu halted his laughter, stroking his chin with a sinister grin. They have been eliminated. The demon angel's expression turned icy, as if a frost had settled upon his features. Who is responsible? His voice brimmed with menace. Fu clapped his hands, and a projection materialized, showcasing the combat between Reina and the two brothers. The demon angel nodded, committing Reina's visage to memory. They exchanged glances before vanishing simultaneously. In a certain chamber of the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest was engaged in a game of Planetary Match 3 with the Omni King. Suddenly, he paused, but quickly resumed. A new universe has been born. Such distortion and disregard for the rules. Who could be behind this? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the gleeful Omni King, though it was swiftly masked by affection. Not only he, but other angels, too, since the birth of this rule-defying universe, save for those in slumber. Even Reina, poring over ancient texts on Namek, felt a peculiar, disquieting energy, though he remained oblivious to the fact that it heralded the birth of a new universe. Chapter 89. Do you really think I cannot destroy you? A stack of books had accumulated beside Reina, yet he found no information regarding the creation of the Dragon Balls. However, he encountered numerous bizarre and arcane techniques. Strange, could it truly be an innate ability? He scratched his head. Well, perhaps I shall inquire about it with the Eternal Dragon when I have the opportunity. As he set the books aside and prepared to rise, a voice from the system echoed. Host, if you do not claim your rewards soon, they will vanish. Reina slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten. Bestow the rewards. Ding. Rewards for signing in are being issued. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a charm potion, cursed talisman, imperial equipment, demon possession, divine illusion, and 500,000 shop points. Not too shabby. Upon seeing divine illusion, he suddenly recalled that he possessed a skill regarding vector manipulation, prompting him to check his inventory. Indeed, he discovered this skill and proceeded to learn both it and the other. While they seemed of little use now, they might prove invaluable in other realms. He stood, stretching languidly, when suddenly, a tremor coursed through his divine essence, as it detected a wisp of demonic energy, identical to that of the foe he had recently vanquished. So soon have you come knocking at my door. Very well, let us play once more. With a flick of his wrist, he arranged the books neatly and vanished in a flash. In the cosmos, a streak of black light traversed the void at supersonic speed, momentarily halting before altering its trajectory and continuing its flight. On a planet entirely dominated by flora, the black light descended. As it dissipated, the demon angel emerged, and upon his arrival, the surrounding vegetation surged forth, only to be obliterated by his cold disdain. I know you are here. Show yourself. Reina appeared, a smile gracing his face. Have you come to avenge those two brothers? The demon angel remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Reina pressed further. What, then, has driven you to the path of darkness? Is it resentment towards Lord Zeno? Resentment? I wish I could slay him. Merely out of petulance, he has obliterated 6 universes. Consider how many souls perished. He spoke with a distorted visage, his words laced with hysteria. He understands nothing. He is unworthy of kingship, unworthy of my loyalty, or even my father's. Observing his countenance and hearing his fervent declarations, Reina burst into laughter, finding the irony in the demon angel's plight. His heart still harbored dark thoughts, corrupted by demonic energy, all while seeking to justify his actions with grandiose reasoning. Wiping away the tears of mirth, he steadied himself, preparing to engage. When the Grand Priest's voice resonated in his ears, you must exercise caution. He is the strongest among all my offspring, named Weir. He once held the title of the first angel and is my successor, possessing strength that rivals my own. Laya raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished, realizing that this figure before him was indeed the successor of the Grand Priest, and that his title was quite impressive. The first angel. Just listen to that name. It immediately conveys the notion that no other angels could possibly compete. However, Laya merely smiled, his gaze sharpening. An overwhelming aura converged around him, instantly transforming him into the form of an ancient deity. A potent, colorless energy erupted from his body, severing the surrounding flora and fracturing the ground, which began to fissure and release streams of magma. The entire cosmos trembled under the weight of this power. Once the aura dissipated, Laya let out a satisfied exclamation. It had been a long time since he had unleashed his full might. He beckoned to Weir with a finger. Weir's eyes narrowed as black flames enveloped him, and he darted forward, delivering a punch infused with a massive amount of demonic energy. Laya raised his hand to meet the blow. With a resounding crash, the torrential magical energy whirled through the air, producing a deep rumble. Following this, the energy in Weir's hand exploded, enveloping the two in a cataclysmic blast, resulting in a colossal mushroom cloud. With a series of explosive sounds, two figures burst forth from the cloud, the immense force radiating outward and obliterating everything in their vicinity. As they engaged in a fierce melee, arcs of white and black lightning intertwined violently, striking the ground and leaving charred marks in their wake. The potent energy surged beyond the planet, and cracks began to form in the core of the planet, signaling its impending doom. Meanwhile, the entity known as Mo, traversing the cosmic expanse, halted. Such a formidable energy fluctuation. Another battle was underway. His eyes shifted, revealing a sinister grin as he altered his course toward the source of the energy explosion. With a sudden force, Laya appeared before Weir in mere fractions of a second, striking him at an acute angle on the chest. The tremendous impact caused Weir's body to pause. Before he could react, Laya swiftly turned and delivered a knife-hand strike to his neck. A sharp crack echoed as Weir's head drooped, only to swiftly return to its original position. In that instant, his magic staff lunged toward Laya. With a cracking sound, the energy barriers surrounding Weir shattered, while his staff met the same fate. Not too shabby. The previous duo's fusion couldn't match your level. Truly worthy of being the Grand Priest's successor. Laya was radiating with enthusiasm, exhilarated by the encounter with such a powerful adversary. You are commendable as well. It is rare to find someone of your caliber among the deities. Furthermore, you utilized the little brat's erasure skill in our earlier skirmish, did you not? Weir's tone was icy. It seems that it proved ineffective against you. Of course it did. Do you not realize that this skill is utterly useless against those who have reached a certain level of strength? He understood perfectly well that when he acquired it. The instructions were crystal clear. It was ineffective against opponents of equal standing, yet he felt compelled to test it. It appears that aside from employing this skill, you possess no other techniques. If that is the case, then allow me to send your two brothers to their demise. Weir raised both hands, conjuring an energy sphere the size of a basketball, densely packed and ready to unleash. As magma erupted from the ground, the energy sphere in his hands released waves of black energy akin to shooting stars. Laya did not flinch. A slight smile graced his lips as he activated the power of time, halting the energy waves that were mere centimeters from him, just as everything around him, including Weir, froze in place. However, after a brief moment, Weir resumed his movements. You have also mastered the rules of time. Too bad it is still too weak for me. Weir gestured dismissively at Laya. In response, Laya did not engage him, instead narrowing his eyes into slits. Colorless fighting spirit surged forth, and in an explosive display of energy, he compressed it within himself. Just as Weir was left bewildered, Laya appeared before him like a specter. And before he could react, Laya delivered a punch to his abdomen, which punctured through his flesh with a squelching sound. Following this, Laya seized Weir's head and delivered a series of punishing knee strikes. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds echoed as Weir's head sank inwards. Releasing him, Laya executed a spinning kick, sending Weir crashing to the ground with such force that he created a massive crater 1,000 meters wide. Spit. Laya spat disdainfully. How dare you think I could not defeat you? You wretched creature. He was infuriated. His anger had surged sharply when Weir had made that dismissive gesture, which he despised above all else. Even his girlfriend struggled to withstand his endurance, and yet this opponent dared to belittle him. The evidence was clear. He was quite capable. Chapter 90. Confrontation with Jean Mei-Chi Ka-Pu La, Part 1. He descended slowly, observing Weir lying in the deep crater. With a wave of his hand, he retracted the power of time, and everything around them resumed its flow. How could you possibly be this strong? I am the first. Weir spat blood, his voice fragmented. Laya scoffed. Just this? The first? Look at how you exalt yourself. When I unleash my wrath, even I am afraid. Cough, cough. Who would have thought I would meet my demise at the hands of someone like you? A true disgrace. Laya smiled, shaking his head. Do not squander your efforts in delaying. Your injuries are beyond recovery. He was acutely aware of Weir's intentions. He sought to use magic to mend his wounds. How could this be? Weir glared, bewildered as to why his magic had failed him. Laya smirked. Having discovered in the midst of their confrontation that the ability known as the illusion of the divine could nullify any magical force. This was due to it being an enhancement derived from the fantasy killer. Laya observed Weir's bloodied visage with a calm demeanor, his eyes flicking momentarily before he vanished from sight. Weir assumed he had been spared, only to find Laya reappearing alongside another figure. Who are you? What brings you here? I am merely a passerby, Mo Luo blurted out. Laya smirked slightly. Such an unbelievable excuse, and you thought I would be fooled? I know exactly who you are, Mo Luo. A chill ran down Mo Luo's spine as he realized his cover had been blown. Upon arriving in this star's vicinity, he had felt a sudden shift, and now he stood before Laya. Since you know who I am, what do you intend to do? I have no particular intentions. The key lies in what you plan to do. Since you have escaped from that prison and found your way here, surely you do not intend to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada while a hidden bird awaits? Mo Luo observed Laya's narrowing eyes, sensing that every move he contemplated was laid bare before him. Nevertheless, a disingenuous smile crept across his face. Not at all. I merely escaped and sought a place to heal my wounds, but I ended up lost. Internally, however, he harbored other thoughts. Since you enjoy conversing with me, let us indulge in more dialogue. A true man can bend and yield. Once I have devoured this individual, it shall be your end. Laya grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. He swiftly pulled downwards, and a loud plop was followed by a heart-wrenching scream. He silenced the scream with a flick of his wrist, his gaze icy as he stared at him. Let me tell you, I'm in a very bad mood right now, so don't try anything funny in front of me, or I can't guarantee what I might do to you. Looking at Laya's cold eyes, Moro nodded subconsciously. Cough, cough. Haha. Compared to me, you're more of a villain. Will laughed, spitting out blood. Oh ho, you're quite resilient, bleeding so much and still not dead. Laya mocked. Will laughed a few more times, his breath weakening further. He wouldn't last long. Laya, carrying them one in each hand, vanished in a flash. He'd leave these two to the high priest's disposal. On an exceptionally wide plain in the demon realm, a densely packed group of people stood in neat rows, all dressed in uniform and carrying identical equipment. This was indeed the Demon King's army of Mechikapura, the Demon King of the demon realm. Besides these people, there were also some civilians. At this moment, a high platform slowly rose, and Mechikapura, handsome and dashing, dressed in a black and red robe, appeared on the platform. Behind him were several familiar figures. He spoke with fervor and passion. My dear people, brave soldiers, I am your king Mechikapura. Now we are going to war against the divine realm. Are you afraid? No. The unified voices resounded through the heavens. Good, my brave soldiers. Let us overthrow the rule of the gods and create a world that belongs to us. After he finished speaking, the soldiers below the platform shouted their own cry to overthrow the rule of the gods. Looking at these spirited soldiers below, Mechikapura smiled with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, dark red clouds gathered in the sky, instantly forming a vortex filled with crimson lightning. A burst of red light erupted from within, enveloping the soldiers, himself on the platform, and the few people behind him. When it all ended, they were gone, leaving only the civilians. These civilians began to chatter amongst themselves, and among them stood an ordinary-looking man who revealed an extremely eerie smile. A smile that seemed invisible to those around him. Let me see how much trouble you can cause them. Then his smile vanished, replaced by a more affable grin, and he joined the conversation, as if the smile from before had never been his. Laya appeared before the Omni King's palace with two wounded men. The high priest also appeared. Laya casually tossed her to the ground. Laya's nearly dilated pupils contracted. Father, he desperately wanted to say that word, but he couldn't. The high priest, seeing his state, shook his head with a pang of pity and said calmly, I thought you would understand the duties of our angelic race, but alas. This final sigh expressed his disappointment. Seeing his father's disappointment, Will closed his eyes, his breath fading completely, truly dead. The high priest blinked a few times, shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, his body vanished. Thank you. Laya shook his head and pointed at Moro. What to do with this guy? You decide. He nodded, slapped his shoulder, and divine power flowed into his body. He immediately convulsed, but couldn't utter a sound. After convulsing for a while, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. He'll spend the rest of his life peacefully dying in prison. He tossed him to the ground like a dead dog. Suddenly, the two exchanged a glance, their gazes fixed on the distance. In the distant universe, the void shifted, and a massive dark red vortex appeared. Amidst the flashes of red light, a large group of people emerged. These guys actually chose this moment to make their move. The high priest squinted and spoke. Reyna grinned. High priest, you'd better protect my wife. I'm going to play with them a bit more. Then he turned and shouted towards the Omni King's palace. Wife, have fun here. I'll be right back. He snapped his fingers and disappeared. The high priest glanced at Moro, now a puddle of mud on the ground, waved his hand, and Moro vanished. He then turned and entered the palace. Chapter 91. Confrontation with True Mechikabura, Part 2. In the void, Mechikabura created a space, allowing his soldiers to survive. After receiving the message from the Supreme Kai on Earth in Universe 7, Goku and his companions traveled to space in their spaceship. Not long after they arrived, Reyna also arrived. He greeted Goku and his group. Turning around, his expression changed instantly. A cold glint in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. It was you who did it back then, wasn't it? Mechapra? His seemingly calm tone was filled with a chilling, killing intent. I've done it many times. Which one are you talking about? Mechapra said contemptuously. Reyna didn't waste any more words with him. After all, it was confirmed that he was the one who did it. He leaped into the air. And at the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Emergency mission issued. Eliminate Mechapra and the mastermind behind everything. Completing this mission will allow you to travel to other worlds. Mission reward. Having accepted the mission, his hands didn't slow down, unleashing an extremely powerful energy sword. A loud clang rang out. The moment of impact sent terrifying ripples through the universe, causing it to shake violently. But then, their environment shifted, and they found themselves in a space-time rift. This wasn't the work of Mechapra and Reyna. There was only one possibility. The High Priest was behind it. Breathing was possible within the space-time rift, so Goku and the others left the spaceship, while the Demon King's soldiers emerged, beginning a massive battle. Oh, I remember who you are. You were swallowed by my space-time rift, yet you're still alive. Mechapra exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Reyna swiftly launched a spinning kick. Boom. A deafening explosion. A powerful shockwave swept through. The Demon King staggered back, a faint footprint appearing on his arm, which also felt numb. Not bad, kid. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King waved his wand, unleashing a tornado-shaped burst of energy. A deafening boom followed, thick smoke billowing through the air. The powerful explosive energy spread instantly, shattering the surrounding distorted space. Meanwhile, Goku entered Super Saiyan Blue 2, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with Ultimate Mira and two other demons. Vegeta entered Perfect Super Saiyan Blue 2, battling several demons in a fierce fight. Piccolo and the others fought against others, with Gohan displaying a new form. No, it wasn't exactly a new form. He had simply fully unleashed his potential. His aura was incredibly strong, but lacked a certain sharpness compared to before. His appearance remained the same, but his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was also fighting two demons single-handedly. They're doing quite well. Looks like they've worked hard while I was away. Reyna, hidden in the smoke, felt a surge of satisfaction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several streaks of black light shot out. But Reyna waved his hand back, obliterating all of them. In this fleeting moment, the Demon King appeared behind him, seizing his throat. While an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, Laya felt his body gradually sinking, as if being dragged into the abyss. Suddenly, peculiar sounds resonated in the space surrounding them. Laya broke free from his constraints and, in the blink of an eye, launched a powerful punch. The collision of their fists unleashed a wave of energy, forcing both combatants to recoil. The Demon King's strikingly handsome visage shifted dramatically as he unleashed the powers of time and darkness. The surrounding space fractured with a chilling crack. He amalgamated these two energies, gripping the fabric of space as he advanced menacingly toward Laya. A smirk crept across Laya's lips, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. His aura surged explosively, coalescing into a translucent hand that struck against the encroaching force of space. With a resounding clap, a ripple surged forth, shattering a vast expanse of space and unleashing a tempest that swept everyone off their feet. Hey, It's time to get serious, Mechi Capula, Laya teased. The Demon King narrowed his eyes, a violent black aura exploding forth, his hair standing erect as if styled with wax. At the same time, an eye and a peculiar pattern manifested upon his forehead. "Oh, very well," he exclaimed, his muscles pulsating with a colorless flame, enveloped by an electrifying energy that surged violently. The very fabric of time and space trembled, and the surroundings began to disintegrate. Their energies clashed violently. At that moment, Laya unleashed the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. As the Kamehameha burst forth, it shattered the opposing energy barrier, creating a thunderous sonic boom in the void. "Huh, the wheel of reversal," a voice echoed, as a colossal disc materialized before the Demon King. His Kamehameha was instantly redirected toward Laya, amplifying in force. While a shadowy figure began to rotate atop the immense disc, its energy ensnaring Laya's movements. The surrounding scenery began to retreat in reverse, both energy and space alike. Laya's expression turned to one of surprise. Yet it was merely a momentary suppression. His muscles vibrated at an extraordinary frequency, swiftly breaking free from the energy constraint. With a flick of his wrist and a murmured incantation, a sort of spatial laws manifested in his hand. With a swift motion, a colorless sword aura surged forth, cleaving through the void and unleashing energies potent enough to obliterate multiple universes. What? The Demon King's pupils constricted as he rapidly condensed all his energy into a shield. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the space, shattering it into nothingness. They found themselves in an alternate dimension. Others were transported elsewhere, but their destination remained a mystery. As the smoke dissipated, the disheveled form of the Demon King was revealed. "Alas, this marks your second defeat at my hands," he exclaimed in shock. "So it was you who caused my clone to vanish. I should have sought you out and annihilated you completely." Laya shrugged nonchalantly and swung his sword again. Before the Demon King could react, a swift slice severed him in two. Yet he felt no pain. Instead, the severed halves reformed, resulting in two beings. A mere trick, futile no matter how many times you attempt it. With a swift motion, two more colorless sword auras were unleashed, now imbued with the destructive power of spatial laws. The two Demon Kings were not to be underestimated. Their markings intensified. "I possess an immortal body. No matter how strong you are, you cannot erase me." As soon as he finished speaking, both unleashed the fourth power, the power of light. A massive surge of energy converged, forming a colossal pillar that descended. The clash of the forces generated a catastrophic energy wave that left even Laya feeling a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, this power was fleeting. As calm returned, Laya realized that the surroundings had reverted to chaos. He released his aura while also unleashing his divine perception. After a moment, he retracted his aura and divine essence. Frowning to himself, "Gone. Has it perished completely?" Or before he could ponder further, a tremor emanated from the cosmic seed within him. Suddenly, his body began to draw in the chaotic energy from the void, like a pump siphoning water, in a chaotic rift of space-time filled with assorted energies. The previously unremarkable man who had revealed that sinister smile in the demon realm opened his eyes. "Hee, to think you grasped the power of the rules. Your demise is well-deserved. It's about time I put an end to all of this." With a gentle smile, he turned and vanished without a trace. Chapter 92. The hidden hand behind the final battle amidst the chaos. Laya floated silently, energy continuously flowing into his body. Ordinarily, such an overwhelming influx of energy would rupture a human form. Yet this energy was absorbed by the cosmic seed within him. Time passed, and eventually, the energy ceased its influx. He slowly descended, sitting cross-legged as he introspected his own being. Within him, the cosmic seed had begun to sprout after absorbing such an immense amount of chaotic energy. This left Laya perplexed. "What is happening? What is this? Is it going to grow into a tree inside me?" He pondered in rapid succession. As if the system sensed his confusion, it chimed in at an opportune moment. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully nurturing the cosmic seed. Continued nurturing may lead to the formation of an internal universe." An internal universe? What on earth is that? System, explain. However, the system's response left him utterly speechless. "Ding! The specific functions are for the host to explore personally. Then why even bother reminding me?" Laya retorted. "Ding! If the host prefers no reminders, this system shall refrain from future notifications, including tasks, sign-ins, etc." The system complied with his wishes. No, don't. You're too ruthless. He cheerfully shut down the system, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted, intermingled with various strange energies. Just then, the Grand Priest and Omni King appeared. Grand Priest, Omni King. You too. The Grand Priest did not respond, but the Omni King gleefully approached Laya. The Grand Priest gazed at the heavens with a complex expression. A seemingly ordinary man descended slowly. Alas, I never expected to meet you in this manner. The Grand Priest sighed, his expression filled with complexity as he regarded the newcomer. Indeed, it has been a long time. I didn't expect you to have grown so much, and your strength has improved considerably. The ordinary-looking man's words were laden with mixed emotions. The Grand Priest detected this, but remained puzzled. Why do this? In response to the Grand Priest's inquiry, the man stroked his chin, deep in thought, and then scratched his head. At that moment, he revealed a warm smile. As the Omni King beheld this smile, he rushed over, only to be swiftly halted by the Grand Priest, leaving Laya in a state of bewilderment. Why? Perhaps it's simply because I cannot tolerate what I see. In the past, I advocated for equality among all beings, yet now it has devolved into such chaos. Thus, I aim to overthrow everything and start anew. All those in the open and hidden realms are merely my pawns. However, I never anticipated that they would prove so ineffectual. Thus I must take matters into my own hands. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow, as the individual before him had become utterly unfamiliar. At that moment, Laya felt compelled to speak. Who is this Grand Priest? The Grand Priest smiled and shook his head. Did you not see it just now? Hearing this, Laya was puzzled. What had he witnessed? Did you not observe the performance of Lord Quan Wong? Before he could finish, Lord Quan Wong exclaimed a word that left Laya utterly astonished. Daddy. Indeed, that was the very term. Observing Laya's incredulous expression, the Grand Priest sighed once more. Although it was difficult to believe, he was indeed the father of Quan Wong, as well as the inaugural Quan Wong. All right, enough reminiscing. I must bring an end to you, and then reset the order of all universes. Not so fast, the Grand Priest admonished sternly. The middle-aged man revealed a peculiar smile in response. What? Are you prepared to take action yourself? Do not forget the burdens your lineage bears by birthright. The Grand Priest's expression shifted dramatically, and even Quan Wong was taken aback. If the Grand Priest cannot act, then I shall. Laya stepped forward. He had to. After all, the person before him was the mastermind behind everything. He had to fulfill his mission. Are you certain? The Grand Priest conveyed telepathically. Absolutely. I shall ask you once more. Are you truly certain? In the event of a confrontation, I may not even be his match. Laya did not hesitate, filled with conviction. Seeing his determination, the Grand Priest could only wish him luck. The Grand Priest took Quan Wong's hand and vanished. Oh, little one, you are quite brave. The middle-aged man expressed surprise. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare yourself. Laya unleashed all his power. An explosive aura surged forth like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, he was before the man, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead. The middle-aged man did not even bother to dodge, offering no defense as he absorbed Laya's punch, which was imbued with terrifying force. A strange explosive sound resonated throughout the space, and Laya was sent reeling from the impact. Steadying himself, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Not only had the opponent withstood his strength, but he had also returned the force to Laya, amplifying it with his own. The combined force was too much for Laya's body to endure. The middle-aged man beckoned to him mockingly, his expression one of amusement, as though he were toying with a monkey. Laya did not rush in recklessly. He understood that this was not a foe to be overcome with mere fury. He conjured a sword of spatial laws and swung it repeatedly. Colorless sword lights tore through the void towards him. As the overwhelming onslaught approached, a glimmer flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. He raised his hand, palm open, and an unusual energy emanated from him, obliterating the colorless sword lights. Little one, now you are beginning to impress me. Come, entertain me further, he proclaimed with a relaxed demeanor. 200 times Kaioken. Roar. Flames ignited around him. In a flash, he appeared before the opponent, shouting, Pegasus Meteor Fist. With a resounding hum, millions of tons of fists struck at the opponent at a speed exceeding light 100 million times per second, erupting in brilliant flashes. With the enhancement of the 200 times Kaioken, each punch was capable of annihilating the universe. Waves of indescribable energy and explosions rippled through the chaos. When the terrifying cacophony subsided and tranquility returned, Only the chaotic space continued to undulate. Suddenly, a splatter of blood echoed, abrupt yet natural. The middle-aged man was riddled with punch holes, none of which were intact. Even his head bore only one eye and half a mouth. On the other side, Lena was not faring any better. His arms were shattered, and his internal organs were all damaged. His body could not withstand the relentless speed of punches, resulting in the side effects of the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Haha, truly remarkable. I never anticipated you possessed such a hidden trump card. However, it is unfortunate that I possess an absolute immortal body that even the super dragon crafted by Salama cannot destroy. In his almost deranged voice, he began to rapidly regenerate. He advanced step by step toward Lena. Lena's face turned pale and ghastly. He could no longer move. Am I to perish here? He thought. He could not even summon a healing being, leaving him in despair. At that moment of desperation, the seed of the universe within him stirred. A wave of chaotic energy emanated from its bud. In an instant, Lena felt a warm sensation enveloping him. His previously shattered bones healed completely, and the seed of the universe's bud grew taller. At that moment, a terrifying energy erupted from the green bud, though it caused no destruction. Instead, it coursed through Lena's body in a cycle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have temporarily obtained ultimate power. What is this? Can you explain this now? He inquired hastily as the opponent approached. Ding! Ultimate power is the origin of all energy, manifesting only when the seed of the universe grows normally. But it will dissipate as time passes when the universe takes shape. Just as the system finished its explanation, the opponent stood before him. As he raised his hand, energy gathered. In a split second, as the opponent's attack was about to descend, Lena unleashed the Pegasus Meteor Fist once more. You can't. Before he could finish, he was engulfed by a sea of fists. This time, the Pegasus Meteor Fist included ultimate power. He reverted to his previous, horrendous state. The middle-aged man howled in agony. He felt an exceedingly strange energy within him dismantling his immortal body's regeneration. How can this be? This is impossible. My immortal body. He frantically summoned energy within himself to resist the invading ultimate power. No matter how he gathered energy, he could not withstand it. Both were sent hurtling outwards, colliding violently in the void, creating ripples. What power are you wielding? Why can I not unleash my true strength? The middle-aged man stammered. The grand priest within the palace of Quan Wang was equally astonished by this sudden turn of events. He could not decipher the means by which Lena had achieved this, and even he could only ensure he did not fall behind. Like mud, Lena's consciousness had begun to blur. He felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire, unable to escape its grasp. Am I to die? Why is this happening? I still have so much left undone. My wife is waiting for me. I do not wish to die. In the boundless darkness, his consciousness dissipated like scattered dust. Suddenly, he gasped for breath, astonished to behold his body. Had it all been a dream? He distinctly felt as though he had perished. He looked around, finding himself in a place unknown to him, surrounded by an ethereal mist. What could this be? Abruptly, his eyes glazed over, and he walked in a daze in one direction. Thus, he continued to walk, oblivious to the passage of time or distance. As his pupils regained focus, he beheld a colossal, oval object resembling a nut standing before him. Rianai cautiously approached, and when he was less than half a meter away, it emitted a faint glow that transmitted waves of energy into his mind, forming a message. This is not a place for you. Return. After the message vanished, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Within a chamber of the royal palace, Rianai abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was momentarily clouded, but clarity soon returned. Instinctively, he glanced around and discovered Tai Si perched by his bedside, vigilantly watching over him. It was evident that tears had yet to dry on her cheeks. Seemingly sensing his awakening, Tai Si stirred, rubbed her eyes, and upon realizing Rianai had regained consciousness, tears flowed anew. She embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. You truly frightened me. Did you know that? For 7 consecutive days, you lay motionless. Rianai, with a feeble smile, extended a hand to wipe her tears. Do not weep. I am still alive, am I not? As he uttered these words, he too felt a sense of incredulity, unable to comprehend how he had survived. I do not care. I do not care. Tai Si continued to sob, seemingly wishing to release all the grievances and fears that had accumulated over the days. After a considerable time, her cries gradually subsided, replaced by the sound of even breathing. Rianai observed that she had fallen asleep, this time with a serene smile adorning her face. He gently caressed her cheek, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. If he had truly perished, she would have been left to mourn alone. As he grappled with this guilt, the system's voice resounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing your task. You may now proceed to the next world. Please, host, enter the dimensional gate within 3 days. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on acquiring the rights to create Dragon Balls, the permanent fusion technique, the true dragon body, 5 lottery draws, and the treasure of kings. Upon hearing about the rights to create Dragon Balls, a gleam sparkled in his eyes. He absorbed all these skills in one sweeping motion. Knowledge surged forth in his mind like a gushing spring. After a while, he exhaled deeply and raised his left hand to stretch. After mastering the true dragon body skill, his physical condition had completely restored, and he felt an exponential increase in his physical strength. He believed he could now withstand the heavenly horse meteor fist. Rienai cautiously withdrew his other hand and rose. He gently lifted Tai Si, placing her on the bed. Perhaps due to the long hours of anxiety, she slept soundly, and he remained by her side. Activating his divine sense, he scanned the palace and discovered that only he and Tai Si occupied the entire space. Where's everyone else? Although puzzled, he did not dwell on it and began conversing with the system. System, may I inquire what would happen if I fail to enter the next world within 3 days? Ding. You will face erasure by the will of this world. What is the meaning of this? Why am I being hunted? Ding. This system has revoked the privacy protection for the host, causing this world to perceive you as an anomaly, thus deciding to eliminate you. Rienai was at a loss for words, exhaling a sigh and shaking his head, feeling that the current system was quite the burden. 3 days is ample time, he remarked as he lifted the sleeping Tai Si and vanished. On Earth. Upon the arrival of the 3rd day, Rienai and Tai Si stood upon the hillside behind the Capsule Corporation. Have you truly made up your mind, dear? Tai Si assuredly nodded. Very well. With a wave of his hand, a radiant door materialized. Hand in hand, they stepped inside, and the door vanished behind them. Chapter 94. Arrival in the hero world. On the train tracks of a city, a towering figure wreaked havoc. At that moment, a smaller silhouette darted out. Standing atop a train, extending a hand to the giant and employing his signature skill, preemptive strike, tree lock, as his hand morphed like a tree, forming a net to ensnare the giant. A female giant unexpectedly intervened, kicking the male giant away, causing him to crash into a building. The male giant gradually shrank in size. Standing atop the train, the hero Lin Shunwei posed in astonishment. Below, in the gathered crowd, a boy with freckles and a head of soft green spikes, sporting a large yellow canvas backpack, gazed dreamily at the two heroes. He pulled out a notebook, diligently recording his observations, drawing curious glances from passers-by, though he paid them no mind. After finishing his notes, he slung the backpack over his shoulder and headed toward school. Atop a tall building, a flash of light signaled the arrival of Rienai and Tai Si. Husband, have we arrived in a new era? Tai Si asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed. He playfully rubbed her cheeks, reddening them. Oh no, you've ruined my makeup. She swatted his hand away, feigning annoyance. Rienai chuckled, sweeping her up in a princess carry as he leaped away. Now, the priority was to settle down. During those 3 days in the Dragon Ball world, he had signed for numerous valuable items, some of which were sold for points to be stored in the shop, all in hopes of acquiring better resources. Among the remaining items was a currency usable in any world, amounting to a staggering 10 billion, known as Jasigua. In a classroom of an academy, a teacher addressed the students. Now that you are in your 3rd year, it is time to consider your post-graduation destinations. Here, I have a graduation form for you to fill out regarding your desired paths. The teacher continued, I believe most of you wish to enroll in the hero course, correct? As the students approached to collect their forms, when a green-haired boy named Midoriya Izuku stepped forward, the teacher cast him a resigned glance. The teacher understood the boy's predicament. A student devoid of any distinctive traits stood out starkly in this class. However, the teacher allowed him to take the form nonetheless. Shortly after, another student approached, but rather than taking a form, he turned to the class and declared, I refuse to be associated with you weaklings at the bottom. His expression exuded arrogance, inciting anger among his classmates. At that moment, the teacher retrieved a folder and pulled out a form, glancing at it. Wow, Bakugo. You filled out for Hero High, right? The moment the teacher spoke, the classroom fell silent. Are you joking? Hero High? This guy must be insane. Indeed. He is truly mad, The difficulty of entering Hero High is notoriously high. Well, one cannot be too quick to judge. Perhaps he possesses genuine talent. Midoriya Izuku, silently filling out his form, covered his forehead in frustration, knowing this situation would arise. Bakugo Katsuki scoffed disdainfully, scanning the room before pointing at Midoriya and boasting, "Dunce. I know you share my ambition to apply to Hero High, but I advise you to give up. A person without a quirk like you is simply unworthy." As soon as he spoke, his classmates regarded Izuku Midoriya with peculiar gazes. However, he remained unfazed, filled out the form, stood up to place it on the podium, and then sat back down. "Hey, Deku, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me? Are you deaf?" The moment he sat back down, Izuku glanced at Katsuki Bakugo's expression and stood up once more to respond. "I know, but I still want to give it a try." "Give it a try? What do you plan to use for that, your life? I advise you to choose a more conventional graduation project and live your life quietly." Bakugo retorted mockingly. Izuku lowered his head, choosing silence. Bakugo scoffed and returned to his seat, crossing his legs. On another front, Reina purchased a 3-story house by the seaside. A quaint little villa that was exquisitely furnished, costing him 300 million. He chose the seaside for its connotation of facing the ocean with the warmth of spring. After acquiring the house, Tais dove into the bathroom for a shower, while Reina settled on the sofa to watch television. At that moment, a notification from the system sounded. "Ding. The world you have arrived in is My Hero Academia. In this realm, you cannot utilize any attack powers from your previous world." "What did you say? Please do not pretend to be deaf. This system is seriously informing you of this matter." What is the reason for that? You must provide me with an explanation." "Ding. There is no reason. Everything is dictated by this system." The system delivered its domineering explanation without hesitation. Hearing such a response, Reina felt as if his heart might explode with frustration. He suppressed his anger, taking several deep breaths to calm himself before pondering the system's intentions. Though he found no clarity after much contemplation, he decided to disregard it. After all, his current physical strength was sufficient. At that moment, Tais emerged from the bathroom, donned in a lacy nightgown. Upon seeing her, Reina's eyes widened, behaving akin to a love-struck puppy. Tais shot him a glance before moving to the hairdryer to dry her hair. Reina then stood up, smiling. "Is all this really necessary? Just watch me." Approaching her, he waved his hand, and her hair was dried instantly. He then embraced her, placing her on the bed, and like a ravenous wolf, he pounced, initiating their intimate moment amidst her startled shrieks. Simultaneously, on a nearby street, a liquid monster was robbing a supermarket, fleeing at an astonishing speed. Bystanders halted in awe, some murmuring about the absence of heroes. As they spoke, a tall figure emerged from behind them, inspiring admiration in their eyes. The fleeing man sensed the shift, and, upon spotting the figure, his pupils constricted in fear. Unbeknownst to him, he collided with a pillar, but fortunately, being liquid, he suffered no significant harm. "Damn it! How did I run into this guy? I need to escape quickly, or I might die," he exclaimed, diving into a nearby sewer. Chapter 95. Reina, or All Might. Time passed swiftly. After school, Izuku departed the campus. Walking along a small path, he suddenly halted as if remembering something, hastily setting down his backpack to check. After rummaging for a moment, he unearthed a booklet, exhaling a sigh of relief. Gazing at the booklet, he fell into a reverie. Just then, a pool of liquid oozed from a nearby sewer grate. As the shadow approached, Izuku's expression shifted to one of terror as he beheld the colossal figure. "All Might, I have a hostage. I advise you not to act recklessly." Upon hearing the monster's words, Izuku's initial fear transformed into delight. Just as he was about to turn around, All Might appeared behind him, calmly stating, "Young man, do not turn back, for I have arrived." Hearing this voice, Izuku felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. In a flash, a figure darted past, sending the liquid monster crashing against the wall, causing a multitude of cracks to form. "What did you just say? I didn't catch that." All Might gestured for silence, his demeanor commanding. "You despicable creature," the liquid monster stammered in panic. "Hey, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? Who told you to engage in such illicit activities?" As soon as he finished speaking, a gust from All Might's punch tore through the air, splitting the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. "Young man, focus on your studies. I must take my leave." With that, he launched himself like a missile, leaving a deep imprint in the earth. In midair, he was surprised to find a young boy clinging to his leg. At that moment, Reina, watching television in his seaside villa, perked up. Huh, is someone fighting? I should check it out. He rose, turned off the television, and glanced back at the still sleeping Ties. He quietly entered the room, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead before vanishing. His curiosity was piqued, as he sought to understand what quirks were and how battles were fought in this world. Primarily, he wished to witness the pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm, having only gleaned insight into it relative to the protagonists in his previous life. On the rooftop of a building, All Might landed steadily with a sandbag, striking a pose, while Izuku Midoriya felt dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he gaped in astonishment as the towering figure, revered as the world's #1 hero, gradually shrank to the stature of a slender man comparable to his own height. Izuku rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to accept the sight before him. You. He hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. All Might smiled wryly, realizing his momentary lapse had exposed his secret. Just as he prepared to caution the boy against revealing his identity, his gaze sharpened. Who goes there? Show yourself. Izuku was utterly perplexed by the man's words. He scanned the surroundings, finding no one else present. However, just as he turned back, a figure suddenly emerged, startling him. Had he not just endured a fright, he might have fainted on the spot. You are All Might, aren't you? Facing the inquiry from the unfamiliar man, All Might remained silent, instead addressing Izuku. Young man, you must leave this place at once. Upon hearing this, Izuku glanced between All Might and the newly arrived stranger, clenched his teeth, and shook his head. I trust you. Hearing the boy's declaration, All Might was uncertain whether to feel joy or exasperation. Reina smiled at Izuku, sensing a peculiar strength within him, one devoid of malice and instead protective. It seemed this very essence allowed him to wield the legacy of One for All. All Might regarded Reina solemnly. Are you affiliated with the League of Villains? Reina shrugged nonchalantly, embodying an expression of uncertainty. Then what do you intend to do? I wish to challenge you to a duel, he replied, tossing a bottle of water from his pocket to All Might. Drink this. All Might accepted the water, perplexed by the gesture, uncertain of its intent. Rest assured, you'll understand once you drink it. It will be beneficial to you. After a moment of contemplation, Oromedo took a sip, convinced that since this individual dared to appear openly, he must not be an evil person. Upon drinking, a warm sensation enveloped his body, and he noticed that the twisted scar that had plagued him for years had slightly faded. This scar had resisted the efforts of even the most skilled healers. Yet this bottle of water seemed to offer relief. Reina smiled faintly. Come now, let me witness your prowess. Who exactly are you? Enough with the idle chatter. Let us get on with it. Reina feigned a look of impatience. All right. Clenching his fists, he resumed his imposing stature. With a swift motion, both individuals unleashed a gust of wind, causing Midoriya Izuku to stumble and fall to the ground. Almost immediately, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The surrounding buildings collapsed, sending plumes of dust into the air. The populace, in a state of panic, flooded into the streets. Some opted to call for help, while others chose to document the chaos. This observation suggests that, regardless of the world, the essence of humanity remains strikingly similar. Suddenly, from the dust, Reina emerged, delivering a punch that sent Oromedo flying through the haze. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of Oromedo, speculating about the identity of his adversary. Who is this person? Does anyone recognize him? I'm not sure. Could he be yet another new villain or hero? Impossible. No mere oddity could contend with Oromedo. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Reina, observing his opponent, pondered deeply. In the previous world, Oromedo's full power could rival that of a Super Saiyan. He began to grasp the concept of quirks. Oromedo, your strength cannot possibly be at this level. Are you afraid of unleashing your full power for fear of harming innocent civilians? Oromedo remained silent. In that case, let us relocate. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, activating his spatial manipulation ability, and in an instant, the two, along with Midoriya Izuku, vanished. While they could not utilize any offensive capabilities from the previous world, other abilities remained at their disposal. Shortly after their disappearance, footage of their battle circulated online. Eager netizens engaged in fervent discussions, debating who was the more formidable combatant. On a certain forum, one user asserted, I believe the young man in this video is slightly more impressive. Did you not notice Oromedo appearing somewhat strained? An account named Hero Report responded sharply, Hey, how can you say that? Strained? Where do you see that with your third eye? Exactly. Oromedo, is the #1 hero. How could he find it difficult against the young man? As the matter escalated, the Hero Association became aware of it. A large screen in the office displayed the video recorded by a bystander. Chapter 96. The Recruitment of the League of Villains, Sole Mission. A tall, slender man in a white suit with a tuft of white hair at his forehead, seated at the head of the table, intently watched the video, murmuring, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The meeting table was filled with 19 individuals, including the speaker. A man with red hair and a scar over his left eye confidently declared, "This video is undoubtedly staged." What makes you say that? Considering the world's vast population. Oromedo is not absolute. A flamboyantly dressed man retorted, picking at his fingernails. Flamboyant? Are you always opposing me? The red-haired man frowned. Mr. Shin, what do you mean by that? Am I opposing you? I am merely stating a fact, as it has always been. He continued nonchalantly, lifting his hand to scrutinize the screen's light. Enough, you two. Let us not dwell on this. The president will have his plans. A younger, slightly portly man attempted to mediate, stifling a yawn. The president, placing his teacup down, spoke slowly. Indeed, what Shimada mentioned holds some truth. Given the enormity of the world and its population, it wouldn't be surprising if such an individual emerged. Perhaps we could recruit him. What do you think? The portly youth added. I believe that is impossible, President. Haven't you heard the saying, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain? Our association already has Oromedo. Bringing in another would surely cause trouble. As they deliberated, on a desolate island in the ocean, 3 individuals appeared, startling a few small animals. Midoriya Izuku, dazed, regained his senses and realized he was in an unfamiliar environment. Wasn't I just on the rooftop? How did I end up here? You possess such peculiar abilities. It's truly extraordinary, Oromedo remarked. Reina, without uttering a word, beckoned him with a finger. All right, in that case, prepare yourself. With a swift motion, he appeared before Reina like lightning. A flurry of punches came hurtling toward him. Reina returned the blows. The series of sounds reminiscent of grenade explosions reverberated across the island. The shockwave from their clashes obliterated everything in their vicinity. Fortunately, Midoriya Izuku had the foresight to escape before the two engaged in battle. Is this the strength of the #1 hero? Though Midoriya Izuku found himself in a precarious situation, the admiration in his eyes could not be concealed. The two moved with blinding speed, leaving devastation in their wake. Suddenly, Oromedo leaped into the air, crossing his arms like a missile, diving downwards. Excellent. Make it even more intense. In the throes of battle, he felt as though the seed of the universe within him was absorbing some form of power, causing it to grow slightly, about a centimeter more. Reina concentrated his power and unleashed a powerful right punch, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the air. With a deafening crash, the impact resonated throughout the island, stunning all creatures, including Midoriya Izuku, some even succumbing to the force. The ground around Reina fractured, the entire island trembling, visibly sinking at an alarming rate. You are truly formidable, and not just ordinarily so, Oromedo exclaimed as he landed. Reina, retracting his power, revealed a radiant, innocent smile. You flatter me. Your ability to unleash such force is indeed rare in this world. I shall take that as a compliment. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing across the landscape. After some time, Reina produced a bottle of mineral water, distinct from the previous one, tinged with a greener hue. This was concocted during the last 3 days in the previous world, where he whimsically ground the magical beans into powder to create this water. Though its efficacy was far inferior to that of the original beans, it still held some utility. What exactly is this? You could consult a professional organization when you return to find out. Now it's time to go? With another snap of his fingers, this inexplicable battle concluded, and the 3 unexpected guests vanished, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield. The decision to return stemmed from the cessation of growth of the seed of the universe, as if it had reached satiety. On a desolate roadway, your abilities are truly remarkable. You returned in an instant. What kind of person are you? I am simply myself. A unique spark of brilliance. Farewell. With a swift motion, he vanished. Might shook his head, perplexed by the sudden skirmish, not even knowing the name of the individual involved. With a sigh, he hoisted Izuku Midoriya and leapt away. At the Reina residence, Tai-C was entertaining 2 unexpected guests. This beautiful lady, is your husband truly absent? Asked the man in a white suit, black mist, as he set down his tea and inquired once more. Indeed. I have no idea where he has gone, Tai Si replied earnestly, devoid of any pretense. TCH. Black Mist, we arrived at an inopportune moment. Toby scoffed, spitting out a toothpick that instantly ignited. Just as he was about to rise, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice whispered in his ear. It is ill-advised to play with fire in someone else's home, young one. As the words faded, Toby promptly sat back down, drenched in cold sweat. Having felt a fleeting moment of mortality, Reina approached from behind with a smile. Darling. Tai Si immediately leapt into his embrace. They haven't harmed you, have they? Tai Si shook her head. At this moment, Black Mist interjected. Sir, I would like to invite you to join our League of Villains. Hearing this, Reina furrowed his brow. The League of Villains? Indeed. After all, you are someone capable of battling Our Might, so I sincerely hope you will consider joining us. Black Mist stated earnestly. Not interested. Not interested, leave me be. Reina waved his hand, displaying evident impatience. My lord, we extend a heartfelt invitation and hope you will contemplate it seriously. Black Mist's voice grew solemn. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Reina's eyes. You are. Before he could finish, Toby promptly pressed his head down while offering an apology. My apologies, sir. We shall take our leave at once. After bowing at a 90-degree angle to Reina, they hastily departed. Humph. At least he possesses some self-awareness, Reina muttered, waving his hand, causing the traces they left behind to vanish. He plopped down, and just then, the system notification chimed. Ding. Unique mission issued. Please collect various quirks to allow the cosmic seed to grow to 5 centimeters. Upon completion, you may proceed to the next world. Mission reward. This time, he felt that the task issued by the system was somewhat problematic. System, when you say various quirks, do you mean all quirks or just a select few? After posing the question, he waited for quite a while, but the system remained unresponsive. Chapter 97. Playing the role of a teacher. Hey, system, could you please give me a clear answer? No matter how Reina pleaded, the system remained silent. Tai Si, nestled in Reina's embrace, sensed his troubled demeanor and inquired, Darling, if something is bothering you, feel free to share. I can help lighten your burden. Gazing into Tai Si's hopeful eyes, Reina pondered briefly before articulating his concern. Quirks. Darling, I think you're being a bit foolish, Tai Si giggled, suppressing a smile. Reina shamelessly retorted, my apparent dullness merely serves to highlight your brilliance. Hee. Humph. Tai Si pouted. With a playful kiss, Reina leaned in, and after a moment of tender intimacy, they finally parted. Tai Si appeared somewhat dazed by the encounter. Darling, you could consider teaching at a school. Aside from social organizations, schools are filled with people. Upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration ignited in Reina's eyes. He grinned widely while his hands playfully roamed over her. Soon, both were swept away by passion, retreating to their room to engage in intimate activities. In the office of the principal at Hero High, Principal Hamster set down his coffee, a serious expression adorning his face as he regarded Our Might. Is everything you said true? He is truly that formidable? Our Might nodded gravely. I believe we should recruit him as a lecturer at our Hero High. The principal fell into contemplation. Do not hesitate, Principal. He is undoubtedly a talent, and his power could aid us in vanquishing them. As he spoke, Our Might touched his injuries. Since you believe it feasible, then it falls to you. However, be swift. The entrance examinations commence tomorrow. Our Might flashed a smile before departing. Sigh. Lately, I have been plagued by ominous premonitions. I hope my fears are unfounded, the principal lamented, taking another sip of his coffee. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association, officially known as the Global Elite Hero Headquarters, the meeting had concluded. No plans had emerged, as everyone held differing opinions. Only the president remained, repeatedly reviewing the combat footage of Reina and Our Might. Suddenly, a phone rang, and he answered the call from his pocket. What? He sprang to his feet, astonished. Is this real? The League of Villains has made contact with him. The speaker on the line responded, yes, but they were unsuccessful and appeared rather flustered. Hearing this, the president sighed in relief. If they had successfully recruited him, it would have posed a significant problem for our association. Thank you for your efforts. Please return at once. However, the other party did not respond, raising his anxiety. Hello? 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 After a series of calls, a strange male voice emerged. Stop yelling. My ears are nearly deafened. Who are you? Me? Please, your people are almost at my doorstep, and you still ask who I am. You? How could that be? The president was taken aback, bewildered by how the other party had discerned his identity. Enough, I don't have time for your games. Tell me why you sent someone to surveil me. The president fell silent. I know without you saying. You lot are simply bored. Instantly, the president felt a surge of anger. You. Calm down, it's merely a fight. Why does your hero association have to meddle so much? With a resounding click, he hung up. The president was left in disbelief, taking several deep breaths as a wave of helplessness washed over him. I truly do not wish to, but we desperately need fresh blood. He turned off the television and departed. Near Reina's residence, he held a mobile phone in his hand. Beside him lay an unconscious man. You lot are utterly incompetent at following. I truly wonder how you were trained. He was utterly exasperated. Earlier, as he stepped out, he sensed someone lurking nearby, and with a swift motion, he appeared before the individual, knocking him out, resulting in the earlier phone conversation. Tossing the phone into the man's lap, he turned to leave. But not far into his departure, he was intercepted by Might. Is there something you need? Might nodded. Speak, what is it? Reina's straightforwardness momentarily caught Might off guard. I wish to invite you to teach at our hero high. Oh, how fortuitous. It seems sleep has delivered a pillow to me. Reina thought. Seeing that Reina remained silent, Might was about to speak again when Reina interjected. All right, I accept. Might scratched his ear, astonished at what he had just heard. Did he just agree? That was rather swift, almost too straightforward. Upon hearing those words, Might felt a sudden sense of rationality. What conditions do you propose? Whatever you ask, we shall comply, he declared. If you require me to assume the role of a teacher, that is no issue. However, I have but one request. I hope you will not interfere with my teaching methods. No problem at all. Such trivial matters are easily settled, Might assured him. Thumping his chest, Reina nodded and shook his hand. By the way, I still do not know your name. ID Reina. Then I shall call you Reina from now on. Reina shrugged, indicating his indifference. How about I take you to the school to register right now? Reina frowned. Observing his reaction, Might explained, please do not misunderstand. The truth is, tomorrow marks the entrance examination for the students of the Hero Academy, and I would like to request your assistance as an examiner while you serve as a teacher. Going to the school to register is fine, but I am not suited for the role of an examiner, he replied, lacking any knowledge of heroics. He felt that taking on the position would only complicate matters for him. Well, that is unfortunate. Might expressed a hint of regret, yet accepted Reina's unwillingness without further insistence. Reina took out his phone and called Taisai, informing her that he would be busy and that she should not wait for him for dinner. He then followed Might toward the Hero Academy. As the two made their way to the school, videos of their previous battle had already circulated to other countries, making them a topic of global discussion. After all, Miight's fame was immense, and his legion of admirers was countless. The mere thought of someone capable of battling Might was unfathomable to his fans, thus leading to the rampant sharing of the battle footage. Unbeknownst to him, Reina had inadvertently risen to celebrity status. While the world may not have known his name, his visage was now recognizable. Chapter 98. Not a match. Upon arriving at the school to register, the principal was taken aback upon seeing Reina. After all, witnessing something firsthand is vastly different from merely hearing about it or watching it on video. Once the registration was completed, it was already quite late when Reina returned home. After enjoying a cozy dinner with Taisai, they shared a warm bath together and eventually snuggled into bed. That night, as Reina drifted into slumber, he dreamt of the cosmic seed conversing with him, imparting that this world could not withstand his power, urging him to utilize the native abilities of the previous world and to complete his tasks swiftly, collecting the essence of humanity in this world to lay the groundwork for future generations. In the midst of this hazy dream, the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, the abrupt ringing of his phone jolted Reina awake. He felt a heaviness in his head, as if he had experienced a lengthy dream. Having conversed with the cosmic seed about matters he could not clearly recall, shaking his head, he silenced the alarm, intending to close his eyes once more, when suddenly the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Check-in successful, rewards being dispensed. Congratulations, you have received Wisdom Potion X10, Cosplay Maid Outfit, Face Fruit, Lushan Rising Dragon Wave, and Divine Beast Pet Egg. Reina's eyes brightened at the mention of the maid outfit, licking his lips, but just then his phone rang again. He picked up to find it was Miight's number from the previous night. Hello, what is it so early in the morning? Are you still asleep? Hurry to the school. All right, enough with the noise. He abruptly hung up the phone, then leisurely got out of bed, dressed, and washed up before turning to Taisai, who was still fast asleep. Wife, I must be off. Taisai turned over, and Reina smiled as he vanished using his spatial abilities. At the Hero Academy, the entrance was bustling with students who were filled with exuberant anticipation. In addition, numerous reporters had gathered. In a secluded corner of the school, Reina appeared, straightening his attire as he made his way to the principal's office. Not long after, he encountered a group of students, among whom was a familiar face, Izuku Midoriya. Although he appeared burdened with worries and did not notice Reina, casting a glance at him, Reina continued on to the principal's office. Minutes later, he arrived at the principal's office, where Principal Hamster handed him a script and stated, "You will be delivering the opening speech this time." "Wait, are you serious? You want me to do it?" Reina responded with a bewildered expression. The principal nodded earnestly. "There is a reason for this. After all, you are now considered something of a celebrity. Your notoriety rivals even that of Oromate." He was puzzled, wondering when he had become a celebrity. Noticing his confusion, the principal chuckled and pulled out his phone to show him a website with the title, "New Generation Number 1 Hero Emerges." Below it was a lengthy article with numerous comments. The principal browsed through several similar sites, confirming the evidence of his newfound fame. "All right, take a look at the script. We are starting in half an hour." Nodding, Reina opened the script and activated the ability of his reincarnation eye. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit tavern located in a back alley, members of the League of Villains gathered. Tamura Shigaraki, scratching his hand ominously, remarked, "Such a grand event cannot proceed without our involvement. Kurojairi, how is the preparation coming along?" "Rest assured, Master, everything is ready." Kurojairi responded respectfully. Shigaraki nodded, donning a black cloak. At that moment, Kurojairi morphed into a swirling vortex, leading the others through, followed by himself. As Reina concluded his speech and prepared to step down, several dark figures suddenly descended from the sky. A thunderous crash echoed, sending dust swirling. The reporters and students initially mistook it for a stage performance, remaining in their places despite the chaos. With a whoosh, a massive shadow emerged from the smoke, and a roar reverberated, causing a buzzing in the ears of the crowd. "What a monster!" someone exclaimed, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers. "What is that?" The principal felt a wave of nausea upon glimpsing the entirety of the shadow. "Nomu, unleash your destruction." A frenzied voice echoed across the playground. Reina gazed out to see a black vortex forming, from which a group emerged. The League of Villains. The principal's expression shifted drastically. Crash, crash, crash. More dark figures plummeted down, creating craters in the ground. The first monstrous figure charged toward Reina. "Bring it on." Reina gave him a thumbs up. As the creature approached, Reina raised his right hand, activating vector manipulation. In an instant, the ferocious Nomu came to a halt, unable to move regardless of its efforts. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it flying like a severed kite, crashing into a decorative rockery. The unexpected turn of events drew the attention of the League of Villains toward Reina. "It's him." Shigaraki's eyes glimmered with intensity, and he whistled sharply, commanding all Nomu to attack Reina. Prior to Kurojairi and the others' return, they had strategized with the stone-carved figure on how to deal with him, and the only method was to unleash the Nomu in battle. "Very well, I find myself rather bored, so I shall indulge you all for a moment, while perhaps gleaning some insights from your presence." With a subtle smile, Laya leaped forward, charging at the swarm of monsters. The other heroic instructors followed suit, each lending their aid. A resounding thud echoed as a fist struck the chest of the creature known as Now Wu, yet it stood unyielding. How curious. It absorbed the impact. Do these monsters possess individuality as well? Despite such musings, the cosmic seed within him remained dormant, indicating otherwise. Laya exerted a bit more force, and with a swift thrust, he pierced through its chest, causing it to explode into a gelatinous mass. Simultaneously, several other creatures lunged at him without hesitation. Engaging his vector manipulation, he conjured a formidable magnetic field around him, rendering the monsters suspended in midair. At that moment, a surge of electromagnetic energy erupted, transforming them into another gruesome amalgamation, showering the surroundings with crimson splatters, a truly spectacular sight. In this moment, both teachers and students, as well as journalists and adversaries alike, stood stupefied. Within mere rounds, the so-called monsters were obliterated, leaving them to question the reliability of their own vision. Yet the rain of blood confirmed the reality of their predicament. "Retreat." Shigaraki Tamura commanded decisively. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves immobilized, mirroring Now Wu's earlier predicament. Since you have presented me with such a generous gift, it would be remiss not to invite you to a cup of tea. Lei Na's voice resonated in their ears. What manner of being are you? Shigaraki Tamura inquired, his gaze dark and foreboding, as he beheld Lei Na approaching. Lei Na offered no reply, merely placing a hand upon his shoulder, while within him, the cosmic seed stirred, its germ beginning to flourish once more. It seemed that only the living would suffice. Tamura appeared to possess considerable strength as well. Indeed, he had a mentor, did he not? What was his name? One possessing powers contrary to those of All Might. If he could absorb him, would that not lead to the completion of his task? A spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Meanwhile, an unexplainable chill surged through Shigaraki Tamura, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He whispered something softly. Tamura's pupils constricted. Lei Na patted his shoulder and proceeded to do the same to each individual present, astonishingly causing the cosmic seed within him to grow by 2 centimeters. This acquisition brought him great joy. At that moment, the principal and 8 heroic instructors approached. Thank you. Lei Na? The principal bowed deeply, recognizing the gravity of the situation. There is no need for such formality. I am, after all, a part of this institution. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. Secure them and maintain strict oversight. He commanded with utmost seriousness. Just as the teachers were about to subdue them, Lei Na intervened. Allow me to handle these individuals. The teachers exchanged glances before turning to the principal, who, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. Thank you. I shall not let these individuals escape my grasp. A smile graced his lips, yet it appeared rather sinister in the eyes of the League of Villains. At that moment, a throng of journalists rushed in, their cameras flashing incessantly. I leave this to you, Principal. I shall take my leave, he declared, snapping his fingers as he vanished along with the League of Villains. The journalists stood there, mouths agape, utterly astonished by his abrupt disappearance. At home, Tai-Si, seated on the couch watching the news, was startled by the sudden arrival of Lei Na and his entourage. With a dismissive gesture and a scoff, she rose to leave. Lei Na smiled faintly before turning his icy gaze towards Shigaraki Tamura. What I previously conveyed to you still holds weight. Speak swiftly of his whereabouts. Shigaraki Tamura merely smirked, appearing unfazed. Meanwhile, in another location, within a decrepit structure that concealed lavish interiors, All for One scolded, utterly foolish. Beside him stood a doctor clad in a white coat, gloved hands at the ready. Let us not be harsh. He merely wishes to alleviate some of your burdens, the doctor replied. All for One snorted disdainfully. That fellow, Lei Na, has managed to abduct them. It seems he seeks information from them. Rising slowly, he remarked, it appears that I must take action. After this prolonged period of recovery, it is time to test my regained strength. His arm transformed into a substance akin to black mist as he advanced, with the doctor following closely behind. Lei Na swiftly removed all 14 of his hands and seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Yet, Shigaraki Tamura showed no signs of fear. Rather, he appeared exhilarated. Come now, and me. Do it. His voice was hoarse due to the grip. Such a request is quite audacious. With a slight increase in pressure, Lei Na heard a crack as Tamura's neck misaligned, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Curse you. I shall have you accompany my master in death. The black mist roared, expanding like a balloon. Lei Na stepped forward, striking it down with a single blow, dissipating the swirling black fog. Now that he is gone, speak. Dream on. Lei Na nodded, preparing to act when suddenly, a rush of wind surged from behind him. Without turning, he activated his vector manipulation, forming a magnetic field to intercept the unexpected assault. A booming explosion resonated as a shockwave erupted, shattering nearby furniture and cracking the walls. When Lei Na turned to face his assailant, his eyes gleamed with recognition, and he licked his lips. You've come personally. How astute of you. This is quite convenient, sparing me the trouble. The master is dead. The black mist shouted, its voice filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, All for One's demeanor shifted dramatically, preparing for a second assault. The scene abruptly transitioned to another location. You mustn't wreak havoc upon my home. I wonder, do you mourn the loss of your disciple? Fear not. Soon, your grief will deepen, Lei Na teased. In an instant, he appeared before All for One, unleashing his vector manipulation, a tremendous force propelling him backward. He skidded across the ground, carving a trench a kilometer long before regaining his footing, simultaneously firing bone spikes like a machine gun. Yet, These spikes proved ineffective. Observing this, All for One's arms morphed again, becoming thick and armored with exoskeletal features. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he closed the distance to Laya, delivering a thunderous punch. The previously imperceptible magnetic field dissipated, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that fractured the earth and sent clouds of dust swirling. Impressive, stronger than All Might's. Laya caught the blow with a single hand, a smile illuminating his face. The embryonic seed within him burgeoned further, growing an entire centimeter. All for One, taken aback by Laya's effortless defense, retreated hastily. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, Laya remained in pursuit. During their exchange, Laya noted the blood trickling from beneath All for One's mask. He was indeed injured. What had caused such rapid growth of his cosmic seed's embryo? Laya was incredibly curious. Even All Might's abilities couldn't achieve this. He felt that if he continued absorbing the power, the mission would be complete. Damn it, this is your own fault. I was originally planning to leave it for All Might. As he spoke, All for One produced a blue potion from somewhere and crushed it. The blue liquid splashed onto his arm. His already thick arm instantly grew 3 or 4 times its original size, and various strange things appeared on it, emitting puffs of blue smoke. Die! Whoosh! As he swung his arms, a powerful gust of wind was generated. Then his fist struck. Boom! A sound comparable to an atomic bomb explosion resounded throughout the land. A huge mushroom cloud rose, accompanied by rings of violent winds that swept up everything, as if all surrounding objects had defied gravity. After unleashing his full power in that attack, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His arms had returned to normal, though they were now covered in blood. The doctor approached, took a syringe from his pocket, and injected it into his arm. His breathing stabilized quickly, and his bloodied arms returned to normal. Well, the attack power wasn't bad. It was definitely stronger than All Might's. Laya's unhurried voice came from the lingering smoke. All for One shook his head, utterly incredulous. Not only him, but the doctor and the others were also in disbelief. When the smoke cleared, they saw the unharmed Laya. He smiled at everyone, but that smile was terrifying. Just as he took a step, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the unique mission. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving 300 million mall points and 1 drop of divine dragon blood. Please proceed to the next world in 1 day. That's it. He was somewhat puzzled. Although the embryo of the cosmic seed had indeed grown, it didn't seem to have reached the required level. However, what concerned him more was that there were only 2 rewards. Ding! Host, you didn't misread or mishear. You have indeed completed the mission, and there are only 2 rewards. Faced with the system's resounding answer, Laya was stunned and didn't know how to refute it. In that moment of hesitation, All for One seized the opportunity to activate the teleportation skill, taking him and his subordinates away. Chapter 100 seems a bit early. Laya didn't chase after them. After all, the mission was complete. What was the point of having them? He glanced at the description of the divine dragon essence blood. It can transform the true dragon body into the undying divine dragon body. Holy crap, it can actually transform into this kind of physique. He'd seen this physique in the mall before. It cost a whopping 4 billion. For it to command such a high price, it must be exceptionally powerful. Without a word, he extracted the essence blood. It was still slightly warm in his hand, making him wonder if he'd just obtained it from a dragon. Without much hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, a fiery sensation surged through his body, and soon his skin turned completely red. A scorching heat spread from his body, burning his clothes and melting the ground. Blood continued to flow and evaporate, repeating this several times until his face gradually paled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of hot wind spread out from him, instantly forming a heat storm. He couldn't help but roar. After a moment, the burning sensation completely subsided. He exhaled a long breath, then examined his body, finding his skin incredibly white and smooth, like a piece of fine jade. Laya awkwardly scratched his face, suddenly realizing he looked like a gigolo. Aside from that, he didn't notice anything else different. He took out some clothes from his system inventory, changed, and left. In the tavern, All for One and his group appeared, looking disheveled. Thud. Blood dripped continuously from the industrial mask. Boss, you must receive treatment immediately. The doctor helped him up and left, leaving only the Black Mist group and the dead Shigaraki Tamura. This time, their alliance had been severely damaged. Wife, let's go to the next world. Tais, who was cleaning up the battlefield, stood up, looking at Laya with some surprise. Honey, We've only been in this world for a few days. Why are we going to another world again? Besides, didn't you just become a teacher? What will happen to the school if you leave? Reina pulled her into his arms. Your husband was prepared. He flipped his hand, and a piece of yellow paper appeared. He tossed it aside, and as it burned, a puff of smoke rose, revealing a figure identical to himself. This was a clone talisman he'd purchased from the system shop on his way back. It cost him 250,000 shop points, had a 10-year validity period, and granted him a small portion of his power, but was still stronger than All Might. All right then. Her husband had made thorough preparations, so what could she say? Besides, she wanted to see other worlds. Although this was another world, she found it somewhat boring, not as good as her previous world. Reino waved his hand, summoning a dimensional gate. He turned and patted the clone on the shoulder. Then he and Ties entered and disappeared. On the vast ocean, 10 warships bearing the markings of the Navy were sailing towards an island. The people on the island were frantically fleeing in all directions, as if some terrifying event had befallen them. On the lead warship, a man in a dark red suit with a buzz cut put down his den mushi. Attack, the officer said expressionlessly to his adjutant beside him. It's Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The adjutant saluted and turned to leave. Shortly afterward, cannonballs erupted from the muzzles of the 10 warships. Simultaneously, on the other side of the island, a flash of light appeared, and Reina and his companion appeared. Is this a primeval forest? Reina muttered, looking at his surroundings. System, where am I? He asked inwardly. Ding. This world is One Piece. Currently located in O'Hara. The world of One Piece. Great. Then I'll form my own pirate crew. He was eager to try. Ding. The host can use any ability obtained from other worlds. System. Are you sure? This system never lies. Reina was embarrassed, not understanding what the system was thinking, but since he could use skills from the Dragon Ball world, things were much easier. He ended the conversation and released his aura to sense his surroundings, remembering that the system had mentioned O'Hara, which reminded him of something. However, just as he released his aura, a series of explosions erupted. No way, did I arrive at such a coincidence? Ties asked him, looking puzzled. Honey, what happened? I'll take you to see, and you'll understand. As he spoke, he lifted her into the air. Meanwhile, explosions erupted, flames filled the air, and houses collapsed one after another. On a road, a fair-skinned little girl ran desperately, followed by a burly man. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. 2 cold glints grazed past the burly man, and he instantly collapsed to the ground. The little girl stopped and cried out, Sorrow. He shook his head at the little girl, then turned to look at the man who had appeared. Kazan. Ouch. Ouch. If you, a former Marine, manage to stop the Buster Call, then the Marines will become the biggest laughingstock. Sorrow, covered in wounds, slowly stood up. Kazan, do you deem this assault justifiable? I believe you are aware that this is an act of intimidation, a means by which the world government seeks to conceal certain truths. Silence. Kazan barked sharply. For the advancement of the world, such measures are indeed necessary. And scholars have undeniably transgressed the law. That is a fact. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to obstruct my efforts, but should you insist on doing so, I will be compelled to take action. At that moment, as the conversation unfolded, a cannonball struck, directly hitting a civilian vessel sailing upon the sea. The explosion caused the ship to sink beneath the waves. Infuriated, Solo roared, You scoundrels have gone too far. He swung a fist downwards, but the opponent deftly dodged his attack. As dust billowed, he quickly lifted Nico Robin and fled into the distance. Kazan sighed, for he had not intended to resort to such measures, yet circumstances left him no choice. He extended his hand, and a frigid shockwave erupted from his palm as he called out, Frozen time capsule. Instantly, a colossal icy pathway formed on the ground, immobilizing Solo's feet in place. Just as Kazan prepared to act, Reina and his companion descended slowly. Reina surveyed Kazan, then glanced at Solo and the little girl he held, nodding in understanding. Indeed, it seems I have arrived at this moment rather prematurely. Kazan's expression grew solemn as he demanded, Who are you? For reasons unknown, he sensed a perilous aura emanating from this sudden arrival. Who am I? Just a passerby, the stranger replied with a smile towards Kazan. Frowning, Kazan retorted, Regardless of your identity, this matter concerns our Navy. His meaning was clear. He hoped the stranger would refrain from intervening. Reina shrugged, stamped his foot, and with a crack, shattered the ice beneath him. Take her and run, he instructed Solo. After a moment of hesitation, Solo gritted his teeth and began to sprint. Though uncertain of the identity of his rescuer, his sole task was to escape with Nico Robin. After running several dozen meters, a cannonball hurtled towards them. Salo swiftly concealed Nico Robin behind him, bracing himself to absorb the impact of the projectile. Just as he closed his eyes, the cannonball inexplicably veered away. With a thunderous explosion, the warship erupted, sending its crew plummeting into the sea. "Hey, stop dawdling," Salo exclaimed, shaking off his bewilderment and sprinting away. Reyna cleared his ears, gesturing grandly, causing all cannonballs aimed at the island to halt midair. His display startled the Navy personnel. "Who are you exactly?" Kazan demanded. As ice spears formed around him, Reyna smirked, poised to return the cannonballs when a wave of magma surged forth from the ground. Canine Crimson Lotus. The dog-headed magma halted just inches from him. "Kazan, what are you standing there for? Act quickly," Sakazuki shouted. With a swish, the ice spears shot forth from Kazan. "This is troublesome," Reyna muttered, his breath intensifying, instantly obliterating their attacks and sending both men flying. As they soared through the air, they simultaneously coughed up blood, and the suspended cannonballs detonated. Salo, running at full speed, glanced back and was nearly thrown off balance by the sight. "What is happening?" He was astounded by the unexpected young man who could so easily overpower two formidable Navy admirals. Despite his shock, he did not forget his duty and continued to sprint. After running for over half an hour, he finally spotted the small raft he had prepared. Gently placing Nico Robin onto the vessel, he earnestly instructed her, "Robin, leave this place with all your might and never return." "And you, Salo?" Nico Robin asked, her voice trembling. Salo shook his head with a wry smile. "I cannot leave. I am too conspicuous, and my work remains unfinished." "Hurry, Robin." Tears streamed down Robin's face as she shook her head defiantly. "No, I won't. There's no one on the sea. I want to stay here. You must remember, one day you will meet your comrades. Now escape." Robin wiped her tears, reluctantly boarding the raft and paddling with all her strength. Watching her drift away, Salo smiled brightly before turning towards the blazing tree of knowledge, determined to rescue the scholars. Meanwhile, Reyna leapt onto a warship with his wife, driving the Navy soldiers off the vessel and commandeering the ship as it set sail. "Damn it, Kazan, what have you done? Why did you not stop him?" Sakazuki seethed, his expression thunderous. Kazan frowned. "You saw it. That man dispatched us with a single hand. Do you truly believe you could have stopped him?" Sakazuki spat on the ground and stepped closer, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. "When we return, I shall see how you explain this to the Admiral." With a cold huff, he turned away, while Kazan departed in the opposite direction. "Aboard the warship, darling. Why did you engage them?" Tais puzzledly inquired. Reyna smiled faintly before revealing the nature of their actions and the world in which they lived. "What, darling? That is utterly inhumane. Why not save those people?" Tais pleaded, gazing at Reyna with sorrowful eyes. He shook his head, gently pinching her soft cheek. "This is a predetermined reality. I cannot alter it." Instantly, Tais's demeanor soured. Reyna sighed, for he too yearned to rescue them, but after conferring with the system, he had uncovered a grave dilemma. If he intervened now, their fates would be even more tragic in the future. They could not escape such a destiny. "Surely we can at least save that little girl." She pouted. All right. Reyna nodded repeatedly, guiding the ship toward the direction he sensed. Before long, they located little Robin. After Tais reassured her, Robin lowered her guard and boarded the warship, leaving with the pair. Within 10 minutes, the entire island was engulfed in cannon fire. At the Navy headquarters on the Red Soil continent, the Demon Slayer warships returned from their assault on Oharu Island. However, to the astonishment of the soldiers, only 8 ships had returned. In the Admiral's office, Spandane reported the events to Admiral Sengoku, placing 2 photographs on the table. "Kazan, is what he said true?" Sengoku inquired gravely, studying the images. Kazan set down his book and nodded, responding in a low tone. "Indeed, that individual is no ordinary person. With just one hand, he repelled both me and Sakazuki, and he possesses peculiar abilities. He can block attacks and even redirect cannonballs. It appears yet another formidable figure has emerged. But we absolutely cannot allow this young girl, who can decipher history, to escape. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been in vain. Place a bounty on these individuals. The man will have a bounty of 200 million, while Nico Robin will be set at 79 million, and the woman in his arms, likely closely related to him, should be valued at 70 million. As he spoke, He handed the photographs to a sheep adorned with bells. The adjutant nearby, upon hearing the orders, promptly set off to execute them. In a certain sea area, a Navy warship blazed fiercely, and less than 5 nautical miles away, a luxurious yacht sailed. No, it should be referred to as a warship. He had completely forgotten that such an item resided in his backpack. My dear, why did you not take this out earlier? Instead, you resorted to seizing someone else's naval vessel, remarked Laya with a smile. For he could hardly admit to having forgotten. At that moment, Xiao Robin approached and bowed to the two. Tai Si quickly intervened, gently caressing the short black hair of Xiao Robin while saying, "From now on, Xiao Robin will live with us. Do not worry, with your brother Laya around. No matter how many adversaries come, he will drive them away." She glanced back at him as she spoke. Laya nodded in agreement. There was absolutely no issue with this arrangement. While they engaged in conversation, many around the world were already in a state of astonishment. An 8-year-old child had a staggering bounty of 79 million. Furthermore, an unknown figure had garnered a bounty of 200 million. What shocked them even more was the rumor that this pirate, with the 200 million bounty, had defeated 2 naval admirals known for their monstrous prowess. This news left those who heard it feeling incredulous. Chapter 102. Is light speed truly fast? On an island in the New World, within the Grand Line, a towering figure with a white beard laughed heartily. Gulalala. Another intriguing newcomer has emerged. Old man, I suspect this might be a fabrication. After all, Kazan and Sakazuki are formidable in their own right, remarked the young Marco beside him. Gulalala. Whether true or false, we shall discover in due time. Others of considerable strength had received similar tidings, yet their reactions were rather muted. It was understandable. After all, why would an elephant concern itself with an ant? Aboard the warship, Laya inquired. Xiao Robin, you can interpret the nautical charts, correct? Robin nodded, recalling her previous studies within the Tree of All Knowledge. Laya presented her with the nautical chart he had acquired from the naval vessel. Now, please identify our current location and find the nearest point for resupplying. All right. Robin took the chart and examined it closely, eventually pointing to an island named Kuda Air Tua. This is the closest location to us. We can reach it in a day's time. Laya marked the position she indicated and displayed it on a translucent screen, which then emitted a flash of light. As Robin pondered, a mechanical voice startled her. Updating map. Update complete. Destination confirmed. Estimated arrival time, 2 hours. The warship then set sail autonomously. Robin gulped, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Laya smiled at her and affectionately ruffled her hair. Ding. Mission initiated. Collect the devil fruit tree. Mission rewards. Dear, it's time for Xiao Robin to have her meal. Tai Si's voice echoed from the speaker. Laya took her small hand and led her toward the dining hall. Upon entering, the delightful aroma filled Robin's senses, causing her stomach to rumble. Eat up. Tai Si served her a generous bowl of rice accompanied by an array of dishes. Without concern for appearances, Robin devoured her meal, for she was indeed very hungry. Observing her voracious appetite, Tai Si felt a pang in her heart, tears welling in her eyes, but she suppressed them. Mealtimes should be joyous. How could she allow herself to cry? Laya witnessed the entire scene, silently sighing to himself. In the office of the Marine headquarters, the Fleet Admiral Sengoku inquired, "What is the status? Have you located their whereabouts?" With Admiral Steelbone Kong absent from the headquarters, Sengoku was presiding over operations. Based on the information currently at hand, they seem to be heading to Kuda Air Tua, replied the aide. Sengoku nodded. Are they heading there? I recall that Borisolino's mission route also passes through that area. Inform him to apprehend them. The aide saluted and departed. I hope they do not resist. All we require is the return of that little girl. He wished to avoid unnecessary casualties, but the orders from above were non-negotiable, and he could only harbor that hope. Time passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, they finally reached their destination. They disembarked and set foot on the island, with the warship rendering itself invisible. Not long after, a group of individuals approached. Laya initially presumed they were merely passers-by, but to his surprise, they intercepted him, 20 or so individuals. What do you want? Laya asked. Kid, we mean no harm. We simply wish to borrow some money, so hand over all your valuables, spoke a one-eyed, one-armed middle-aged man. Laya's eyes gleamed. He had encountered robbers. This is quite a novel experience. He feigned fear. How much do you desire? How much? Didn't you hear? We want it all. A short, stout man declared arrogantly. Suddenly, the serious atmosphere was pierced by laughter. The group turned toward the source of the mirth, their eyes lighting up, some even licking their lips. And those two women. You shall hand them over to us. Hearing this, Laya grinned and leisurely walked past them. The robbers assumed he was complying, but as they prepared to speak again, their heads fell. Fortunately, Tai Si understood Laya and promptly covered Xiao Robin's eyes, shielding her from the gruesome sight. However, she shot Laya an irritated glance. Not long after the trio departed, the Navy arrived. Vice Admiral Borsellino, we have discovered a pile of corpses ahead. An aide reported to Borsellino, who had just stretched. Yar. To kill so many so brazenly, they are indeed vicious. You all must hurry and keep up. With that, he transformed into a beam of yellow light and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Laya halted abruptly, grimacing. Ah, what an annoying fellow. He cast a magnetic field around Tai Si and Robin to protect them from any potential fallout. In no time, a flash of light appeared, and Borsellino materialized. I wondered who could move so swiftly. It is none other than the renowned Borsellino. Borsellino glanced at him lazily. You look much younger in person than in the photographs. Laya chuckled. What can I say? I am simply youthful. Hand over the devil child, Nico Robin, and you may accompany me. Laya stroked his chin, pondering. That is not out of the question. Oh, what are your terms? Borsellino understood the implications of his words. My condition is simple. Please return. Instantly, Borsellino's expression darkened. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss. Laya shrugged nonchalantly. With a swift motion of his finger, a yellow beam shot forth. Laya waved his hand, deflecting it effortlessly. In that moment, Borsellino appeared before him, delivering a kick infused with light speed. The impact was accompanied by a flash. However, to his astonishment, his opponent blocked the lightspeed kick with one hand. As he attempted to elementalize and vanish, he realized his ability was ineffective. Is lightspeed truly fast? Before the words left his mouth, Borsellino's pupils constricted, and he was sent flying, crashing into the distant forest. The newly arrived Navy soldiers swiftly surrounded them. Do not move, or we will open fire, commanded the aide. Reyna grinned broadly as he activated his vector manipulation, causing the soldiers to soar into the air, spinning rapidly amidst their cacophony of panic before being flung away. At that moment, Borsellino's attack struck once more. Faced with the oncoming barrage of laser beams, he delivered a powerful punch into the air. Boom! The air erupted with a resounding blast, the formidable shockwave shattering the laser beams. Under the force of this tremendous wave, even Borsellino was caught off guard and sent flying again. In the midst of the smoke and dust, Borsellino stood up once more. Yet this time a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. This is troublesome. The discrepancies between Kazan and Sakazuki's accounts are too vast. He had not participated in the demon-slaying order mission but had gathered some information upon their return. However, the current situation revealed a significant gap in understanding. Why is his ability so peculiar? It doesn't resemble hockey, and why can I not elementalize? If I could, how could he possibly land a hit on me? Buzz. The Amaterasu sword coalesced in his hand as he vanished in a flash of light. Oh dear, quite resilient, aren't we? Although he had not exerted much strength in that last strike, a typical person would have sustained severe injuries. Since that is the case, let us engage once more and see just how much you can withstand. He was eager to observe the extent to which the opponent could harness the powers of the devil fruit at this juncture. In a flash, Borsellino's slash descended. The sound of a clash echoed, sending a wave of sound that caused the recently risen soldiers to cover their ears and collapse once more. Reyna sank about 2 centimeters. How is it possible that he withstood that without using hockey? Do not be so astonished, and do not lose your focus in battle. A hand covered his face, pinning him to the ground as he was dragged along without restraint. Fortunately, there was still some distance to the village. Otherwise, attracting the villagers' attention would have been troublesome. Nonetheless, the villagers began to stir, curious about the strange sounds. Meanwhile, the officer feigning unconsciousness amidst the bushes retrieved a den mushi to urgently call for assistance from headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku answered the call. What? He immediately stood up, his expression one of astonishment. Borsellino is utterly powerless. Hold him down and deploy immediate support. After hanging up, he quickly opened a drawer and dialed another number. Inform Vice Admirals Kazan and Sakazuki to head to Ketarudo for support immediately. They are permitted to use Jeppo for swift travel. After ending the call, he stroked his chin and suddenly recalled someone. Just in case, Let us mobilize him. He has nothing else to do anyway, merely munching on donuts all day. He picked up another din din mushy and began dialing. On the island, bang. Borsalino crashed violently into a ravine but soon burst forth, leaping high and pinching his fingers. Zzz. Eight-fingered Jogo. A storm of laser beams rained down upon him. Bring it on. He realized that the opponent was unable to utilize the powers of the devil fruit, rendering them considerably weaker. So he withdrew the divine aura emanating from him. It was precisely this faint aura that had prevented the opponent from elementalizing. A punch struck the void, which shattered like glass, unleashing a violent shockwave that detonated all the laser beams into a dazzling display of light. Seizing the opportunity created by the brilliance, Borsalino charged towards the two lovely ladies. Aware that he was no match for them, he resolved to take them both back. Just as he was about to reach them, Reina appeared before him in an instant. A flash of light surged through the air. Borsalino let out a pained scream as he was sent flying. A deep imprint of a fist marked his chest. Reina brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. That's enough. There's no point in continuing this fight. Return and inform the celestial dragons that this lady is under my protection. There was no deep-seated vendetta. He had no desire to kill anyone. So his strikes were always measured. Borsalino hesitated upon hearing this. His sense of justice had always been ambiguous. Moreover, he was unable to overcome his opponent. What should he do? As he pondered, suddenly, magma fists began to rain down from the sky like meteors. Hey, is this never-ending? It seems I must teach you a lesson. With a wave of his hand, the laws of space activated, and the scene instantaneously shifted, except for Nico Robin and his wife. All Navy personnel, including himself, found themselves back at the Navy headquarters. As they regained their bearings, they realized they had inexplicably returned to the headquarters, bewildered by the turn of events, while above. The magma fists crashed down with explosive sounds, engulfing the area in flames. Hearing the explosions, Admiral Sengoku rushed out of his office and was met with a battlefield ablaze. Sakazuki's attack? Has he lost his mind? Before he could grasp the situation, thinking Sakazuki was madly attacking the headquarters, his Kinbunshiko haki activated, revealing that the reality was far from his assumption. He spotted the heavily injured Borsalino and his soldiers. Although the flames were fierce, thankfully, Kazan was managing to control them. This is simply a monster among monsters. He has instantaneously returned to the Navy headquarters. Regardless of whether he is a monster, he must be captured or slain. For the sake of justice, Meteor Volcano. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sakazuki unleashed this technique once more. But this time the magma fists were significantly larger than before. Reina raised his hand, and a black sphere materialized in the void. Before they could comprehend the situation, the ground trembled, and all matter gravitated toward the black sphere. Admiral Sengoku dashed forth, transforming into a giant Buddha, and struck the black sphere with a punch. In an instant, the air froze, followed by an explosion of brilliant golden light, the shockwave resonating throughout the entire Navy headquarters. The sea roared in turmoil. However, his strike did not affect the black sphere in the slightest. 6 paths of the Earth explosion star. As the Buddha descended, the black sphere expanded into an enormous mass, descending with a force capable of obliterating everything in its path. Sakazuki's attack was rendered ineffective against this onslaught. Some bewildered Navy soldiers gazed at the colossal entity, succumbing to despair, fear, and panic. Should it fall, the headquarters would be doomed. The Buddha surged forward, gathering power in its fist, and struck once more. The golden radiance intensified. Boom. In that fleeting moment of collision, a thunderous roar erupted that shook the heavens and earth. The Earth explosion star halted momentarily, dragging the Navy headquarters down several fathoms. Before Sengoku could relax, it began to move slowly again. What? This left him astounded. He knew that the punch he had unleashed moments ago could annihilate an island, yet this. Here, I declare one thing. Nico Robin is under my protection. I am Eddie Reina. Remember this well, and inform the celestial dragons. Just then, Reina's voice echoed. Although his tone was quite flat, the Navy personnel felt he was mocking them. After speaking, he vanished, leaving behind the Earth explosion star that continued its relentless descent. Chapter 104. Humiliation and Rising Storms. Bang. Bang, bang. The Buddha delivered a series of punches, the speed so rapid that it caused subtle distortions in space, yet it could not halt the colossal sphere, merely causing it to shed massive chunks of debris. Everyone, quickly seek refuge. The voice of Defo resonated throughout the Navy headquarters like a loudspeaker. Under this command, the dazed soldiers, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, snapped back to reality, hastily abandoning their weapons to rush into the underground base. As for the civilians, they had already surged into the underground shelter in droves when Sakazuki unleashed the meteor volcano. Thankfully, the enormous underground base had been constructed robustly, otherwise, such a situation would have been unmanageable. Struggling to hold up the massive stone ball, the admirals capable of long-range attacks sprang into action to assist, while the remaining admirals focused on evacuating personnel to ensure the entrance remained unblocked. Among the fleeing masses were numerous journalists, diligently documenting the events to report on them later. 6 admirals, moving with the grace of moonlight, supported the colossal sphere with their armed hockey. Their collective roar only slightly alleviated the situation. "Evacuate everyone," Admiral Sengoku bellowed. The 6 admirals exchanged glances and quickly departed. After their exit, Sengoku reverted to his original form and leaped to the entrance of the underground passage. Just as he stepped inside, the giant stone ball crashed down. Boom! The earth trembled and shattered under the impact, reducing everything to ruins. In the shadow of night, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. "On the island, darling. You're back. Has everything been resolved?" Reina nodded. "Yes, this should keep them quiet for some time. It's late now. Let us leave the procurement of supplies for tomorrow and get some rest." With that, he leaped away with the 2 women and vanished. The following day at the Navy headquarters, the once majestic structure lay in tatters. A loud crash echoed as a cloud of dust billowed up, followed by a throng of people rushing out. Upon witnessing the devastation, they were at a loss for words. Bang! Sakazuki slammed his fist into the ground, his expression darkening. He was not alone. Other Navy personnel bore similar grim visages. This was not just a loss of face for the Navy. Unlike the previous encounter with the Golden Lion, where Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp had worked in tandem, this time a single individual had single-handedly overthrown the entire Navy and made a successful escape. Navy soldiers and civilians began clearing the debris, while the commanders found a relatively quiet spot to convene a meeting. Meanwhile, members of the press sent news of the incident back to their offices, leaving the journalists astonished. The editor-in-chief urged the staff to expedite the printing of newspapers. Half a day later, delivery birds took to the skies. Morgan's, the owner of the world's largest news agency and a master of directing the delivery birds, held a newspaper in his hands. Incredible. A monster has emerged in this era. I wonder if he can seize the opportunity. Simultaneously, the world, including the New World, was once again shaken. Is this a joke? One person has obliterated the Navy headquarters. In less than a day, he injured a vice admiral and caused such chaos. Is he aiming to become the second pirate king? Opinions were divided. On an uninhabited island in the New World, a man clad in a floral shirt with short black hair and wielding a massive sword-like weapon remarked, "What a formidable individual. If I ever encounter him, I must challenge him." His sharp yellow eyes glinted with excitement. On the Moby Dick, Gurura. What an impressive young man. This era is becoming increasingly fascinating, Roger. Whitebeard exclaimed as he set down the newspaper and took several swigs from his drink. "Old man, drink less," Marco advised from the side. "All right, I understand," Whitebeard replied, downing a few more gulps. On another island, Shanks, wearing a straw hat, sat beneath a tree, perusing a newspaper. Wow. This individual has single-handedly brought the Navy headquarters to such ruin. The Navy will need time to recuperate. "Captain, you're not thinking of recruiting him for our crew, are you?" asked the chubby, chicken leg munching Luffy, his words slightly slurred. "Someone like him would be content playing second fiddle. Besides, I have all of you as my companions." Shanks responded, eliciting laughter from the group, creating a harmonious atmosphere. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with cold light. What a handsome young man. But we already have enough strong individuals. The hierarchy is nearly established, and we don't need anyone else. However, the one who can destroy the Navy headquarters will certainly pique Kaido's interest. After all, he has a penchant for courting death. With that, she grabbed a piece of cake nearby and stuffed it into her mouth, feeling quite pleased. On Onigashima, he had previously marked the terrain when passing through with the Rocks pirates, and after their dissolution, he had taken residence there. Oh la la la. How amusing, truly amusing. You Navy folks will have your moments of defeat, and I must say, I admire that. After taking several swigs from a flask, he slammed it down. Yet, there are too many powerful figures in this world. Only one can claim that position. Roger, your treasure will be mine, and I will eliminate all obstacles in my path. His voice echoed across Onigashima. Beyond the ranks of these top-tier powers, several dark organizations were deliberating on the potential consequences this incident could bring to the world. In the high-level chamber of Pangaea Castle in Mariawa, 5 middle-aged men were gathered. With a loud slap, a newspaper was tossed onto the table, and a bald man wielding a katana wore a grim expression. This time, not only has the Navy lost face, but the world government has too. Who is this young man, Eddie Reyna, and why is he shielding Nico Robin? Does he seek to reach the final destination as well? Regardless of the reason, this incident is extremely serious. If we fail to impose appropriate punishment, how can we maintain our standing? The current world order has yet to stabilize, and we lack the manpower to handle this. The Gorosei began discussing the matter. The bald man adjusted his glasses and suddenly suggested, perhaps we should bring forth that previously discussed, albeit immature, plan. Given the current circumstances, we may have no other choice. However, that plan is immature. And if those individuals turn against us, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Enough, we'll discuss that matter later. For now, the priority is to determine the bounty for this young man. At that moment, the protagonist of this incident had just awakened. After freshening up, he felt a bit disheartened because he had intended to sleep alongside his wife upon returning to the warship, only to find Tai Si giving him a cold glance and retreating to another room with Nico Robin. Chapter 105, Barrett's Challenge Sigh. This is frustrating. He sighed deeply. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and his stomach growled in response. After taking a few steps, a system notification chimed. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Flowing Blade, the Demon Sword Muramasa, and the Eye of Death. Reyna paused momentarily. Is that it? The system remained silent. Very well. He activated the Shinjitsu no Maken, leaving the matter of the 2 weapons for later. Ding. Activation successful. Due to the incompatibility between the Shinjitsu no Maken and the Rinnegan, should the 2 eyes be merged, the fusion could yield the Rinnegan of Death. A flicker of surprise crossed Reyna's mind. Was such an operation even possible? Let us proceed with the fusion. Ding. Fusion initiated. Estimated completion in 12 hours. Oh, that is quite a long time. This suggests that the resulting power will be formidable. However, before he could ponder further, his stomach reminded him it was time for a meal. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, he unexpectedly collided with the energetic Xiao Robin, who was holding a newspaper. Not paying attention, they bumped into each other, causing her to stumble and sit on the ground. Are you all right, Xiao Robin? Robin shook her head, and upon recognizing Reyna, handed him the newspaper. Reyna, this is today's newspaper. You've become quite famous. She giggled. Before entering the dining hall, Reyna smiled and took the newspaper inside. Sitting down, he began to read the headline, which proclaimed, "One person causes the Navy's shame." Other headlines included, "A young strongman emerges. Can he compete with established powerhouses? And what will be the bounty of the mysterious boy of unknown origin?" After a brief glance, he folded the newspaper and set it aside, beginning his meal. At that moment, Tai Si entered with a robust, chiseled middle-aged man, carrying several bags. "You're back. Nothing happened, right?" Tai Si placed her items down and gestured to the middle-aged man. With number 1 around, what could possibly go wrong? This man was the robot she had received from the Dragon Ball world, a name she had given him. So simple and clear. By the way, darling, here are our bounty notices. She pulled out the wanted posters from her bag. 3 wanted posters. The first was his, featuring his face with a bounty of 273 billion. The second was his wife's, lacking a name but with a bounty of 200 million. The third was Xiao Robin's, whose bounty had been raised to 100 million. Is that all? Do they perhaps underestimate me? Robin's small eyes were filled with large doubts. As far as she knew, only notorious pirates had bounties of such magnitude. However, she had just heard Reyna say he was underestimated. Tai Si shot her a knowing look. You just keep boasting. Reyna chuckled. Hey, let us explore the new world. Robin declared, setting down her chopsticks. Reyna, do you know how to get to the new world? Although she had seen the nautical charts, she was unaware of the routes to the new world. Of course, your brother is well versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters, a true polymath. He boasted. But to his surprise, Tai Si interrupted him. Since you're so knowledgeable, do you understand a girl's heart? He felt these 2 matters were entirely unrelated. Why could girls jump to such conclusions so quickly? What a lovely day it is. Reina awkwardly laughed, seeking to avoid the awkwardness by heading to the control room to set the course for the new world. Meanwhile, near the Red Line and Reverse Mountain on the Grand Line, Kurokas, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, looked astonished at the sight of a burly man. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be on the Grand Line? Douglas Bullet. Humph. You seem quite comfortable, Kurokas. I came back from the New World specifically to wait for someone. Kurokas observed him with a peculiar expression, filled with curiosity. Since Captain Roger's death, I lost my purpose. I thought I would never encounter anyone as powerful as him again. Yet here stands someone like you. Kurokas furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling someone. You're referring to that rising star, Eddie Reina. Bullet retorted, you should find a different goal if you wish to live better. He sat down on a rock with a scoff. Kurokas shook his head in resignation. About half an hour later, the two saw a strangely shaped ship approaching from the distance. Bullet stretched and stood up. With a powerful leap, he landed several hundred meters away on Reina's warship, causing it to sway violently. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Reina's voice was icy. Eddie Reina, I have come specifically to challenge you. Challenge me? And you are? He struggled to recall who this burly youth was. I am Douglas Bullet. Reina suddenly remembered. He recognized this individual, but thought he was imprisoned and impelled down at this time. Had something changed? Eddie Reina, since you were able to destroy the Navy headquarters, your strength must be formidable. Hence, if I defeat you, I shall surpass Roger. Seeing the determination in Bullet's eyes, Reina casually dug at his ear. I have no time to play with children. Leave. The final words sent a wave of force that knocked Bullet away, plunging him into the sea, creating a massive splash. Whoosh. Bullet quickly resurfaced, his fist covered in hockey, striking toward Reina's face. Reina flicked his finger, and with a thud, Bullet was sent flying again, skimming across the water like a stone, splashing countless waves. Kurokas was astonished by this spectacle. It was a complete one-sided affair. Compared to Roger, this was even more pronounced. The gap could not be this vast. Bullet roared in anger, enveloping himself in hockey, and unleashed a flurry of punches against the warship, causing the air to explode with noise and stir up tremendous waves. Boom! Reina extended his hand toward him, and the void suddenly erupted with a deafening sound. Countless shadowy fists vanished in an instant, and Bullet immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting like a broken kite into the depths of the sea. Gulp! Kurokas swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. The man known as the Devil's heir, Douglas Bullet, was utterly defeated without a chance to retaliate. Moments later, Bullet resurfaced from the depths with his immense strength. Do you still wish to challenge me? Floating on the surface, Bullet shook his head in confusion. Then, to Kuroka's astonishment, the warship began to ascend into the air, soaring over Reverse Mountain until it vanished from sight. Chapter 106, Zo Island. Is this fellow truly human? Kurokas murmured. Just as he turned to glance at Bullet, a loud crash resounded, sending a massive wave skyward, and Bullet disappeared. The warship flew over Reverse Mountain, directly reaching the New World. On the ship, Taisi said, Darling, we need to name the warship. A name? Reina pondered, realizing it was indeed time to name it. I have an idea, Taisi exclaimed. Let us combine our names. I've thought of one, Rada. Rada? He found the name rather casual. What? You don't like it? Taisi's expression turned slightly displeased, prompting Reina to wave his hands hastily. I'm absolutely satisfied. Thus, the ship's name was casually decided. As the two conversed, the warship landed smoothly on the water's surface without causing a splash. The Laya ship traversed a considerable distance when suddenly dark clouds began to gather in the sky, rendering it as ominous as the arrival of doomsday. Following this, a fierce wind arose. Alas, are we not welcomed? How vexing. Reinhard raised one hand, conjuring a sphere of energy and hurling it into the sky. With a resounding hum, a brilliant light flickered, dispelling all extraordinary phenomena, and in an instant, the atmosphere transformed into radiance. Now that is more like it. Let us continue our journey. The Laya battleship sailed smoothly, maintaining a speed of approximately 180 knots. Due to the chaotic magnetic field of the New World, it could only rely on permanent or recorded compasses, rendering the previously updated nautical charts utterly useless, leading to a blind navigation. In the office of the Admiral of the reconstituted Navy headquarters, only vice admirals, excluding Polysolino and Carp, alongside Admiral Sengoku, were expressions of shame, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet the gaze of Admiral Kong. Enough. You cannot be blamed for this. After all, no one could have anticipated such events. However, the enemy's possession of such formidable power indicates they are not to be trifled with. Is there any information about him? The crowd shook their heads. The only thing known is that he once appeared in O'Hara, Sengoku noted. Admiral Kong nodded. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door. Admiral Kong uttered an invitation to enter, and an officer stepped inside to report. Report, Admiral Kong. According to the situation, Eddie Reinhardt has already arrived in the New World. The atmosphere grew tense. His arrival in the New World foretold greater turmoil. Additionally, before entering Reverse Mountain, he had clashed with former Roger Pirates crew member Douglas Bullet. All right, you may leave. The officer saluted and exited. What are your thoughts? They exchanged glances. Bullet clearly did not succeed in his challenge. Otherwise, he would not have reached the New World. Sengoku said solemnly. Enough. Everyone except Sengoku, please take your leave. Understood. They responded and departed, leaving only Kong and Sengoku. Since Roger's demise, do you believe this era has changed, Sengoku? Sengoku fell silent, unsure how to respond. Kong stood and patted his shoulder. The higher-ups have decided. Once I retire, you shall be the next admiral. What? Sengoku gasped in shock. Admiral Kong, how could it possibly be me? Isn't there still Carp? Kong shook his head. You know Carp's personality, and do you think the higher-ups would allow him to become admiral? Just think about it. Indeed, just think about it. Especially considering Carp's name has a D in it. Meanwhile, after nearly an hour of sailing, the Laya ship emitted a series of alarm sounds, rousing Reinhardt from his slumber. What does this mean? He peered through the porthole, spotting a thick fog outside, within which loomed a colossal figure. Reinhardt sensed the air and his eyes lit up. He never anticipated encountering this entity upon his arrival. Exiting his cabin, he waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the fog entirely. Darling, what has happened? The two lovely ladies approached. Reinhardt gestured with his lips. Tai C's face flushed, and she leaned in to give him a quick peck. What is going on? Did he mean that? No, that couldn't be it. Robin tugged at Tai C's sleeve, pointing ahead. Sister Tai C, look. What is that? Following the direction of Robin's small hand, Tai C spotted an enormous, exceptionally thick leg. In an instant, she felt her face burning. She then realized her earlier misunderstanding and shot Reinhardt a fierce glare. Reinhardt was speechless. What did this have to do with him? Robin stifled a giggle beside them. Ahem. Reinhardt cleared his throat, attempting to ease the atmosphere. I never expected to encounter this giant here. Brother Reinhardt, what is this enormous creature? Just as Reinhardt was about to respond to Robin's inquiry, a deep voice resonated in their ears. Who are you? What brings you here? Reinhardt smirked. Truly deserving of the wisdom of a being that has lived for a millennium. We are merely lost. Esteemed powerful one, do not jest. Given your strength, how could you possibly be lost? Oh, are you so certain? What if I am directionally challenged? Esteemed sir, you are the strongest individual I have ever encountered, a being of extraordinary strength. Thus you could not be lost. Reinhardt shrugged. That point was indeed correct. But he was genuinely lost. Oh, great Elephant King. I presume you have lived for nearly 1,000 years. You must know where the tree of devil fruits is located. At this, the Elephant King fell silent. Just as Reinhardt was about to inquire further, the Elephant King spoke. I apologize, esteemed sir. The tree of devil fruits appears randomly and bears fruit, so I do not know where it is. Very well, it seems this line of thought can be dismissed. Yet, he recalled another matter. He remembered there was a historical text on Zou. Elephant King, may I visit Zou Island? Of course, esteemed sir, it would be my honor. Would you like me to assist you in reaching there? That won't be necessary. At once, Reinhardt snapped his fingers, and the battleship vanished, transporting the three of them to Zou Island. In the forest, the three appeared. As they exited the woods, they encountered a group of Mink tribe individuals along with their two kings. Greetings, esteemed one. The Elephant King has informed us. Please follow us to your resting place. They nodded and followed. The other minks curiously observed the three humans, glancing around as if appraising a rare treasure, eager to touch, if possible. Chapter 107. You have come for the throne as well. Following the two kings, Inu Arashir and Nico Mamushi, they arrived at their abode. As they walked, Reinhardt couldn't help but nod. After centuries of development, it truly was impressive, resembling a paradise. After several minutes, they arrived at a 3-story small villa. Esteemed one, this is where you shall rest. Should you need anything, feel free to call me. We shall take our leave. Nico Mamushi spoke, preparing to depart with Inu Erasure when Reinhard called them back. I heard that you possess a historical text. Could you take me to see it? Though he spoke plainly, they sensed an undeniable tone. The two kings exchanged glances and nodded. Please, follow us. Would you two like to join? Reinhard turned to ask. The two lovely ladies shook their heads and yawned. Subsequently, Reinhard followed the two kings. On the other side of Zou, a naval warship was sailing. Yet they did not detect the Elephant King, completely heading in the opposite direction. Vice Admiral Karp, no suspicious vessels detected. An officer reported. Karp, munching on a donut. Replied indistinctly, change direction. However, Vice Admiral Karp, changing direction will lead us into the fog. The officer hesitated. Not a problem, not a problem. Proceed that way. I trust my instincts. The officer nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, the warship turned around. Well, I hope this is indeed the case. Karp mused. Little did he know. Aside from their navy, another ship was heading toward the fog, but it was not a naval vessel. It was a pirate ship. On Zou Island. After walking for over an hour, the three arrived at the location of the historical texts. Indeed, it was quite grand. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this historical manuscript towered as high as a two-story building. He extended his hand to caress the ancient text, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a profound sense of history. So it is, this script truly possesses a unique allure. He sensed a peculiar essence pulsating within the words. Just as he was immersed in his observation, the cat viper approached, observing Reina's hesitance to speak. If there is something to say, do so, he remarked while continuing to scrutinize the text. It seemed that Quanlan understood the cat viper's intentions and promptly restrained him. Unfazed by his advice, the cat viper broke free and spoke. I wish to request your assistance. Naturally, we shall offer appropriate compensation. Oh, compensation. Are you referring to this historical manuscript? The cat viper nodded. This holds no value for me. I have no interest in the so-called Lafa de Lu. I am merely intrigued by the historical manuscript. Reina chuckled lightly. The cat viper sighed, somewhat disheartened. With a wave of his hand, Reina made an impression of the manuscript and patted the cat viper on the shoulder. However, should I find myself in Heziguo in the future, I might recall this. He then departed with a cheerful demeanor, leaving the cat viper momentarily stunned. Well then, why are you dawdling? He has agreed. Quanlan nudged him. The two then left in haste. Shortly after they distanced themselves, members of the Shaka Tuan appeared. Duke Quanlan. Lord Cat Viper, more individuals have landed, reported Pedro, the leader of the group. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Quanlan and the cat viper exchanged glances and swiftly took off. Reina, who had just returned to the residential area, paused and gazed towards the source of the explosions. Upon sensing the atmosphere, he realized that pirates were approaching, accompanied by the navy below. Ah, what a coincidence! He vanished in a flash. In the whale forest. Clang, clang, clang. After several intense clashes, a member of the Shaka Tuan and a pirate both stumbled back several meters. What on earth are these creatures? Who knows? Perhaps they are the indigenous inhabitants of this place. Look, they can even generate electricity. We cannot delay any longer. More will come. They quickly scattered, attempting to escape the forest. Owing to a feint, the Shaka Tuan members surprisingly could not pursue them. Just as they were about to flee the forest, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and one pirate screamed, clutching his face as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The other pirates did not stop to check on him. Even without pausing, they suffered the same fate, collapsing and howling in pain. Pirates, how did you come here? Speak. The cat viper inquired, prying open a pirate's hand. Just as the pirate was about to respond, an arrow suddenly flew through the air. The cat viper leaped back to evade it, but the arrow struck the pirate, killing him instantly. Quite nimble indeed, remarked a man on a tree, wearing a hat and sporting a scar on his mouth, licking his lips. Which pirate crew do you belong to? We are the ones here to take your lives. As he spoke, several arrows were released. Quanlan swiftly dodged, swinging his blade to create a gust that scattered the arrows. Just as the hat-wearing man was about to act, another voice emerged. It is the Roger Pirates. A middle-aged man with upright hair, adorned with earrings and draped in a black cloak, slowly stepped forward. The cat viper and Quanlan were perplexed, as they did not recognize him. You know us. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. How could I not know you? From Whitebeard to Roger, you are quite renowned. If you know us, why have you come here? Quanlan asked. Of course, it is for the historical manuscript. Such treasures are not available to just anyone. The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted, becoming aggressive. You are no match for me. Clear the way. However, at that moment, Reina's calm voice resonated. If they are incapable, then what of me? The middle-aged man turned to see a young man descending gracefully from the air. Kid, your words are quite arrogant. The middle-aged man replied with a menacing glare. Former member of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji. Ah, a discerning individual indeed, knowing my name. Yet you do not step aside. Reina smiled slightly. The historical manuscript is in my possession. In your possession? Who are you? Eddie Reina. Upon introducing himself, Wang Ji furrowed his brow, an unsettling familiarity washing over him. Upon closer inspection, he felt he had seen this young man before. As he pondered, the hat-wearing man on the tree shouted, falling down. He pointed incredulously at Reina. You are the one who destroyed the Navy headquarters. How is it possible that you are here? No, how did you arrive in the New World? Hearing the hat-wearing man's exclamation, Wang Ji finally recognized who he was. So, you too seek the throne. Wang Ji's eyes narrowed, his tone ominous, exuding a dangerous aura. Yet Reina remained unperturbed, shaking his head. I have no interest in this so-called throne. I merely find the historical manuscript intriguing. Furthermore, Wang Ji frowned. Furthermore, I have set my sights on this place. So I kindly ask you to leave. Very well, you are a fool who refuses to heed warnings. Wang Ji charged forward in a fury. Chapter 108. Annihilation. An unexpected interruption. Truly, a gentleman speaks rather than fights. Why must one always resort to violence? That said, he still relished the prospect of a good fight. With a swift motion, before Wang Ji could reach him, Reina had already intercepted his advance. Reina's right hand shot forth like a dragon diving into the sea, his palm magnifying in Wang Ji's sight, swiftly enveloping his face. With a resounding slap, he sent Wang Ji flying, several teeth dislodging and falling to the ground. In just a brief encounter, Wang Ji was defeated. Is this the might of a former member of the Rocks Pirates? How laughable. He had barely exerted any effort. Hey, is this all your strength? Reina's voice dripped with disdain. Wang Ji rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. Not bad, you possess some skill. Bring me my weapon. As soon as he spoke, a large sword flew towards him. He caught it and flexed his muscles. Kid, prepare to die. As he gripped the sword, armed with haki, he leaped high and unleashed a blade of terrifying power. As the onslaught approached, Reina chuckled, extending his finger and giving a slight flick. Bang! The blade shattered instantly. Reina vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Wang Ji, striking down with his hand as if it were a blade. With a whoosh, amidst the cries, an arm flew off, and Wang Ji was sent crashing backward. Crack! The ground fissured under Reina's blow. A distance away, Wang Ji clumsily regained his footing, clutching his blood-soaked stump in terror. As he recalled the moment he had attempted to parry Reina's strike, he realized he had failed entirely, resulting in the severing of his arm. Alas! How dull, truly dull. Reina's voice reverberated through the forest like a nightmare, sending the pirates fleeing in panic, abandoning their captain. I never said you could leave. Reina snapped his fingers, and the fleeing pirates erupted in explosions, yet not a single drop of blood was spilled. Wang Ji was drenched in cold sweat, swallowing nervously, retreating in sheer horror. To speak candidly, I am quite disappointed. I had anticipated that your prowess would allow us to engage in several exchanges, yet I find it rather lacking. Having uttered these words, Lena turned to depart. Observing that the devil did not approach him, Wang felt a sigh of relief while secretly plotting to reclaim his honor in the future. As he prepared to leave discreetly, his pupils suddenly constricted and his body rapidly expanded, resulting in a violent explosion. To the members of the Shaka Tuan and the Two Kings, this spectacle was nothing short of surreal and astonishing. Throughout the ordeal, they could scarcely believe their eyes. How had these individuals met their demise? All right. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Disperse. The matter here has been resolved. By the way, I will be taking my leave shortly. And if anyone else arrives, inform them that I have already departed. What? You are leaving now, my lord? Lena chuckled lightly. I have seen what I wish to see. It is time for me to go. I shall return to awaken the two of them. Farewell for now. Before leaving, he produced 10 magical beans and handed them to the others, instructing them to grind them into powder, mix it with water, and store it for future consumption, as it possessed remarkable effects. Meanwhile, at the feet of the master, Carp gazed in awe at the tremendous size before him. Although he had heard tales of such places, Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. He leaped into the air, employing the moon step, followed closely by several soldiers adept in the same technique. On the other side, Lena had flown a considerable distance with the lovely ladies, releasing the warship only after they were well beyond the reach of Zhao. Darling, will we encounter them again in the future? Lena nodded in affirmation. The latest ship drifted aimlessly once more. On a crescent-shaped island known as Guyua Dao, a confrontation unfolded between a red-haired man and a sharp-eyed adversary. Are they about to fight again? How many times has this been? Murmured several pirates. All crew members of the red-haired captain, as they faced off against Mihawk, known as the Hawkeye. Mihawk, you cannot simply brush this off, Shanks remarked with a warm smile. Humph, you are hardly in a position to speak. Hawkeye retorted coldly. Let us showcase our true abilities then, Shanks replied, his demeanor shifting as he drew his sword, Griffin, and assumed a stance. Mihawk mirrored his posture. Swish, swish. The two figures transformed into mere shadows, clashing with resounding metallic sounds. Clang, clang. A series of collisions created a whirlwind of force. Whoosh, whoosh. Both combatants leaped backward, unleashing potent sword auras. Boom. The red and blue sword energies intertwined, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Sizzle, sizzle. Their sword energies sparked like a cutting machine. Following a resonant hum, the energies exploded, sending shockwaves that cracked the earth beneath them. Flash. Hawkeye called out sharply, unleashing a massive dark green sword aura that cleaved through the ground. Shanks focused intently, channeling his strength to counter with a similarly formidable red sword aura. Just as the two energies were about to collide, a sword fell from the sky, separating their attacks. Boom. The sound echoed like firecrackers, dissipating the energies. Both Hawkeye and Shanks focused on the unsheathed sword that had suddenly appeared and stood resolutely. As top-tier swordsmen, they sensed that this weapon was extraordinary. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky. Having witnessed your exhilarating duel, I feel a bit eager to engage. So I thought I would seek your guidance, Lena said, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the two. Both Hawkeye and Shanks frowned, recognizing that this individual was no ordinary opponent. And you are? Hawkeye inquired coldly. I am Eddie Lena. Upon revealing his name, both Mihawk and Shanks felt a flicker of familiarity. Suddenly, their eyes brightened. You are the one who single-handedly obliterated the Navy headquarters. Lena nodded. If there are no others bearing that name, then indeed, it is I. I never expected you to be a swordsman. I thought you were merely a fruit user, Shanks remarked. Lena raised his hand, summoning the enchanted blade Muramasa back into his grasp. Your strengths are comparable. Let us see who prevails in a duel. Are you suggesting you wish to challenge both of us alone? Hawkeye expressed his surprise. Why not? It may seem somewhat presumptuous, but I believe I can manage. Lena replied with a grin. Let us see. As soon as the words left his mouth, a swift shadow flickered, and a sword slashed toward him. Chapter 109. Boarding the ship with keen eyes, a blue sword aura sliced through the ground like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed directly at Lena. Clang. Lena met the sword aura with his own, unleashing a powerful force that cracked the earth open into a gaping chasm. Boom. With a thrust, he pierced through the sword aura, unleashing a forceful blast. Crash. In close quarters, Lena waved his hand, dispatching an eerie red sword aura. In a split second, Hawkeye instinctively performed a serpentine maneuver, narrowly evading the attack. Boom. The red sword aura obliterated a distant mountain. Not bad. Currently, Lena was not utilizing any energy, relying solely on his physical strength and swordsmanship to engage his opponent, eager to experience the essence of being a swordsman. You are not a swordsman? Hawkeye paused in his actions, perplexed. From their earlier exchanges, he sensed that Lena lacked any discernible technique or sword intent typical of a swordsman. Lena shrugged. Having never claimed to be a swordsman, regardless of my title, we must see this through, mustn't we? Hawkeye nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Hey, Mihawk. If you are not going to fight, then let me have a turn, Shanks called out from the ship. Mihawk scoffed, uninterested in engaging with him. Then let the second round commence. Swish, swish. The close quarters battle began. As they fought, the latest ship arrived alongside the commotion. Darling, go for it. Brother Lena. You can do it. The lovely ladies cheered fervently. Oh, so they are a couple, but he seems merely an ordinary person, Shanks mused, observing the two on the ship. Meanwhile, 30 to 40 nautical miles away from their location, a ship sped toward them. This vessel was none other than the Moby Dick. Old man, Are we truly going to witness the battle between red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye? The burly Jozu queried. Do you not understand? It is to provide the newly joined crew members with some exposure. Marco explained. Jozu clapped his hands in realization. Now I understand. Suddenly, Marco transformed into a bird and soared into the distance, reaching the battleground and landing on Shank's ship in no time. Shanks turned to see Marco and grinned widely. Ah, long time no see, Marco. Have you come to join my crew? Do not jest, Shanks. I merely wish to see who was battling Hawkeye aside from you. Do not say that. It has been a while since we last met. Let us share a drink after this. In the past, their two pirate crews had clashed. And although Marco was older, they shared a mutual respect. Of course, this was merely Shank's perspective. Marco rolled his eyes and gazed toward the battlefield, inquiring, who is that? They appear quite formidable. That individual. Well, how should I put it? I only know his name and not much else. Zyankasi, right? What is his name? Marco casually asked. Adalina. Upon hearing this, Marco nodded dismissively, but after a moment, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the name sounded familiar. The more he pondered, the more it resonated in his mind, prompting him to rummage through his belongings until he unearthed a stack of bounty notices. Flipping through them, he finally came across a notice bearing that name. He then let out an exclamation of surprise. This fellow has arrived in the new world so swiftly. However, upon reflection, he found it understandable. After all, someone capable of destroying the Navy headquarters would naturally find their way to the new world. He tucked the bounty notice away and turned to tease Zyankasi, saying, why don't you invite him aboard? His strength would be just right for you. Zyankasi immediately interrupted him, saying, oh, never mind. I can't manage someone of such power. I can only look after my brothers like this lot. Right, everyone? Indeed. Laughter and cheer erupted around them. On the battlefield, Reyna struck down with his sword, creating a burst of sparks as a formidable energy radiated outward. The surrounding peaks crumbled, and the entire island reverberated with a thunderous roar, while the sea was stirred into towering waves. These waves soared high, raining down and drenching the two combatants. The clash of their energies evaporated the water from their bodies in an instant. Suddenly, a palpable and overwhelming sword intent emanated from Yin, who, with a swift movement, repelled Reyna several steps back. This caught Reyna off guard. Is this the sword intent of this world? How pure it is. As the saying goes, mastering one technique opens the door to all. He sensed that Yin's sword intent was on the verge of reaching a pivotal point. With a little more progress, he could become a grand sword master. A smile crept onto Reyna's face as he too conjured an aura that coalesced into his own sword intent. Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. But before he could contemplate further, Reyna's sword intent surged forth with unstoppable momentum. The air around them transformed into a sea of blades. From a distance, Zyankasi shivered, feeling the energy ripple across his skin. Oh my, this is truly exhilarating. His face was alight with excitement. Marco felt a profound shock. Such a battle was indeed a rare sight. Boom. The two sword intents collided, producing a deafening roar that echoed across the land. The ground beneath them cracked open like a chasm, and even the sky was sliced apart. Moments later, a violent explosion erupted, sending waves of tangible energy rippling outward, causing the entire island to begin to crumble under the immense force. Haha, that was quite refreshing. Yin, let's call it a draw this time. Reyna laughed heartily as he leaped back onto the Laya ship. Yin said nothing further, merely shaking the tingling feeling from his hands. This subtle gesture went unnoticed by all except Reyna, who caught it. Yin leaped onto a small sailboat, hoisting the sail and preparing to depart when Zyankasi called out to him. We're not done yet. Come, let us share a drink aboard my ship. Seeing the smile on Zyankasi's face, Yin understood his intention and folded up the sail, making a powerful leap to join Zyankasi. At that moment, the Whitebeard pirates arrived. Marco flew back to the ship and recounted what he had just witnessed to Whitebeard. Oh, Whitebeard looked toward Reyna, who happened to glance back, their eyes meeting with a spark of intensity. Gulalala, what an interesting young man. Youngster, would you care to come over and chat with me? Whitebeard extended his invitation. Reyna turned to Robin, saying, this is Edward Newgate, the man most likely to become the next pirate king. Are you going to go? Reyna affectionately ruffled Robin's hair. Yes, if he is invited, I must go. You all wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the Moby Dick, his speed making Whitebeard narrow his eyes. Gulalala. Sons, go fetch some wine. I wish to drink with this young friend. Upon hearing their captain, The newly joined crew members rushed to fetch drinks. Young friend, you've come to the new world in search of Roger's treasure, haven to you? As those words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. No. While this treasure may be enticing to others, I have little interest in it. Oh, Whitebeard, do you believe treasures hold any value for those of great strength? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard burst into laughter. Young friend, you are quite the bold one. That is not necessarily a good thing. Reyna shook his head. All right, Whitebeard. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you mean. At that moment, the wine arrived. Whitebeard seized a cup, gulped down several mouthfuls, and after exclaiming in satisfaction, he stated, good. I want you to leave the new world. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy chill. Reyna grinned, taking a sip of his drink. Give me a reason. A flicker of intrigue crossed Whitebeard's eyes. In this era, the strong abound. There are no more positions available. Ha ha ha. So, what you mean to say is that if one person is pulled down, there will be a spot available, right? He chuckled. Gulalala. You are quite the astute one. They each raised their cups in a toast before setting them down. Reyna said, give me a record pointer to Wano country. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, pondering over this young fellow. After obtaining the record pointer, he rose to leave. Old man. Whitebeard shook his head, a glint of something unusual flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the ship, a young man known in later years as Marshal D. Teach felt a chill run down his spine, his back damp with sweat. As the young man departed, he cast a glance in Teach's direction, whether intentional or not. That sent a shiver through him. He felt as though his every secret had been laid bare. What a dangerous person. I am no match for him. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of desire sparked in his eyes. At the Navy headquarters, Karp's voice rang through the line. What did you say? You claim he annihilated Wang Ji's pirate crew? Sengoku was astounded. Wait, how do you know this, Karp? The sound of Karp's voice came through the transponder snail. I am currently at the scene on Zou Island. Sengoku furrowed his brow in thought for a few moments. The island known as Zou. The one that is said to move? I can't believe you actually found it. Indeed, I didn't expect it either, but my instincts were correct. He was indeed here. But he had already departed before I arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Please return. We will set aside his matters for now. The higher-ups are convening for a meeting, and all senior members must attend. After he finished speaking, a palpable silence lingered on the other end before a few moments passed. And Sengoku could hear the sound of someone eating. All right, I understand. Eating while talking, and then he hung up. Sengoku shook his head, unsure of what to say. It seems I must reassess his strength. He recognized Wang Ji's prowess, as the Navy had classified him as a dangerous target. Even he had to approach the matter with caution. However, the fact that this individual could annihilate their crew implied that he had not employed his true strength in destroying the Navy headquarters. Just as the Golden Lion once assaulted the naval headquarters, he too succeeded in annihilating half of it, only to be captured alongside Karp. However, should the Golden Lion engage in a life-or-death struggle with Wang Ji, it is likely that the former would emerge victorious, albeit severely wounded. The flowers bloom in pairs, each representing its own branch. Aboard the ship Laya, Reyna placed the recording pointer on the screen, which shimmered with flashes of light, followed by a notification sound. The new map update is complete, and the destination will be reached in 5 hours. Although there were no navigators on board, they were equipped with an intelligent system capable of interpreting everything. Darling, where are we headed? To a land inhabited by ninjas, while also investigating the whereabouts of that fruit. Taisi nodded, somewhat understanding. Reyna gazed at her adorable visage and lifted her, making his way toward the bedroom. Oh dear, how annoying. Little Robin is still on the ship. Taisi playfully swatted at him. No worries, Reyna waved his hand, conjuring a soundproof barrier. And then, the atmosphere became quite amorous. In the holy land of Mary Joa, deep within the Panga city, a tall figure shrouded in shadow walked slowly. Soon, he arrived before a colossal door and pushed it open, a wave of cold air rushing forth. After walking a short distance, he beheld an enormous hat. You will appear, won't you? The voice was indistinguishable in gender, ethereal. Where has your fruit gone? A hand emerged from nowhere, brandishing a bounty notice. The face on the notice was none other than Eddie Reyna. If you are not him, then who are you? And why do you harbor those who interpret history? After seemingly speaking to himself, he drove the bounty notice into the ground with a knife before turning to leave. The surroundings returned to their previous desolation. Time passed swiftly. An afternoon arrived. Reyna climbed out of bed, freshened up, and made his way to the bow of the ship, where he found Robin engrossed in a book. "Brother Reyna," Robin called sweetly. Reyna smiled slightly, pinching her little cheek, then proceeded to the kitchen. Robin touched her reddened face, pretending to be angry, and shot him a glare before returning to her reading. Approximately half an hour later, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Little Robin sniffed the air, her stomach growling. She carried her book towards the kitchen. Upon reaching the doorway, she heard Reyna's voice. "Little Robin, go wake your sister for dinner." Robin responded and headed toward the room. A few minutes later, Tai Si entered, holding Robin's hand, and upon seeing Reyna, shot him a look of disapproval. "You certainly know how to delegate." Reyna scratched his head awkwardly. The three sat down to begin their meal. Shortly after, the ship swayed slightly, and the speaker crackled to life. "We have arrived at the destination, but due to the rugged terrain, should we proceed to fly?" Reyna set down his utensils and swiftly made his way to the captain's cabin to pilot the ship. The two lovely ladies in the kitchen gazed through the window as the ship ascended. They beheld a marvelous spectacle. "Wow, what a magnificent sight!" Robin exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe. "Indeed, it's truly extraordinary and grand. Look, there are such large fish." Tai Si pointed at a massive fish leaping high, equally astonished. In the captain's cabin, Reyna murmured, "I hope it does not disappoint me." Chapter 111. A Heavy Blow, Part 1. On the Ghost Island, Kaido, reeking of alcohol, belched loudly. He glanced at the scattered bottles, picked up an empty one, shook it, and tossed it aside, shouting, "Bring me more wine." In no time, several of his subordinates brought in a multitude of bottles. He took a jug and gulped it down. After finishing, he tossed the bottle, which shattered upon impact, and sighed drunkenly. "Why must you be such a source of worry? My dear son, what good is Odin? He is merely my defeated subordinate." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. His subordinates, witnessing this, showed no surprise, as if it were a matter of course. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous snoring echoed. They cleared away the empty bottles and stood guard at the door. At the port of Julie, Ida, the warship slowly docked. The trio disembarked, and the ship went into stealth mode. "This is Wano country? It doesn't match my expectations," Tai Si remarked, pinching her nose. "The air quality here is unlike that outside." The land, occupied by Kaido, had begun to industrialize. Reyna shook his head. What was once a pristine mountain landscape had been transformed into this ghastly sight. He took the two women and soared away from the area. Shortly after their departure, a group of oddly dressed individuals emerged from the forest. I distinctly heard commotion from this direction. The figure clad in a purple kimono, Fukurokuju, mused. "Could it be that you are mistaken, Lord Fukurokuju?" The tall, dark-skinned figure suggested. "Impossible. Let us search more thoroughly. If we find nothing, then it must be my misperception." Earlier, while patrolling the forest, he had sensed something unusual, prompting their arrival here. Reyna led the two women to the bustling heart of the flower capital. Their distinct attire, combined with their striking looks and the presence of a little lowly, drew the attention of many. The vibrancy of this place surpassed all others, as if they had entered an entirely different world. Robin nodded in agreement. Having observed from the sky that many areas below were desolate compared to the thriving life here, Reyna smiled. Not long after, they collided with a girl. She had long, emerald green hair and skin as smooth as sheep's fat. "Ah, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, hurriedly apologizing. "No harm done, just be cautious while walking." At that moment, a young man approached, taking the girl by the hand. "Xiaozi, I told you not to run so fast. Look, you've bumped into someone." He wore a deep blue kimono, had slender eyes, and was quite tall. Reyna recognized both individuals, the daughter of Kazuki Odin and the renowned Tsuru. "No harm, no harm." They brushed past each other. As they distanced themselves, Tsuru's expression grew somber. "Very strong. An extraordinary master." His instinct spoke to him. They are from outside. Could they be pirates? Having followed Kazuki Odin, he was well aware of the nature of piracy. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. His sole concern was to protect Xiaozi. Meanwhile, "Darling, it seems you know those two." "I know them. They do not know me." "Who are they?" she inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "They are," just as he was about to reveal their identities, two unsteady men approached. Reyna chuckled, bemused by the recurring antics. "Big brother, that girl is truly beautiful." One of the men, clad in a gray kimono, stammered. "Indeed, I noticed." The one referred to as Big Brother replied, equally unimpressive. "We'll take your companion." With that, they made a move. As one reached out, suddenly another pair of hands sprouted from his arm, gripping his neck. In an unexpected moment, He became acutely aware, and even his companion beside him was equally startled. Yao Yao Fa. His companion, terrified, fell to the ground, while the commotion attracted the attention of passers-by on the street. When they witnessed the scene, they too were taken aback. Some speculated it to be ninjutsu, as tales of ninjas have been passed down through the ages in Haji country. Nevertheless, it was undeniably eerie. As the noise intensified, Laya shook his head. Tranquility was no longer an option. What was happening? A throng of people parted, making way for a corpulent man wearing sunglasses and sporting a golden braid. In his hands, he held a pouch of money and a chicken leg. It was Lord Quinn. Lord Quinn, this person wields Yao Fa. The crowd buzzed with chatter, leaving Quinn utterly perplexed. What nonsense are you all spouting? No one can wield Yao Fa. Following the direction in which the crowd was gazing, he spotted Laya and his companions. Furrowing his brow, this individual was no ordinary foe. His animal instincts warned him that this young man was exceedingly perilous. Hey, who are you? Release them, Quinn bellowed. Are you seeking death? Laya replied with a smile. In an instant, Quinn's body bristled with unease. Just teach them a lesson, Robin nodded. With a sharp crack, a scream echoed as two individuals each lost an arm, writhing in agony on the ground. Abruptly, the sky rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flickered. Oh no, boss is drunk again, Quinn exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Every time he drank, he would fall asleep, only to awaken in a drunken frenzy. Crack, crack, lightning continued to flash. The populace, faced with this unforeseen catastrophe, fled in terror. Intriguing. Is this the ability of the Zoan-type mythical beast, the fish fruit, in its Qinglong form? He turned and waved a hand, conjuring a protective barrier around the two individuals, then leaped into the air. With a thunderous shout, Kaido. His call reverberated through the clouds, causing the inebriated Kaido to glance at him in confusion. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of flames. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled forcefully, extinguishing the flames. And his colossal form was propelled backward for quite a distance, suddenly sobering him significantly. Who are you? A now clear-headed Kaido inquired. Have you regained your senses? He shook his dragon head, roaring, as a powerful gust of wind stirred the clouds. Then, he belched, the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. I will ask you once more, who are you? It appeared he had indeed regained his senses. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Eddie Laya. Worororo. Never heard of you, but you certainly possess courage to challenge me. Kaido's eyes gleamed intensely as he swiftly swiped with his dragon claw, summoning a fierce wind that split the clouds, yet Laya remained unfazed. Oh, you have some skill. He quickly swung his dragon tail, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the ground, creating a massive chasm. Laya, however, stood undeterred, even blocking it with a single finger. Kaido's dragon eyes widened. At that moment, Laya's form flickered. Bang! In an instant, Kaido felt an immense force akin to a mountain strike his face, causing blood to spurt forth unexpectedly. His massive body was sent tumbling over 100 meters before he regained his footing. He shook his dragon head, expelling a deep breath. Worororo. Impressive. Buzz. Hot breath. Just as he finished speaking, he opened his immense jaws, gathering searing energy that erupted forth with unparalleled intensity. This time, the power surpassed anything before it. The entire island could feel the heat radiating from the colossal fire streak in the sky. Oh dear, boss is going to destroy the entire city. Quinn, clutching his money pouch, sprinted away, well aware of his boss's temperament. When the battle spirit ignited, the entire island would suffer. Confronted with such a formidable assault, Laya extended a hand towards the void, pushing forth a colorless barrier that collided with the attack. Boom! The explosive sound echoed across the island, causing tremors throughout. The clouds ignited, and the overwhelming heat wave spread, melting the structures on the ground, showcasing the sheer magnitude of the power unleashed. As flames erupted and rained down, the town below faced devastation, engulfed in a raging inferno. Worororo, I recall now, you are the one who destroyed the marine headquarters. Kaido growled. Laya offered no response, gripping the air once more, instantaneously forming a colossal hand that seized Kaido's throat, forcing him downwards. With a resounding crash, a massive pit was created. Kaido struggled violently, yet he couldn't break free from the invisible grasp. What is this? I can feel something pressing down on me, yet I cannot see it. Even with my Kinbunchika haki, Laya descended, placing the two women a short distance away before approaching Kaido with a smile. Kaido, is this all you are capable of? Kaido, with a dragon's gaze, chuckled, his laughter echoing. His massive dragon form morphed into a hybrid human-beast shape, causing the oppressive, invisible hand to vanish. Worororo, kid, your attack methods are indeed commendable, but they pale in comparison to Whitebeard and Yutian. As he spoke, he produced a wolf fawn club from seemingly nowhere, striking it forcefully against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Haha, have you not heard the saying? The waves behind push the waves before, with the latter crashing the former against the shore? Let's see what you can do, kid. A tremendous aura surged forth, as if it could tear the very sky apart, causing the atmosphere to vibrate with intensity. Oh, so this is the advanced level of Haushiko Haki. I did not expect it to be unleashed to such an extent. In the face of Kaido's overwhelming aura, Laya remained unperturbed, even engaging in self-talk, which made Kaido's forehead vein throb as he charged forward, swinging the wolf fawn club. With every step, the ground cracked beneath him, illustrating the immense power behind each stride. Thunderous flashes of purple lightning danced upon the wolf fawn club. Crackle, buzz. As the fierce wind howled, the air visibly warped with the swing of his club, a terrifying force capable of obliterating the entire island. The civilians, Geishas, and Kaido's subordinates, who had fled far away, watched in awe, swallowing hard. Even Kaido's ally, Black Snake, felt a chill at the sight. Was Kaido intent on annihilating the entire Hanazono? Damn it! Black Snake cursed inwardly, knowing he could only lament silently, for he was no match for Kaido's prowess. As the powerful strike descended, the ground cracked and buckled under the immense pressure. Boom! One blow sent clouds of dust swirling, shaking everything around, as the earth shattered in fragments, spreading in all directions. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 meters plunged into the ground, as the encroaching flames were extinguished by the fierce winds generated by this thunderous strike. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Husband, brother Laya. From within the distant protective barrier, Tai Si and Luo been called out with concern, their hearts racing. However, they soon relaxed as a voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Well, that was quite a force, my fingers are tingling. As the fog dissipated, the onlookers were taken aback, their pupils dilating in disbelief. They could hardly believe their eyes, especially Kaido's subordinates, who rubbed their eyes in desperation. Yet, what unfolded before them was undeniably real. The young man had managed to block Kaido's formidable strike with merely a finger. Even Kaido himself was momentarily stunned, for this attack contained immense power. Not even Whitebeard would dare to take it head-on. However, after a brief shock, Kaido erupted into wild laughter. He felt an exhilaration he had never experienced before. Kid, I acknowledge your strength. Come on, give me more. Yet, before he could finish his words, a massive fist came crashing down. Kaido's reaction was swift, blocking it in the blink of an eye, but he was taken aback to find his weapon shattered. The punch landed squarely on his chest, the overwhelming force penetrating through, causing his pupils to dilate as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. This seemingly ordinary punch had left him gravely injured. His enormous body was sent hurtling backward like a missile. The onlookers were left in a state of shock and fear. Someone swallowed hard, while others slapped themselves or their companions, realizing that this was no dream. Kaido had been injured. In their stupor, some felt their sanity slipping away, their worldview shattered. Was the being known as the strongest creature truly defeated? Chapter 113. The news of the devil fruit tree. Laya walked toward Kaido with an air of calm. Damn it, Kaido, you cannot fall. Though he was reluctant, Kurizumi Orochi found himself praying fervently. If something were to happen to Kaido, his position would be in jeopardy, which was not what he desired. Coughing several times, Kaido then expelled a large mouthful of blood. However, he quickly wiped the blood from his lips and stood up. Worororo, you are truly strong. The world government has underestimated you. But to defeat me, you still lack a bit more. He transformed back into his dragon form. Let me show you my ultimate move. Suddenly, the air temperature surged, and the previously extinguished ground ignited once more. Fire Dragon Torch. The scorching flames enveloped his massive dragon body. With a casual movement, the ground melted beneath him. Laya narrowed his eyes. This temperature is intriguing. An aura of power emanated from him, and Kaido sensed a deathly presence. Yet, he was unafraid, for he was Kaido. Die. Rising Dragon Flame, 8 trigrams. He unleashed a tremendous force toward his opponent. Laya clenched his fist, a faint glow coalescing as he struck back. The air vibrated with intensity. Boom. The moment their fists collided, a cataclysmic wave erupted. The flower capital crumbled, and the sea churned violently. Kaido's subordinates fled in all directions. Suddenly, a flaming wyvern swooped down from afar, capturing Queen. Who is battling Kaido? Jin inquired. It's the one who destroyed Marine headquarters, ID Laya. Jin, can you move faster? I don't want to get caught in this. Jin grunted, exerting force to fling him away. Hey, Jin. Jin hovered in midair, watching the battle, lost in thought. Crackling thunder and explosive energy continued to expand, and the ground melted into boiling sludge under the intense heat. With a thunderous explosion, the volatile energy enveloped the two combatants. A scorching storm ravaged the land, transforming the very atmosphere. Flames surged like a furious gale, and the molten earth evaporated as vast amounts of seawater surged in. The terrifying phenomenon persisted for a while before gradually dissipating. The fleeing populace halted, their fear overshadowed by curiosity about who had emerged victorious. From the dense mushroom-shaped smoke, a formidable figure soared forth. The crowd's pupils constricted. It was none other than Kaido. At that moment, Kaido had reverted to his human form. This is Kaido, defeated for the second time. Laya emerged unscathed from the smoke. Not a single scratch adorning his body. He walked slowly toward Kaido. Amidst the chaos, a fiery Jin dove down. Just as he was about to reach, a thunderous voice commanded, "Stop right there." Instantly, Jin halted, looking as though he had much to say. Kaido staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. "I have been defeated. You are truly formidable. Speak, what do you wish to obtain from me?" Laya chuckled lightly. "Show me the poneglyph you possess." Kaido frowned in contemplation. "You seek its treasure as well? Enough with the pleasantries. Very well, if you have the courage, follow me." As he spoke, he transformed once more into a colossal dragon, soaring toward Onigashima. Laya gestured for the two women to follow closely behind. In the heart of Onigashima, Kaido descended slowly, followed by Laya and the two women. The group approached an ancient structure. With a creak, Kaido pushed open the door, revealing a cage made of sea stone, within which lay the poneglyph. Although locked away, it was fully visible. After a brief examination, he waved his hand, creating an imprint of it to give to Robin. Though he had no need for treasures, this would serve as valuable research material for Robin. He then inquired, "Have you ever seen the devil fruit tree?" Kaido furrowed his brow and shook his head. While he had seen the devil fruit compendium, he had never encountered the tree itself. However, pondering it differently, could the person who created the devil fruit compendium have seen the tree? Laya felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to glean some useful information from the poneglyph or Kaido's words, yet found nothing of value. Just then, Jin's voice broke through. "If you are looking for the devil fruit tree, I believe I know where it is." "Oh, you know." Jin nodded. Laya scrutinized him, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. He had forgotten the origins of Jin's race, and perhaps he did indeed possess some knowledge. "Speak." Instead of responding immediately, Jin glanced at Kaido. "Since you wish to speak, then you may do so." After several minutes of silence, Jin finally spoke. "This happened when I was very young, and I cannot be certain of its truth. My race was once subjected to annihilation, and during that time, I fled into a cave to escape the disaster. There, I stumbled upon an extraordinarily peculiar tree laden with fruit. At that moment, I was quite famished, so I plucked one. Although it was rather unpalatable, I consumed it nonetheless. Afterward, I fainted, and the tree vanished." Upon hearing this, Laya furrowed his brow. The tale sounded oddly familiar. This prompted him to ponder the credibility of the account. Laya scrutinized his interlocutor and sensed sincerity. The individual was not fabricating stories, but rather recounting factual events. "Very well, let us assume your words bear truth. Now, reveal to me its location." Subsequently, the other party disclosed the place where he had sought refuge in his youth, adding, however, that finding it would pose a challenge. After all, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, landscapes had transformed, and his race had dwindled to just himself. "Kaido, you have secured a commendable subordinate." As he spoke, Laya produced a bottle of water from his pocket and tossed it to him. "Drink this, and your wounds shall mend." Kaido, brow furrowed in confusion, inquired, "Are you not here to kill me?" Laya scratched his head, narrowing his eyes as he replied gravely, "Should you wish for death, I would not object." With that, he erupted into hearty laughter. Kaido stood momentarily stunned before joining in the mirth. This place is not your terminus. Others shall come to claim your end. Worororo. Very well. I shall await that day. Lena smiled. Then, in a swift motion, he and the two women vanished. This fellow's strength has likely reached the level of those 5 ancient monsters. He glanced at the bottled water in his hand, shaking his head in disbelief. He could not fathom that this water could heal his injuries. Nonetheless, he opened it and drank. Chapter 114. System upgrade lasting 5 years though they had vanished. The trio did not immediately depart from Wano. Instead, they arrived at the grave of Odin. Lena stood quietly before the tomb, smiling after several minutes, then snapped his fingers and completely departed from Wano. At the Marine headquarters, in a newly furnished conference room, a loud bang echoed as Akainu slammed his hand down. Absolutely not. Where is the justice of our Marines, and what face do we have to present to the world? Sit down, Sakazuki. Sengoku's voice was low and stern. He was displeased and huffed as he took his seat. This discontent stemmed from a matter discussed during the meeting. The higher-ups wished to recruit powerful pirates to assist the Marines, though not in a genuine capacity, merely to oversee other pirates and deter them. They aimed to convey to those reckless pirates that entering the new world requires formidable strength. I too do not believe this is a prudent approach. Yet given the current circumstances, it stands as our only option, for our Marines lack sufficient manpower. The fleet admiral remarked. Sengoku responded, have the upper echelons made a decision? Not yet. We are in an age rife with strong individuals, and finding suitable candidates will prove challenging. Well, let us conclude today's meeting, execute what I have outlined. And as for recruiting pirates, the higher-ups will notify us when they have come to a decision. Additionally, Garp, remain behind. Following the fleet admiral's statement, everyone departed, leaving only Garp. Garp, are you truly uninterested in the position of fleet admiral? Garp looked at his superior with a hint of exasperation. Sigh. I do not even wish to be promoted to admiral. Why would I aspire to be fleet admiral? Furthermore, I do not care for those upper echelon individuals. He was well aware of who Garp referred to as those individuals, and he patted his shoulder. The higher-ups indeed hope you will assume the role of fleet admiral. Enough of that. I find my current situation quite satisfactory. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Without awaiting a response, he exited. Witnessing this, he could only shake his head in resignation, knowing Garp struggled to overcome that mental hurdle. At that moment, the peculiar sound of a snail phone echoed. His brow furrowed as he retrieved a snail from somewhere on his person. The cacophony from the other end informed him of the situation. Upon hearing the details, he narrowed his eyes and ended the call, beginning to contemplate. The fact that even Kaido could not contend with him was astounding. If this were indeed feasible, perhaps he could be persuaded to join our ranks. However, the root of the issue lay in the overwhelming strength of the opponent, which made governance impossible. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals within Mariewa received the same call. Who would have thought that this young man named Ide Lena could defeat Kaido? Quite unexpected indeed. Humph. Is this not a credit to the Marines? Had they not been so careless back then, how could Kaido have escaped? Enough, let us refrain from further commentary. Who would have anticipated that a mere child possessed such capabilities? To this day, we remain unaware of the true nature of his extraordinary constitution. Moreover, the individuals of the race he absconded with must be reclaimed at an opportune moment. Otherwise, the world will inevitably uncover the truth. The others fell silent. Indeed, waiting for the right moment was crucial, and they believed that such a moment would soon present itself. We have already acquired a lead on the fruit. A bespectacled, bald man adjusted his glasses. The other's eyes brightened. Is this news authentic? The bald middle-aged man nodded. Excellent. After hundreds of years, it is finally within our grasp. Our efforts have not been in vain. After a brief discussion among the 5, they quietly dispersed. Time flew, and before long, night fell. Ding. Fusion successful. Reincarnation Eye of Death. As the notification sounded, Lena felt a peculiar itch in his eyes. He blinked, and upon reopening them, he beheld an unusual pattern emerge. Instantly, he perceived colors unlike any before. In his vision, countless threads crisscrossed intricately, each one marked by a point. He sensed that should he sever these points, the threads would break, leading to the collapse or annihilation of certain entities. Truly remarkable. He felt this was akin to a death note, where merely inscribing a name would result in demise. In his case, merely touching a point would signify death, a similarity not lost on him. If given a choice, he would opt for the ability to kill with a mere glare. Nonetheless, this was merely an exaggerated expression. While he indulged in his musings, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. This system will undergo maintenance and upgrades tomorrow morning, with a duration of 5 years. 5 years. Surely this cannot be correct. What were you thinking? Such an extensive time frame. Are you planning to flee? Ding. Upon completion of the system upgrade, significant reforms will manifest. During the upgrade period, sign-ins and the acceptance of tasks will be suspended. Only lottery draws and item purchases will remain available. Oh my God, Lena exclaimed in English. He slapped his forehead, relieved that Tai Si and Robin were not present. Otherwise, they might think he had suffered some blow. Now, system, do enlighten me. What else have you not disclosed? How many upgrades remain? Lena inquired, forcing himself to remain calm. However, the system responded with a message indicating insufficient permissions. Very well. I shall await your upgrade to conclude before I inquire further. 5 years. I can endure that. While contemplating this, he recalled a humorous quip and modified it slightly. 5 years, 5 years, and another 5 years. At this rate, I will have traversed several worlds. With a sense of resignation, he severed the dialogue with the system. At that moment, young Robin approached. Lena, what are you doing? She inquired curiously, having observed him talking to himself while passing by. Ah, brother. I was merely talking to myself just now. Little Lua Bean, with a semblance of understanding, nodded her head. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she retrieved the historical text she had previously imprinted on Zhuowu Island from her bag. This bag, a gift from the land of harmony, held great significance for her, as it was the first present she had ever received from someone else. Brother, the content here is far too intricate. I cannot comprehend it yet, said she, kneeling down. Lena gently patted her head and replied, Do not worry. I have faith that you will manage it. Our little Lua Bean is exceedingly clever. With a serious pout, little Lua Bean nodded earnestly before planting a quick kiss on Lena's cheek and darting away. Lena chuckled. This little girl was fortunate to have met him and his companion. As she was gradually beginning to open her heart, regaining the vivacity and charm of childhood, he turned and made his way to his room. Chapter 115. An unpleasant sight. Time flows swiftly, and the night soon passed. The following morning, Lena was lost in sweet dreams when suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. No sign-in today, system upgrading. Lena turned over and continued to sleep. He was unsure how long he dozed, but eventually, he groggily opened his eyes. Rubbing his head, he got out of bed and washed up, calling out to the system a few times, only to be met with silence. It dawned on him that the system was upgrading today. What a stingy system. If it must upgrade, it could at least issue today's rewards. He shook his head and called out, Number 1. Number 1. Before long, the number 1 robot entered the room. Where are we now? Number 1 blinked a few times, projecting a three-dimensional image of the surrounding sea. They had completely departed from the land of harmony. After scrutinizing the image for a moment, Lena squinted. The area depicted a magnificent island composed of numerous trees, with intricate, intertwining roots sprawling beneath the surface, sending shivers down his spine. To think they had unintentionally navigated to such a place. How far had they traveled in just one night? To reach the territory of the Shangbodi Islands, a considerable detour would be necessary. This suggested that they must have traveled an extraordinary distance overnight. However, another thought struck him. It seemed that the infamous Mingwang Lei resided on this very island. A visit would be in order. Without hesitation, he commanded Number 1 to steer the ship towards the Shangbodi Islands. Shortly thereafter, the ship changed course, cruising at a swift pace. Darling, where are we headed now? Asked Tai Si, her face adorned with a mask. Lena drew her close, whispering tenderly, What's this? Are you already yearning for land? Tai Si nodded. I think we should find a place to settle down. Lena stroked his chin in contemplation, as if he had made a decision, and nodded. All right, let us settle down. I have already chosen the location. Hee. You're so wonderful, darling. Although her expression was masked, she still managed to plant a kiss on Lena's cheek. He playfully lifted her chin, chuckling, Is that all? I have even better surprises in store. With a playful raise of his brow, Tai Si's face flushed crimson. Even with the mask, it could not conceal her blushing cheeks. In Area 13 of the Shangbodi Islands, at Xiaqi's bar, behind the counter, Xiaqi, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, observed Lei as he savored his drink. Are you planning to sell yourself again this time? She inquired. I suppose so. Funds have been running low lately, and those fellows are quite affluent. Upon hearing this, she refrained from pursuing the topic further. Many intriguing new talents have emerged. Which one do you favor? Lei remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears you have someone special in mind. Xiaoqi took a deep drag of her cigarette, retrieving a bounty notice from her drawer, stating, I am particularly interested in this individual. I have yet to uncover anything about his origins. Lily glanced at the bounty notice, the name reading Adi Lena. Oh, what is the story? It is evident that this fellow does not hail from the Four Seas or the New World. He seems to have materialized out of thin air. Lily shook his head, downing the remainder of his drink. How could a person simply appear without reason? Yet, why is he being offered such a high bounty? Having sold himself to a wealthy patron recently, he had not seen the newspaper. Oh. Xiaoqi began recounting the tale of Adi Lena. I did not anticipate such developments. I would like to meet him if given the chance. I believe this is a splendid opportunity, she said ambiguously. Lely poured himself another glass of wine, and everything remained unsaid. At the port of Area 1, the latest ship docked slowly. Passers-by, noticing yet another vessel arriving, paid little mind, merely casting a few curious glances at the peculiar ship. Wow, this place is stunning, exclaimed Tai Si, marveling at the bubbles floating in the air, feeling as though she had stepped into a fairy tale. This is the hallmark of the Shangbodi Islands. Moreover, it is quite close to the Navy headquarters. Brother Lena, is it safe for us to make such a grand entrance here? She questioned. Do not fret. As long as they do not trouble me, I have no desire to cause them any issues. The trio wandered leisurely towards a designated spot. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. Many turned to investigate, including the three of them. However, upon seeing the man dragging the woman, the crowd instinctively recoiled. Regardless of the woman's pleas for help, no one intervened, for they knew who he was, or rather, who his master was. Is it not ready yet? How long has it been? Came a sharp, cutting voice. The crowd turned to see a flamboyantly dressed man wearing a circular headpiece. It will be ready shortly, Celestial Dragon. Please hold on a moment. At this, the Celestial Dragon furrowed his brow. The CP0 agents, witnessing the scene, lost their composure, swiftly knocking the woman unconscious and hoisting her over their shoulders. Just as they prepared to depart, the Celestial Dragon commanded, bring that one along too. Pointing at Tai Si beside Lena, several CP0 members nodded, advancing towards the trio. You heard, the Celestial Dragon has taken an interest in your companion, one CP0 agent declared. Lena regarded him with an impassive expression, which irked the CP0 agent. Alas, that lad is finished. He dares to show such disrespect to CP0. Indeed, what else could he expect when his companion has caught the eye of a Celestial Dragon? The crowd murmured cautiously among themselves. I shall repeat myself. Hand over your companion, or you may voluntarily present her to the Celestial Dragon. Lena smiled at him without uttering a word, then raised his hand and gently flicked it before the agent. With a swift motion, a shadow shot forth, followed by the sound of impact. Ah! A cry arose from the crowd, who scattered in panic, realizing they were in grave trouble. You seek death. The other CP0 members reacted swiftly. TSK, TSK. I had no intention of causing a ruckus. But how dare you obstruct my view, and to lay a hand on my wife? That shall result in your demise. With a fierce glare, he unleashed the power of the reincarnation Death Eye, pinpointing their fatal weaknesses before making a precise gesture. The sound of snapping echoed, though only he could hear it. As the assailants approached, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open in eternal slumber. What do you intend to do? I am a Celestial Dragon. You should consider the consequences of your actions against me. It is not too late to apologize. The Celestial Dragon pointed at Lena, his voice filled with authority. Indeed, individuals like you are truly repulsive pests. As soon as the voice fell, Lena appeared before him. In that moment, the Celestial Dragon's pupils constricted, and he collapsed to the ground. Once everything settled, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, casting curious glances at him. It's over, truly over this time. No, I must leave quickly. It won't be long before the Marine Admiral arrives. The crowd hastened their escape. Chapter 116. This island belongs to me. News of the incident quickly spread across the entire island, igniting a lively atmosphere. Lena, observing the fleeing masses, cleared his throat and bellowed, Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adi Lena. Those who know me should be aware of my reputation. Anyone acquainted with the Marines is welcome to inform them that I have killed a Celestial Dragon, and they may come find me. Lena's declaration sent shockwaves through the Shambodi archipelago once again. Bold, truly audacious. Even more astonishing was the realization that he was the very person who had decimated the Marine headquarters. In an underground trading market, Morgans gazed at the figure on the screen, murmuring, "So this is Eddie Lena. No wonder he seems familiar. This fellow knows how to make headlines." Despite his words, he felt a thrill, instinctively sensing that a monumental battle might be on the horizon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Doflamingo chuckled. "What a mad man. I didn't expect to encounter such chaos during my visit. Young master, we should leave. It would be troublesome if an admiral arrives," suggested Toripol, wielding his club adorned with a plum blossom insignia. "There's no rush. They won't discover us here. I wish to observe this fellow's true strength." Upon hearing this, Toripol fell silent. The station marines on the island relayed the news to Marine headquarters, causing a tremendous uproar. "He killed a celestial dragon. What does he intend to do? Is he seeking to incite war?" Karp furrowed his brow, disliking the celestial dragons, yet finding such an extreme method troubling, as it could lead to widespread suffering. Regardless, this situation was no ordinary matter. I must take action. This time, I will hold nothing back and unleash my full power. Sengoku stood up and departed. The last time Lena unleashed his attack, it had taken them by surprise, but this time would be different. In the Panga city of Mariehua, a celestial dragon spoke to the 5 elders. "This matter is unforgivable. He must pay a heavy price. We will handle this seriously. The Marine Admiral has already been dispatched." One of the 5 elders responded. The celestial dragon nodded. "That's good, but may I accompany you to witness this? I wish to see that man suffer. No? To know the cost of killing my nephew Roseward." The 5 elders exchanged glances, but did not respond. To the celestial dragon, this was tacit approval, and he departed. The 5 elders remained silent. Returning to the Shambadi archipelago, Lena leisurely navigated through the crowd with the 2 women. After wandering for about 10 minutes, they arrived at Shaki's bar. Upon opening the door, he expected a cacophony, but was met with an unusual tranquility. Only a few patrons occupied the space, their attire indicating they were seasoned drunkards. Shaki, engaged in conversation with Rayleigh, caught sight of Lena and froze momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. Rayleigh, noticing Shaki's expression, turned to see Lena and narrowed his eyes. Lena approached Rayleigh with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Pirate King Rayleigh." Rayleigh scrutinized the young man, growing increasingly astonished, for he was utterly inscrutable, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Rayleigh laughed heartily. "I never expected a young person would recognize this old bone." "Ah, Mr. Rayleigh, you are still as vigorous as ever." Their conversation flowed joyfully, filled with laughter. "Young man, initially, I thought you were like everyone else. But now it seems I was mistaken. You are quite exceptional." "Haha, I'll take that as a compliment." Lena genuinely appreciated Rayleigh's character. Rayleigh poured another glass and handed it to Lena. "Surely, the commotion outside ISNT you're doing?" Lena nodded, and, in a surprisingly nonchalant manner, uttered a statement that left them all astonished. "Indeed, I merely killed a celestial dragon. It's nothing too significant." Those few remaining drunken patrons fell silent, their eyes widening in disbelief. A cup slipped from someone's grip and shattered on the ground, prompting the intoxicated men to flee in haste. Though they were drinkers, they were not devoid of fear. Rayleigh and Shaki were momentarily stunned, but comprehension dawned on them within seconds. Given the nature of the celestial dragons, this outcome was only to be expected. You killed a celestial dragon. You must understand what this entails. "Aren't you afraid Sengoku will come for you?" Lena shrugged indifferently. "I'm actually waiting for them. After all, I have my sights set on this place." Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged glances, grasping the implication of his words, understanding his intent. Shaki replied, "In that case, go ahead, we'll be fine here." "Thank you." Lena glanced at the 2 women, who nodded in agreement. As he reached the door to leave, he pulled a bottle of water from his pocket, acquired from the system space. Despite the system undergoing an upgrade, its functionality remained unaffected. He tossed the bottle to Rayleigh, saying, "Drink this. It will alleviate some pain." With a wave, he departed. Upon entering, he had observed the many ailments afflicting Rayleigh, remnants of years of combat. In a flash, Lena arrived at the spot where the celestial dragon had fallen, still lying undisturbed. "How pitiful. Not even a soul to collect your remains." Lena chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the ground shifted slightly, forming a chair. Sitting down, he thought it best to rest rather than stand. After a few minutes, Sengoku charged from a distance, his palm descending from above. Lena let out a hearty laugh and pointed a finger. With a resounding thud, Sengoku was sent reeling backward, landing on the ground and taking several steps to regain his balance, his feet sinking half an inch into the earth. "Eddie Lena, you have committed an unforgivable crime," Sengoku bellowed, though his loud proclamation was merely for the benefit of the unseen observers on the island. "Don't shout so loudly. I'm not deaf. I did what I did, so what? They're all just a bunch of scum." He casually dug at his ear, speaking nonchalantly. "You are challenging the world government. Do you comprehend the consequences?" Lena scoffed. "Enough with the verbal sparring. Let me see your true strength. After I defeat you, I'll send all the Marines here away, and this island will belong to me." As for Sengoku, Lena bore no particular animosity. It was merely a matter of differing positions. "Ah, I see now. You intended this from the beginning, hence your act of killing the celestial dragon," Sengoku realized. Lena smiled slightly, indicating that Sengoku had deduced the truth correctly. Chapter 117. Physical Body vs. Sengoku. Sengoku instantly transformed into his Buddha form, unleashing a palm strike, sending forth a shockwave. Lena clenched his fist and retaliated with a punch, generating a similar wave of force. Boom. Bang. Suddenly, the air solidified in an instant, and then explosively shattered as the ground rapidly caved in. Under the immense force of the shockwave, Zhang Guo staggered backward. In stark contrast, Lei Na remained utterly unmoved, highlighting the disparity between the two. Hey. If you wish to test me, you must bring forth corresponding prowess." Zhang Guo's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity as he raised his hand once more, this time manifesting a visible radiance. A colossal golden phantom of a hand enveloped him, and the earth could scarcely withstand the overwhelming impact, fracturing in its wake. "Now, that is more like it." Lei Na struck again. The air resonated with a low hum, giving rise to a gigantic phantom fist. Boom. The two forces collided, unleashing a thunderous reverberation that shook the very island itself. From the epicenter of their clash, a dazzling brilliance erupted, cascading across the island's forest and shattering every bubble in its path. The formidable shockwaves stirred the surrounding sea, unleashing tumultuous waves that threatened to capsize numerous vessels moored nearby. Truly, a man with a bounty exceeding 2 billion. What a monster. This scene sent shivers down Doflamingo's spine, and he silently vowed never to provoke such an opponent. Another apex monster, and so young. The future seas would surely witness a new order. Morgans bore an expression of exhilaration. This was headline news of the highest caliber. Yet, he could not venture out just yet, for the danger was palpable. He resolved to capture a close-up of the encounter once it concluded. Zhang Guo was taken aback. The extent of this physical assault rivaled even that of Carp, perhaps even surpassing it. Furthermore, he sensed that Lei Na did not seem to wield any Busashoka haki or Kinbunchika haki. How, then, had he acquired such formidable physical capabilities? "Huh!" Zhang Guo exclaimed, unleashing his full potential to try to overwhelm Lei Na. The enormous golden hand grew even larger, slowly suppressing the immense phantom fist. A smirk graced Lei Na's lips, and without a hint of movement, his fist phantom suddenly surged upward like a hydraulic press. Crack! The two shockwaves reached their breaking point and exploded violently. The terrifying energy distorted the very fabric of space. Staggering backward under the forceful shockwave, Zhang Guo retreated several steps, each footfall leaving a crater approximately 7 to 8 centimeters deep, while Lei Na remained steadfast. Suddenly, Zhang Guo activated his moonwalk, ascending into the air, merging his palms as golden light radiated from him. With a swift gesture, a colossal, tangible golden hand descended from above. Under the pressure of this immense shadow, nearby structures collapsed, and the ground crumbled at an alarming rate, uprooting the buried tree roots. Wow, the Rilai divine palm. Too bad it's just leftovers. With a surge of power in his legs, he charged toward the enormous hand, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, followed by the shattering noise of destruction. The massive golden hand exploded, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. What? This strike was reinforced with my Busashoka haki, a blow that only a select few, like Carp, could withstand, let alone counter directly. In his astonishment, Zhang Guo found Lei Na had already appeared before him. Fortunately, Zhang Guo's reflexes were sharp. He quickly crossed his arms to block the impending punch, yet the overwhelming shockwave surged through him, causing his internal organs to churn. Upon closer inspection, one would notice minuscule cracks forming on Zhang Guo's golden arms. How is this possible? Zhang Guo was utterly astounded. His Busashoka haki had reached an unparalleled level of defense, enhanced by his Buddha form, making it exceedingly difficult for even Whitebeard to inflict any damage. Yet, Lei Na's assault. A smirk crept onto Lei Na's face as he intensified his strength. Boom. Zhangguo's massive body flew away like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the ground and kicking up a storm of dust. The denizens of the dark world swallowed hard, for this could not merely be described as formidable strength. It was the essence of a true monster. No, perhaps even the term monster was insufficient, but that was all they could conceive. This young man stood shoulder to shoulder with the top-tier pirates, perhaps even surpassing them. Well, that's that, Lei Na remarked nonchalantly. Zhangguo was indeed worthy of being among the elite. His Busashoka haki had reached the pinnacle of power, and his Buddha form granted him exceptional defense, vastly superior to Kaido. Nevertheless, Lei Na's attacks were purely physical, employing no other techniques, primarily to test the limits of his immortal dragon body. Don't let it go to your head, kid. With that booming voice, Zhangguo emerged from the dust. He swiftly appeared before Lei Na, delivering a punch infused with all his might. Determined to see if Lei Na could withstand it. The wind howled ominously as Zhangguo's punch distorted the air around it. Lei Na's eyes gleamed with excitement. He too increased his strength, and in the blink of an eye, as their fists were about to collide, he unleashed his own strike. Boom. In that fleeting moment of contact, the world seemed to fall into silence. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves reverberating through the air. The clash of their fists unleashed a tempest of power, the force of which penetrated the earth and reached the seabed. In an instant, the ocean parted, creating a massive chasm, as if cleaved by an unseen blade. This was Lei Na's deliberate action. Otherwise, the island could not have withstood such a force. Truly impressive. I am thoroughly entertained. I now grasp the extent of my physical prowess. Just as Lei Na concluded his thought, Zhangguo's pupils constricted, and suddenly the sound of rushing wind filled his ears, while everything around him rapidly shrank in his vision, until with a resounding splash, he found himself submerged in the sea, realizing he had been sent flying once again, rendered ineffective in his attack. As he fell into the water, he reflected on how he hadn't even seen how Lei Na had propelled him away, indicating that Lei Na's strength surpassed what he had encountered thus far. A new thought arose. The world government had likely encountered a most troublesome adversary this time. Chapter 118. Confrontation with him. Lei Na surveyed the devastated surroundings, raising his hand to invoke the power of time, restoring everything around him. This display caused the eyes of those entrenched in the underworld to widen in shock. Hey, you rats hiding in the shadows, if you wish to leave, do so quickly. This island is now mine. If I find anyone remaining, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lei Na's unremarkable voice resonated within the hearts of every dark power, sending chills down their spines. They quickly sprang into action, eager to avoid death. On a hillside, Rayleigh watched in astonishment. Truly, the tides of the Yangtze River push the waves forward. Each generation surpasses the last. Even if he were to confront Zhangguo, it would merely result in a stalemate, and that would have to be during his youth. As for now, he shook his head and leaped back into the tavern to continue drinking. The matter had reached this point, leaving no room for redemption. He could only mutter to himself, "Keep it up, young lad. Perhaps you will come to understand the truth of the world." Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Zhangguo had been retrieved by his subordinates. Quickly notify headquarters to bolster defenses and inform the world government. I have a foreboding feeling. Upon the moment of recovery, he commanded the soldiers. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, having never witnessed Zhangguo in such a state of disarray. However, they quickly regained their composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, and the adjutant began to make contact. His premonition was indeed correct, albeit slightly delayed. Reina was no longer on the island. At a certain port of the Panga city in Mariawa, Rossward was preparing to board his ship to witness the fate of the man who had slain his nephew. The timing of his visit was predicated on the assumption that the murderer had likely met his end, providing him an opportune moment to witness the latter's suffering. As he set foot on the deck, a shadow suddenly loomed over him, prompting an irritated glance upward. There, hovering in midair, was a young man. "It seems you are the relative of the celestial dragon I killed. This makes things much more convenient. You shall accompany him." As Reina's words fell, the celestial dragon collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. "It is time for you to face judgment." He soared into the sky, raising a hand and murmuring, "6 paths of earth-shattering stars." Instantly, for colossal meteors began to descend slowly. The immense sound of wind generated by their descent caused the celestial dragons to look up in terror, their expressions turning to panic. What on earth is this? Help! The overwhelming pressure caused buildings to collapse, drawing the attention of the 5 Elder Stars. A man wielding the original blade, Guatian, flashed forward and unleashed a massive sword aura. Sweeping across the area, with a slicing sound, the light flickered, merely trimming a fraction off the meteor. So resilient. He furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the sword. And with a clang, the solidified sword aura formed a net that surged outward. The sword energy within this net was exceptionally fierce. With a crack, one of the meteors split in half. At that moment, another of the 5 Elder Stars intervened, pushing his palms forward as a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the 2 halves of the meteor into dust. Both men had exerted nearly all their strength against a single meteor, and now they found themselves somewhat fatigued. TSK. My attacks are not so easily dealt with. The 5 turned their gazes towards Reyna, whose demeanor was utterly unconcerned, their expressions darkening. What do you truly desire, Eddie Reyna? Are you attempting to instigate a world war? One of them rebuked. A world war? You are not worthy. I am merely here to discipline those who refuse to listen. Is that a crime? Damn it. Let us all join forces to eliminate this brat. Once he is dead, the assaults will cease. The 5 encircled him. Well then, let us see what you can do. After all, fighting Zhonghua has not yet quenched my thirst. The 5 launched their attacks simultaneously, fully disregarding their dignity. For what use was it at such a moment? Reyna, however, skillfully evaded their onslaught. After a span of over 10 seconds, Reyna's aura exploded forth, pushing the 5 back. Your time is running out. If you do not reveal your true capabilities, there will be no second chance, Reyna said with a grin. The 5 exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their conqueror's haki. All 5 had been chosen by Lord M, so it was only natural for them to possess such power. As their haki coalesced, it solidified, and in that instant, it felt as though the world had lost its color. This sight intrigued Reyna, who began to stretch his muscles, calmly clenched his fist, and struck the air with a powerful punch, momentarily stunning the 5. However, they quickly regained their senses as the void began to warp, followed by an overwhelming shockwave that surged forth, striking their conqueror's haki. A crack formed amidst the clash of their powers. Just as the attack was about to erupt, a wave of energy enveloped the 2 attacks, instantly extinguishing them. Not only here, but even the descending meteors vanished. You 5 should retreat. You are not his match. A spectral voice echoed in their ears, and they recognized its source, retreating accordingly. After their withdrawal, a figure emerged from the shadows. Have your fun and then return. His voice remained as ethereal as ever. Reyna frowned slightly, realizing he could not perceive the outlines of this individual. Your eyes. Im appeared slightly surprised, having sensed a peculiar energy sweep past him moments ago. I presume you are Im. Indeed, you are not to be underestimated. He had used energy to scan, but still could not see through Im's strength, though he was not convinced that Im was stronger than himself. You, young man, are a rather unique life form. I do not wish to engage in combat with you. It would yield no benefits for you, so I implore you to return, as the deeds you intended have been accomplished, and the guilty have met their demise. Reyna scratched his head. That will not do. My energy has yet to dissipate. After all, growing up means dealing with those who deserve it. Stubborn as ever, he shrugged. Im chose not to press the matter further, and without warning, the space around him fractured, dark tendrils striking out with lightning speed. Void. The Throne of Void. Now I see. He began to comprehend the significance of the Throne of Void and why his energy could not penetrate him. Reyna smirked, raising a hand as a colossal beam of light descended, colliding with the black tendrils. With that strike, the entirety of Marineford shook, and the sky seemed to fracture, resembling cascading seawater, with tremendous energy waves radiating outward, igniting massive fires in the surrounding towns. Observing this, Im waved his other hand, and the flames were instantly extinguished, as the overwhelming energy rapidly diminished. Chapter 119, Bounty Increases, News Released. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The opponent could control the void. However, this was fortuitous. Behind him, a curtain of energy appeared, and from it surged countless laser-like weapons. Congeal. Im's spectral voice resounded. In an instant, all of Reyna's unleashed attacks halted mere millimeters from him. Yet, a moment later, the attacks resumed. Im's heart raced as he barely evaded, but still sustained injuries, with 2 finger-width wounds appearing on his shadowy arm. Such a peculiar ability. Who exactly are you? Im inquired again. Me? I am a god. Do you believe me? Reyna stated expressionlessly. Im scoffed. Just as he prepared to strike, Reyna stifled a yawn. Oh well, I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With a swift motion, he vanished. Watching the departing enemy, Im felt a weight in his heart. Could he have noticed? He murmured before also disappearing. At the tavern in the Chambered Archipelago, Reyna reappeared. Back so soon. Reyna nodded. Haha. This time, your bounty is set to rise again. The world government has been thoroughly embarrassed by you. Reyna chuckled. I could not care less. Let them raise it as much as they wish. After all, those scoundrels have gone too far, and it irks me greatly. Rayleigh patted him on the shoulder and poured him a glass of wine, saying, What level will you ultimately reach? I am quite eager to find out. He sensed an extraordinary charm emanating from the young man. Raynor stretched his limbs and surveyed the surroundings, discovering that Aunt Xia, his wife, and little Robin were absent. Don't look for them. They must have gone shopping, he remarked. Ah, I see. No matter their age, they all love to shop. Suddenly, Rayleigh inquired, What do you intend to do with this island? Raynor stroked his chin thoughtfully before uttering a surprising statement that caught Rayleigh off guard. I plan to establish a homeland. A place free from war where the people can live and work in peace. Rayleigh chuckled heartily, never having expected such a simple ambition. Yet, perhaps the simplest things are the most troublesome. After all, there are many suffering people, and it would be impossible to accommodate them all on this island alone. It seemed Raynor was aware of his thoughts, smiling faintly. If we can't accommodate them all, we'll just have to seize more. Hearing this, Rayleigh shook his head with a smile, remarking on his recklessness. At Mary Geos, the 5 elders issued a top command to the Navy headquarters, placing Raynor on the most dangerous list and raising the bounty to 2 billion. When the Navy headquarters released the bounty notice, the world trembled once more. It was not merely the shocking amount of over 60 billion that astonished people, but also the audacity of the individual. To dare to kill a celestial dragon and render Admiral Sengoku powerless was akin to the emergence of a figure comparable to the Pirate King. A new generation of Pirate King. As the rumors spread, they grew increasingly distorted, even claiming he had already become the Pirate King. Yet, some voices compared him to the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gura. To defeat Sengoku, his strength must surpass my own. He understood well how formidable Sengoku's defenses were. Aside from Garp, Sengoku was the only opponent he lacked complete confidence in defeating. I never expected him to be this powerful. When I first saw him compete with Mihawk, I thought he was merely at a certain level. Who knew he was hiding so much? Marco wanted to slap himself for underestimating others. On Onigashima and Wano country, Wororo, he has hidden himself so deeply. If he wanted to kill me, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes, he said, pouring himself a drink. What kind of person are you? He remained perplexed by this question. Others were equally astonished. However, some were skeptical, like Big Mom. Mama, what a disgrace. World government, if you've come for Roger's treasure, then don't blame me for being impolite, she thought arrogantly. Yet, she had the capital to be arrogant, for the Soul Fruit was an exceptionally formidable ability, capable of extracting others' lifespans, countered only by the Yomi fruit. If they truly faced off, the disparity would be evident. At this moment on Sabaody Archipelago, Raynor, in his divine identity, controlled numerous non-living entities to carry out construction work. He personally built a house atop a high mountain, believing that only through personal effort could a dwelling truly be called home. By evening, he had completed the house at an astonishing speed, with many rooms suitable for adult activities. As night fell, Raynor returned home with various beautiful women from the tavern. Upon arriving at his new house, little Robin seemed to understand what Raynor and Ties intended, choosing a room far away. Seeing little Robin behave so obediently, Raynor carried Ties into the room. And what followed was simply indescribable. The next day, Raynor rose early. He kissed Ties on her rosy cheeks and then vanished. Through Aunt Xia's intelligence network, he arrived at the new location of the world's largest newspaper. Releasing a burst of energy, he swiftly appeared at the entrance of a restaurant. He pushed the door open and directly stated, "Bring out your boss, Morgans." A waiter approached and said, "I think you've made a mistake. We don't have anyone named Morgans here." Raynor, unfazed, seized the waiter by the throat, causing many patrons to glance over. some even fleeing in fear. I will say this again, bring your boss out. If I have to find him myself, the consequences will be yours to bear. As the waiter neared suffocation, a man resembling an albatross emerged. Please spare him, Mr. Rayner. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Rayner glanced at him and released the waiter, who collapsed to the ground. Help me announce a news story to the world. Morgans was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, preparing to receive what seemed to be a supreme command. The content is as follows. I have established Sabaody Archipelago as a homeland, welcoming impoverished residents to join. He nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at feed. Oh, and this time, do not charge for the newspaper. Understand? Understood. I understand. How could he not comprehend Rayner's calm gaze? Yet, internally, he felt a pang of distress. Rayner nodded with slight satisfaction, his form gradually becoming a mere illusion until he vanished. Once Rayner had completely departed, Morgans exhaled deeply, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Half an hour later, the newspaper was dispatched. As this newspaper circulated, opinions varied widely, yet some chose to believe its contents. After about a week, a large number of people congregated on Sabaody Archipelago. During this time, some pirates disguised as residents attempted to infiltrate for Rayner's protection, but were swiftly uncovered, meeting a grim fate. Behind a pavilion, a large stockpile of supplies was present, while Rayner, Ties, Little Robin, Rayleigh, and Shachi distributed these goods, which included food and daily necessities acquired from the Navy and others over the week. The residents expressed their gratitude to Rayner and his companions. Some among them struggled to meet even basic needs, yet here, not only were their needs met, but they could reside without paying tribute. Thank you, our great benefactors. As noon approached, the distribution of supplies concluded, and the residents, as if in concert, knelt in gratitude. A wave of his hands summoned an invisible force that gently lifted them. A god. It's divine, a member of the crowd remarked, prompting others to become even more devout. Rayner could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, the seed of the universe stirred after a long absence. A peculiar energy entered his body, absorbed by the seed of the universe. The sprout rapidly grew into a tender shoot while he sensed his divine essence also absorbing this unique energy. Could this be the so-called power of faith? He pondered. This energy was invisible to others, only perceivable to him. Nevertheless, it was a fortunate occurrence. Do not be so polite. Just live here comfortably. The residents returned home with their belongings. Thank you all for your hard work. Shortly, I will venture into the kitchen to treat everyone. The last few of us marched toward Aunt Xia's tavern, for it matters not where we dine, especially as there are abundant ingredients available there. In the realm of Mali Xiaoya, the seas have now witnessed the emergence of the 5 monarchs, while the Navy remains at a disadvantage. Only by implementing the proposal I previously mentioned can the Navy hope to stand against them. Those who are permitted to join this system are mere failures. What strength do they possess to contend with those 5 individuals? That fellow currently occupies the territory of the Shangbodi Islands, effectively severing our line. And Lord M has advised us not to seek unnecessary trouble, for even he may find it challenging to deal with that individual. Very well. We shall adhere to the plan. At present, this is our only recourse. After discussing for a while, the group instructed their subordinates to send the documents to the Navy headquarters. In the newly rebuilt office of the Navy headquarters, the current admiral is Jean Gua. 3 days prior, Kong relinquished the position of admiral to Jean Gua, who was promoted to commander-in-chief of the entire fleet. Additionally, Qingji, Sakasi Ji, and Boilu Sali Nua were successfully elevated to the rank of admiral. As he reviewed the documents, a knock echoed at the door, prompting him to set down his pen. Come in. An aide entered, holding a file bag. Upon noticing this, he sighed inwardly. Every day was filled with endless reviews. During his time as an admiral, he had never encountered such an overwhelming amount of paperwork. Report to the admiral. This is a document sent from the world government. The aide said, handing over the file. Accepting the document, he dismissed the aide. As he opened the file bag, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What are they thinking? Such methods are futile. We must obey orders. He yearned to voice his frustrations, but ultimately decided against it. Drafting a document, he handed it back to the aide to ensure the notification was disseminated. This matter cannot be concealed, so it is better to approach it openly. Jean Gua rose and gazed out the window, lost in thought when Kapu entered, carrying donuts. Jean Gua, what on earth are those people above thinking to propose such a scheme? Jean Gua shook his head. Even if we managed to recruit 7 formidable pirates, what difference would it make? In comparison to Laya, everything is meaningless. Kapu concurred with Jean Gui's perspective, though he found it perplexing that if they could conceive such an idea, surely those in power would not be oblivious. 2 hours later, an unknown news agency reported the Navy headquarters recruitment of 7 powerful pirates in the Shangbodi Islands, within a tavern. What do you think? Rayleigh inquired, glancing at the newspaper. What can I say? Laya shrugged. I can only observe from a prone position while dining. Rayleigh chuckled. Do you not perceive this as a signal from my 5 comrades? Laya smirked. I believe that when a person's power reaches a certain level, no matter how many opponents they face, it remains unchanged, does it not? Rayleigh was at a loss for words in response to Laya's statement. Oh well, that is of little importance. What truly matters is that you still need to teach me hockey. It is not quite teaching, merely a desire to spar with Rayleigh. However, he spoke thus, while his inner thoughts were quite different. It seems my recent actions have triggered numerous butterfly effects. The system of the 7 warlords may require some time to manifest. If a butterfly effect has occurred, does that mean Luffy and his comrades might also have appeared? According to the original storyline, Luffy is roughly 11 or 12 years younger than Robin. However, under the circumstances of butterfly effects, everything may have changed. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes. He had devised a plan. Telling Rayleigh to return and teach him the next day, he hurriedly departed, leaving Rayleigh bewildered. He returned home at breakneck speed, shut the door behind him, and sat cross-legged, raising his hand to unleash the power of time, forming a mirror in the void. With a gentle touch of his finger, the mirror began to display static, accompanied by intermittent noises, akin to a television set. Is this an interference to my inquiry? He whispered sharply. The static dissipated, revealing an image that commenced with the establishment of the nation by the 20 celestial dragons, showcasing numerous scenes along the way, including the so-called Gomu no Mi. In truth, he had previously employed this ability in search of the devil fruit tree. Regrettably, he had found no trace of it. The visuals continued to shift until they arrived at modern times, where he beheld Luffy and his brothers, with the timeline indicating they would appear in 2 years. 2 years is quite a lengthy span. It seems I must resort to some unnecessary measures. Yet, he hesitated, for if he employed this ability, would not the system also accelerate its upgrade period? The mysterious system should not encounter any issues, he pondered. At that moment, a peculiar wave emanated from the seed of the universe within him, radiating to his heart. Moments later, the strange wave subsided. Since you have said so, I have no choice but to relent. The earlier transmitted wave was a message from the seed of the universe, warning him, do not act recklessly. You shall face obliteration. Though it consisted of merely 8 simple words, one could easily grasp the gravity of the situation. Recalling the power of time, he sighed deeply. Knock, knock, knock. Rising, he opened the door. Ta-Isi stumbled slightly, nearly dropping the item in her hands, but thanks to Laya's quick reflexes, he caught it just in time. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself astonished. In his hands lay an egg. He blinked in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this object, comparable in size to a stone, was indeed an egg. Hee. Ta-Isi giggled playfully, standing tall like a victorious peacock. Aren't I impressive? I brought this back all by myself. Laya was momentarily taken aback by her sudden burst of pride. Is this truly a moment for celebration? The question remains, where did this egg originate? Darling, well done. Here, as a reward. After a fervent kiss, Laya inquired, where did you acquire this? An elderly gentleman gifted it to me while Robin and I were out shopping. Laya nodded, pondering why she had such an affinity for shopping. What is it that makes it so irresistible? And little Robin? She is reading at Aunt Sia's. Very well. Hee. It seems we shall have a delightful meal tonight. Laya licked his lips as he gazed at the massive egg. Suddenly, it seemed as though the egg sensed Laya's intentions, vibrating slightly at a low frequency. If not for Laya's grasp, one might not have perceived it at all. A glimmer of light shone in Laya's eyes, and at that moment, the blood of the immortal divine dragon within him stirred. This sensation felt as though a higher being was casting its gaze upon a mere mortal. The egg in Laya's hand began to shake violently, leaping from his grasp and rolling into a corner. Darling, what is this? Laya's lips curled into a smile. Life is gestating within. It shall not be long before it hatches. Upon hearing this, Ta-Isi covered her mouth in surprise. Recalling the warmth she felt while cradling the egg on the way back, which had quickly faded, She initially thought it was merely perspiration from her palms. Could it be that it was moving even then? With this thought, she hurried to the egg, cradling it in her arms, rubbing her cheek against it. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Laya, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. Suddenly acting coy, she declared, "Hubby, hubby." She called out repeatedly, causing Reina to shiver. "I know what you want to say. All right, I'll listen to you." Yay. Taisi joyfully embraced the egg and spun around a few times. Her sole intention was to wait for the little creature to hatch so she could adopt it as a pet. Observing her exuberance, Reina smiled faintly, though a sense of confusion began to brew within him. Why does my dragon blood react to this egg? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Dragon. He approached Taisi, leaving her momentarily stunned by his sudden movement. Reina gently cornered her against the wall, leaning closer. As she closed her eyes and pouted, anticipating a kiss, he swiftly grasped the egg instead. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Humph. Taisi huffed, clearly displeased, placing her hands on her hips before departing. Reina scratched his head, bewildered by what had just transpired. Shaking off his thoughts, he decided to confirm his suspicion. He released his energy to sense the egg. Indeed, he was correct. In an instant, the image of the creature inside the egg imprinted itself in his mind. The being possessed pale green skin, with soft green fur and a wide jaw. Under his sensing, it was evident that this creature contained a trace of dragon blood. Little one, you are fortunate to encounter me. One day you shall become a truly unique dragon. As he spoke, he channeled energy into the egg to strengthen its frail constitution. The little creature seemed to sense his goodwill and affectionately stirred. Since you like it, let us hatch you. He transformed his energy into a continuous output, and soon cracks appeared on the eggshell. Moments later, with a crack, a small head poked out. Once the little one fully revealed itself, Reina ceased his energy output. The creature nuzzled against Reina and proceeded to consume the remnants of the eggshell. Oh, isn't this adorable? He cradled the little one, nurturing it with energy. Though he already had a pet named Shierda, he wondered if having another would matter. No matter. Reina had scarcely taken a few steps when a thunderous rumble shook the entire house. Furrowing his brow, he noticed the little creature suddenly seemed to sense something. Opening its mouth wide, Reina snapped his fingers, forming a protective shield to muffle the sound, and stepped outside with the little one. Upon exiting, he beheld a colossal ancient dragon shaking the house from either side. "Hey, old beast, are you this rude?" The sudden voice startled the ancient dragon, causing it to pause and turn towards the source. "Human, you dare speak to me?" Reina did not respond to its query, but pointed at the little creature in his arms. "What is this? Your child? Doesn't seem like it, considering your apparent age." "Return my grandson, human." The ancient dragon's eyes gleamed with ferocity. It was determined to reclaim its grandchild, even at the cost of its own life. Reina sensed the dragon's unwavering will and smiled. "This child is quite all right. I have no intentions of harming it. Moreover, I am not interested in your so-called immortality." He joked. After all, a deity like me has no need for immortality. As he spoke, he unleashed a surge of energy that instantly flowed into the dragon's body, leaving it feeling revitalized. It sensed the flow of life returning, akin to a broken water pipe being mended. "Return home. I have erased your trace. Live peacefully, and you may visit this little one occasionally." The creature in his arms hopped down, wobbling over to the ancient dragon's feet. The ancient dragon lowered its head to nuzzle the little one. "Thank you. Please take good care of it, esteemed one." It spoke with its own intentions, knowing that even if its life force ceased to dwindle, there would still be those who coveted its bones. Ultimately, its age was a significant factor. After casting a lingering glance at its grandchild, it took flight. The little one then let out a soft roar, as if to say, "I will return to see you when I grow up." Chapter 122. Meeting and conversation. After watching the ancient dragon depart, Reina returned home. Upon entering, he encountered Taisi, who had been startled by the earlier commotion and had come to investigate. "Humph," she huffed, still quite proud. But her eyes lit up when she spotted the little creature in Reina's arms, and she snatched it away. "Wow, so cute." The little one recognized her as the person who had previously held it and began to lick her face with its tongue. Reina frowned. That was his exclusive affection. It must be said that maternal love is truly unstoppable. "I warn you, do not bully the little one. If I find out, you shall not escape my wrath." Reina waved his hand dismissively. He still desired a blissful life. Taisi played with the little creature for a while until it gradually fell asleep. "What should I name you?" Calling you little one doesn't quite suit you. Gazing at the sleeping creature, Tai Si cupped her chin in thought. Moments later, her eyes brightened. I shall call you Tsangua. The little one stirred slightly, as if sensing that this was its name. Time passed quietly, and the next day, Reina awoke feeling quite gloomy. Last night, his wife had insisted that he sleep in the adjacent room, citing the need to care for the little one. Sigh. A tale of bittersweet tears. After getting up and going through his morning routine, though he didn't need to wash up to avoid oral diseases. It was merely a habit. He felt as though something was missing without it. He prepared breakfast and, after eating, set out. As today was the day he would learn from Lei. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on Baitu Island, Baldigo. Are you truly going to engage with that individual? Ivankov asked incredulously. The dragon nodded. Since he made this decision a couple of days ago, Ivankov had been asking him the same question. I have a feeling this may not be reliable, considering that individual's immense power. Always think positively. Since he chose the Sabaody archipelago as a sanctuary for the common folk, he must harbor a deep disdain for the world government. Thus, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With that, Ivankov ceased his objections. You managed this place well. I shall return shortly. With that, he donned his hood and departed. Back on the Sabaody archipelago, in a spacious area, Reina and Lei faced off against each other. Reina, are you certain about this? Reina nodded. Bring it on. Lei took a deep breath and vanished in a blur, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted. Reina pivoted, delivering a punch. Boom. The earth-shattering sound of impact echoed as the ground cracked and dust swirled. The onlookers heard the tremendous noise. Lei staggered back, regaining his footing before charging forward with lightning speed, his fist enveloped in the highest grade of armed hockey. Bang! The two fists collided again, but this time, no sound emerged. An invisible wave radiated outward, causing the ground within several meters of the two to collapse. Just as Reina was about to exert force, Lei suddenly coughed. Sighing, Reina shook his head, retracting his fist. From that brief exchange, he gleaned just how formidable Lei had been in his youth. Due to the constraints of age, he could only achieve this level. He tossed a bottle of water to the other party, and after Lei finished drinking, he let out a long sigh and chuckled. Old age indeed. No worries, this is sufficient. Lei patted his shoulder, simultaneously infusing a breath of energy into his body to help restore his health. Let us go back for a drink. The two departed, their arms slung around each other as shoulders. 2 hours later, Long, clad in a green coat, arrived at the port aboard a small boat. I recall when I visited before, it was not like this. I never expected such a transformation. Well managed. Long smiled faintly. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Let us go take a look. As he spoke, he headed towards Xiaqi's tavern. Inside a private room at the tavern, Lei and Lei Na were reminiscing about the amusing tales of his adventures at sea with Roger. I remember vividly when we discovered that so-called treasure, Roger remarked that it would have been wonderful to be in the era of Joy Boy. I can never forget the expression on his face. As he recounted this, Lei shook his head, a glimmer of tears welling in his eyes. The past is forever gone. Why cling to it? Lei smiled, and the two raised their glasses in a toast. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them, and little Robin rushed in. Brother Lei Na, Grandpa Lei, someone is looking for you. It was reasonable for her to call Lei Grandpa. The two exchanged glances and stepped outside. Upon exiting, they heard a familiar voice. Long time no see, Lei. Hearing that somewhat familiar tone, Lei raised an eyebrow and turned toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the visitor, he exclaimed in surprise, Long. What brings you here? Beside him, Lei Na noticed the gleam in the man's eyes. Manchi D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A man who gave the world government a headache and was said to be capable of toppling it. Fascinating. He sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Long. Aside from coming to see you, I also wish to have a conversation with your companion, Lord Lei Na. Lei glanced at the two, quickly grasping the reason for Long's visit. Then, by all means, converse, he said, taking a seat at the bar to nibble on snacks. The two proceeded into the room they had just vacated. I wonder what business Mr. Long has with me, Lei Na mused. Long, without any preamble, plainly stated his purpose. After pondering for a moment, Lei Na responded, then allow me to pose a question. Please, go ahead. Long leisurely sipped his tea. Hypothetically, if the world government were to be overthrown, would your revolutionary army resemble the current government? Absolutely not. Long replied decisively. Not at all. Huh. I believe you understand that any organization, once it exhibits signs of decay, will inevitably continue to rot. Before he could finish, Long interrupted him. I believe you are mistaken. I do not intend for the Revolutionary Army to persist. To be precise, once the world government is overthrown, I will disband the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, Laya fixed his unwavering gaze on him for nearly a minute before suddenly bursting into laughter. He had not expected such a response, but upon reflection, it made sense. If they indeed overthrew the government, why would they need to continue existing? The position of leader of the Revolutionary Army has been passed down to me for 9 generations, he said, taking a sip of tea, to which Laya nodded in agreement. I will not join you, but should you require assistance, I will only offer my aid in your direst moments. Long regarded Laya, his gaze lingering for several minutes before he finally nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 123. 2 years later, setting sail for the East Sea. Thank you. Long expressed his gratitude with tea in place of wine. In that case, I shall take my leave. Just as he was about to rise, Laya called out to him. Don't rush off. I am quite curious about your abilities. Let us spar. Long shook his head. There will be opportunities in the future. Though he too was intrigued by Laya's prowess, now was not the time. After bidding farewell to Long, Laya reflected, I remember when I first met him. He was still a naive youth. In the blink of an eye, he has matured so much. Laya, curious, sensed from Laya's tone that their acquaintance must have spanned quite some time. He did not conceal his curiosity. Before the disbandment of the crew after Roger's voyage and the discovery of the treasure's secret, we passed through a town where we encountered the young Long and rescued him. At that time, he did not reveal his full name, as he was aware of Roger and thus knew of his father's deeds. After staying in Roger's residence for a few days, he departed. I only learned his full name by chance during the Revolutionary Army's first confrontation with the world government, which marked the beginning of their notoriety. Back then, the Revolutionary Army was a relatively obscure grassroots organization, gradually evolving under Long's leadership. I had not anticipated such a dramatic twist of fate. However, reflecting on my later encounter with Luffy, perhaps this is what one might call karmic connection. First saving the father, then teaching the son, evolving into a caretaker role. After further conversation, Laya departed with little Robin to meet the new member of their household. In a scientific laboratory at the Navy headquarters, a rather unremarkable, slender man with glasses manipulated the screens before him, occasionally shaking a vial of potion. After a few shakes, the liquid inside changed color, and he frowned. This is not right. Why doesn't the match hold? This marks my end failure. During his time with the illegal research group, MADS, he and other scientists had discovered the lineage factor, which led to their scrutiny by the world government. At that time, scientists either perished, fled, or surrendered, and he was among those who capitulated, one who recognized the times. Currently, he was studying an object transported from Mariewa by the world government, a pitch-black sphere. He had been attempting to decipher the secrets of this black sphere, but all efforts had ended in failure. Gazing at the scant black powder on his desk, he continued to furrow his brow, perplexed by its origins and why his theories regarding the lineage factor were ineffective against it. His greatest achievement had been unraveling the mysteries of the devil fruit using the lineage factor, even granting non-physical entities the powers of the devil fruit. Yet now, he was stumped by this seemingly trivial object. The more difficult the challenge, the more it ignited his scientific curiosity. He immersed himself in his research. If Laya were present, he would find the powdered substance familiar. It was none other than the gravitational material produced during his Bao Tianxing technique. Time flies. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, many events unfolded. Laya's Chambord Islands had transformed into a haven for the impoverished, with a population reaching around 100,000. Consequently, Laya had specifically developed a new island. During the island's creation, he found it amusing that he had been bestowed the title of a god. Given that he himself was a deity, the title was indeed somewhat comical. However, throughout these 2 years, he had not sought the devil fruit tree or the relics of the Lunarians. He had remained by his wife's side, teaching Robin to harness the powers of the devil fruit. Now, Robin's abilities were nearing the threshold of awakening, surpassing her original capabilities in the narrative. Furthermore, many other events transpired. In the first half of the previous year, an astonishing event occurred that shocked the world. A merman ascended the Red Earth continent and liberated many slaves in Mary Geos. This event was initially delayed, but Reina believed it was a consequence of the butterfly effect. 6 months later, the Revolutionary Army orchestrated a significant uprising, liberating numerous allied nations and causing considerable distress to the Navy. Another source of frustration for the Navy was the reckless Kaido, who repeatedly stormed the Navy headquarters in a futile quest for death. However, no matter the punishment, Kaido remained unscathed. His actions earned him the title of the undying strongest creature, rivaling the formidable Whitebeard. As the second year unfolded, the world's populace identified the 5 most powerful figures in the New World, collectively known as the 5 Emperors, establishing a balance of power among them. Additionally, the greatest swordsman in the world, Dracul Mihawk, frequently engaged in battles with one of the 5 emperors, Shanks, who had also joined the warlords of the sea. Within the warlords, only Mihawk and Gecko Moria remained, while the other 5 were replaced in a significant turnover later that year, with new members being Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Crocodile. Subsequently, a period of relative tranquility ensued. Time progressed to a certain day in the 3rd year. At the peak of the Yarkaman tree on the Sabaody archipelago, Reyna gazed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. It was time to meet him, he whispered, and in an instant, he vanished. Back at home, he shared his intention to leave with Ties and Robin, who was playing with a little one, inquiring if they wished to join him. Naturally, they agreed, didn't they? Robin and Sanyuan nodded in unison. Reyna smiled slightly, knowing it would turn out this way, and decided they would depart the following day. He then left for Aunt Shaki's tavern. Oh, are you planning to leave tomorrow? Reyna nodded in response. It wasn't surprising. Someone like him wouldn't linger in one place for long, and 2 years had already been quite sufficient. There are still many marvelous places in this world worthy of exploration. Rayleigh clapped him on the shoulder. Reyna found this statement somewhat peculiar, as if it hinted at a farewell. The two chatted amiably until deep into the night. The next day, Reyna departed Sabaody archipelago with the 2 women and the little one, heading towards the East Sea. Chapter 124. Confrontation with Shanks. The Goa Kingdom in the East Sea is notorious for its fame and corruption. Far from the capital lies a beautiful village known as Windmill Village, where the villagers lead a simple life. At Corbo Mountain, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo were being chased by Dayton. You boys always engage in such perilous antics. This time, I shall teach you a proper lesson, she exclaimed, panting as she pursued them. Luffy turned to make a face, but this distraction caused him to collide with a tree. However, he quickly regained his footing and followed his brothers off into the distance. Dayton sighed in relief, a motherly smile gracing her face. Simultaneously, an unexpected group arrived in Windmill Village, stirring the villagers' curiosity. Is this the real deal? Please, drop the is. This is the real deal. Wow. He is even more charismatic than on the bounty poster. But why has he come to our village? This group was none other than the renowned Shanks, one of the 5 emperors. Is there a tavern around here? We would like to have a drink. Shanks inquired of an elderly man clad in a floral shirt, who happened to be the village chief. Before the chief could respond, the villagers chimed in, yes. Her brew is quite delectable. Following the villagers' directions, they arrived at Makino's tavern. The moment the door swung open, Shanks felt as though he had stepped into a tranquil realm. This sensation faded quickly as he was surprised by the talent of the tavern's owner. Soon, the tavern filled with patrons, and the gracious owner, Makino, emerged with drinks in hand. Come, come, esteemed guests, your drinks are ready, she proclaimed, pouring beverages for everyone. After a short while, a child burst through the door, eagerly taking a seat and calling out to Makino, Sister Makino, a cup of wine, please. Laughter erupted throughout the tavern. Makino cast a knowing glance at him. Luffy, aren't you with your brothers? Why are you here asking for wine? Wait until you're older. Luffy pouted defiantly. I'm going to be the pirate king, so I want a drink, he declared, shaking his small fists. This proclamation resonated in Shanks' ears like thunder. He gazed at the child, momentarily entranced, but quickly regained his composure. Quietly, he poured a glass of juice and handed it to the little one. Here, have some juice. Thank you. The surrounding patrons erupted in laughter once more. You're not a child. Look, you're drinking juice. Lachi laughed, nearly spitting out his food. I'm not a child. I want to drink wine. Though he protested, he finished the juice nonetheless. Makino gently ruffled Luffy's hair and poured him another glass of juice, encouraging him to play. Thus, the patrons indulged in hearty food and lively conversation. After a while, the door swung open once more, and a man, 2 women, and a small beast entered. Initially, they went unnoticed, but as everyone regained their awareness, their pupils dilated, and the tipsy patrons instantly sobered up. Even Shanks was surprised to find him here. "Long time no see, Shanks." Reyna greeted as he approached, extending his hand. "Indeed, it has been a while." They shook hands and smiled at one another. As they settled at the bar, preparing to converse, little Luffy dashed over. Hey, are you a pirate too, big brother?" Reyna glanced at Luffy, sensing a familiar aura akin to dragon. "Sort of. Do you aspire to be a pirate as well?" Luffy raised his hand with utmost seriousness. "Yes, I will become the Pirate King." Reyna lifted Luffy effortlessly, but the child protested. "Put me down. I'm not a kid. Don't hold me up high." Reyna chuckled softly and infused a gentle energy into Luffy, aiding his healthy growth. "You must wait until you're older to become a pirate." Luffy reluctantly acquiesced, pondering how this young big brother could already be a pirate. After setting Luffy down, Reyna began conversing with Shanks. "It seems you've acquired that fruit." Shanks was taken aback. If the world government could locate it, then surely this godlike man would know as well. "Indeed, it took some effort. But did you come here for it?" Reyna smiled. "I merely traveled here for leisure. I didn't expect to encounter you." Shanks regarded him with a knowing look, nodding in understanding. "By the way, Shanks, it seems we have yet to cross swords." He nodded, confirming that they had not. After a brief nod, he instantly comprehended the meaning behind the other's words. "Very well. This presents an opportunity for me to gauge the disparity between us." Ever since their encounter 3 years prior, he had longed for a chance to engage with Lena, yet such an opportunity had eluded him. Their dialogue rendered the tavern's patrons silent, and fortunately, they were all allies. Otherwise, the events of the following day would surely dominate the headlines. The two stepped outside to a spacious area, closely followed by a gathering of spectators, including the gentle and amiable tavern owner and numerous villagers. "Are we to fight here?" With so many onlookers, he feared inadvertently harming the villagers. Lena raised his lips in a slight smirk and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A transparent glass dome enveloped the two. "Come. Within this barrier, we can engage freely in combat." Shanks nodded and remarked, "Truly worthy of the title of God. Yet even with such power, he struggles with this simple task. I shall give it my all." As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance, and the atmosphere turned grave. The two faced off for nearly 10 minutes before Shanks finally struck first. Clang! The sound of swords rang out. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped scarlet sword aura surged forward. Just as the blade approached his face, Lena leisurely countered with his own strike, resulting in a resounding clash. The collision of sword energies erupted with a thunderous roar, shattering the ground beneath them. In that instant, Shanks lunged forward, thrusting his sword. With a crisp sound, Lena deflected the strike with the tip of his sword. Buzzing. Suddenly, Lena's sword vibrated violently, sending shockwaves that forced Shanks to retreat repeatedly. Once he steadied himself, he noticed dozens of shallow footprints stamped into the ground. At the same time, he slightly shook his hand, feeling the lingering numbness from the rebound. Chapter 125. The Gathering of Forces. This is dire. I have been suppressed from the outset. Yet this individual is truly formidable. Ben Beckman murmured softly. Despite this, he believed Shanks would find a way to escape this oppressive situation. In the arena, the red-haired warrior concentrated his haki into his sword. Sizzle! A torrent of black-red sword energy erupted forth, shaking the very air around it. Lena smirked, his sword, Muramasa, humming as though exhilarated by the display of power. He swung his sword backhandedly. Bang! The sword aura, capable of cleaving through the heavens, collided with Muramasa, producing a sharp metallic clash. Sparks flew as the formidable sword energy rent the earth, leaving behind a network of deep fissures. Whoosh! Lena slightly intensified his strength, sweeping horizontally. This stroke, imbued with overwhelming haki, shattered the air. Shanks's eyes gleamed with ferocity. To think I wouldn't even have to move an inch. How underestimated I must be. He gripped his sword with one hand, inhaling deeply as energy surged within him. Buzz! The crimson, nearly tangible conqueror's haki erupted, causing the air to resonate. Suddenly, the haki flowed down his arm and into the sword, which began to radiate an eerie red glow. Shanks shouted and slashed with his sword. ZZZ! The magnificent sword energy, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, tore through the sky, creating a multitude of cracks in the air. Such a powerful technique is impressive indeed, Lena remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. He then raised his sword, and a brilliant light erupted from its tip. Though this strike had a width of merely 2 fingers, it was propelled purely by raw power. Whoosh! Buzz. The moment the two disparate sword energies clashed, a sound akin to a cutting machine reverberated. The intense sword energy conjured a tempest of razor-like winds that battered against the surrounding barriers, producing explosive sounds akin to thunder. For nearly 30 seconds, the two energies clashed before erupting violently to the sides. The sword auras carved a chasm into the ground, resembling a terrifying abyss. Regardless of the ferocity of their battle, it remained unaffected outside. This move was futile. Just as Hawkeye predicted, you do not wield any sword techniques. Oh, do not say that. Observe my sword. As he spoke, he lifted Muramasa, revealing a crack at its tip. Shanks's forehead twitched with annoyance. Such a gross underestimation of his abilities. Meanwhile, as their battle raged, a vessel from the world government sailed across the East Sea, its destination the Kingdom of Goya. On board, a celestial dragon with a square headpiece awaited. Report. A soldier cautiously announced. Charlemagne, the celestial dragon, snapped impatiently. Speak. We will arrive at the Kingdom of Goya in 10 minutes. The official banquet has been arranged. Charlemagne responded with a disinterested grunt. He had no desire to converse with those he deemed inferior. Meanwhile, Carp, leaning against the railing, observed this with evident disdain, nonchalantly indulging in his sweet donuts. Indeed, this time, he was not accompanied by CP0 agents or admirals, but rather, it was him, a seasoned rear admiral. In truth, he was quite reluctant, yet he had no choice. After all, it was an order from above that he must obey. As he munched, he inadvertently glanced towards the direction of Windmill Village. Suddenly, he paused, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes before resuming his casual eating. Moments earlier, he had sensed a wave of hockey energy. On the opposite side of the warship, a wooden vessel also approached. The two ships sailed from different directions, one from the right, the other from the left. Standing aboard the wooden ship, a dragon gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, "My child, are you well?" He yearned to see his child, yet for certain reasons, he could not do so. Nevertheless, this time, he intended to observe secretly while attending to another matter. On the island, within the barrier, very impressive. Shanks, it is rare to see you develop to such an extent. Lena praised, gazing at the fragments of Muramasa in his hand. In contrast, Shanks sighed, feeling somewhat dejected. Despite exhausting his efforts, he had only managed to shatter Lena's weapon. You are truly a monster. Before Lena could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. My weapon is shattered, so let us declare this match a draw. A draw? Shanks wore a bitter smile, incredulous that such words could escape Lena's lips. It was evident to any discerning observer that Lena had lost. To suggest a draw was absurd, leaving him speechless. With a snap of his fingers, Lena dispelled the barrier, restoring the ground to its original pristine condition. Shanks shook his head, accustomed to the surreal. The crowd returned to the tavern, while the curious villagers dispersed, merely feeling that the battle had been quite thrilling, without any further thoughts. Inside the tavern, patrons engaged in lively conversations. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Luffy rushed in, panting anxiously. He hurried to Shanks, nervously clutching his clothing. "Shanks, save me. My grandfather has returned, and he wants to beat me." Observing Luffy's evident fear, Shanks chuckled. Was being beaten truly so terrifying? However, upon realizing the identity of the approaching individual, he understood Luffy's dread. An elderly man with graying hair and clad in a naval uniform stormed in. Before he could even utter Luffy's name, he froze, bewildered by the situation. Red-haired Shanks and Lena. His expression quickly turned grave as he intently questioned, "What are you two doing here?" His solemn expression was not due to Xian Kasi, but rather because of Lei Na. For it was common knowledge that Lei Na possessed an extraordinary level of strength. He was uncertain whether he could defeat his opponent. Lei Na merely smiled faintly and refrained from further comment, while Xian Kasi appeared somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Luffy was, in fact, the grandson of the illustrious marine hero. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sense of irony. The grandfather was a marine, and the grandson was a pirate. "Luffy, come here. They are not good people. They are ferocious pirates." Carp attempted to convey this in a friendly tone. Luffy shook his head vigorously, declaring, "I will become the pirate king. I have no intention of becoming a marine." Carp felt as though his heart might give out from frustration. "Enough. At your age, what are you trying to prove?" Lei Na remarked coolly, lifting a drink and downing it. Just as he set the cup down, the door swung open again, and upon seeing the new arrival, Lei Na wondered if today was some sort of lottery, as each new guest was more peculiar than the last. The person who entered was none other than Meng Chi Di Long. Now, it could be said that all factions were gathered: the Marines, the Revolutionary Army, pirates, and an individual unaffiliated with any organization. Instantly, the atmosphere of the tavern shifted dramatically. Chapter 126. Surrender the Devil Fruit Tree. Amidst this exceedingly strange atmosphere, Luffy reached for a bottle of liquor from a distance, a single action that shattered the peculiar tension. Luffy, just now, a man exclaimed urgently. Boss, the fruit is missing. Xiang Kasi slapped his forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. He turned to Luffy with a serious expression, asking, "Did you eat a purple fruit?" Luffy nodded. "Yes, it was really awful. You have consumed the legendary devil fruit of the sea. Once eaten, you will never be able to swim again." Little Luffy's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "Damn you, Xiang Kasi. You allowed my grandson to eat the devil fruit. Just wait until I take you back." Carp shouted furiously. Xiang Kasi raised his hands in surrender, insisting that it was not his fault. Observing Xiang Kasi's helpless demeanor, Carp snorted internally, thinking that what was destined to happen would eventually unfold. He glanced at Long, shook his head, and turned to leave. How annoying. I can't stand this any longer. He had come to see his son, and now that he had, it was time to depart. However, before leaving, there was still a matter to attend to. Meanwhile, in the skies above a certain location in the New World, a battered ancient dragon was flying slowly. It needed to report this matter to its superior promptly. On an island about 40 to 50 kilometers behind it, Imu gazed at the receding figure, murmuring, "So you came for the devil fruit tree as well? I hope that is not the case, otherwise." The surrounding void rippled like the surface of the sea. Returning to the Goya kingdom, in the windmill village, the restless Tsang Yu squirmed in Tai Si's arms. "What is wrong, Tsang Yu?" Tai Si inquired. "Woo-woo," it whimpered as Robin tried to cheer it up, but to no avail. "Dear, you need to see what is wrong with Tsang Yu." While conversing with Xiang Kasi about amusing anecdotes from his time aboard Roger's ship, he heard Tai Si's anxious voice. "What has happened?" Tai Si handed the little creature to Lei Na, who gently stroked it, and it gradually calmed down a bit. He softly infused a portion of his energy into the little one, and suddenly, he squinted and whispered sweetly in its ear, causing it to drift off to sleep. He informed Tai Si that he would attend to some matters and asked them to wait. Tai Si nodded as Lei Na turned to leave. On a certain island in the New World, a 1,000-year-old dragon lay panting on the ground, having exhausted its strength to flee. Before it stood a figure shrouded in shadows. "Are you here on behalf of that Lei Na fellow?" Imu's voice was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. "So, the master of the Void Throne is still alive. I did not expect you to be among the survivors. You seem to know quite a bit about the events of a century ago for a 1,000-year dragon." His tone was icy, yet he felt a sense of curiosity. For it was generally understood that the lifespan of a 1,000-year dragon was only 100 to 200 years, making it impossible for it to possess such knowledge. Yet, this ancient dragon seemed to understand his thoughts. "Do not be surprised. My lifespan is akin to that of my kind. I learned all of this from Lord Zhuowu." "That makes sense. If it is Zhuowu, then it is not surprising, as it has witnessed many events. The person you are waiting for may not arrive. Allow me to escort you on your journey." With a slight wave of his hand, a blade of light flashed through the void. The 1,000-year dragon closed its eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, regretting that it would not see its grandson one last time before passing. After waiting for more than 10 seconds without any movement, it slowly opened its eyes and saw the person it had been waiting for finally appear. "You have endured well." Lei Na waved his hand, healing all of its wounds. "It appears the devil fruit tree is with you, Imu. I advise you to surrender it. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Having sensed danger approaching his grandfather from the little one earlier, he had arrived here in a few flashes. In fact, over a year ago, when the other party came to visit the little one, Lei Na had requested them to seek information regarding the devil fruit tree. He had not expected it to be found, only to be surprised that it was in Imu's possession. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as only the power of the void could obscure his search. Imu did not respond. Instead, he suddenly waved his hands, summoning 2 massive palms from the void that swiftly descended. With a thunderous sound, the island trembled, and the creatures scattered in fear. Though this display was grand, it did not inflict any real harm on Lei Na, not even tearing his clothes. "Oh dear, it has been quite a while since we last met. Why must you attack me upon our reunion?" Imu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He raised his hand, grasping at the void. And with a ripping sound, an overwhelming aura coalesced into a pair of claws that left a scar in the air. From beneath the scar, a terrifying energy surged forth, gradually forming a monstrous beast from the void. The beast lunged forward, its gaping maw threatening to engulf everything. Interesting. I underestimated your abilities. With a surge of energy, Laya raised his hand, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. A beam of holy light descended. Judgment magic, judgment light. A resplendent radiance illuminated the surroundings like dawn. The earth cracked, and a tempest arose as if it sought to consume the heavens and the earth. Imu narrowed his eyes, unleashing his own aura, and in an instant, the spreading storm dissipated, returning everything to the void. Your techniques are quite peculiar. They employ powers I have never encountered. Likewise, with a swish, Imu suddenly vanished, instantly crossing the space to stand before Laya, striking out with a fist. The air quivered in response to the blow. Laya's eyes glinted with cold light as he suddenly extended his hand, lightly grasping at the void. Bang! Clang! Two distinctly different sounds echoed, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated across the island. The aura of the two individuals clashed incessantly, forming a colossal entity resembling a bubble. This island, centered around the two, began to split with crevices that resembled a chasm, extending to infinity. A crackling noise erupted as the focal point of their auras flickered with lightning, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky, not summoned by Laya, but conjured by the force of their energies. Once again, I demand you surrender the tree of the devil's fruit, Laya uttered, his gaze chillingly cold. In an instant, Yim sensed the imminent danger of death within his words. However, he was not afraid of dying, for as long as the throne of the void existed, he felt secure. Chapter 127. Slay and absorb. Let us see if you possess the capability for that. A strange force surged forth silently. With a resounding bang, white smoke billowed, revealing a faint white mark on Laya's arm. An intriguing sensation. Come, let us intensify this. As he spoke, the mark vanished. In the blink of an eye, Yim transformed into an afterimage, appearing behind Laya and delivering a swift kick. Bang! Laya did not evade. Instead, he absorbed the blow, the immense energy piercing through the island and stirring towering waves in the ocean. He smiled and shook his head at Yim, and with a sudden surge of power, he sent Yim flying, the shadow enveloping him shattering like glass, only to reform as it was on the verge of complete disintegration. Is this truly your real strength? How disappointing, Laya teased. Although Yim's expression remained hidden, the fury in his eyes was palpable. Humph. You are the most tenacious opponent I have encountered since obtaining the throne of the void. Laya chuckled, realizing that his adversary was no fool. They gradually ascended into the air, the island beneath them crumbling. You warrant my true strength. Come, cease this banter. Laya beckoned with his fingers. Shadows from his body began to flow like liquid, adhering closely to him and forming a pitch-black figure. Laya's lips twitched. What a peculiar shape. Quite unique. Suddenly, a massive fist, imbued with the might of annihilation, surged towards him. Laya summoned his pure physical strength and unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, dispersing the clouds in an instant and bestowing the world with a sense of clarity. The void power shattered, resulting in a violent explosion that sent both combatants soaring. The ocean roiled tumultuously under their onslaught. They were propelled thousands of meters before coming to a halt. Laya emerged relatively unscathed, his clothing merely torn. While Yim was not as fortunate. He coughed repeatedly, expelling a black liquid akin to ink. As it hit the sea, it sizzled and emitted wisps of white smoke. What is wrong with this guy? His body can even shatter the void power. This void power, bestowed upon him by the throne of the void, was supposed to be indestructible, yet it could not even breach Yim's flesh, leading Laya to doubt his own strength. What is happening here? Are you questioning your own abilities? Well, it is no wonder. After all, you are facing me. Laya praised himself through his own words. You cannot defeat me. I am the Lord of the Void. Laya nodded, recalling that whenever an enemy uttered such declarations, it often preceded their downfall. Yim raised his hands, clapping them together to unleash a wave of energy that expanded outward, then pressed his palms together, murmuring incantations. Laya employed his magical eye to discern Yim's line of death. But as before, it remained elusive. The only difference was that the lines had significantly diminished. In a fleeting moment, Yim erupted with intense waves of void power. striking at Lena's soul. Just then, Lena's divine essence radiated brilliance, instantly dispelling the waves. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a stone chair materialize behind him. A wave of trepidation washed over him at the sight of the chair. Is this the throne of the void? Truly formidable. As he murmured, a ripple emanated from the seed of the universe, and Lena's eyes brightened. This is indeed a remarkable item. Thus, I cannot be blamed. The seed of the universe had just informed him that the throne of the void was formed from fragments of the world's will, which would greatly benefit him. In an instant, without any forewarning, Lena appeared before Yim, gripping his neck with both hands, only to feel an obstruction preventing his grasp. Futile. In that moment, Yim struck Lena's abdomen with a punch, curiously devoid of any force. Suddenly, a surge of void power spread from within him, and he released his grip as his bones began to crackle ominously. Embrace death in torment. Yim laughed. Yet, Lena was a deity. As the void power rampaged, his divine essence emitted waves that absorbed all of it. What are you laughing at? As the words fell, Lena stood before him and scathed. What have you done? Yim gazed at him in disbelief. Lena shrugged, spreading his arms. In truth, my physique could absorb this void power without relying on my divine essence. It merely takes a bit of time. I refuse to believe you are unharmed. Yim growled, the throne behind him exuding a formidable and eerie aura. The void began to collapse. Lena's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he flicked his wrist, conjuring a blade of energy. He directed it towards the collapsing void, and the light shot forth like a meteor, swiftly severing the void as if it were mere tofu, revealing an abyss of darkness. The throne of the void shook violently. Do not underestimate Lena's seemingly light attack. It contained the energy of his divine essence. With the throne's tremor, Yim spewed forth a mouthful of ink-like liquid. The sight of such darkness nearly made Lena retch. Your abilities have reached their limit. It is time to surrender the tree of the devil's fruit, Lena declared. But Yim merely regarded him with cold indifference. Suddenly, the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers around them compressed violently, plummeting downward. Perish! Boom! With the utterance, a deafening explosion resonated across the heavens and the earth. The terrifying shockwave evaporated the surrounding seawater for dozens of miles. Even the distant Millennium Dragon, flying far away, felt the overwhelming force. A mushroom-shaped cloud lingered ominously. Observing that Lena had finally concealed himself, Yim let out a sigh of relief, the darkness around him slowly receding. The throne shuddered a few times before gradually fading into the ethereal. Just as the throne was on the verge of vanishing, a chilling voice pierced the air. Thanks to you, I am now without clothing. So as compensation, you shall die? In that instant, a streak of light flashed, followed by Yim's head soaring high, while he beheld his body standing upright. Do not mistake a tiger's silence for weakness. Why destroy my clothing of all things? It was handcrafted by my wife. With a splat, his head fell into the sea below. Simultaneously, the throne of the void began to develop numerous cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment. This cannot be allowed. He grasped the throne with both hands, and the seed of the universe within him emanated a surge of energy, causing the throne to writhe violently. In mere seconds, it began to dissipate little by little from his grasp. Alas, while I am pleased that you have acquired a fragment, it is a pity that the clues to the devil fruit tree have been severed. He sighed, feeling somewhat dejected, but suddenly a spark of inspiration struck. No, the Millennium Dragon must know something. With that thought, he vanished in a flash. Chapter 128. The Order Bearer? Never heard of it. Shortly after Reyna departed, a cloud of black mist appeared, and a head vanished beneath the sea. On a distant island, the Millennium Dragon gazed into the horizon, its eyes filled with concern. My lord, I hope you remain safe. It silently prayed. A figure gradually enlarged in its vision. Are you all right? Reyna smiled faintly, assuring that he was fine. By the way, what did you see? The Millennium Dragon fell silent for a moment before recounting the events it encountered that morning. After more than 10 minutes, Reyna narrowed his eyes. If what the Millennium Dragon said is true, then the devil fruit tree has been transferred to another's possession. According to the Millennium Dragon, that individual, shrouded in shadow like Emu, remains unknown to it. TSK. Why are all the players unfamiliar? No matter who you are, do not impede my mission. Or else a glint flashed in his cold eyes. In a region reminiscent of the Bermuda Triangle, darkness enveloped the area. Two pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the black mist. Emu is dead, and the void throne has vanished. Indeed, Turmoil is about to commence. After a century, it is our turn to take control. Precisely. With the devil fruit tree, the void throne shall eventually reappear. The two voices conversed for a while before falling silent. And the two pairs of blood-red eyes disappeared as well. Meanwhile, within the city of Mariehua, the 5 elders appeared grim, their faces reflecting sorrow. Alas, I did not expect this. This matter must not be disclosed to others. The others nodded in understanding. Do you think this incident could have been orchestrated by that person named Eddie Reyna? Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 fell silent. If that were the case, this individual would indeed be terrifying, leaving them utterly powerless. Regardless, we must remain discreet. Should those fools provoke him again, we will have no choice but to make an example of them, warning the reckless. The 5 engaged in discussion, placing Reyna at the top of their list of most dangerous individuals, adopting an attitude of avoidance, thinking, can I not escape? Returning to our protagonist, Reyna sat cross-legged once more, channeling the power of time to investigate. A mirror formed from the power of time displayed an ever-shifting scene. Is it still like this? It seems I must amplify my output. Just as he prepared to increase the power, the seed of the universe within him, nay, it should be called the sprout of the universe, emitted a pulse. The continuously shifting image abruptly froze, akin to an emergency stop, leaving a pitch-black scene. It cannot be said to be entirely dark. As the camera zoomed out, he discerned the full picture, a place shrouded in dense black fog. This place is? Observing the scene, he sensed an unsettling eeriness, as if it were a domain of the supernatural. With a wave of his hands, the power of time coalesced into a semblance of a marker, resonating towards a specific direction. Is it in that location? For some reason, he felt elated to have found it this time, perhaps owing to the earlier assistance from the sprout of the universe. Remain here. Without waiting for a response, he vanished in a flash. In that fog-laden realm, 2 pairs of crimson eyes reappeared. Someone has detected our location and is approaching at incredible speed. Who could it be? Could it be the one who slayed Emu? Even if he could vanquish Emu, what does that matter? He may not be able to defeat us. As the 2 voices conversed, strange vibrations emanated from the black mist, causing their dialogue to cease. Outside the black mist, does this aura belong to darkness? To his senses, it resembled the demonic energy from the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps, fundamentally, they are similar, yet there are subtle differences. Hey, you inside, come out. Yet, silence reigned. With only his voice echoing back, Reyna snorted coldly and unleashed a powerful punch towards the black mist. Bang! A deafening impact resonated as the black mist rippled. Yet it showed no signs of dispersing. Employing more strength, he struck again. Unlike before, this blow produced a heavy sound. The black mist shattered swiftly, gradually revealing a path. You are merely indulging in theatrics. Reyna muttered irritably, then unleashed his aura, a crimson dragon sweeping forth, scattering everything in its wake. Even the dark clouds above began to dissipate, revealing light. At this moment, 2 pairs of crimson eyes were unveiled. Surrender the devil fruit tree you possess. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a surge of energy binding him. Haha, I thought you were formidable, yet you are just SOSO, to be subdued so easily. It seems the one who slayed Emu is not you. However, breaking through the black mist shows you possess some skill. Reyna's eyes flickered momentarily, feigning fear. What exactly are you? The 2 pairs of eyes exchanged glances. We are not mere entities. We are the Order Bearers. Order Bearers? Reyna was certain he had never heard of them, nor had he encountered them in any anime or manga of his previous life. Noticing Reyna's bewildered expression, they refrained from further elaboration, instead inquiring, what do you desire the devil fruit tree for? That is unnecessary to disclose. However, I must admit, I have never heard of your title. Suddenly, Reyna's muscles twitched, and with a resounding thud, he broke free. The 2 pairs of eyes were taken aback, and abruptly, thick black chains shot forth from the darkness. Reyna could not be bothered to engage. He stomped down hard, and with a thunderous boom, a wave of force erupted, causing the chains to explode. You lot are merely skilled in underhanded tactics. He then directed his gaze towards the center of the 2 crimson eyes, an action that sparked a flicker of panic within them. Reyna astutely seized the moment of fleeting alarm, stepping forward with great strides and delivering a powerful punch. The sound reminiscent of paint dripping echoed, as the black substance slowly peeled away from the point of contact. A dazzling white light pierced through. This forced Reyna to squint his eyes, and as he did so, he was unexpectedly propelled backward without warning. From that flash of white, the surrounding darkness began to slough off like paint. Damn it, you little brat. Look at what you've done. That fellow is about to emerge. The two voices began to curse Reina, yet it proved futile. Chapter 129. Is the task complete? As the black substance fully peeled away, a white wall emerged. Crack, crack. Fractures spread and shattered, followed by a maniacal laugh, resounding. Ha ha, I have finally been resurrected. The Navy and the pirates shall perish this time. No one can stop me. Before him stood a man with a muscular build, dreadlocks, and bronze skin. Look at the trouble you've caused, you little rascal. A pair of eyes glared at Lena, filled with indignation. Yet Lena paid little mind to the outburst, for the man before him was growing increasingly familiar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Luke's D. Jibike. The man, upon hearing his name, turned to glance at him. It seems someone recognizes me. How delightful, he said with a hint of surprise and a composed demeanor. Lena raised an eyebrow, reasoning that the man should have met his demise at the hands of Kapu and Luagia. So how could he possibly have returned? Yet, there was indeed a palpable essence of life emanating from him. Could it be that he had consumed Burik's Hunquan fruit? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion as absurd. You little brat, in gratitude for my resurrection, I shall eliminate you now. In an instant, Luke's appeared before Lena, delivering a swift kick aimed at his abdomen. The sound of a heavy impact resonated through the air. Lena, however, deftly caught the kick with remarkable speed. Oh, you possess some skill. It seems many formidable opponents have emerged during my years of absence. Luke's revealed his yellowed teeth in a grin. Lena seized upon the key information within his words, the mention of years, implying that Luke's had indeed been alive all this time. Young one, it is unwise to lose focus in battle. You are too inexperienced. With a swift motion, a formidable hand strike sliced through the air, targeting Luke's neck. With a thud, Luke felt a tingling in his hand, as if he had collided with an exceptionally solid object. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lena retaliated with a punch. Luke was propelled backward, feeling the numbing sensation in his arm rapidly spreading. It dawned on him that he may have underestimated his opponent. Rather than pressing the advantage, Lena posed a question. You intend to revive through the tree of the devil's fruit, do you not? Luke remained silent, confirming Lena's suspicion. At that moment, the seed of the universe transmitted information, causing Lena to narrow his eyes. The mere act of squinting instilled a sense of overwhelming dread within Luke. As if he were teetering on the brink of death, he shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. Who was he? He was destined to become the king of the world. Such feelings were beneath him. With a swift advance, Lena unleashed a punch. Just as he did, an ice wall emanating a chilling aura abruptly obstructed his strike. With a crack, the ice wall shattered and vanished without leaving a trace, appearing and disappearing as if conjured from thin air. I wield the power of the devil, capable of manipulating any element. You cannot surpass me, Luke proclaimed arrogantly, his eyes reflecting a sense of finality. Their original plan involved utilizing the tree of the devil's fruit to resurrect the Void Throne, from which they would seize control and dominate. However, their meticulously crafted scheme had been thwarted by this insufferable brat. Regrettably, they found themselves unable to act. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have delivered a treacherous blow from behind. Sensing the unusual gazes directed at him, Lena offered a benign smile. Luke raised his hand, summoning wind, rain, thunder, lightning, storms, and blizzards to encircle Lena. The scene resembled a miniature apocalypse. Ha ha, perish beneath the power of the devil, he cackled. Yet, at that moment, all attacks abruptly ceased, as if nothing had transpired. Accompanied by a sigh. This sigh resonated deeply within Luke's soul, causing him to shudder and taste blood at the corner of his mouth. He quickly bit his tongue to regain consciousness. When he raised his head, Lena loomed before him, looking down with an air of superiority. The ominous words echoed in his ears. You are incapable. It is best for you to accept your demise. As the surroundings constricted, a resounding thud followed, and he beheld a dazzling display of fireworks in the sky. Lena gazed at the vibrant explosion, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. While those two pairs of eyes stood in shock, they had seen nothing of the events that transpired. It had ended just like that. As they regained their senses, they noticed a tiny object plummeting amidst the colorful fireworks, radiating a translucent glow. They both focused and released a surge of dark energy towards the small object. But just as they were about to make contact, everything froze. The fireworks halted, The minuscule object ceased its descent, and everything was suspended in time, except for one person. "Ah, you dare to touch my possession. That is commendable." He snapped his fingers, unleashing a wave of temporal energy that obliterated the two pairs of eyes. With a deft flick of his finger, time resumed its flow. The small object gradually descended into his palm. To his astonishment, the tree of the devil's fruit turned out to be a fragment. The seed of the universe had informed him that the tree of the devil's fruit residing within Luke's was also a piece of this fragment. He promptly sat cross-legged, allowing the seed of the universe to absorb the fragment. Simultaneously, he pondered whether acquiring this fragment meant he had fulfilled his mission. Regrettably, the system was still undergoing upgrades, leaving him uncertain. On an unknown island, the Millennium Dragon continued its vigil. As it began to doze, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Come with me. I shall take you to meet your grandchildren." The Millennium Dragon nodded in agreement, lowering itself to allow Lena to mount its back. Lena understood its intent and, without hesitation, leapt onto its back. The Millennium Dragon ascended slowly, heading towards the East Sea. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, events unfolded similarly to those in the original narrative. Sabo had gone missing, rescued by the dragon. Fortunately, Sabo retained his memories, a surprising twist. Within the tavern of Makino, Tai Si and Xiao Luobin took turns petting the little one. "It has been 3 hours. Where could they be?" Tai Si expressed her concern. "Do not worry, sister. Brother will be fine." Xiao Luobin replied with unwavering confidence, trusting in her brother. Tai Si smiled and affectionately ruffled Xiao Luobin's hair, sensing a subtle fondness for Lena in her demeanor. However, she decided to let things unfold naturally. Nurturing relationships was also a viable path. A few minutes later, the little one suddenly awoke, springing from her embrace and flying out the window. The two young ladies hurriedly pursued, only to witness a colossal dragon descending gracefully. Lena leapt from its back, and Taisi rushed into his arms. Xiao Luobin wished to do the same, but she found herself unable to act. Chapter 130. The world of culinary delights. After a warm embrace, Lena whispered a few words into Taisi's ear, igniting a spark in her eyes. "Xiao Luobin, would you like to leave this place with us?" Confusion washed over Luobin. If her brother and sister were leaving, should she not accompany them? Why would they pose such a question? As troubling thoughts crept in, tears welled in her eyes, fearing she had done something wrong. Noticing her distress, Taisi knelt down and gently explained the situation. Moments later, Luobin wiped away her tears and glanced at Lena. She pondered, convinced that her brother was truly remarkable. "Can I go with you?" "Of course." As Robin gazed at him, Reyna affectionately patted her head and smiled. Robin beamed with joy, for her only family now consisted of Reyna, Taisi, and, of course, the little one. "Darling, when shall we depart?" she inquired. "Tomorrow, perhaps. But before that, we must prepare some contingencies to prevent any betrayal from others," he replied, waving his hand as a robust man with green hair appeared, his upper body bare. "Who is he?" Taisi wondered, finding the figure somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where she had seen him. "His name is Brawley. He hails from the same world as us." Taisi pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "I heard Vegeta mention him before. He is said to be a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan." Reyna nodded. "I intend for him to remain in this world to guard the Shambodi Islands." Taisi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She hesitated, unsure whether to voice her thoughts. Sensing her hesitation, Reyna gently patted her head. "Fear not. He will not be as volatile as before." Her concern eased at his reassurance. If he truly behaved like Vegeta had described, placing him on the Shambodi Islands would lead to chaos. The group departed aboard the Millennium Dragon. The following morning, a throng of citizens and several reporters gathered in the central square, notified of the arrivals the previous day. Due to the unique geographical environment, the weather remained pleasantly mild. As they waited, Reyna and his companions made their entrance. "Today, I have a significant announcement to make." The crowd perked up at Reyna's words, especially the reporters. Akin to cats drawn to the scent of prey, "I am preparing to leave this world with my family." A stunned silence fell over the crowd. What did they just hear? Departing from this world? Were they to perish alongside him? The citizens exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend why Reyna, whom they revered as a deity, would utter such words, and murmurs erupted amongst them. The reporters hastily began documenting the unfolding events. Realizing they were witnessing a monumental story, one of the 5 kings, Reyna, was contemplating suicide. As they wrote, Reyna gestured for silence. and an immediate hush descended upon the assembly. When I speak of leaving, I do not mean by way of death, but rather, I intend to depart from this world. Understand? It is this world I refer to. The crowd remained perplexed, though some astute reporters widened their eyes in disbelief at Reina's proclamation. Indeed, some of you have deduced correctly. I shall journey to another realm, and I have gathered you reporters primarily to convey to the world that even in my absence, this island shall remain untouched by you. He then subtly gestured to Brawley, who nodded and began to ascend slowly into the air, conjuring a vibrant green energy sphere which he unleashed upon the sea below. With a swift whoosh, it streaked through the sky like a meteor. Moments later, a resounding explosion erupted, creating a colossal wave that rocked the Shambodi Islands. After a considerable time, as calm returned, the onlookers gazed at the ocean, swallowing hard, for a massive chasm had formed in the water. Now, report everything you have witnessed. Henceforth, my friend Brawley shall oversee this island. The reporters hastily began scribbling notes. After about an hour, they departed, and the citizens returned to their homes. At the tavern of Shaki, one remarked, I always knew you were no ordinary individual. Go ahead, with me and your friend here. This island shall remain peaceful. Reina nodded, shaking his hand while channeling a strand of energy into his body to heal his hidden wounds. With a wave of his hand, a door materialized, and the group stepped through, vanishing from sight. I hope to see you again someday, he said, pouring a drink for Brawley, who bypassed the cup entirely and instead took a hearty swig from the jug. Reina chuckled and downed his drink. As night fell over a bustling city, life began to awaken. On the rooftop of a 12-story building, a shimmering portal appeared, and Reina and his companions emerged. Is this truly another world? Robin mused. Her curiosity piqued as she took in her surroundings. Even the little creature perched on her shoulder appeared equally intrigued. Suddenly, the little one sniffed the air and darted downward. Reina chuckled, leading the others to follow him to the ground below. The creature had flown into a nearby night market. Ah, it seems someone is hungry. Taisi giggled, covering her mouth. Reina shrugged. Well, he's still quite young. Just look at the old Millennium Dragon, who remains perfectly still. Indeed, he had also brought along the little one's grandfather. As they chatted, the little creature approached a young man with blue hair. What species is this? How intriguing. I've never encountered such a creature. I wonder if it's edible. The little one, understanding the words spoken, playfully nudged him with its wings. Ah, you can comprehend my speech at such a young age? Have you escaped from the culinary realm? The young man furrowed his brow at the thought. Upon seeing the young man, Reina felt a strange sense of familiarity. The blue hair, muscular build, and 3 claw marks on his left cheek were distinctive. Beyond these traits, he sensed 3 different powers emanating from the individual, each distinct, yet fundamentally identical. Could it be, just as he contemplated this, a beautiful woman with short hair called out to him, Aru, have you not finished your meal yet? What is this little creature? She exclaimed, spotting the adorable little one and yearning to pet it, though apprehensive it might bite. She glanced at Aru. Hey, don't look at me. This little one is not mine. I have no idea who it belongs to. As their conversation unfolded, Reina's voice resonated. Little one, stop playing and return quickly. I promise to get you something delicious to eat. The little creature obediently flew back. Aru and Ling turned towards the sound. Ling felt nothing unusual, but Aru sensed danger, instinctively becoming wary. Reina noticed his reaction but merely smiled, for he had not anticipated encountering a place brimming with delightful cuisine. Do not be so tense. It is an honor to meet one of the 4 kings, Aru. Reina greeted with a smile. Aru sniffed the air, detecting no malice from the man before him, and relaxed slightly. What brings you to me? He inquired, skeptical that someone of similar strength would approach him without cause. Oh, nothing much. I simply felt curious upon encountering one of the 4 kings. Aru looked at him, bewildered, unsure who would believe such a statement. Reina smiled gently. Indeed. Today's encounter is truly remarkable. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that, he purchased some food and took his leave. Aru scratched his head, finding him a peculiar fellow but dismissed it, focusing instead on savoring the delectable dishes before him. Darling, what kind of world is this? The food is simply exquisite, and nearly every chef possesses remarkable culinary skills. Taisi asked between mouthfuls, her words slightly garbled. Robin and the little one, as well as the now diminutive old Millennium Dragon, were relishing the feast. Haha, Reina laughed, beginning to explain the nature of this wondrous world. Wow, dear, May I open a restaurant here? He gazed at Ties with a hint of surprise, unable to fathom her thoughts. Ties smiled radiantly. Darling, have you forgotten? You once taught me a recipe that fits perfectly in this world. I yearn to indulge my culinary passion. Raynar chuckled softly, cupping her face and planting a kiss on her lips. This caused Ties to blush deeply. How could he act so affectionately in public, especially with others around? The trio, along with their two small creatures, found a hotel to stay for the night. The next morning, Raynar departed the hotel, locating an agent and spending over $3 billion to purchase a restaurant in a prime location of the city, a place where every inch was precious. Previously, he had little concept of money, but after acquiring the restaurant, he realized his funds were insufficient. He had thought that $10 billion was a fortune, but continuous expenditures drained it rapidly. However, earning money in the culinary world was relatively simple. Capturing high-level prey could yield handsome profits. Raynar returned to the hotel, rousing the lovely ladies and their small beasts, and led them to their new home. "Thank you, darling," she exclaimed, kissing him on the cheek before eagerly rushing into the kitchen, ready to showcase her culinary skills, especially with the abundance of ingredients available. Raynar followed her into the kitchen, handing her a card he had obtained while waking them up that morning at a nearby bank. It contained around $1 billion, which could be used for refurbishing the restaurant and altering its style. "You all manage the restaurant well while I search for some ingredients." Although the kitchen was stocked with various supplies, they were quite ordinary. He intended to capture some exquisite ingredients to enhance the flavors of the dishes. Moreover, the family meal recipe he had given Ties was exceptionally nutritious, and the kitchen's offerings alone could not showcase its true potential. After giving his instructions, he departed. Meanwhile, in the 8th biological zone, commonly known as the courtyard, Alu and the chef Xiaosong, whom he had encountered a few days prior, entered the 8th biological zone. Xiaosong followed closely behind, trembling, as dark clouds loomed overhead, crackling with electricity. Rain was imminent, and they needed to hurry. Xiaosong quickened his pace in agreement. On the other hand, Raynar had also arrived in the courtyard, drawn by a delightful aroma during his search for food. It seemed the so-called rainbow fruit had ripened. The plot had finally arrived at this point. He mused that this fruit would make excellent juice. Just as he pondered, a tremendous noise erupted ahead. A smile crept across his lips. It appeared a confrontation had broken out with the gorillas. Although he had seen the animated version before, he could only recall fragments. He was determined to witness the so-called culinary cells firsthand. In a series of blinks, he arrived atop a massive rock, observing Alu dodging the green-haired gorillas while carrying Xiaosong. Bang! Bang! Alu was relentlessly struck by the gorillas. "Damn it! I smell like those little minions and can't intimidate them." Alu kicked one in the face, managing to break free and subsequently used a tranquilizer gun to incapacitate it. As dark clouds gathered, signaling the impending rain, Raynar snapped his fingers, causing the clouds to dissipate. "Let me see how much power you can unleash." 7 or 8 gorillas surrounded him. "Huh, I thought the rain would wash away my scent." Alu flexed his muscles, his biceps bulging, and with a powerful swing, a dazzling blue forked light shot forth, striking the ground and creating a large fissure. Following this, a pink demon materialized behind him. Although the scent of the little minions lingered, intimidating them was all that mattered. "Oh, this form of energy is quite intriguing," Raynar mused, stroking his chin as he absorbed this unique energy from his vantage point atop the massive rock. Xiaosong, initially panicked, calmed down as he lay flat on Alu's back, marveling at the scene around him. Suddenly, he spotted a white-haired gorilla and pointed, exclaiming, "Mr. Alu, what is that?" Following Xiaosong's gaze, Alu's eyes lit up. That was indeed the leader of the gorillas. After intimidating the green-haired ones, Alu approached the white-haired gorilla. Roar! The white-haired gorilla crouched, its fur bristling as it let out a series of roars. At that moment, Raynar appeared atop the rainbow fruit tree. "Is this the rainbow fruit? It certainly smells delightful." He touched the cherry-like exterior of the fruit. The previously agitated white-haired gorilla instantly quieted, and the red demon behind Alu vanished without a trace. Alu was oblivious to the disappearance of his demon, only feeling astonished that the strange creature he had encountered the previous night was now before him. "Is it all right if I pick one?" While he phrased it as a question, the white-haired gorilla understood it was a declaration. The gorilla lowered its head and let out a few grunts, indicating consent. Trusting its instinct, it sensed that this human could effortlessly obliterate it. Raynar plucked 2 fruits, handing one to Alu with a smile before vanishing in place. Xiaosong's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, astonished. What had he just witnessed? A living person had disappeared into thin air. Alu's expression turned serious, but he soon relaxed. His objective had been achieved, and it was time to savor the flavor of the rainbow fruit. Holding the fruit, he departed. Meanwhile, Raynar, having left the so-called 8th courtyard, hovered in the air and took a bite of the fruit's flesh. A peculiar energy coursed through him. Although a single drop could transform a pool of water into delicious juice, the flavor was quite satisfactory. After preserving the remaining fruit, he did not rush back, but instead ventured toward the fringes of the culinary world. Chapter 132. The restaurant became popular high above the poisonous sea. One of the 3 pathways leading to the culinary world, Raynar flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast grassland. Indeed, the air in the culinary world was far superior to that of the city. But where was this location? As he gazed across the endless expanse of green, a colossal creature strode overhead. Under its immense size, everything seemed minuscule. You shall be my steed. He leaped onto the creature's back. Hey, big guy, from now on, you shall be called Little Bull. Now, take me to the land of exquisite food. This creature, a formidable rhinoceros with a capture level around 970, had been bestowed with such a lackluster name. Yet, it understood the human's words and began moving in a specific direction. After more than half an hour, they arrived at a vast plain, similar to the previous grassland, but now filled with birds darting through the sky. Raynar unleashed his divine essence to collect information about the culinary world, taking about a quarter of an hour to gather knowledge about the species of birds present. Promising specimens to capture. With a snap of his fingers, over 10 birds vanished in an instant, though for billions of birds, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Indeed, these birds, known as infinite ingredients, though somewhat unattractive, possessed remarkable benefits. The effects primarily pertain to men, yet only the legs and claws possess such attributes, making them incredibly precious, potentially fetching 100 billion upon sale. While Lei Na was gathering ingredients, the restaurant, now renamed Shiwei Xuan, in the bustling human realm was experiencing a meteoric rise in popularity, due to the differing time ratio between the culinary world and the human realm. 2 days had already elapsed in the latter. To recount the events, let us turn back to the previous day when a small streamer, specializing in food broadcasts, stumbled upon a newly opened restaurant while preparing for his daily tasting. This small streamer had a habit of entering any new establishment he encountered, sampling their offerings, and promoting those he found delectable. Though his efforts often went unappreciated, he believed in sharing delightful food experiences with others. Despite being a minor figure in the streaming industry, he managed to earn a modest living, yet his passion for the job compelled him to persist daily. Hello, I am your foodie streamer, Andesy. During my routine tasting, I discovered a new eatery. As my loyal fans know, I have a custom of tasting new restaurants, so let me indulge, and if it proves delicious, I shall wholeheartedly recommend it to you all. Thank you for your support. As he spoke, several comments cascaded across his screen. Andesy entered Shiwei Xuan, and, just as he settled in, a young girl approached with a menu. He secured his phone beside him and began to peruse the menu, furrowing his brow upon seeing the offerings. Dear viewers, let me showcase this restaurant's menu. He displayed it before the camera. More comments flooded in, questioning the astonishingly low prices. Have you made your selections, esteemed guest? Inquired a quietly observant Xiao Robin. Andesy promptly ordered a colorful beef dish, a tendon lobster, and a bowl of mixed porridge. Xiao Robin noted the names and relayed the order to Tai Si in the kitchen, who began to prepare the culinary delights. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the bowl of mixed porridge was presented. Dear friends, let me taste this and see if it truly lives up to its name. He lifted the bowl, gently blowing on it before taking a sip, and immediately a robust aroma enveloped his senses. In that small taste, he detected many familiar flavors. Another sip revealed a sweet and refreshing essence, akin to fruit. Dear friends, this is truly a feast for the senses. I sincerely wish for all of you to experience this. Now, without further ado, the next 2 dishes have arrived. He sampled the newly served dishes, finding their flavors equally impressive. His eating manner resembled that of one who had been famished for days, devouring the food with great enthusiasm. Once satiated, he let out a contented burp. Following this, an astonishing transformation occurred that left his live audience in disbelief. His previously frail physique suddenly morphed into a muscular form, his clothes bursting as they radiated a faint glow. Bewildered, he pondered, Wasn't I just having a meal? Why does this come with a transformation effect? This spectacle was promptly shared by his viewers, causing his audience to swell from a mere dozen to several thousand, ultimately reaching over 100,000 viewers. While it is true that some exquisite dishes could induce such transformations, they often commanded exorbitant prices, far beyond the means of ordinary consumers. However, this restaurant was different. Those familiar with the menu knew the prices were remarkably affordable. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Tai Si stifled a laugh, having anticipated such a result. Previously, in the Dragon Ball world, she had utilized this recipe, but it had never seemed quite right. It now appeared that the quality of ingredients had hindered the recipe's effectiveness. Indeed, this super family meal recipe was versatile in its culinary applications, providing a wealth of nutrition when combined properly. Dear friends, he attempted to continue, but was interrupted by a flurry of comments flooding the screen. Swallowing nervously, he noted that such engagement had never occurred in his previous streams. He responded to a few comments and shared the restaurant's location, prompting a fan to arrive shortly thereafter. Once they arrived, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as many of his loyal viewers flocked to the restaurant, quickly filling its space. Could everyone please form an orderly queue? Xiao Robin called out from atop a stool, prompting the patrons to comply. The small streamer had indeed gained substantial attention. Although he did not amass a fortune, his earnings multiplied tenfold compared to before. Before long, half a day had passed, and due to the ripple effect of word of mouth, crowds continued to gather outside Shiweiji Xuan, leading to its unexpected fame. Chapter 133. A choice between two. Early that morning, Tina and her team from the Culinary news station stood outside Shiweiji Xuan. Today, we are at the recently popular Shiweiji Xuan. As you can see, it has yet to open its doors. Let us wait a moment and explore why it has skyrocketed to fame in just 2 days. As she reported, the cameraman swiveled the lens, capturing the presence of Lu and Xiao Song. Are you not Lu, one of the 4 culinary kings? May I ask you a few questions? Tina inquired. Lu nodded, having no pressing engagements. Lu, did you come for the food here as well? Indeed, I visited yesterday, but the crowd was overwhelming. So I returned today to avoid the queue. Their conversation flowed swiftly. Just then, the door swung open. Xiao Robin, as she opened the door, collided with Lu. My apologies. You are. Lu recognized Xiao Robin from the previous night, when he had seen her with Lei Na's group. Robin also recognized him, but did not dwell on it. Welcome. Lu smiled, finding a seat and perusing the menu. Tina, facing the camera, remarked, as you all noticed, the restaurant's decor is exquisite. To understand why this establishment is so popular, let us venture into the kitchen. Just as they were about to enter, Xiao Robin intercepted them. The kitchen is off limits right now. Why is that? Shaking her head, Robin resumed her tasks, prompting Tina to awkwardly smile and continue her introduction. On the 8th continent of the culinary realm, a powerful air cannon erupted from the nostrils of the formidable Ma Wang. Lei Na exhaled gently, dissipating the incoming air cannon. You are aware of the location of the air fruit, correct? Ma Wang inquired, shaking his head before swiftly turning to kick. The immense hoof struck with such force that it could obliterate an entire continent. In response, Lei Na unleashed a punch. With a resounding explosion, the earth cracked open. The mighty Ma Wang's body sank rapidly, emanating an astonishing aura as it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a column of air from within. This expulsion was a result of it having consumed the surrounding air, akin to a streak of light traversing the void. You insignificant creature. Am I to be honored, or is this merely insolence? Lei Na exhaled, and instantly, this breath transformed into a beam of light that collided with the jet of air. The earth shook with a thunderous roar as the entire continent trembled. Ma Wang staggered backward, each step causing it to sink further. With a thunderous crash, it fell onto its back, creating a large crater. Yet, it quickly rose again, growling incessantly, aware that it was no match for the human before it. However, as the ruler of the 8th continent, it would not yield easily nor cower in the face of this man's might. A powerful sonic wave radiated outward, penetrating millions of miles. Then, with a powerful leap, it surged upwards, its forehooves gathering all its strength for a decisive stomp. At that moment, Lei Na pointed a finger at the void, and with a resounding ding, everything fell still. He approached the creature, poised to stroke its head when a petite figure darted from the air, swinging a fist towards him. Lei Na cast a brief glance at this unexpected intruder, flicking his finger with a sharp bang, causing the atmosphere to tremble. The diminutive figure was sent flying thousands of meters backward, crashing into a mountain and raising a massive cloud of dust. Another formidable ruler had arrived, the Ape King, banned by Na of the Eighth Continent. With a swift motion, banned by Na emerged from the dust, chattering furiously at Laya. What do you want from me? Is it not obvious? Surrender the delicacies you guard. Banned by Na flailed its limbs, its tail swirling like a lightning whip, executing a fierce sweep. This strike penetrated the Eighth Continent and returned like threading a needle, weaving around Laya. Yet, no matter how it maneuvered, it could not strike Laya. Banned by Na scratched its head in confusion, halting its attack. Unable to comprehend why its moves were ineffective. In its bewilderment, it leaped into a dance, determined to impart a lesson to the human before it. After a flurry of movements, it transformed into its second form, and with newfound speed that reached supersonic levels, it swept its tail once more. The resulting wave created a powerful disturbance, sending ripples through the earth and shattering a small asteroid in outer space. However, despite such a formidable assault, Laya remained unscathed. Frustrated, banned by Na began to screech in dismay. At that moment, Ma stood up, inhaling the surrounding air until it had consumed every bit within a radius of hundreds of miles, creating a vacuum. Banned by Na, sensing the tremendous power of this technique, quickly vanished. In the instant the Ape King disappeared, a terrifying breath enveloped the surroundings. The air cannon shot forth like a brilliant comet, leaving devastation in its wake, causing the void to tremble and crack, a testament to the magnitude of this attack. Very well, since you are so obstinate, I shall demonstrate a mere fraction of my seriousness, Laya declared calmly, then concentrated all his strength into his fist. Since the cosmic seed had blossomed into a cosmic sprout, his overall power had ascended several tiers, making even 210 units of strength formidable. With a thunderous clash, the earth shook violently under the impact of the two mighty forces, causing humans in the mortal realm to believe an earthquake had struck, scrambling for safety. Only the top-tier warriors understood that this was no mere earthquake. The Eighth Continent split apart, revealing a chasm that descended into the abyss. Under the immense pressure from the air cannon, sharp blades of air shot outwards. The colossal air cannon was shattered by Laya's punch. The residual shockwave, before Ma could even defend itself, pierced through its body. With a painful cry, Ma collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Banned by Na appeared beside the injured Ma, baring its teeth at Laya. Laya looked down upon the two creatures. Submit to me or perish. A tremendous aura surged from him, pressing down upon the Eighth Continent, causing the split land to sink several inches. At that moment, both the Ape King and Ma, whose levels exceeded 6,000, felt an innate fear rising from the depths of their beings. They lowered their heads, choosing to survive through submission. Satisfied, Laya nodded and summoned the natural energies around him to heal Ma. The mere act made it clear to both rulers that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Excellent, since you have chosen to submit. I would appreciate some of the provisions you have hoarded, Laya requested. Banned by Na chattered eagerly. Laya cast a nonchalant glance at it, causing the creature to shrink back in fright. Ma, having been subdued, called out for its subordinates to bring forth the food supplies. Soon, a throng of monkeys and gorillas arrived, carrying provisions. After about 10 minutes, the supplies had formed 2 small hills. With a wave of his hand, Laya stored all the provisions in the space he had created. He then retrieved 10 magical beans from his spatial inventory and handed them to the 2 kings. As they received the beans, their eyes sparkled with wonder, sensing the vibrant life energy contained within these seemingly ordinary beans. If you can cultivate or plant these, do so swiftly. They will prove immensely beneficial to you. Also, ensure you safeguard the provisions you guard until they mature, Laya instructed. The 2 kings nodded earnestly. In the IGO headquarters at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, President Elong gazed into the distance, as if he could see the culinary world. Did something happen in the culinary world to cause the earlier tremors? I must investigate to find peace of mind, he mused. At that moment, Director Mansamu entered, holding a bottle of liquor brewed from the testicles of a tiger. President, did you call for me? Elong nodded. After they sat down, he said, I must visit the culinary world. Something significant may have occurred. You will oversee matters here and the situation in the zero ecological zone. Director Mansamu nodded, sipping from a cup of liquor. Understood. However, President, that fellow Elu has caused chaos in the culinary arena. What should we do about it? That is no concern of ours. Just inform those wealthy individuals that if they do not wish to be purged, they should keep their mouths shut, Elong replied, patting him on the shoulder. Ha! With your assurance, I am at ease, Mansamu said, leaving with the remaining half-bottle of liquor. Elong shook his head, bemused by his companion's antics. In a quaint eatery within the unique culinary city, Master C.I. Lang savored a homemade dish prepared by Jianna. Elong must have already gone to the culinary world. Will you follow him? C.I. Lang inquired, sipping warm wine. Indeed, the recent disturbances seem rather unusual. Although they have not inflicted significant harm upon the realm of mortals, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Thus, I shall investigate. Jianna sighed. Do you think it could be the work of that foolish tiger? If that is indeed the case, then my resolve to go is even stronger, is it not? Jianna fell silent. Enough of such discussions. In a few days, the century-old rich soup will be ready. Who do you think will obtain the final drop? Each person's fortune with food varies, making it hard to predict who it will choose. Though she spoke casually, there was someone she was particularly concerned about. However, what piqued my interest is how those hidden pests will infiltrate the ice glacier continent. Well, Alu and the others will surely have a way to cope. But if it comes to a confrontation over delicacies, I shall have to take action. The two exchanged a knowing glance. And soon Jie and I became lost in the thoughts of Zi Lang's peculiar hairstyle. At the headquarters of the gourmet world, Sandhu opened his eyes. This recent fluctuation has likely drawn them in. But who could be the cause? Could it be a portent of the god's imminent appearance? The mere thought of such a possibility ignited his appetite, and he promptly vanished from his seat. Time passed quietly, and soon a day had elapsed in the gourmet world. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. However, the second continent was a different story. At this moment, Laya found himself surrounded by a pack of fighting wolves. As soon as he arrived, these creatures encircled him in layers, their fur bristling with agitation. You little pups are no match for me. Step aside. I seek your leader. A seemingly dominant wolf among the group howled, then swiped a paw, unleashing a violent gust of wind. Laya's expression darkened, and he uttered a low warning, emanating a dangerous aura. Suddenly, the wolf ceased its attack, lowering itself to the ground like a submissive pup, and the others followed suit. Now that's more like it. A good pup should behave as such. If you do not show yourself soon, do not blame me for being impolite. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying aura radiated from him, shaking the very atmosphere of the second continent. A thunderous roar echoed. The massive wolf king, GNEIC, emerged. Observing this human, it let out a growl. Previously, while hidden, it had utilized its exploratory abilities but had been unable to discern the origins of this human. I am not here for that so-called god. I merely wish for you to surrender a portion of your ingredients. You must understand my capabilities, therefore, this modest request is not too much to ask, is it? The Wolf King growled lowly. Is that so? It seems you are rather audacious. Buzz. In an instant, a vast and terrifying aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire continent. The Wolf King was forced back several paces. At that moment, it realized that it was truly no match for this human. Just as Laya was about to make a move, a thought entered his mind. Esteemed warrior, please refrain from aggression. Although the 8 kings lack a human language system, they can communicate through thought. I have no time for idle chatter. I am simply here for the ingredients, as I have other continents to visit. Your Excellency, I can provide the ingredients, but I would like to propose a trade. Laya regarded it with an impassive expression. I am acutely aware that your strength is not on par with ours, hence my proposal. How intriguing. Speak then, what kind of trade do you suggest? It is this. I have a vague sense that in the near future, I and the other 7 may face a calamity from which none shall emerge unscathed. Thus I request your assistance when that time comes. And what benefits would I receive in return? The Wolf King fell silent for a moment. I can rally the other 7 kings to surrender their respective ingredients to you. Upon hearing this, Laya chuckled, genuinely amused, yet he did not acquiesce. The Wolf King observed Laya's laughter, sensing an animal instinct that suggested the other did not value the ingredients they guarded. Indeed, Laya's subsequent words confirmed its suspicion. I have no need for the complete menu of Akashia. Then what is it that you desire? Laya narrowed his eyes slightly. It is not a matter of what I desire, but whether you possess any semblance of sincerity. He emphasized the word sincerity heavily. Very well, I understand. I shall persuade the other 7 kings to submit to you. Laya nodded. You have said this. When you convince them, I shall intervene if you encounter danger. However, you only need to persuade the remaining 4. The Horse King and the Ape King have already chosen to submit to me. The Wolf King nodded, simultaneously contemplating that the earlier battle fluctuations must have been the result of the Horse King, the Ape King, and this man's encounter. After securing the ingredients, he departed. Lena agreed to this arrangement primarily to avoid unnecessary complications. Once the system upgrade is complete, it seems the task will simply involve capturing that so-called Enyo. Chapter 135, Rescued a Regenerator. After teleporting back to the realm of mortals twice, he sensed a significant presence in his restaurant. Disappearing swiftly, he reappeared near the establishment. Entering, he was approached by a waiter. "Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation? If not, please queue up." The male waiter spoke politely. Before Lena could respond, Xiao Luo Bin rushed over and leaped into his embrace. "Brother Lena, you have finally returned." He affectionately patted Luo Bin's head and offered a smile to the waiter. "Please continue with your duties. He is the owner of this establishment." Although surprised, it was not an extraordinary revelation, and the waiter nodded before turning away. "Brother, where have you been these past few days?" Luo Bin clung to Lena's arm, shaking it eagerly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized that his arm had inadvertently brushed against something inappropriate. Has he developed so quickly? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Luo Bin had grown taller, and certain areas had developed significantly as well. He would undoubtedly become a mischievous little sprite. He mentally slapped himself. How could he think such thoughts? While he did not dislike the nurturing aspect, he preferred to let things progress naturally. I visited a fascinating place and gathered many delicious items. The two conversed as they strolled, soon arriving at the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen door, they observed two individuals hard at work, his wife and a middle-aged woman. "Ah, dear husband, you have returned." She wiped her hands and embraced Lena. After a brief hug, they parted. "Darling, allow me to introduce you. This is my newly hired chef, Kelly Lucy." They exchanged nods. "The boss lady, the customers outside are urging us." "Ah, just a moment, it will be ready shortly." Tai Si turned and resumed her tasks. "Thank you for your hard work, my love." Exiting the kitchen, he followed Xiao Luo Bin to where the little one and his grandfather were sleeping. In a modestly sized bedroom, the little one was sound asleep, but seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing his master, Lei Na, he chirped happily and flew to perch on his shoulder, nuzzling against him. The little one's grandfather, Song Yun, also stirred awake, licking Lei Na's hand in greeting. He had received this name the day after arriving in this world. Though it was not Lei Na who chose it, but Tai Si. "Song Yun, tomorrow I shall escort you and your grandson into the realm of gastronomy, where you shall flourish. Particularly, I implore you not to intervene on behalf of your grandson unless his life is in peril. I firmly believe that the two of you can secure a prominent position in the culinary world." As Lena gently stroked the little one, he spoke to Song Yun. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Yun, though unaware of what the culinary realm entailed, resolved to meet the expectations of this esteemed gentleman. At that moment, Lena raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something outside the window. A flicker of light danced in his eyes, though he could not discern what it was. He felt a subtle energy calling to him. Within the IGO-affiliated Hotel Gourmet, Xiao Song was meticulously combining various ingredients, convinced that the guidance of these components would lead him to create a legendary thick soup. Outside, Tina from the Culinary television station, along with her partner perched on her shoulder and the wall penguin anxiously peering through the window, had been waiting for several days. Its owner had not taken a break, and it yearned to enter and urge its master to rest. "Everything will be fine. Chef Xiao Song will be all right," Tina reassured, stroking the head of the wall penguin. Xiaoyo, understanding her words, Xiaoyo retreated to the side, patiently awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, in the land of healing, Alu was diligently working to restore his arm. Time passed swiftly, and half a year went by. During this period, many events unfolded, the most significant being the elevation of Lena's restaurant to a 4-star establishment by the G7. Moreover, Thais ranked 74th among chefs. As for Lena, he registered as a culinary hunter, showcasing exotic foods he discovered in the culinary world, earning him a reputation rivaling that of the Four Kings. One day, as he ventured into the culinary realm, passing through a forest named Tulyanka, he heard the cries of a girl in distress. The presence of a girl in such a perilous location startled him. Peering into the forest, he beheld a young maiden battling against a pack of lion-maned hyenas, struggling visibly. These hyenas were formidable beasts, around level 70. While they were not edible, their fur was suitable for crafting high-end down jackets, providing excellent warmth. Lena, intrigued, pondered why she would venture into such a treacherous area alone without a protector. Instead of rushing to her aid, he chose to observe quietly from the branches of a tree. The girl produced a porcelain vial from her bosom and retrieved a seed, burying it in the ground while dripping some liquid from the vial onto the seed. Instantly, the seed sprouted, forming a wall of grass. With a resounding rustle, this wall shrank at a visible pace. Aware that time was of the essence, she took out another seed, applying the potion from the vial, which transformed the seed into a weapon. Taking a deep breath, she charged forward the moment the grass wall crumbled, thrusting the weapon outward. A metallic clang echoed as sparks flew, piercing one hyena's paw and plunging into its abdomen, causing it to collapse. However, this action incited the remaining hyenas to grow increasingly ferocious. What to do? What to do? I brought far too few supplies. As a resurrectionist, she had hastily brought only around 30 seeds, and her resources were nearly exhausted. Just as the hyenas prepared to launch a collective attack, they whimpered and fled like frightened pups. This left her perplexed. Turning around, she was startled to see a figure standing before her. "Who are you?" she demanded, pointing her weapon at Lena. "Do not be alarmed. I am not a villain," he replied calmly. Villains seldom declare themselves as such. The girl's logic was sound, and she scrutinized him closely. To be frank, she found him quite handsome, with striking features and an air of charm that exuded purity. "I assure you, I am no malefactor. My name is Lena. Perhaps you have heard of me?" The girl's eyes gleamed with realization, revealing her quirky nature. Moments later, she exclaimed, "You are the one hailed as the new culinary star, destined to usher in a new era." Lena chuckled, acknowledging the exaggeration surrounding such rumors. "You should return. As a resurrectionist, you are in considerable danger without protection." The girl shook her head defiantly. "I am in search of a specific ingredient, and I cannot leave until I find it." Her conviction rang clear and resolute. "Very well, take care of yourself," he replied, turning to depart, leaving her momentarily stunned by his nonchalance. Is it not customary for culinary hunters to protect resurrectionists? Especially one as beautiful and charming as I, she added, a hint of shyness in her voice. "If you wish to follow, then keep close." Oh, certainly," she exclaimed, hastily trailing behind him. "By the way, I am Maylene. Where are you headed?" she inquired. Lena chose not to respond, causing Maylene to pout in annoyance and hurriedly position herself in front of him. "Hey, I am speaking to you. Did you not hear? How rude of you." Lena cast her a fleeting glance, unfazed. "What is with that look? Do you look down on me?" she huffed, clearly displeased. He shook his head, baffled by her thoughts. Suddenly, a colossal flying dragon descended before them. "This is a lactic acid dragon." Maylene's expression soured. At level 260, its flesh could be refined into premium condensed milk. While a valuable ingredient, it was also a formidable creature. To her surprise, the dragon did not attack, but merely walked past them. "Relax. By the way, are you here searching for a specific ingredient?" Lena inquired. Maylene huffed in a manner that clearly conveyed her displeasure at his earlier indifference. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness, esteemed lady," he said with a gentlemanly demeanor. After his apology, he continued onward without awaiting her response. Maylene pouted, feeling a mix of annoyance and attraction, yet she knew she must follow him. As her supply of seeds was dwindling, "I wish to travel to the tiers of the sea. Could you assist me?" she pleaded, her eyes wide with hope. "Rest assured, I shall compensate you." Lena found her naivety amusing. Did she not possess even a hint of caution? He recalled that the Tears of the Sea was a body of water formed from the sweat of the Horse King, primarily producing tear sand, a highly valuable resurrection material. "Very well, then let us proceed." "Thank you." With that, the two set forth toward the Tears of the Sea on the 8th continent. In a region near the desert in the human realm lay a grand palace, the true residence of the super-rich Khan Nair Makari, sipping exquisite crystal grape wine. He conversed on the phone. "I have heard that the chef is nearing completion of the legendary thick soup." A deep voice responded from the other end. "What? Are you particularly interested?" "Interest is perhaps too strong a term. I am merely curious about this chef. He may prove useful to us." "I advise you to abandon this notion. He is currently under the scrutiny of many, and considering our identities, we must exercise caution." "Understood, but how long must we wait?" There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. He had yet to make a decision. "But it is likely that it will occur during the culinary tribute, so you must be thoroughly prepared." Colonel Moku eat down the wine in his cup. My preparations have always been meticulous. Subsequently, both parties ended the call. He then picked up a remote control, pressed a button, and a massive screen descended from the ceiling, flickering to life to reveal the dining establishment of the Reina family, Shi Xian. Previously, he had dispatched someone to procure dishes from this restaurant, and indeed, they were exquisite, providing significant benefits to his health. Despite his wealth and the ability to create many substitutes, he still yearned to live authentically. Gazing at the restaurant on the screen, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. In the culinary realm, Reina and the lovely Mei Lin were en route, with Mei Lin collecting a plethora of fine ingredients along the way. To be honest, Reina had never traversed the 8th continent on foot. He had always utilized teleportation, and experiencing this journey by walking was rather delightful. Hey, you still haven't answered me. I intend to meet with the Ma Wang. Hearing this, the girl pouted. If you won't say it, then don't. Using such a feeble excuse. Reina shook his head. The world has changed, and to be frank, no one believes anymore. As Mei Lin continued walking, suddenly Reina shouted for her to stop. However, she did not hear him and walked on, disappearing from sight. Very well. Let this be a lesson for you. Feel the dangers of the culinary world. At that moment, unbeknownst to her whereabouts, Mei Lin was about to speak to Reina when she turned around and found he had vanished. Hey, Reina, where have you gone? She called out several times, but no one responded, raising her suspicions. Little girl, stop calling. Your companion cannot hear you. The voice was chillingly sinister. Who? She shouted, swiftly drawing a red seed and clutching it tightly in her palm, finding a semblance of courage. At that moment, a face composed of branches slowly materialized from the void. Little girl, be a good source of nourishment for me. The face then swiftly split apart, transforming into tendrils. Despite the opponent's speed, Mei Lin was not slow either. Thanks to the seed, which she had already infused with revival liquid, a fiery red spear appeared in her hand with a gentle grip. She swung it fiercely, clashing with the tendrils, producing a cacophony of sparks. After fending off all attacks, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed into the lake with a splash. She quickly held her breath and stabbed her thigh with the weapon, initially believing it was merely a hallucination from which she would awaken. However, as blood flowed from her leg, she realized she was still submerged. Dreadfully, I am running out of air. Bubbling sounds escaped her mouth. And just as she was about to lose consciousness, a flash of light appeared, followed by a piercing scream echoing in her ears. She gasped for air, realizing she had narrowly escaped death. Did it feel like she was reborn? She was immensely relieved. Mei Lin glared at Reina, who appeared unfazed. Since you were so capable, why did you not assist me? Assist you? Haha, the culinary world operates on the foundation of one's true abilities, not on your petty tricks. By the way, I must remind you that you just entered the domain of a phantom beast, with a level exceeding 1657. The aura they emit forms an illusionary wall, and you unwittingly walked into it, becoming ensnared in a mirage. Upon hearing this, Mei Lin's face turned pale. A creature of that caliber was beyond her capabilities. Yet, regardless of her ability to cope, she had to face it. Acquiring that item would enable her to fulfill her apprenticeship task. Chapter 137. The Invitation of the Three Tigers. The Abduction. You. Mei Lin pointed at Reina, tears welling in her eyes. Have I gone too far? While she thought this, he had nothing to say, as the truth was evident. Not receiving any response from him, she began to throw a tantrum like a child. What are you doing? He was utterly perplexed. Reina waved his hand and lifted her up. Feeling as if she had defied gravity, Mei Lin let out a shriek. Enough already. No need for such theatrics. We have arrived at the Sea of Tears. Startled, Mei Lin instinctively glanced around to find they were amidst a lake. Wait, how did we arrive so quickly? What just happened? Reina summoned a handful of glistening sand into his palm. Since the materials are in hand, we must depart swiftly. Mei Lin nodded instinctively, and as her vision blurred, she found herself back in the human realm. She swallowed hard, gazing at the sand cradled in her hands, feeling as if everything had been a dream. Who exactly is he? She understood that anyone with such power must be extraordinary, perhaps not inferior to the master she wished to apprentice under. I hope to see him again. After placing the sand into a container, she hastily departed. Although this was the human realm, it was also a boundary with the culinary world, teeming with perilous creatures. Having escorted her away from the culinary realm, he proceeded towards the location of Ma Wang, primarily because Ma Wang had informed him that the celestial bean cultivation had been successful. Initially, He had provided the beans only to Ma Wang, while there had been no news from the Yuan Wang. A smirk graced Reina's lips as he moved into the distance. Mere minutes after his departure, a Knight Luo appeared at the scene, following Reina's path. After about 10 minutes, Knight Luo settled down, looking at the person he had been tracking, who was grinning at him. By your demeanor, it seems this is not your first time engaging in such lecherous behavior. Knight Luo bared its sharp teeth. Frankly, your kind is rather repulsive, both in appearance and intellect. The moment Reina finished speaking, Knight Luo lunged at him like an arrow, delivering a swift, razor-sharp claw strike. The ground cracked under the force of its attack. Seeing that his strike had been dodged, it quickly turned and swept its tail, smashing several trees, yet still failing to hit Reina. It roared in frustration, opting not to attack, but rather to observe Reina's movements intently. Just then, Reina executed a swift maneuver, striking down with a palm. Boom! The ground fissured dramatically, sending dust swirling into the air. Oh, impressive. At least I can see clearly. Knight Luo regarded Reina with confusion, unable to comprehend why its previous attack had missed despite having seemingly read his movements accurately. In truth, Reina had noticed Knight Luo fixating on the girl during the rescue, primarily out of curiosity about what kind of creature Knight Luo truly was. Thus, he had inadvertently assisted the girl. In the midst of a thunderous storm within the storm forest, the three tigers were on the move. For the past 6 months, he had been diligently gathering various ingredients, remaining in the culinary realm. While he could delegate tasks to his subordinates, he trusted very few except for a select few. Just earlier, while foraging for ingredients in the storm forest, he had heard the sounds of a fierce battle, sensing an unusual intensity. Half a year ago, such fluctuations re-emerged. Who could it be? Sanhu murmured to himself. The tremor he experienced 6 months prior bore an uncanny resemblance to the current sensation. After distancing himself from the thunderstorm forest, he abruptly halted, not due to the marshland before him, but because he spotted an individual and a creature on the other side of the swamp. Anaite Luo, that fellow is. As he pondered, his pupils suddenly contracted. The young man had pierced through Anaite Luo's skull. Indeed, his intellect was woefully inadequate. The wisdom of the 8 kings surpassed his. The young man cast a glance towards Sanhu, who instantaneously sensed an imminent threat approaching. With a swift motion, he vanished from his position, yet nothing transpired. As the leader of the Gourmand Society, do you also experience fear? Sanhu's expression darkened. He realized he had been played. Nevertheless, the aura he sensed moments ago was undeniably perilous. Who are you? With such prowess, I cannot fathom how I have not heard of you. Laya did not respond directly. Instead, he teased, your abilities are commendable, yet alas, a tad foolish. What do you mean by that? You will understand in due time. Sanhu furrowed his brow, sensing that this young man possessed knowledge beyond his grasp. As Laya prepared to depart, Sanhu halted him. Laya raised an eyebrow. While he felt no animosity towards Sanhu, he was willing to grant him a fatal and should he desire it. Do not misconstrue. I merely wish to pose a question. Very well. Since there is little else at hand, ask away. Sanhu contemplated before speaking. I wish to ascertain whether the tremor that erupted 6 months ago was orchestrated by you. He had not anticipated such a query from his opponent. Laya nodded indifferently. His eyes sparkled with a fleeting light as he uttered a statement that caught Laya off guard. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Gourmand Society. Invite me? Sanhu nodded earnestly. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to extend such an invitation? If you join me, I shall share the god with you. Laya scoffed. I have no interest in such a thing. Hearing this, Sanhu nodded, his aura growing increasingly formidable. Oh, you possess quite the courage. Meanwhile, the mortal realm had entered the depths of night. Heavy rain poured down, and shadows flitted beneath the swaying streetlights. The 4 figures stood before the entrance of the Shiwei Zhixian restaurant, exchanging glances. One of them began to unlock the door, while the other 3 kept watch. With a soft click, the lock turned, yet they did not rush inside. One donned a serpent mask, producing a packet of powder, which he poured into a sprayer before injecting it through the crevice. After a quiet wait of over 10 seconds, they finally opened the door. The powder they had released was a potent sleeping powder derived from the flatulence of the sleep horse. Although this creature was only level 6, its sleeping powder had enduring effects. Is it truly worth such grand efforts for a mere little chef? Who knows? Yet it is far better to earn money than to remain idle. What about the little girl? A glint of lasciviousness flashed in the eyes of the man wearing the fox mask. I advise you not to entertain any improper thoughts. These individuals are valued by our employer. If you anger them, you will find yourself in dire straits. The fourth man, wearing the fox mask, scratched his head and chuckled. Subsequently, the four bound Tai Si and Xiao Luo Bin, brazenly carrying them away amidst the downpour. Chapter 138. Gravely injured Xiao Ye at this moment, Lei Na, facing off against the gourmand society, felt a shift in his expression, icy tendrils emanating from him. Very well. Though he was unaware of the perpetrator's identity, that individual was doomed. This is akin to searching for excrement in a restroom with the lights on. What is with this person's aura? San Hu's countenance grew grave. He retained confidence in his own strength, yet discerning the other's formidable presence posed a challenge. Lei Na cast a sidelong glance at him. I have no time to indulge in your prattle. In that instant, he vanished. How is this possible? San Hu was taken aback. He had not caught a glimpse of how the other had disappeared. Even if one possessed great speed, there should be traces left behind. Yet it was as though he had simply evaporated into thin air. Damn it, if this fellow is involved. The mere thought of such a possibility darkened his expression. In the mortal realm, a throng had gathered before Shi Ji Xian, with police officers present inside. Is your boss not here? One officer inquired of the staff. The female attendant shook her head. Our boss is a gourmet hunter. The officer nodded. Suddenly taking the matter seriously, as the wife of a gourmet hunter had been abducted, a significant issue indeed. While this officer scribbled notes, the crowd parted to allow a young man to enter. Upon seeing him, the attendant immediately called out, Boss, the boss lady, and Xiao Luo Bin. Before she could finish, Lei Na nodded. I am already aware. He then addressed the police officers. I appreciate your assistance, but this matter is beyond your handling. I shall take care of it myself. The officers were taken aback by Lei Na's declaration, exchanging glances, wanting to voice their concerns, yet an older officer silenced them. Turning to Lei Na, if you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. Lei Na nodded, and the officers departed. After they had distanced themselves, a younger officer remarked, This clearly appears to be a major case. If we resolve it, perhaps a promotion awaits. Hearing this, the slightly older officer shook his head, patting the younger man's shoulder. You are still too young. This is clearly beyond our jurisdiction. The older officer ceased speaking, leaving the younger one in a state of confusion. Inside the restaurant, several waitstaff anxiously observed Lei Na. Boss. Lei Na raised a hand to interrupt their impending words, delivering a surprising pronouncement. You all have the day off. Go home and rest well. The waitstaff exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the boss's intentions. With the boss lady missing, how could they possibly rest? Lei Na held great satisfaction with these employees. Rest assured, I shall certainly retrieve your boss lady. Faced with their employer's resolute demeanor, they nodded and departed. After dispersing the curious crowd, he closed the door, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed temporal energy, forming a mirror that displayed the events from the previous night, for individuals and the employer as well. Good, very good, he murmured softly, shattering the mirror with a clenched fist, directing his gaze toward a specific location before vanishing from sight. Within the underground palace, Ka Nair Moku observed the two women still unconscious, signaling his subordinates to awaken them with an antidote. The two women gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place, instantly becoming wary. They soon laid eyes upon a rather disheveled old man. What do you want? Tai Si inquired calmly. Nothing much. I merely wish for you to hand over the formula. Ah, so you are the one coveting the formula. Although the formula is commendable, individuals of considerable wealth, such as the one before me, are unlikely to desire profiting from it. What? Young lady, I advise you to refrain from any tricks and obediently comply with my request to relinquish the items. I will ensure your safe departure. Just as Xiao Luobin prepared to unleash his abilities, he was restrained by a bodyguard. I have warned you not to move. Culinary directed his gaze toward Tai Si, awaiting her response. The formula. You, an old fool, believe you can obtain my formula? You must be dreaming. At that moment, Reina's voice resonated as he emerged from the void, accompanied by four feeble masked men. Eliminate him. Culinary commanded without hesitation, understanding that his actions had been exposed and that this individual must be dealt with. The bodyguards drew their weapons and fired at Reina. With a soft exhalation, Reina redirected the bullets, and a chorus of screams erupted as the bodyguards fell lifeless to the ground. Culinary swallowed hard. If he was not mistaken, those bullets had seemingly curved. Who on earth are you? Reina scoffed coldly, discarding the four feeble-masked individuals onto the ground. This is the one, isn't it? The masked men, dazed, nodded in response to Culinary before they breathed their last. Old fool, you must be tired of living. He grasped Culinaire's throat, preparing to crush it, when a chilling light surged forth. Reina glared, shattering the approaching violet gleam with sheer force of will. A rat is merely a rat, lurking in the shadows. As he spoke, Culinaire's bones erupted in pain, and he screamed before losing consciousness. He could not rest until he had tortured the one who dared to kidnap his wife and family. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak, Joya, emerged from the darkness. Can you release him? He is a vital tool to me. Reina tossed him aside, and he crashed against the wall. You have harmed my people, and I intend to torment him thoroughly. Whether you wish to reclaim him depends on your capabilities. Upon hearing this, a chilling aura emanated from Joya. He produced a purple blade, the very weapon used by another aspect of his persona, Cinderella. With a swift motion, 3 distinctly powerful slashes approached Reina. He cast a glance, first safeguarding the 2 women, and then pointed decisively. The 3 slashes disintegrated instantaneously. Reina's form flickered, appearing before Joya, and as he reached out, Joya sensed a hand seemingly summoned from the depths of hell nearing him. Without time for contemplation, he swiftly retreated, narrowing his eyes. He transformed his palm into a knife hand and swung downward, producing a sound akin to a cutting blade. A colorless chill sliced through the ground, leaving a deep fissure that collided with Joya, causing him to emit a pained scream. You wretch! Joya's black cloak lay in tatters, revealing his injured form, a deep wound visible on his chest, while Cinderella bore numerous cracks upon her surface. After the strike, Reina chose not to pursue further, but coldly turned and approached the half-conscious Culinary. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the sound of cracking bones echoed once more, awakening him from his stupor and agony. Upon seeing Reina, Joya committed his face to memory, and then a dark liquid enveloped him, causing him to vanish. Chapter 139, Tasting the Century's Thick Soup. Please spare me. I can offer you money, a substantial amount. Culinary pleaded intermittently, desperately wishing to escape death. His methods were calculated, inflicting pain without delivering fatality. Killing you will not prevent me from obtaining what I desire. A devilish smile graced Reina's lips as he resumed the torment, the echoes of Culinaire's screams resonating through the underground palace. After more than 10 minutes, the word devil escaped Culinaire's lips before he succumbed. TCH. Ultimately, he was merely an ordinary man, easily toyed with. He discarded him like refuse. Are you two unharmed? Tai Si and Luobin shook their heads. With a wave of her hand, Tai Si untied them, saying, Husband, this fellow was coveting our formula. Reina rubbed his head and gently kissed her on the cheek, his gaze coldly fixed on the lifeless body, deeming such a death far too lenient. He vanished with the 2 women. Meanwhile, in the culinary realm, at a place known as Huangqiu Jilin, Joya spat out a mouthful of murky blood. Damn it, who is that person? How could he possess such power? His eyes glinted with malice. He would reclaim this humiliation in due time. Oh, Joya, how rare to see you in such a state. Humph. This is none of your business. Stay out of my way. He coldly retorted to the blue Nitro. Indeed, the one speaking to Joya was the astute culinary noble, Nitro. The blue Nitro's mouth opened and closed as if he wished to consume Joya. Despite his injuries, he still believed he could deal with Joya. After all, everyone has their hidden cards. I look forward to our next encounter, Joya. He leaped and vanished. The elusive blue Nitro enjoyed moving stealthily, and Joya had come here anticipating this very encounter. He had not anticipated the unexpected turn of events. In the mortal realm, within the healing kingdom, Alu, who was receiving treatment, suddenly caught a whiff of something. I can sense it. It is calling to me. However, at that moment, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, and his body rapidly withered like a mummy. Just then, Zhua and his apprentice, along with Ling, returned, laden with bags of food. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhua was taken aback and hastily laid out the food before Alu. After uttering his catchphrase, Alu began to feast, and an astonishing sight unfolded as his arms grew at an astonishing rate, soon extending a small segment. His body fluctuated between normalcy and emaciation, caught in a relentless struggle. Hurry, go buy more food. We must act quickly. Zhua commanded. Ling and Taiping turned to leave. Alu's culinary cells had become remarkably active. It seemed that within a year, perhaps even sooner, he would regrow his arm. Yet, what could have caused this? This was the one point he could not comprehend. Generally, regaining an arm would require over a year, Yet this was indeed beyond his expectations. Thus, another month passed, and the gap to a year grew closer. At this moment, in the kitchen of the Culinary Hotel Gourmet, Xiaosong continued to listen intently to the ingredients whispers as he prepared the century's thick soup. Thus far, its overall saturation had reached 90, yet he still could not grasp the remaining 10. Where had he gone wrong? He scratched his head, feeling particularly drained and mentally exhausted, utterly at a loss for the next steps. In his frustration, he squatted on the ground, grappling with a sense of sorrow. The regret stemmed from having consumed the last drop of the Wild Century's thick soup, having once vowed to recreate its original flavor. The sorrow lay in his inability to fulfill his promise to Mr. Alu. Outside the kitchen door, Xiao Yu gazed at her master's sorrowful expression and gently pushed the door open. Tina did not stop her, understanding that Xiao Yu was concerned about Chef Xiaosong. Yu. Upon hearing the call, Xiaosong embraced Xiao Yu. I fear I may fail. He spoke as he revealed a half-finished soup. Xiao Yu looked into the bowl, its clarity reminiscent of water, and her mouth slightly opened, causing a drop of saliva to fall. In that fleeting moment, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. Buzz! A resplendent aurora surged forth. Staring at the colorful display, Xiaosong was engulfed in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of healing, Alu suddenly awoke, his arms fully restored. Observing his newly grown limbs, he instinctively walked toward the window, calling out, "It still beckons me. I must return to savor the culinary delights." Additionally, within the realm of Shi Wei Ji Xian, Reina gazed in a particular direction, once again sensing that elusive call from 6 months prior. Yet this time it was more vivid. Standing by the window, his eyes akin to telescopes, he spotted a restaurant. Is that not the establishment where Chef Xiaosong creates his renowned soups? Could it be the century soup? But why would it summon me? A smile graced Reina's lips. If that is the case, I shall indulge in its flavors. He then proceeded with Tai Si and Xiao Robin toward the Hotel Gourmet. The Culinary Hotel was already teeming with reporters, showcasing the grandeur and attention surrounding Chef Xiaosong's achievement with the century soup. A barrage of inquiries left Chef Xiaosong bewildered. Just as he was at a loss, the somber visage of Paji, a master of taste among the G7, fixed its gaze upon him. At that moment, a group of 10, led by Alu, approached. The reporters, unwilling to miss such a golden opportunity, surged forward, only to be interrupted by a voice. "Could you please make way?" Upon turning, the journalists were met with the sight of a man and 2 women. Their eyes lighting up. Was that not the acclaimed culinary star Eddie Reina, along with Tai Si, ranked over 70 in the chef's hierarchy? Witnessing Reina's affable demeanor, the reporters instinctively began to step back. The trio approached Chef Xiaosong, inquiring, "Might we have the honor of tasting the Four Seasons soup?" Xiaosong glanced at Reina and his companions. "Certainly welcome." Meanwhile, Paji shook his head, realizing he had no part in this, and, out of kindness, advised them to find a bodyguard for Chef Xiaosong before departing. Some guests settled at a round table, savoring appetizers. Coco, seated to Alu's left, whispered, "Alu, that individual is extraordinary. I cannot decipher his electromagnetic waves." Alu nodded slightly, aware of the truth. Since his return from severe injury, he sensed that this person possessed formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing that of Damalot. As they conversed, Chef Xiaosong emerged with a food cart. Alu's nose twitched as saliva flowed, his gaze intensely fixed upon the cart. Reina felt a stirring within him, as if an urge to consume the soup was awakening. "What is this?" A glimmer flashed in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, it was his gourmet cells igniting to life. Chef Xiaosong ladled soup into bowls, the aurora illuminating the entire hall. As everyone began to taste, satisfaction radiated from their faces, some even unable to contain their joy. Reina, however, remained stoic. While the 2 lovely women were leaning over, their expressions hidden but likely not far from those of their companions. After indulging in the Four Seasons soup, Reina felt his culinary cells truly awaken. Chapter 140. A joint mission. The awakening within him was that of a dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon. At that moment, the Tree of the Universe transmitted a message. After listening to the explanation of the universe seed, he finally comprehended. It had been with him since he arrived in this world, yet he had not encountered the suitable food to trigger its awakening until now, stimulated by the soup. Although the century soup was only level 60, it contained the essence of myriad ingredients. The gathering lasted for over an hour, and before departing, Reina called over Tai Ping to hand him the Xian for regeneration. After all, he still had plenty of Xian, and even if he ran out, he could purchase more from the system marketplace. By the way, the system was set to upgrade in about a year and a half, having been shortened from 2 years, possibly due to absorbing some essence, according to what the universe seed had conveyed. Within Shui Ji Xian, Tai Si remarked, "My dear, this chef Xiaosong is remarkably skilled to have recreated the century soup. It is all due to his culinary fortune," Tai Si mused, then continued to ponder aloud. However, before she could finish her thought, Reina swept her into his arms and rushed toward the bedroom. After more than an hour of passionate intimacy, Tai Si lay languidly in Reina's embrace, rolling her eyes at him. "Darling, I hadn't even finished my sentence, and you already. You are incorrigible." Reina chuckled, stroking her flushed cheek. "Now you may speak. What were you going to say?" Tai Si huffed, but eventually voiced her earlier thought. "Darling, do you have any similar recipes to a family-style meal? I would like to enhance our menu and elevate the restaurant's star rating." Reina stroked his smooth chin in contemplation, nodding, "Certainly, I must check the system marketplace." "Thank you, darling." "Oh, speaking of which," she suddenly shifted the conversation. "I can sense that Robin has feelings for you. Should you not consider taking her in? WTF? Was his wife suggesting he pursue a child?" Observing his bewilderment, she chuckled. "Darling, I think a nurturing relationship could be delightful. Please don't tell me you have no feelings for Xiao Robin." Well, he felt a twinge of guilt. He coughed lightly, attempting to adopt a gentlemanly demeanor. "Let us discuss it when she matures a bit more." However, as soon as he uttered those words, he realized they sounded rather improper. Yet, having spoken, there was no retraction. Tai Si laughed even more joyfully. As for Robin, she was currently in the culinary arena with Lu and Xiaosong. Before leaving, Xiao Robin had expressed to Reina, "I feel too comfortable. I need to retrain myself. I do not want to experience that incident again." Reina then instructed Lu and the others to take her to the culinary arena. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu, Xiaosong, and Zebula arrived at Shui Ji Xian. "Lu, what is the meaning of bringing me here? Were we not supposed to capture the sweet cola?" Zebula grumbled. Lu patted Zebula's shoulder with a smile. "I brought you here to enjoy some delectable food and to introduce you to someone. We need to invite him for this mission." "Oh, it seems this person is quite impressive," Lu chuckled. "Welcome." "Ah, Mr. Lu, is it the same as always?" Robin inquired. Lu nodded, adding, "We need 3 times the usual amount." Robin noted this and headed to the kitchen, well aware of this gentleman's appetite. After a little over 10 minutes, a pair of hands extended from the kitchen to the dining table, bringing with them an array of dishes. For Lu and Xiaosong, this display had become quite familiar. Indeed, it was rather audacious. Zebura, inhaling the aroma of the food, exhibited a rare look of indulgence on his face, though it was but a fleeting moment. It was certainly noticeable. "How do you find it?" "Quite splendid, isn't it?" "Humph. It's merely average," Zebura replied, masking his true sentiments. The 3 then indulged heartily in their meal. Halfway through, Lu turned to Robin and inquired, "Robin-chan, isn't your brother Reiner around?" "My brother went out on an errand, but he should be back soon," Robin replied. Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, Reiner returned. "Oh, Reiner." Lu greeted him. Reiner responded with a smile. Upon seeing Reiner, Zebura squinted his eyes, detecting through sound waves that this individual possessed considerable strength. "Did you need something from me?" Reiner asked directly. "Yes. I would like to invite you to join us on a mission." Lu stated his intention. "Sure." Lu was taken aback by Reiner's immediate agreement. He had anticipated a refusal followed by a lengthy persuasion process. However, the swift consent provided a sense of security. Reiner smiled gently, seated himself with the others, and had Robin bring out more dishes. After a hearty feast, they departed for the cabin in the desert garden. "Hey, Lu, you seem quite idle now. How about a spar?" Lu shook his head while gnawing on a pig's leg. But Zebura had different thoughts, swinging his massive fist forward. Bam! The sound echoed as Lu absorbed the impact, though the entire house trembled violently. Xiaosong, looking exasperated, finally understood why fellow 4 kings, Sani and Coco, had not come to retrieve Zebura. He glanced at Reiner, who was seated by the window enjoying the view, and sheepishly said, Mr. Reiner, they." Reiner chuckled. "It's fine. Let them have their fun for a while. Go on and prepare the meal." "All right." For some reason, upon hearing Reiner's words, Xiaosong felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. After Xiao Song entered the kitchen, the battle between Zabura and Alu was nearing its conclusion. But the surroundings had been reduced to utter chaos. After a little over 10 minutes, Xiao Song completed the meal, laying out a table brimming with food. While the conflict between Alu and Zabura ceased. Alu, to be able to spar with me on equal terms, you have indeed grown, Alu remarked with a smirk. After their bout, their appetites had undoubtedly increased. Zabura voraciously devoured the delectable dishes before him, many of which were ingredients brought forth by Reiner. The flavors surpassed that of ordinary fare by leaps and bounds. Their destination was the Culinary Pyramid within the food garden, rumored to be an ancient city crafted by people of yore. Reiner gazed out at the sandstorm, a slight smile gracing his lips. This journey might prove to be rather intriguing. Chapter 141, The Culinary Compendium, The Culinary Sage. However, reaching the food garden would require a month of travel. Although Reiner could utilize his abilities to transport them instantly, he believed that life should be savored. Thus, time passed quietly. One day, Xiao Song, seated on one of the last two intact chairs, pointed excitedly out the window. Look, that's the food garden. Before them lay a series of fantastical structures. As they neared their destination, Xiao Song felt a sigh of relief. Throughout the month, he had felt as though he were amidst turmoil. From time to time, Zabura would seek to challenge Alu, and he would also attempt to provoke Reiner, but Reiner effortlessly subdued him. Additionally, Reiner would occasionally offer guidance to the two. And food was a constant source of joy, as Alu and Zabura were truly voracious eaters. Finally, after a lengthy journey, they arrived at their destination. As the four disembarked from the house, they had barely taken a few steps when the house suddenly crumbled, prompting Xiao Song to mutter in dismay. Haha, this works out nicely, no repairs needed, just compensation. The group walked on, first purchasing cloaks and headscarves. They had hoped to acquire transportation, but the city offered none, compelling them to continue to the next one. Thus, after walking for over half an hour, they arrived at a city in the desert, starkly contrasting the previous one with its desolation, a result of years of warfare. After some minor mishaps, the four mounted 3 rather unremarkable camels. Setting out toward the heart of the desert, battling the oppressive heat, they rode through the scorching sands, exchanging laughter and conversation as if on a leisurely journey. Their trek continued from day to night, and upon encountering a section plagued by a fierce sandstorm, they finally halted. How are we supposed to get past this, Alu? Xiao Song asked, his face pale as he gazed at the menacing tempest. Alu furrowed his brow, sensing that they were being watched by unseen creatures. Humph. These fools are too full of themselves, Zabura remarked, inhaling deeply as he unleashed a wave of crimson sound waves. In an instant, the sandstorm dissipated, and Alu noted that the lurking entities had vanished. With a slight smile, Reiner mounted his camel and crossed the area, the others following closely. After a day and night of travel, they finally arrived at the Red Desert, known for its labyrinthine sand traps. Reiner surveyed the desert with keen eyes, reflecting on the remarkable ingenuity of ancient humans and foreign species, capable of constructing such cities. His gaze pierced through the red sands as he murmured to himself. As their camels stepped onto the crimson sands, a wave of intense heat washed over them, and wisps of steam rose from the camels' hooves. Suddenly, the desert swirled into a vortex, and the group was swiftly engulfed. Reiner, choosing not to intervene, wished to experience the phenomenon. Amidst the cacophony, they landed. But the original quartet had been reduced to 3. Xiao Song, Alu called out. Hey, stop shouting, my ears are ringing, Alu. Alu raised an eyebrow, realizing that, just as Zabura had suggested, he would cease his cries. Rest assured, Alu, Xiao Song is fine, Reiner reassured, having kept an eye on Xiao Song throughout. With Reiner's assurance, Alu felt a wave of relief. Echolocation. A peculiar sound wave instantly spread, mapping out the scale and layout of the palace. Zabura, what is the situation? Despite trusting Reiner's words, Alu still felt compelled to inquire, as concern was only natural. This is bad. That kid got swept away by quicksand to the very bottom of the pyramid, and the city is vast and complex. This meant he was beneath the Culinary Pyramid? That was perilous. They needed to rescue him immediately. All right, enough chatter, Alu. From now on, stay close to me. With that, he glanced at Reiner, who shrugged nonchalantly. The 3 walked a short distance and were met with numerous staircases. That kid is down there, Zabura said, pointing toward a staircase leading downward. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, but Alu and Zabura dispatched them with ease. Damn it. Alu, I turned off the echo map. Toriko nodded, indicating he understood. He knew that the other party was constantly using an echo map with a range of 70 kilometers, which was extremely exhausting. Interesting. You two go find Komatsu first. I'll be right back. With that, he vanished before their eyes. Toriko and Zebra were stunned. They hadn't even seen how he disappeared. Meanwhile, at the lowest level, Komatsu was proceeding according to the QR code-like things on the wall that Perut had scanned, and hadn't encountered any major dangers yet. Kid. Zebra's voice rang in his ears as he walked, startling him. He looked around, but finding no one. He suddenly remembered that this was Zebra's ability. Kid, I've left you with my last voice. You better live well, or I'll skin you alive. Komatsu replied seriously, while also feeling extremely annoyed. If I die, how are you going to skin me? Meanwhile, in a room filled with stone coffins at the lowest level, Reina appeared. He stood before a high platform, gazing at a book displayed there. The book seemed to radiate light in his eyes, incredibly captivating. Is this the culinary encyclopedia developed by the Netero race? Truly extraordinary. Reina could sense an extremely peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from it, similar to the energy of appetite. Boom. A tremor resounded, a crack appeared in the ceiling, and water droplets dripped from the crack onto the upper part of the coffin lid. A moment later, the coffin lid opened automatically, revealing a crimson gaze. Whoosh! It slowly crawled out. It was a very withered gray Netero. With a snap of its jaws, it lunged at Reina with lightning speed. Reina, who was reading the book and analyzing its terminology, shook his head, pointed a finger, and with a bang, the Netero was sent flying backward at incredible speed, crashing through several walls and embedding itself deeply in the ground. However, the creature quickly burst from the ground, seemingly unharmed. It roared wildly. Reina looked at it, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had learned the creature's origins. This wasn't just a typical Netero, but a combat type. It was indeed quite resilient. In that case, he wouldn't hold back. Just as he was about to attack, an aged voice interrupted him. Please, sir, do not attack. I thought you'd be hiding forever. So, you've finally come out. Reina smiled at a Netero, also with a shriveled build and covered in white fur. What are you saying? Sir, I've only just woken up myself. Could you please show mercy? We Netero warriors are truly few and far between. Its words sounded strange to Reina. What's your name? Sir? Reina asked casually. Name? I remember people used to call me Gourmet Sage Kaka. All right, considering your past help to humans, take it with you. But I'll keep this book. Gourmet Sage Kaka pondered for a moment, then nodded. Finally, he turned and opened his mouth, saying something to the gray Netero before leaving with it. Among the Netero, the hierarchy is quite clear. Although the gray Netero is a combat type, it's still treated like a slave by the Netero nobles. So, it's not surprising that it obeys Gourmet Sage Kaka. Chapter 142 Reminder. After carefully putting the book away, Reina casually copied a similar one, only removing the part about cooking humans. A few minutes after he left, Komatsu, following Perut's instructions, arrived and safely retrieved the book. Meanwhile, Zebula used a sonic missile to create a shortcut to the lowest level to meet up with Komatsu. Mr. Toriko, Mr. Zebra, I'm so glad to finally see you. I thought I was going to die. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke. He quickly realized something was wrong and wiped away the tears, forcing back the rest, because Mr. Reina wasn't there. Just as he was about to ask, Reina appeared and said, now that everyone's here, let's deal with it. As he spoke, the Pyramid Overlord, a level 90 salamander sphinx, swaggered out of the shadows. Seriously, another cocky bastard. Noisy meteor. Zebra, true to form, didn't mince words and immediately unleashed its attack. Boom. Lightning bolts rained down from the sky, but after a series of crackling sounds, it was completely unharmed. Zebra. This guy is no ordinary opponent. We'll have to work together. And I smell cola on him. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Pyramid Overlord. The Salamander Sphinx. Zebra wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then you'd better cooperate with me. Toriko. Even so, the two attacked together, while Reina and Komatsu watched from the sidelines. To be precise, Reina and Komatsu watched from the sidelines. After a fierce battle, the two were no match for it. It seems they were still struggling. It's about time the three of them teamed up. Sure enough, after a while, Komatsu saw how hard the two were fighting and quickly said, Mr. Toriko, Mr. Zebra, could you two follow my instructions? Let's cook it together and make it shed tears. Because those are sweet cola. Toriko looked at Komatsu with great confusion, not understanding why he would say that, and how he knew that the creature's tears were sweet cola. Then Komatsu explained. Toriko and Zebra exchanged a glance. Then you'd better cooperate with me, kid. Komatsu nodded solemnly. As time passed, the three of them finally cooked it after half an hour. The cool, sweet cola wafted through the air, incredibly stimulating. After drinking the cola, Toriko and Zebra's gourmet cells became significantly more active. After collecting the cola, they left. Somewhere in the gourmet desert, the gourmet sage Kaka had regained his robust physique. But Netero, whom he had taken with him, was nowhere to be seen. Who is that guy? Why does such an outrageous person exist in the human world? It whispered. After sleeping for so long, I wonder if those guys still recognize me. I really want to see what kind of expression I'll make. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few powerful leaps, he disappeared. About a month later, they returned to Gourmet City. The group spent some leisurely days separately, but on this day, Toriko and Komatsu once again sought out Reina. Reina understood the situation fairly well. After all, the other person was a chosen one. Perhaps sensing something from him. Where are we going this time? Reina asked. Komatsu scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. He'd asked for help before, and again this time, hence his embarrassment. But Toriko didn't see it that way. Komatsu and I have received a special mission, to find the Gourmet Temple. Reina scratched his face. According to information gathered by his previous divine powers, the Gourmet Temple possessed a great deal of food luck, which could help him understand the entire structure of this world. He could absorb some. Although the seed of the universe had grown into a sprout of the universe, to become a tree of the universe and evolve into a planet, it needed to understand the structure of the world. And to understand the structure, one needed to understand luck like food luck. However, before setting off, we need to find someone to cook a dish to guide us to the Gourmet Temple. When do you plan to set out? Perhaps tomorrow or the day after. Once the time was confirmed, the two of them departed. Just as he was about to rise, a sudden jolt of memory surged forth, causing him to furrow his brow slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. My avatar has vanished. It seems the flow of time in this world is different. He did not dwell on it, as that world held little interest for him. Before heading to meet Ailu and Xiaosong, he decided to pay a visit to someone first. After exchanging words with Tai Si and Robin, he left the room. On the top floor of the IGO headquarters, the phone on the desk rang unexpectedly. As Elong was organizing the files, he pressed the answer button. A melodious female voice emerged. President, the gourmet hunter Reina wishes to see you. Elong paused, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Although he had never directly encountered this individual, he had heard of him from Ailu, who had just returned from the gourmet desert. Given his past performance, it was evident that this young man was far from ordinary. Let him come up. After hanging up, the electronic door opened automatically a moment later. Reina walked over and sat beside the sofa, smiling at Elong. He could distinctly sense the immense energy hidden within Reina, and his gourmet cells had reached a nearly perfect state, making further advancement exceedingly difficult. This must be our first formal meeting. I must say, seeing you in person, Mr. Reina, truly confirms your reputation as a talented individual, Elong remarked. Reina chuckled. Since you have offered such praise, I shall get straight to the point. I am well aware of your next plan. You intend to approach the three tigers of the Gourmet Association, your brothers, correct? Elong scrutinized Reina. What do you mean by that? You know exactly what I mean. I did not wish to remind you, but since you are Ailu's father and he is my friend, I felt it necessary to offer a warning. Suddenly, the surrounding objects began to vibrate, an orange gravitational force emanating from Reina, drawing numerous items toward him. Unfazed, Reina merely smiled, and everything returned to normal, as if the previous events had been mere illusions. This is just a reminder for you. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. After all, your gourmet cells have ceased to evolve, he casually remarked before disappearing right before Elong's eyes. Elong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he was aware of Reina's formidable strength, this level of power surpassed his expectations. Was it comparable to that of the three tigers? He shook his head, pondering the true meaning behind Reina's actions. He felt neither hostility nor goodwill from him, as if he were a swirling vortex. He set aside the documents and dialed a number, conversing briefly before departing. This is your choice. Though you may perish, to make the subsequent events interesting. You must not die. Hidden in the void, Reina murmured to himself before vanishing. Chapter 143. Re-encounter with Mei Lin. War approaches an hour later. At a 7-star hotel under the IGO banner, a series of chewing sounds resonated. The table was piled high with a multitude of bowls and dishes, estimated to be around 1 or 2,000. Jianai, your culinary skills have improved tremendously. Yilong exclaimed. Indeed, my culinary prowess has been continuously advancing. Jianai observed Yilong devouring his food hastily, pondering whether the accumulation of such energy signified preparations for war. As she contemplated, Yilong finished all the food, leaving the table brimming with empty bowls and plates. Jianai posed a question. May I ask, how do you assess my overall strength? Jianai, slightly perplexed, wondered why he would ask such a question. After some thought, she replied, in certain aspects, you are indeed the strongest among the three brothers. Certain aspects? He shook his head. That is impossible. Even if Lang were to unleash his true power, I doubt I could contend with him. Jianai looked at Yilong in astonishment, unable to comprehend his meaning. Yilong then recounted the events that transpired before his arrival. I can't believe such a thing occurred. I encountered that individual while tasting the century-thick soup, yet I failed to realize it at the time. Jianai had not anticipated that she too would misjudge someone. Regardless of who this person was or what his intentions might be, he currently posed no threat. As for his motives, time would reveal the truth. Besides, in 2 months, the gourmet festival would commence, and the four beasts would make their appearance. The two exchanged knowing smiles before Yilong took his leave. 2 days later, Alu and his companions followed the direction indicated by the Hui Fong sushi roll, consuming food as they progressed, the ingredients provided by Reina. After 2 days and nights, they finally reached the vast tree sea of the human realm, Lost Forest. They paused intermittently to eat, while Reina leisurely strolled behind them, savoring the delightful atmosphere. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the heart of the forest, only to discover a significant portion missing, as if it had been scooped away. Lu, what shall we do now? Xiaosong inquired. Lu scratched his head, equally puzzled. Reina patted their shoulders and said, follow me. Without waiting for their response, he headed in a particular direction, and the two exchanged glances before trailing behind him. After walking for over 10 minutes, the trio spotted a building with the words Yun Yin inscribed upon it. Could this be the 10-star hotel? Xiaosong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu sniffed the air and swallowed hard, catching the scent of premium ingredients. Inside the Yun Yin restaurant, Zhenzhen paused from his meal, glancing outside with a serious expression before resuming his eating. Welcome. When the three entered, the head chef, Qian Lu, greeted them with impeccable etiquette. Xiaosong, upon seeing the man dressed in a red ninja outfit, swallowed hard, his eyes filled with admiration. Qian Lu, the chef ranked 15th among culinary masters. Qian Lu smiled politely, about to inquire about their meal preferences when Reina waved his hand, producing 2 or 3 dozen ingredients. Please prepare these ingredients for me. Thank you. He then took a seat at Zhenzhen's table, waiting with a smile. Xiaosong awkwardly bowed to Chef Qian Lu, who waved it off and went to prepare the ingredients. After about 10 minutes, a series of aromatic dishes were presented. So fragrant. Lu wiped his mouth, uttering his catchphrase before digging in. After more than an hour, as they neared the end of their meal, Reina turned to Zhenzhen and said, let us go. Take us to the gourmet temple. Lu and Xiaosong looked at Reina, puzzled by his statement. Indeed, you have disrupted my culinary principles. Reina chuckled. Did you not also take my Hui Fong sushi roll? Consider us even. Enough chatter, let us hurry. Zhenzhen said no more and turned to leave, gesturing for Lu and Xiaosong, who were still somewhat bewildered, to follow him. The trio followed the elder for about 2 hours, traversing a small grove until they encountered a magnificent and ancient structure. The culinary aura here is remarkably rich, splendid. Yilong's eyes sparkled as he stepped inside, entering safely. Upon entering, he unexpectedly collided with a girl. Ouch! The girl fell to the ground, and just as she was about to scold, she looked up in astonishment. Why you? What are you doing here? Reina smiled slightly, surprised to encounter this girl here. Hey, you're still as annoying as ever. I'm talking to you. That's right, this girl is Merlin. All right. You're still the same as before. I'm here to have fun. Malin didn't believe him. Just then, Zhenzhen and his 2 companions walked in. Upon seeing Zhenzhen, Merlin ran to his side, took his arm, and said coquettishly, Master, he bullied me. I bullied you. I don't remember. Zhenzhen patted her head and smiled. You've gotten into trouble again, haven't you? So impulsive. Malin pouted, stuck out her tongue, and left. You take the 2 of them to study. I'll wander around by myself. Reina's tone made it seem like he was the host. Zhenzhen shook his head. He really didn't know where this monster came from. Yilong hadn't told him there was such a person. After the 3 of them left, he wandered around on his own, following the flow of energy to a grand hall. Pushing open the door, He saw a statue, but it was completely disfigured, only its outline vaguely discernible. Interesting. So this is your preparation. No wonder it gathers such a dense flow of energy. This statue was none other than the statue of Acacia. Meanwhile, at the Gourmet Guild's headquarters in the gourmet world, Elong was stopped by a group of energetic young men. Ah, youth is wonderful. He then unleashed his gravity, causing the young men to tilt towards him, some feeling as if all the blood in their bodies was being drawn out. Old man, you're still so energetic. The black gravity and Elong's gravity canceled each other out. The Gourmet Guild's boss, Sanhu, appeared. Sanhu, I'm not here to fight you this time, but to have another meal with you, as brothers. Sanhu looked at him calmly, their eyes meeting briefly in the air. After a few minutes, Elong nodded. All right. Since you've made your choice, don't blame me for being impolite. He turned and left. Watching Elong leave, he murmured to himself, Brother, this is the last time I'll call you that. Then he disappeared. The war was about to begin. Chapter 144 The Fuse. The four beasts back at the Gourmet Temple. Reina and Jinjinjin said a few words and began their meditation here. He released his divine spark to sense the food's energy here. Under the perception of his divine spark, he saw strands of golden threads, sometimes dispersed and sometimes gathered. When he touched them with his spiritual power, they disappeared, like a mischievous child playing hide and seek. Then let's begin. He released a protective shield to prevent anyone from disturbing him, closed his eyes, and began to sense. Days passed, and a week later, Sister Merlin, you're here to see Mr. Reina again, Xiao Song said with a grin. Malin glared at him, as if to say, mind your own business. Xiao Song scratched his head and ran off. He'd just remembered he hadn't done his homework yet. After Xiao Song left, she sat on the steps, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes darting around, lost in thought. With a creak, the door opened. The first thing he saw was Merlin sitting in the doorway, lost in thought. This girl, thinking of startling her, he quietly called her name in her ear. Startled, Merlin stood up, but before she knew it, she was falling backward. Reina, quick as a flash, caught her and flipped her over, falling down himself. But by sheer coincidence, as he fell, their eyes met, and their lips touched. In an instant, Merlin's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. She stood up, covered her face, and ran away. What's going on? Shouldn't she slap herself? But then she realized, this girl probably likes her. Reina stood up and headed towards where Toriko and the other girl were. Malin, her face still red, returned to her room and buried herself under her pillow. So embarrassing. The thought of kissing that rude guy made her blush, but for some reason, she couldn't get angry. Ugh, that jerk. So annoying. She rolled around on the bed. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Junjun's voice came in. Merlin, come out and see them off. They're going back. Huh. Merlin was puzzled. They'd only been here a week. Why were they going back so soon? She quickly controlled her emotions, letting the blush slowly fade, and opened the side door. Master, it hasn't been that long, has it? Are you already preparing to go back? Jinjin nodded. Let's go. Everyone's saying goodbye. You should say goodbye to them too. Oh, okay. For some reason, Malin didn't seem happy to hear they were leaving. Jinjin saw his female apprentice's expression. He shook his head. How could he not know what she was thinking? But these things were something he had to handle himself. Master, why are they going back so soon? The four beasts are about to appear. How could this be? Weren't they said they wouldn't appear for another month or two? Perhaps something unexpected happened. All right, let's go. At the gate, a group of people were saying goodbye to the three, but the main focus was on two others. Reina was just quietly watching. He hadn't expected the four beasts to appear so quickly. It must have been some butterfly effect that occurred when he was absorbing the food's energy. As they said their goodbyes, Junjin and his companion approached. Be careful. Those four beasts aren't so easy to deal with. Good luck. Malin looked at Reina, seemingly having made a decision, and suddenly kissed him on the cheek. The surrounding people cheered. Junior sister doesn't have a boyfriend. Yes. No wonder junior sister hasn't been eating or sleeping lately. Turns out she has someone she likes. Malin's face grew increasingly red. I'm a married man. Malin shook her head, indicating it was all right. Well, in this culinary era, polygamy isn't too uncommon. Reina patted her head and pulled her into his arms. Come to my hotel after this is over. I'll take you to see my sister. Malin nodded, and the three left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The sky above the food city was overcast, everything was desolate, and the place was deserted. On the top floor of the 330th floor of the Gourmet Tower restaurant, only Toriko was missing from the four Heavenly Kings meal. The other three were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Toriko hasn't arrived yet. Is he secretly eating something delicious with Komatsu behind my back? Hey, Zebra. That's not very funny. Then Toriko and the other two appeared. I thought you were going to be late. Zebra wiped the grease from his mouth. At that moment, Yoda, the king of chefs, walked over carrying dishes. We're about to face the four beasts, but you four aren't nervous at all. Komatsu's breathing quickened. King of chefs. This is the real, fifth-ranked chef. The four heavenly kings exchanged a smile. All right, enough of your catching up. Hurry up and eat. Reina finished speaking and waved his hand, conjuring up a batch of ingredients, all rare delicacies from the culinary world. Komatsu, you and Zeno will prepare these ingredients together. Mr. Zeno, is that all right? Yoda looked at Reina and nodded. As a chef, he knew the gourmet hunters, especially Reina, who had been instructed by Chairman Ichiryu. Two individuals proceeded to prepare the ingredients. And before long, several formidable beasts emerged, companions of the four kings, all having grown quite robust. How has the great Ma Wang been faring lately? He inquired of the steed, Daimo Junma. The Daimo Junma nodded, displaying wisdom despite its inability to speak. The others paid little heed to the conversations between Lena and Ma. After more than half an hour, a feast more aromatic than the previous one was laid out on the table, and the group indulged heartily. Upon finishing, their culinary cells began to awaken. The ingredients had been meticulously selected by Lena, ensuring that any combination would invigorate their culinary cells. After the four had dined, Ling produced a video previously recorded. Halfway through, Lena switched it off. Now, let us venture forth to confront the four beasts. Be cautious of their fusion. Alu nodded and, seated atop Taili, departed first, with the other three mounting their steeds and heading in different directions. Meanwhile, the four monsters were advancing slowly, leaving devastation in their wake. In the military base of the nation, a general ordered the satellite weapons and numerous missiles to be aimed at the direction of the four beasts. Moreover, tanks, fighter jets, and warships were deployed across land, sea, and air. The thunder of artillery and missiles rained down incessantly, shaking the earth and sending colossal mushroom-shaped clouds billowing into the sky. After more than 10 minutes of relentless bombardment, the general finally commanded a halt. Surely, they must all be dead now. However, as the smoke cleared, the screen revealed that the four beasts were still alive and unscathed, their ferocity only heightened. The four beasts wreaked havoc. Their advance towards human cities now just half an hour away. Chapter 145. The true war begins as the four beasts approach the city. The four kings appeared to block their path. The level of the beasts they faced hovered around 123. Over 1 billion viewers cheered for the four kings on the large screen. High above, Lena stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unnoticed by anyone. It is nearly time, he mused, gazing down towards the earth, penetrating through layers of buildings to a shadowy corner. The human realm is about to descend into chaos. He slowly rose and departed. On the other side, the severely injured four beasts received their master's command and began to retreat. The city trembled as buildings collapsed, revealing the grotesque forms of the four beasts. A deafening roar erupted as green tentacles surged forth, devouring a large number of humans, and then their bodies began to morph, taking on a glossy sheen. Simultaneously, the four beasts fused with their true forms, completely transforming into a creature unrecognizable from before. Is this the true form of the four beasts? It is truly hideous, Sani remarked, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him at the sight of the green-skinned monstrosity. Alu, grave-faced, regarded the beast, suddenly recalling Lena's warning about their fusion. He had dismissed it earlier, but now realized that Lena had known all along that the four beasts were a singular entity. Regardless of its appearance, as long as you do not hinder me, all will be well. Zebula, ever brave, charged toward the four beasts. Soundwave rocket. A beam of transparent light erupted from his mouth. Boom. The massive creature trembled as it swung its hand with great force, sending Zebula hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing through numerous buildings. The other three also unleashed their attacks, yet none could inflict significant damage. Meanwhile, Lena snapped his fingers, summoning a curtain in the sky, and then he fixed his gaze on the distance, stepping forward and vanishing. Moments later, he reappeared at the standoff between Tai Ping and Joya. Do not linger too long, or you will perish. Joya, cloaked in shadow, glimmered with an eerie light in his eyes. Tai Ping quickly assumed an attack stance, but soon found himself standing on a massive chopping board, awaiting his fate. By the time he regained his senses, the figure had vanished. Gasping for breath, he collapsed to the ground. Shortly after, Lena emerged, shaking his head at Taiping, and with a gesture, cast a luminous aura over him, cleansing his body of impurities. That battle should be concluding soon. Yes, it is time to return to the Culinary Temple. His form gradually faded from view. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the battle between the four kings and the true forms of the four beasts was nearing its conclusion. The four kings harnessed their insatiable hunger to conjure the ultimate dish, the king's feast. In this pure craving, the four beasts were devoured, thus securing victory in this confrontation. 3 days later, on a small island, Alu was testing his strength, feeling significantly empowered after the encounter with the four beasts. Not bad. Now creatures within the 200-level range are no match for you. At that moment, Lena arrived with Taisai and the other 2 women. Haha, Alu chuckled, but he knew that such strength was still insufficient to enter the culinary realm. While they conversed, Huans descended from the sky with a parachute. You Huans, it's quite impressive that you found this place. This island is rather remote. Igo has sent a mission. Please prepare the ingredients for the culinary festival, for kings and Mr. Lena. Alu nodded, thinking to himself, I shall soon see you, Sita. After conveying the task, Huans departed. Let us go. I shall take you to experience the culinary realm, Lena announced as he led the 3 women away. A week later, on Culinary Island, the place was teeming with people, a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Lena and his companions stood at the entrance of the venue, surrounded by throngs of enthusiastic fans of the 4 kings, rendering Lena and the 3 women mere accessories. Moments later, they entered the culinary sports arena. Outside, the influx of attendees was staggering, with the interior already accommodating 400 to 500 million spectators, showcasing the grandeur of the culinary festival. Viewers at home and those in the audience were stirred with excitement, for the quadrennial culinary festival was about to commence. This 50th iteration was the largest yet, and the victor would earn the singular title of Super Chef. Additionally, those chefs who achieved this title would receive an endless bounty of wealth. Throughout the 200 years of history, the number of chefs to attain the title of Super Chef is exceedingly rare. The cheers of the crowd resonated into the heavens. The atmosphere here is quite delightful. Though I did not expect the world to host 3 billion people. This number astonished Lena, for when he previously released his divine essence to gather information, he had only collected details about the cuisines of the culinary realm and certain trends, without specificity. As the host finished speaking, 100 chefs entered simultaneously from 2 entrances, creating a magnificent spectacle. The audience's cheers grew even more fervent, accompanied by the BGM music. Numerous top-tier chefs entered in succession, and soon it was Taisai's turn. Do your best, my dear. Lena's voice cut through the clamor, causing Taisai to blush. After cheering, she settled into her seat to conserve her energy, for the main event would occur after the culinary festival. Meanwhile, in a room within the culinary sports arena, the esteemed Guangcai Lao, alongside several other elite magnates, has convened. What transpired? To everyone's astonishment, Culinary did not attend. A middle-aged man, his hair as white as snow, expressed his confusion. The others remained silent. Perhaps he was unaware, but others were certainly informed. That man has perished, Guangcai Lao stated solemnly. The middle-aged man rose to his feet, disbelief etched across his face, mingled with a flicker of rage. Who was responsible? Guangcai Lao shook his head, saying, even if you knew, it would be of no consequence. Even Master Qiaoya is no match for him. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to contend? Defeated, he sat back down, realizing that if even the master was powerless against Culinari's killer, it was prudent for him to remain quiet. Enough of this idle chatter. News has emerged that the Culinary Association has commenced their actions. We must act swiftly. With a shared glance, the group departed in succession. The competition unfolded with fervor. But an unforeseen incident arose during the 5th round, the Dark Cuisine Showdown. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted, incinerating the competition venue in an instant. Concurrently, the sky darkened. Not with clouds, but with a horde of grotesquely shaped beings and GT robots. Charge! Eliminate them all. They charged towards the venue with cruel smiles upon their faces. Spectators began to flee in desperation as Lena opened his eyes and slowly stood, chuckling. He had nearly dozed off. Robin, Maylene, are you 2 joining in? The 2 women nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, he said nothing further and patted their shoulders. Very well, take care of yourselves. To his surprise, both women planted a kiss on his cheeks before turning to confront the approaching foes. Chapter 146. Chaos unleashed at this moment. Alu leaped forward, creating a deep crater as he stretched his limbs, his face a mask of fury as he advanced toward the adversaries. I have been waiting for you, Alu. Liyinghuo, Zhonghua. A blue flame engulfed Alu, yet at that moment, he unleashed a powerful kick while shouting, Zebula, prepare defenses for the audience. The massive knife cleaved the earth, crashing into Satagiu, propelling him hundreds of meters away. The force of the kick remained undiminished, heading straight for the audience. Just as they braced for catastrophe, the kick halted, slightly adjusted its angle, and soared into the sky. In an instant, it obliterated a significant number of GT robots and minions brought forth by the Culinary Association. Hey, don't just stand there. If you wish to live, flee immediately. Lena's ghostly voice echoed through the venue. He then gazed up at the dark swarm of minions, stretching his limbs as he declared, allow me to indulge a bit. Lifting his hand, he traced a line through the air, a flash of light appeared, and the minions began to sever in two. The minions, undeterred by death, surged towards Lena, surrounding him in layers. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed an overwhelming force, eradicating them in mere moments. This guy is incredibly strong. Sani marveled at his prowess. Though he had always regarded him highly, he had still underestimated his capabilities. Zebula couldn't help but reminisce about the events that transpired on their way to the Culinary Desert, particularly on the gondola. On the bridge leading to the Culinary Stadium, IGO's deputy director, Mansum, unleashed a portion of his power, annihilating a multitude of GT robots from the Culinary Association. Is this all you are capable of, Culinary Association? Ha! Mansum boasted arrogantly. Boom, boom, boom. With successive punches, he caused a series of explosions among the GT robots. Suddenly, three colossal figures emerged. Just as Mansum was about to act, the three massive beings, employing claws and jaws, decimated a large number of GT robots and minions. Roar! Two of the beasts were dragons, while the third was a small bull adorned with structures upon its back. Indeed, these three were Lena's pets. After vanquishing a considerable number of foes, they advanced toward the Culinary Stadium. This is bad, Mansum shouted, attempting to intercept the three beasts when a dragon, its voice echoing like that of a millennium-old dragon, proclaimed, we are Lena's pets. He summoned us. Lena? Upon hearing that name, Mansum recalled a prior instruction from President Elon and nodded, allowing them passage. Explosions reverberated within the Culinary Stadium, dust swirling in the air. Rhythm punch. Zebula's arm muscles surged with power, and with a resounding strike, he hit the yellow-maned Niteluo in the abdomen. The tremendous force penetrated through to its back, causing a powerful dent. Immediately afterward, Zebula used sound waves to propel himself above it, clenching both fists and delivering a devastating blow, resulting in Niteluo's immediate demise. Hiss! Hiss! The other two Niteluo, witnessing this, roared and charged at him. Zebula chuckled heartily. Sound wave rocket cannon. A powerful wave of sound energy surged forth, causing the very island to tremble as the two Niteluo were blasted hundreds of meters away, crashing into the walls. You arrogant fools, are you still so audacious now? Zebula taunted, stretching his limbs with mirth. Buzz. Whoosh. At that moment, a deep purple slash struck from his right side. Sound wave shield. In an instant, he encased himself within a protective barrier. With a tremendous crash, dust enveloped the ground, and the shield shattered instantly, sending him flying sideways, blood spilling forth. How could something break my shield in an instant? Wiping the blood from his lips, he struggled to rise. Yet, as he regained his footing, tendrils of vines ensnared his body. Finding tree, Tieping approached slowly. The regenerator. Upon seeing Tieping, Zebula's fury ignited. Oh, what is this? Lena raised an eyebrow, knowing full well Tieping's intentions. It has been a while, Culinary Festival. A cold voice resonated as Xiaoya, clad in a black robe, descended on a dark flying apparatus. Xiaoya, what brings you, the dark cuisine master, here? The air pressure plummeted to a critical level as Jieji approached, causing the surrounding gray beasts and minions to disintegrate. Jieji, it has indeed been a long time. There are but a few who know me in this world, including you. That may not be the case, Xiaoya. There is also me. A familiar voice echoed, and Xiaoya turned to see a figure he recognized. It is you. How did you end up here? Lena shrugged nonchalantly. I let you off last time. I didn't expect you to remain so unwise. Just as he spoke, a massive purple blade of energy struck towards him. Demon King Slash. The potent blade cleaved a deep trench in an instant, Laya pointed a finger, and with a clang, the purple blade shattered. Before he could react, Laya vanished from sight, reappearing behind him, swinging his blade. In that fleeting moment, a sharp crack resounded as the blade struck true, raising a cloud of dust. Laya swiftly leaped backward, landing several meters away. Have you finally learned to be cautious? His form bore no marks, not even a tear in his attire. Last time was merely luck. This time, you shall witness my true power. As he spoke, an extraordinary transformation enveloped him, demonic cells covering his body and emanating an ominous aura that permeated the arena. Laya beckoned with a finger, but at that moment, the ground cracked open and numerous tendrils emerged, ensnaring him and encasing him in a mummy-like form. Thorn vines. Tai Ping stood up, his gaze as vacant as ever. However, as he took a step, a series of resonant sounds echoed within him. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and he slumped onto the ground in despair. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hey, Zhilang, manage your grandson properly. Raina's voice rang out, and the vines that had enveloped him disappeared, coinciding with the appearance of the acupoint master, Zhilang. Aya, you really don't make things easy for me. Zhilang's muscles bulged as he slammed a fist into the ground, murmuring, "Great acupoint strike." Buzz. Crackle. For a moment, the earth ceased its rotation. Oh, so you inject power into the earth to execute acupoint strikes. Quite impressive. Raina nodded in approval. What a chaotic battle this was, with forces from 3 factions gathered. To be precise, it should be 4 factions, including Raina. In that instant, Tai Ping was also struck at an acupoint. Fortunate for him that he was injured, or he would have found it difficult to be targeted. Rumbling. The earth's crust shifted, and land masses resembling mountains rose, spewing forth magma, transforming the entire planet due to that one strike. Stop! Raina exclaimed. Instantly, the tectonic movement halted. Merely uttering a single word achieved such an effect. What is this incredible power of yours? The demonized Joya's eyes glimmered with greed. If you wish to know, win against me first, but let's change locations before that. He simultaneously transmitted a message to the 3 approaching pets, instructing them to assist here. With a wave of his hand, the 2 vanished. It was astonishing to realize he possessed such strength. Indeed, Elong was not mistaken. Jianai let out a bitter smile. Within a forest of black lightning on the island of the Dead Sea in the culinary world, the 2 reappeared. Swish, swish, swish. At the moment of their appearance, he swung the Cinderella knife repeatedly, and the blade's hunger manifested into an exceptionally sharp wall, advancing like a bulldozer, leaving desolation in its wake. Even the trees nourished by thunder for years could not withstand its force and were flattened. Huffing lightly, he exhaled, and a powerful gust extinguished the wall. In that fleeting moment, Joya flashed before him, delivering a blow infused with abundant appetite. Boom! An unparalleled wave of terror surged forth, shaking the ground and reducing surrounding plants to ashes, creating a massive pit. Swish! Joya emerged from the swirling dust, his expression grave, his arm trembling slightly as he released the remaining force. That was quite a formidable attack. Now, let us see more. Damn it, how dare you mock me so? Culinary divine technique, rift slash. Buzz. Whoosh. This slashing strike flickered like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. Raina pointed a finger, and a pressure of pure power surged forth. Seemingly on the verge of colliding with Joya's attack, when something unexpected occurred, his attack veered off course. Originally aimed at the slash, it inexplicably shifted a few centimeters. Boom! The slash struck Raina without any deviation, creating ripples in the air, followed by a gust that billowed their garments. Bang! Suddenly, Joya's body was propelled as if struck by a cannon, crashing violently, shattering a small hill. What just happened? Was that a stroke of fortune in food? He glanced at his fist, acutely aware that something had obstructed him in that fleeting moment. Crack! A thunderbolt as thick as a python descended from the sky, piercing the ground and forming a profound pit. Damn it! Raina roared, awakening the culinary cells as the 5-clawed golden dragon surged forth to counter the thunder. The entire island trembled violently, crumbling in various locations. Roar! A colossal roar erupted as a pitch-black hand seized the body of the 5-clawed golden dragon. With a thunderous pull downward, the island could not withstand the immense shock, splitting in 2, and numerous creatures plummeted as the long-dormant toxic sea spilled forth, releasing poisonous miasma in its wake. Has the appetite completely emerged? It seems this world is preventing me allowing you to prolong your existence. In the air, Reyna gazed intently into the void, his piercing eyes penetrating the Earth's atmosphere. Extending, reaching towards the very edge of the cosmos, only to abruptly sever. So that is the Inyo power. It is on its way to Earth. If that is the case, then... His gaze fixed upon the ground, penetrating deep into the Earth's core. The Earth's core was boiling, akin to a pot of water coming to a rolling boil, releasing a peculiar essence. Such intriguing energy. Just as he was absorbing this unique energy, a voice suddenly echoed. You can actually reach the Earth's core directly. Who are you? Reyna turned to find a figure clad in a white turban and cloak, with snow-white hair, Nidoro. Delicious immortal Kaka. Oh, you recognize me? Reyna shook his head. No? You are not the Kaka I encountered. This statement left the Kaka before him visibly unsettled. You mean you previously encountered another Kaka who is similar to me? He did not respond to that question, yet this Nidoro was clever. Damn, I never expected to have been dead for so long, and they still impersonate me. Dead? Wait. He suddenly recalled a term. You are a food spirit. The Kaka nodded. By the way, you still haven't revealed who you are and how you managed to gaze upon the core. Reyna did not answer. Instead, he unleashed the reincarnation death magic eye. And in an instant, a gray world unfolded before him. Since merging with the reincarnation eye, he could perceive the realm of the deceased, but had never had the opportunity to utilize it until now. Kaka shivered. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his very soul was on the brink of complete dissolution. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he had returned to normal, stating, "Just as you witnessed earlier, I saw it directly. Did you not also see it?" Kaka sighed in relief. "I could only see by following your gaze. I never expected you to have grown to such a degree. It seems Earth will soon be devoured." The growth of the core led to a terrifying expansion of the Earth, likely more than tenfold its previous size. Reyna pondered quietly. "If I understand you correctly, can I conclude that the Earth is currently maturing?" Kaka nodded. Meanwhile, within the kitchen planet, the fermentation of the Earth continued, and in the near future, it would be ready for culinary creation. The entirely black Nidoro licked his lips. The other Nidoro nodded in agreement. "I heard Adam has awakened. Why hasn't he returned here yet?" A Nidoro with wavy hair remarked. "The fellow must be impersonating Kaka, attempting to lure out Jean and Ian, those two traitors. Speaking of which, we must not lag behind on our end." The black Nidoro stated. "I certainly know, after all. It is the existence we have pursued for billions of years, and even if I wished to halt, Acacia would not agree." The group erupted into laughter, their expressions fierce. Two flowers bloom, each displaying its own branch, returning to the realm of humanity. The battle with the culinary utopia of Inyo has reached a temporary halt. Among the four kings, Alu and Sa and I suffered the gravest injuries, while the other two sustained lighter wounds. As for the remaining culinary hunters, chefs, and various gourmets, they experienced varying degrees of death and injury. In this clash, the organization Inyo emerged as the primary beneficiary. Aside from their leader, Xiaoya, the other capable members endured manageable injuries, with no imminent threat to their lives. With the assistance of the Phantom Beast Tu Ing, they successfully withdrew from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Reyna's three pets let out a roar before retreating back to the culinary realm. Chapter 148, System Upgrade Successful, Dimensional Certificate. Upon returning to the culinary realm, Reyna conversed briefly with the food spirit Kaka, learning about the origins of their Nidoro and the reasons behind their culinary endeavors on Earth. A slight smile graced his lips. It was time to commence training for the Four Kings. On another front, the battle on the island of Dun Yu continued. The struggle between the three tigers and one dragon raged on. Thanks to Reyna's prior warning, the dragon had sustained negligible damage throughout the fight. Suddenly, the ground caved, creating a vacuum space, and any creature entering this void was swiftly annihilated. This was the hunger space of the three tigers, showcasing their insatiable appetite. With a single hand, the dragon wielded its blade, unleashing a golden arc of light that cleaved through the opposing hunger space. Giant tongue of the mountain. It unleashed a colossal tongue, clashing with the blade's energy. However, the dragon soon discerned something amiss. The power of its blade was diminishing, almost as if it were being consumed. "You can even devour this. You've certainly made significant progress," it remarked. With a crack, the blade's energy dissipated, and the giant tongue surged forth, rapidly splitting and leaving afterimages in the void. The dragon, not to be outdone, adeptly evaded the barrage of tongue-like attacks. Three tigers, my dear brother. This leftover from 5 centuries must come to an end. With a decisive strike, a radiant light illuminated the island, sending the beasts scattering in terror. Just as the dragon's strike approached the tigers, a swift motion caused its entire arm to vanish. The heavy blade clattered to the ground, embedding itself in the earth. The dragon, taken aback, retreated several paces in disbelief. To think you have also formed a minority barrier. Thanks to you, old man. I now grasp the minority barrier at this critical juncture. Now it is my turn. At that moment, a colossal cloud formation appeared in the sky, not yet finished. As Reina bid farewell to Kaka, he observed the fierce battle from the void. One could not deny that the three tigers were indeed a genius, replicating abilities in such a short span while their appetite continued to surge. When the invisible hunger tongue within the three tigers' space reached a critical point, it suddenly halted and gradually materialized before the dragon. What is happening? My hunger tongue appears uncontrollable. What have you done, old man? In the hunger space, the things consumed were not limited to mere food. Even the very atmosphere was devoured. The traces of its consumption resembled traps lying in wait, retaining the flavors of all prey it had devoured. Yet now, it had come to a standstill. Three tigers, even after feasting to your heart's content, your appetite remains insatiable. Continuing down this path will only lead to your own consumption by endless hunger, the dragon sighed. Just as the three tigers opened its mouth to respond, Reina's voice echoed. Dragon, I had warned you before, yet you chose to ignore it. They recognized the voice and turned to see Reina descending from the sky. It's you. They exclaimed in unison. Enough, this battle ends here. We cannot allow others to reap the benefits. Reina's tone was gentle, disarming any sense of vigilance. Damn it. The three tigers refrained from acting hastily, sensing that their hunger space was still active yet rendered impotent, akin to a robot missing a crucial component. Memories of their first encounter with the young man flooded back. He was not merely bluffing, but possessed genuine strength. All right, dragon. You should also share what you know about the true identity of Fu Luoze. After this matter concludes, hasten the growth of your 4 sons. Earth is nearing its maturity. With that, he vanished, leaving their future developments to unfold. Reina, on the other hand, arrived at the core of Earth. The structure of the core warranted thorough exploration, as it held immense potential for the growth of the cosmic seed into the cosmic tree, benefiting both the universe and the planets. He released his divine essence, which formed an energy wave that penetrated the core. In that instant, he beheld a breathtaking spectacle, or rather, the grandeur of the planet itself. He closed his eyes to reflect. The vast universe, countless stars, and the passage of time unfolded before him. At the Earth's core, Reina slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light burst forth, causing the core to tremble, though the surface of the Earth remained largely unaffected. He surveyed himself, feeling exceptionally well. Indeed, he was in peak condition. While he had not fully comprehended everything, he had grasped the core's fundamental structure, only lacking the growth of the cosmic tree. Just as he prepared to rise, a familiar notification rang out. System upgrade successful. Reina's eyes brightened, and he realized that over a year had elapsed. Upon this upgrade, the sign-in rules have been modified. In the future, the host will only receive 12 items upon signing in, and the system will enable intelligent cleaning, removing skills that have not been used for an extended period. Smart cleaning? Do you think this is antivirus software? He smacked his forehead, mildly amused, but felt no discontent. After all, his power had grown significantly. Detection indicates that the host has completed tasks in 2 worlds. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on obtaining a dimensional certificate, 500 million marketplace points, and 10 lottery opportunities. As he listened, his anticipation dwindled upon realizing the system's rewards had concluded. Hey, are you kidding me? You are more ruthless than a greedy merchant. 2 worlds. And you only grant me 3 rewards? Where's your conscience? Please rest assured, this system will never err, and its credibility is guaranteed. The system responded after a few moments. Reina was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing that the system had become even more astute. All right, you're impressive and noble. Thank you for your praise. He concluded his dialogue with the system and opened his inventory to examine the dimensional certificate. The moment he looked, he was nearly taken aback. Dimensional certificate, a reinforced version of the dimensional gate. Holding this certificate allows entry into the dimensional world, elevating the world's level to correspond with the strength of the bearer. The meaning is quite straightforward. He comprehended it well. It indicates that the individual possessing this book will reach a certain level of enhancement in their world, and even the mightiest among them will attain such heights. How intriguing. Is this not adding to my enjoyment? I quite like it. A slight smile graced his lips as he deactivated the system. Alas, being overwhelmingly powerful can also be a source of vexation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the true significance of this dimensional certificate remained a mystery. Chapter 149. Operation Inyo Reina departed from this place, standing above the 8th continent, releasing his aura to sense the location of Alu and his companions. The 8 kings have gathered. It seems he is on the verge of resurrection. He vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Inyo Command Center on an island in the northeast of the 2nd continent, Joya was organizing the life orbs when suddenly he froze, murmuring to himself, seems a worm has infiltrated. Quite remarkable. After ensuring the refrigerator was secure, he turned to leave. Inside the command center, Tai Ping was carrying Chef Zhongmei, fleeing rapidly as the exit drew nearer. Suddenly, a grass-like creature lunged at him like a specter. The floor, composed of some unknown material, cracked open beneath him. He leaped into the air, feeling as if he were being controlled, suspended mid-flight, only to find himself ensnared by something akin to spider silk. In that fleeting moment, a spider-like figure emerged. How delightful! Regeneration is indeed a splendid ability, allowing one to acquire new powers effortlessly. This profession is undoubtedly the right choice, it remarked. Mo Yang approached Tai Ping ominously, his gaze chilling. I see you have strayed from the path, Tai Ping. I cannot stand idly by. Let me assist you in your redemption. He puffed out a mass of black silk, which hurtled toward Tai Ping. Just as it was about to strike, Tai Ping plummeted swiftly, having dissolved the spider silk with acid. However, at the brink of landing, a tongue latched onto his foot, binding him tightly before slamming him into the wall, which collapsed rapidly. Emerging from the rubble, Tai Ping glanced back at Chef Zhongmei, who was ensnared by the branches. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately. He needed to ensure the child's escape first. Tai Ping, I never expected you to betray Lord Joya. How surprising, remarked Xiao Qiao, a former member of the Culinary Society, now transformed into a chameleon. Joya, Zeus, and Guang have all become formidable foes. Facing them alone is rather daunting, Tai Ping lamented. To speak such words in the face of imminent death is commendable, Zeus remarked darkly, stroking his weapon. Suddenly, a golden disc whirred past them, cleaving Xiao Qiao in two. Yet he did not perish, healing instantly. Ah, so this is the power of the golden disc. Quite sharp indeed. Alpha Luo, the culinary servant, approached from a distance. Alpha Luo, what brings you here? They immediately became vigilant. At that moment, their bodies felt as though they were being devoured by some unseen force, becoming disfigured. A figure resembling a madman materialized behind them. Sanhu, the boss of the Culinary Society. What is happening? Sanhu regarded the three with disdain. His tone calm, yet authoritative. Where is that fellow Joya? With a swift motion, Zeus retaliated, slashing at Sanhu's waist. In that instant, his blade warped, and Sanhu's head exploded. Odd. I could have sworn I killed you twice already, yet you have returned. As he pondered, Joya emerged, holding a spherical object. Their revival is due to this life orb. It allows the holder to evade death. Upon seeing Joya, Sanhu momentarily froze, a fraction of a second passing. Boom. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Joya launched an attack, yet it inflicted no damage. It is futile. Sanhu, we are all driven by our appetites. Why not join us in the place guided by the culinary cell? I dare say this is also the departed Fu Luo's wish, is it not? At these words, Sanhu's expression darkened, rage surging forth. Meteor spice. In an instant, explosive projectiles erupted like lasers, obliterating the entire base. Amidst the smoke, a colossal tongue lunged forward, crashing through the solid wall. Abruptly, a phantom flickered, and he was teleported away. On a land-sea forest known as Dongnan Island in the 2nd continent, Sanhu was ejected from what resembled a fountain. That was close. You nearly destroyed me. If my spaceship were damaged like that, I would be in quite a predicament. Let us change the venue for our battle, Joya suggested softly. By now, Sanhu had regained his composure. No matter where you go on Earth, it will be futile. Boom. A powerful energy cannon erupted from Sanhu's mouth, its might enormous, illuminating the island. On the other hand, at the end of the kitchen on the 1st continent, various enormous cooking utensils were arrayed. In the center of these implements lay a massive pit, filled with a liquid-like substance, and a grotesque, tumor-like entity writhed within. Splash! The liquid splattered everywhere. I crave more. More of the despair, the deliciousness. Below this tumor was a human face. So soon, signs of resurrection are appearing? The figure resembling a woman, Nitro, was indeed the one named another from Acacia's full menu. I cannot halt. I must continue. How much of the full menu stock remains? Only a little. It cannot last much longer, but I have already replenished it. The corpulent Nitro approached the developing Acacia, Neo. Suddenly, Acacia glanced at her, and a small tumor sprouted from the larger one, ejecting itself and fleeing the kitchen. Several others escaped as well. This is dire. If that creature consumes all life on Earth, we must capture it quickly. Though Nitro voiced her concerns, the smaller tumors had already vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Boom. A small tumor crashed onto the flat ground, opening its gaping maw to bite down on a person. Just as it felt it would succeed, it abruptly halted. My, how quickly you have grown. Reyna observed the tumor, unable to suppress his disdain. It was truly hideous. Had Sani from the Four Kings seen it, he would surely have vomited his last meal. With a pointed gesture, the tumor disintegrated into dust. After this action, he suddenly turned his gaze in another direction and vanished in a single stride. Chapter 150. The emergence of God. At that moment in the kitchen, a creature resembling a golden-haired lion plummeted, slashing at the massive tumor known as Inyo with its claws. In an instant, Inyo's form was shredded into pieces. It has been billions of years since I felt such a sensation. Let me pound you into a pile of meat paste once more, Inyo. The leader of the slime laughed maniacally. He was indeed the culinary cell of Elong. In an instant, Inyo swiftly healed and unleashed a powerful punch, creating a resounding explosion that left a massive crater in the earth. It had been far too long since he had felt such exhilaration. Now, he demanded to see Inyo's face. As Inyo revealed its countenance, it quickly leaped back. Its hideous visage bore a hoarse voice. You are far too weak. Then, its face morphed into that of Acacia. Beings that possess emotions beyond mere appetite are the most fragile. I entrusted my fate to Elong, a decision by the divine. However, Elong was simply too weak, hence the gods chose me. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, the veins on the slime's forehead throbbed ominously. How absurd. Weak? Elong had never once utilized the power of the culinary cell until his final moment. He steadfastly adhered to his beliefs and was anything but weak. I will not permit you to speak ill of Elong. From his words, it became evident that Elong had indeed perished, not at the hands of Sanhu, but rather by the Nitro that had devoured part of Acacia. So that's why it's weak. Those emotions are a vulnerability. You seek death. Demon fork. Demon knife. Crackle. A colossal knife swung down from the heavens, summoning a black thunderbolt. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the universe, as Inyo felt the electric current coursing through its body. Mediocre. The leader of the slime's eyes darkened ominously. Could it be that this creature had absorbed my previous attack? To confirm, he unleashed a different technique. A beam of energy, akin to a laser, erupted from his mouth, reminiscent of an atomic explosion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The slime's form rapidly grew in size, doubling its previous stature. From its palms to its arms and shoulders, all muscles morphed into a planet-like appearance filled with craters. Subsequently, hundreds of colossal meteors rained down from the sky, launching indiscriminate assaults. The earth trembled with deafening explosions, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended. After executing this move, he reverted from the muscular form back to a slender figure, panting heavily. Damn it! This creature has never evaded my attacks, but instead consumed them. In that moment of distraction, Inyo opened its mouth and snapped. Fortunately, the slime's agility allowed it to narrowly evade the strike. Since that's the case, I shall resort to this technique. I am both a calamity and the king of the universe. I will not be defeated by a creature like you. With a flourish of his hands, a star the size of a ping-pong ball, radiating brilliant thermal energy, materialized in his palm. Let us perish together, Inyo. Zzz. The immense light was visible from half the globe. Moments later, tranquility returned. No, it's impossible. You could not have consumed the energy of a stellar explosion. That is utterly inconceivable. Inyo's visage transformed into that of Acacia, displaying an expression of sheer dread, as its mouth opened wide, ready to devour the slime. A strange voice echoed. You are Inyo, capable of swallowing even stellar explosions. Impressive. Reyna emerged from the void. The leader of the slime's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing him. He recognized this individual. He had warned Elong at their first encounter, yet Elong had never heeded his advice. Such had always been the case. Greetings. This marks our first genuine meeting, Slime. You should leave. This being is formidable. Though you possess some strength, you are no match for him. Reina smiled. Oh, don't say that. I haven't even had my fun yet. How could you ask me to leave? In a flash, Akashia split into tendrils that ensnared Reina, simultaneously activating its digestive abilities. Yet, at the moment of activation, the tendrils exploded spectacularly like fireworks. Why do you always resort to ambushes, creatures like you? I will devour you. With a gaping maw, energy born of appetite coalesced into a sphere and shot forth. The slime cried out in alarm, attempting to evade. But Reina seized him with one hand. What do you intend to do? I cannot withstand this attack. Reina disregarded his protest, pointing a finger that caused the sphere to pop with a sound akin to a balloon bursting. In a blink, he appeared before Akashia and delivered a punch that resonated like thunder, sending him flying hundreds of kilometers away. Suddenly, Reina spun around and unleashed a punch that penetrated the atmosphere, shattering a small asteroid. I see. You had left a clone behind. Million anesthesia. Akashia's punch struck Reina, a powerful special energy invading his body and paralyzing his cells. Yet, within him, the culinary cell, the five-clawed golden dragon, surged forth, letting out a furious roar that echoed across the heavens, causing even the 8 kings and other fierce beasts to tremble in fear. Simultaneously, Akashia's attack was nullified. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, the five-clawed golden dragon sent him flying, leaving him with half his body missing. As the five-clawed golden dragon prepared to strike again, Reina commanded it to halt. The earth trembled violently, and a tadpole-like creature burst forth, combining to form a frog. This is God. Even I can sense its exquisite flavor. Its culinary cell, observed Reina. Though delectable, it could not compare to Enio's flavor. With a swift motion, God opened its maw, its tongue extending to penetrate the atmosphere, pulling a planet from beyond the universe into its gaping mouth. Unsatisfied, its immense tongue circled the earth before retracting, coated with a plethora of food, which it then consumed entirely. Its belly was a bottomless pit. Akashia leaped, standing before God. He sensed the threat emanating from it, and the tongue surged forth. After centuries apart, you dare to strike at me upon our reunion? That is unacceptable. Boom. His tongue collided with an invisible barrier and rebounded. Seeing this, he tilted his head as if recalling something, and his tongue began to spin like a tornado. The velocity increased, seemingly threatening to pierce the earth. Concurrently, creatures from all corners of the world flocked toward God, with only Reina's 3 pets remaining as exceptions. Chapter 151. The True Culinary God Falls. At that moment, a colossal claw blotted out the sun, descending to crush both Akashia and God deep into the earth. Boom. Akashia emerged, his expression twisted with rage. Little wolf cub, do you seek death? Fist of culinary arts. An enormous fist sent Dolong genies flying thousands of miles, its might unyielding. Just then, a bullet-like object pierced through the colossal fist at the speed of light. Hiss hiss, the mother snake appeared, followed by the remaining 6 kings. A pack of beasts dares to vie for God with me? You shall perish. His immense appetite energy formed 2 gigantic hands that swept forth, causing the earth to tremble. Buzz. The attack abruptly ceased. Akashia, it has truly been a long time. I never expected you to have transformed into this. A mocking smile spread across Akashia's face. So it's you, second wolf. You've grown a little, I see. The head of C.I. Lang was completely severed, yet an astonishing occurrence transpired in the following moment. Despite his head being relocated, he managed to smile at Akashia before his head transformed into an illusion. Fortunately, I was well prepared. It turned out that the one who had just perished was not him, but rather Sherlin, who had taken his place. In an instant, he appeared before Akashia, pointing a finger at his forehead to seal his acupoints, and swiftly wielded his hand to execute a 1,000,000-point acupoint strike. In the briefest of moments, every acupoint in Akashia's body was sealed. However, this formidable assault lasted only for a few breaths, and in the next moment, Akashia's tongue lunged forward. Great acupoint strike. He employed the technique he had previously used in the mortal realm, but this time, after its execution, he stood frozen in place. An attack capable of paralyzing Earth had inexplicably failed. In that moment of bewilderment, Akashia's tongue was on the verge of being devoured when Lena flicked his fingers lightly, causing all the tongues to rebound to the ground. Damn it! You again. Why do you insist on stopping me? Akashiya roared in fury. Laya shrugged, just as G.O.D. suddenly emerged, with a colossal tongue aimed at him, which was swiftly sliced into several pieces by the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon. G.O.D. felt no pain and instantly regenerated, immediately coiling around the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon, as a surge of digestive fluid gushed forth. Roar! The golden dragon bellowed, swatting it away with another claw, but the opponent's tongue did not relent, instead dragging it along. G.O.D. cannot be taken away by anyone. This belongs solely to me, for I am the chosen one. Divine culinary hand. A gigantic golden hand descended from the heavens. Laya, however, nonchalantly threw a punch. The immense energy collided, shattering the space and disrupting the atmosphere, creating a brilliant light visible throughout the cosmos. With a whoosh, G.O.D. emerged alongside Laya and the culinary demon five-clawed golden dragon, which had visibly shrunk by 1 or 2 sizes. Laya frowned, realizing his culinary energy had diminished significantly. He beckoned to the five-clawed golden dragon, which roared and then dove into his body. At its current juvenile stage, exhibiting such power was already commendable. G.O.D., with its lantern-sized eyes, gazed at Laya in confusion, suddenly extending its tongue in an attempt to devour him. Just then, Akashiya appeared in a flash, directly intercepting the strike of its tongue, and then bit down. A resonating hum filled the air, as dazzling light and smoke enveloped the area, revealing a figure alongside a towering, pitch-black entity. Ha ha ha. So this is the true form of my demonic cells. The current N.E.O. had attained the pinnacle of his evolutionary process. Akashiya approached N.E.O., gazing intently before abruptly swallowing him whole. A tempest arose, and destructive energy pierced through the sky, manifesting a brand new silhouette moments later. His entire body was enveloped in skin resembling armor. Ha ha ha. Akashiya laughed maniacally, instantly appearing before Laya, unleashing a torrent of insatiable appetite in rapid punches that formed a culinary combo. These strikes descended like a multitude of missiles, generating terrifying explosions that threatened to further devastate the earth. Subsequently, Akashiya raised his hand, and the earth trembled as an enormous hand gradually formed, firmly grasping the previously ravaged area. A deafening roar resonated across the land. Yet, even then, his assault was far from over, as the massive hand descended from the sky, making intimate contact with the ground, fracturing the earth for miles around. Behold, this is my power, he cackled. Suddenly, amidst his manic laughter, his voice faltered. Not bad. He turned in disbelief, finding the young man standing there, utterly unscathed. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. You've done quite well, but it seems it's time for you to reveal yourself. Instantly, Akashiya's aura shifted, his gaze deepening. How do you know of my existence? His voice had completely transformed. Laya smirked. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew. You gluttons can never resist. Now that you've discovered my presence, I must ensure you vanish into the annals of history. With a swift kick, a vast force penetrated the cosmos. Laya remained motionless, seizing his hand and flinging him towards the sky, propelling him out into space. As he stabilized in the cosmos, a tremendous blow struck his head, causing it to explode, yet it quickly restored itself. You are not human. A human could never reach such heights. The culinary god roared. Enough with the roaring. G.O.D. is maturing, and time on Earth is running short. If you have any techniques left, unleash them quickly. I still need to return for dinner. The culinary god's forehead twitched in irritation. Was this a slight against him? It certainly was. The essence of eating, feast of gluttony. A gigantic, pitch-black shadow coalesced behind him, revealing only 2 eyes, emanating an overwhelming abyssal pull. Nearby stars were drawn into it, and upon closer inspection, these stars resembled culinary delights such as boiled dumplings and glutinous rice balls. With a breath, Laya narrowed his eyes and released a surge of around 40, causing all activity within a 100-mile radius to come to a halt. No matter how much he pulled, he could not shake even a fraction. You culinary gods will do anything for food. Destroying so many worlds is not enough, and now you come to ravage my domain. Very well. Let me allow you to taste the flavor of obliteration. As he spoke, he conjured an energy sphere in his hand, slowly pressing it into the opponent's body. In an instant, within the perception of the culinary city, all matter transformed into a chaotic, viscous substance, and he found himself sinking like a little loach, unable to escape into the endless darkness. In reality, he dissolved into specks of starlight. Chapter 152, The World of Yao Wei Ding. Congratulations on vanquishing the culinary god from another universe, earning a fragment of the law of life as a reward. Please exit this world within 2 months. 2 months. Laya mused, stroking his chin. System, what happens if I do not leave this world? Ding. Nothing will happen. Then what if I leave a clone here? Will anything happen? Ding. Nothing will happen. Laya nodded, reassured. He released his avatar of destruction. Sunday, stay here and appreciate the wonders of this world. They were essentially one and the same, so there was no need for further words. The avatar nodded and vanished, followed by Laya summoning the sealed Hildergan from the system space. Now, Hildergan's form had transformed from the colossal size it once possessed in the Dragon Ball universe, resembling humanity more and more. Master, indeed, you're looking more and more human. You shall remain in this world. Hildergan shook his head repeatedly. I refuse. I want to be with my master. Enough, listen to me. Stay here, and this world will become our base of operations. You can also interact with the other 3 little brothers. Reluctantly, Hildergan agreed, casting a lingering glance at Laya before disappearing. After its disappearance, Laya waved his hand, and the dimensional gate appeared, through which he dove headfirst. He emerged in a vast forest, a ripple of energy spreading across the entire island. Was this magic? Moreover, the level of this world was significantly elevated compared to the previous one. Just as he pondered this, a sphere of light materialized before him, slowly transforming into a humanoid figure. It was an exceedingly adorable little girl with emerald green eyes and a pair of wing-like ears atop her head. Who are you? How did you get here? Her voice was ethereal. Laya furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet he could not place her. However, the little girl seemed to misunderstand him. Was she mute? She gestured, gathering magic to probe his origins, but Laya spoke up suddenly. I remember now. I know who you are. You are Maibasai Waiwia. The little girl shot him a glare and then nodded. Then who are you? I am 80 Laya. Maibasai shook her head, unfamiliar with the name. Where do you come from? Laya pointed to the sky and said, I only know I fell from above. Beyond that, I am unaware. Maibasai acknowledged this with an O, having sensed through magic that he was not lying. Since you have nowhere to go, how about joining Fairy Tail? Subsequently, a glass-like object flew before him, which he reached out to take. Thank you. Laya stepped forward and vanished, leaving Maibasai quite astonished. However, she felt no malice from him, and it seemed he would indeed strengthen the power of Fairy Tail. At this moment, in the Tower of Paradise, Dragon Slayer magic, Fire Dragon's wing attack. Boom. A single strike sent Gerard flying, and simultaneously unleashed a roar of the Fire Dragon, a fiery tornado hurtling forth. Thunderous roars of flames spread, and within the inferno, Gerard's clothing was merely singed. Your flames have no effect on me. Dare to interfere with my ritual? You shall perish beneath the might of my celestial magic. Gerard's eyes radiated a pink glow, and a layer of golden light enveloped him. With a rush, he approached Laya, unleashing a flurry of punches like bullets from a machine gun, striking him relentlessly until he was left dazed. Is this the magic of this world? It seems somewhat different from the magic I possess. In the clouds, Laya observed the battle quietly while comprehending the magic of this world. Overall, the magic here was fundamentally different from the judgment magic he obtained. It's time to end this. Accept the punishment of the 7 stars, 7-star holy sword. Swish. Swish, swish. Beams of light fell from the sky like thunder. Boom. The crystal ground fractured, creating massive pit holes, and Natsu plummeted to the lowest level. How is that? Such destructive power rivals that of a meteor falling. Noticing Natsu motionless, Gerard smirked, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, and as he turned to approach Urza, Natsu rose. Hey, you said this is a magic crystal, right? Before he could finish, Natsu punched the ground, causing it to crack, and laughed. Our fairy tale excels at destruction. Gerard, seething with rage, summoned the golden glow once more. You, wretched little brat. He gestured, and a magic array emerged, from which a long whip-like laser shot forth. The sound of explosions echoed as he skillfully dodged the attacks, but due to his earlier injuries, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Let us see how long you can evade. Gerard intensified his magical output, causing the laser beams to accelerate. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted on Natsu, who cried out in agony. Yet, he summoned the Fire Dragon's roar, a massive flame soaring up and ravaging the crystal ground. Your potential remains untapped. Let me assist you. In the clouds, Laya gently gestured, and the magic from the crystal flooded into Natsu. The sudden influx of energy overwhelmed Natsu, while Gerard's expression shifted. How could this happen? Why is the magic from the crystal? Roar! Natsu bellowed, flames erupting around him, forming an ethereal fire dragon behind him. Whoosh! Natsu burst forth, engulfed in blazing flames, charging at Gerard, who was caught off guard by a knee strike to the chest, followed by a hand pressing against Gerard's throat, shattering several layers of the tower's foundation. You can never attain freedom, for you are bound by the undead. If you wish to be free, first, liberate yourself, Gerard. Natsu's immensely powerful fist, infused with the fire dragon's essence, struck Gerard's abdomen, the shockwave piercing through the entire island, sending waves crashing upon the sea. After executing this move, Natsu gradually lost consciousness, slowly descending from the sky. Just as he was about to plunge into the ocean, Laya appeared and caught him. Below, Urza, witnessing this, immediately grew anxious, enduring her pain to summon her armor, Tenryu's armor. The island began to tremble, and terrifying magic surged forth. When Laya snapped his fingers, the power of time activated, halting the island's movement. However, just as he made a move, the effect of the time power dissipated. He frowned slightly, but it quickly eased as he realized the situation was likely due to the elevated world level, which allowed the time power to only stall for a few seconds. With no other option, he waved his hand, condensing the air into a whirlwind that swept everyone on the island away. Chapter 153. S-Class Mage, can you hurry up? A whirlwind appeared on a certain island, revealing several injured individuals. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Gray and others remained in a water sphere, worried about those trapped in the collapsing crystal when suddenly Juvia turned around. Natsu and the others had appeared on the island. Being a powerful individual herself, Juvia, having awakened her water magic at a young age, could sense their presence through the water. On the island, Urza eyed the unfamiliar man before her with caution. Although he had saved her and her companions, that did not guarantee he was benevolent. Don't be so tense. I am not your enemy. Just then, her companion's voice rang out. Urza, are you all right? Lucy asked, concern etched on her face as she checked Urza's condition. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just Natsu. Gray examined Natsu and discovered he was merely unconscious, letting out a sigh of relief, then looked quizzically at Laya. Who are you? I am 80 Laya. Here to join your guild. Laya succinctly stated his purpose. The group exchanged glances. We cannot make that decision. Please wait for our guild master to return before we decide, Urza said after deliberation. Laya smiled and, carrying the injured, followed them away. A group returned to the guild in the early hours of the second day. Laya proceeded with a round of sign-in, though the items signed for were merely changes of clothes. He sold these for 40,000 J, converting them into the currency of this world. After introducing themselves, Mira handled Laya's membership formalities, which she had, of course, already discussed with the guild master. There were no tests for magical ability or anything else. The formalities were completed directly. This made him wonder if he had entered a fake guild. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the guild master returned to conduct the tests. In a testing chamber, a massive sky blue stone lay before him. Upon placing his hand upon it, the testing commenced, as stated by Makarov. Reina gazed at the magical stone with a sense of curiosity, pondering why he had not encountered such a phenomenon in the anime he once watched. Little did he know that upon Makarov's return, Urza had sought him out to explain the events of the previous night, prompting Makarov to bring Reina here. As Reina placed his hand on the magical stone, an unusual energy was released, and the stone began to emit a radiant glow, which soon dimmed to a dark hue. Makarov squinted upon seeing the black color, realizing it was a sign of an S-rank magical power. You are indeed an S-rank mage, he declared. Reina withdrew his hand and shrugged, suddenly recalling that Mebes had entrusted him with a certain object. He rummaged through his pocket and in mere seconds produced a glass-like artifact. The moment Makarov laid eyes on it, his gaze widened in astonishment. How did you come to possess this? Oh, Mebes gave it to me. Is the first president still alive? Reina said nonchalantly, deciding not to elaborate further, knowing the truth would soon unfold. Meanwhile, outside the guild, Laxus observed the fairy tale emblem with a sense of foreboding. The Fantasia festival was about to commence, and the infighting among his fellow fairies had begun. "Old man, your era is coming to an end," he muttered before turning away. In the afternoon, Reina accepted an S-rank mission and set out, coincidentally crossing paths with Laxus and his 3 subordinates. Shortly thereafter, the previously joyous atmosphere within Fairy Tale was shattered by the arrival of the 4. "Laxus, are you intent on ruining the festival? I advise against such foolishness," Makarov admonished. "Haha, what does it matter now? Are you really suggesting I refrain from foolishness? Old man, before the Fantasia festival begins, let us see how many can survive," Laxus retorted with a nonchalant tone. Makarov's expression darkened. Torn between his affection for his grandson and his deep bonds with the guild members, both sides equally dear to him. "Old man, these petrified individuals behind me serve as hostages. Should anyone violate the rules I've set, I shall shatter one," Laxus smirked, fully aware of his grandson's intentions, though he did not anticipate such extreme measures. "Haha, let the show begin." With that, he and his 3 subordinates vanished amidst a dazzling burst of light. On the other hand, Reina, having completed his mission of eradicating a band of thieves, was making his way back, reflecting on the magical battle he had just experienced. He recalled that upon being assessed as an S-rank mage that morning, he had learned 3 elemental magics: water, fire, and wind. While these spells might seem inconsequential given his current prowess, they were essential for comprehending the existence of the world around him. Upon reaching the town gates, he paused to scrutinize the transparent barrier, shaking his head before stepping through, causing the peculiar inscriptions on the barrier to emit a puff of white smoke before fading. Meanwhile, high above on a building in a certain street of the town, Iba Jelen and Urza were engaged in a fierce battle, though Iba Jelen proved no match for Urza, the fairy queen, and soon fell. Meanwhile, Laxus, having received word of this, seethed with anger, fully aware of Iba Jelen's true capabilities. At that moment, Phili Justin, the captain of the trio, approached. "The barrier I set up at the city gates has dissipated," he informed Laxus, who regarded him with a stern gaze. "Have you investigated? We cannot afford to let anyone escape." Phili shook his head. "At that time, it was unclear, but I have repaired it. Since someone has entered, I suspect they will inevitably involve themselves in this conflict." Laxus nodded, unleashing a surge of fierce lightning. "What difference does one additional person make? This battle shall not conclude so easily. There can only be one strongest master, and that must be me." As he proclaimed his resolve, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Excuse me, could you expedite things? I'm eager to see what this festival is all about." Both Laxus and Phili were taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice to find Reina casually leaning against a wall, yawning. "Who are you?" Phili demanded, drawing his sword to shield Laxus. Reina raised his hands, revealing the fairy tale emblem on his palm. "Oh dear, I've heard about you. So, you're the new recruit. Are you here to stop me? Just a mere newcomer?" Reina shrugged, not wishing to engage in battle just yet. He intended to leave that for Natsu. Laxus could hardly tolerate Reina's nonchalance. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning that crashed down with a thunderous roar, enveloping the area in dust. Both men exchanged tense glances, sensing that the figure in the smoke remained unscathed. Enough of this. Please remember to finish quickly," Reina remarked before vanishing in an instant. Laxus' expression darkened, feeling deeply insulted. "No matter who you are, when I find you, your fate is sealed." His fists clenched, lightning crackling around him. Chapter 154. The stirring of troublemakers at this moment. Within the Fairy Tale Guild, due to Philide's barrier, both Makarov and Natsu were unable to leave. "This is infuriating. Why can't I go outside?" Natsu exclaimed, fuming with frustration. Above the town, spheres began to appear, revealing Laxus' projection within the guild. Natsu, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in battle? I can't get out. I can't get out." Natsu gritted his teeth in anger. "Seeing our comrades engage in infighting, how do you feel? Are you considering surrendering, old man?" Laxus said with a lofty demeanor. "Don't be ridiculous. We still have members here. There are still those who can defeat my Thunder God squad." Laxus gazed at Happy, somewhat surprised. At that moment, the barrier displayed a message indicating that one of their own had been defeated. Makarov, witnessing the chaos among the guild members, struggled with his thoughts before finally conceding. "All right, I surrender." "Hey, President," Natsu protested, his face filled with urgency. Laxus chuckled, looking disdainfully at Makarov. "This won't do. You can't just give up so easily." But if you insist on stopping, then hand over the position of fairy tale's master to me. Perched high above, Reina surveyed the scene. Several unwelcome pests have infiltrated. Though it's not my concern, I can't allow others to meddle. He glanced in a specific direction before disappearing. On a high mountain, a man floated surrounded by numerous paper figures. The internal strife within Fairy Tale could lead to its dissolution. Intrigued, he mused. I didn't expect Makarov's grandson to be in a rebellious phase, and now his own son wishes to partake in the spoils. Ivan was startled and quickly turned, only to receive a palm strike to the face. The impact sent him crashing into the ground, shattering the small peak he stood upon. TCH. Is that all it takes to knock you out? I suppose I'll leave you for Makarov to deal with. The paper figure emitted the voice of Jiaji Lu. All right, go about your business. I will leave this fellow to Makarov. Who are you? You'll find out in due time. With a wave of his hand, the paper figure disintegrated into dust. Subsequently, with a lift of his finger, wind magic activated, lifting him away. Before Ulu Taya, situated by the seaside of Magnolia Town, a floating crystal orb hovered. The 6 magic generals, are they preparing to act, President Hades? Once they take action, they shall no longer remain silent. Therefore, do not concern yourself with them for now. Our primary objective is to seek a method to lift the seal on Seal Ref. Let them fight. The fiercer the battle, the better. Hearing the president's words, Ulu Taya's lips curled into a slight smile. After ending the call, she gazed out at the sea. What a pity, Gerald. You have toiled so hard all these years. She made her way towards Magnolia Town. Although the president urged her not to interfere, she felt a curiosity to witness any intriguing occurrences that might unfold. If fortune favored her, she could eliminate a few other guilds as well. As evening approached, the internal conflict within Fairy Tale concluded, ending with Natsu's victory, while Laxus was expelled from the guild. Of course, this was merely the surface of things. Nevertheless, it sparked hushed whispers among the guild members. In a room, Makarov sat in contemplation. Reina appeared. Did you complete your mission? Makarov inquired, puzzled. Reina offered no unnecessary words and presented Ivan. This is Ivan. How could this be? President, your strategy is commendable, using Jiaji Lu as a double agent. Have you considered that plans may not keep pace with change? Makarov felt helpless. He was well aware of such factors, yet given the current situation, there was little he could do. As a member of the council, he possessed far more information than others. The dark guilds were already on the move, seeking to unravel the seal on Seal Ref. You know Jiaji Lu was once a member of the Phantom Lord, so only he can complete this mission. Fine. But you handle this fellow. I shall deal with a few more pesky mice. Makarov intended to say something to Reina, but found him vanishing from sight. First President, what sort of creature have you chosen? His gaze deepened, yet upon seeing his son, he sighed in resignation. Nightfall quietly descended, casting the forest into deeper darkness and silence. Gathered in the woods, 6 individuals gazed towards the distant town. Nirvana was nearly prepared. They only needed to revive him to activate it. Next to Angia Air, the Gemini chattered incessantly. Brian turned to Angia Air and asked, Did your Gemini not go to gather intelligence? What was the outcome? The Gemini circled back to Angia Air, babbling once more. They intend to form a coalition army to launch an attack against us. Indeed, they are preparing to strike. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Brian's eyes. Let them form their alliance. We shall catch them unawares. Suddenly, his lethargic adopted son, the true name of Anya, Markbees, opened his eyes, turning to gaze darkly at the forest. What is happening? Markbees did not respond to his father's words, unleashing a wave of magic towards the forest. Whoosh! Just as the inky black magic wave was about to strike the forest, it suddenly veered off course and exploded in midair. Spatial magic indeed possessed its peculiarities, allowing it to sense my presence. Reina appeared slowly. Upon seeing Reina, Brian immediately placed a hand on his forehead, feeling his sealed inner persona stirring with a desire to emerge. This could only signify one thing. The young man before him was remarkably powerful. Powerful enough that his inner self wished to break free. Oh, quite impressive, but too bad you are holding yourself back. As a leader, Reina's strength was indeed admirable. He yearned to battle such formidable beings, for it would deepen his understanding and offer him the opportunity to wield the magic of this world with ease. Moreover, this individual named Brian was a researcher from the Magic Bureau, enhancing his combat value. Reina was acutely aware of his own strength. In this upgraded world, he was merely superior to the average experts. Of course, This was in his normal state. Should he employ techniques like the Kaioken or the Eight Gates, the situation would be quite different. Whoosh! The fiery-haired Lisa instantly appeared beside Reina, delivering a swift kick. Bang! The kick landed solidly, yet Reina remained unperturbed. Instead, he felt a tingling in his foot, causing him to retreat swiftly. However, he was a moment too late as Reina unleashed a simple wind magic, Wind Blade. Swish! Bang! Bang! Anya appeared, rebounding all the wind blades with magic. The tiny wind blades scattered and erupted with tremendous explosive sounds, causing a significant collapse in the surrounding forest. The commotion attracted the attention of the residents in Magnolia Town. Within the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov stood by the window, observing the unfolding chaos. Oh, you are quite the formidable disruptor. He had initially hoped the matter could be resolved quietly, but he never anticipated such a ruckus. He would face criticism at the council meeting. Nevertheless, this also provided him with a new perspective on Reina's strength. From the information he had gathered, the leader named Brian possessed a second personality. The strength of this other persona was undoubtedly on par with the Saint Ten Wizards.